Chapter 1: A genius who dropped out of school and has super SSS level superpowers. Only 7 days left until the Wufu selection. Thousands of troops cross a single plank bridge, 12 years of hard study just for this day. Don't be discouraged if you haven't awakened yet. Grit your teeth and break through 100 in your health and energy to enter the warrior level. In the stuffy classroom, the teacher was shouting with saliva flying all over his mouth. Below the stage, students were discussing in low voices. It's easy to say. My dad spent 20,000 yuan last month to buy me a wolf blood pill, which barely brought my health to 80. I also took the wolf blood pill last year, but my health didn't increase at all. I actually kneeled through 3 durians. I really envy Lin Fei, she's a level awakening, and she's still a beginner warrior. As they were talking, the classmates looked at a tall girl with envy. Her black hair was tied into a high ponytail, her facial features were delicate and her eyes were bright. Even wearing a loose school uniform, it is hard to hide her hot body. Pure and charming. Pure and sexy. When concubine Lin heard these discussions, her face was full of pride, her pointed chin raised, like an empress who was above everyone else, extremely arrogant. However, she does have the qualifications. In her senior year of high school, Lin Fei awakened her a level superpower ice spirit guardian. He comes from a wealthy family and is very rich. She is also the school belle of Yuanchang No. 1 High School. Yesterday's blood gas test showed her value was an astonishing 110. With all kinds of buffs added, it is hard not to be noticed. Even the principal praised her many times, saying that she would have a chance to become the war king in the future. Yuanchang's post bars, forums, and local hot searches are extremely popular. It is rare to see such talent in a third-tier small city. The teacher also looked at Lin Fei and nodded with satisfaction. He taught himself to be an A-level novice warrior. This year's bonus will not be small. By the way, how is Qin Feng? What can I do after dropping out of school? I can work. Qin Feng is a good student and practices diligently. If he had successfully awakened, his qi and blood points would definitely not be lower than Lin Fei's. The students changed the subject and talked about another influential figure. Concubine Lin frowned slightly, seeming a little dissatisfied. I heard that Lin Fei pursued Qin Feng in the past. A boy said in a low voice. Call. A cold wind blew over. The desks and chairs in the entire classroom were covered with white frost. Like falling winter. Lin Fei turned her head and stared at the man with cold eyes. I am an A-level awakening and the future war king. Would I pursue a dropout? Also, you say his talent can catch up with mine? That's simply unbelievable. An orphan, living on welfare, can't even come up with 10,000 yuan even if the family's savings are emptied, let alone with a child. If anyone spreads this rumor again, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Fei slammed the table. Snap. The table instantly froze into an ice sculpture and then shattered to the ground. The students swallowed saliva frantically. This is an A-level warrior. If I slap them. The teacher hurriedly said, let's not discuss this topic anymore. Qin Feng and we are no longer from the same world. The students smiled awkwardly and quickly shut their mouths. In fact, everyone knows it very well. Lin Fei's emotions were so strong because she had really pursued Qin Feng. No. Strictly speaking, it's licking. However, since Qin Feng failed to awaken and Lin Fei awakened her A-level superpowers, everything changed. Concubine Lin no longer pestered Qin Feng every day. He no longer spoke in a gentle voice. When you walk past him, you don't even have to look him in the eye. That arrogance is clearly visible. Not long after, Qin Feng chose to drop out of school because of family reasons. At that time, all the classmates and teachers came to say goodbye, but Lin Fei was the only one standing in the teaching building, with her arms folded, looking down at Qin Feng with mocking eyes. How disgusting. He doesn't even dare to admit what he did. The boy in the back seat muttered. Many people secretly felt regretful. But there's no way. A hemp rope breaks at the thinnest part, and misfortune only finds the unfortunate. This is reality. North District, slums. Most of the buildings here are dangerous. There is garbage everywhere and mosquitoes everywhere. A thin figure in an old t-shirt was walking up the stairs slowly with tired steps and a bag in his hand. He took out the key, turned the handle, and pushed the door open. The interior decoration of the house is not luxurious, it can even be said to be shabby. Yellow walls and bumpy floors. The air was filled with hot and humid air. It is such a place. Although small, it has everything. All kinds of furniture are neatly arranged and it is spotlessly clean. There are also a few green plants planted on the small balcony, swaying in the wind, full of vitality. It adds a touch of vitality to this dim little house. Xiaoxue, I'm back. Qin Feng rubbed his cheeks, smiled and shouted, I bought your favorite braised pork trotters. As he spoke, he took off his leather canvas shoes and continued with a smile, business is good today, the boss gave me an extra 20 yuan. However, no one responded to Qin Feng. He raised his head in confusion and looked towards the room, a warm and soft light slowly spreading across his pupils. Happy birthday to you. A girl about 14 or 15 came out in a wheelchair. She was wearing clothes that were a little too small for her, with a blanket covering her thighs, and her trouser legs were left hanging when she pushed the wheelchair. The facial features on the young face are very delicate and pretty. Holding a cake in his hand with birthday candles on it. A smile blooms with the birthday song. The so-called cake is actually a steamed bun. There are also leftover birthday candles. Very shabby. But also very attentive. Coming to Qin Feng, Qin Shui said with a smile, Brother, today is your 18th birthday, make a wish. Qin Feng's nose felt slightly sore, but he kept a smile on his face and murmured, I hope Shuer can get better soon, run like everyone else, go to school, and be happy forever. After saying that, he blew out the candle in one breath. Qin Shui wrinkled her nose and pouted, Brother, your birthday wish should be yours. You can't make it for me. Make another one. Okay. Seeing his sister acting like a spoiled child, Qin Feng said gently, Then, let me make a lot of money and cure Shuer's leg. Qin Shui then smiled again, like a ray of light shining into the depths of Qin Feng's tired heart. Night slowly falls. Qin Feng carried Qin Shui into the room, covered her with a quilt, and watched her fall asleep. When Qin Shui's breathing gradually calmed down, Qin Feng got up and left quietly. Brother, I'm a burden to you. I'm sorry, I'm a burden. Murmuring in dreams was heard. Qin Feng paused, and his heart, which looked like an onion, was peeled off layer by layer. Silly girl. You are not a burden, you are my everything. Qin Feng gently stroked his sister's face. His voice was soft but firm. Leave the room. Qin Feng lay on the floor, staring blankly at the ceiling. 5 years ago. A car accident caused him to travel from Earth to Blue Star. There are ferocious beasts running rampant here, it is very dangerous. He has no parents and depends on his sister for everything, and has gone through many ups and downs to get to where he is today. Fortunately, Qin Feng has good talent. Before awakening in his senior year, his qi and health value reached 86. All the teachers and students in the school have high hopes for it. But unfortunately, the awakening failed. In this world, awakening is very important. It is divided into F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and the legendary SSS. Qin Feng hasn't even awakened his F-level superpowers, which is equivalent to falling from the sky to the ground. So, he decided to drop out of school and work to take care of his sister. It's been almost a year now. His health value is still 86. There's nothing we can do about it. The relief money was only enough for the brother and sister to survive. In order to pay for Qin Shui's medical treatment, Qin Feng worked 2 jobs every day, and saved as much as possible on food, clothing, and transportation. He had no time to practice, and no money to buy expensive elixirs to increase his qi and blood value. The fact that he can still maintain a HP value of 86 just shows his amazing talent. Although it has become a reality, I still feel a little unwilling to accept it. Qin Feng clenched his fists, then relaxed them. 2 lives as a human being. He knew this was reality. What can I do if I am unwilling? I have to go to work early tomorrow as usual, living a boring life day after day, and I will never be able to turn things around. Bite. Host is detected as an adult, and system modules are being assembled. A cold mechanical voice sounded in my mind. Qin Feng was stunned at first, then he was ecstatic. System? Golden Finger? The benefits for time travelers are finally here. Congratulations to the host for awakening the infinite extraction system. The host can extract everything and get unexpected surprises. The system is successfully activated and the property panel is open. Name, Qin Feng. Qi and blood value, 86. Realm, none. Talent, infinite extraction SSS. Note, the level of power extracted infinitely far exceeds the SSS level. The reason it is classified as SSS level is because the highest talent of the host's universe is SSS level. Chapter 2, Becoming a Warrior Already? Unlimited Extraction? Super SSS level superpowers? Xin Feng seemed to be struck by lightning. He was stunned and unable to think. The previous second, he didn't even have an F-level ability. The next second, the system directly sent a super SSS level superpower. It's like a beggar walking on the street, and suddenly a Maserati stops, and a beautiful woman with black stockings and red high heels gets out, half kneeling on the ground. The 3-year period is up. Please return to your throne, Dragon King. Like a dream. More like a fairy tale. After a long while, Xin Feng finally reacted. He still found it hard to believe. With a mixture of anticipation and trepidation, he mentally shouted, "Attribute panel." In an instant, the attribute panel reappeared. It's true. It's not fake. He held his breath, quickly walked to the small balcony, and called out to the people below, "Xiaohei, Guzi. Woof." Downstairs, a big black dog ran out from the garbage dump and bared its teeth at Xin Feng. Xin Feng picked up a can and threw it at the big black dog. Bang! Empty three-pointer. Accurately hit the dog's head. Suddenly, the big black dog started barking wildly, and his eyes turned red with anger. Xin Feng nodded with satisfaction. It hurts. It's not a dream after all. You are a human, but you are also a real dog. Suddenly, the system made a sudden complaint. Xin Feng's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked in his mind, "System, what is the use of infinite extraction? Can you explain it to me?" Silence. The system is silent. 30 seconds later. Xin Feng looked depressed. At least fans and air conditioners come with instruction manuals. You have a highly intelligent system, but there is no setting instruction? Or rather, is this system actually stupid? I am the Zen master with intellectual disabilities, and you are my disciple with wisdom. Xin Feng's face darkened. Dry. What a broken system. The attribute of being scheming and aggressive is max. He no longer paid attention to the system, looked around, and decided to practice to gain true knowledge. Finally, Xin Feng set his eyes on the potted plant, put his hand on it, and silently said in his heart, "Extract." 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Nothing happened. Is my posture wrong, or is it impossible to extract it? Xin Feng frowned and thought about it. He saw the leaves swaying in the night breeze, and an idea struck him. He picked one and said again, "Extract." Extraction successful. Obtain plant essence. A faint green light appeared in Xin Feng's palm. Then, the green light merged into his body. Most of the tiredness disappeared instantly. Xin Feng nodded suddenly. At present, it seems that it is impossible to directly extract living things. The leaves are picked so that the extraction can be done smoothly. He turned his head to look at other things in the room and continued with his experiment. Extraction successful. Obtain wood slag. Extraction successful. Obtain steel shavings. Extraction successful. Obtained human DNA. Xin Feng frowned, looking a little unnatural. Slander. What a huge slander. How could I, a model young man who grew up under the red flag, do such a thing? Oh, host who loves to lie, I am a gardener, and I want to plant some trees deep in your heart. The system's complaints came so timely and hurtful. I didn't, you're being unfairly accused, stop talking nonsense. Xin Feng's face flushed, and he immediately changed the subject. Brother system, we are so familiar with each other, please give me some explanation. System, silence. Xin Feng's eyes almost rolled out of his head. Other people as systems are either extremely meticulous or cute and adorable. I've encountered such a sinister and sarcastic system, and every word it says hits me hard. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, the sound of mosquitoes came to my ears. Xin Feng turned sideways and clapped his hands. Bang! Mosquito, dead. Xin Feng took a look and subconsciously went to the bathroom to wash his hands. After taking a few steps, he froze. Since it's unlimited extraction, then, can it also work with corpses? He thought and did it, whispering, extract. Extraction successful. Gain, HP 0.01. At this moment, Xin Feng got goosebumps all over his body. His breathing became heavy and he quickly locked onto another mosquito. Bang! Another mosquito, dead. Extraction successful. Gain, HP 0.01. Qin Feng clenched his hands tightly, carefully feeling the flow of qi and blood. It seems I've become stronger. Although it is very subtle, there is indeed a change. He immediately called out the attribute panel. Name, Qin Feng. Qi and blood value, 86.002. Realm, none. Talent, infinite extraction SSS. There are other miscellaneous items in the attribute panel, such as martial arts, etc., which are not available now, so I will not list them for the time being to avoid wasting words. The qi and blood value has really increased. At this moment, Qin Feng was so excited that he wanted to cry. Cultivation requires time to accumulate, and even more so, a huge capital chain to maintain. My high school life is still vivid in my mind. Qin Feng knew very well how difficult it was to increase his qi and health value by 1 point. Bathing in beast blood, special effect elixirs, everything costs money, a lot of money. A poor student like him who has no money and no time is already behind at the starting line, and the gap will only get bigger and bigger and will be insurmountable. But now, Qin Feng can increase his health value by 0.01 just by killing a mosquito. Even though it's only 0.01, once accumulated, it becomes an astronomical figure. In the damp and dark room, Qin Feng faced the moonlight falling on the small balcony with his back, his shoulders trembling slightly, and a crystal drop of blood slid down his cheek and dripped quietly onto the floor. Xiao Xue, I have a way to save you. Wait for me, wait until I make a lot of money. You'll be running like a normal person soon, lol. Men don't shed tears easily, but they do when they are moved. Qin Feng finally caught a ray of light in the endless darkness. Then he began to think. Is there any good place to upgrade around here? Suddenly, Qin Feng thought of something and hurriedly took out the mosquito spray from the cabinet. There's an ant nest in the neighborhood. Qin Feng smiled and said, Today, I will eliminate the evil for the people. As for sleeping, we already have a system, why are we still sleeping? He put on his shoes, wore a mask and a headlamp, quietly opened the door, and rushed downstairs. It's already late at night. The community was quiet and mosquitoes were everywhere. Qin Feng quickly found the ant nest. Dozens of ants were crawling quickly at the slightly raised soil entrance. He chuckled and crushed the ant nest with 1 foot. Soon, countless ants swarmed out. Splash! Qin Feng transformed into a double gunman, and the mosquito spray sprayed out a fragrant mist, locking onto the ant nest with 360 no dead angle protection. Suddenly, groups of ants died. Extraction successful. Gain, HP 0.01. Gain, HP 0.01. Gain, HP 0.01. Lines of numbers filled Qin Feng's mind. At the same time, streams of qi and blood flowed into the body. This is very much like an online game. Ants are small monsters, and their health is experience. The feeling of mowing the lawn like crazy is extremely cool. After a while, all the ants died. Qin Feng opened the property panel. Name, Qin Feng. Qi and blood value, 101.34. Realm, elementary warrior. Talent, infinite extraction SSS. Am I going to become a warrior now? Qin Feng was ecstatic but also felt unbelievable. Realms, warrior, warrior realm, general realm, marquis realm, king realm, emperor realm, demon realm, lord realm. To be continued. Chapter 3. I promise to kill you with 1 blow next time. Happiness comes too fast and too suddenly. Warrior. Primary warriors have 100 qi and blood points, intermediate warriors have 300 qi and blood points, advanced warriors have 500 qi and blood points, and 1000 qi and blood points will enter the warrior realm. In this world where ferocious beasts are rampant, warriors are the foundation of survival and the capital to escape from the bottom of society. Looking across the entire Yuan city, there are tens of thousands of high school students, but only a handful of them become warriors, and they are all rich people. As the saying goes, the poor are good at literature and the rich are good at martial arts. Anyone who wants to become a warrior not only needs to have extraordinary talent, but also needs to spend money to earn it. But even so, it would take hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars to purchase cultivation resources, and then 2 or 3 years of hard practice before results could be achieved. On the other hand, Qin Feng. How long has it been? 10 minutes? Half an hour? He easily completed what others had accumulated over several years. I worked so hard before and only achieved 86, which is not even as good as killing every ant nest. Xin Feng laughed at himself. When you want something, you look forward to it. When you get it, you lament how easy it was. In short, cheap. Xin Feng's face darkened. Your system just likes to hurt people, right? But he is in a very good mood now and is too lazy to talk too much. What's more, the system likes to play dead. One move at a time. Xin Feng held the mosquito spray tightly, his face full of excitement. That night, all the ants, mosquitoes, and flies in the community were killed one by one. The sun peeks out, casting its rays. The elderly people in the community get up early. As soon as they stepped outside, they smelled the mosquito spray. I saw Xiaofeng holding mosquito spray last night, busy until dawn. Summer is here and there are more mosquitoes. This kid is afraid we'll get bitten, so he sprayed every corner. It's really hard for him. You have a good heart and are polite, but you have a hard life. Who says it's not true? Shuer is so cute. Why is God so blind to let this brother and sister suffer in vain? The old people chattered and expressed their deep emotion. As the instigator, Xin Feng not only did not feel sleepy after staying up all night, but was very energetic. He opened the attribute panel and the smile on his face grew wider. Name, Xin Feng. Qi and blood value, 108.55. Realm, elementary warrior. Talent, infinite extraction SSS. After a night of bloody battle, he was about to break through 110 Qi in health points. If it were in the past, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. Worth mentioning. The number of ants in an ant nest ranges from 500 to 2,000. The first ant nest we killed had 1,500 ants in it, but the ones after that were sparse. On the way home, Xin Feng began to think. My sister's illness is very serious and requires medication. I used to work in a slaughterhouse. My salary was not high, and after deducting daily expenses, I could only buy some cheap medicine. Now that he is a warrior, it is necessary for him to change his job. After all, my sister's illness cannot be delayed. I'll go to the martial arts gym to verify it later, get the warrior certificate, and then go hunting in the barren mountains. Kill the beast, extract the blood and qi, and sell the materials. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. I have to tell the slaughterhouse too. The boss takes good care of me, so I can't just quit. After making the decision, Xin Feng took action immediately. He went home, cooked porridge, put it in a cool bowl on the table, and left a note. It said, "My brother has gone to work and will be back later." When leaving home again, Xin Feng quietly opened the door, looked at his sister's cute but slightly pale face through the crack, and then quietly retreated. On the way to the slaughterhouse, Xin Feng found a martial arts gym to verify his qi and blood values and successfully obtained a warrior certificate. A warrior's certificate is a medal of exquisite workmanship. It is a symbol of warriors and also a stepping stone. Then, without much delay, he rushed to the slaughterhouse. It was just dawn. The slaughterhouse was already bustling with activity. The smell of blood, feces, sourness, etc. mixed together makes people feel physically unbearable. Little wind is coming. The workers at the slaughterhouse saw Xin Feng and greeted him warmly. Xin Feng nodded and greeted politely. In his free time, he would help these workers, so they had a very good relationship. The owner of the slaughterhouse was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. When he learned that Xin Feng was going to resign, his face was full of regret. This child is hardworking, never complains of being tired, and takes care of his younger sister at home. He is a good child. Boss, I'm sorry. Xin Feng said apologetically. The boss waved his hand and said with a smile, "It's a good thing that you found a new job. It will definitely get better and better in the future." As he spoke, he took out an old hen from the chicken coop and handed it to Xin Feng. "I've raised this chicken for 2.5 years. It's the best time. Take it back to Xiaoxue to nourish her body." "No, I can't do that." Xin Feng waved his hands repeatedly. The boss's face turned serious. "Here, you are so long-winded that you are not a man." After saying that, he stuffed it directly into Xin Feng's hand. Xin Feng felt warm inside and accepted it obediently. Just then, a worker not far away grabbed a chicken hanging on an iron hook and was about to pluck its feathers when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his fingertips. It turned out that the chicken's feathers had become as hard as steel, with very sharp edges. The chicken's head slowly turned, and its eyes flashed with a strange red light. Click! A sharp crowing of a rooster was heard. In an instant, everyone looked over, including Xin Feng. The chicken began to sway from side to side with such force that the entire hook was shaking violently. The chicken has mutated. The workers' faces were filled with fear, and they stood there in a daze. The boss's face was pale. Even if it is a chicken, as long as it suddenly mutates, its strength will be comparable to that of a novice warrior, and they can be killed easily. Go! Everyone evacuate! Shinfeng pushed the boss and workers out of the slaughterhouse. Then he picked up a butcher knife and rushed towards the mutant chicken. Strike first before it breaks free. The moment he held the butcher knife, Shinfeng felt the blood surging in his body. Maybe it's nervousness, or maybe it's excitement. Swish! The butcher knife swung. A cold light flashed across and slashed towards the mutant chicken. The mutant chicken's back was cut open, its feathers were broken, blood splattered, and the entire slaughterhouse was overturned. Next second, it flapped its wings and flew up, crowing angrily as it charged towards Shinfeng. Shinfeng's expression changed. So fast. But now he is also a warrior, and all aspects of his physical fitness have improved a lot. He swung the butcher knife backhand and chopped it again. The knife flashed, stinging my eyes. The mutant chicken raised its claws and attacked as well. Swish! The chicken claws tore open the clothes and scratched Shinfeng's arm. Blood flowed, staining the ground red. But Shinfeng did not dodge at all. He gritted his teeth and pierced the mutant chicken's neck with a knife. Blood gushed out and it died on the spot. Extract! Shinfeng shouted inwardly. Extraction successful. Gain 5 points of chi and health. Shinfeng was originally grimacing in pain because of his injury, but his eyes suddenly turned into ecstasy. A mutant chicken has 5 health points. Make money. At this time, the workers and the boss rushed into the slaughterhouse. They were wearing helmets and holding sticks and knives in their hands. It was obvious that they had returned to rescue Shinfeng. However, when they saw the scene before them, they were completely stunned. Shinfeng threw the mutant chicken aside, scratched his head at the boss and the workers, and said with a wry smile, "I just became a warrior and I'm not very skilled yet. Next time I promise to kill it with one blow." On the street, there were gradually more pedestrians and vehicles coming and going. Inside a luxury car, Lin Fei sat in the back row, looking outside with boredom. Suddenly, she said, "Uncle Gong, drive slower." Why? Because she saw Shinfeng, who had just walked out of the slaughterhouse. His clothes were torn and his arm was bandaged with blood oozing from the bandage. In Lin Fei's eyes, this was extremely embarrassing. "I was so blind that I actually fell for this guy." She clicked her tongue and shook her head. "I have good looks, a powerful family, and a high health value of 110. How can he compare to me?" "Miss, you still have to rush to the warrior squad for testing. Don't waste your time on trash," the driver reminded. Lin Fei nodded and rolled up the car window again. Shinfeng, who was walking on the street, did not notice Lin Fei. At this moment, he looked at the attribute panel with his eyes narrowed into slits. Health value 113.55. It feels so good. He laughed heartily. Chapter 4, Black Market Treasure Hunt, Magical Use of Supernatural Powers. After leaving the slaughterhouse, Shinfeng headed straight for Yuancheng Commercial Street. He has already resigned, but still has the combat power of a beginner warrior. In theory, he can directly enter the barren mountains to hunt ferocious beasts. However, countless warriors died at the hands of vicious beasts. Before going in, you must be fully prepared. First, I need a weapon that works well. Then there's a large backpack, which is convenient for carrying materials related to the ferocious beasts. While thinking, Shinfeng walked into the commercial street. When asked about the price of the weapons, he fell silent. A first-grade weapon costs 50,000 to 80,000 yuan. This is just ordinary stuff. If it is a fine product, the price will soar to 100,000. The price of first-grade armor is 5% more expensive than weapons. As for the second grade, Shinfeng didn't even ask. It's impossible to afford it. Standing on the street, Shinfeng held a few red banknotes in his hands, his face full of bitterness. "I never thought that after becoming the warrior I had always dreamed of, I would still stop because of my lack of money. A man with money is a real man, a man without money is hard to be a real man, hey 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 yo." 3 black lines appeared on Shinfeng's forehead. "Maybe complaining will be late, but it will never be absent. Since I can't afford the regular ones, then I'll go for the irregular ones." Xin Feng quickly thought of his next step. Don't get me wrong. The so-called improper things are not the alleys in the urban villages, but the black market. He had heard his classmates discuss it before, and he figured it out bit by bit based on his vague memory. The black market is on the east side of the city. After entering a small alley, the view suddenly opened up. Who are you trying to trick? Whose second-grade elixir is made with corn flour? Good fellow, you've even been into a grave? How dare you? You're blind in one eye? Come and see. Freshly made grave pit weapons, no cheating, only 1,000 yuan. The noise and shouting made the entire black market extremely lively. Xin Feng looked at the weapons on the stall, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. One word, broken. 2 words, damn it. 2 words, yes. He once doubted whether he could kill the ferocious beast if he really bought it. Will it break if I strike it, and will I be killed by the beast? After observing for a while, Xin Feng stepped forward and asked, Boss, how much are your weapons? The boss was a skinny old man with a rat-like mustache and his small eyes sparkled with shrewdness. Young man, you really know your stuff. These weapons were just unearthed from the Tianbei tomb. They cost 1,000 yuan each. You don't look like you have much money, so I'll give you a discount. 750 yuan. As he spoke, the boss shook his head inside, as if he had lost money. Xin Feng squatted down and looked at these rusty weapons. Some of them have started to peel and are so prickly to hold. Some blades have bumps and can't cut anything. As he watched, Xin Feng suddenly had an idea. Can these weapons be extracted? For example, remove the rust and restore the weapon to its original appearance. Thinking of this, he felt excited inside, but on the surface he remained calm, even with a look of disgust on his face. Boss, 750 is too expensive. He shook his head. The boss smiled and said, then name a price. Xin Feng stretched out 2 fingers. 200? Isn't that inappropriate? The boss frowned. Xin Feng shook his head, 2 yuan. After these words were spoken, the boss froze, and the vendors next door were also confused. Others bargain little by little, but you bargain from the bottom of your feet. The boss looked unhappy, that's too much. The market price of scrap iron is 1.5 yuan per kilogram. I've lowered the price to 2 yuan for you. I've already given you enough face. Xin Feng said seriously. The boss's face twitched slightly. If the store hadn't tea open today, I would have really wanted to kick this bastard away. 3 yuan. 1.9. Why the hell did you surrender? In the end, Xin Feng chose a weapon that looked like a shovel and successfully bought it at a high price of 1.9 yuan per caddy. It weighs about 23 kilograms and is worth 43.7 yuan. In the end, Xin Feng considerately rounded off the number, bringing the total price to 43 yuan. Why choose it? Nothing else, it's the heaviest. Even if this thing is really useless by then, I can still knock out the ferocious beast with my weight. The boss took the money with a sullen face and muttered, you look honest, but you're actually full of evil intentions. There's nothing I can do. My family is poor. Xin Feng said sullenly. The boss stopped talking and waved his hand. Xin Feng didn't leave in a hurry. He held the shovel in his arms and asked, Boss, can you tell me about the grave pit? What? You want to go down? Are you looking for death? The boss pinched his rat whiskers and looked down on Sanlian. However, he still raised his head and recalled, in the Tianbei tomb pit, there are many strange creatures living. There are ancient people who look exactly like us, but they are cruel and ruthless, and they specialize in killing the human race on Blue Star. There are also demon tribes that rely on their powerful bodies to occupy one side, constantly expanding their territory and power, and coming into conflict with us from time to time. And the spirit race, who claim that all things have spirits. Some of them are plants, especially stubborn stones, and their methods are the most difficult to deal with. The grave pit is boundless, you can never see the edge. It is extremely dangerous. A warrior who goes down there will only die. But it's extremely rich in resources, and offers countless wonderful opportunities. The truly powerful all rise from the graveyard. The boss was longing for it and kept muttering to himself. Xin Feng was fascinated by what he heard. This was taught in school before, but not in such detail. Could there be a treasure in the grave that can bring flesh and blood back to life? He thought to himself, holding the shovel tightly. If there is, Xin Feng must become stronger and do whatever it takes to get it for his sister. Then, Qin Feng got up and left. The boss looked at Qin Feng's back and smiled like a profiteer. I bought a rotten shovel for 20 yuan, and then sold it for more than double the price. I'm really smart. Qin Feng did not leave the black market directly, but found an empty corner. He gripped the shovel and said to himself, extract. Buzz. The shovel instantly looks brand new. Rust is removed and debris falls off. A shadow of blue steel lingers above the shovel, and even in the corner where the lighting is severely insufficient, there is a distinguished color. Extraction successful. All rust and residues have been extracted. Obtained, second-grade blue steel alloy shovel. Confused. Qin Feng was stunned on the spot. What followed were excitement, ecstasy and other emotions that rushed to his head and almost made him faint on the spot. This is normal. For 43 yuan, I found a second-grade weapon. Anyone would be confused. Chapter 5. I am proud to be the sixth in command. Qin Feng took a few deep breaths and quickly calmed down. He saw a few barrels of asphalt not far away and threw the shovel in without hesitation. When it was taken out again, the large blue steel alloy shovel had turned pitch black, just like any shovel on the roadside. Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction. This place is full of good and bad people, we must not expose ourselves. It's a bit ugly, but it's useful. I heard before that Yuancheng auctioned off a fine second-grade weapon, and the final price was 330,000. Ordinary rank 2 weapons definitely wouldn't be this expensive, but it should be over 200,000. Qin Feng was still very excited. In a blink of an eye, he got a second-grade weapon for free. If the boss knew about this, he would cry so hard that the whole Great Wall would collapse. Qin Feng couldn't help laughing out loud. The system complaints are on point. At the same time, he had some thoughts in his mind. If infinite extraction is so useful, wouldn't it be possible to collect a bunch of discarded weapons, remove the rust, and then sell them? This is definitely a windfall. But soon, Qin Feng suppressed this thought. The reason is simple. He is not qualified to resell weapons at all. Just imagine, if a batch of weapons of unknown origin suddenly appeared in Yuancheng, it would inevitably cause an uproar. Once the investigation continues, Qin Feng will definitely be exposed. If the other party is the local government, that would be fine. What if it is a cult? By then, Qin Feng's fate can be imagined. I'm just a little loser now, so I should prioritize taking care of my sister and myself. Qin Feng stopped having wild thoughts. You have to take the right path to make money. Before leaving, Qin Feng bought a backpack, stuffed the shovel into it, leaving only the black handle exposed, and then left in a low-key manner. Now, his main focus is on stability. Kill monsters, extract materials, sell them for money, and improve your home environment. It's that simple. After returning home, Qin Feng began to clean the house, then slaughtered the old hen he had raised for 2.5 years and made soup. What a delicious smell. The door opened. Qin Shui pushed the wheelchair over and wrinkled her nose cutely. Qin Feng smiled and said, "The boss gave it to you. He said it's to nourish your body." "Thank you, boss, thank you, brother." Qin Shui hugged Qin Feng's thighs, her cute face filled with a sunny smile. "Why are you being so polite to me?" Qin Feng laughed and said casually, "Xiaoxue, I found a new job, the salary is relatively high, I will come back to have dinner with you in the evening." He didn't say he was going to the barren mountains. There are ferocious beasts running rampant there, it is extremely dangerous. If Qin Shui knew this, she would definitely be scared. Her current cardiopulmonary condition simply cannot bear it. "Brother, I need to get better soon." Qin Shui clenched her fist and said seriously, "I will support my brother from now on." "Ah, then I'll wait for that day." Qin Feng responded with a big laugh. Soon, the soup was ready. 2 bowls of rice, a pot of soup, and a side dish. The brother and sister huddled in a small rental house, but their faces were filled with warmth and happiness. Before leaving, Qin Shui took the medicine. She frowned but kept a smile on her face and waved at Qin Feng. Qin Feng was smiling on the surface, but he felt a little heavy in his heart. These medicines are cheap and not miracle cures. Although it can suppress the disease, it has many side effects. I must make money to buy the best medicine for my sister. Eat your meal, I'm leaving. He touched his sister's head and turned slowly. Go out and close the door. Rushing to the outside of Yuancheng with big strides. Barren Mountain. A large steel fence separates the outside of the city from the mountains, and strong electric currents can be faintly seen flowing above it. outside the steel fence. The soldiers stood tall, holding their combat rifles, their eyes cold as they scanned the warriors passing by carefully. Warriors cannot ignore hot weapons, and they still have a certain deterrent effect. Xin Feng got off the bus and took out the warrior medal. The soldier took a look, his eyes full of surprise. What a young warrior! Take a look at this before you go in, the soldier kindly reminded. Xin Feng took back the warrior medal and looked in the direction the soldier pointed. There was a wooden sign there with a warning printed on it. After the first tomb appeared, the aura it exuded affected the entire world. Ferocious beasts emerged from this pit. They are strong, violent, and ferocious. I hope warriors entering the desolate mountains can form teams to ensure their survival rate. Xin Feng suddenly realized, thanked the soldier, and strode into the military base. There are soldiers patrolling the military base, as well as many warrior teams and merchants purchasing materials from ferocious beasts. Ferocious beast materials are important resources for making elixirs, weapons, armor, etc. The harder the beast is to hunt, the more valuable the items on it are. Little brother, you're already a warrior at such a young age? Come join our team. Our captain is a mid-level warrior, and his security is top-notch. When many people saw Xin Feng, they knew at a glance that he was a newcomer to the wilderness, and they all extended olive branches to him. Xin Feng shook his head and politely declined one by one. Many people secretly laughed at this. Another young warrior who relied on his talent actually wanted to enter the barren mountains alone. Keep moving forward. A vendor smiled and handed Xin Feng an album, which recorded various ferocious beasts in the barren mountains. Steel boar, the stomach, heart, and skin are the vendor's favorites. Black jade python, its gallbladder has extremely high medicinal value, and its skin is a popular material for handbags among women. Guinea fowl, the pearls hanging from their bodies can beautify their skin and are highly valued. Xin Feng raised the corner of his mouth. That's good, saves some trouble. He had no intention of joining the warrior team. First, unlimited extraction cannot be exposed. Second, you can come and go freely without worrying about others. Under the complicated gazes of everyone, including doubt, disdain, and sneer, Xin Feng left the military base and stepped into the barren mountains. The hunting trip officially begins. As soon as you enter the mountain, the wild atmosphere hits you. The surroundings were filled with a dangerous atmosphere, as if it could tear Xin Feng apart at any time. In fact, Xin Feng's health value of 113.55 is not an advantage. Generally, ferocious beasts have the combat power of a primary warrior, and their blood and energy values far exceed this value. His greatest advantage is the blue steel alloy shovel. So, Xin Feng hid in the tree as soon as possible, holding the shovel in both hands, waiting patiently for prey. About 30 minutes passed. A faint humming sound was heard. Xin Feng held his breath and hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice. A ferocious pig-like beast covered in mud walked out. Its skin is pitch black, with a layer of hair that looks like steel needles on the surface. It is huge, almost as big as an adult cattle. Steel-haired boar. The combat power is equivalent to that of a primary warrior. The steel-haired boar twitched its nose and walked slowly through the woods. Xin Feng seized the opportunity, jumped down from the tree, gathered his energy and blood, and smashed the shovel down with all his strength. Bang! The shovel hit the steel-haired boar's head accurately. A crisp sound of bones breaking was heard. Blood instantly oozed from the mouth and nose of the steel-haired boar, and it fell to the ground, deader than dead. Xin Feng stood steadily on the ground, breathing heavily, his eyes filled with excitement. Kill instantly with one hit. The whole process was neat and tidy. A good weapon can really improve your combat power by several levels. He grinned and put his hand against the steel-haired boar. Extraction successful. Gain 5 points of chi and health. A weak force surged in the body. The blood value soared to 118.55. Xin Feng finally couldn't help but smile. Dissect it first, then use it as bait. This is called sieging a point and attacking the reinforcements. He chuckled. Love may not wait for you, but the old man hiding in the corner will wait until you appear. Xin Feng rolled his eyes. What? Can't I just be the number 6? I am proud to be the 6th one. Chapter 6, A Fruitful Harvest, Everything is Getting Better. The front half of the blue steel alloy shovel has a sharp blade, which is very sharp and can easily cut through the skin and flesh of the steel-haired wild boar. Take out the valuable parts and put them into the backpack. The backpack has the function of isolating the smell of blood, so it can avoid being tracked by ferocious beasts. Immediately afterwards, Xin Feng cut off the flesh and blood of the steel-haired wild boar and threw it to various places to attract other ferocious beasts. What about him? Continue squatting on the tree. There is nothing else to say. Xin Feng has just entered the beginner-level warrior stage. If he wants to kill monsters, he must play to his strengths. If they were to fight head-on, the steel-haired boar would smash him to pieces, so much so that even a vacuum cleaner wouldn't be enough to put him into pieces. Therefore, sneak attack is the best way. Xin Feng was very patient. The cat sat on the tree motionless, making almost no sound. After 1 hour, the faint sound came again. Xin Feng held his breath and looked around hurriedly. In the woods, a ferocious snake-like beast slowly crawled out. Its whole body is as red as jade and extremely exquisite, like a jade carving artwork. Its head is slightly raised and it keeps spitting out its tongue. Blood-eating snake. Xin Feng's eyes narrowed. The medicinal value of blood-sucking snake is extremely high. Someone at the military base offered 10,000 yuan for one. It is very cunning and extremely difficult to detect. Once bitten, it sucks blood and releases toxins that destroy blood cells. The blood-sucking snake did not notice Xin Feng. It came to the front of the steel-haired wild boar, opened its mouth, and sucked blood in big gulps. No matter how cunning a beast may be, it cannot match the wisdom of humans. Xin Feng smiled, raised the shovel in his hand and threw it out with all his strength. Call out. The sound of breaking wind was heard. Before the blood-sucking snake could react, its entire head was cut off. The snake's head rolled off. The snake's body maintained its nerve connection and continued to roll left and right. Xin Feng jumped down from the tree and directly started to extract the blood-sucking snake's corpse. Extraction successful. Gain 5 points of Qi and health. Qi and blood value 123.55. Xin Feng grinned. You can make money and increase your energy and blood. This wave is a win-win. Throwing the blood-sucking snake's corpse into the backpack, although it is incomplete, it is worth at least 5,000 yuan, which is a considerable income. Copy the gourd. Keep squatting on the tree. One person, one rod, one pack of cigarettes, fishing all day long. You are alone, one pack of cigarettes, and you sit there like an old man all day long. Xin Feng curled his lips and muttered, if you give me an ancient holy body, I will go down and fight them head-on. 20 minutes later. Xin Feng jumped and chopped off the second steel-haired wild boar. Another hour. Xin Feng smashed the spine of a colorful roe deer. Time passes by every second. Soon, the sun set. Looking at the blood all over the ground and the shovel in his hand that was constantly bleeding, Xin Feng showed a satisfied smile. His backpack was bulging with materials related to ferocious beasts. The Qi and blood value is as high as 164. When entering the barren mountain, Xin Feng's health value was 113.55. In just half a day, the Qi and blood value increased by 51 points. This is simply a miracle. You know, the wolf blood pill that costs 20,000 yuan has a certain probability of increasing the Qi and blood value by 5 points, and it also requires hard practice. Xin Feng now only needs to kill the ferocious beasts to easily improve himself. The gap here cannot be described in words. Very nice. Xin Feng looked at the blood-red sunset and smiled softly, everything is getting better. He then returned to the military base along the same route. Within a few minutes, the steel fence came into view. This is normal. He never went deep into the barren mountains and was always hunting on the outskirts. It can be summed up in one word. That is, survive. Military base. When everyone saw Xin Feng returning safely, their faces were filled with astonishment. This guy actually came back alive? Not only was he alive, he also brought back a backpack full of ferocious beast materials. Xin Feng found the vendor who had given him the atlas before and said straight to the point, I want to sell these materials. Name your price. The vendor's name is Chen Hai. He was stunned for a moment, then quickly said, little brother, wait a moment. Open the backpack. The entire table was covered with materials related to ferocious beasts. As Chen Hai counted them, he exclaimed in shock, the stomach and heart of the steel-haired wild boar were killed in one blow. What a skill, little brother! Not only that, there's also a headless blood-sucking snake. The horns and fur of the colorful roe deer are so complete. Others were attracted and exclaimed in surprise. Xin Feng went into the mountains for the first time, and not only did he survive, but he also gained so much. The key is that there are some very cunning and ferocious beasts in there. How did he do it? In response, Xin Feng just smiled. Compared to everyone's praise, he is more looking forward to how much money he can make this time. A few minutes later, Chen Hai finally finished counting and said with a smile, "Little brother, the statistics are done, about 99,000. I'll round it up for you, 100,000, just to make a friend." "How many?" Xin Feng stood there in a daze. 100,000. The sudden feeling of happiness hit Xin Feng's gloomy heart. It turns out that making money can be so easy. When he worked in the slaughterhouse, he earned 80 to 100 yuan a day, and 110 yuan if he was lucky. But this money cannot be saved at all. My sister's medicine is a big expense, and I have to buy it every 2 weeks. The several $1,000s are quickly spent. So, Xin Feng had to work 2 jobs, or even 3 jobs. But even so, life is still very difficult. Look at the present. In just half a day, he made 100,000. Such a gap made him a little dizzy. 100,000, make a friend. Chen Hai thought Xin Feng didn't hear clearly, so he repeated it again and said with a smile, "You are about the same age as my son. He goes to number 1 high school. I don't know if you know him." Oh. I'm from number 1 high school too." Xin Feng came back to his senses and answered casually. Ding dong. The phone vibrated slightly. A piece of information was reflected in Xin Feng's eyes, making him unable to help but smile. 100,000 renminbi received. This is my business card. If you have any materials in the future, you can sell them to me. Chen Hai handed over his business card. Xin Feng took it and said with a smile, "No problem." When walking out of the military base, there was still a little tail of the setting sun, but Xin Feng felt a sense of unreality. Ha ha ha. Finally, he laughed out loud. Life used to be so difficult and bitter. But now, everything will be fine. Yuancheng People's Hospital. Xin Feng came to the pharmacy with ease. "Xiaofeng, how is your sister doing recently?" the doctor asked. Xin Feng replied, "It's the same as always, but this time I want to buy her some better medicine." "Looks like you made money?" The doctor laughed and said, "Lung protection and heart strengthening pills are very effective, but they are quite expensive, 2,000 per bottle." "Give me 10 bottles." Xin Feng said proudly. After a moment, the doctor looked at Xin Feng, who was leaving with a stiff expression, muttering, "You are not making money, you are robbing people, right?" Chapter 7. Something strange seems to have mixed in. After leaving the hospital, Xin Feng put the lung protecting and heart strengthening pills into his backpack and held it carefully in his arms. "When she was a child, my sister was crushed by a telephone pole and her legs were broken, and her heart and lungs were also injured. The situation was extremely dangerous at the time, and all the doctors said that he could not be saved and asked Xin Feng to prepare for his funeral in advance. In the end, my sister miraculously survived, but she lost her ability to move and her cardiopulmonary function declined significantly. Xiao Xue likes braised pork trotters and candy. I bought them all. I want to buy a simple folding bed so I can't lie on the floor all the time. Do we need to find a caregiver for Xiao Xue? Should we move to another neighborhood? I'm afraid Xiao Xue won't be used to it." On the way, Xin Feng started to plan seriously. When he returned home on weekdays, he just felt bored and tired. But today, he felt happier and more fulfilled than ever before. As long as his qi and blood value continues to increase and he becomes a mid-level warrior, qi and blood value reaches 300, he can go deep into the barren mountains and hunt ferocious beasts of the mid-level warrior level, and then he can make more money. When she got home, Xin Shui stared with her big watery eyes and opened her mouth wide, exclaiming, "Brother, did you rob a bank?" "Shu, keep your voice down. I'm wanted outside." Xin Feng deliberately lowered his voice to tease his sister. The two siblings looked at each other and burst out laughing. Soon, the small dining table was filled with sumptuous dishes that were not seen on ordinary days, during festivals, or even during the Chinese New Year. The steaming smoke and the flickering lights make this small family look so warm and cozy. Xin Shui broke off a large chicken leg with chopsticks and placed it in Xin Feng's bowl, being very careful not to spill any of the soup. Xin Feng saw all of this, his nose a little sour, and immediately gave her a chicken leg, saying with a smile, "Xiao Xue, show off." "Han." Xin Shui showed her cute little fangs, lowered her head, and ate with relish. The brother and sister turned into dry rice people, eating with their mouths full of oil. Until they couldn't eat anymore, the two of them lay on the sofa, looking at the ceiling with happy faces. Then, Xin Feng took out the money. On his way home, he stopped at the bank and withdrew some cash. I also bought Qin Shui a new mobile phone and put some money into it. Take this money. I'm going to stay outside for a few days. Xin Feng stuffed several thousand yuan into Qin Shui's hands and instructed. Qin Shui took the money, her little face full of worry, and whispered, "Brother, don't be too tired, I'm fine." "Okay, I'll remember that." Xin Feng smiled and nodded, then stood up to clean up the dishes. Looking at Qin Feng's back as he washed the dishes, Qin Shui put away a stack of money and muttered to herself, "Save it first, and use it for my brother to marry his wife later. Well, I must save more, the betrothal gifts are so expensive now." It's late at night. After Qin Shui took the lung-protecting and heart-strengthening pills, her complexion looked much better than before, and she quickly fell asleep on the bed. Seeing this, Xin Feng tiptoed out. Set up the cot. Xin Feng rested his hands on his head, staring blankly at the ceiling with a complicated look in his eyes. One day. In just one day, the house underwent earth-shaking changes. My sister's condition received better treatment. The problem of food and daily necessities has been solved. The future is no longer uncertain. Everything seems like a dream. Things will get better and better, and my sister will stand up again. I want to become stronger and move to a bigger house so my sister can get some sun. Come on, Xin Feng. For my sister and for myself. Xin Feng clenched his fists and muttered to himself. He fell into a deep sleep with a smile on his face. Xin Feng slept particularly soundly that night. The next morning. After Xin Feng finished cleaning, he repeatedly told Qin Shui, "I bought a lot of food. You can just microwave it and eat it. If that doesn't work, order takeout. Don't treat yourself badly. Brother, be careful. We can take it slow." Qin Shui gently hugged her brother's neck and murmured, "You are the only relative I have left. I don't want to die when I have such a lovely sister like you." Xin Feng said with a smile, "When I come back, I will take you to a feast." Qin Shui nodded obediently, and the two siblings parted ways. Commercial Street. Xin Feng spent 30,000 yuan to buy a warrior backpack. The previous one was too old. This one has larger capacity and better toughness and is very popular. As the saying goes, sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. This kind of money cannot be saved. I spent 20,000 on medicine, gave 5,000 to my sister, and 30,000 on the warrior backpack. Adding miscellaneous items, I'm left with over 40,000. Xin Feng estimated in his mind. He didn't feel sad. The purpose of making money is to spend it, otherwise why make it? What's more, if you can spend, you can earn. He is confident that he can earn more. Bang! Suddenly, the street lamp across the street fell to the ground, smashing the roof of a car with a loud noise. There was also a scream, which immediately attracted Qin Feng's attention. I saw two groups of people across the street. There were about a dozen people in the group, including men, women, young and old. The other group was in uniform. The two sides fought fiercely, and every move was fatal. Qin Feng recognized the group of people in uniform. They were from Yuancheng War Mansion, which was similar to the police station in his previous life, responsible for public security. Based on this inference, the other dozen people should be criminals. Qin Feng also observed that these criminals all had strange red tattoos hidden under their clothes. The battle did not last long. The criminal took the pedestrian hostage and quickly escaped. The members of the Jianfu team chased after him, but Qin Feng didn't know what the result was. It was very dangerous. At least a dozen pedestrians were injured. Where on earth did this criminal come from? I don't know, it seems like some kind of cult, I didn't hear it clearly. Qin Feng listened to the crowd's chatter, but didn't pay much attention to it. He got on the bus and left. Military base. Shanghai had arrived a long time ago. As soon as he saw Qin Feng, he smiled and nodded. The other vendors also grinned and said familiarly, "Little brother, remember to take care of us when you need materials." In response, Qin Feng just smiled, put on his warrior backpack, and entered the barren mountains again. The air in the barren mountains is fresh in the morning, and the dew on the leaves has not yet evaporated. Qin Feng walked forward, observing his surroundings carefully. Huff huff. At this time, a sound came from the small mud puddle ahead. A steel-haired wild boar was rolling in the mud, getting dirty all over. It kept twitching its nose, as if it had smelled something. It turned its head and immediately let out an angry howl. It's human. Xinfeng held the large blue steel alloy shovel tightly, neither dodging nor avoiding, ready to try to face the battle head-on. Rumble. The steel-haired boar charged like a tiger tank, shaking the ground slightly. Xinfeng's expression changed slightly and he quickly dodged to the side. Immediately afterwards, blood and energy burst out from his legs, and he shot out like a cannonball. Swing the shovel with all your might. Puff. The steel-haired wild boar's hooves were cut off easily like foam, and a shrill scream came from its mouth. Xinfeng did not stop his attack. He twisted his body and slammed the shovel hard on the steel-haired wild boar's head, smashing its skull on the spot. Using a second-grade weapon to deal with a ferocious beast belonging to a novice warrior is simply a demotion. He couldn't help but complain. The host's behavior is like using a cannon to kill a mosquito, or using a butcher knife to kill a chicken. How Jian and the old lady. Xinfeng pondered these words with a strange expression on his face. It seems like something strange has mixed in. He didn't pay much attention and put his hand on the corpse. Extraction successful. Gain 5 points of qi and health. Xinfeng only felt a warmth in his body. Health value 169. He then began to dissect the steel-haired boar, stuffing the useful materials into his backpack. Keep going. I walked about 300 meters. A fiery red herb grew on the rock wall ahead, with 2 round fruits hanging from it. Seeing that there were no ferocious beasts around, Xinfeng took it off. Extraction successful. Obtain flame grass essence. Is this drinkable? Looking at the extracted fiery red liquid, Xinfeng suddenly hesitated. Chapter 8. Learn math, physics and chemistry well, and you won't be afraid to travel around the world. The knowledge learned in Blue Star High School is divided into military and liberal arts. Martial arts is about cultivation. The liberal arts include history, mathematics, geography, etc. There is very little introduction to spiritual materials and ferocious beasts. This is also normal. High school students basically won't enter the territory of ferocious beasts, so teaching them would be a waste of effort. Therefore, Xinfeng hesitated. Who knows what will happen after taking this bite? Red umbrella, white pole, lie down together after eating. The system makes sharp and pointed complaints in a timely manner. This time Xinfeng did not roll his eyes. Although the system is treacherous, it will not act without a purpose. It seems that this flame grass cannot be taken internally. So, is it for external use? Thinking of this, Xinfeng slowly tilted the essence of the flame grass. Snap! The moment the red liquid hit the ground, it immediately ignited a raging fire, burning the grass on the ground into black ash. Xinfeng's mouth twitched. Fortunately, I didn't drink it, otherwise my internal organs would have been burned. The essence of the flame grass contains enormous heat energy, but I don't feel any burning sensation when I hold it. This means it needs to encounter a certain external force to release heat energy. Then can I take advantage of this? Xinfeng has solid knowledge of liberal arts. In just a moment, many thoughts came to mind. He cut down a branch, hollowed it out, coated it with resin, filled it with the essence of flame grass, and finally sealed it. A simple explosive tank is completed. Then he threw it forward. Boom! The moment the incendiary tank fell to the ground, the essence of the flame grass suffered a strong impact and exploded like a grenade, splashing out fierce flames. In just one breath, the entire grassland was burned down. Xinfeng was dumbfounded. So powerful. It's probably enough to overturn a steel-haired wild boar. Teacher is right. If you master math, physics and chemistry, you won't be afraid to travel the world. Xinfeng smiled and immediately searched along the rock wall for other flame grasses. He plans to do more. It can also be used as a trump card if you encounter any danger in the future. Military base. A Humvee pulled up. 5 or 6 people slowly got out of the car. One of them is the influential figure of Yuanchang Lin Fei. Fair, after entering the barren mountains, you must follow us closely and don't fall behind, a middle-aged woman warned. Lin Fei still raised her chin proudly and said casually, I know. Don't worry too much. We will wear down the beast's strength and then let you kill it with your own hands. The leader was a bald man with muscles as hard as granite and a very hearty laugh. They are a team of warriors, hired by Lin Fei's father to bring Lin Fei to the barren mountains to gild herself. A genius female high school student bravely ventured into the barren mountains and killed a ferocious beast. This resume is very dazzling and is enough to attract the attention of third-tier key martial arts academies and even second-tier key martial arts academies. As for the first-line martial arts schools, unless there is a major breakthrough, there is little hope. It's the Demon Blade Squad, and the leader in front is Centipede. Ha! Why is there a girl? Lin Fei, the genius school beauty of number 1 high school. The merchants and warriors discussed in low voices. When concubine Lin heard these voices, she smiled proudly and didn't look at anyone the whole time. Chen Hai was also in the crowd. He glanced at Lin Fei, then looked away, wanting to laugh. Even with a team of people protecting him, he is still so arrogant. The young man went into the barren mountains alone and killed more than a dozen ferocious beasts. Most importantly, he was easygoing. So, sometimes the gap between people is even bigger than that between humans and animals. Thinking of this, Chen Hai dialed the phone number at home. Hey, son, how's your study going? I've reached 99, so college is no problem. Ah, you are worthy of being my son. I saw the genius of your school preparing to go into the mountains. Genius? You're talking about Lin Fei. She mentioned in the group chat that she wanted to go into the mountains. That's amazing. By the way, son, do you recognize it? Dad, I'm going to continue training while I still have enough energy. I'm going to try to break through 100 chi and health points, and then I'll die first. Looking at the hung-up phone, Chen Hai smiled bitterly. He was just about to ask his son if he knew Qin Feng. But it's okay. There will always be opportunities in the future. First senior high school class 1 study group. At Feier went into the mountains. Adding Huan, I really envy Lin Fei. Her father hired a team of warriors to take care of her. I guess tomorrow Suancheng Forum, Tieba, and headlines will all be about Fei OS news. Class teacher, are you still slacking off here? Go and practice. The group instantly became quiet. Barren Mountain. Qin Feng collected 9 flame grasses. After all of them are extracted, they are made into blasting cans and tied together tightly to prevent collisions and explosions. During this period, he encountered the black jade python. This snake is shaped like an anaconda, 10 meters long, 50 centimeters thick at the waist, and its scales are as black as ink. Qin Feng went up and smashed the snake's head with a shovel, dug out the snake's gallbladder, and peeled off the snake's skin. At the same time, he also caught guinea fowl. A ferocious bird-like beast with feathers as white as snow and a beak as hard as iron, its body covered with pearl-like condensed substances. Originally, Qin Feng had no intention of killing him. As a result, the chicken kept singing and dancing, and also knew how to lean on the iron mountain. Qin Feng was so angry that he swung the shovel and chopped off the chicken's head on the spot. Afterwards, he also killed a few wild beasts and put them into the warrior's backpack. Extraction successful. Gain 5 points of chi and health. Gain 5 points of chi and health. Gain 1 HP point. Qin Feng climbed up the tree and brought up the attribute panel. Name, Qin Feng. Chi and blood value, 185. Realm, elementary warrior. Talent, infinite extraction SSS. He nodded with great satisfaction. Today's harvest is good, and the health value is about to break through 200. As long as the chi and HP value reaches 300, you are a mid-level warrior. At that time, we can try to go deep into the barren mountains. Ferocious beast materials, make money. Extract the ferocious beast and increase your chi and blood value. Nothing could be more relaxing than this. Suddenly, Qin Feng on the tree stopped smiling. Through the leaves, he saw someone sneaking towards him in the distance. There were quite a few people on the other side, more than 20 of them. They were covered in cloaks that concealed their true faces and were moving forward in an orderly manner. The breeze blew up the robe. Qin Feng keenly noticed that the other person had a red tattoo on his body. It's a bit like the cult we encountered this morning. Qin Feng couldn't help but think. Just as he wanted to see more clearly, the group of people had disappeared into the mountains and forests. Qin Feng cares too much about this. He is just a little loser and he would rather stay out of it than get involved. Making money to support my sister is the top priority. Continue hunting ferocious beasts. Gradually, the sky darkened. This was the first time Qin Feng spent the night in a barren mountain. The stars are twinkling and the moon is high in the sky. Qin Feng chewed some dry food and tried to stay awake. According to the vendors, the more valuable the beast, the more likely it is to be hunted at night. He absolutely cannot miss this opportunity. Xin Feng suddenly frowned. There seemed to be someone fighting up ahead, and it was making quite a bit of noise. But before long, the sounds of fighting died down. Just as Qin Feng was hesitating whether to go over and find out, suddenly, a figure rushed out from the woods. It's a person. Strictly speaking, it was an injured man who kept spitting blood from his mouth. He fell headfirst and fell unconscious as soon as he rushed out of the woods. Qin Feng observed the man's clothes and felt that he was not an ordinary person. Thought for a while. He descended from the tree and searched the man's body for anything that might identify him. Soon, Qin Feng touched a hard object. When he took it out and looked at it, his pupils suddenly contracted. It's actually them. Chapter 9. Why am I still a little excited? It was a medal, beautifully crafted, with the word war engraved on the front. This indicates that the man is from Yuanqing War Mansion. The Zhan Mansion is hunting down the cult. If that's the case, then that group of people really are a cult, but why did they enter the desolate mountains? Qin Feng was thinking when he suddenly felt someone chasing him. He immediately smeared the blood of the Zhanfu team members with his hands, and followed the bloodstains on the ground, deliberately leading the bloodstains into the depths of the woods. Finally, he climbed up the tree holding the members of the Zhanfu team. Not long after, a group of cult members gave chase. They glanced around and rushed into the woods towards the blood trail. Seeing this, Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He took out the hemostatic spray and bandages, provided emergency treatment to the members of the Zhanfu team, and then continued to guard the tree. About an hour passed. The members of the Zhanfu team woke up. The moment he opened his eyes, he subconsciously wanted to step back, but touched the wound and grimaced in pain. Don't move, the wound has opened again. A reminder sounded. The Zhanfu team member looked at the young man opposite, then looked at the bandages on his body, and said hurriedly, "Thank you, little brother, for saving my life. Let's get out of the mountain quickly to avoid excessive bleeding." Qin Feng said without even turning his head. You know you're disturbing my ability to make money? The members of the Zhanfu team took a deep breath and said firmly, I can't leave. The blood cult is gathering here. There must be a conspiracy. I followed them all the way and heard their conversation. Just as I was about to go back and report, I was discovered by a D-class superhuman and was nearly besieged and killed. If I alert them now, they will definitely move away. Time waits for no one. Qin Feng remained unmoved after hearing this, and even looked innocent. My family is poor and I have a silly sister to take care of. I must not get involved in any strange events. Making money is king. Little brother, can you give me a hand? The members of the Zhanfu team were a little embarrassed to speak, but in order to eliminate the cult, they gritted their teeth and spoke. Qin Feng muttered, if my family wasn't poor, I wouldn't want to go into the mountains. Now you want me to get close to the cult. It's too hard for me. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. The member of the Zhanfu team whispered, there is a bonus. Qin Feng paused, and his ears pricked up silently. How much is the bonus? Just tell me. The reward for killing a cult member who was a beginner warrior is 5,000 yuan, for a mid-level warrior it's 10,000 yuan, and for a member who is not a warrior it's 1,000 yuan. Seeing that there was a chance, the members of the Zhanfu team hurriedly explained. Qin Feng made a secret estimate. There are at least a dozen people over there. According to the calculation of primary warriors, 10 people would be 50,000, and 20 people would be 100,000. This makes money faster than hunting ferocious beasts. As a warrior, it is our duty to eradicate the cult. We have no choice but to do it. Qin Feng turned around with a righteous look on his face. The members of the Zhanfu team were at a loss whether to laugh or cry, then thank you for your help. Is there anything to add? Qin Feng asked. Among the blood cult members in the desolate mountain, there are 3 intermediate warriors and 20-30 beginner warriors. From what I've heard, they seem to want to blow up the local government and then kill students from various universities. The most troublesome thing is that it's too late to notify now. Qin Feng's expression froze slightly. Kill students from major universities? Why is that? He didn't ask in detail. Time waits for no one. Be quick. Can you still move? Qin Feng said in a deep voice, I suggest that the 2 of us wipe them out. It will save time and effort. The members of the Jianfu team were stunned. The two of us surrounded dozens of people on the opposite side? You think you're a hot man? His original intention was simple, to let Qin Feng keep an eye on the blood cult members and leave tracking clues along the way. He risked his life to inform the Zhan mansion. As for the result, it depends on luck. Qin Feng smiled mysteriously. Don't worry, I have a secret weapon. The secret weapon is the blasting can. Once the fire is set, even the novice warriors will be seriously injured if not killed. I never thought that it would come in handy in the evening after I made it during the day. The members of the Jianfu team were still a little hesitant. This approach is too risky. If you fail, then... Qin Feng shouted in a low voice, there's no time to hesitate any longer. Good. I, Zhao Jun, will go crazy with you. The members of the Jianfu team gritted their teeth, opened the metal, and took out a small pill. The secret medicine of the Zhan mansion, the first-grade blood-strengthening pill, can restore me to my peak state in a short period of time, but I will be extremely weak afterwards. Zhao Jun swallowed the pill, and his originally pale face became rosy. Qin Feng was puzzled. Why didn't you eat just now? I didn't have time to open it. Zhao Jun looked a little embarrassed. Qin Feng. Well, he is quite talented. A little tidying up. The two men jumped down from the tree and disappeared into the endless darkness. Below a high mountain. There is an artificial cave here. Blood cult members were carrying things out from inside. Waste. A curse rang out. In front of the cave entrance, three men full of energy and blood were arguing. Kujin, watch your mouth. We don't want this to happen. A middle-level warrior said in a deep voice. Kujin's cheeks were thin, and he sneered, if you can't even catch someone, what are you but a waste? Can you afford to ruin the blood cult's cause? Cheng Huan and Ai lowered their heads, speechless. The pursuit was going smoothly. But after entering the woods, the men disappeared. Now they can only move their positions. Otherwise, the plan will be exposed. Keep the gun and bullets separate. If anything goes wrong, neither you nor I will be alive. Kujin said coldly. Ai took a quick glance and said, you guys are really capable of getting so many hot weapons. These are strictly controlled items. The Chinese Dragon Country has strict regulations, but it's very free abroad. As long as you have money, you can get a tank. Cheng Huan grinned. These boxes are filled with guns and bullets. It's obvious that they are going to do something big. Kujin looked up at the night sky and made arrangements. Once you have everything ready, leave quickly. Don't wait for me. Leave some marks along the way so that we can track you. Cheng Huan and Ai nodded to show that they understood. Hurry up, the two shouted. Yes, sir. The blood cult members responded quickly. Not far away, in a shadow. Zhao Jun and Qin Feng arrived here safely. The former stared at the two middle-level warriors with cold eyes. Qin Feng didn't say anything and took out a blasting can from his backpack. This is... Zhao Jun was a little confused. Qin Feng replied, homemade Molotov cocktail. The corner of Zhao Jun's mouth twitched. Are you going to set the mountain on fire? Hey, I am a member of the Jianfu team after all, why are you taking it so lightly? If we can't hit those boxes, we'll smash it at the entrance of the cave. The thick smoke produced can suffocate them to death. Even if we can't kill them, we'll kill one of them who comes out. Qin Feng handed over the blasting canister and briefly explained the battle plan. Zhao Jun held the blasting can, his heart beating wildly. The members of the Jianfu team set fire to the mountain. The governor will not kill me, will he? Etc. Why am I still a little excited? Throw! Qin Feng shouted in a low voice. He and Zhao Jun waved their arms at the same time. The incendiary canister drew a graceful arc in the air. Bang! 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 The blasting canister hit the box or landed in front of the hole. A loud noise suddenly exploded. A blazing fire burst forth. The dark night is no longer silent. Chapter 10 Breakthrough. Intermediate Warrior. Someone's attacking. Cheng Huan and Ai were the first to notice something was wrong. However, they were still a step too late. Rumble. Explosions sounded. The incendiary canisters ignited the gun bullets, further causing the explosion. The blood cult members outside had no time to escape. As soon as they came into contact, they were blown to pieces, with flesh and blood flying everywhere. More than 10 members of the blood cult were killed instantly. The other members who were still in the cave were also shocked and screamed miserably. Zhao Jun was stunned. What kind of Molotov cocktail is this? It's simply a high-explosive grenade. Don't just stand there. At this time, Qin Feng's voice came, you go and involve the 2 middle-level warriors, I will deal with the ones inside. Zhao Jun is also an average warrior. Under normal circumstances, one cannot fight 2 at once. However, due to the impact of the explosion, Cheng Huan and Ai were both injured and their strength was greatly affected. You running dog of the Zhan mansion, I want you dead today. Ai waved his arms, and his blood and energy condensed into bronze arm armor, exuding a heavy aura. D-level monster system, bronze arm armor. Zhao Jun snorted coldly. Qi and blood burst out. A small whirlwind appeared between his feet, and his speed increased rapidly as he ran out of the forest. C-class superhuman system, speed enhancement. Cheng Huan had one eye burned out, and while roaring, his entire body merged into the ground, just like Tuck Sing Sin's underground escape. D-class superhuman system, earth fusion. Soon, the 3 of them started fighting together. Qin Feng was not idle either. He took out a large shovel made of blue steel alloy and rushed towards the cave. Who the hell is so uncultured as to set fire to something like that? Stop talking nonsense, ahem. Let's go. Quick. Forget about this. The roars of the blood cult members continued to be heard from the cave. Qin Feng did not enter the cave. He hid aside, holding the shovel tightly in both hands. At this time, a member of the blood cult walked out. Qin Feng raised his hand and used a shovel. Bang! Center of the shoulder. The shoulder blade shattered into pieces in an instant. The second blood cult member also rushed out. His vision was blurred by the thick smoke, and as soon as he went out, a shovel hit him in the face. Pia! My head exploded. Red and white mixed together and flowed all over the ground. This was Qin Feng's first time killing someone. He resisted the urge to vomit and continued swinging the shovel. There's someone outside. Finally, someone noticed something was wrong. But it was no use. Qin Feng's thinking is very clear. Anyone who comes out will be beaten to death with a shovel. Those who can't get out will be suffocated to death by the thick smoke. Let us see who can afford it. During the period of waiting, Qin Feng was extracting the corpse. Extraction successful. Gain 5 points of Qi in health. Gain 5 points of Qi in health. Gain 5 points of Qi in health. More than a dozen people were extracted in succession. Qin Feng's Qi and blood value soared again, reaching 260 points. Too fast. This is much faster than hunting ferocious beasts. And it's so relaxing. The whole process was not difficult at all. You rebellious cult members actually want to destroy the peaceful lives of the people. Get out now, I will hand you over to the country. Qin Feng shouted at the cave entrance. Subtext, come out quickly, I'm almost an intermediate warrior. Cheng Huan, go over there and kill him. Seeing Qin Feng being so arrogant, Ai finally couldn't help it. Cheng Huan nodded, his body swimming in the mud, and rushed towards Qin Feng at an extremely fast speed. Bang! The Qi and blood surge, and the soil explodes. Cheng Huan jumped high and punched Qin Feng. Qin Feng reacted very quickly and immediately blocked the large blue steel alloy shovel in front of him. Ding! His fist hit the shovel, sending Qin Feng flying several meters. His feet slid on the ground, causing his canvas shoes to catch fire. Fortunately, Qin Feng was not injured, but his blood was boiling. Cheng Huan was not so lucky. Nothing else. Xingang alloy is so damn hard. After this punch, the shovel was fine, but his fist was broken. The whole face can feel as sour as it wants. At this time, more members of the blood cult ran out of the cave. Their eyes were red and swollen, and they had no fighting power at all. Seeing this, Qin Feng came up with a plan. He hooked his finger at Cheng Huan with a provocative expression. Court death. Cheng Huan laughed angrily and dived into the ground again. Seizing this opportunity, Qin Feng circulated his Qi and blood, turned around and attacked the group of blood cult members. Be a good person in your next life. Qin Feng swung the shovel and slashed out like a knife. In an instant, heads flew up. Corpses fell to the ground one after another, and blood gushed out from their necks like fountains, staining the ground where Qin Feng was standing red. Not far away, Zhao Jun and Ai, who were fighting, stopped. When they saw the scene, their eyes were dull. The former, wow, is this guy the reincarnation of the god of death? The latter, wow, this shovel is pretty cool. How can this be possible? Chang Huan finally discovered that he had been deceived. In a rage, he rushed towards Qin Feng at full speed. Qin Feng still ignored it. He stuck close to the corpse and thought to himself, extract. Extraction successful. Gain 5 points of Qi in health. Gain 5 points of Qi in health. Gain 5 points of Qi in health. Suddenly, a surge of energy and blood rushed into Qin Feng's body, flowing throughout his body, as if a mysterious door had opened. Name, Qin Feng. Qi and blood value, 305. Realm, Intermediate Warrior. Talent, Infinite Extraction SSS. Successfully entered the Intermediate Warrior level. A hint of excitement flashed across Qin Feng's face. The day before yesterday, my health value was only 86 points. Now he is already an Intermediate Warrior. At this speed, I don't even dare to write a novel. Die. In a flash, Cheng Huan finally arrived. Qin Feng collected his thoughts, held the large blue steel alloy shovel in both hands, held his breath, and focused his mind on one point. Buzz. The ground ripples slowly like water waves. Cheng Huan stretched out his hands and was about to grab Qin Feng's ankles. However, Qin Feng's reaction was faster. There's nothing you can do, young people are just fast. He roared and slammed the shovel down. Bang! The energy of Qi and blood was transmitted to the ground along the shovel. Cheng Huan's head was blank. The hands that were grabbing Qin Feng froze and were exposed to the air. Seeing this, Qin Feng waved the shovel again. This time it's not about shooting, but digging. After a while, Cheng Huan was dug out by Qin Feng. He fell to the ground, his eyes bloodshot. Who are you? Just a Cayman rider passing by. Qin Feng said lightly. Cheng Huan's pupils were shaking. I traveled to the world of Cayman rider? The next second, he completely lost his voice and was beaten to death by Qin Feng with a shovel. Zhao Jun in the distance showed a look of joy. Ai was terrified and ran away. Qin Feng subconsciously wanted to chase after him, but was stopped by Zhao Jun, who said in a low voice, "Lend me the shovel, you stay here." Qin Feng hesitated for a moment, but still threw it over. Zhao Jun reached out to take it, his expression changed. But he didn't hesitate too much and turned around to chase into the forest. 10 seconds later, Zhao Jun came back carrying Ai, whose hands and feet were broken. He stared at Qin Feng and chuckled, "You have a rank 2 weapon at hand, and you still dare to cry poor?" Chapter 11 Extracting Superpowers and Making a Fortune. After saying that, Zhao Jun threw the blue steel alloy shovel to Qin Feng. Qin Feng's expression remained normal, but he was secretly alert in his heart. Money can move people's hearts. What's more, it's a treasure. Don't worry, it's not like I haven't touched second-grade weapons before. I've even touched fourth-grade weapons. Zhao Jun saw through Qin Feng's little thoughts. Qin Feng did not relax and replied, "Are you the warehouse manager? Why are you always touching things?" Zhao Jun's face darkened. What kind of logic is this? However, he quickly regained his composure and said solemnly, "Thank you for your assistance, little brother. I, Zhao Jun, will remember this kindness." "No need, just give me the bonus. I think it is closer to me than humans," Qin Feng said with a smile. As the two were talking, the fire had already spread. The raging fire spread across the mountains and forests. It is extremely spectacular. The corner of Zhao Jun's mouth twitched. I was so busy talking that I forgot about this matter. This time it's all over. Qin Feng looked around and said in a deep voice, "The blood cult actually wanted to set fire to the mountain and use this to cause a beast tide. This is truly a heinous crime." Zhao Jun's eyes suddenly lit up and he nodded repeatedly, "That's right, it's absolutely abominable. Fortunately, we caught him alive." The two looked at each other and gave each other a thumbs up. No one has such tacit understanding. Ai, who had broken his arms and legs, was in excruciating pain, but he never fainted. After hearing this, his nose twisted and he fainted on the spot. Damn it! You guys are see? Although it was very obscure, I actually knew what he meant. Yuan Chang. The Governor-General of the War Palace was lying on a chair, listening to Huang Mei opera leisurely. Ding dong! A text message came. He took a look and rolled off the chair. The barren mountain is on fire? The governor's eyes widened and he jumped off the balcony. Gather! The barren mountain is on fire, put out the fire quickly. It will be troublesome if we trigger a beast tide. He gave orders while rushing to the barren mountains. After Qin Feng and Zhao Jun's efforts overnight, most of the wildfires were put out. The two men were so tired that they lay on the ground, gasping for breath. If nothing unexpected happens, the governor should send people to support us. Zhao Jun wiped the black dust off his face and chuckled. Qin Feng nodded slightly. He doesn't care about the governor, as long as he gets enough money. Cheng Huan's body was still lying on the ground. I was in a hurry to put out the fire and didn't have time to extract it. Qin Feng pretended to check the fire and touched it casually. Extraction successful. Gain 10 points of Qi in health. Obtained D rank superhuman awakening ability, Earth Fusion. Qin Feng froze. The expression became extremely wonderful. What was extracted? Supernatural powers? In an instant, Qin Feng felt that the land in front of him was extremely kind, like a mother's embrace, and he could become one with it anytime and anywhere. Name, Qin Feng. Qi and blood value, 315. Realm, Intermediate Warrior. Talent, Infinite Extraction SSS, Earth Fusion D. Looking at the dual superpowers in the talent column, even someone as calm as Qin Feng couldn't suppress his restless mind. A 2 wrong certainly wasn't worth it. The key is unlimited extraction can extract talents and supernatural powers. This also means that he will be able to have 3 talents, 4 talents, or even infinite talents in the future. It's over, I'm getting stronger. Qin Feng raised his head and laughed like a villain. Zhao Jun, who was not far away, took a look, sighed and shook his head. This guy is a nice guy, but a little silly. Soon, Qin Feng's breathing gradually calmed down and he continued to grope Cheng Huan's body. He touched a medicine bottle. Inside was a pill the size of a longan, emitting a faint medicinal fragrance. First-grade wolf blood pill. Qin Feng's joy became even stronger. This trip was quite fruitful. Entering the intermediate warrior realm, new talents and abilities, and elixirs. So delicious. Rustling. At this time, light footsteps were heard. Qin Feng and Zhao Jun looked over, and the latter's expression relaxed. Zhao Jun. Didn't you go to track down the blood cult? Why are you here? The speaker was a member of the Zhanfu team, his tone of surprise. There were many members of the Zhanfu team following behind him. As soon as he arrived, he locked his eyes on Qin Feng with a puzzled expression. Zhao Jun smiled bitterly and said, "The child has no mother." It's a long story. A moment later, Zhao Jun explained the whole story. Everyone suddenly realized. So, a young hero has emerged from my Yuan city? A hearty laugh rang out. The governor arrived. His figure was like a ghost, and he appeared in front of Qin Feng in the blink of an eye, looking quite excited. Qin Feng often saw this person in Yuanchang news. Governor of Zhanfu, the top leader of Yuanchang. He is a good talent who can eliminate harm for the people. The governor was very satisfied with Qin Feng. Qin Feng showed an honest smile and said, "Since I performed so well, can you give me the bonus sooner?" The governor was stunned for a moment, then laughed, "That's it? Once we get down the mountain, come with us to the Zhan mansion. I'll have the finance department call you." Qin Feng's favorability towards the governor increases by plus 100. No deduction of bonuses, efficient work. You deserve to be the governor. Actually, a bonus of more than 100,000 yuan is nothing to the governor. A genius with strong fighting ability is so precious. This cannot be measured by money. Can I stay for 2 more days and continue hunting ferocious beasts? Qin Feng scratched his head. The governor said, "What happened last night was unusual. The desolate mountain will be temporarily closed for 2 days. Please come back later." Since the governor of Yuancheng said so, what else could Qin Feng do but listen obediently? But he didn't care. The materials in the backpack are worth at least tens of thousands of dollars. Including the bonus, the minimum is at least 100,000. This trip has been very fruitful. Go back and buy some new clothes for my sister, and pick out a house in a good location. I can't afford a house yet, but I will soon. Xin Feng planned carefully and became happier the more he thought about it. It was dawn. The military base in the barren mountains is already overcrowded. These are journalists, out to get first-hand news. Shock. A fire broke out in the barren mountains last night. A certain genius assisted the Zhan mansion in killing the cult members. What is the identity of Yuanqing's genius? Please let us go to the scene together. A huge fire. What happened on the barren mountain? Listen to the exclusive report. News headlines are flooding all major apps. The click rate easily exceeded 1,000 or 10,000. Just then, a piece of news hit the headlines. The genius of first high school? The most beautiful school belle? A rare woman rarely seen in 4,000 years. Yuanchang Post Bar. Are the high school students of our Yuanchang number 1 high school so powerful? I know. Her name seems to be Lin Fei. She is very beautiful, and I didn't expect she is also a heroine. Call, as a die-hard fan of Lin Fei, this incident has a great impact on me. Yuancheng, Lin family. Lin Fei's father looked at the headlines of the list and a smug smile appeared on his face. Obviously, he paid for that piece of news. The purpose is to build momentum for concubine Lin. There's a fire in the barren mountains, and no one knows who that genius is. Father Lin called concubine Lin's cell phone and instructed her, "You are in the deserted mountains, you must take this title." Lin Fei, who was at the military base, asked back, "Dad, what if that person comes out? Then drown him with the navy." Father Lin sneered, "If he doesn't want to show up, it means he doesn't care. Then we can take the credit. Respond in the group, but don't admit it directly. If there's a real problem, just say you didn't agree in person." Father Lin's voice became increasingly deep. "Once this is done, you can go to the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy, the Magic Capital Martial Arts Academy, the Jinnan Martial Arts Academy, and other high-level martial arts academies with abundant resources." Hearing this, Lin Fei's heart beat faster. As long as he gets the resources from these high-level martial arts schools, reaching the War King realm is just around the corner. First Senior High School Class 1 Study Group. Wow, the people in our school are awesome. At Inghuan 1, the genius in the first high school can only be Lin Fei. Come out quickly. Others in the group also joined in the fun. After 1 minute, Lin Fei's avatar began to jump and she said, "Be low-key, everyone be low-key." In an instant, the entire study group exploded. Xin Feng sighed. He assisted the Zhan mansion in killing members of the blood cult and successfully received a bonus. Plus the money for the materials of the ferocious beast. A total of 200,000. "Xiaoxue, I'll go out with you for a walk and buy you some new clothes." Xin Feng shouted with a smile as soon as he got home. Xin Shui pushed the wheelchair out, her big eyes sparkling, and she said in surprise, "Okay." The sun rises and the sunlight falls. The brother and sister laughed and walked into the bright sunshine. Chapter 12 Earth Escape, Heart Beheading Technique. Today is the happiest day for the brother and sister. Go shopping, eat a big meal, buy clothes, grab dolls. Xin Shui had never been so happy. She could only stay in the small room every day and rarely came out to get some fresh air. Xin Feng has to work until very late before he can go home. It's different now. Xin Feng made a lot of money. Make 100,000 on the first day. Make 200,000 the next day. The situation at home has changed dramatically. When Xin Feng saw his sister's expression with shining eyes when she saw the new clothes, he realized that this was the meaning of his hard work. "Brother, does it look good?" "Brother, I need to get better quickly so I can wear this dress." Xin Shui's proud and cute little expression made Xin Feng smile involuntarily. My sister never avoids the topic of disability, but faces it bravely. Because she believed that Xin Feng would definitely cure her. After leaving the clothing store, the brother and sister went straight to the restaurant. A satisfying meal and drink. Then he slowly went home. Looking at the community in the slums, Xin Feng's eyes were deep. The next step is to take his sister out. A good living environment can also improve the condition. Return home. Xin Feng held his sister on the bed, and she fell asleep immediately, talking in her sleep, "Brother, I am so happy today." "Just be happy." Xin Feng answered softly, looked at Xiaoxue sleeping soundly, and left the room carefully. Ding dong. The phone rang. Xin Feng picked up his phone and took a look. It turned out that it was a text message from the head teacher. As for study groups and the like, he has never joined any. First, it is unnecessary. Second, there is absolutely no time to chat. The text message read, "Chin Feng, how are you doing recently? Although you've dropped out of school, considering your grades and family situation, the school has made an exception and allowed you to graduate. Please come to school in 3 days. A diploma will make it easier for you to find a job." During his time at school, the homeroom teacher was very optimistic about Chin Feng and had high expectations for him. But things don't always go as planned. When he chose to drop out of school, his class teacher felt very sorry. Chin Feng immediately replied, "Thank you, class teacher." Lying on the bed, Chin Feng stared at his phone and murmured, "At least make a break, and then work hard to make money." Yuanchang, War Palace. The governor looked at Zhao Jun in front of him and asked repeatedly, "Did you see with your own eyes that his qi and blood value suddenly skyrocketed?" "I'm sure of it. I was fighting with the blood cult members at the time." Chin Feng was hiding at first, but in less than half a minute, he had the fighting power of an average warrior. Holding his second-grade weapon, he defeated Cheng Huan on the spot. Zhao Jun spoke every word very seriously. The governor did not doubt Zhao Jun. "Don't underestimate this kid, he's just a small member of the war mansion. He comes from a big family and is just going out to gain experience. But the matter is of great importance and the governor dare not be careless." Absorb? Devour? Or have you been hiding your strength? The governor glanced at the documents on the table. Above is the personal information of Chin Feng and Qin Shui. I'm more inclined to absorb it. At least it's an A-level awakening. It's a good seedling. Zhao Jun expressed his opinion. The governor smiled and said, "There has been a shortage of educational resources in Yuancheng recently. This is a good opportunity to contact all the major martial arts schools." After saying that, he glared and said, "If anything goes wrong, you will be fully responsible." Zhao Jun said angrily, "That's too much. You're the governor, the father and mother of Yuancheng. You are not from Yuancheng. What does your life or death have to do with me?" The governor smiled like a profiteer. Zhao Jun laughed, saluted, left, then took out his cell phone, bought a plane ticket and ran away overnight. Seeing him leave, the governor picked up the landline and made a call. "Why are you calling me?" "What? That old, run-down place in Yuancheng can actually produce an S rank?" The governor lied. "Are you really not lying to me?" "It's absolutely true." "If you lie, Zhao Jun's penis will explode on the spot." "That doesn't sound reliable." Okay, the martial arts selection will be held in a few days. I'll have Lao Zhan go there in person." Okay, I'll wait for you." "Disgusting, I'm hanging up." The governor nodded in satisfaction and continued to make the call. "Cast a wide net and catch big fish. There's nothing we can do about it. Educational resources are too scarce. As the governor, he can only spend a lot of time and effort to do it." The third afternoon. The lockdown is finally over. After Chin Feng received the news, he immediately grabbed his backpack and rushed to the Barren Mountains. As soon as the Barren Mountain was unsealed, the military base was overcrowded. There were warrior teams, vendors, reporters, and even quite a few internet celebrities, and the scene was extremely boisterous. "Excuse me, what do you think of Lin Fei?" Several reporters surrounded Chin Feng, wanting to report the news. Chin Feng glanced over. The faint murderous aura released made those reporters stay where they were. He walked past the crowd in a low-key manner, smiled and nodded at Chen Hai, who also waved quickly. Back into the Barren Mountains. Chin Feng, who has become an intermediate warrior, is preparing to go deep into the mountains this time. In addition to hunting ferocious beasts, he also wanted to try the D-level superpower Earth Fusion. Different from the unlimited extraction that comes with the system. Earth Rong is a real awakening ability. Chin Feng felt inexplicably excited and expectant. Coming to a secluded corner, Chin Feng silently stimulated his qi and blood. Buzz! The soil in front of me became extremely friendly. His feet began to melt into the ground, as if he had stepped into a mud pit, and his body slowly sank. When his whole body was about to merge into the ground, Chin Feng subconsciously closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Deep down in my heart, there is still claustrophobia coming on. However, Chin Feng didn't feel any discomfort afterwards. He opened his eyes and found that the surroundings were not pitch black. Instead, as if he were severely nearsighted, he could barely see the outlines of objects on the ground. Besides, he can breathe freely. No wonder they can attack from the ground. It's not bad, but it consumes a bit of energy and blood. Xin Feng made an accurate assessment in an instant. At this time, a colorful double-tailed tiger appeared in the forest. Its body was extremely strong and majestic, with hair that was purple, gold, and black crossed together. Its two tails swung from side to side, whipping the tree trunks with a banging sound. The ferocious beast like the leopard tiger is very interesting. You can judge its level by its tail. One tail is a beginner warrior. The second tail is a medium-level warrior. The more tails, the stronger the power. When the colorful double-tailed tiger passed over Qin Feng's head, the latter stretched out his hands, grabbed its hind legs tightly, and pulled it into the ground. "Awah!" The colorful double-tailed tiger roared angrily. But before it could exert any strength, Qin Feng broke out of the ground, holding a large blue steel alloy shovel in his hand, and smashed its head with all his strength, killing it instantly. Earth escape, heart beheading technique. Qin Feng chuckled. "Naruto, is that you? I am your first kiss, sass." Qin Feng subconsciously imagined that famous scene. Then. Vomit. Chapter 13 is that mysterious genius Qin Feng? Kill the colorful double-tailed tiger, reach out and take it, and the blood value will be taken away. Oh, this life is so comfortable. Extraction successful. Gain 10 points of Qi in health. The health value instantly increased from 315 to 325. Simple, direct, and rough. This is what makes Qin Feng feel the most refreshed. Anything can deceive you, except numbers. I have to go to school tomorrow to see what I can gain from these 10 hours. Qin Feng did not forget this incident. After dissecting the colorful double-tailed tiger, it disappeared into the ground again. Today is the most exciting moment for high school seniors across the country. If your Qi and health value exceeds 100, coupled with good awakened abilities, you can successfully pass the selection and enter various martial arts academies. A banner has been hung on the iron gate of number 1 high school. Welcome all major martial arts schools to come and give us guidance. Luxury cars drove in one after another. There were so many of them that they filled the entire school gate in an instant. Not only the senior high school students, but even the freshmen and sophomores were stunned. What a grand ceremony! Why are there so many martial arts schools coming to our place this year? Didn't senior sister Lin Fei help the Zhan mansion kill the cult members a few days ago? They must be coming for her. Senior sister Lin Fei is so strong, her future is limitless. All the students in the first and second year of high school showed envious expressions. The same is true for high school students. Lin Fei, a prominent figure in Yuanchang, a daughter of destiny, with an A-level awakened ice spirit guardian, and she also assists the local war palace in killing enemies. With all the buffs stacked up, there's no doubt that he'll be noticed by a high-ranking martial arts school. How is it possible not to be envious? At this moment, concubine Lin stood at the front, with her chest puffed out and her head held high, her eyes full of pride. She really enjoyed the feeling. The focus of everyone's attention and pursuit. All eyes were on her. As for the falsification, she didn't take it to heart at all. It has been 3 days and the man has not appeared yet. This shows that person doesn't care. In that case, I can take it reasonably. I do this for the country. After all, I possess the stature of a war king. Lin Fei raised the corner of her mouth with an expression that looked as if it was a matter of course. At this time, the luxury car stopped. Senior figures from various major martial arts schools got off the cars one after another. Although they had been mentally prepared, the principal, dean, and teachers of number 1 high school were still shocked. These people are rare big shots. They come from high-level martial arts academies such as the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy, the Demon Capital Martial Arts Academy, and the Jinan Martial Arts Academy. Of course, there are also medium-sized military academies and key universities, which can be said to be a luxurious lineup. Lao Zhang, why did you come here in person? I heard there's a talented young man in Yuanshan, let's take a look. I heard the news, too. Me too. Upon hearing this, the instructors from several high-level martial arts schools narrowed their eyes. No Taiju, you read that right, this is the governor's name, this bastard, casts a wide net. The principal was all smiles. The genius must be referring to Lin Fei. Instructor Zhang is from the imperial capital Wufu. Judging from his appearance, he is about 30 years old. His smile is very warm, like the sun shining into everyone's heart. He smiled and said, I heard that some students from your school assisted the Jianfu in killing cult members. Is this true? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone turned their eyes to Concubine Lin. Concubine Lin smiled and nodded without blushing or breathing heavily. Teacher Zhang looked at Lin Fei and the smile on his face became even brighter. The other martial arts instructors frowned. That's not right. Niu Taizhu clearly said that he was a boy named Qin Feng. How come I became a woman here? Everyone present is an old hand. Soon, they smelled a replacement. This is also why Teacher Zhang's smile became more and more brighter. Lin Fei, tell us what happened at that time. The principal said hurriedly. Lin Fei immediately said, that day, the Demon Blade Squad and I entered the Barren Mountain and accidentally discovered members of the cult. We then cooperated with the members of the War Palace to launch a surprise attack on the enemy. After a fierce battle, I killed several people. These members of the Demon Blade Squad can testify to this. She had prepared this speech long ago. As he spoke, he raised his head, looking very proud. Apparently, even she believed it. The teachers nodded repeatedly. The first high school was blessed by God to have a genius like Lin Fei. Just as the school was receiving senior officials from various martial arts schools, Qin Feng also stepped into the #1 high school. He had just returned from the deserted mountains and had no time to go home to wash. His clothes were stained with blood and he looked a little disheveled. As soon as he entered the school gate, the head teacher and classmates saw Qin Feng. They were quite excited and came over to ask about their well-being. This scene was captured by Teacher Zhang. Soon, all the instructors from the major martial arts schools turned their heads to look over. That's Qin Feng. He was once the pride of our school, but he couldn't continue his training, so he chose to drop out of school. He came back today to receive his diploma. The principal noticed the instructors' gazes and explained in a low voice. The expressions of Instructor Zhang and others were extremely wonderful. Drop out? Unable to practice? Then why are the fluctuations of qi and blood so vigorous? What kind of joke are you guys making? Qin Feng also noticed everyone's gazes and was a little confused. Have you been discovered as the reincarnation of Qin Shi Huang? Hurry and make them pay. Daily sharp complaints about the system. Name, Qin Feng. Qi and blood value, 355. Realm, intermediate warrior. Talent, infinite extraction SSS, earth fusion D rank superhuman. After a big fire, the ferocious beasts in the barren mountains fled in all directions. But even so, Qin Feng still reaped a lot of rewards. The health value is as high as 355 points. At this time, Concubine Lin also noticed Qin Feng. A pair of beautiful eyes filled with contempt. Look at this guy. He probably just came out of the slaughterhouse. Useless thing, you can't catch up with me even if you flatter me. She sneered secretly. Instructor Zhang ignored Lin Fei and walked towards Qin Feng, asking, that night, you and Zhao Jun killed the blood cult members? Yes, is there any problem? Qin Feng nodded generously. As soon as these two sentences were spoken, the whole school fell silent. Students, teachers, the principal, and even the cleaning lady stared with their eyes wide open, almost as if they wanted their eyes to pop out of their sockets. That mysterious genius is Qin Feng? Didn't he drop out of school to work? How did you go into the deserted mountains to kill cult members? Besides, how could he make light of such a big thing? If it were them, they would have announced it to the world with drums and gongs. The most shocked person was Concubine Lin. She only felt a dry throat and dizziness, and stared at Qin Feng blankly the whole time. Impossible, absolutely impossible. When he left school, his health was only 86. He worked hard every day, so how could he have time to practice? I see, he wants to impersonate me too. Lin Fei was puzzled at first, then confused, then unbelievable, and finally angry. The honor that was won for free was just given away. She doesn't want to. Teacher Zhang and others had no doubts. They could feel the murderous aura from Qin Feng. This is a kind of momentum that requires a lot of killing to accumulate, and it is impossible to fake it. On the other hand, Concubine Lin. Teacher Zhang can only say one thing, interesting, very interesting. Chapter 14, Fighting Lin Fei, killing her instantly. What kind of person is Qin Feng? All the teachers and students in Class 1 gave a thumbs up. Study hard and be considerate to your family. They didn't think Qin Feng would lie in public. What's more, there is teacher Zhang. What is his identity? A mentor and elite figure at the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy. Would he cooperate with a poor student to deceive everyone? Therefore, everyone believed that it should be Qin Feng who assisted the Zhan mansion in killing the cult members, rather than Lin Fei who came forward to admit it. Turns out he's an imposter. If it weren't for instructor Zhang recognizing Qin Feng, she would have gotten away with it. If people like this become heroes in the eyes of the masses, won't that mean rich people will be able to do whatever they want in the future? Everyone's eyes turned towards concubine Lin and changed, filled with contempt and ridicule. Lin Fei's pretty face turned pale, she clenched her fists silently, and stared at Qin Feng. Damn low-level garbage. Why didn't you come back earlier or later? Why did you come back at this time to ruin my plans? She cursed resentfully in her heart. Qin Feng noticed Lin Fei's gaze, but ignored it. Instructor Zhang, on the other hand, became interested and chuckled, "Principal, let's start the martial arts competition." Okay. The principal hurried out and shouted, "All the major martial arts schools are here for the selection. Everyone must give their best performance." "Yes, principal." The senior high school students were as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood and shouted loudly. On the playground. The fighting arena has been prepared long ago. Soon, one contest after another began. Qin Feng also went up to the ring to fight with his classmates. But he was extremely restrained. "I don't care whether I join the Wu Mansion or not. These students are different. It is rare for the major martial arts schools to come to Yuanchang." He simply did a favor and allowed his classmates to fully demonstrate their abilities. However, concubine Lin was different. As soon as she stepped onto the ring, her whole body was filled with icy coldness, and she slapped her opponent away with one palm. This is not the end yet. She would look down at the fallen classmates from a high position without saying a word, as if she were looking at a humble and weak ant, afraid that others would not know how powerful she was. As for whether the students have demonstrated their strength, she doesn't care at all. She even thought that it would be best if no one was selected. This way she can have all the glory to herself. The competition proceeded in an orderly manner. Instructor Zhang took advantage of this opportunity to ask, "Principal, why did Qin Feng drop out of school? He's a miserable child." After failing to awaken in his senior year of high school, he chose to drop out of school and work in order to take care of his disabled sister. His sister lost both legs and has poor heart and lung function. The medicine alone costs a lot of money, so naturally she can't practice cultivation. The principal felt extremely sorry for Qin Feng and sighed repeatedly. Instructor Zhang's eyes changed as he looked at Qin Feng, and he murmured in his heart, "It is quite similar to my Imperial Capital Martial Academy. A warrior is not solely concerned with awakening or the level of his qi and blood. Character, will, understanding, etc. are equally important. A person who is willing to give up his studies for his family is worthy of respect and even more worthy of cultivation. No matter what educational institution it is, they are afraid of raising ungrateful people. What's more, Qin Feng himself is good enough." Time passes slowly. The competition is nearing its end. The final battle, Qin Feng versus Lin Fei. This cheered everyone up. The once fallen genius versus the now favored daughter of heaven. The instructors at Wufu also perked up. Finally, the main show has begun. How many seconds? The instructor of Jinnan Wufu laughed. About 10 seconds. The burly instructor from Lunan Wu Mansion grinned. Instructor Zhang stood with his arms folded and said gently, "Instantaneous." The others were stunned. Lin Fei has an A-level elemental ability and her health value is not low. This person is so optimistic about Qin Feng? On the ring. Qin Feng looked straight at Lin Fei without saying a word. He had only one thought in his mind, kill her in the second. Don't get me wrong. It's not because of women's boxing. It was not what concubine Lin had done before. The main thing is that this woman's eyes are so disgusting. She stared at Qin Feng as long as the martial arts competition began. If it were you, could you bear it? Clang. Suddenly, concubine Lin took out a long sword and said in a cold voice, "Qin Feng, this sword will not kill unknown people, you should feel honored." Qin Feng rolled his eyes. Have to. Late stage of Chunibyu. One more reason to buy it instantly. He put down his backpack and slowly pulled out a large blue steel alloy shovel. In an instant, a lot of laughter was heard around. This was the first time they had seen someone use a shovel as a weapon. The more I look at it, the weirder it gets. The corners of Zhang's mouth and others twitched slightly. Good job. A tier 2 weapon? This Lin Fei should be hit on the head. Although the long sword in her hand was not weak, it was only of the first grade. Stay at the bottom and don't come out to breathe. I also want to prove to everyone that you are not qualified to be compared with me. You will lose this battle. Lin Fei spoke sharply, her eyes filled with a faint blue light. The cool air blooms. Despite the scorching summer heat, a thick layer of frost still formed on the floor of the ring. Whoosh! Lin Fei transformed into an ice and snow ghost and rushed out violently. A sword wrapped in cold air pierced Qin Feng's abdomen. Qin Feng still had no expression on his face. He raised the large blue steel alloy shovel with one arm and slapped it out casually. In an instant, concubine Lin's face changed in shock. The black shovel was moving too fast. It's so fast that there is no way to dodge. She gritted her teeth and could only raise her sword and move forward to resist. Snap! A crisp cracking sound was heard. The first grade long sword was broken into several pieces on the spot. Lin Fei flew out sideways, fell to the ground, twitching continuously, with blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. The whole place was silent. The teachers and students were dumbfounded. Lin Fei, who was universally recognized as the proud daughter of Yuancheng, was actually defeated in one move by Qin Feng, who had long since dropped out of school. Who would have thought that the beginning would be the end? Teacher, please announce the results. Qin Feng looked at the teacher beside him and gave him a reminder. The teacher came to his senses and announced loudly, the first place in the martial arts competition of Yuancheng No. 1 High School, Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded and walked down the stage, ignoring the admiring looks of his classmates. He didn't even mock Lin Fei. He came to the head teacher and said softly, "My last farewell was too hasty. This time I'm here to say goodbye formally. I want to thank the teachers and classmates for their care." After saying that, Qin Feng turned around and prepared to leave. He is too busy. Kill ferocious beasts and increase your qi and health. Make money by selling materials to treat my sister's illness and buy a big house. These are all invisible pressures. Student Qin Feng, there's no need to be so anxious. At this time, the instructors from the Wufu came over. Instructor Zhang smiled and said, "With the talent you've shown, you're fully qualified to study at the Wu Academy. Are you willing?" Wufu? Qin Feng muttered to himself. If his sister is in good health, he will definitely agree. But, not now. I roughly know the situation in your family. Instructor Zhang spoke again, saying seriously, the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy is willing to give you 50 points. At the same time, our academy has a strong relationship with the Jiangnan Military Hospital, so we can make an exception and send your sister there for the highest standard of treatment. The Jiangnan Military Hospital has the best medical standards in China's Dragon State. Countless soldiers have recuperated there. It's reliable. The principal was worried that Qin Feng had never heard of it, so he immediately explained it. The students had already fallen into a daze. The Imperial Capital Wu Mansion personally invited me. Moreover, they also promised to give points. That is Wufu, the capital of the Chinese Dragon Kingdom. A martial arts holy land that countless people yearn for. Qin Feng's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said, "If I agree, can you send my sister to the hospital for treatment immediately? We need to go through some procedures, which will probably take 1 or 2 days." Teacher Zhang smiled even more broadly. Qin Feng nodded immediately, "I do." The other martial arts instructors stood aside, staring in amazement. "No, you agree now? We haven't spoken yet. This doesn't follow the routine of novels." Chapter 15 How can you say such words? The instructors from all the major martial arts schools are very optimistic about Qin Feng. They have also prepared generous conditions. Unfortunately, Teacher Zhang is too perceptive. He knew that everything Qin Feng did was for his sister, so he promised him a place in Jiangnan Military Hospital for treatment. As it turned out, Qin Feng fell for it. Old Zhang, in the annual martial arts school ranking competition, your Imperial Capital Martial Arts School has been declining year after year. No matter how hard you struggle, it will be useless. That's right, don't ruin your child's future. Let this kid come to my London Martial Arts Academy. We can give him some leeway in this year's Martial Arts Academy ranking tournament. The atmosphere of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy isn't suitable for him. This kid is suited to the high-pressure learning environment of our Magic Capital Martial Arts Academy. The mentors came closer and talked in low voices. Instructor Zhang's face turned grim upon hearing this. What do you mean by let him off? What do you mean by he's suited to a high-pressure environment? My Imperial Capital Martial Arts School doesn't even bother with your pity. Even though the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy has declined slightly in recent years, it was once at its peak. Don't complain to me. The other instructors looked disgusted. That's true. But what they just said was also true. Xin Feng heard this conversation and started to grumble in his heart. Has the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy declined in recent years? The atmosphere doesn't suit me? Forget it, as long as my sister can get the best medical environment, nothing else matters. He no longer felt conflicted. After all, my sister is the most important. As for cultivation, the system is in my hands, and the world is mine. Everything else is just floating clouds. Then the graduation ceremony began. Many senior high school students shed tears at the scene. The selection for the Wufu also came to an end. Xin Feng, congratulations. After I go to the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy, I must practice hard so that I can brag to others. Ha ha ha. I really envy you, kid, keep going. At the school gate, classmates who were familiar with Xin Feng came over to say goodbye. Xin Feng responded one by one with a smile. At this moment, the atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Lin Fei lowered her head, like a defeated hen, and came to Xin Feng. Her face was pale and her eyes were red, making people feel pity for her. Xin Feng glanced at her and turned to leave. She hurriedly called out, Xin Feng. Is there something? Xin Feng stopped. Don't take what I said before to heart. I just wanted to motivate you. As a man, you should be more generous and forgive me, okay? Actually, I've been missing you a lot during this time, and I still like you. An unhealthy blush appeared on Lin Fei's cheeks. The students around, both male and female, looked at him with contempt. How dare you say such nonsense? It's okay, I don't take it to heart. Xin Feng said calmly. Lin Fei was suddenly ecstatic. Xin Feng still has me in his heart. Her current reputation is despised by everyone. I probably can't go to the higher martial arts academy. But as long as I can hold on to Xin Feng's thigh, it would be great. However, Xin Feng's next words made her fall to the bottom. And that includes you. Xin Feng didn't even look at Lin Fei. He threw down a few words and walked away. Lin Fei's expression was stiff, she stood there blankly, at a loss as to what to do. The students breathed a sigh of relief. Comfortable. This is the perfect ending. See, fellow male compatriots, as long as you behave well, the school beauties will kneel down and lick you. I was so stupid before. Why did I have to lick her? I should practice. Xiaofeng has set a good example for us. Also, a dog that licks the boots doesn't get a house. Some people laughed in a sarcastic tone. The summer breeze blew, but it couldn't warm Lin Fei's cold heart. She suddenly cried out and burst into tears. She cried so miserably. When Father Lin arrived at number 1 high school and saw his precious daughter crying, he shouted anxiously, "My daughter is a hero of Yuanchang. Who dares to mess with her?" At this time, the instructors from the major martial arts schools also walked out of the school gates. The burly instructor from London Martial Arts Academy suddenly had a gloomy expression. He failed in his competition with Xin Feng and was already furious. Just as he was about to deal with the matter of concubine Lin, before he could open his mouth, he heard Lin's father yelling and calling him the hero of Yuanchang. Although he has no hair, he said that his hair is already standing on end. Lin Fei, you are deliberately misleading public opinion and attempting to impersonate someone else. This behavior is simply disgusting. I will report this to the Confucius Mansion, the Huaxiaolongwei Education Headquarters, and have them expel you from the school. You will never be allowed to enter any other school in your lifetime. After hearing what the bald teacher said, Lin Fei was completely stunned. Father Lin hurried forward and said jokingly, "Teacher, there must be some misunderstanding here. My daughter possesses a level superpowers and is expected to become a war king in the future. She is the future star of the Chinese Dragon Nation." As he spoke, Father Lin took out a cigarette and handed it over with a flattering smile. Are you done? The bald mentor glanced at him and then smiled. I remember that the Lin family made their fortune in the internet. I will apply for a transfer order later and let the internet police investigate you thoroughly. Forget about being a future star and just take care of yourself. After saying that, the instructors left with laughter. Father Lin and Princess Lin stayed where they were, as if they had turned into two statues, and did not move for a long time. Everyone is well aware of this scene. Concubine Lin is finished. The Lin family is also finished. But they didn't feel any pity at all, instead they felt, so cool. Yuanchang news, more shocking news. The mysterious genius who assisted the Zhan mansion in killing the cult members was not Lin Fei, but Qin Feng, who had dropped out of school. This news spread from one person to 10, and from 10 to 100, and soon it filled up all the major bulletin boards and forums. Yuanchang post bar. Damn. So she was a replacement. Damn this woman. I heard that there were many cases of substitution in universities in the past, but I didn't expect it to happen right next to us. I'd call for Lin Fei, you bastard, come out to clean up the mess. Just half a day. Lin Fei's reputation underwent a huge 360-degree reversal. From being the most popular person to being a pariah. There is also the demonic blade team, which was also ridiculed by the industry. This undoubtedly verifies a saying. When an avalanche occurs, no snowflake is innocent. In a tavern in Yuanchang. The TV screen is playing Qin Feng's news report. In the corner. A figure stared at Qin Feng on the screen, his eyes becoming increasingly ferocious. He was Kujin, who had left the barren mountain early. He was originally planning to take revenge on concubine Lin. Unexpectedly, the whole thing suddenly turned around. Okay. So you are the culprit. You killed my followers and ruined my plan. You must die. Kujin took out his cell phone, made a call, and said in a deep voice, have you seen the news? Look, the target is wrong, make a new plan immediately. A sinister voice came from the other end. Kujin grinned and said, it's easy to find his location. Remember, you must kill him as quickly as possible. This is the only way to embody the great purpose of our sect. There are still many blood cult members in Yuanchang. They have the manpower to implement the new hunting plan. All geniuses from the Chinese dragon country will be killed, another person said solemnly. There are many evil cults in the Chinese dragon country. The blood cult is one of them. They have a purpose that is clearly expressed. That is, all geniuses must be killed. This is also why the Chinese dragon nation is deeply saddened by cults. The fun is about to begin. Qin Feng, wait for me. Kujin smashed the TV screen with one punch, his voice full of cruelty. Chapter 16. This is happiness, an ambush. After leaving school, Qin Feng ran home madly, his face full of excitement. He couldn't wait to share the good news with his sister. Especially the treatment quota at Jiangnan Military Hospital. This is much more important than him joining the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy. Back home, standing in front of the door. Qin Feng didn't push the door open directly, but took a breath. My sister's emotions cannot fluctuate too drastically. Although Qin Feng was happy, he was not carried away by it. Eeyore. The door opened. Qin Shui was sitting on the small balcony. Unlike her usual smile to greet Qin Feng, her eyes were slightly red and swollen, as if she had been crying. Qin Feng walked over quickly. Xiaoxue, why are you crying? Brother, I just saw the news. Xiaoxue pouted and her voice was a little choked. Qin Feng smiled bitterly. I wanted to tell you this good news in person, but I didn't expect the news to beat me to it. He squatted in front of his sister and stroked her hair. The rough palm did not make Qin Shui feel uncomfortable. Instead, she held it with both hands and rubbed it gently against her cheek. Brother, it's because of me that you have to go to the barren mountains to make money. You've suffered so much and are so tired. If not. Xiaoxue began to sob softly. Before she finished speaking, Qin Feng held her in his arms, his voice more resolute and powerful than before. In my eyes, any institution of higher learning or any recognition is far less important than your health. From now on, never assume that your brother will be better off without me. Without you, I have no motivation to live. Xiaoxue, do you believe me? Qin Feng grabbed Qin Shui's shoulders and looked at her with a firm gaze. Qin Shui rubbed her eyes, her cheeks puffed up like little buns, and she nodded cutely and seriously, I believe it. Okay, then I promise you here that you can definitely recover your health. Qin Feng smiled. Seeing her brother smile, Qin Shui couldn't help but smile too. Brothers and sisters are no longer afraid of difficulties when they have each other. Maybe they are weak. Maybe they're not worth mentioning. But they are fearless. By the way, I have obtained a place in the Jiangnan Military Hospital. You will receive the best treatment environment in the future. Taking advantage of his happiness, Xin Feng finally told the good news. Xin Shui exclaimed and hugged her brother happily. The brother and sister looked at each other and laughed. A beam of sunlight fell from the small balcony, like a path of light, illuminating the darkness of this dilapidated little home. Xin Feng hugged his sister and felt very warm in his heart. It feels so wonderful to be thought of by your family all the time. This is happiness. I can go to the Jiangnan Military Hospital for treatment. My brother also passed the entrance exam to the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy. We must celebrate. Xin Shui said jokingly, I'll pay for a big meal out of my own pocket. Show off, big mouth show off. Xin Feng nodded and laughed. Now that dinner was confirmed, the brother and sister began to clean the house. By the evening, the weather gradually turned cooler. Xin Feng pushed the wheelchair and walked towards the food street with his sister. Yuanchang is a third-tier city, but it has a large permanent population. At night, the entire food street is crowded with people and bustling with noise. The boiling stew pot, the magic kitchen of water and fire, the sweating chefs, and the guests clinking glasses together, all interweave to form the most down-to-earth scene in the city. Xin Feng and Xin Shui were already full and satisfied. The brother and sister burped, their faces full of happiness and satisfaction. Barbecue freedom is comfort. 3 words, work hard. I'll take you to the zoo tomorrow. Xin Feng said with a smile. Xin Shui was surprised and said, really? Wow. Girls always yearn for the colorful world outside. It's just that she didn't want to trouble her brother who came home tired every day. Life is better now. Xin Shui also gradually revealed her sunny and cheerful side. At the same time, a snack stall 30 meters away from Xin Feng. Cushion, dressed in a black robe, locked his eyes on Xin Feng. There was a slight rumbling sound inside him, a bit like compressed air, gathering momentum. There are so many people around, do you want to just take action? Go ahead, as long as we kill Xin Feng, everything will be worth it. Kill his sister first, and then, while Xin Feng is distracted, surround and kill him with all our might. Check the watch, proceed as planned in 10 seconds. Listening to the conversations among the blood cult members, Cushion sneered continuously, and with a backhanded grip, a silver white sword emerged from under his robe. The fatal crisis came quietly. Silence enveloped Xin Feng and Xin Shui. Suddenly, Xin Feng stopped. His heartbeat inexplicably accelerated and his nerves tensed up involuntarily. This feeling is so familiar. It's like facing a ferocious beast of the middle warrior level. Sense of crisis. In just a moment, Xin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He subconsciously picked up Xin Shui who was in the wheelchair and quickly rushed back. Boom! Next second, the wheelchair was smashed into a discus by a huge stone hammer. 1 step later. If she was just 1 step later, Xin Shui would have turned into a pool of meat paste. Ah! The howling tore apart the peaceful atmosphere of the food street. Pedestrians fled in all directions, not daring to get close. Look at Xin Feng again. As soon as he retreated and landed, Cushion rushed over to kill him. Clang! Hold the knife and draw it. All in one go. The blade light was as cold as frost, containing terrifying explosive power, and it cut directly into Xin Feng's lower back. Ding! The sword did not cut Xin Feng in half, but hit the large blue steel alloy shovel, which made Cushion sneer freeze. However, this force still blew Xin Feng and Xin Shui away, smashed the barbecue stall, and caused screams. Fortunately, Xin Feng used his body to protect Xin Shui, so she did not suffer much impact. But in contrast, Xin Feng endured all the recoil force, rolled over more than 10 times before he could barely stand up, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Elder brother! Xin Shui shouted anxiously. Xin Feng's eyes turned blood red, violent and fierce, but his voice was surprisingly gentle. Don't look up, leave everything to me. Yeah, I believe you, brother. Xin Shui curled up in Xin Feng's arms like a kitten. Xin Feng glared at Cushion and others with a ferocious expression. No need to guess, it must be the blood cult. This group of people have uniform tattoos. There are too many people, it's hard to perform well. Xin Feng suppressed his anger, glanced around, pulled out the large blue steel alloy shovel from his waist, turned around and fled into the alley. Chase! Kujin and the others uttered a low cry. When they left, the food street was in complete chaos. Quick, contact the Zhan mansion, someone screamed. War mansion. The governor was toasting with Instructor Zhang. A genius emerged in the city governed by the former. The latter picked a good seedling. Both of them were happy from the bottom of their hearts. Bang bang bang. There was a hurried knock on the door. The governor frowned and said, "Come in." "Governor, Instructor Zhang, something happened." Zhao Jun had just rushed back to Yuancheng from the resort when he received a call and rushed over immediately. The blood cult has attacked Qin Feng. The governor and Instructor Zhang's expressions changed drastically. They're looking for death. Teacher Zhang roared, like the roar of thunder. He opened the window and jumped directly from the 9th floor, soaring like an eagle. Fuck, it's lawless. The governor was even more furious. The blood cult even dared to hunt down Qin Feng. This is a slap in the face of Teacher Zhang in front of him. Chapter 17, Killing a Lot and Gaining Superpowers. Qin Feng hugged Qin Shui and rushed into the alley. Rats are rampant here, and the smell of the sewers is nauseating. The alley has only a beginning, not an end. Kujin and others blocked Qin Feng inside. Qin Feng turned around, his 5 fingers already tightly gripping the shovel, and his other hand protecting Qin Shui, and whispered, "Xiaoxue, don't look, don't listen." Qin Shui nodded obediently, pouting and plugging her ears with her fingers. "You can kill me if you want, but you should never attack Xiaoxue. You deserve to die. No one can escape." Qin Feng was filled with rage, and his face became extremely ferocious. Just as he said. The blood cult can come and kill him, but they must never attack Qin Shui. The dragon has a reverse scale, if you touch it you will die. Sister Qin Shui's Qin Feng's Achilles heel. Suddenly, Qin Feng felt something above his head, the muscles in his right arm swelled, and he immediately swung the shovel and hit the air. Bang! A member of the blood cult wanted to launch a sneak attack on Qin Feng, but unexpectedly the other party was so agile that the dagger in his hand was broken in an instant. This scene happened suddenly. Not only did the blood cult members fail to react, but Kujin and others were also stunned. Wait until they come to their senses. The large blue steel alloy shovel had already hit the blood cult member. Bang! His head exploded like a watermelon. A headless corpse fell quietly to the ground. Come on! Kujin instantly became furious. A strong man rushed forward, his hands turned into ochre-colored stones, forming a huge hammer, and swung it at Qin Feng's head with all his strength. The blow was powerful and heavy. The howling winds scared the rats in the alley into chirping. However, Qin Feng did not dodge. The front end of the shovel is as sharp as a knife, faced the battle head-on. Puff! The stone hammer was ruthlessly chopped off. Along with the broken body, there was also a burly body. The burly man's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. It seemed that before he died, he couldn't believe that Qin Feng's strength was so terrifying. This is what happens when you attack my sister. Qin Feng kicked the strong man's body away. He raised his head, his eyes bloodshot. It's like a devil descending to the earth. Holding your sister in your arms is a tenderness towards your family. A bloody shovel is merciless to the enemy. This scene is brutal. However, Qin Feng never let his anger affect his thoughts. He chose this alley because it was narrow enough that only 2 people could attack at the same time. There are many members of the blood cult. But they were unable to besiege Qin Feng. Qin Feng killed with every step he took, like a harvester, ruthlessly reaping the lives of the blood cult members. He is not bloodthirsty, nor is he cruel. But these people must die. Qin Feng, you're going to die. Kujin couldn't help it. The qi and blood in his body finally completed compression. A touch of scarlet blossomed on the sword. C rank superhuman system, charge. The scarlet blade light was like a bloody half-moon, appearing particularly eerie in the dark alley. Qin Feng still did not retreat. He mobilized his energy and blood to the extreme, swung the shovel, and met Kujin's strongest blow. Snap! As soon as he made contact, Qin Feng felt a strong pressure. Immediately afterwards, Kujin's blood-red sword shattered. Yes, blow it to pieces. The difference in weapons is not even on the same level. Die! Qin Feng took advantage of the situation and struck back. The large blue steel alloy shovel embedded into Kujin's shoulder, pressing him from mid-air to the ground until his entire body lay prone on the ground. Phew! inch of flesh and blood was ruthlessly cut off. Cushion fell to the ground, his whole body twitching with pain. However, he is actually laughing. Ha ha ha. The laughter grew increasingly shrill. Cushion stared at Qin Feng, his face was as weird as it could be. Qin Feng, let me ask you a question. If the crown of a large tree is rotten, can the lower part still be clean? You won't have to worry if you die. You are still alive now, but you will suffer forever in the future. The blood cult will never let you go. These words are very strange. After saying this, Cushion's head tilted and his life was gone. Qin Feng looked down at him coldly and sneered, "You're still talking nonsense even after you're dead. Ridicule is ribbing." If he guessed correctly, Cushion should have just entered the intermediate warrior level not long ago, but relying on his awakening ability, he could actually burst out a blood and energy value of nearly 400, which was really amazing. Qin Feng stretched out his hand towards their bodies and thought to himself, extract. Extraction successful. Gain 5 points of Qi in health. Gain 5 points of Qi in health. Gain 10 points of Qi in health. Gain 10 points of Qi in health. Obtained, C rank superhuman, charged. Qin Feng's expression was quite interesting. I actually extracted this guy's awakening ability. At the same time, his health value soared to 415. Successfully broke through the 400 mark. Qin Feng looked around the alley without saying a word. From start to finish, the whole process takes no more than 30 seconds. Too fast. In addition to Qin Feng's rich combat experience, the Qinggang alloy shovel also played an important role. The combination of these two advantages made it easy to kill them. At this moment, a figure fell from the night sky. Qin Feng took a closer look and his heart slowly settled down. Teacher Zhang looked at the corpses scattered all over the ground, some of which were no longer recognizable as human beings, and his eyes were filled with shock. There are at least 8 or 9 people here. Qin Feng wiped out the other team by himself? Are you and your sister okay? He asked with concern. Qin Feng shook his head, don't worry, everything is fine. After saying that, he put away the shovel, wiped his bloody hands on his body, and poked his sister's chubby cheek. The latter raised his head and blinked his eyes cutely and innocently. Seeing that his sister was not seriously injured, Qin Feng was completely relieved. Tell me about the whole process. Teacher Zhang said with a serious expression. Qin Feng described the situation as he walked out carrying his sister. Teacher Zhang's expression grew increasingly cold. At this time, the governor arrived. Instructor Zhang immediately said, this was a premeditated siege. Qin Feng's information has been leaked. There must be a traitor in the Zhang mansion. The governor was already angry. Hearing this, he became even more angry. Members of the blood cult actually infiltrated the Yuancheng War Palace. This is not as simple as a slap in the face. Seal off the information department immediately. They are the only ones who know Qin Feng's address. The governor turned to look at Zhao Jun and quickly made arrangements. Yes. Zhao Jun nodded and turned to leave. Seeing the Zhang mansion's swift and decisive actions, Qin Feng gradually felt at ease. He was about to speak when he suddenly felt that his sister in his arms seemed to be a little hot, and asked with concern, Xiaoxue, are you feeling unwell? It's okay, just a little dizzy. Qin Shui shook her head obediently. However, her breathing became more rapid and her face became very pale. Qin Feng quickly took out the lung-protecting and heart-strengthening pills and asked Qin Shui to take them. But even so, Qin Shui's face was as pale as paper and her body was getting hotter and hotter. Instructor Zhang placed his hand on Qin Shui's forehead and said in a deep voice, we can't wait any longer. Governor, arrange a plane immediately. Where to? Asked the governor. Instructor Zhang stared at Qin Feng and said in a deep voice, Jiangnan Military Hospital. Chapter 18 There are no identical flowers in this world. Jiangnan Military Hospital. Late at night, a helicopter landed steadily on the helipad. The doctors and nurses had been waiting for a long time and immediately rushed forward to place Qin Shui steadily on the medical cart. Qin Feng followed behind with a forced smile on his face. Xiaoxue, you will be fine, don't be afraid. I'm not afraid as long as I'm here. Qin Shui nodded firmly. The elevator descends to the 3rd floor. The medical cart entered the operating room and the doctor began to diagnose. Qin Feng stood outside, pacing back and forth anxiously. Teacher Zhang patted his shoulder and gestured for him to sit down. Don't worry, Xiaoxue is in good spirits. With the doctor's care, there will be results soon. Teacher Zhang said calmly. It's not that he's cold-blooded. If he is so flustered, how can Qin Feng calm down? Teacher Zhang, I'm really sorry to bother you. Coming here early must have caused you a lot of questions. Qin Feng said gratefully. The Imperial Capital Martial Arts House and the Jiangnan Military Hospital are old friends. The relationship between the housemaster and the dean is extraordinary. Besides, as a student of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy, you should have this privilege. Teacher Zhang answered with a smile. Qin Feng nodded, secretly remembering Teacher Zhang's kindness in his heart, and he would definitely repay him in the future. At this time, Teacher Zhang's cell phone rang. He took a look, stood up and walked to the distant window before answering. How is it? There was indeed a traitor in the information department, but he has committed suicide. The governor of Yuancheng sounded somewhat helpless. Instructor Zhang narrowed his eyes, a hint of murderous intent flashing across them. You did a good job, continue the search. Good. The governor immediately agreed. Hang up the phone. But soon, another call came in. Teacher Zhang wanted to hang up. As soon as I saw the other party's name, I had no choice but to answer the call. Zhang Yantong, why did you go to the Jiangnan Military Hospital? An old voice sounded. Instructor Zhang touched his nose and chuckled. Bringing in a pair of siblings is no big deal. There's no need to alarm you, Lord. I heard from the dean that you gave your retirement convalescent place to a little girl named Qin Shui. The mansion master blew his beard and glared, just giving it to her for nothing. Who are you to her? At least, let me atone for my sins. A trace of pain appeared on Teacher Zhang's face. The mansion master opposite was choked and said in a deep voice, it wasn't your fault back then. The tomb pit is inherently dangerous, and yinner. At the end of his speech, the palace master sighed deeply. Don't talk about that. Teacher Zhang calmed down, glanced at Qin Feng, who looked anxious, and said with a faint smile, Qin Feng and Qin Shui, they are really like me and her. It's up to you. If you become disabled or useless in the future, the Imperial Capital Martial Palace will support you. I have nothing but money. The lord of the palace seemed to have come to terms with it. Instructor Zhang laughed heartily and said proudly, warriors of my generation should enter the graveyard, kill foreigners, and die on the battlefield. That is the true death that is worthy of us, not a death of melancholy. Fart. The mansion master cursed, as long as people are alive, there is hope. Although you are right, don't always think about death, it's unlucky. Teacher Zhang smiled and didn't answer. The palace master snorted coldly, come back quickly. I want to see what kind of genius you've brought back this time. Hang up the phone. When Professor Zhang put his phone back into his pocket and turned to walk towards Qin Feng, the doctor walked out of the operating room with a serious face. You are the patient's family member, right? The doctor nodded to Instructor Zhang, then said to Qin Feng seriously, the patient's current condition is very grim. Did he experience severe heart rate fluctuations recently? Qin Feng's expression changed in shock, and he nodded hurriedly, yes, I was frightened by a group of people. She has taken lung protection and heart-strengthening pills, which are the right medicine for her condition, and her body is slowly recovering. But after this shock, my emotions fluctuated greatly, causing my cardiopulmonary function to decline rapidly. It's a miracle that I'm still alive. Although you're out of danger, I'm worried about developing disease. The doctor spoke every word clearly. Boom! Qin Feng felt like he was struck by thunder, and his mind went blank. My sister almost died? Could there be more serious problems later? In an instant, Qin Feng felt chest tightness and shortness of breath, and his whole body was weak. He fell down on the chair with a look of panic in his eyes. Pressure. The pressure is coming like a tide. The feeling of powerlessness and suffocation almost suffocated Qin Feng to death. At this moment, a pair of warm hands rested on his shoulders. Instructor Zhang comforted her softly, the medical level of Jiangnan Military Hospital is the best in the country. Xiao Shuai will surely recover slowly. The doctor smiled bitterly, that being said, you must stay in the hospital for observation. Moreover, the recovery period may be very long, and the medical expenses may be. He sighed. Judging from Qin Feng's clothes, his family should not be rich. Although Teacher Zhang gave the spot to Qin Shui. However, the medical expenses for additional treatment are additional money. Is there still hope for my sister's recovery? Qin Feng stood up excitedly. The doctor nodded, yes, but the chances are slim. This rekindled hope in Qin Feng's heart. As long as there is a chance, even if it is only a slight one, he will hold on to it tightly. The doctor left. Instructor Zhang said calmly, Qin Feng, if you want to completely cure your sister, you must become stronger, strong enough to crush everyone. It's a little early to tell, but I hope you'll remember it. The world inside the tomb is extremely vast, filled with natural treasures and countless uses. Her legs, heart, and lungs, there must be treasures that can heal them. Qin Feng stared into Teacher Zhang's eyes and nodded heavily, thank you for your guidance. Grave Pit. An underground world full of mystery, danger, and killing. That's where all hope lies. I must go there next time. Before that, he has to make more money. This is the only way to get better treatment for my sister. Qin Feng stood outside the ward, looking at his sister's sleeping face through the glass, his eyes as deep as stars. It was already 4 o'clock in the morning. The entire corridor was quiet, but not peaceful. Woo-woo. Qin Feng could hear someone sobbing in the ward. Ah! Someone grabbed his throat and whimpered, like a humble and weak insect about to die. No matter how good a hospital is, the sounds in the middle of the night are not death, but worse than death. Qin Feng silently clenched his fists. I must cure my sister. We must free her from the torment of the disease. Teacher Zhang sat on the chair, quietly looking at Qin Feng's back. In a trance, he seemed to see his former self. Unwilling, determined, and unwilling to admit defeat. There are no identical flowers in this world. It's just my wishful thinking. He suddenly laughed at himself. Around 7 o'clock in the morning. Qin Feng got 3 breakfasts in the cafeteria. 1 copy for Teacher Zhang. The remaining 2 are for my sister and myself. Qin Shui was in good spirits after waking up. As soon as she saw the ward door open, she showed a sunny and lovely smile. You must be hungry. Qin Feng said with a smile. Qin Shui chuckled, I'm hungry. The brother and sister had breakfast. It was very quiet and no one spoke. Finally, it was Qin Shui who broke the deadlock and whispered, Brother, can we not go home? As long as you and I are here, anywhere is home. Qin Feng said calmly. Although Qin Shui is young, she is actually very sensible. She hugged Qin Feng's neck and murmured, be careful outside. Xiaoxue, I'm going to be famous, and you'll hear people talking about me all the time. I won't let you worry, just stay here and get treatment. I am leaving. Qin Feng stroked Xiaoxue's hair gently, his eyes slightly red. After saying that, he left the ward cruelly. Qin Shui looked at her brother's departing back, without crying or curling up helplessly on the bed. She was small, frail, and even weak. But her eyes were as firm as Qin Feng's, and she murmured, Brother, Xiaoxue is waiting for you. Chapter 19 is the spring and autumn annals he reads, correct? After saying goodbye to his sister, Qin Feng followed Instructor Zhang to the helipad. Don't worry, it's nice here. If you want to meet, just make a video call. Teacher Zhang was smiling all the way. Qin Feng nodded. Although he was reluctant, he could not indulge in the pain of separation. He still has a lot to do. Host, don't be sad. Think about it, when Su Shu was about to leave, Liu Bei wanted to cut down a tree just to see his departing figure. This system suggests that you dig up the hospital so that you can see your sister. Hearing such stupid complaints, Qin Feng wished he had a knife in his hand so he could chop the system into pieces. But after this, his mood was relieved a lot. Judging from the time, the admission of new students should be almost done, and you will be able to see other students in the afternoon. Instructor Zhang got on the helicopter with an expectant tone. Qin Feng was also a little bit looking forward to it. I thought that after dropping out of school, I would be away from campus. Unexpectedly, I could enter Wufu and become a student. Life is truly magical. The imperial capital Wufu. A high-level martial arts academy in the Chinese Dragon Kingdom, a holy place revered by countless people. It covers an area of 450 hectares and has a variety of buildings, facilities, etc. The vegetation is lush and the air is filled with a youthful atmosphere, reflecting a green scene. Teachers and students came and went, and things started to get busy. Outside the imperial capital's Wu mansion, Qin Feng stood alone at the gate. He was carrying a bag with a change of clothes and toiletries in it. As for Instructor Zhang, he said he had to leave first for something and asked Qin Feng to report to Wu Mansion by himself. This must be a new student, right? Welcome, welcome, let's check our faces first. Well, Qin Feng, the genius of Yuanchang? Sure, we'll help you with your luggage. Brother, don't be nervous. The training atmosphere in our Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy is very good and comfortable. While Qin Feng was still shocked by the size of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy, several seniors rushed out and pushed him in with great enthusiasm. Qin Feng was a little confused. This enthusiasm is really a bit too much. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Qin Feng immediately said vigilantly, I don't have any money to give you. A senior student said with a smile, money doesn't work here, you will know it later. Come on, let's take you to the freshman dormitory. The senior student who was traveling with us was very beautiful and had a warm smile. Qin Feng was still a little suspicious. He always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. The freshman dormitory is large and luxurious. This made Qin Feng sigh that high-level martial arts schools are indeed wealthy and powerful. The seniors stood in front of the freshman dormitory, did not turn around and leave, and looked at Qin Feng with a smile. Junior Qin Feng, we helped you carry things along the way and explained the history of Wu Mansion. Our mouths are dry. The senior raised his eyebrows. Qin Feng said he understood, and immediately took out a few bottles of 1982 mineral water from his backpack, handed them to them, and asked them to take a sip. Several people's expressions were a little stiff. A senior student laughed dryly and said, thank you for the water. It would be even better if you could give us 1 or 2 points. The others nodded in agreement. After hearing this, Qin Feng finally understood. Waiting for me here. You think you're handsome? They're just after your points. They're mean. The system's complaints almost made Qin Feng laugh out loud. Very insightful. He suppressed his smile, put on his bag again, held his senior's hand with his left hand and his senior's hand with his right hand, and walked out slowly. The seniors were a little confused. What does this mean? Going around in a circle. Finally, they stood at the school gate again. Senior, please try inviting me again. Qin Feng smiled harmlessly and was as gentle as a boy next door. The senior felt his head itchy, as if he was going to grow a third head, and asked foolishly, Junior, do you need help? As warriors, we should constantly strive for self-improvement. Allow me to thank you for your kindness. Qin Feng raised his hand and refused righteously. Dry. The seniors came to their senses and felt very upset. This train of thought is amazing. Finally, they stared at Qin Feng speechlessly and left in shame. Qin Feng chuckled. It seems that the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Mansion is quite interesting. Life will no longer be boring from now on. These guys come out every year at this time to cheat students out of points. Some students are too shameless and have their points taken away from them. A hearty laugh came from behind. Qin Feng turned his head and froze in place. This person is a little unusual. His face was as red as a date and his eyes were bright and lively. His facial features are as dignified as jade, giving people a sense of majesty and security. He was 1.9 meters tall, holding a sharp and ferocious saw in his hand, and looked exhausted, as if he had just returned from abroad. New here? The red-faced handsome guy came to Qin Feng and asked in a familiar manner. Qin Feng nodded, yes, I just arrived today. My name is Guan Changsheng, I'm from the fighting department, and I'm a second-year student. If you have any questions, you can ask me. The red-faced handsome guy said generously. The ancients said that Guan Yu loved to read the spring and autumn annals. Host, please ask this red-faced young man if the spring and autumn annals he reads are serious? The system started to act up again. Qin Feng usually chooses to ignore it. If he dared to ask, Guan Changsheng would definitely chop him with the cold saw in his hand. Of course, Guan Changsheng didn't know what Qin Feng was thinking. He smiled faintly and said, You are the first freshman I have seen. I hope this will bring you good luck. Don't hit the wall during the freshman training this afternoon. New wall? Qin Feng looked puzzled. The so-called new wall is just a metaphor, not a real wall. For example, a genius from a small city suddenly enters a high-level martial arts academy, and the people and things he comes into contact with are all things he has never seen before. This situation will lead to poor performance and low practice. A more down-to-earth way of saying it is, not acclimatized. If we can get out of this predicament, we will be like a dragon soaring across the seas and a phoenix singing in the sky. If you can't get out of it, you either have to hang around for 4 years or leave the Imperial Capital Academy. Those who have entered the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy on their own are all proud. If I am not welcome here, there are other places that will welcome me. As for those who spend money to get in, that depends on personal opinion. Qin Feng took Guan Changxing's warning to heart. He was very glad. I just entered the Imperial Capital Academy and met such an enthusiastic senior. Okay, I have to go to the mission department. Come on. After saying that, Guan Changxing strode towards the school. Many students bowed and greeted Guan Changxing when they saw him. Even some teachers are no exception. Qin Feng looked at Guan Changxing's departing back and thought to himself, new wall? Then I'll break it. He returned to the freshman dormitory. By the time I was basically familiar with the situation on campus, it was almost afternoon. The new students arrived at the imperial capital Wufu one after another. The accommodation conditions are slightly worse than my home. Isn't that bad? How rich is your family? Just listen to him brag, he's not afraid of his tongue slipping. The male and female freshmen moved into the dormitory, and the scene was quite noisy with everyone talking to each other. Hello, my name is Zhao Xiaoqi. A man came up to Qin Feng and said with a smile. He is about 1.8 meters tall, very thin, and has squinty eyes. Qin Feng shook hands politely. Hello, my name is Qin Feng. The moment of shaking hands, Qin Feng felt that this person's hand was so slippery. Just like Diabrand soap. Not only here, but other people are also getting to know each other. We will be classmates for the next 4 years, and everyone wants to have a companion. At this moment, a boy with hair as red as a blazing cloud walked out and sneered, What the hell are you talking about when you introduce me to someone? You're not qualified to know me. Li Yuntao, you are a fool. Do you really think you are invincible? Another boy stood up and mocked loudly. Li Yuntao sneered, Xiaoding, I better not break your overlord spear with one kick. Guess why it's called the overlord spear? Xiaoding supported his waist and grinned. Female freshman here. Whether it was the cold beauty or the petite and cute girl, they all rolled their eyes. It's already 3,202, and boys are still childish. Qin Feng did not join the noisy crowd. He was resting with his eyes closed when he suddenly opened them. I saw a group of people striding towards the iron gate of the freshman dormitory. Judging from the fluctuations of qi and blood emanating from them, they are all strong. Bang! There was a loud noise. The tall iron gate was kicked open on the spot. The leader was a man with short black hair. He said with a smile, Hey boys, welcome to the Imperial Capital Martial Palace. Chapter 20 Freshman Trial, Elementary Warrior. A group of people walked into the freshman dormitory. The freshmen all turned their eyes over there. Don't you have any manners? Or are you born in the year of the dog and can only open the door with your feet? Li Yuntao's main character is arrogant and rebellious. The short-haired man was sturdy and narrowed his eyes as he spoke. This year's kids are quite brave and they even know how to talk back. Unlike the seniors in their junior and senior years, who are so lazy and boring. The person who answered was a man wearing a black robe with various powdery substances on his body. He put his hands in his sleeves and his voice sounded a little feminine. The third man, with a crew cut and a face full of flesh, grinned and said, Stop talking nonsense. Whether it's a mule or a horse, pull it out for a walk. Who are you? Among the girls, there was a cold beauty with a tall figure and a voice as cold as an iceberg. Fighting Department, Sun Mingjie. The man with short black hair grinned. Alchemy Department, Zhou Gang. The black-robed man's voice was calm. Foundry Department, Wu Gan. The man with a crew cut raised his eyebrows. Fighting Department. The people behind also began to introduce themselves. They came from various departments of the Imperial Capital's Martial Arts Department. A total of 50 people. Qin Feng frowned slightly, knew all. You know this too? Zhao Xiaoqi was a little surprised. Qin Feng nodded, it seems that he wants to give us a warning and suppress our arrogance. As far as I know, the training intensity of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy is average. The ones in Demon City, Jinan, and London are really cruel. They train you to death if you don't die. Zhao Xiaoqi shuddered. Sun Mingjie smiled proudly and said arrogantly, as a freshman, I'm very cute, rich, and beautiful, but at the same time. They are also a bunch of garbage. His expression changed, and his disdain was evident. The freshmen were furious when they heard this. Every word he speaks comes out with fragrance. Can seniors curse people? Wu Gan sneered, calling you trash is an exaggeration. Trash like you are no better than cannon fodder in a graveyard. If we really go down into the grave, you will be a burden, a bunch of little losers. Zhou Gang also sneered. Li Yuntao's hair was blazing like flames, and his tone was completely cold. Then I want to see what you can do. Sun Mingjie smiled with a look of triumph and said, there's a freshman trial in the back mountain to welcome you. If you lose, you'll have to contribute a portion of your admission points. Let's compete. I'm not afraid of you. Xiao Ding agreed immediately. He's just 1 year older than us, what's the big deal? Come on, let's have a painful fight. The freshman couldn't help but curse. How can I not be angry when I'm called a loser again and again? Just when the two sides were on the verge of a fight, Qin Feng slowly raised his hand. Senior, what if you lose? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire freshman dormitory fell silent. Everyone fixed their eyes on Qin Feng. There was surprise, astonishment, and more of a disdain from the older students. Sun Mingjie and the others burst out laughing and said in unison, you really have the guts to think that. There are winners and losers. If we lose points. If you lose, you have to pay the same number of points. Qin Feng smiled naively. Sun Mingjie and the others looked at each other and nodded. Okay. Whoever can defeat any of us will get 10 points. 50 seniors. That's 500 points. For freshmen, it is definitely a huge sum of money. We won't use weapons, only our innate abilities. You can use whatever you have, there are no restrictions. Because we are at the beginner warrior level, in the face of absolute power, any effort is in vain. Sun Mingjie explained the most basic rules. The freshmen said they had no problems. Instantly, the two sides looked at each other. There was a smell in the air that was about to explode. Freshmen vs old students. The freshman trial is about to begin. Imperial capital Wu Mansion, Back Mountain. The area here is huge and the view is broad. A special area has been set aside for the trial. The mountains and forests are lush and green, and birds are flying and singing. On a circular bridge, a group of instructors had been waiting for a long time. Among the instructors were old men and middle-aged men of various appearances, all concentrating on observing the new students who were entering the trial. What do you think? Can there be some interesting little guys this year? Li Yuntao from the Li family, Xiao Ding, the only genius from the Xiao family, and Do Meiyu from the Do family, the only SS-level element awakening. I remember there was a genius in Yuan Chang. And Ton, tell me about his abilities. Everyone looked at Instructor Zhang at the back, quite curious. You'll know soon. Teacher Zhang said with a smile. In fact, he was very depressed. How the hell do I know his abilities? Forgot to test it. I was in such a hurry to leave that I didn't even have time to organize the information. Qin Feng, you must strive for excellence. My old face depends on you. I also asked the Jade Emperor, Guanyin Bodhisattva, the three pure ones, to bless Qin Feng so that he doesn't lose too badly. Teacher Zhang put his hands together and invited all the gods and Buddhas in heaven. At the same time, in the back mountain, 500 freshmen and 50 senior students are ready. You have 30 seconds to prepare. Whether it's cooperation or a one-on-one fight, it's up to you. Sun Mingjie looked down at his smartwatch. The countdown begins. Qin Feng immediately escaped into the mountains and forests and hid his body. He had a general understanding of the primary warrior realm. A junior warrior can exert a force of 1 ton and can use qi and blood to temper the surface of the skin, forming a very hard stratum corneum. Therefore, it has another name, iron sheet. Beings at this level are basically difficult to kill with thermal weapons, because even if they are hit in the body, they can use iron sheets to block the bullets and then use their muscles to lock the bullets, greatly reducing the damage. Unless you use high-powered weapons like sniper rifles, there is a certain probability of killing. As for the so-called probability, that means a warrior will not stand there stupidly. Tick-tock. Time passes by second by second. The 500 freshmen shouted passionately, but their bodies were very honest. None of them chose to fight alone, and they all hid in the mountains and forests, ready to use the terrain to fight against the old man. 30 seconds are up. Sun Mingjie turned around and smiled. Let the hunt begin. As soon as he finished speaking, streams of hot energy and blood gushed out. They were like a pack of wolves entering the forest, immediately locking onto the slower freshman. Damn! It's so fast. Hey! Stop hitting my face. We Icon will never be slaves. In an instant, the entire back mountain was in chaos. Chapter 21, An Inhumane but Practical Plan. Bursts of screams were heard from the back mountain. As for the battle situation, it cannot be said that they were crushed, it can only be said that it was one-sided. The number of 500 freshmen is decreasing at a strange rate. Qin Feng dived underground, occasionally poking his head out to observe the situation and restore his energy and blood. There's no chance of a direct confrontation. We have to resort to trickery. A rank 2 weapon? It doesn't offer much of a head-on advantage. 2 wrong sneak attack? The warrior realm's reaction is extremely fast. When Qin Feng was thinking hard, he suddenly remembered the flamegrass in the barren mountain. If only strategic items like explosive cans could be created. Maybe it can turn the tide of the battle. Thinking of this, Qin Feng retreated into the ground again and began to look for any useful spiritual materials from heaven and earth. This scene naturally fell into the eyes of many mentors. A D-rank superhuman type of Dorong. It is a very good awakening ability. But that's not too surprising, is it? 2 Rong can only avoid the battle temporarily. It is still unrealistic for him to win. A mentor commented incisively. Many instructors nodded. To be honest, they are not optimistic about Qin Feng. Qin Feng swam wildly in the field. He completely forgot that the freshman trial had a limit. Looking up, a strange fruit came into view. It looked like a little snake wrapped around a little mouse, as strange as it could be, and had no smell at all. Qin Feng picked it up carefully and extracted it directly. Extraction successful. Obtain Snake Rat Tonlu Fruit Essence. Unobstructed? Qin Feng was suddenly shocked when he looked at the yellow sticky liquid. Could it be the legendary enema? He took a whiff and immediately felt his lower abdomen rumbling and his anus almost gave way. This is good stuff. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. A not very humane but very practical plan instantly formed in my mind. At the same time, he secretly made up his mind. When you enter the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy in the future, you must study hard. Otherwise, you won't know what effect these things have. Fortunately, he just took a light sniff. If I swallowed the ginseng fruit like Shubeiji did, wouldn't it be? Cough cough. Let us get back to the topic. Qin Feng immediately began to make a simple suppository. He made dozens of them in one go. Nothing else, I just want to be nice to my seniors. On the circular bridge. The instructor's expressions were quite interesting. The tree with a nest of snakes and rats was planted by the old blind man, right? This spiritual fruit is difficult to extract. How did he do it? Could it be that he really is a genius? During the discussion, Instructor Zhang suddenly interrupted. I would like to advise everyone to remember to hold your breath. The mentors thought of something and their faces turned pale green. Just over 10 minutes passed. More than 200 freshmen have been eliminated. As a last resort, the freshmen could only gather together temporarily to discuss how to deal with the seniors. As the saying goes, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Let's just charge forward. Li Yuntao gritted his teeth. Xiao Ding rarely agreed. That's right, ants can kill elephants. The petite Wen Qian rolled her eyes. A bunch of reckless men, what if they lose? Li Yuntao was about to retort when Do Meiyu said calmly, Zhou Gang is an S-class monster, Fire Mage Wu Gon is an S-class elemental, Burning Tomb. Do you think a group fight would be useful? Li Yuntao's face turned red. Play group fight with the mage. It's a bit stupid indeed. At this time, the screams continued. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen people were eliminated. There's nothing we can do about it. The gap between new and old students is indeed huge. I have an idea. Suddenly, a sound came from under my feet. When everyone saw this, they realized it was Qin Feng. He rose from the ground, gasping for breath. 2 Rong consumes a lot of qi and blood. He had just crossed the entire trial area and was inevitably exhausted. Li Yuntao glanced at him and asked, What's the solution? Qin Feng smiled, took out a jar of rhubarb water named by himself, and placed it in front of everyone. Li Yuntao walked over and took a sip subconsciously. Gurgle. In an instant, Li Yuntao's face changed drastically. He didn't have time to explain and dived into the bushes. Li Yuntao was seen holding confidential documents in his hands, standing on both sides of the Yellow River, with machine gun fire in front and artillery fire behind. The battle lasted 3 minutes. When Li Yuntao came out, his cheeks were thin and his legs were shaking. Everyone was stunned and looked at Qin Feng deeply. Qin Feng nodded heavily. Silence is better than words at this time. You can give this method a try. Xiao Ding and others' eyes lit up. Being tough won't work, outsmarting is the way to go. Qin Feng said honestly, I came up with the idea, and I provided the things. 500 points, I want 300. Impossible. The freshman flatly refused. In the imperial capital Marshal Mansion, money is useless and points are the real currency. Qin Feng wants 300 points at once. Who can agree to this? Don't be so quick to refuse. In just over 10 minutes, half of the 500 freshmen were killed. If this continues, you will not only lose, but lose miserably. Just think of it as raising 300 points for a chance to vent your anger. Besides, you can split the 200 points equally in the end. Qin Feng understands people's hearts. In just a few words, the freshman felt that it made a lot of sense. Li Yuntao was the first to raise his hand. Brother, take me with you. I'll go too. Zhao Xiaoqi also felt there was a chance. Xiao Ding was still a little hesitant. 300 points is too many. We're all classmates, I'm just being unfair. Qin Feng sighed, I want 310. Dou Meiyu and Wan Qian widened their beautiful eyes. Hello, hey, why is there reverse bargaining? How is this considered a loss? Qin Feng finally said, those freshmen who were eliminated are not eligible to share the points. Do you agree with this? Everyone looked at each other, and it would be a lie to say they weren't moved. Okay, how do we do it? They finally agreed. Qin Feng whispered, who can attack from a distance? I can. Zhao Xiaoqi raised his hand. The next second, his arm became extremely smooth, and a stream of water shot out from his palm, easily penetrating a big tree. Very well, here's my plan. Qin Feng nodded and whispered the entire battle plan. No one took it seriously at first. The more they listened, the more wonderful their expressions became. Could this plan really be thought up by carbon-based organisms? A corner of the forest. A dozen senior students were beating up a group of freshmen. Behind Zhou Gang stood a huge monster, 3 meters tall. Its entire body seemed to be cast from flames, with sharp bones extending from its shoulders and chest. It looked mighty and domineering, yet also strange and eerie. This is his fire magician. Flames extended out and turned into long whips of fire, which continuously whipped the freshman's buttocks. This move is extremely insulting and lethal. Buzz. Suddenly, thick clouds and fog surged out from the mountains and forests, accompanied by the sound of dense horse hooves. Zhou Gang raised his eyebrows. These idiots actually chose to attack head-on? Dozens of freshmen rushed over within the field of vision. Led by Li Yuntao. He sat upright on the back of a majestic horse and took the lead in the charge. The horse was snow white all over, tall and majestic. Every time it stepped on the ground, it caused clouds and mist to sweep up. S-level monster series, Cloud Sea Fiery Horse. In an instant, the attention of Zhou Gang and others was drawn over. Qin Feng, who had already dived into the ground, seized the opportunity, suddenly broke out of the ground, and grabbed the legs of a senior student at the Warrior Realm. The Warrior Realm has a very fast reaction ability. However, Qin Feng's speed was not slow either. He grabbed the senior's legs and pulled him down hard. Tu Rong? Kill him first. Zhou Gang's expression changed slightly and he shouted loudly. Seeing that the old students had completely let down their guard, the new students hiding in the forest raised their large jars of rhubarb water and threw them over. The other side. Zhao Xiaoqi also took action. Call out. Water rockets shoot. The jar broke with a loud bang. The rhubarb water was like a pouring rain, covering Zhou Gang and others without any blind spots. Li Yuntao and others who had originally launched the charge stopped in time. They didn't retreat, but just stood there and sneered. Crash. The rhubarb water fell on the old students. At first, they were disdainful. We are warriors, and we are somewhat immune to toxins. As soon as the thought came to mind, the old students' expressions changed drastically. This tastes wrong. Gurgle. My stomach and intestines started to rebel. The pass began to fall. These old students have entered the darkest moment of their lives. Chapter 22 Qin Feng, you are really good. Back mountain. A horrific picture emerged. P.S. This is not a metaphor, this this is not a metaphor, important words to say 3 times. Wouldn't this be socially fatal? Wait, there are not only seniors here, but also seniors. I just smelled it and it made me feel like I was in heaven. They bathed in rhubarb water, isn't that? Li Yuntao and others shuddered. Xin Feng is right. This method is very practical, but it is a bit inhumane. At this time, Xin Feng crawled out from the soil. He asked, "How is it?" Completely annihilated. Li Yuntao and the others answered in unison. After the rhubarb water's effect was fully exerted, Zhou Gang and others. Excuse me. It is difficult to describe this scene with words. Author, it's so hard for me. On the circular bridge. The tutors pinched their noses and stared at Tutor Zhang. Are you sure the students you brought here won't blow up the Wu Mansion? Someone asked, looking puzzled. Instructor Zhang laughed dryly. This shows that Xin Feng is smart and knows how to use the surrounding environment to easily achieve victory. The old man in the alchemy department was combing his bald fringe with a small comb, saying with a chuckle, I'm very interested in this kid. Haven't you noticed? He's a bit of a secret master, he's a double awakening. The others were stunned. No wonder Xin Feng can easily extract the fruits of the snake and rat nest. Ha, I was discovered after all. Teacher Zhang smiled mysteriously. In fact, he suddenly realized it in his heart. It turns out to be a double awakening. No wonder Xin Feng is so talented. I made a lot of money this time. Look at the back mountain again. Zhao Xiaoqi and others took great efforts and finally pulled Zhou Gang and others out of the range of the Dahuang water. This is just a trial, not a life and death battle. If they delay any longer, they may die here. By then, not to mention the imperial capital's martial palace, the entire Chinese Dragon Kingdom would probably be shocked. This is a colorful front page news. Just leave them like this? Li Yuntao asked in confusion. He was worried that these old students would recover and attack them immediately, which would be troublesome. Leave this to me. Xin Feng patted his chest. He took out a large blue steel alloy shovel, dug holes on the spot, and planted the old students one by one in the holes like planting carrots, leaving only their heads sticking out of the soil. This will not only restrict their movements, but also fertilize the soil. The grass here will definitely be very fertile next year. Xin Feng wiped the non-existent sweat, with a simple and honest expression of a farmer. Everyone's forehead was filled with black lines. Such a pragmatic tone, such sinister tactics. Xin Feng looks harmless, but he is actually full of evil intentions and his danger level is off the charts. Never provoke Xin Feng again. This thought came to the minds of the freshmen at the same time. Senior, where exactly are Sun Mingjie and Wu Gan? Xin Feng walked up to Zhou Gang and asked with a faint smile. Zhou Gang sneered and said nothing. Xin Feng still kept smiling. He reached into his backpack and pulled out a can. This is 100 times concentrated rhubarb water. I wonder how you will deal with it. After he finished speaking, Zhou Gang's face changed. He hurriedly said, to the east is Wu Gan, and to the west is Sun Mingjie. Zhou Gang OS, brothers, take care. In the woods behind the mountain. An illusory tomb was suspended in mid-air, with pale green flames floating around it, making the entire forest look quite eerie. In front of the tomb, Wu Gan stood with his head held high. He lightly snapped his fingers, and flames as big as human heads whizzed away, hitting the freshmen and making them wail. Stop struggling, little ones. Wu Gan was very proud. The reason we discouraged your arrogance is for your own good. Bullshit. Suddenly, a curse was heard. Wu Gan and the old students subconsciously looked towards the source of the sound. There were 2 jars placed there, very big and round, with an indescribable smell. Then, the jar exploded. Bang! Bang! The rhubarb water gushed out and splashed on Wu Gan and others. At first, they were just like Zhou Gang, with disdain on their faces. Then, the flowers bloomed. They have personally experienced the dangers of society. Charge! Li Yuntao shouted. The freshmen were like wolves among a flock of sheep, knocking the old students away in an instant. Xin Feng aimed at Wu Gan. Breaking through the earth, the shovel strikes hard. Wu Gan got asleep like a baby. A moment later. The battle is over. Xin Feng picked up the shovel and dug in the big woods, planting another patch of radishes. After doing all this, he stood up and laughed, classmates, fuck Sun Mingjie. Dry. Everyone shouted. After Sun Mingjie knocked down a group of freshmen, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. So quiet. He thought to himself. Could it be that the battle between the other two sides is over? Not likely. This class of freshmen is not that bad yet. Sun Mingjie warned, be careful, Wugon and Zhou Gang might be in trouble. Isn't that possible? They are just a bunch of brats, they don't have that ability. If that's the case, Wugon and Zhou Gang can drop out of school. The others laughed and didn't take it seriously at all. Not far away. Xin Feng and others have already set up an ambush. But there is a problem. Sun Mingjie is an A-level awakening, Dark Steel. Although his level is not as high as Zhou Gang and Wugon, he is still very tricky. Dark Steel, it can transform the body into super hard alloy steel as black as ink. Not only that, it can also strengthen the internal organs to a certain extent, and dramatically increase resistance in all aspects. Li Yuntao explained in a low voice. Xiao Ding added, I've heard from my family that he has extremely high combat power and is a frequent visitor to the warrior ranking. Hearing this, Xin Feng said softly, Xiao Qi, take the big yellow water and use it all. They are the only ones left anyway. What about you? Zhao Xiaoqi asked back. Xin Feng took a deep breath, clenched the large Qinggang alloy shovel with both hands, and said calmly, I will put an end to Sun Mingjie. As he spoke, his body was like a hydraulic press, with his heart as the center, pumping qi and blood, and performing high compression again and again. Crash! The qi and blood roar like the tide. Qin Feng's breath became thick and violent. Li Yuntao and the others suddenly widened their eyes. Isn't he a D-level Earth fusion? How did it become C-level charging again? Don't waste time, act immediately. Dou Meiyu said decisively in a low voice. Everyone nodded and rushed out quickly. On the circular bridge. The instructors looked at each other with strange expressions and turned to look at Instructor Zhang. 3 awakenings. Is this what is so amazing about Qin Feng? I told you he would definitely bring surprises. Teacher Zhang's mouth twisted into a frown, looking very proud. In fact, he was trembling wildly in his heart. Qin Feng, you are really good. How much ability is hidden here? Rumble. At this moment, the battle in the back mountain finally broke out. The performance of rhubarb water is still outstanding. After one encounter, the old students were overwhelmed and unbearable. Sun Mingjie reacted very quickly. He retreated frantically while activating his supernatural powers. Buzz. The black steel metallic luster lingers all over the body. Sun Mingjie used all his strength and barely stopped Huakai Fugue. Roll. Sun Mingjie swept it away with a horizontal arm. A terrible impact force erupted, and dozens of freshmen were blown away, wailing. Li Yuntao, Xiao Ding, Dou Meiyu, Wan Qian and others looked at each other and immediately rushed towards Sun Mingjie to fight. But even though Sun Mingjie was restricted by the rhubarb water, his combat power was still strong. A punch, a kick. Every attack was difficult for them to resist. Just when everyone was unable to hold on any longer, Li Yuntao looked up to the sky and shouted, Qin Feng, are you still not well? Anyone else? Sun Mingjie had a bad feeling. The next moment, the earth rippled like the surface of water. Qin Feng jumped up from the ground and raised the large blue steel alloy shovel high. This attack costs 500 HP. Can you stop it? After he finished speaking, he swung the shovel. A flash of green light passed by, shocking everyone. Sun Mingjie felt a strong wind behind him. He shook Li Yuntao and others away, and the black light on his body became more and more intense, obviously increasing his defense to the extreme. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. Sun Mingjie raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said disdainfully, the gluteus maximus is the largest muscle group in the human body. It's your choice, but you chose this place. Junior, you still have a lot to learn. That's all I have to say. The pretense is complete. Sun Mingjie was just about to have a perfect ending when he saw Qin Feng smiling happily. Really? Do you want to feel it again? Chapter 23 Don't mess with Qin Feng, 2 werewolves. Sun Mingjie frowned. Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. So how did he make me feel? It's just such a subconscious action. Sun Mingjie's barrier is broken. He is not afraid of attacks from outside or inside. However, this is a magical attack from the inside out, and it is real damage that can cause instant death. Sun Mingjie suddenly panicked. Immediately following, he saw a shovel coming towards him. Bang! Sun Mingjie took off on the spot. The moment he fell to the ground unconscious, he finally smiled with relief. We won, we won. I heard that freshmen in the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy's freshman wall almost never win. Then haven't we made history? The freshman roared with excitement. The happiest person was Qin Feng. He can get 300 points. Adding the 50 points given by teacher Zhang, the total reaches 350. This is undoubtedly a huge sum of money. Of course. Qin Feng was not proud either. Wufu is not a desolate mountain area. The seniors are not members of a cult. This is just a communication test after all. He knew that he was able to easily defeat this group of old students by taking advantage of the situation. Classmates, come out. At this moment, a hearty voice echoed in the back mountain. Freshman wall is over. After treatment, 50 veteran actors including Sun Mingjie, Zhou Gang, and Wu Gan finally woke up. They were pale and had emaciated cheeks. If you don't know, you might think it's something else. Seniors, you guys don't look very well. Which Japanese teacher did you communicate with last night? Was it Fukada, Kitano, or Xiaohua? Li Yuntao joked. Sun Mingjie gritted his teeth and said, Get lost. What's the point of playing tricks? Senior, it seems like you said that we can do anything. Qin Feng added honestly. Hearing this, Sun Mingjie and others felt a chill in their hearts. You must never make enemies with this person. He has a bright smile but his methods are so cruel. You must not provoke him. In fact, the same is true for freshmen. They witnessed Qin Feng's methods today. One word, ruthless. Ahem. A cough was heard. Under the gaze of the crowd, mentors came out one by one. There are men and women, old and young. They had just watched the entire trial at the ring bridge. Sun Mingjie, Zhou Gang, Wu Gan, and 50 others. A middle-aged male instructor said indifferently, if this happened on the battlefield, you would have been dead. Countless geniuses have died because of carelessness. There was once an SSS awakening genius who was stabbed through the heart by a cultist who was far below his level and died on the spot. Except for Li Yuntao, Xiao Ding, Do Meiyu, and other freshmen from martial arts families, the rest of the people gasped. That was SSS awakening, and he died just like that? It's always people who are powerful, not superpowers. SSS level awakening only gives you a higher starting point than others, but it doesn't make you so arrogant as to look down on everyone. An old woman said calmly. Qin Feng naturally understood this truth. He has a system and endless means. But if faced with extreme danger, you will still die. Accidents can never be predicted. The same is true of death. Next, the instructors will select students. Don't be discouraged if you are not selected. You can join the general teaching class. Instructor Zhang said softly. After he finished speaking, all the instructors looked at Qin Feng. In this battle of the new wall, Qin Feng won by using his wisdom and performed the best. As for talent, that is obvious to all. Qin Feng, I'm Lin Ji, from the alchemy department. As long as you're willing to be my student, you can have as many pills as you want. The old man holding the small comb was the first to speak. Young man, your personality is suitable for our fighting department. I guarantee that no one will cause trouble for you. The strong man Huang Zhong grinned. What's the point of fighting and killing? A middle-aged woman sneered, then said, Come to my place. I can give you a residence permit in the imperial capital. Many mentors extended olive branches and were extremely enthusiastic. Qin Feng seemed to be considering it, but in fact he wanted to choose teacher Zhang. First of all, he liked teacher Zhang very much. Secondly, with a system in place, the mentor is not that important. Thinking of this, Qin Feng turned his head to look at teacher Zhang, but saw that teacher Zhang was secretly waving his hands, as if signaling him not to accept it. What does this mean? Qin Feng was confused. Could it be that teacher Zhang had already made arrangements? On the side, the freshmen were already drooling with envy. Others are chosen by their mentors. Qin Feng, on the other hand, was actually choosing a mentor. Even the senior students were amazed. This is the first time such a thing has happened in the imperial capital as martial arts mansion. We two old guys should also come and get involved. At this time, an old man walked out. He was hunched over, holding a cane, with a kind smile on his face. The weird thing is, there are no eyes in his eye sockets. An eyeless old man. There was an old woman beside him, with white hair and a kind face, but she was missing an arm. She and the blind old man were supporting each other. Young teacher. The instructors and senior students bowed respectfully. Seeing this, the freshman quickly saluted. The old man's name is Yang Guangxu. He had no eyes, but he could look at Qin Feng accurately and said with a smile, "My wife and I are usually free. Would you like to become our student? However, we are very strict." The old woman's name was Yin Wanner, and she smiled faintly. 2 sentences came to fruition. Li Yuntao and others who came from a family of warriors became jealous. The old students were drooling with envy. The instructors also looked incredulous. There are 10 ancient stones in the imperial capital Wu Mansion. The 2 old men are the second one. They once made great contributions to the Chinese dragon state, but now they are seriously injured, so they are recuperating here. At this time, teacher Zhang hurriedly winked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng understood instantly and said immediately, "I am willing." Thank you both teachers for your appreciation. Let me make it clear in advance that if you don't perform well, we won't give up on you. We'll just send you back for retraining. Yang Guangxu laughed. Qin Feng's mouth twitched. Such harsh words, said so lightly. It looks like 2 werewolves. Seeing that teacher Yin Yang accepted Qin Feng, the other instructors didn't dare to say anything and could only sigh in their hearts. Subsequently, about 100 freshmen including Li Yuntao, Dou Meiyu, Xiao Ding, Wan Qian, Zhao Xiaoqi, etc. were selected by their mentors one after another. Others can only enter the large teaching class. Even if you enter a large class, you must not slack off or be discouraged. Countless strong people have emerged from large classes. You must know one of them. Li Yiren, the boxing master of the Jiangnan governor. With just his pair of iron fists, he has killed thousands of enemies. He himself is invincible in the War King realm, and he even subdued a War King level grave pit beast. Seeing the depressing atmosphere, instructor Zhang spoke to comfort them. Every word made the freshman's blood boil. After saying that, instructor Zhang looked at young Guangxu and said, "Teacher Yang, would you like to say a few words?" "Of course, I can, but I'm afraid it might conflict with some people's teaching philosophy." Yang Guangxu laughed, but his voice was serious. "What is a warrior? It is to forge ahead bravely, to be hard-working and diligent, and to leave a lasting impression. A warrior only needs to do one thing, and that is, fight. Fight for resources, fight for ranking, fight for status, fight for everything. If we don't fight, how can Blue Star have peace and prosperity? Only by fighting can one become strong." Every word Yang Guangxu spoke was sonorous and powerful, like a brand embedded in the hearts of the freshmen. Many people didn't understand what they heard. Only Qin Feng listened extremely attentively. That's right. He also wants to fight. Fight for everything that makes you stronger and helps your sister stand up again. Chapter 24 Qin Feng's explanation, 2 great gifts. Only Qin Feng, Sun Mingjie, Zhou Gang, and a few others at the scene could understand Yang Guangxu's theory of warriors. The other freshmen either come from wealthy families or from families of warriors. They have been pampered since childhood and have abundant resources. As long as they practice step by step, they can reach the level of war generals or even the level of war kings. Qin Feng is different. He came from the lower class of society. Even if you have the system, you still have to fight to get to where you are today. So, he has to fight. Fight for everything. I don't care whether you listen or not. Yang Guangxu smiled faintly and said, "My educational philosophy is contrary to that of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy. Actually, my wife and I are more suitable for other martial arts academy." The instructors smiled bitterly. You can't say this casually. The palace master must have heard it. Teacher Zhang fanned the flames, saying, "I also think the 2 teachers are more suitable for outside. The educational policy of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy is too lax." "Okay, if you say any more, a certain stingy person will get angry." Yin Wanner smiled kindly, looked at Qin Feng and said, "Xiaofeng, right? Go get your student ID, then take your luggage to Baihua Manor." "Okay, teachers." Qin Feng nodded quickly. As he said this, he waved goodbye to Li Yuntao and others. After going through a trial, everyone became more familiar with each other. This is a good thing. After all, we are classmates, it's better to get to know each other earlier. On the top of a teaching building, a white-haired old man stood with his hands behind his back. I'm stingy? How generous can you, an old blind man? Since he is a talented warrior, he must be trained well, and then we can talk about fighting. This can be seen from this. The educational policy of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy does have two directions. Xin Feng successfully obtained his student ID card. There are 360 points in it. 310 is the income from the new wall. 50 is the promise made by the Imperial Capital Martial Palace. Happy, right? A light laugh was heard. Instructor Zhang slowly walked over and said with a smile, make good use of these points and become a high-level warrior as soon as possible, and then break through to the warrior realm. Becoming a warrior is the first step in cultivation. There are many reasons why you won today. For example, Sun Mingjie and the others couldn't use their full strength, for example, they were careless, and for example, you're, ahem, that thing. One-on-one, you can't get out of a round. Xin Feng naturally knew this. He is never proud, but he also never feels inferior. Victory is victory. Not to mention, if it's a life-and-death fight, he might not lose. How many superpowers do you have? Suddenly, Teacher Zhang lowered his voice. Ordinary warriors only have one awakened ability. The talents Xin Feng displayed today include D-level Earth Fusion, C-level Power Storage, and a strange ability to devour. Throughout the entire era of warriors, there are only a handful of people who possess dual talents, and not a single one who possesses triple talents. Xin Feng had already prepared an explanation in his mind and replied, Teacher, I have awakened the fusion ability, and there is a chance that I can fuse with other people's awakened talents. The explanation system is unrealistic. Just push towards awakening your superpowers. Fusion? Instructor Zhang pondered, SSS level Myriad Fusion? Or SS level 1000 Stars Fusion Dragon? Xin Feng shook his head, it should be a new superpower. That's right, there are all kinds of awakenings, so it's not surprising to see new ones. Teacher Zhang smiled as he spoke, fortunately, I was prepared and found 2 good teachers for you. Are they really strict? Xin Feng asked tentatively. Instructor Zhang didn't answer, but said seriously, study hard with Teacher Yin Yang, and you will benefit greatly. After saying that, the two separated. Xin Feng walked towards Baihua Manor. Baihua Manor. Various kinds of flowers grow here. The flowers are in full bloom, bright and beautiful. It truly lives up to its name. However, the Onmyoji's residence is a little strange. What they planted were not flowers, but fruits like melons, pears, and peaches. A rich fruity aroma wafts over, making your mouth water. Teacher, I'm coming in. Xin Feng pushed open the iron gate and saw the 2 elders drinking tea. Yang Guangxiu put down his teacup and smiled at Xin Feng, a new fusion ability? That makes sense. Xin Feng's heart trembled. Was it Teacher Zhang who conveyed the message? Or can Yang Guangxiu hear the conversation from a distance? Everyone has their own secrets. The old man and I will not interfere. As long as you don't betray the human race, that's all. However, the secret needs to have a suitable reason. Yin Wanner smiled meaningfully. Xin Feng immediately understood and said through gritted teeth, my ability is fusion. No matter who asks or who questions, he will stick to the fusion. With us here, no one can touch you, but you must grow up quickly. One day we are gone and you become powerful, then no one will dare to touch you. The Chinese dragon nation is united in its external stance, but not everyone follows the right path. The better you perform and the more amazing your talent, the more people will want to conduct special experiments on you, like a guinea pig. Yang Guangxiu's few words made Xin Feng shudder. He had heard of this kind of thing too. Some lunatics are willing to sacrifice millions of lives in order to achieve a certain goal. Including geniuses. Yin Wanner patted the old man angrily and said with a smile, you can live here from now on. It will be more convenient for us to teach you. Okay, teachers. Xin Feng felt the care and concern of the 2 old people and hurriedly thanked them. Worth mentioning. Ordinary students and exclusive students are 2 different concepts. Ordinary students are treated equally. Exclusive students are similar to the closed disciples in ancient times, and the relationship is deeper. A meeting gift is essential. Yang Guangxiu stood up and said with a faint smile, I will teach you a set of upper-level Earth-level swordsmanship. Earth-level superior? Xin Feng asked in a puzzled tone. The Yin Yang teacher was speechless. High school doesn't even teach these basics? Martial arts are the most important skills for a warrior and the basis for killing the enemy. The four major levels of heaven, earth, and yellow are divided into three levels: upper, middle, and lower. After listening to Yang Guangxu's explanation, Qin Feng immediately understood. This is a great gift. Upper earth rank. One more step is the heavenly stage. While thinking, the atmosphere suddenly changed. The villa, which was originally shrouded in warm sunshine, now became cold as ice, as if falling into an ice cave. Look at Yang Guangxu again. He seemed to no longer be the frail old man. He picked up a branch and took a step forward. As the branch was swung, the space in front of him flashed with a blood-red thunder and made a loud rumbling sound. Blood lightning destroys everything. 9 levels of blood thunder is a sword technique. Once you comprehend the first level, you will be able to reach the warrior realm. Yang Guangxu smiled, and his aura dissipated, and he turned into an ordinary old man again. Qin Feng was completely frozen in place. The world he had come into contact with before was just a drop in the bucket. No, it's just a drop in the ocean. Old woman, it's your turn. Yang Guangxu said. Inwana held a large bowl filled with an unknown liquid and said with a smile, "Take off your shirt and sit on the ground." Qin Feng did as he was told. Without waiting for him to ask, Inwana had already smeared the unknown liquid on his body. In an instant, Qin Feng felt that the world was spinning. This is not dizziness. But it hurts. The pain was extreme. The pain was so severe that he even had hallucinations. Chapter 25. You are a professional scammer. The unknown liquid in Inwana's bowl is called thunder and fire tempering fluid. When this thing is applied on the body, it is not only painful, but also extremely itchy, which makes people feel worse than death. However, it is a perfect match with 9 layers of blood thunder. Therefore, Inwana did not allow Qin Feng to use his qi and blood to resist the thunder and fire quenching body fluids, but instead took advantage of the effect of the medicine and practiced 9 levels of blood thunder with all his strength. Hurry up and don't be lazy. There are countless geniuses from all over the country who entered the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy this year, many of whom are stronger than you. Do you really think there are only 500 new students? The fighting department, the alchemy department, the weaponry department, the Wanwan building has already recruited many students with special talents. There are at least 1,500 new students this year, and you're just average. Yang Guangxu started complaining one sentence after another. Qin Feng did not retort, holding the shovel, practicing over and over again. Do you really believe what this old man says? If you believe him, you might as well believe that this system is Qin Shi Huang. I will make you a general. Puff. Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh. Old man Yang was furious. You still dare to laugh? Practice more. Ah! Screams were heard in Baihua manner. Qin Feng, the system is harming me. Fighting department. New and old students come and go, and the shouts of training are like thunder. As soon as Sun Mingjie came back, he was surrounded by a group of people. Our department's laxative hero is back. As soon as these words were spoken, a happy atmosphere filled the fighting department. Sun Mingjie sneered, "You'd better not run into that guy who laughed at me. I heard that you lost 500 points, and that guy named Qin Feng got 310 points?" A burly man came over. He was tall and strong, with muscles all over his body. Sun Mingjie glanced at him with disdain. "Guan Hongkai, you want to borrow points from the freshman again? Have some shame. It's not like you can't return it just by borrowing it." Guan Hongkai raised his eyebrows. A handsome senior is borrowing from him and will also protect him, why not? Return? You've never returned it. Sun Mingjie's expression was filled with disgust. Don't let it happen that you fail to rob others and end up losing face and points. The fact that I can borrow it shows my ability. Since I borrowed it with my ability, why should I pay it back? Guan Hongkai chuckled. Snort. A cold snort came from the fighting department. Guan Hongkai's expression froze and he hurriedly took his people away. Sun Mingjie and others looked up and saw Guan Changsheng sitting upright on the chair. His phoenix eyes were majestic and powerful, and he held an ancient book in his hand. His voice was calm and calm. If you lose, train hard. Don't end up in the graveyard and not even know how you died. Yes, brother Changsheng. Sun Mingjie and the others were submissive and didn't dare to talk back. Guan Changsheng sat there like a majestic sculpture, emitting a huge oppressive force invisibly. He suddenly remembered his encounter with Qin Feng at the school gate, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. One person broke the freshman wall. It seems that the Imperial Capital Martial Academy is about to become interesting. The next day, Qin Feng left Baihua Manor feeling refreshed. Yesterday's training was very strict, even inhumane. But the effect of the thunder and fire quenching fluid is magical. When I woke up, I felt in great shape. And it also increased the health value by 7 points. Now it has reached 422 points. Now Qin Feng is going to the resources department to exchange points for pills to further increase his qi and blood value. Soon, the resources department arrived. This place is very strange, a bit like a middle school canteen, with a few small iron windows and middle-aged and elderly people sitting inside. Some were watching TV, some were fiddling with the radio, each one looking different. Qin Feng stood outside the iron window and asked, "Hello, teacher, how many points are required for a first-grade elixir?" "Depends on the type. First-grade wolf blood pill costs 10 points, first-grade tiger blood pill costs 12 points, and boiling blood pill costs 20 points. Even though they are all first grade, the materials are different and the prices are different. Also, don't compare ours with those rubbish first-grade pills out there. This is the best." The old man who was watching Playboy answered casually. Qin Feng nodded slightly. 10 points is not expensive, or very cheap. Outside, the worst wolf blood pill costs 20,000 yuan, and a slightly better quality one starts at 50,000 yuan. If it is made by a master, it will cost at least 100,000 yuan. So, the poor are good at literature and the rich are good at martial arts. You can't practice without money, there is simply not enough to support it. I stole a wolf blood pill from the blood cult, and then used my points to exchange for 36 more. I should be able to break through to become a high-level warrior. Qin Feng estimated. When the qi and health value reaches 500, you can become a high-level warrior. The next level up is warrior level. Advancement is in sight. Just as Qin Feng was about to exchange it, several people surrounded him. The leader was Guan Hongkai. "Junior, come and exchange something." Guan Hongkai smiled happily. Qin Feng nodded politely, "Yes." "Senior, I want to exchange for a second-grade weapon, but I'm still short of 300 points. Can you lend me some?" Guan Hongkai smiled. The people around him didn't say anything, staring at Qin Feng expressionlessly, exuding a sense of oppression. The old man from the resources department glanced at it and ignored it. It's a good thing for freshmen to suffer some losses. Qin Feng frowned. Is there bullying in the Imperial Capital's Martial Arts Academy? But fortunately, they are not a group of fairies. You lent me points, so we're good friends. Guan Hongkai smiled, then quickly faded, his voice turning cold. On the contrary, if you don't listen to me, your life in the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy will probably not be smooth. He has seen many country bumpkins from small places like this. Just one word, scary. This trick has been tried and tested. Seeing this, Qin Feng sighed deeply. Then, he just lay down on the ground, screaming in pain. Family, who understands? Senior is grabbing points. Teacher. Master's wife. Come quickly, your disciple is being bullied. It's so miserable, I'm so miserable. The screams grew louder and more miserable. It suddenly broke the peaceful atmosphere of the imperial capital's Wu mansion. Guan Hongkai and others were completely confused. What happened? What did we do? You must be a professional scammer. Qin Feng secretly bit his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood at Guan Hongkai's feet, making his mouth bloody. He wailed, My teacher and mistress are Yang Guangxu and Yin Waner. You are finished. Many students gathered and began to whisper. Even the instructors looked over, their expressions revealing a hint of displeasure. I didn't do anything. Guan Hongkai quickly argued. Qin Feng continued to yell, You're still saying no, but my blood is all over your feet. You're dead. You're in big trouble. No, no, no. Guan Hongkai's face turned pale and he kept saying, Let's go now. If it was a disturbance, Guan Hongkai would not be afraid at all. But Qin Feng moved out Yang Guangxu and Yin Waner. He can't afford to offend these two people. Leave? You want to leave after beating someone up? The Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy is unjust. It's unfair. Qin Feng pounded the ground angrily, which made people feel sad. What do you say we should do? Guan Hongkai was almost crying. All he wanted in his mind was to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible. Xin Feng put his hands on his hips, stretched out his hand, and said directly, "Compensate the points, and this matter will be over. Otherwise, teacher. Give. I'll give it to you right away." Guan Hongcai's face turned pale, and he hurriedly used his student ID to transfer 10 points to Xin Feng. "What about them?" Xin Feng glanced at Guan Hongcai's companions. The corners of their mouths twitched, and they could only grit their teeth, transfer the points, and then escape. "Fight with me? You're still a little immature." As soon as Guan Hongcai and others left, Xin Feng stood up. He spat out blood foam and dusted himself off. No screams, no wails. It was as if nothing had happened just now. The only difference is that the points for the student ID card increased from 360 to 400. He walked back to the small iron window, handed his student ID in, and said with a smile, "Teacher, I'll exchange it for 40 wolf blood pills." "Thank you." This operation left everyone confused, including mentors from the resources department. When did our school have a department that just throws tantrums? Chapter 26, Breakthrough for High-Level Warriors. For the weak, even breathing is a fault. Swish. 400 points deducted. Xin Feng now had 40 more wolf blood pills in his hand. This scene made the students' eyes red with envy. In the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy, points are difficult to obtain. Everyone has to live frugally and calculate every penny carefully. Xin Feng is fine. On the second day after entering Wu Mansion, he casually squandered 400 points. The most annoying thing is, he has 400 points as a freshman. Most students may not be able to save that much even after a year. You have something, but not much. The old man from the resources department smiled and said, "Although Guan Hongcai is not a good person, he is at the primary warrior level. You should be careful. Also, don't take too many pills. They can easily leave impurities in your body and affect your future cultivation. Thank you for your advice, teacher." Xin Feng nodded gratefully and turned to leave under the gaze of many students. At the same time, the news that Guan Hongcai suffered a loss spread like wildfire. Guan Hongcai and others ran to a deserted corner. Everyone clenched their fists with an ugly expression. I originally wanted to give Xin Feng a hard time and get some points from him. As a result, they suffered losses. The points are gone. It's a complete loss of face. Who wouldn't be disgusted by this? "Old Guan, we've met a tough opponent this time," someone sighed repeatedly. Guan Hongcai frowned and said angrily, "When have I ever suffered such a loss? I must make him pay double. Why not let your brother exclude him?" The other person looked at Guan Hongcai with shining eyes. Guan Hongcai's younger brother is named Guan Tao. He is also a freshman this year. If direct suppression is useless, then exclude them behind the scenes. Xin Feng did not go back to Baihua Manor directly. He extracted the wolf blood pill while strolling around. Extraction successful. Gain 5 points of Qi and health. Gain 5 points of Qi and health. Gain 5 points of Qi and health. The Qi and blood values are rising rapidly. Xin Feng felt so comfortable. You have to know that it takes a certain amount of time for others to absorb the pills after taking them. The shortest time is 3 to 5 days, and the longest time is 10 days to half a month. Xin Feng is different. He just had to say to himself, "Extract." Then, all the wolf blood pills were absorbed instantly. The most outrageous thing is, it is impossible for ordinary people to fully absorb the elixir, and there will be some loss. It would be good if a wolf blood pill could improve 2 or 3 points. Xin Feng absorbed it perfectly. No medicine will be wasted. Soon, all the wolf blood pills were extracted. Xin Feng's Qi and health value increased, 207 points. Bang! There was a muffled sound coming from inside the body. Xin Feng suddenly felt his blood boiling, his ears and eyes sharp, and his strength increased a lot. He quickly called up the property panel. Name, Xin Feng. Qi and blood value, 629. Realm, Advanced Warrior. Talent, Infinite Extraction SSS, Earth Fusion D rank Superhuman, Power Storage C rank Superhuman. Martial Arts, Blood Thunder 9th level not yet mastered. 629. Xin Feng clenched his fists excitedly. Although the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Office cannot retrieve corpses. But, there are so many resources here. As long as he has elixirs, he can increase his chi and blood values crazily, becoming stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. The pill is really a good thing. Keep trying and strive to break through the 1000 mark. As long as you enter the warrior realm, you are qualified to go down to the grave. Xin Feng was secretly planning in his mind. Although this was only the second day of entering the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy, there was no slacking off at all. His sister is still waiting for him at Jiangnan Military Hospital. How could Xin Feng relax? Daily class. The so-called daily classes are to teach students various knowledge, including ferocious beasts, spiritual materials, tombs, etc. A warrior is not just a one-track mind, nor does he have a brain full of muscles he needs to develop in all aspects. Xin Feng stepped into the classroom and saw Li Yuntao and the others. They greeted each other and the atmosphere was very harmonious. I heard that you played a trick on Guan Hongkai. It was you who did it. Xiao Ding laughed. I didn't, I wasn't, don't talk nonsense. Xin Feng denied it 3 times in a row, saying righteously, they feel sorry for me and insist on giving me points. I can't refuse them even if I want to. Li Yuntao twitched his lips. The more you look at Xin Feng's face, the gentler it becomes, a typical sunny and cheerful boy. Who would have thought that he was so cunning? Fortunately, I had some contact with it during the freshman trial. Otherwise, the whole class will be fooled by him. At this time, more than a dozen people appeared at the classroom door. The leader looked quite similar to Guan Hongkai, but he looked a lot younger. Guan Tao, Guan Hongcai's younger brother. He strode into the classroom, his eyes hardly leaving Xin Feng, staring at him fiercely. Trouble is coming. Zhao Xiaoqi reminded in a low voice. Xin Feng said oh and didn't care too much. My brother has a low IQ. It's hard to imagine what my younger brother is capable of. As long as the other party dares to cause trouble, he doesn't mind letting them feel the dangers of society. After all the students were seated, the teacher walked into the classroom. Turn on the computer and start class. The Tomb Pit is the main channel for alien races to invade Blue Star. But if they want to come in, they have to pay a price. You can imagine it as apartheid. The teacher never stopped talking in a shocking way, and most of the students were stunned. Is this something you can listen to for free? Or is it the story that the third brother of India and the lizard have to tell? The system complains in time. Xin Feng said dissatisfiedly, what lizard? Call me third sister-in-law. Gat. Once we enter the tomb, we'll likely encounter a race very similar to us. Judging from their writing and culture, they call themselves original ancients. Besides that, there are also the spirit race and the demon race. Once you meet me, don't show mercy, you must kill me. The teacher's voice was extremely serious. A girl raised her hand and said, Teacher, why can't we coexist peacefully? Have you ever thought about sleeping in the same bed with a robber? The teacher's voice was slightly cold, and he said disdainfully, put away your naivete. The moment you become a warrior, you are no longer an ordinary person. Peace, environmental protection, kindness, pity, these only belong to the strong. For the weak, even breathing is a sin. Why? A student asked back. No reason. If you can hold on, you can survive. If you can't hold on, then die. The teacher's words are cruel and realistic. Some students clenched their fists and shouted, I want to become stronger, kill foreigners, and defend my country. Many people spoke up in agreement. Li Yuntao and the others were even more excited. Xin Feng was very calm. He didn't have any big ideals, he just wanted to make money, go down to the tomb to steal the treasures, and restore his sister's health. However, he did not laugh at these people. People with ideals are worthy of respect. The general environment requires this group of people to sacrifice their lives and shed their blood. Ding ling ling. The bell rang for the end of get out of class. Xin Feng gained a lot from this class and was ready to leave with satisfaction. Just at this moment, Wan Tao blocked the door. He pointed to the corridor and said in a cold tone, Come out, I have something to talk to you about. Chapter 27 It's not that we are not competitive, but that Xin Feng is too invincible. Outside the classroom, in the corridor, Xin Feng and Guan Tao confronted each other. Everyone could feel that the atmosphere was gradually changing. An invisible pressure came over me. You cheated my brother out of 40 points, hand it over. Guan Tao stared at Xin Feng and said coldly. Xin Feng glanced at him and strode forward. What? Are you going to fight? Guan Tao's expression turned cold. He dared to come today, and he was never afraid. Well. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng sighed deeply, his eyes dimming. Actually, I don't want to either. A long sigh, unexpressible tears of bitterness. Guan Tao blinked. No, I asked you to pay points, and you sighed for no reason? The expressions of Li Yuntao and others became interesting. Qin Feng is about to start his performance. If nothing unexpected happens, an accident is about to happen. I'm a poor student, struggling in a third-tier city like Yuancheng. I kill ferocious beasts and sell materials just to support my sister. My stupid sister is disabled and has to rely on medicine to stay alive every day. I dropped out of school to work, leaving home early and returning late, just to protect her innocent smile. That time was so hard and tiring, so I vowed to change everything. Qin Feng understood the situation with emotion and reason, and told the story of himself and his sister's bitterness and sourness. His voice was full of emotion. There was a crystal tear in the corner of his eye. In an instant, the scene reappeared. Many people's eyes turned red and their voices choked as they listened. It is really sad to hear it. Even Guan Tao felt a lump in his throat. This is too difficult. My brother is such a bastard, he actually stole Qin Feng's points. He is simply not a human being. Qin Feng, I'm sorry. I didn't expect it would be so difficult for you. Guan Tao patted Qin Feng's shoulder and said with emotion, I will tell my dad tonight about what my brother did. I will never let you suffer any injustice. Believe me. Brother, that's thoughtful. Qin Feng was so moved that his eyes were filled with tears. He held Guan Tao's hands tightly, and the latter also had a sincere look on his face. That picture is so beautiful. If you don't know, you might think we are old friends meeting each other after many years. Li Yuntao, Xiao Ding, and Zhao Xiaoqi were dumbfounded. Oh my god. This guy must be involved in pyramid schemes. Guan Hongcai's younger brother was actually instigated to rebel? It seems that we will be led by Qin Feng in the future. We may be sold out someday, and we still have to say that you are a very nice person. Zhao Xiaoqi smiled bitterly. Li Yuntao, Xiao Ding, and others looked at each other and smiled bitterly. It's not that we are not competitive, but that Qin Feng is too invincible. This talent plus this eloquence equals no one can help. I'm going to practice now, you guys go ahead and do your thing. Qin Feng's voice was hoarse, and his tone sounded as if he was trying hard to hold back his sobs. As he left, he nodded slightly to Guan Tao. Such thoughtful etiquette immediately broke Guan Tao's defense, and he hurriedly said, Go quickly, don't delay, I'm here with my brother, and I'll help you with any problems in the future. Li Yuntao and the others clicked their tongues and shook their heads. Well, a complete betrayal. These days, sincerity is the ultimate skill. Qin Feng is not sincere. But he can make others feel sincere. This is no longer a killer move, but a finishing move. Guan Hongcai looked at his younger brother in front of him and was stunned for a moment. Just now, Guan Tao said 3 sentences. The first sentence, brother, you are such a bad person. Qin Feng is already so pitiful, how can you bear to bully him? Second sentence, use those 40 points as a donation to poor families, and it can also be considered as some good karma for you. The third sentence, I have already told Dad about your matter, you'd better take care of yourself. After saying this, Guan Tao strode away with a righteous look on his face. Guan Hongcai's hands trembled, his pupils trembled, and he gritted his teeth and cursed, Qin Feng, you bastard, you actually instigated rebellion. Before he could finish, Guan Tao suddenly turned around and said coldly, Brother, I hope you can be a human being. Guan Hongcai fell silent. A bold idea suddenly popped into his mind. Could Qin Feng be cyber dodgy? Otherwise, how could Guan Tao be so obsessed with her? A week passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Feng basically goes between 2 points. Practicing at Baihua Manor. Learn knowledge in daily classes. Every day is fulfilling. Inside the villa. Today's practice has just ended. Yang Guangshu glared at Qin Feng and scolded him loudly, It's been a week, and you still haven't comprehended the first level. Reflect on yourself. Qin Feng sat cross-legged on the ground, rubbing his sore and swollen arms, his face full of helplessness. The master's wife held the thunder and fire-quenching fluid in her hand and added, This strictness is for your own good. This way you can protect yourself when you go down to the grave. I know. Qin Feng had no complaints in his heart. He practiced until late at night every day and fell asleep as soon as he touched the pillow. When I woke up, I found myself covered with a quilt. The two teachers were harsh in their words, but they were always concerned about Qin Feng in their hearts. How could Qin Feng complain? Take a 5-minute break. Feel the effect of the thunder fire tempering fluid. Yin Wanner smeared the thunder and fire quenching fluid on Qin Feng's back. At this moment, a drop of thunder and fire quenching fluid slid down his back. Qin Feng suddenly had an idea and gently rubbed it on his fingers. A sour and numb feeling came over him. Extraction successful. Gain 1 HP point. Qin Feng's eyes suddenly widened. Just a little bit of it and you gain 1 health point? There are so many people behind me, isn't it? He glanced at his teacher and his wife, pretending to casually shake off the thunder fire tempering fluid from his back, and then said in surprise, "Hey, it fell, don't waste it." Qin Feng quickly reached out to grab it and rubbed it on his palm. Yin Wanner smiled with relief at this. He is a good kid who is thrifty and manages the household well. Little did they know. Extraction successful. Gain 1 HP point. Gain 1 HP point. In the blink of an eye, the health value increased by 30 points. This made Qin Feng very excited. Apply it on your back. The effect is very strong. I put it on my fingers and basically didn't feel much. Teacher Yin did this to let me experience the powerful effects of the medicine firsthand? This thought came to Qin Feng's mind. At the same time, he remembered Yang Guangxu waving the branches. My thoughts are like a scrambled Rubik's Cube. Pictures of light and shadow flashed in Qin Feng's mind. Next second. Qin Feng held the blue steel alloy shovel tightly. The qi and blood are stimulated and swung forward. Call out. A muffled thunder echoed. Right in front of him, a flash of blood-red lightning passed by, disappearing in a flash. Teacher, madam, I seem to have mastered the first level. Qin Feng looked at his hands, a little caught off guard. Yang Guangxu and Yin Wanner had dull eyes. 9 levels of blood thunder is a high-level earth-level martial art created by Yang Guangxu. Everyone knows how difficult it is to practice. The time they set for Qin Feng was 1 month. Just get started within a month. But I never expected it. Only a week later, Qin Feng mastered the first level of 9 levels of blood thunder. This is no longer a genius, but a monster. Old Man Yang spoke his mind subconsciously, then reacted and snorted coldly. It's just mastering the first level, what's there to be happy about? Isn't it enough to have hands? Yin Wanner secretly gave Yang Guangxu a look. This old man is addicted to pretending. But she didn't expose it and continued to apply the thunder and fire tempering fluid to Qin Feng. It would be a shame not to cultivate such a good seedling. If our students were still alive, they would be very happy. Yang Guangxu seemed to remember something and murmured. Yin Wanner froze, her eyes dimming a little. Old man, we agreed not to mention it again. Qin Feng felt that the atmosphere was a bit heavy. He stood up, picked up the teapot, and poured tea for the two teachers. If it were any other day, Yang Guangxu would not have continued speaking at this moment. But Qin Feng's sudden realization reminded him of the past, and his tone was filled with resentment. Sooner or later, I will return to the grave and bring their remains back even if it means risking my life. At the very least, let them rest in peace in their homeland. Just a simple sentence, but it expresses endless sadness. Will the students of the 10 ancient stones be bad? Absolutely impossible. They are absolutely geniuses among geniuses. But those years were so difficult. They can only use their flesh and blood to build a wall to allow Blue Star to breathe. Chapter 28 I was your white moonlight. Today is the 8th day since I came to the imperial capital Wu Mansion. With the help of the thunder and fire tempering fluid, Qin Feng's qi and blood values successfully broke through the 700 mark. This made the Yin Yang teacher look at Qin Feng with a strange look, as if he was staring at a humanoid monster. Your qi and blood value. As soon as Yang Guangxu opened his mouth, Qin Feng answered immediately, thanks to Master's wife's thunder fire tempering fluid. Master's wife YYDS. Yin Wanner chuckled. She nodded at Qin Feng. That's a good reason. I'll say it like this from now on. Qin Feng raised his hand and saluted to show that he understood. He knew it clearly. The two teachers saw through his lie at a glance. However, they never ask. It is because of this trust that Qin Feng is very glad that he can become a student of the two teachers. Leave the manor. Qin Feng walked on the streets of Wufu with a distressed expression. He felt that the increase in qi and blood value was too slow. If others knew about this idea, he would definitely be beaten to death in the street. The talented students of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy are gifted, practice diligently, and have sufficient resources for cultivation. Even under such circumstances, their chi and blood points can only increase by 200 or 300 points in a month. Look at Qin Feng again. In 8 days, the chi and blood value increased by nearly 300. He actually thought it was too slow. Author, it's because he is the protagonist, otherwise I would have written him to death. The daily supply of thunder and fire tempering fluid is limited. If you want to improve quickly, you still have to rely on points. How can I earn points quickly? As he was thinking, a bold idea flashed through Qin Feng's mind. Gambling fight. Hey, I thought you were looking for a rich woman. Disappointment.jpg. Qin Feng ignored the system. Because he thought of the perfect candidate. Guan Hongkai. If Qin Feng has black fans, then he is definitely the leader of the black fans. Lost 40 points. My own brother was even instigated to rebel. The hatred value is full. It's decided to be him. Let's go find Guan Tao and get some information first. Qin Feng turned his head and strode towards the classroom. After class, Qin Feng successfully obtained Guan Hongkai's information. Guan Hongkai, sophomore, fighting department, just entered the warrior realm not long ago, still in the familiarization stage, chi and HP value is between 1020-1040, a level monster system awakening, dragon blood dragon spear. One more thing. He is actually on the warrior list. But I'm the last one. Guan Tao, your brother, and I will have a fight in the end. Qin Feng stretched out his hand to catch the leaves falling in the wind, and sighed softly. Guan Tao hurriedly stopped him. My brother is a junior soldier, you are no match for him, don't do it. He didn't expect Qin Feng to be so brave that he dared to challenge a higher level opponent. A real man should face the bleak life head on. Otherwise, he will never be able to get over this hurdle. Qin Feng put his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Li Yuntao and others behind him took out small notebooks and carefully wrote down what Qin Feng said. PUA quotes +1. Seeing Qin Feng so determined, Guan Tao stopped trying to persuade him and said in a deep voice, how can I help you? In his eyes, Qin Feng is a good brother who was brave and willing to sacrifice his life for his sister. My brother only knows how to cheat and deceive people. It's clear who to help. How can this be so embarrassing? Qin Feng sighed, then said, lend me some points, 20 or 30 will be fine. Your brother won't fight me without a good reason. What are you borrowing? It's so formal. Guan Tao waved his hand and directly gave Qin Feng 20 points. Good brother. Qin Feng patted Guan Tao on the shoulder and turned away. Am I lying to the kids? Definitely not. I am helping Guan Hongkai return to the right path. Yes, I borrowed the points to do good deeds, not to repay them. Qin Feng finished comforting himself in an instant and walked towards Baihua Manor with confidence. Outside the villa. The master's wife is not here. I don't know where she went. Old man Yang was lying on a chair, fanning himself with a palm leaf fan, looking very comfortable. Teacher, let me fan you. Qin Feng grabbed the palm leaf fan and fanned it gently. Although Yang Guangshu had no eyes, he knew what was going on in his mind. He said unhappily, I don't have any points, so it's useless to look for me. Qin Feng's face darkened. How did you get discovered again? Could it be that the teacher's awakened ability is the ability to hear the wind? Teacher, please lend me some points. As long as I win, I will not only return the full amount, but also give you rebates. Qin Feng requested. You want to gamble with Guan Hongkai? You only have 700 HP, how are you going to fight? Yang Guangshu took back the palm leaf fan and fanned himself, don't lose all my points, or you won't blame the family rules for being ruthless. Worth mentioning. The Imperial Capital Martial Arts Office has a mission department. Students can earn points by completing tasks. However, freshmen cannot accept tasks at this stage. The reason is simple. New life is fragile and needs some time to settle down. Therefore, Qin Feng was unable to accept the task and could only think of other ways to get through this vacuum period. Teacher, you believe me. Qin Feng gritted his teeth and pulled out a large shovel made of blue steel alloy. If I lose, I will pawn the shovel and return your points. Yang Guangshu immediately became interested and said with a smile, since you are so eager, of course I will support you and lend you 100 points. Qin Feng was ecstatic. 100 points is enough. If we win, we'll split it 50-50, Teacher Yang added. Xin Feng's expression froze. Just take away half of the points? This is too dark. After thinking about it, he gritted his teeth and said, okay. Guan Tao borrowed 20 points. The teacher gave 100 points. If he really wins, Xin Feng will get points without any effort. You won't lose anything. Come to the resources department. Xin Feng looked at the 120 points on his student ID card with a struggling expression. Are you strengthening your teeth? I've been chewing all day. Xin Feng didn't bother to care about it and said softly, Teacher, exchange 2 boiling blood pills. The teacher frowned and warned, the boiling blood pill will overdraw your qi and blood. You will feel tired for a few days after taking it. Don't use it unless it's a crisis. The students know. Xin Feng nodded slightly. 40 points can be exchanged for 2 boiling blood pills. This is Xin Feng's confidence. He looked at the boiling blood pill and thought to himself, Sister, I was ultimately defeated by reality and corrupted by the secular world. I hope you can always remember that I was once your white moonlight. Come on, you used to just suppress your nature, but now that no one is watching, you've completely unleashed yourself. Xin Feng snorted in his heart. What do you care? Let this drama begin. Xin Feng took a deep breath. He took big strides and walked straight towards the fighting department. At this time, the sky was overcast. There seemed to be a slight drizzle. Outside the Armed Forces Department building, Xin Feng walked towards us step by step, facing the wind and walking in the rain. Junior Xin Feng, come uninvited. Please ask Senior Guan Hongkai to come out and fight. In the falling rain, Xin Feng's figure was as straight as a sword. If you look closely, the phone in his pocket was unlocked and there was a search history on it. It seems to be, I beg for Xiao Huahua's pretentious quotes. Chapter 29, the whole city is in turmoil, and a single move kills. The rain is getting heavier. A solemn and murderous atmosphere was overwhelming. The noisy fighting department became dead silent. All the students fixed their eyes on Xin Feng. Is he the Xin Feng who broke through the new wall? You've only been in the martial academy for a week, and you're already challenging the warrior ranking? Don't worry about it. It's common for freshmen to be arrogant. They will eventually be beaten by seniors. The students were chattering and discussing. There is sarcasm, surprise, and more of amusement. He looked like he was watching a play. Then take care of Hongkai. He rushed out directly from the fighting department. The face, which was not very handsome to begin with, became a little abstract because of anger. It was embarrassing enough that I lost 40 points before. Now Xin Feng actually declared war directly in the fighting department. Who can tolerate this? Xin Feng, you are courting death. Guan Hongkai was furious and his shout was like thunder. Xin Feng, however, didn't care at all. He looked directly at Guan Hongkai and said loudly, You relied on your status as a senior to forcibly take away the points of many freshmen. Today, I will seek justice for them. Good. A deep and powerful voice of approval rang out. Xin Feng felt that the voice sounded familiar. It seems to be Guan Chongsheng? There are quite a few new students around. They looked at Xin Feng, feeling quite excited. Although not everyone had their points borrowed by Guan Hongkai, almost all of them had been bullied by the seniors. However, they did not dare to resist. Xin Feng's actions undoubtedly resonated with them. Guan Hongkai laughed in anger and taunted, What can you use to fight me? Just because you're a high-level warrior? Don't worry about it, just tell me whether you dare to agree or not. Xin Feng looked at him coldly and said directly, If I lose, the second-grade weapon and points will be yours. If you lose, you and your accomplices will hand over all the points to me. The students looked surprised. Xin Feng is going to fight Guan Hong to death. What's more, as a freshman, he actually owns a rank 2 weapon. His family background is really rich. Exchange for a second-grade weapon at Wufu, starting from 300 points. The quality of the Qinggang alloy shovel is not low, and it is worth at least 400 points. Guan Hongkai's eyes lit up. This deal is a sure win. He took a step forward and replied without thinking, I agree to this battle. Guan Hongkai realized that Xin Feng was not weak. However, the gap in realm between the two sides is there. He couldn't imagine how he lost. Okay, which mentor would like to come out and testify? Xin Feng was delighted and said immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, a burly figure walked out of the fighting department. He had a face as red as a date and an extraordinary demeanor. Senior Changsheng. The students saluted one after another, showing great respect. Guan Changsheng smiled and said, "I'll testify." Soon, the points were counted. Qin Feng, 80 points plus Qingang alloy shovel. Guan Hongkai, 400 points. I am your witness. If anyone goes back on his word, I will challenge him until he is expelled from school. Guan Changsheng said calmly. Guan Hongkai looked a little unnatural. It was obvious that this sentence was meant for him. Qin Feng clasped his fists and said, "Senior, please." Good. Guan Hongkai also clasped his fists. Under the gaze of everyone, the two left the fighting department building and walked towards the martial arts square. In an instant, the storm broke out. The news that the freshmen were challenging the seniors in the fighting department spread throughout the Imperial Capital's Martial Arts Academy. Lao Yang, your students are really crazy. Although Guan Hongkai is not strong, he is not someone he can deal with at this stage. This battle is a foregone conclusion. You're going to lose. After this incident, you should take this opportunity to discipline him properly and stop him from acting impulsively. It won't do him any good. Since the master's wife is not here, 9 of the 10 ancient stones gathered together. What a bunch of old fools. I bet Qin Feng can definitely defeat Guan Hongkai. Yang Guanshu's face was full of unwillingness to admit defeat. I think you won't give up until you reach the Yellow River. An old man without arms or legs smiled and said, "Okay, I'll make a bet with you." The other old men shook their heads and smiled. Although the results are obvious, it's nice to have some fun. Teacher Zhang is preparing lessons. When he learned that Qin Feng had challenged Guan Hongkai in public, his expression was a little strange. I won't really bring disaster, will I? It's only been a few days? And it's already causing such a stir? It's better to lose, let him learn a lesson. Teacher Zhang clasped his hands together silently. Old Hope Man. A stone dropped into a lake creates ripples. What's more, it is the Imperial Capital's Martial Palace. Just a few minutes. The martial arts arena was packed with students. Even the instructors were watching from a distance, discussing in low voices. The rain is still falling. But the enthusiasm of the crowd could not be extinguished. Guan Hongkai stepped onto the stage. There was a roar and a low growl behind him. It was actually a dragon's roar. The afterimage of a dragon emerged and turned into a blood-stained spear, 3 meters long. The spear body was covered with dragon scales, and the tip of the spear was as red as blood, filled with an ancient and domineering aura. A level monster system, Dragon Blood Dragon Spear. Qin Feng, you will lose. Guan Hongkai dispersed the rain with one shot, looking so arrogant. The other end of the ring. Qin Feng kept taking deep breaths. The qi and blood in the body are compressed wildly, and the heart is beating like a water pump. It's time to accumulate strength. His right hand held a large blue steel alloy shovel, and in his left hand were 2 boiling blood pills. Seeing that the time was almost right, he said to himself, "Extract." Extraction successful. Gain, temporarily increased the host's health by 150 points. Note, this is an overdraft pill, and the side effects are not immune. Bang! Qin Feng felt the blood in his body violently surging. His skin turned red, and the raindrops that fell evaporated before they even touched his skin. His blood and energy surged like never before. War! Qin Feng shouted like thunder. With a roar, the entire arena was shaking. Guan Hongkai felt inexplicably anxious. He put away his contempt and wielded the Dragon Blood Dragon Spear with all his might. Qi and blood gushed out, and the spear thrust straight forward. A flash of cold light came first, and then the gun shot out like a dragon. At the same moment, Qin Feng also moved. The compressed qi and blood in his body exploded. Qi and blood surged for the second time. The veins on his entire right arm bulged like a dragon, and as he swung the large blue steel alloy shovel, he actually slashed out a blood-red lightning in mid-air. The first level of 9 levels of blood thunder. Rumble! A loud thunder exploded. Many people covered their ears and looked up at the sky, thinking that it was real thunder. The next moment, the arrogant Guan Hongkai flew backwards, fell heavily on the stage, and spit out blood from his mouth. In an instant, the entire square fell silent. The expressions on everyone's faces were extremely wonderful. What just happened? Guan Hongkai lost? killed instantly with one move. Chapter 30, comments from all parties, those points are so good. No one spoke in the audience. Not just students. Even the instructors were completely confused. A junior warrior was killed instantly by a senior warrior? Just one shovel? Outrageous. It's just outrageous. Guan Shangsheng looked at Qin Feng from afar with a smile on his face. He's brave, resourceful, and ruthless. This guy is pretty good. He gave him high praise in his heart. Not far away. Old man Yang jumped up excitedly. It wasn't just Qin Feng who won. And I won the bet, so I'm proud. I let you look down on my students, now you are embarrassed. Old man Yang's smile was like a blooming chrysanthemum. The other elderly people looked embarrassed. They all looked at Qin Feng at the same time, their eyes filled with horror. He didn't take the boiling blood pill, but he fully utilized its medicinal effects. How did he do that? The first level of the ninefold blood thunder plus boiling blood pill plus power up. Luckily, this guy held back, otherwise Guan Hongkai would have been dead. Lao Yang, how did you teach? He's only 18, his comprehension is quite good, and his training speed is quite fast, but his method is a bit dishonorable. Several other elderly people analyzed them one by one. Yang Guangxu sneered, what do you mean by dishonorable? When warriors fight, victory or defeat depends on one's own ability. What's more, they didn't say before the competition that you can't take pills. You didn't say it before the fight, but you're still talking nonsense after the fight. Isn't that cheap? This child has fully grasped my martial arts theory. My school of thought is not yet extinct. He did the right thing, he did the right thing. He laughed out loud. As I laughed, I suddenly felt lonely. Is this why you're betting on Xiaofeng? Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. Yang Guangxu's laughter disappeared in an instant. He quacked like a duck with its neck pinched. Yin Wanner appeared behind Yang Guangxu like a ghost, grabbed his neck with her hand, and sneered, when I'm not around for a while, you'll get addicted to gambling again, okay? It's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding, it's Xiaofeng. Old man Yang said hurriedly, he insisted on betting with Guan Hongkai, and I was forced to do so. Shut up. Good. I'll deal with you when we get home. Kindness. Another corner. Teacher Zhang also looked at Qin Feng. There was a look of dullness and shock on his face, but more of it was relief. I underestimated you. At this moment, blood began to spurt out of Qin Feng's skin. He was like a punctured water balloon, covered in blood, as terrifying as he could be. A smile appeared on his face. We won. Empty-handed points successful. Qin Feng clenched his fists excitedly. Spent 40 points and won 400 points. After deducting all costs, he made a huge profit. This is a groundbreaking step. Below the ring. Li Yuntao, Xiao Ding and others looked at Qin Feng and shivered violently. After paying such a huge price, he can still laugh so casually. Is this the reason why he surpassed us? Xiao Ding began to imagine. The mission department will be opened in 2 days, he must be preparing for it in advance. Li Yuntao was also thinking about it. Qin Feng is extremely talented and works so hard. We are so embarrassed. The cute and petite Wan Xian is also working on herself. They sighed, but the shock in their hearts did not ease at all, but became even more intense. Guan Hongkai is the last one on the warrior list. This is a list that only warriors can reach. Now, Qin Feng has squeezed into the warrior list with his high-level martial arts skills. This is simply unprecedented. Worth mentioning. Students who are on the warrior list can receive 50 points every month. As long as you stay on the list, you will get it. The closer you are to the front, the more points you get. At the same time, students of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy can receive 10 points for free every month. In other words, now Qin Feng can receive 60 points every month. This is also a considerable gain. Dark place. The palace master was also observing this side. He looked deeply at Qin Feng and murmured, a warrior has entered the warrior list. There are 2 more people behind the palace lord. A middle-aged man standing respectfully, with an imposing manner, thick eyebrows and big eyes, a very charming man. The other one is a monk wearing a cassock, with a scar on his head, twirling Buddhist beads, with a smile on his face, looking kind and amiable. The middle-aged man's name is Deng Ling. The monk's name was Ananda. Both of them are deputy masters of the imperial capital's martial palace. Deng Ling, what do you think? The master of the mansion has a head full of silver hair and deep eyes. Deng Ling stared at Qin Feng for a long time, and finally said, he has excellent talent, and his awakened superpowers are 1 in a billion. He is a promising talent. Ananda. The master asked again. The monk said, I like this boy. He has the potential to change the Wu mansion, just like Changsheng. The Wu mansion is very good, why does it need to change? The mansion master's eyes changed slightly. Ananda looked at the mansion master's back and sighed deeply. Mansion master, the status of our Wu mansion has declined sharply in recent years. Normally, the Kong mansion should reallocate resources, but we still occupy the lion's share. Other martial arts schools have long had complaints about this. If no reforms are made, I'm afraid the imperial capital's martial arts school will be criticized. I understand that you want to give your child room to grow. But will the grave be given to you? The mansion lord didn't take the first 3 sentences to heart at all. The Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy once fought bravely for China. This resource is taken for granted. But the last sentence made his heart tremble. Ananda, if I die one day, you will be the next lord of the palace. The lord of the palace suddenly said. Ananda was stunned. Deng Ling's expression changed drastically. They understood what this meant and could only nod silently. Under the gaze of everyone, Qin Feng walked down the stage. The first person who came over to congratulate him was none other than Guan Tao. This battle was won beautifully. It's a pity that you were too gentle. If I could make him half crippled, everything would be perfect. As expected of Guan Hongcai's good brother, Guan Tao expressed deep regret for Guan Hongcai as soon as he opened his mouth. Qin Feng shook his head and smiled. Just as he was about to speak, he felt a strong sense of dizziness. It's the side effect of the boiling blood pill. Just as he was about to fall, Yin Wanner appeared silently, grabbed him with one hand, and held Lao Yang with the other hand, and disappeared in full view of everyone. Return to Baihua Manor. Qin Feng and Old Man Yang knelt on the ground with innocent looks on their faces. Who is the mastermind? Yin Wanner shouted coldly. Qin Feng and Yang Guangshu pointed at each other and said almost at the same time, him. Shut up. The old one is not a decent person, and the young one is not a good student. Yin Wanner said coldly, the mission department will be open in 2 days. The instructor will lead the students to eliminate the cult members. You look like this, I wonder how you will go. Qin Feng's face was full of grievance. There is nothing I can do about it. The qi and blood value increases too slowly. If the right path is not easy to take, you can only take the crooked path. Besides, didn't Ti win? But there is one good thing about Qin Feng, he admits defeat. He said directly, Master's wife, I know I was wrong. Kneeling at the speed of light. Yin Wanner's complexion improved considerably, and she said, I'll go mix some medicine later to replenish the blood and energy lost by the boiling blood pill. As for your health, it will slowly recover in due time. I don't know where you got the ruthlessness from. 2 boiling blood pills, are you really not afraid of burning all your blood? The master's wife glared at Qin Feng, feeling very disappointed with him. Qin Feng whispered, if I am not ruthless, when will my sister be able to stand up? The Yin young teacher's eyes narrowed. Especially Yin Wanner. Her expression softened and she sighed, don't do that again. Good. Qin Feng responded with a smile, secretly adding another word in his mind, really? This is really not Qin Feng being rebellious. If you want to blame someone, blame the points for being so good. Chapter 31. Will he really not lead the whole team astray? The sun is rising. Qin Feng walked out of the 100 Flowers garden refreshed. Yin Wanner's medicine is very effective. In just one night, Qin Feng recovered almost completely. He went straight to the resources department, waved his hand, and said generously, Teacher, give me 15 wolf blood pills. Defeated Guan Hongcai and won 400 points. Adding the original 80 points, the total is 480. 200 points will be rebated to Teacher Yang. 100 points will be paid back. Return 20 points to Guan Tao and get another 10 points as rebate. If someone is willing to lend it, it means they are generous. Qin Feng can't let others suffer losses. What's more, they provided information. It makes sense. This is what Qin Feng should do. All in all, Qin Feng made a net profit of 150 points. I worked so hard to kill Guan Hongcai in seconds, and I only earned such a little bit. You damn capital, I will remember you, and I will definitely get it back in the future. Xin Feng secretly complained in his heart. You curse capitalism, you criticize capitalism, but in your heart you want to become capitalism. Ha, man. Xin Feng was unhappy when he heard it. He was just about to have a good argument with the system when a flash of inspiration suddenly came to his mind. Teacher, does the resources department have anything that others don't want? Xin Feng looked at the teacher in the resources department with a harmless look on his face. The resource department teacher was a little confused. Others don't want it? What does this mean? For example, if someone retrieves a weapon from a grave, can they sell it to you? Xin Feng said it differently. The resource department teacher suddenly understood and nodded. Yes, but the price won't be too high. For example, your Qinggang alloy shovel, a second grade one, requires 400 points to redeem at the Wufu, and 5 points to recycle. If the quality is good, you can get a few more points. Blanche. Xin Feng cursed in his heart, what a black-hearted Wu mansion, a bunch of profiteers. You scolded me? The resource department teacher suddenly laughed. Xin Feng's heart skipped a beat. These old guys, these respectable and lovely big guys can actually hear what I'm thinking? Xin Feng immediately changed the subject. Can you sell me some unwanted second-grade armor? What do you want these for? If the armor is damaged, it's scrap. The resource department teacher became increasingly confused. I like to collect weird things. Xin Feng made up an excuse and said, I want the armor picked up from the Toon Demon clan, the Ancients, and the Spirit clan. The resources teacher nodded. He didn't doubt it. It is normal for students to have some strange habits. There are things stranger than this. I can't elaborate on this. After rummaging through the boxes and drawers, he took out 4 pieces of armor. Xin Feng was about to reach out to take it when the resource department teacher grinned and said, 20 points. These armors are just lying in the corner gathering dust. Isn't 20 points a bit too expensive? Xin Feng blinked his eyes, trying to play the victim. Turn right when you get out. Goodbye. The teacher from the resources department didn't buy it at all and was about to put away his armor. Don't. I want it. Xin Feng returned the 2 wolf blood pills with tears in his eyes. He was carrying 4 bags, and before leaving, he glared at the resource teacher and said viciously, when I earn points, I'll definitely come back. If you just look and don't buy anything, you'll be envious. I'm afraid you don't have that chance. The teacher smiled and said, in a few days, I will go down to the grave, and perhaps I will never come back. Xin Feng was stunned. Not coming back is a euphemism. The real subtext is, there's no going back. His expression straightened, and he saluted the teacher with a fist. I wish the teacher good luck in martial arts. Thank you for your good wishes. The teacher looked at Xin Feng and smiled. Smile freely. Come to a corner. Xin Feng started the renovation work. The first piece of armor was chain mail, rusty. After extraction. It's gone. Because all that's left is rust. The second and third pieces of armor are made of animal bones and are very hard. After extraction. Well, that's gone too. Because they are all bone scraps. Isn't it going to be a complete loss? Xin Feng was a little confused. 20 points, not too much, not too little either. He is not so arrogant as to squander money at will. Extraction successful. Rust has been removed. Obtain, second-grade spiritual leaf armor. Xin Feng looked delighted. The bet was right. During his time at the Wu Mansion, in addition to improving his qi and blood values, Xin Feng also made great progress in knowledge. The spirit leaf armor is the close-fitting armor of the Tomb Pit Spirit Clan. Once put on, it will adjust according to the wearer's body shape. It is waterproof, fireproof, poison-proof, and electric-proof, and has a wide range of applications. This way you'll be safe when you go out. Xin Feng looked at the spiritual leaf armor and became more and more delighted. The mission outside is to eliminate the members of the cult. For Xin Feng, this is not only a trial, but also a great opportunity to improve his qi and blood value. Correspondingly, the degree of danger is also extremely high. With the protection of the spiritual leaf armor, Xin Feng has room to maneuver. Daily class. Xin Feng has become a celebrity. Break down the freshman wall. Kill the warrior realm instantly. Squeeze into the warrior list. These 3 things completely impressed all the freshmen. Qin Feng himself didn't feel much. At this moment, he is looking at the property panel. Name, Qin Feng. Qi and blood value, 767. Realm, Advanced Warrior. Talent, Infinite Extraction SSS, Earth Fusion D rank Superhuman, Power Storage C rank Superhuman. Martial Arts, 9-layered Blood Thunder first layer. After extracting the wolf blood pill, the Qi and blood value is about to break through 800. The warrior realm is not far away. While I was thinking, 3 instructors walked into the classroom, 2 men and 1 woman. The way of the warrior is to kill. The Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy doesn't need warriors who don't shed blood. You must obey orders when going out. Those who disobey will bear the consequences at their own risk. One of the male instructors was Huang Zhong from the fighting department. He looked directly at everyone and spoke in a sonorous and powerful voice. The freshmen suddenly felt the pressure coming. They are all flowers grown in a greenhouse. The word killing is too unfamiliar. Many people were so nervous that their palms were sweating and their legs were shaking. The female instructor smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. Just be careful. Your life won't be in danger. Our Imperial Capital Martial Arts School is not the only one going out this time. The Yuzhou Martial Arts School will also be participating. Qin Feng, you will be the captain." Swish. All the students turned to look at Qin Feng, who looked confused. "I didn't say I was willing to be the captain," Qin Feng muttered. Huang Zhong glanced at him and said, "An additional 10 points will be added when the captain returns. I'm happy to serve my classmates." Qin Feng immediately showed his signature honest smile. Li Yuntao and the others had complicated expressions. With Qin Feng's strength, he is more than qualified to be the captain. Only. Is it true that he won't lead the entire team astray? Qin Feng, count the number of people. Set off on time at 2 p.m. and head to Huadu. Huang Zhong ordered. Everyone stood up and shouted in unison, "Yes." A total of 50 freshmen were dispatched to eliminate the cult members. These people were specially selected. Students with weaker abilities will continue to stay in the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy and participate in some non-dangerous tasks. Among the 50 people, 25 are high-level warriors. This lineup can fight even against an elementary warrior. The remaining 25 people are all intermediate warriors. They are about to break through and are all very strong. Why don't I see Do Meiyu and Wan Qian? Qin Feng asked casually. Zhao Xiaoqi smiled and said, "They have a mentor to arrange the tasks, so we don't need to worry too much." Qin Feng said, "Oh. But I remembered this detail in my heart." Chapter 32. I spoke a little loudly just now. Bai Hua Manor. Qin Feng is saying goodbye to the 2 teachers. Be careful in everything you do and don't underestimate anyone. Countless geniuses have died at the hands of cults, almost all due to carelessness. Teacher Yang and Teacher Yin stared at Qin Feng and gave him earnest advice. They don't want their good students to die at the hands of the cult. Anyone would feel sorry if a sapling was cut down before it grew up. Qin Feng understood this and nodded, "Okay, teacher, master's wife. Go ahead. Bon voyage." The 2 old men had nothing to say and just waved goodbye. After walking out of the villa, Qin Feng took out his mobile phone and clicked on his sister's profile picture. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Video connected. Qin Shui was in good spirits. The moment she saw her brother, a sunny and lovely smile appeared on her face. "Brother," she shouted happily. With this sound, Qin Feng's tiredness of the past few days was instantly swept away, and a smile bloomed on his face involuntarily. He squatted outside the villa and said with a smile, "Xiaoxue, are you feeling better?" "I'm doing well here. I found 2 teachers. Oh, and I'd like to introduce them to you." Qin Feng originally wanted to leave, but then turned back to the villa. When the 2 saw the lovely and beautiful Qin Shui, they both smiled kindly and amiably. "Hello, Grandpa and Grandma, please take care of my brother." Qin Shui blinked her big black eyes and spoke in a sweet and sensible voice. Teacher Yin smiled even more happily and nodded continuously, "Don't worry, Xiaoxue." Teacher Yang muttered to himself. Are they really siblings? My sister is so sensible. But my brother is full of bad intentions. After a brief greeting, Qin Feng said goodbye to the 2 teachers again. He looked at Qin Shui reluctantly and said, "Brother has to go out for a while to train with the instructor. You have to behave yourself over there." Come on, brother. Xin Shui waved her pink fist. When you get better, I'll take you to the zoo. Xin Feng said with a smile. The call was disconnected. Xin Feng is like a fully charged mobile phone, full of energy. The time came to 1 o'clock. Students and mentors bound for Huadu boarded the bus. Let's see who can kill more cult members. Li Yuntao, you'd better pray that the field is wide enough, otherwise even your Yunhai Lima won't be able to run away. The cult members are just a bunch of trash. They're so lucky to be able to take action against SS rank awakeners that they'll be laughing even when they die. Most of the freshmen were fighting for the first time. Everyone in the car seemed particularly excited. They are very presumptuous and arrogant, and don't take the cult members seriously at all. Shut up! At this moment, Huang Zheng suddenly shouted. The atmosphere in the car instantly dropped to freezing point. Even a lion needs all its strength to fight a rabbit. A bunch of rookies dare to look down on others, they don't know how to live or die. There are so many geniuses who die every year in the crackdown on cult members that they can't even be counted. What's the point of being so proud? If you don't want to die, be serious. Huang Zhong doesn't have a bad temper. He just wanted these little guys to have a little more hope of survival. However, Li Yuntao and Xiao Ding, geniuses from martial arts families, although they did not speak, still looked at him with disdain. Xin Feng shook his head. Many people may die on this trip. Teacher Huang, how are points calculated? He asked. Huang Zhong said, cut off the left ear as evidence. A beginner warrior will get 1 point, an intermediate warrior will get 5 points, an advanced warrior will get 10 points, and a beginner warrior will get 20 points. Of course, completing the task will earn you 10 points, which will give you at least 1 pill. Xin Feng grasped the key information and continued, so, there are cult members at the primary warrior level? I can't give you a precise answer to that. Huang Zhong said meaningfully, flowers in a greenhouse have difficulty growing. Sometimes they need some external stimulation. After he finished speaking, the car became even quieter. Elementary warrior realm. And he's a cult member. That must be huge pressure. Of course. Xin Feng is an exception. His original intention of going out this time was to increase his qi and blood value. Of course, the stronger the opponent, the better. I have to do more tasks. Staying in the Wu mansion, my progress is too slow. As Xin Feng muttered, the bus drove onto the highway and headed straight for Huadu. Huadu is a second-tier city with a very large population and is bustling with people coming and going. The bus slowly stopped. 50 freshmen and 3 tutors stood in front of the hotel. Teacher Huang Zhong, you are finally here. A hearty laugh was heard. A middle-aged man walked out of the hotel. Huang Zhong walked up quickly and said with a smile, Teacher Liang Goen, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. No, we just arrived not long ago. Liang Goen greeted. At this time, Xin Feng saw a group of students in the hotel. The leader is quite outstanding. The man was tall and strong, with a pair of eyes that were as bright as stars. He stood there like a Kirin sun who was lurking in the abyss. His name is Lu Chao. It was the captain of Yuzhou Wufu. SSS level monster awakening, elementary warrior realm. He is a prominent figure in Yuzhou Wufu. As the team leader, Xin Feng led the students forward and said with a fist, Imperial Capital University freshman, Xin Feng. Lu Chao also smiled and replied, I'm a sophomore at Yuzhou University, Lu Chao. Xin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Sophomore? Isn't it about freshmen? The situation has changed a bit, so Wu Mansion specially transferred me here. Lu Chao saw Xin Feng's confusion and explained immediately. Xin Feng asked, is the other party at the elementary warrior level? The preliminary estimate is that there are 2 of them. We need to investigate the exact number. Lu Chao nodded. Xin Feng glanced at Yuzhou Wu Mansion and felt a little heavy-hearted. There are only 7 or 8 students who are high-level warriors at Yuzhou Martial Arts Academy, and the rest are either middle-level warriors or beginner warriors. The teaching staff is not on the same level at all. No wonder sophomores are invited to join. Senior Lu, I suggest that students from the 2 institutions cooperate to reduce casualties and try to minimize them. What do you think? Xin Feng took the initiative to propose after pondering for a while. Lu Chao's eyes lit up and he smiled, that's exactly what I meant. On the side, Huang Zhong and Liang Goen looked at each other and nodded with satisfaction. These 2 captains are very good. Keep a clear mind and consider the overall situation. The key is not to be ruthless or brave. This undoubtedly greatly reduces the risk. No need to go through so much trouble, just give it a few A's and it will be done. Li Yuntao rested his hands on his head, looking nonchalant. Hearing this, Xin Feng turned around with a smile and said, "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll let you drink as much rhubarb water as you want." Li Yuntao shuddered. Even Xiao Ding and others behind him lowered their heads and shut up instantly. "Brother, I was wrong. I spoke a little loudly just now." Chapter 33, Fame Spreads, The Killing Begins. Inside the hotel, the new students of the two prefectures gathered together. According to intelligence, members of the demonic cult are hiding in this abandoned steel mill. There are residents around, and the living environment is complex. It is best to complete the investigation within 12 hours and kill the person as soon as possible. The longer it goes on, the more civilians the heavenly demon cult will deceive. Lu Chao pointed to an aerial view. This is the destination. The demonic cult is rampant in the Dragon Kingdom of China. They are not as vicious as the blood cult, which targets Chinese talents everywhere, but instead extends its claws to ordinary people. The demonic cult believes that the appearance of the tomb pit is a blessing for Blue Planet. China's deliberate obstruction is against the will of heaven. So they widely publicize the purpose of a certain tribe in the tomb pit, warning the world that the real God is about to come. Over the years, more and more people have been bewitched. Now it has become a big problem. Xin Feng studied the map and said softly, "Senior Lu, I suggest we send someone to scout around the steel plant to avoid surveillance and alert the enemy." "Okay, is there anything else you want to add?" Lu Chao nodded. "The safety of the people is paramount. We cannot just rush in all at once. We need to deploy personnel around to prevent cult members from escaping during the chaos, and we can kill them if necessary. Wait until the reconnaissance is almost complete, then launch a surprise attack late at night. The attack is often most effective when they are most tired." Xin Feng expressed his thoughts. Hearing this, all the teachers nodded secretly. Cut off the retreat first, then cut off the source. This approach is very comprehensive. This classmate Xin Feng is very good. Liang Gowen praised. Huang Zhong smiled bitterly. "Yes, it's true, but the way his brain works is a bit strange and can't be understood by common sense." "Do you mean the rhubarb water, or the one that chopped Guan Hong off with a shovel?" Liang Gowen chuckled. Obviously, Xin Feng's fame is not limited to the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy. There are already many rumors circulating in the world. After becoming familiar with the map, Xin Feng and Lu Chao began to arrange manpower. Wear your communicator and place your whistle. The action begins. Steel plant. As Xin Feng expected, every once in a while someone would come out of the dark alley and climb over the wall to enter the factory. This scene was seen by both the two major martial arts schools. Preliminary investigation shows that there are 3 warriors. There are about 15 high-level warriors, nearly 20 mid-level warriors, about 50 beginner warriors, and some lesser-ranked ones. We have identified the cult member responsible for the surveillance. 2 people were in charge of the investigation. One is Wang Ying, from Wu Mansion in Yuzhou. The other is Zhao Xiaoqi. Hearing this, Xin Feng and Lu Chao looked at each other and nodded slightly. 3 o'clock in the morning, raid the steel plant. Don't reveal your whereabouts now, take a rest. The 2 captains gave their respective orders. Soon, they got information from the Zhan Mansion. The 3 warrior realms are: Shi, 35 years old, male, from Yangchang, wanted for murdering his wife and children, elementary warrior realm, B-level elemental, shadow warrior. Lei Wang, 38 years old, male, from the imperial capital. He burned down several buildings while drunk and later joined the heavenly demon cult. 2 years ago, he was already a novice warrior and a rank superhuman, spring man. Leng Chun, 29 years old, female, from Lunnan, has used her abilities to devour the blood of over 100 people, is a novice warrior, and has a C-rank monster, the vampire sunflower. After reading the information, Lu Chao said softly, "Leave the thunder jar to me. After I take care of him, I'll come over to help you." Okay. Xin Feng did not refuse. According to Lei Wang's information, he was a junior warrior 2 years ago and is very likely a mid-level warrior now. This person is dangerous. Lu Chao is the most suitable person to deal with it. Because it is an outdoor mission, instructors such as Huang Zhong and Liang Gowen generally do not participate unless the students are in danger of their lives. However, they cannot guarantee the safety of everyone. The battle is ever changing. They are not gods and cannot take care of everything. Time passed and night gradually fell. Soon it was late at night. The students from the two major martial arts schools opened their eyes at this moment. The break is over, get ready for battle. Get rid of the cult sentries first. Qin Feng ordered in a low voice. As he finished speaking, a figure moved in the darkness. Not long after, a low muffled sound came from the communicator. Mission accomplished. Hearing the reply, Qin Feng and Lu Chao waved at the same time. A group of people quietly entered the steel plant. They didn't alert the enemy. Every time you pass through an area, you'll carry out stealth assassinations. Xiao Ding was seen holding the Overlord spear, silently locking onto a cult member. Phew! The tip of the spear pierced the man's chest but missed his throat. Xiao Ding's face changed. It's over. Seeing that the cult members were about to shout, Li Yuntao clenched his 5 fingers and rushed out violently. Instantly, the man's head exploded like a watermelon. Thick blood splattered, staining many students' clothes red. They all turned pale and couldn't help retching. Who? Another cult member heard retching sounds. Just as he opened his mouth, a figure appeared behind him and casually broke his neck. It's Qin Feng. He had anticipated this and had gone to the rear in advance. The freshman looked at Qin Feng with apologetic expressions. Especially Xiao Ding. Qin Feng was not angry about this. As a captain, it is important to encourage teammates instead of just scolding them. So, he decisively raised 2 middle fingers. It's not an isolated case. The same mistake was made at Yuzhou Wufu. The difference is that Lu Chao failed to prepare for the follow-up. The cult members were alarmed. The entire steel plant suddenly became noisy. The two governments will cooperate to kill the evil cult. Never act on impulse. Helplessly, the two captains could only launch a surprise attack. Lu Chao took the lead and rushed to the 3rd floor. He is responsible for killing Lei Wang. Qin Feng, holding a large blue steel alloy shovel, rushed directly towards the stairs. The warrior situation is very dangerous. He must take the lead. Kill. Die. Soon, the steel mill fell into chaos, with roars and cries of killing. With Qin Feng's strength, he is able to kill high-level warriors in seconds. 9 layers of blood thunder erupted instantly. The blood-red lightning tore apart the cloak of night. A high-level warrior had his weapon broken and half of his body cut off on the spot. He died in a very miserable way. Join forces to kill him. 3 high-level warriors rushed over. His supernatural powers were unleashed and his martial arts skills burst out, completely blocking Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't care about that. Blood gushed out and lightning flashed. 1 force can defeat 10 skills. The 3 high-level warriors' expressions changed in shock. Before they could react, they were cut in half instantly. In terms of strength, Qin Feng's health value is close to 800. In terms of weapons, the blue steel alloy shovel is ranked 2nd. In terms of martial arts, 9 levels of blood thunder is even at the advanced earth level. This battle is destined to be a crushing victory. Extraction successful. Gain 15 points of chi and health. 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 Chi and blood values soared rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it broke through the 800 mark. But before Qin Feng could secretly rejoice, a strong wind swept over from behind. He subconsciously dodged to the side. Swish! A few strands of black hair were chopped off. The warrior realm is here. Chapter 34. Will she drop her little pearls after knowing the truth? Qin Feng retreated to the stairs and stopped. When he looked up, he saw a black shadow standing on the 2nd floor. It looked like a human and held a shadow sword in its hand. It slowly disappeared without a trace. Shi-E, Shadow Warrior. Qin Feng made a judgment instantly. He began to stimulate the qi and blood, pouring blood into the heart, compressing it like a water pump. Start charging. A lackey of the government and a running dog of society. Shi-E walked out slowly from the darkness. He was about middle-aged, with a beard and eyes full of resentment. Qin Feng sneered, "An anti-human beast has the right to say such things? The world has really changed. This world is beyond saving. Only by introducing new races can humanity have a future. Shi said coldly, holding a dagger in his hand. Qin Feng deliberately frowned. What do you mean? He doesn't mind wasting time. The longer the time goes, the stronger the power will be. Now Qin Feng has gradually mastered the charging method and can accumulate about 100 blood points. The burst of 9 levels of Blood Thunder is 150 blood points, a total increase of 250. His current health value is 837. When using all his strength, the explosive power exceeds 1000. The combat power is close to that of a primary warrior. The world needs to be recalibrated, and you are the victims. Shi shouted coldly. He took a step forward, and shadows moved across his body, condensing into a shadow warrior holding a long sword. One on the left and one on the right, attacking. Qin Feng did not retreat, but took the initiative to attack. A wave of the blue steel alloy shovel. Clang! The shadow warrior's shadow sword trembled violently and seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Shi's face changed slightly, but he still gritted his teeth and swung the dagger, stabbing Qin Feng's abdomen. In response, Qin Feng sneered. He didn't dodge or evade, just let the dagger pierce his clothes. Buzz! Shi did not feel the friction of the dagger piercing his flesh, but was instead blocked by a very gentle force. It's like punching cotton, with no point of force at all. Surprised? Unexpected? Qin Feng sneered even more. Lingya armor, meritorious service. He finished charging his energy and swung the shovel with all his might. The blood-red thunder cut through the darkness and also cut Shi's neck. A bloody head fell silently to the ground. Elementary warrior realm, kill in one move. Extraction successful. Gain 30 points of chi and health. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Sure enough, he has to be at the warrior level. The chi and blood values are great. Outside the steel plant, the fighting was equally fierce. The followers of the Tianma sect were beheaded one by one. Likewise, there were casualties among students. This kind of thing is inevitable. Where there is fighting, there is killing, and even death. Qin Feng doesn't have time to care about these things. He went up to the second floor. There are already students here besieging the second primary warrior, Lang Chun. Lang Chun is not pretty, but she has a very hot body. Her hair covers half of her face, making her look like a crazy woman. There is also a strange plant as tall as an adult next to her. The plant was blood red all over and shaped like a sunflower. It swayed continuously and easily resisted the attacks of Li Yuntao and others. Puff puff puff. Then, the vampire sunflower spewed out seeds similar to sunflower seeds and pierced into the newborn's body. Wisps of chi and blood were swallowed up. The sunflower seeds turned red and turned back into vampire sunflowers. Lang Chun's aura grew stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. Court death. Li Yuntao was angry. He rode on the cloud seahorse, and with an A, rolling clouds and mist spread out, trying to wrap up Lang Chun. Lang Chun was not afraid at all. Instead, he laughed at them, saying, "What a bunch of little brats. They have powerful abilities but don't know how to use them." The vampire sunflower shot out sunflower seeds again. Some freshmen had their vision blocked by the clouds and had no time to dodge. Soon, they felt a wave of fatigue coming over them. It's a symptom of excessive blood loss. Li Yuntao and the others panicked. His offensive was exploited by the other side. If this goes on, they will probably be wiped out. At the same time, Qin Feng crouched down and silently moved behind Lang Chun. He was confident that he could kill Lang Chun in a head-on confrontation. So, he chose to launch a sneak attack. Schwer's white moonlight is a sixth child. Will she drop her little pearl when she knows the truth? The system's complaints left Qin Feng speechless. Don't jump out at this time, I'm busy. At this time, Zhao Xiaoqi discovered Qin Feng. The two looked at each other and nodded in tacit understanding. Foamy rain. Zhao Xiaoqi let out a low roar and sprayed a large amount of soap bubbles from his hands, covering Lang Chun and the vampire sunflower tightly, blocking their view. Lang Chun licked her red lips and sneered, "Another idiot, I don't have time to play house with you." Just as he finished speaking, Lao Lu. No, it was Qin Feng who took action. He held the shovel in both hands, his blood and energy burst out like a water pump, and when he swung it, there was a thunderous sound. Lang Chun was shocked. She had no time to dodge and immediately asked the vampire sunflower to resist. Die. Xin Feng shouted in a low voice. The shovel changed from a downward chop to a diagonal slash, bypassing the vampire sunflower and forcibly cutting off Ling Chun's hands and feet, and blood gushed out. Besiege the vampire sunflower. Xin Feng succeeded in his attack and shouted loudly. At this time, Li Yuntao and others finally reacted and rushed forward. In a matter of seconds, the vampire sunflower was chopped into pieces all over the ground and turned into a ray of light and returned to Ling Chun's body. Hackneys, the government's hackneys, she said bitterly. Xin Feng clicked his tongue and shook his head, so she's a fairy with the attributes of a repeater. The shovel smashed down, crushing her throat and slicing off her ear. Li Yuntao and the others widened their eyes when they saw this scene. Xin Feng said with a smile, "These are just small scenes. You will get used to it after seeing them many times." Everyone's mouth twitched. Do we care about this? After fighting for so long, you secretly picked Peaches. Blanche. No, if we continue like this, we will only be making things easier for Xin Feng. Li Yuntao and Xiao Ding realized it later and turned around, roaring and killing the high-level warriors of the demon sect. Extraction successful. Gain 30 points of Qi and health. Xin Feng just withdrew his hand. Suddenly, there was a sound of fierce fighting from the rooftop. Crash. The ceiling is broken. A figure fell down. It was Lei Wang. His whole body was filled with energy and blood, like a steam engine that was running, extremely hot. Lei Wang's hands and feet were spring-like, and his fists were covered with steel gloves, which were only slightly damaged and dented. Ling Chun. When Lei Wang saw that Ling Chun was dead, he immediately let out a beast-like roar. Bang! Lei Wang used his springy legs to transform into a human cannonball, charging towards Xin Feng like crazy. The next moment, the wall on the second floor of the steel plant exploded. Two figures flew out from it. It was Xin Feng and Lei Wang. They chased down rapidly from the sky and landed in an open space in the distance. Chapter 35. Do you understand the value of saving the world with your words? Bang! Xin Feng fell heavily to the ground. As soon as he opened his mouth, blood gushed out. Just now, Lei Wang rushed over to attack him, but fortunately he blocked it with a large blue steel alloy shovel in time, and with the buffering protection of the spiritual leaf armor, the power of the punch was reduced to a minimum. But even so, Xin Feng vomited blood and his blood and energy surged. This strength is definitely that of an intermediate warrior. Xin Feng gritted his teeth. He endured the severe pain all over his body and retreated quickly. This is a desperate effort. He dare not be careless. At this time, smoke and dust rolled up. Lei Wang rushed out, his eyes red, glaring at Xin Feng. Fuck, it's not my zodiac year, why are you staring at me? Xin Feng complained unhappily. At this time, Lu Chao's voice came from the communicator. Xin Feng, don't let him get away, I'll be there soon. He's bloodthirsty. If he escapes, the consequences will be disastrous. Lu Chao was originally chasing Lei Wang. Halfway through the fight, Lei Wang suddenly attacked Xin Feng. At this moment he was rushing out of the steel mill. Xin Feng shouted, "You can stop me, but I'll give you 60% of your intermediate warrior realm points." 3 black lines appeared on Lu Chao's forehead. I'm still thinking about points now. The empty space is a deserted park. The surroundings are very open and it is difficult to stop someone. Xin Feng looked at the thunder jar whose spring was being compressed, and an idea suddenly occurred to him. He shouted, "I understand. Are you chasing me because I killed Ling Chun and you are angry and embarrassed? Oh, they're actually a pair of evil cult lovers. As a senior member of the FFF group, breaking up a couple is a good thing. Please accept my condolences." Hearing these words, Lei Wang's head buzzed, and he didn't care about anything else. He roared and rushed over. With a loud bang, the smoke and dust were swirling. He was like an arrow shot from a bow, punching Xin Feng's head with heavy punches. The health value of a mid-level warrior is as high as 2,000. Xin Feng naturally would not engage in a head-on battle. He concentrated his energy and blood into his legs, which exploded instantly as he dodged to the side. Charging power is not just for combat. Running away and hiding are both extremely effective. In a way, this is similar to the spring-loaded charge of a thunder jar. But it's faster and neater. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The two of them flashed and moved in the park. Lei Wang's explosive power is higher than Xin Feng's. But Xin Feng's purpose was to delay, not to fight. After a while, the two of them fell into trembling. Call out. Once again avoiding Lei Wang's pursuit, Qin Feng saw Lu Chao's figure. He rolled his eyes and yelled, "Look at me, you son of a bitch." Lei Wang's mentality exploded instantly. He stared at Qin Feng, completely overwhelmed by anger. "Little beast, I want you to die. Indeed, you should have died long ago." Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from behind. Lu Chao arrived. His eyes were cold and he held a stick in one hand. The stick was shaped like jade, shining brightly and extremely beautiful. There was also a mighty qilin carved on it, and the faint roar of the qilin could be heard, shocking the mind. SSS level monster series, Kirin Heaven Shaking Stick. Lu Chao didn't hesitate at all. He bulged the muscles of one arm and waved the Qilin Heaven Shaking Stick. It was as if a mountain was smashing down. The air pressure made the ground tremble and continue to sink. Lei Wan looked terrified. He wanted to resist, but it was too late. Puff! Half of Lei Wang's body was blown into a pulp, and he fell to the ground, motionless. Qin Feng was shocked when he saw this. This power is really awesome. If it were him, I guess. Oh, I have to continue practicing. Qin Feng sighed in his heart. Lu Chao retracted his long stick and said with a smile, "Fortunately, you attracted his attention, otherwise he would have run away." "You can't run away. Don't you see the teacher is right next to us?" Qin Feng didn't take credit for it. He walked towards the thunder jar and groped its body back and forth. "What are you doing?" Lu Chao asked puzzledly. "Elite monsters will drop equipment. If we don't pick it up now, when will we pick it up?" Qin Feng said casually. He took off Lei Wang's boxing gloves and also found 2 bottles of pills, a great harvest. Little beast." Lei Wang was not dead yet, and spoke to Qin Feng with difficulty. Qin Feng took a glance. "Turn around and wave. Killed with one shovel. I've tolerated you for so long. Civilized people never use such vulgar language." Qin Feng spat in dissatisfaction. Lu Chao. Extraction successful. Gain 40 points of Qi and health. 2 primary level warriors and 1 intermediate level warrior increased Qin Feng's health value by 100 points out of thin air. Comfortable. It feels so comfortable. Now the health value has reached 937. With a little more effort, you can enter the realm of warrior. No, don't try. There are still many corpses waiting for me to retrieve. Qin Feng suddenly thought of the cult members in the steel plant, and laughed like a villain in his heart. But when he returned to the steel plant, he fell silent. The Zhan mansion is cleaning up the scene. The bodies were taken away one by one. Only Qin Feng was left standing there in a daze. No, is this efficiency serious? Qin Feng wailed in his heart. But soon, he began to comfort himself. Breaking through to the warrior realm here is biased and will easily arouse suspicion. It would be more reasonable to return to Wufu and use the elixir to break through. After just 2 days out, my Qi and blood points have increased by 200 or 300 points, and I've even successfully broken through. This will definitely be on others' radar for experiments. Qin Feng found a reason for himself. However, the scene was a mess. Not only cult members died, but also many students. Some students survived, but they were seriously injured and the disability rate was quite high. Huang Zhong, Liang Goan and others appeared with extremely ugly expressions. Careless, arrogant, and conceited. This is what happens. This is how it is when conducting surprise attacks. What if we are attacked by surprise? Do you really think you are invincible? Huang Zhong lowered his voice and scolded loudly. Li Yuntao, Xiao Ding and others were originally very arrogant, but now they all lowered their heads and said nothing. People can't learn by teaching others. Only when experiences teach us can we remember them forever. 3 high-level warriors and 5 middle-level warriors died in the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy, and about 20 people were injured or disabled. The situation at Yuzhou Wufu is also very bad. Nearly half of the 50-man team died. But they had no complaints. The path of a warrior is inherently cruel. If they were afraid of death, they would not become warriors. This time, Qin Feng and Lu Chao performed very well. Huang Zhong's expression softened slightly, and he said softly, "You're brave and resourceful. Even if your words are a bit harsh, as long as they're effective, that's all." Qin Feng's face darkened. "Lao Huang, who are you hinting at?" This teacher obviously hasn't watched Japanese anime. Does he understand the value of saving the world with his mouth? That's right. It was rare for Qin Feng to agree with the system. Apart from the casualties, this operation was perfect. Especially Qin Feng. Fortunately, he dealt with the Warrior Realm cult members in time. Otherwise, the casualties will only be higher. As the first meritorious person in this battle, Qin Feng did not enjoy the praise from everyone. He hid in the corner and began to count his points. For high-level warriors, 40 points. The two primary warriors also have 40 points. One mid-level warrior, about 25-30 points. Plus the captain and the backup. He earned 125-130 points. Add the chi and blood value. This trip was perfect. After returning, immediately break through to the warrior realm. Then start competing on the leaderboard and try to get into the graveyard as soon as possible. Qin Feng chuckled and quickly arranged the follow-up plan. Chapter 36. How do you know I am about to break through to the warrior realm? Return to the hotel. Everyone was in a low mood. Qin Feng is fine. Where there is fighting, there are casualties. Emotions are meaningless. While the others were resting, he took out 2 bottles of pills. One bottle contains tiger blood pills, which contain 3 pills, each worth 12 points, which is better than wolf blood pills. The other bottle of pills was slightly red in color and had a very strong pungent smell. This is not the boiling blood pill, but a second-grade pill, the bone marrow pill. Qin Feng was slightly surprised. Lei Wang is a medium-level warrior. Where did he get it from? First-grade pills can be purchased from certain pharmaceutical companies. That's no problem. Second-grade elixirs will be strictly controlled. Especially Lei Wang's identity is special. A cult infiltrates a pharmaceutical company? Or was it obtained by accident? Qin Feng asked suspiciously. If it's the former, does it mean that the cult has already infiltrated every place? He didn't think that much about it. These things are complicated and far beyond his consideration. After all, he is a high-level warrior. I really thought we were making a movie. Can a small person easily pry open a huge cult? Are all decent bosses stupid idiots with no IQ? While thinking, Qin Feng put away the bone marrow pill. Bone marrow pills are used in the warrior realm. Qin Feng didn't plan to take it now, he would wait until he was promoted. No words were spoken that night. The next day, the 2 major military forces prepared to leave Huadu. After last night's battle, Lu Chao had a very good impression of Qin Feng. He took the initiative to talk. When did you enter the warrior realm? It will be soon, maybe a day or 2, what's the matter? Qin Feng asked back. When you reach the warrior realm, I have a good deal. Let's do it together then. Lu Chao showed a mysterious smile. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. A deal that could interest Lu Chao must be something extraordinary. He also smiled, and everything was said without words. The 2 exchanged contact information. The imperial capital Marshal Mansion set off first, and Lu Chao watched Qin Feng leave. You seem to be very interested in Qin Feng. Liang Goen said with a faint smile. Lu Chao's eyes flickered, and he didn't hide anything. He has brains, strength, and his talent is very strange. He is worth making friends with. He is indeed extraordinary to be recognized by you. After saying that, Liang Goen sighed. Keep working hard this year and try your best to lead Yuzhou Wufu further and compete for more resources. Lu Chao was speechless and nodded heavily. Imperial capital Wu Mansion, Baiwa Manor. The Yin Yang couple rested on the recliner, fanning themselves with palm leaf fans, looking very comfortable. Hello, are teachers Yang Guangxu and Yin Waner here? Suddenly, a voice came from outside the iron gate. Yin Waner said, the door is not locked, come in by yourself. The iron door was pushed open by a pair of hands wearing white gloves. A man walked in. He was dressed in a suit and had hair combed so neatly that a fly would slip if it stood on it. With a smile on his face, he stood directly in front of the 2 teachers, took out his business card, and said, Hello, teachers. I'm from Hongtao Pharmaceutical Industry, and my name is Chen Ming. Hongtao Pharmaceutical Industry? Yin Waner took it and looked at it, a little puzzled. You have elixir business dealings with the imperial capital Marshal Mansion, why are you coming to our side? Chen Ming smiled and said, That's right. We heard that your student Qin Feng has awakened a new fusion ability, so we would like to invite him over. Snort. Yang Guangxiu, who had been silent all this time, snorted, and his blood and energy surged like a surging tide, shocking Chen Ming so much that he kept retreating. That sounds nice, but you want to invite him over? I'm afraid my student won't be able to come back once he goes there. Yang Guangxiu sneered. Chen Ming's smile remained unchanged as he said respectfully, Teacher Yang is a bit extreme. This experiment is all for Blue Star. Bullshit. A trace of anger appeared on Yang Guangxiu's face. If Hongtao pharmaceutical industry hadn't been linked to the imperial capital's martial arts academy, it would have been gone decades ago. Now, thanks to the imperial capital martial arts academy, I'm doing very well, and I've immediately started doing research. For the sake of Blue Planet, for the sake of all mankind, you really don't have any selfish motives at all? How many brilliant geniuses have died on the test bench? Chen Ming listened patiently to Yang Guangxiu's words, then stood straight and smiled. The contract contains a life or death agreement. If they are willing to sign it, it means they are prepared. It has nothing to do with Hongtao pharmaceutical industry. Over the years, Hongtao pharmaceutical industry has been committed to research in order to create better and more compatible elixirs to serve warriors. In fact, our merits outweigh our faults. Besides, if Qin Feng can improve the entire martial arts community, then sacrifice is. Boom! The pupils of the Yin Yang couple were like thousands of swords dancing. Murderous intent erupted. It was like a 1,000-pound mountain pressing down on Chen Ming. Get out of the imperial capital's martial palace. As long as I are still alive, you can't touch a hair on his head. If I find out that you've been secretly contacting him, I'll kill you all even if it costs me my old bones. Yang Guangxiu's wild animal-like roar echoed throughout Baihua Manor. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Ming was blown away and hit a tree hard, with blood oozing from his mouth and nose. But he still kept a smile and elegance on his face. He slowly stood up and dusted himself off. As if what just happened was insignificant. Sacrifice one person to benefit the entire Blue Planet. Qin Feng died a worthy death. Before leaving, he glanced at the Yin Yang couple's villa and grinned, be patient, there will be a chance soon. The bus slowly drove into the imperial capital Wu Mansion. A group of freshmen got off the bus, their faces full of pride, as if they were afraid that others would not know that they were out to eliminate the cult members. Seeing many students and instructors looking at him, Qin Feng's eyes turned and he asked in surprise, how do you know that I killed a beginner warrior and an intermediate warrior? The students and instructors all stared with wide eyes. Less than half a month after Qin Feng entered the Wu Mansion, he was already able to kill warriors. This strength is truly incredible. How did you know I was about to break through to the warrior realm? Qin Feng dropped another bombshell. For a moment, there was a lot of discussion. After seeing this scene, he nodded in satisfaction. The main reason for this is to become famous. The bigger the reputation, the more relieved my sister, who is far away in the Jiangnan military hospital, will feel when she knows about it. Also, once you become famous, you will have more opportunities to make money. Qin Feng will not miss any opportunity to make money. Li Yuntao and the others were already in a low mood. Seeing Qin Feng's appearance, they felt heartbroken. The limelight is yours. Sorrow, ours. This captain is exactly what he does. Huang Zhong waved his hands with a headache and said, get out of here quickly and don't hang around here. By the way, I also need to change my ranking on the warrior list. Those are valuable points. Qin Feng laughed. But just then, a strong smell of blood surged over. The sky outside the imperial capital martial palace seemed to be stained with blood, permeating with a hint of crimson. Palace Master. The imperial capital's tomb is in danger. The war has begun, with countless casualties. A shrill roar instantly broke the tranquility of the imperial capital's martial palace. Chapter 37: A Sudden War, Prosperous Military Fortune. There are no knives in this book, and the teachers and others are not dead. Everything is a deeper layout, so you can read it with confidence. This chapter is a transitional plot, indicating that Qin Feng is officially on the road to becoming the great devil who buries people. A war broke out in the imperial capital's tomb? Countless casualties? Hearing these words, Qin Feng's mind froze. Going out to eliminate cult members is a bloody scene. It's hard to imagine how brutal the battle in the tomb pit would be. At this time, more than a dozen people returned from outside. They were seriously injured and brought back dozens of corpses. One of them was the teacher from the resources department who had chatted with Qin Feng before. His body was no longer in human form and his identity could only be barely identified from half of his face. His body was already cold. Dead. Qin Feng lowered his head and remained silent. He recalled the teacher's smiling face that day. It turns out that human life is really fragile. There were not only instructors but also many students' bodies. None of them were intact and they were all broken into pieces. Li Yuntao and others looked pale. These are all senior brothers and sisters. Some of them have met several times and have a very harmonious relationship. Now, they are here. But I couldn't speak anymore. Tragic. Tragic. The sad atmosphere continued to erode everyone's mind. With a loud bang. Suddenly, a majestic aura emanated from inside the Wu mansion, like a man from a mountain, with the scorching sun above his head, appearing at the gate of the Wu mansion. It's the lord of the mansion. The palace master stared at the dead mentor and student, murderous intent emanating from his body, yet his voice was surprisingly calm. Who did it? It's the crazy corpse garden. They suddenly attacked, and the zombies came out of their nest. Besides the siege, they also attacked our city. The surviving mentor growled through gritted teeth. The palace lord took a deep breath. A portal appeared above his head, and pure power emanated from it, pouring into the bodies of the injured teachers and students one by one. Palace master. Huang Zhong and others immediately stopped them. The palace master ignored him until the men's injuries had healed. Then he said, "Give them a proper burial. Sooner or later, we will use the corpses from the crazy corpse garden as a memorial." The teachers and students nodded with sobs. Afterwards, the mansion lord's robes moved without wind, and his feet rose into the air, like a supreme ruler above heaven and earth. Children, please remember the sorrow and pain of this day. Sooner or later you will enter the grave, and sooner or later you will experience the trials of blood and fire. Practice well and don't let their sacrifice go to waste. The mansion master couldn't help himself, his voice was filled with sorrow and anger. The whole palace was silent. There is no such thing as perfect life in this world, it's just that someone is carrying the burden and moving forward. They are this group of retrogrades. Well said. It's time to give the little ones some motivation. At this time, 10 people floated out of the mansion. They all had white hair, were either disabled or had no limbs. But even this group of old guys all had firm eyes. Many people looked shocked. These 10 people are the 10 ancient stones of the imperial capital Martial Palace. At this moment, everyone stood up. The palace master glanced at them and couldn't help but smile. "My 10 brothers and sisters, do you really want to go down with me? I didn't have much time to live. If you hadn't taken it upon yourself to instill vitality into me, the grass on my grave would have been 3 feet tall. I'd rather die on the battlefield than die depressed on a sickbed. I'd be willing to die fighting alongside you guys." The blood that had been cold for decades was now as hot as the sun. Qin Feng pushed through the crowd with a look of horror on his face, staring blankly at the yin-yang teacher standing next to the mansion lord. He doesn't understand. You've already struggled for most of your life, and you still have to rush forward desperately even in your last years? You can clearly enjoy your retirement later. You are also qualified. But why? Qin Feng was very confused and exhausted, staring at the 2 teachers without blinking. "You old thing, didn't you say you were against my educational policy?" The mansion master looked at Yang Guangxu and raised his eyebrows. Yang Guangxu said angrily, "Stingy guy, I've remembered you for more than 10 years. What? You want to die before me?" The palace lord laughed heartily. Immediately, he turned around and shouted, "All teachers and students, exist!" At this moment, everyone in the imperial capital's martial arts palace was united and shouted in unison. "Practice well. Don't let anger get the better of you. As long as you are here, there is hope. You must endure it. Only by enduring it to the end can you become a god." His voice revealed reluctance and tenacity. Finally, the palace master looked at Ananda and said in a voice transmission, "Wu Mansion, I leave it to you." "Yes." Ananda put his hands together in the air and bowed deeply. "Fake monk, please take good care of Qin Feng as well. I'm afraid he might do something weird." Yang Guangxu and Yin Waner also sent a message. Ananda nodded slightly. He glanced at Qin Feng below with a deep gaze. Suddenly, an old man with a broken arm and leg burst into laughter. "A hall full of flowers has intoxicated 3,000 guests, and a sword has frozen 14 states. If you are willing to die for your country on the battlefield, why should you return home wrapped in your horse's hide? Yang Guangxiu also let out a long roar. Ha ha ha. The 10 old men and the mansion master laughed heartily. This scene deeply shocked Qin Feng and the freshman. Why can they be so calm when facing danger, as if they are going to die calmly? Heroic and tragic. Walk. The palace master's expression became restrained as he shouted softly. 11 people broke through the air and left. The sonic boom sounded and disappeared in an instant. Deputy Palace Master Dang Ling stood in mid-air and shouted, "May your martial arts flourish. May your military fortunes prosper," echoed all the teachers and students in the school. Look at Qin Feng again. He still has a feeling of unreality. The 2 teachers went down to the grave? Just now? An indescribable feeling of mourning came over me. He suddenly felt a little scared. A person dare not leave even a step. Just standing at the gate of Wu Mansion. That day, Qin Feng did not practice. He stood there like a pine tree, gazing into the distance. If the master of the mansion and the teachers came back, he would be the first to see them. Besides, he was able to tell both teachers immediately that he was about to enter the warrior realm. The 2 teachers will definitely be happy. Go back, don't forget what the lord of the mansion said. Huang Zhong couldn't help but dissuade Qin Feng when he saw his expression. Qin Feng did not respond, but murmured, "Teacher Huang, will we win?" "Yes, we have always been able to keep the enemy out, and we can do it this time too." Huang Zhong nodded heavily. Qin Feng still didn't move. For the first time, he felt that the night was so deep. It covers the eyes and also covers hope. The next morning, the distant horizon should have been lit up with pale golden clouds, but at this moment it was painted scarlet. The suppression of the imperial capital's tomb pit is over. A shout spread throughout the entire imperial capital's Wu Mansion. Qin Feng's heart was shocked. The eyes of all the teachers and students in the school trembled. The voice was unfamiliar. It didn't come from the departing lord of the mansion, but from the governor of the Zhan mansion. The old man who was full of vigor and vitality yesterday had now lost his elegance and was carried by 2 people into the imperial capital martial arts palace. Single-handedly resisting 2 powerful warriors from the tomb pit of the warlord realm. His flesh and blood collapsed, and he was seriously injured and unconscious. The 10 ancient stones suffered tragic casualties. Lu Yudong, he fought desperately with a powerful warrior in the tomb pit of the emperor realm. After being captured, he refused to surrender and committed suicide. Kohashan, he killed 2 powerful warriors in the war emperor realm and severely damaged the enemy army with his last life, and died on the spot. Lin Polu destroyed the enemy's formation alone and died in battle. Tang Xiaokui, hidden in the enemy's hinterland, spied on intelligence, killed 18 war kings in a row, and was later severely injured. Yang Guangxiu killed many war emperors, and then disappeared for no reason. Yin Wanner disappeared with Yang Guangxiu. This battle, the tomb pit was evaluated. The imperial capital's martial palace suffered heavy losses. Important things to say 3 times: no knife, no knife, no knife. Chapter 38, it's terrifying to think about it carefully, entering the warrior realm. The battle in the imperial capital's tomb pit soon reached the ears of all the major military academies. Some of the Wufu were expressing regret, some were silent, and some were sneering. This battle caused heavy losses to the imperial capital martial arts school. It's like a weight. Not only did it break the rare peace of the Chinese Dragon Kingdom, it also broke the balance between the major martial arts schools. These days, the imperial capital's Wu Mansion has been deserted. All teachers and students were immersed in sorrow. Qin Feng came to teacher Zhang's office. He wanted to verify something. According to the notice, the 2 teachers were missing, not killed. So, they are probably still alive. Teacher Zhang looked at Qin Feng, whose face was full of desire for an answer, and said in a serious tone, "The most important thing you should do now is to practice hard and don't let down teacher Yin Yang's training. My mind is in a mess. If I continue to be confused like this, I won't be able to calm down." Qin Feng answered bluntly. The Yin Yang couple were his teachers. The practice is strict, even harsh. But outside of cultivation, they treated Qin Feng like their own child. Meticulous and comprehensive. So, Qin Feng was a little confused. He needs a clear goal. The teacher and his wife died, and I wanted revenge. The teacher and his wife are still alive, so find them back. Seeing this, teacher Zhang sighed. It was indeed the best choice for him to find these 2 teachers for Qin Fei. I never thought that this would happen now. It is said that the yin-yang master once had a private conversation with the palace master. Afterwards, they left the city and led away a group of enemies. After that, there was no news of the two of them at all. Why did they leave the city? Why did they lead the enemy away? Where did they go in the end? Only the palace master knows all this. But I advise you not to hold out any hope. The palace master is too badly injured, and the chances of him waking up are extremely low. Don't rush into the tomb either. It's too dangerous there, and you simply can't handle it. Teacher Zhang told Qin Feng what he knew and gave him a stern warning. Qin Feng frowned slightly. He understood the hidden meaning of Teacher Zhang's words. The disappearance of the yin-yang teacher is so strange. First, why did they leave the city? Second, with their strength, they could have escaped unscathed after luring the enemy away, so why didn't they participate in the war? Third, why did they disappear in the end? It's terrifying when you think about it. It's really terrifying when you think about it. Qin Feng suddenly asked, "Is there a traitor?" As soon as he finished speaking, Teacher Zhang immediately covered Qin Feng's mouth. Seeing that no one was around, he finally let go and whispered, "Don't talk about this kind of thing, don't even think about it. The battlefield is changing rapidly, and everyone is busy defending against foreign invaders. Who has the time to frame loyal officials? Instead of wasting time on random thoughts, why not use this time to practice?" Qin Feng stopped talking immediately. The words are rough, but the truth is there. He is just a high-level warrior and is still at the bottom. What can I do even if I know the truth? Without power, everything is just a mirage. Teacher, master's wife, you must take good care of yourselves. Qin Feng prayed silently in his heart. He wasn't very sad. The absence of a corpse means there is still a possibility of life. Since you can still live, why add to your sorrow? But he was a little worried. The strength of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy has declined significantly. Will it be outshined by other martial arts academy in the future? Don't worry, the Imperial Capital Martial Mansion will definitely be bullied. Loosen your hands, spread your legs, and enjoy it. Roll. Qin Feng spat at the system. He waved goodbye to Teacher Zhang, but just as he turned around, he was stopped by the ladder. You should be careful recently. Teacher Yin Yang's whereabouts are unknown and he can no longer protect you. Someone is already thinking about you. Teacher Zhang reminded. Qin Feng's pupils shrank, and he suddenly felt sweat on his palms and his head was spinning. Two teachers have said before that you must have a reason for doing anything, otherwise it will be too extreme and easily arouse suspicion. Some unscrupulous individuals would love to slice and dice him, drain him dry, and conduct destructive research on him. Common name, Little White Mouse. We must quickly enter the warrior realm. I don't want to be a guinea pig. Qin Feng screamed in his heart. An invisible pressure swept over. Seeing Qin Feng running away, Teacher Zhang smiled. He was worried that Qin Feng would not be able to get over his sadness. Now it seems that the worries were unnecessary. Then, Teacher Zhang's expression turned cold and he looked deeply into the dark night sky. A mole? Maybe, it's possible. When passing by the resources department, Qin Feng spent all his points without hesitation. The outbound mission was settled, totaling 138 points. Lei Wang's boxing gloves were sold for 2 points. A total of 140 points, which is 14 wolf blood pills. Return to Baihua Manor. Qin Feng looked at the deserted yard and walked in without saying a word. Push open the door. There is a box on the table. It says on it, received by Qin Feng. Qin Feng sat on the sofa and opened the box. Inside was a translucent jade block, a bottle of medicine, and a letter. Xiaofeng, we have to leave. I'm sorry that I haven't been able to raise you to be a useful person. This is my fault. However, with the national crisis ahead, we have no choice but to do our part. A man with a heart full of blood still wants to write a legend. This may be the attitude of us warriors. 9 layers of blood thunder is printed inside the jade block, you should study it carefully. That bottle of medicine was specially prepared by your master's wife. She knew that you would soon enter the warrior realm and was specifically prepared to help you shape the iron sheet. Practice well and don't worry. Teacher, madam, please stay. Looking at the letter, Qin Feng's eyes turned red and he muttered, what old blood? Can't you just live a good life? Train me, and I can help you kill all those bastards in the graveyard. That's great, both of them are dead. Complaints are complaints. He still put the letter away carefully. What the two teachers said makes sense. Only when you are strong will others not bully you. Those guys who coveted it secretly didn't dare to take action. Therefore, we must become stronger. Qin Feng took out 14 wolf blood pills and extracted them directly. Extraction successful. Gain 5 points of Qi in health. Gain 5 points of Qi in health. Gain 5 points of Qi in health. 14 wolf blood pills increased the Qi in health value by 70 points. Qin Feng's blood value reached 997. Seeing this, he took out the tiger blood pill he had taken from Lei Wang. Extraction successful. Gain 7 HP points. Gain 7 HP points. Gain 7 HP points. Suddenly, Qin Feng felt his blood boiling like flames. Body temperature rises suddenly. The muscles, bones, and tendons are all trembling. A mysterious force is rampaging in the body. Qin Feng immediately closed his eyes and used all his strength to stimulate his qi and blood, tempering his skin all over his body over and over again. The energy and blood surged, burning like flames. The pores all over his body opened up, and black impurities flowed out. These black particles covered one layer upon another, finally completely enveloping Qin Feng, as if he were a worker who had just come out of a coal mine. Qin Feng quickly cleaned the impurities. He stood in front of the mirror, his blood and energy surged slightly, and a layer of shimmering stratum corneum appeared on the surface of his skin. As hard as iron, a powerful weapon for attack and defense. Is this the warrior realm? Qin Feng murmured. Primary warriors have 1000 Qi and blood points, intermediate warriors have 2000 Qi and blood points, advanced warriors have 3000 Qi and blood points, and 4000 Qi and blood points will break through to the general realm. Afterwards, he picked up the liquid medicine prepared by his master's wife and began to further refine his skin. Qin Feng is practicing madly in order to avoid becoming a guinea pig. Here is the new lord, Ananda. The atmosphere was equally solemn. He looked at Deng Ling, Huang Zhong, and the others in front of him. His eyes changed from hesitation to determination, and he stood up and said, "Let's go to the Confucius Mansion." Chapter 39. This is a big gamble. Confucius Mansion, the highest educational institution in China. After the head of the imperial capital Wu Mansion fell asleep, the Kong Mansion held an emergency meeting. There are a total of 34 martial arts schools in the Huaxia Dragon Kingdom, which are in a high-pressure state of mutual competition. On the third day after the suppression of the imperial capital Tomb Pit, the top leaders of all the major martial arts schools gathered at the Confucius Mansion. Hundreds of people were sitting in the hall. They can be said to be the backbone of the entire China. The Lord of Daozuan Palace has fallen into a deep sleep. Is there any way to wake him up? It's difficult, unless we send the strong men from the front back, but that will cause problems on the front line. Don't be too harsh with your words later. Ananda is easier to talk to than the Lord of Daozuan Mansion. I heard he's a fake monk. I'm really curious. The strong men talked in low voices. At this time, the door was slowly pushed open. Everyone's eyes focused on the past. Led by Ananda, followed by Deng Ling and others, the group strode forward and bowed to everyone. Please accept my condolences. All the strong men from the major martial arts schools stood up. Ananda said firmly, sooner or later, we will make them pay 100-fold for such a humiliating battle. Many people nodded slightly. Even though the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy suffered heavy losses this time, its foundation is still there. This is the momentum we need. A deep voice sounded. A middle-aged man with a crew-cut, dark skin, and a full beard walked in. He waved to the crowd and said, "Please sit down." Not long after everyone sat down, someone stood up again and clasped their fists, saying, "Director Sun, our Jinnan Martial Arts Academy has grown strongly in recent years, but the resources allocated to us have not increased accordingly. Please redistribute them and don't let the children down. Our northeastern Wufu is located in a remote area and has had some friction with Russia from time to time. We also hope that the Kongfu will allocate more resources. It doesn't need to be too much, 5% to 10% more is enough. We in Shishu Wufu don't take these things too seriously." After the first person stood up, the others followed suit. The scene seemed a little noisy for a moment. Director Sun nodded and said, "Don't worry, we will consider it as appropriate." Actually, Director Sun doesn't have to worry at all. The speaker was Wang Ho, the deputy master of the demon capital Martial Mansion. He smiled and said, "Just divide up the resources of the imperial capital Martial Mansion. They have the largest share of resources and can fully feed the other Martial Mansions." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere suddenly became quiet. The relationship between the Magic City Martial Arts Academy and the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy is extremely bad. Every year in the Martial Arts Academy ranking competition, they fight with all their might, and the injury rate is extremely high. In recent years, the strength of the Imperial Capital's Martial Arts Academy has declined, but it still occupies the majority of resources, which has long made many Martial Arts Academy members dissatisfied. Deng Ling, Huang Zhong, and others looked gloomy. The sex scene has begun. Ananda twisted his Buddhist beads in his hand and smiled calmly. "Wang Ho, the Imperial Capital Martial Palace has a huge share of resources because the Lord of the Dao Palace and the Yin Yang couple risked their lives to make great contributions in the past. I believe everyone is aware of this." Joke. Wang Ho sneered. Which martial arts academy doesn't have casualties every year? Which martial arts academy doesn't fight against foreign invaders with all their might? You think you can always take the lion's share based on this? Isn't that a bit too much? Wang Ho was right. Before, the Lord of Daozuan Mansion and the Yin Yang couple were still here, so we could endure it. But now, we can't stand it. The other deputy palace masters echoed. Deng Ling and the others' expressions became increasingly ugly. This is preparation for a group attack. The Lord of Daozuan Mansion fell down. The 10 ancient stones were either dead or injured. They are going to divide the resources. Ananda continued to twirl his Buddhist beads and said calmly, "Just speak frankly. The Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy has 2 Earth Essence training rooms, and my Demon Capital Martial Arts Academy wants 1. The Imperial Capital Martial Palace has a flame waterfall tree that was dug out from a tomb pit. My Westshu Martial Palace is interested in it. The Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy rarely uses the gravity chamber, so why not transfer it to our Jinan Martial Arts Academy?" All the major martial arts schools began to ask for it. Deng Ling couldn't bear it any longer and shouted, "This is too much. You are bullying me because I have no one in the Imperial Capital Martial Academy, right?" His roar caused the entire building to shake violently. Huang Zhong and the others' faces turned pale. This is simply to empty the Imperial Capital's martial arts palace. Director Sun also looked gloomy. The popularity of the major martial arts schools is quite unsightly. But unfortunately, he couldn't say anything. The major martial arts schools requested resources for the better growth of their students, so that they could defend against the powerful ones in the tomb pit and protect the blue planet in the future. The starting point is good. It's just the method, too eye-catching. Amit Ba. Seeing that the atmosphere was completely frozen, Ananda asked calmly, "Is this all the donors want?" Deng Ling was anxious to speak, but he held the back of his hand. Upon hearing this, Wang Ho and the others had strange expressions on their faces. How could he sit still when someone asked for something so blatantly? Ananda folded his hands and said, "If you want these things, I can agree to them, but there are conditions." "What conditions?" Wang Ho looked him straight in the eyes and immediately asked. Ananda stood up slowly, and behind him bloomed a 1,000-foot-long Buddha light, as if thousands of gods and Buddhas were singing, shining brightly, sacred and noble. If the Imperial Capital Martial Arts School regains the top spot in this year's martial arts school ranking tournament, the resources you took must be returned intact. If even one element is missing, you must pay 1 trillion in compensation. At the same time, the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy can select the resources they like from all the major martial arts academies. No refusal or excuse is allowed. If the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy loses, these resources will become yours and you will never get them back. Besides that, we are willing to reduce our resource allocation to support the development of the major martial arts schools. His voice sounded like a real Buddha admonishing all living beings, but his appearance was solemn and dignified, like that of a wrathful Vajra. This is a big gamble. With victory, the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy will overcome its decline. If they lose, the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy will fall to the bottom. Many martial arts masters were intimidated by Ananda's aura. This move is too cruel. Even casino veterans wouldn't dare to do this. Are you serious? Wang Ho's eyes also changed. Ananda looked at Director Sun and said calmly, "As the witness of the Kong family, this is absolutely true." Good. Wang Ho showed a proud smile. "Then in 2 days, we will pay a visit to the Imperial Capital Wu Mansion. I'm at your service anytime." Ananda smiled faintly and put his hands together. Afterwards, all the major martial arts schools left. They had smiles on their faces and were obviously very satisfied with today's results. In the hall, only the people from the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Palace and Director Sun were left. Director Sun said helplessly, "You are too impulsive. Why don't you let me hold on for a while longer?" He was born in the Imperial Capital's Martial Arts Academy, so naturally he leaned towards this side. "I can't hold on any longer." This group of people exerted collective pressure, and it was obvious that they were well prepared. Ananda's eyes darkened, and his voice was cold. "If they want it, then take it, but don't regret it later." Director Sun was stunned inside. "What are you going to do next?" he asked. Ananda raised his head and stared deeply at the ceiling. "Reform. The entire Imperial Capital Wu Mansion will be completely reformed." Chapter 40. The Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy needs people like Qin Feng. Dang Ling and others looked distressed. Other martial arts schools blatantly snatched the resources of the Imperial Capital's martial arts school. They still have to give. This is so frustrating. I don't think reform is realistic. Third and fourth year students live a life of luxury, constantly occupying leaderboards to collect points, and almost never visit the Imperial Capital's tombs. Some instructors have become lazy, and this has gradually affected freshmen and sophomores. As he spoke, Huang Zhong sighed repeatedly. Ananda twisted his beads a little faster and said softly, "That means reform is urgent." The old mansion master's original intention was to give them enough time to practice, and then enter the tomb pit when they have grown to a certain level. But now, everyone who enters the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy only cares about enjoying themselves, and after graduation they join companies to earn high salaries. It's better not to train them at all. If a warrior doesn't put in effort, then don't take this path. But don't worry, I've already selected the candidates. They will be the key to disrupting this stagnant Wu Mansion. Upon hearing this, Dang Ling, Huang Zhong and others looked at each other. Are there such students in the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy? This day, all the major martial arts schools gathered at the Imperial Capital Martial Arts School. Many students thought they were there to share their cultivation experiences. A group of people went up to greet them with smiles, but were met with sneers and cold stares. Sharing my thoughts with you? Is that helpful? Today, we are here to receive cultivation resources. The Earth Essence Training Room, the Gravity Room, the Fire Refining Chi and Blood Tower, etc., these no longer belong to you. The students from various martial arts schools either sneered or ridiculed, each one more proud and arrogant than the other. At first, the students of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy thought it was a joke. Until... whoosh whoosh whoosh. A sound of breaking through the air was heard. The strong men from various martial arts academies rose into the air, holding up buildings and ancient spiritual trees in their hands, and left without looking back. All the students were stunned, and then they became furious. Robber! Someone couldn't help but shout angrily. The students of Shishu Wufu laughed heartily. Robbers? That's because you're useless. You can't even protect your own things. The students of the Imperial Capital Martial Academy are so naive. The students of Jinnan Wufu were also laughing. They have consumed so many resources, but they don't enter the tomb pits or kill the external enemies. They just hide in the Wufu all day long. They are really a bunch of frogs in the well. With just a few words, the students of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy were rendered speechless. They could only watch helplessly as outsiders took the Wu Mansion into the air, and were completely powerless to do anything. The battle for the double rankings of the Martial Arts Academy is about to begin. This time, we will trample you under our feet. The students of the Magic City Martial Arts Academy were even more arrogant. A series of mocking sounds rang in my ears. The entire Imperial Capital's Martial Arts Palace was suddenly in chaos. Ananda should not be allowed to take the position, some teachers said indignantly. When Master Daozun was here, who would dare to act presumptuously? Now, a tiger is trapped in Plainland and is bullied by a dog. An old mentor said self-deprecatingly. Words like these kept coming. Dissatisfaction filled the Imperial Capital's martial arts office. It's like a bomb that's ready to explode at any moment. Ananda saw and heard all this, but his expression remained calm as he murmured, "It's not enough." His eyes turned and he looked deeply at Baihua Manor. Outside the villa, Qin Feng applied the medicine left by his master's wife and waved the large blue steel alloy shovel over and over again. His arms were a pale silver, gleaming in the sunlight. Teacherine has high expectations for you. Suddenly, a light laugh was heard. Seeing that it was the new palace lord Ananda, Shinfeng stopped and scratched his head and asked, "What do you mean?" Ananda pointed at the liquid medicine and said, "This is a liquid medicine brewed by the iron rhinoceros. It is called silver body water. It can allow you to condense silver armor. Silver armor? Isn't it iron?" Shinfeng was even more confused. Ananda explained, "Generally speaking, iron skin is a characteristic of the warrior realm. Since it's a form of refinement, there are naturally different levels of refinement. Silver armor represents the highest level of iron skin refinement. It's harder and stronger, a weapon that can kill enemies." After saying this, he put down his Buddhist beads, clenched his hands slightly, and a stream of energy and blood seeped out. In Shinfeng's eyes, Ananda's whole body was filled with a shining silver light. Under the sunlight, he looked like a god or Buddha cast from silver. Unlike the dignified golden Buddha, he exuded an invisible aura of murderous intent. Shinfeng suddenly understood. Silver armor is indeed more oppressive than iron armor. Ananda recovered himself and said, "Your teacher's wife treats every student with all her heart and soul. Even when she is leaving, she is always thinking of you." Shinfeng nodded and looked at Ananda with a deep gaze. "Master, you didn't come here just to talk to me about this, did you?" Ananda didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "The Wu Mansion is about to undergo reforms. Some things will disappear, and I'm afraid it will cause unrest. I need you to cooperate with the fighting department to establish a new faction. No more pampered and lazy life. Because if no changes are made, the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy is likely to be replaced." Shinfeng agreed very much with Ananda's words. He was very puzzled on the first day he arrived at the Imperial Capital Wu Mansion. Do nothing and you will get 10 points every month. Some tasks are simple but the points are high. This gave many people an idea. Why get up and work hard when you can just lie down and do nothing? The Wu Mansion in the Imperial Capital is a wealthy and powerful family, they don't need me. The most terrifying thing is, this idea has become deeply rooted. This is also why the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy has been declining year after year. The predecessors have fallen, and the descendants are weak. The Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy will definitely be eliminated. By then, there will be unrest in the Imperial Capital's tomb pits, and the entire empire will inevitably be in danger, with tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of lives killed or injured. I can help you, but what's in it for me? Shinfeng laughed. Ananda was stunned. This little guy really won't do anything without a profit. He replied, "Just like Guan Changsheng and the others, you can enter the Earth Essence training room for 10 minutes. Shinfeng had never heard of the Earth Essence training room. But when I heard Guan Changsheng, I knew this thing was not simple. Don't worry, Lord, I will do my best." Shinfeng's face changed instantly. Ananda's bitter smile grew wider. This guy looks gentle, but he is actually a smart guy. But that's okay. If you don't even fight for your own interests, how can you be motivated? The Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy needs people like Shinfeng. The meeting will be held in the afternoon, and it will be your turn then. After saying this, Ananda turned and left. "Master, take care." Shinfeng waved at Ananda. Deep in his eyes, a gleam of light flashed. The more chaotic the Wu Mansion is, the more opportunities there are. Correspondingly, there will be more ways to earn points. Why not do it? Shinfu Gue is very similar to Sensei's warrior theory. It's a little bit unpredictable, but it suits me very well. Shinfeng turned and looked at Baihua Manor, his fists clenched involuntarily. In the afternoon, all the teachers and students of the school gathered at the martial arts square. However, the atmosphere was a little strange. A sense of oppression and tension came over me. Chapter 41. My big shovel has been thirsty for a long time. In the afternoon, the sky was overcast. The wind was so strong that it not only moved the branches but also disturbed everyone's hearts. Countless teachers and students had gloomy expressions on their faces. In the morning, he was mocked by all the major martial arts schools and had so many training resources taken away from him. It's so frustrating. They simply can't stand it. At this time, Ananda stepped onto the podium. He looked down at the crowd and said in a firm voice, "From this moment on, the monthly guaranteed points will be cancelled and the points for ordinary tasks will be reduced." Wow! The entire Imperial Capital's martial arts mansion was in an uproar. Some people are puzzled, some are thinking deeply, but more people are angry. This is the rule set by the Lord of Daozuan Mansion. You have no right to change it. Monthly points are the foundation of students' cultivation. If they lose points, how can they cultivate? If you change it like this, the Imperial Capital's Martial Arts Academy will be in chaos. Veteran tutors and the student union stood up and loudly rebuked. Ananda remained unmoved, his voice becoming more resolute. Now, I am the master of the palace. Each generation of palace masters has its own rules. Master Daozun is here, so what he does is his business. Now that I'm in charge, you have to listen to me. The freshmen were all stunned. Is this the rhythm of preparing for a fight? Xinfeng looked at the student union that was at the forefront and asked in a low voice, what is the background of the student union? The student union is responsible for the day-to-day management of students. Zhao Shaoqi pointed to the people in front, President Duan Yan, Vice Presidents, Cheng Ying, Lin Kong, Wu Meng. Xinfeng nodded suddenly. He looked at Duan Yan, who had regular features, shoulder-length hair, and slightly shimmering skin. It was obvious that he had cultivated iron skin to the extreme and was at least at the level of a war general. It will be quite difficult to overthrow the student union, Xinfeng estimated in his heart. However, he was not worried at all. With the resources in place, anyone can do it. In half a year at most, we will definitely defeat the student union. At this time, a mentor with snow-white hair stepped out and said in a deep voice, Ananda, you also grew up under the protection of the Lord of the Sword Palace. This person should cherish the past and not burn bridges after crossing them. This is heartbreaking. Directly pointing to Ananda's character. That's why I hate the current system. Sitting back and enjoying the fruits of others' labor, living a life of luxury, all they have produced is a bunch of useless people. On the battlefield, the first touch breaks the body, and the sight of blood makes my legs weak. In that case, I might as well pour my resources into those who are willing to kill the enemy and gain merit, rather than wasting them. Ananda's eyes gradually became sharper, and his voice sounded like the chanting of gods and Buddhas, shattering the dark clouds in the sky. His eyes were sharp, and he said directly, today, the system must be changed, and it will continue to be changed in the future. I said that no one can help. Even if the Lord of Daozuan Palace wakes up, it will be useless. You. Countless people were furious and pointed at Ananda. The whole atmosphere was depressing. Even the winds stopped blowing. Xinfeng and Guan Changsheng looked at each other and nodded silently. Gradually, freshmen, sophomores, and even juniors and seniors came out one after another, holding weapons and looking determined, striding behind Ananda. There are as many as 300 or 400 people. Guan Changsheng, what do you want to do? Duan Yan frowned and shouted. Guan Changsheng opened his almond-shaped eyes and said calmly, the palace master is right. I think so too. Naturally, I don't want to be in cahoots with you. Me too. Xinfeng chuckled. Wu Meng had a big beard and dark skin. He looked at Xinfeng with disdain, a freshman also has the right to speak? I'll give you a chance to say it again. Xinfeng stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. Swish, swish, swish. Behind him, all the students raised their weapons. A murderous atmosphere suddenly came and filled the entire place. Wu Meng's expression changed. Although I was very unhappy, I still kept my mouth shut. Points equal resources, and resources must be fought for. You drink tea every day, collect points every month, hold a position but do nothing, what's the point of having you? If I were like you, I'd be ridiculed by my ancestors for 18 generations after I die and go to hell. What? You're really upset. If you're unhappy, just drop out of school. Xinfeng sneered at first, then looked disdainful. Suddenly, countless people looked a little unnatural. Including Ananda. He looked at Xinfeng, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. What I want is suppression and stimulation. If I really drop out of school, I'll be left alone? Are you threatening us? Duan Yan walked forward and looked at Xinfeng coldly. Then why don't you try it? Xinfeng pointed at the school gate and grinned, the gate is right there, you can leave any time, but I have to advise you guys, you are so bloated, you probably won't survive in another martial arts school. Other martial arts schools are high-pressure environments. At the warrior level, you must kill ferocious beasts, and at the soldier level, you must descend into a grave. Given your combat prowess, I think you can buy the coffin in advance. Upon hearing this, Ananda, Dangling and others gave a thumbs up in their hearts. This kid is really a talented guy. First provoke them, then tell them that it is even crueler outside. This is like giving a slap in the face and then a blow with a club. The PUA rhetoric is mastered perfectly. Xin Feng, how can you talk to the president like that? The person who spoke was Chang Ying. She is very beautiful, but her pretty face is cold at this moment. Xin Feng disagreed and sneered, student union? I think it's more like a corruption union. Instead of guiding students in cultivation, they're only doing sneaky things. I suggest they disband it right here and let me take over the leadership. Presumptuous. Some veteran mentors couldn't help but shout angrily. The entire student union looked gloomy. Lin Kong took a step forward, and the momentum of a warrior came over him. But the next moment, the momentum collapsed. Guan Shangsheng held the Leng Yan saw in his hand, his eyes cold and gloomy. If you touch Qin Feng, you will not see the sun tomorrow. Xin Feng's eyes welled up with tears after hearing this. Thank you, Master Guan Air. No, it's Changsheng Dad. With someone backing him up, Xin Feng became even more presumptuous. Not convinced, huh? Tell the student union's elementary warriors to come out, preferably from the warrior rankings. My shovel is already thirsty for it. The whole audience was in an uproar again. Is Qin Feng going to start competing for the charts now? There are a total of 200 people on the warrior list. The average number of students for elementary, secondary, and higher education is 65 respectively. The last 5 people are distributed among these 3 realms. Ananda's breathing was a little heavy. Amitba, what the hell? This has completely gone beyond the plan. This is completely different from what we agreed on yesterday. Since you have this idea, I will grant your wish. An old man stepped out, his eyes flashing purple, and said in a low voice, New school, old school, who can stand to the end? Success or failure will be determined by results. That's exactly what I meant. Ananda agreed with a faint smile. He turned around and glared at Qin Feng fiercely. Qin Feng looked up at the sky and said in a deep voice, the weather is really nice today. No idea. As a lone wolf, you should do lone wolf things. It's reasonable to earn some points. Changsheng, what do you say? Ananda asked. Guan Shangsheng said, if reasoning doesn't work, then fight. That's right. Qin Feng stood beside Guan Shangsheng and shouted, beat them so hard that even their own mothers won't recognize them. Subtext, beat them until they get no points at all. Ananda gave Qin Feng a displeased look. Afterwards, he made up his mind, then let's start the chart-topping battle that hasn't started in years. Chapter 42, The Next Victim. In the morning, all the major martial arts schools came to grab the resources. In the afternoon, the Imperial Capital's martial arts office will be reformed. This storm hit too fast and too hard. One after another, the dusty arenas opened up. A solemn and murderous atmosphere swept the entire mansion. Palace Master, aren't you afraid of making a mistake? The old man with purple eyes looked at the noisy Wu mansion, his voice calm. Ananda replied, whether it is right or wrong, let time judge. In as little as 6 months, the Imperial Capital's tomb pit will inevitably see another war. If we are still like this by then, how many seniors will be able to die? Therefore, reform is imperative. I don't want these children to die in vain, and I don't want happy families to be torn apart. After these words were spoken, the old man with purple eyes fell silent. Another big battle is about to begin. Only. Can half a year really work? Half a year is too short. Let's just keep things as they are and look for others who can't help. Some people are still unwilling to reform. Ananda's voice turned cold. I will only say one last thing. From now on, I will be the master of the Imperial Capital Martial Mansion. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little off, the old man with purple eyes coughed and changed the subject. By the way, I heard that something happened in Jiangnan. Jiangnan? Ananda was a little confused. Didn't you say Yuancheng? It was indeed Yuancheng before. But for some reason, the signal from Yuancheng's tombs weakened dramatically until it disappeared completely. On the contrary, Jiangnan, where there has never been any tomb pit signal, suddenly had a problem. The location is close to the Jiangnan Military Hospital. The tone of the old man with purple eyes was also full of doubt. What a troubled time. Ananda felt the pressure mount inside. Let's ignore these things for now and focus on the present. Freshmen, sophomores, juniors, and seniors did not study in the classroom, but gathered around the arenas. The fighting department, weapon casting department, medicine refining department, and Wanwan Tower are also included. A figure stood in the center of the ring. It's Qin Feng. He smiled and said, I know you are all very upset with me, so I will give you an opportunity now. Junior warriors on the warrior list can bring their points and challenge me on stage at will. Of course, if you don't make it onto the warrior ranking, that's fine. As long as you have the points, everything will be fine. I hope everyone will always be on stage and beat me to death. The last sentence was like a fuse, instantly igniting the anger of those old school students. Qin Feng looks like he deserves a beating. Qin Feng's words were even more provocative. He was like the ridiculous mirror in The Magistrate, jumping in and out, shouting, come and hit me. No one can help it. Duzi, go up and kick him down. Wu Meng was so angry that he was shaking all over and couldn't help but say. Duzi, a tall sophomore in the student union, nodded and strode onto the stage with a gun in hand. Duzi sneered, you ignorant fellow, do you really think we're made of mud? Wait, where are you ranked? How many points do you want to bet with me? Qin Feng's eyes flashed with the shrewdness of a profiteer. Duzi said disdainfully, I want your 200th place. Qin Feng rolled his eyes, if there is no ranking, then there is no ranking. That sounds nice. The warrior list system is very simple. You can raise your ranking by killing enemies of any level or destroying ferocious beasts of any level. Qin Feng had killed several cult members before. Logically, his ranking would improve. But there has been a lot going on in the Wu Mansion recently, and no one is reviewing the rankings. So he was always ranked last. How about this, if you lose, you give me 20 points. If you win, I give you this shovel. Qin Feng raised the large blue steel alloy shovel. Duzi looked at the black shovel with disgust on his face, it's so dirty, just like you. How does he know that your heart is as black as a shovel? Is he Kagoro Mori? The system makes sharp complaints. Then you agree. Qin Feng grinned. The next moment, his demeanor changed instantly. From laughter to murderous intent. The heart is like a pump, madly accumulating strength. Duzi didn't dare to be careless at all. He knew that Qin Feng's special ability was to accumulate power. So, he raised his gun and attacked with all his might. Buzz. The shadows of guns came one after another, like a group of snakes coming out of a cave. Shen level advanced, snake shadow spear. You've fallen into a trap. The smile on Qin Feng's face became even more intense. He decisively gave up accumulating strength, held the shovel in reverse, and chopped into the air. A blood-red lightning appeared in the void. Bigger and fiercer than ever. Bang! What snake shadow, what spear, they all collapsed under this blow. Duzi looked shocked. Iron sheets appeared on his body, trying to withstand the blow. However, the gap in strength between the two sides is too big. The large blue steel alloy shovel broke the spear, and its remaining power slashed Duzi's chest, knocking him directly out of the ring. Remember to give me 20 points. Qin Feng, carrying the shovel, looked back at the student union below the stage and said with a smile, please welcome the next victim. That's too much. They simply don't take our student union seriously. President, you must knock him down. The student union members were furious. Guan Changsheng and the others nodded in satisfaction. Kill instantly with one strike. It's indeed a good start. Next, Guan Changsheng stepped onto the stage. Countless people cheered up, including the teachers. I heard that Guan Changsheng went down to the tomb a while ago and single-handedly killed countless enemies in a small battlefield. It seems the army even gave him a military rank. Many people hate the reform, but still admire Guan Changsheng. Guan Changsheng holds a cool saw in his hand, the gleaming cold light is intimidating, his majestic figure makes people dare not challenge him, he is so powerful. Buzz. Qi and blood vibrate. Behind him, a flash of blood appeared, condensing into a horse. The hair is as red as blood, bright red and dazzling, and there are dragon scales on the neck. What is even more shocking is that it is not a horse head, but the head of a Chinese dragon. It is majestic and domineering, with wind and thunder surging between its mouth and nose, and it is very fierce. SSS-level monster, Dragon Colt. Duan Yan looked solemn. Guan Changsheng locked eyes with Vice President Lin Kong and said coldly, even though you are a general, I will still fight you. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Everyone was shocked. Warrior Realm versus General Realm? This is too crazy. Lin Kong's face was gloomy. The vice president was actually challenged in public. He growled, as you wish. After he finished speaking, Lin Kong stepped onto the stage. Black lightning exploded, shaking the arena with a tremendous force. War! Guan Shangsheng stepped on the stirrups and mounted the horse. The dragon colt neighed, but it was not the sound of a horse, but the roar of a dragon. In an instant, the black lightning disappeared. Before Lin Kong could react, Longju had already arrived in front of him. Call out! Guan Shangsheng swung his sword silently. In an instant, the knife light swept out like a green whirlwind. Lin Kong let out a scream, then fell off the stage, spitting blood from his mouth. The whole place was dead silent, no one spoke. Xin Feng grumbled, and said angrily in his heart, "You red-faced bastard, you actually stole my limelight." Chapter 43. The wind today is so noisy. Another instant kill. Everyone knows that Guan Shangsheng is very strong. I just didn't expect him to be so strong. The warrior realm can kill the general realm in seconds. And this is not all his strength. Hey, don't just stand there. Hurry up and get on stage and challenge me, I'm so tickled to dance. Xin Feng took advantage of the situation and shouted. Subtext, points, come quickly. Zhang Yu, a junior in the fighting department, awaits your challenge. Tu Huan, a senior in the alchemy department, wants to challenge the head of our department here. I'm Bailey Jian, a senior in the weaponry department. I just want to be defeated by you all, or I want to beat you all to pieces. Suddenly, senior students came onto the stage, each one more arrogant than the other. The student union president Duan Nian's face was gloomy and uncertain. If this storm is not suppressed, the consequences will be unimaginable. Xin Feng has the worst foundation, so let's start with him. Duan Nian locked onto Xin Feng and said in a low voice, fight him in a round-robin battle. Consume his energy and blood. Don't give him a chance to breathe. The student union nodded secretly. At that moment, a man walked up. She was a girl, a junior in college, at the beginner warrior level, with full of energy. Xin Feng looked disdainful. It's been 3 years, and you're still so weak. What a waste of pills. If these pills were given to me, I would have reached the level of a general long ago. Guo Li. The girl said coldly. Xin Feng gathered his strength and grinned, Senior, did you bring any points? 20 points. She nodded. Xin Feng shook his head and said, the price has increased, and I get 40 points. You. Guo Li's eyes turned cold, and she gritted her teeth and said, okay, 40 points, I'll make you spit it all out later. After she finished speaking, she condensed a long whip in her right hand and swung it towards Qin Feng's head as if it were her arm. If this attack hits, he will definitely be unable to fight. Xin Feng was not panicked. With a thought, he dived into the ground and avoided the whip. I heard that he was multi-awakened, and it turned out to be true. The old man with purple eyes was slightly surprised. Ananda smiled and said, more powers don't mean more powerful. What matters is how you use them. On the ring. Guo Li's attack missed, and she immediately retreated to the edge of the ring to avoid being attacked. Time passes by every second. The arena was silent. Xin Feng seemed to have disappeared, without any movement. Guo Li couldn't help but stamp her feet and said, Xin Feng, what are you doing? Are you going to fight or not? After he finished speaking, no one responded. Where did Xin Feng go? He went to the resources department. That's right. He bypassed the martial arts square and went straight to the resources department. Teacher, give me some water to drink. Xin Feng grinned as he came to the small window of the resources department. The teacher looked confused. Aren't you on the charts? There's a halftime break? He handed over a glass of water in a daze. Tons. Xin Feng swallowed it in one gulp. He leaned against the window, reaching out to catch the gentle breeze, and sighed, today's wind is so noisy. This scene was seen by Ananda and the teachers. They were silent. I'm afraid it's not the wind that's making the noise, but you. At this moment, on the ring. Guo Li whipped the ground with a whip, trying to force Xin Feng out. At this moment, Duan Nian realized something and shouted, be careful. Guo Li stepped back without hesitation and swung the long whip in her hand towards her feet. Bang! Xin Feng jumped out from the ground. Iron sheets emerged from his body and he easily withstood the whip. He gripped the shovel tightly with both hands and swung it angrily. 9th level of Blood Thunder. The next moment, Guo Li was knocked away and fell to the ground. Senior sister, are you okay? Qin Feng squatted on the ring, looking concerned. If you feel unwell, give me the points quickly and then go to the infirmary. Guo Li didn't vomit blood originally. When he heard Qin Feng's words, he was so angry that he vomited on the spot. Swish. 40 points credited to your account. Qin Feng felt happy. I earned 60 points in the blink of an eye. It feels so good. Qin Feng was thinking to himself that another person was stepping onto the stage. The person who came was a senior from a university. He held a sword in his hand, his eyes were piercing, and he said in a deep voice, Student Union Chen Guang. Okay, points monster number 2. Qin Feng grinned. Chen Guang's eyes turned cold. This is too much. After saying this, he stepped forward, his breath becoming long and rich, like a towering mountain. The sword slashed out. The blade light was like a rolling rock, each blade was more ferocious and domineering than the last. Lower level of the earth rank, big rock rolling knife technique. Qin Feng's expression turned serious. The qi and blood in the body are flowing, and the accumulation of energy begins. He did not retreat, but swung the shovel in his hand with all his strength, and a blood-colored lightning burst out. Ding ding ding. When metal collides, sparks fly. Everyone was horrified by what they saw. Although Qin Feng talks a lot, he does have the ability. 18 swords. Chen Guang shouted loudly. His arm swelled up like a dragon, and he turned over and chopped with his sword, falling like a rock. Qin Feng also completed the accumulation of power at this moment. All the strength was released instantly, and the blood and energy were like a dragon, wrapped in blood-colored thunder, slashing out angrily. Bang! Chen Guang was shocked and retreated. He lowered his head, his hands gripping the sword oozing blood, and the iron sheet on his arms was completely shattered. Qin Feng took advantage of the situation and chased him, kicking him away and causing him to fall heavily onto the stage. Senior, why is your hand injured? Qin Feng stretched out his hand towards Chen Guang and said seriously, give me your student card, and I promise to only use 40 points. Chen Guang looked at Qin Feng with a confused expression. Just now, there was a head-on confrontation and both sides fought fiercely. He originally thought that even if Qin Feng was not injured, the iron sheet would definitely be shattered. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng was fine. Chen Guang naturally didn't know that Yin Wanner had specially left the silver body water for Qin Feng, and his silver armor was far superior to ordinary iron armor. And this is far from Qin Feng's limit. I admit defeat in this battle. Chen Guang was convinced and transferred the 40 points. Seeing this, Qin Feng sighed, damn, these guys are getting smarter and smarter. 40 points is a bit too little. Hearing this, many people felt their scalps tingling. 40 points is still not enough? Guaranteed 10 points per month. That is 4 months. Even if it's a mission, you need at least 2. Qin Feng is already very fast. Worth mentioning. Other students can also gamble on fighting, but very few do so. Points are so valuable. Only Qin Feng is bold enough to become addicted to gambling. At this time, another person stepped onto the stage. He was tall and strong, staring at Qin Feng coldly. Student Union, Junior, Zhao Dinghao, please give me some advice. Many people looked shocked. Zhao Dinghao is here too. Li Yintao hurried to the edge of the ring and explained, Qin Feng, it's true that he's a novice warrior, but he's a novice goalkeeper on the warrior rankings, with the highest ranking being over 130th. Qin Feng stared at Zhao Dinghao and said in a deep voice, martial artists always sail against the current. If they don't advance, they will retreat. How can they run away when they encounter difficulties? This sentence won the approval of many teachers and students. Is there anything good about Qin Feng? After saying that, Qin Feng melted the earth and escaped from the spot. Everyone. Resources Department. Qin Feng shouted, Teacher, give me 8 wolf blood pills, hurry up. Swish. 8 wolf blood pills were extracted instantly. Qin Feng felt the surging energy and blood in his body and frowned slightly. No, my phobia of fire is acting up. He waved his hand and exchanged for another boiling blood pill. Extract. Qi and blood surged again. Qin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief and looked towards the arena with a fierce look. Points monster number 3, you are a junior warrior goalkeeper, and you actually dared to take advantage of me. This is intolerable. Tu Rong burrowed underground and headed straight for the ring. Ananda and the teachers fell headfirst. Listen, is this human language? Who is taking advantage after all? My imperial capital martial arts academy has been renowned for its integrity for 100 years, so how come an ultimate old six has emerged? Chapter 44. Take a shovel from me, old Chin. Martial Arts Square. Fierce battles broke out in every arena. My blood is boiling and I am so excited. But one arena seemed very quiet. Zhao Dinghao stood on the ring with a confused expression. Where are the people? What happened to the saying that warriors sail against the current and if they don't advance, they will retreat? Li Yuntao and others were also speechless. How come such a weirdo appeared in our freshman year? Ananda and the teachers had strange expressions. They know what happened. But, how should I put this? The old man with purple eyes said unhappily, you can't do this anymore. Leaving your opponent hanging on the stage while you go buy pills yourself is against the rules. Did we ever say that this was against the rules? Ananda asked. Everyone looked at each other. It seems not. Ananda smiled and said, since there is none, then it is reasonable. Sophistry. The old man with purple eyes frowned, but was unable to refute. At this time, Qin Feng came back. The instructors glanced at each other, their expressions even more exciting. Qin Feng's qi and blood value, how come it increased so much? Extraction successful. Gain 5 points of qi and health. Gain 5 points of qi and health. Gain 5 points of qi and health. Gain temporarily increased the host's health by 100 points. Qin Feng sneered. His heart pumped like a water pump. Qi and blood condense, accumulating strength for the strongest attack. A primary warrior level goalkeeper? I have a hat trick, specifically targeting the goalkeeper. Qin Feng, come out. Zhao Dinghao finally lost the last bit of his patience. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Feng broke out of the ground. Take this shovelful from me, old Qin. He jumped high, holding a large blue steel alloy shovel in his hand, with a powerful energy and blood, like a blood-red sun falling from the sky. Zhao Dinghao was startled. However, he was also quite strong. He condensed his hands into a shield, merged them together, and charged forward. A level monster system, battle shield. Rumble. A dull thunder rumbled in the air. Faintly, a bloody thunder fell, like the roar of an angry dragon, and rushed out with regret. Snap. At the first collision, Zhao Dinghao's shield exploded on the spot. Qin Feng exerted force again. A terrifying force burst out and passed through the shovel to Zhao Dinghao, knocking him out of the ring. This scene was extremely shocking to everyone. Zhao Dinghao, a goalkeeper at the junior warrior level, ranked 133rd, has been stuck in this position for many years and has blocked countless students. Today, he lost. Killed instantly by Qin Feng. It seems that in Qin Feng's world, there are only seconds. Thank you. Qin Feng landed, clasped his fists, and then grinned, points monster number 3, don't forget to give me points. Zhao Dinghao looked at Qin Feng with helplessness on his face. He was defeated convincingly in this battle. Not far away. The purple-eyed old man exclaimed in surprise, a breakthrough. He's entered the second level from the 9th level of Blood Thunder. Boiling blood pill temporarily increases qi and blood value. The 9th level of Blood Thunder has entered the second level. All of this is understandable, but why was it that after Qin Feng got the wolf blood pill, he absorbed the medicinal power instantly? Ananda had sharp eyes and saw many doubts in an instant. The instructors looked confused and bewildered. Only a few people's eyes changed, as if they were thinking about something. On the ring. Qin Feng once again earned 40 points. He was delighted at first, then slapped his thigh and said, damn, I forgot to bargain. Li Yuntao and others did not know Qin Feng's psychological activities. They looked at Qin Feng and felt their blood boiling. Qin Feng represented their freshman year and defeated the strong one after another to replace them. Isn't this the attitude a warrior should have? Always strive for first place. Never want to fall behind. Qin Feng set an example for them. It was almost 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The battle for the charts has come to an end. Guan Shansheng, number 1 on the warrior list. Bailey Jian, 5th place. Qin Feng, 133rd place. Basic warrior realm goalkeeper. This new style reform was very successful. Many old school students were kicked off the warrior list. However, the bulk of the student union's power is concentrated on the list of generals. That's the most important list. The points on the general's ranking should be more, right? Qin Feng rubbed his chin. Just like the teacher said, warriors must fight. Compete for fame. Fight for resources. Fight for status. Fight to be the strongest person that everyone looks up to. Also, don't be a guinea pig. Compared to the joy of the new generation, the old generation students, led by the student union, all had gloomy and dark faces. Duan Yan stared at Qin Feng with a cold look in his eyes. Brother Qin Feng, you are just a junior warrior, and you are already thinking about the battle list. Even if you are given a year, you will not be able to catch up with us. It's the end of June now. Give me 3 months, and then I'll challenge President Duan. Qin Feng met Duan Yan's gaze. Today he represents the new school. The new generation seeks reform and passion. Therefore, Guan Changsheng didn't say anything, and even nodded slightly in secret. If Qin Feng wants to fight for it, we will help him. The students were in an uproar. Someone actually wants to shake Duan Yan's position as the chairman? Still a freshman. Lin Kong, Cheng Ying, Wu Meng, and others glared at Qin Feng. This is totally disrespectful to elders. Duan Yan's expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. I'm always waiting for your challenge. At this point, the warrior ranking has temporarily come to an end. Ananda came out and said softly, the replacement of the old with the new is not to make you lose your dignity, but for your future survival. After a while, I will organize a cemetery in the warrior realm, so that you can experience the cruelty of the cemetery firsthand. Learning a book 1,000 times is not as good as experiencing it yourself. The students looked at each other in confusion. Is the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Palace also going to start digging into the tomb? These days are getting harder and harder. Qin Feng looked excited. What does going down into the grave pit mean? Danger. It also brings opportunities. If I'm lucky, maybe I can find a treasure that can bring my sister back to life and help her stand up again. Xiuxue, just wait a little longer, I will make you become like an ordinary person. He said firmly in his heart. Everyone dispersed. But the atmosphere in the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy is still hot. Today's changes are amazing. All the teachers and students in the school were immersed in shock. Slowly, people came out of their sadness. The 10 ancient stones suffered severe damage. The Lord of Daozuan Mansion is sleeping. Maybe they really should cheer up. Otherwise, how will I take revenge in the future? Duan Yan stood there, his eyes deep. He had no complaints about Guan Changsheng. The latter galloped through the tomb, and with a sword and a horse, he charged into the enemy formation. He was convinced of this. The one who made Duan Yan unhappy was Qin Feng. In his opinion, Qin Feng was just a clown clinging to Guan Changsheng's thigh, and his every move was extremely annoying. Qin Feng. Duan Yan thought back to the declaration of war and whispered, you won't be so proud for long. Chapter 45, Too many factors, this trip seems not easy. The next day. Qin Feng went to the resources department again. Get 4 wolf blood pills. Extract directly. Extraction successful. Gain 5 points of Qi in health. 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 The properties panel expands. Name, Qin Feng. Qi in blood value, 1068. Realm, Elementary Warrior Realm. Talent, Infinite Extraction SSS, Earth Fusion D rank Superhuman, Power Storage C rank Superhuman. Martial Arts, 9-fold Blood Thunder 2nd fold. Comfortable. Qin Feng sighed inwardly. However, he still felt that his Qi and blood values were increasing a little slowly. It seems that I need to find some missions to go out and kill enemies. This way you can accumulate points and extract Qi and blood. Qin Feng was about to go to the mission department when his cell phone suddenly vibrated. When I picked it up, it was Lu Chao. His eyes lit up instantly. Lu Chao had mentioned before that there was a big deal. It must be extraordinary to be so cared about by old Lu. Brother Qin Feng, I heard that you have been doing very well in the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy recently. Lu Chao's hearty laughter was heard. Qin Feng has a good impression of him. He is powerful but not arrogant, a true big brother. He smiled and said, it's normal. Isn't this just waiting for your big deal, Brother Lu? You have good taste. Lu Chao restrained his laughter slightly and said seriously, however, this deal is very risky. If it goes wrong, people could die. Do you dare? This system understands. He is the second in command of Liangshan in water margin, Mr. Liu. He is ready to lead you to rob the birthday gift and then marry Sister Dayu. Don't read those bound volumes of the 4 great classics. Xin Feng rolled his eyes, then chuckled. Next time I'll show you the alluring love story of Sun Wukong and Lin Dayu, and Granny Lu and Zhu Beiji's first sexual experience. Too many factors. Too many factors. We must, hurry up. Seeing that Xin Feng didn't say anything, Lu Chao jokingly asked, "Are you scared?" "No, I dare to go no matter how dangerous it is." "Tell me." Xin Feng said hurriedly. "Have you heard that back then, ferocious beasts were rampant in Yuzhou and occupied a large area? At that time, someone suggested using a nuclear bomb to solve the problem once and for all. However, they never expected that after the nuclear bomb was fired, the ferocious beasts not only did not die out, but instead mutated." Lu Chao said. Xin Feng nodded. He had heard his mentor mention this matter. There weren't many warriors back then, so they had to use nuclear bombs to wipe out the enemy. Lu Chao continued, "There are ferocious beasts at the war general level in Yuzhou. They each have their own territory. By chance, I saw 2 war general level beasts fighting each other. One of them was seriously injured and fled. I thought this was an opportunity." Xin Feng was stunned when he heard this. He is clearly at the warrior level, yet he dares to seize a ferocious beast at the general level. So exciting? Xin Feng's eyes were filled with excitement, and he whispered, "Where shall we gather? The brave will die of overeating, and the timid will die of starvation." How could Xin Feng miss such an opportunity? "Come to Yuzhou, I will take you to the abandoned city area." Seeing Xin Feng agree, Lu Chao whispered. The call ended. Xin Feng doesn't need to prepare anything. He is a lonely man and can leave at any time. Xin Feng muttered, "I wanted to go to the Earth Essence training room to take a look, but forget it, the War General Realm Beast is more important." He was about to leave when Instructor Zhang arrived. "You're going out?" Teacher Zhang asked in surprise. "This kid made such a big fuss yesterday, he has to get out today." "What? Taking advantage of youth and having no restraint?" Xin Feng said directly, "Go to Yuzhou and grab the birthday gift." Instructor Zhang? Isn't this a high-level martial arts novel? How did it become a martial arts novel? Stop messing around. Instructor Zhang glared at him with dismay and warned, "I'm going down to the grave, so stay quiet for now." "How about I go with you?" Xin Feng's eyes rolled. He has always been curious about the tomb. Instructor Zhang refused directly, "The Wufu will have its own organization in a few days, so don't think too much about it." Xin Feng curled his lips and said, "Oh. Let's get back to the point." Instructor Zhang stopped chatting and said seriously, "When you have time, go find the palace master. He has something to tell you." "Why does he always chat with me? Can't he find a twilight romance?" Xin Feng complained and turned away. Teacher Zhang smiled bitterly. In the entire Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy, only Xin Feng dares to speak like this. But that's also good. Have your own personality and don't follow the crowd. He also turned and left. After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped. Yuzhou? Wan Xian, Domeiyu, and the other girls are also going to Yuzhou. What a coincidence. Teacher Zhang muttered. Mission Department. Domeiyu and Wan Xian get together. They accepted the task and hid in the corner stealthily. Are you really alright? That's a ferocious beast at the level of a general. SHHHHH. Keep your voice down. If you can get its cubs or unhatched eggs, it will definitely be worth a lot of points. The Wu Mansion is so strong right now. If we don't work hard, we will definitely die in the grave pit. The small mission we just took in Yuzhou was just a deception, to prevent others from noticing that we were going to kidnap the cubs. A group of women were chattering and talking in low voices. Some time ago, Xin Feng went out to eliminate members of a cult. Wan Xian and Domeiyu followed their mentor to Yuzhou to kill the ferocious beast. By chance, Wan Xian discovered a ferocious beast cub at the level of a general. She did not report it at the time but kept it secret. Now I am preparing to go to Yuzhou again. It's almost time, let's go. The women exchanged glances. Then they left in a happy mood. Rush to Yuzhou. Student Union. Duan Nian sat upright by the window. Half of his body was in the sun, half in the shadows, and he whispered into his phone, "He's leaving." "Are you sure you went to Yuzhou?" the person on the other end of the phone confirmed. Duan Nian raised his eyes, with an indescribable feeling, a little cold and a little sinister. "Remember what you promised," he said. A woman's laughter came from the other end of the phone. She said, "Don't worry, the company's shares will always be reserved for you. As soon as you graduate, you will be an executive." Duan Nian hung up the phone. He turned his head to look at the magnificent view by the window, and said proudly in his heart, "Xin Feng, enjoy it." Yuzhou, one of the largest provinces in the Huaxia Dragon Kingdom. The atmosphere here is very tough, and you can see teams of warriors everywhere. After the nuclear bombing incident that year, that area was isolated by Yuzhou and named the Wasted City area. It covers a vast area and breeds many ferocious beasts. You can even see large grassland creatures such as lions, cheetahs, and rhinos, but they are all mutated. It was already afternoon when Qin Feng arrived in Yuzhou. As soon as he got off the bus, he saw Lu Chao. "Come on, let me show you our local delicacies, beef noodles and donkey meat hot pot." Lu Chao embraced Qin Feng and walked out. He came by car. Well, a Wuling magic car. The key is that he has modified it so that it can go through the bend of the drainage ditch. Qin Feng looked at Lu Chao, who had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and shook his head. "So you are such an SSS-level awakener." On the street stall, 2 bowls of beef noodles were served. The two of them showed off wildly. Qin Feng muttered, "What kind of beast is this? It's so mysterious. Could it be a dragon? You can only encounter dragons in the cemetery." Lu Chao chewed the beef and said casually, "It's the Golden War Lion." Qin Feng almost choked. Golden War Lion? This ferocious beast is said to be full of treasures. You can easily achieve financial freedom by hunting one. Don't get excited yet. The Golden War Lion is the boss, and it has many high-level warriors under its command. Lu Chao added. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. This trip doesn't seem to be easy. Chapter 46, Entering the Abandoned City, a bold idea. It's time to get busy, guys, put on your helmets, I'm about to start the race. Also, I've added pictures of my sister and some ferocious beasts, and there will be more later. If you're interested, you can go check it out. Finally, my sister is awesome. Golden War Lion. The best among the ferocious beasts in the realm of war generals. Even warriors at the level of generals dare not provoke him. If Lu Chao hadn't been seriously injured and on the verge of death, he wouldn't have dared to even look at her. The Golden War Lion occupies a corner of the abandoned city. Under its command are 2 steel-boned white apes, both of whom are at the advanced warrior level. I haven't been able to clearly see the number of ferocious beasts in other realms. So far, I know of the Golden War Lion and the steel-boned white ape. So, I need your cooperation to find out the types and distribution of the ferocious beasts so that we can deploy the plan more easily. Lu Chao expressed his thoughts. Qin Feng nodded slightly, "No problem, but we have to agree on the distribution of the spoils first." There are countless powerful and smart teams that eventually disbanded or even became enemies due to uneven distribution. Qin Feng's behavior is called treating the villain first and the gentleman later. Lu Chao showed an expression of agreement and said directly, "I found the Golden War Lion. I'll take 6 and you take 4. How about that?" "No problem." Qin Feng agreed immediately. He thought Lu Chao would only give 30%, but he didn't expect it to be 40%. "But brother Lu, I need money more." Qin Feng pondered for a while and said. Lu Chao said readily, "Okay, I'll transfer the money to your account when the time comes, don't worry." Soon, the two finished their discussion. They first went to the department store to buy some outdoor necessities, then checked into the hotel, preparing to enter the military base in the abandoned city tomorrow. It was just dawn. Qin Feng and Lu Chao arrived at the military base. Compared with Yuancheng's military base, the abandoned city area is larger and more stable, like a heavy fortress. There were teams of warriors all around, densely packed and noisy. Lu Chao's eyes were cold as he whispered, "Once we enter the abandoned city, it's a competition. Casualties are normal. The implication is, if others' target is also the Golden War Lion, then we must stop the killing with killing. Money can move people's hearts. What's more, it's a seriously injured Golden War Lion." The two just hoped that this news would not spread out, so as to avoid causing a huge storm. At this time, Xin Feng saw a group of familiar figures. It was Dou Meiyu, Wan Qian, and others. Why are they here? He asked in surprise. However, Xin Feng did not say anything, nor did he go there. They don't know each other well. There's really no need to get together. Wait a moment. The gates of the military base were open. Lu Chao took the lead, followed closely by Xin Feng, and merged into the vast crowd. The other side. Dou Meiyu's voice was a little excited. Sisters, you must work hard on this trip, so that you can gain a firm foothold in Wufu. Good. Wan Qian and others nodded heavily. A group of people quickened their pace and rushed into the abandoned city area. At the same time, some teams of warriors also rushed in. They stared at Qin Feng's back with a sneer on their lips. In the dense woods. Bang! The wind is dancing wildly. Lu Chao held the Qilin heaven-shaking stick in his hand, and with a domineering sweep, he smashed an ironclad wild boar at the primary warrior level into a pulp. Qin Feng tightly grasped the large blue steel alloy shovel and moved as fast as thunder, easily chopping off the head of an ironclad wild boar, cleanly and neatly. Then, the two of them began the autopsy with ease. These materials can be sold for money. Qin Feng also extracted 2 ironclad wild boars. Extraction successful. Gain 30 points of Qi in health. Gain 30 points of Qi in health. A full 60 points of health. This made Qin Feng feel happy. Lu Chao on the side was stunned. He keenly felt that Qin Feng's Qi and blood values suddenly increased a lot. But he didn't ask any further questions. Everyone has their own secrets. Qin Feng has it, and he has it too. The two continued on their journey. Qin Feng asked, "How far is it?" Lu Chao estimated, "We're still in the outer ring of the abandoned city. It'll take about 20 minutes from here." Qin Feng nodded and stopped talking. The two began to speed up and rushed to their destination. Abandoned urban area. This is an abandoned city. Dilapidated buildings and bumpy ground. Chaotic streets, dirty hoof prints. Many cars were smashed to pieces and were placed randomly aside or on the ground. Lush trees run through the foundation, and vines wrap around the building like green dragons, lush and green, exuding the breath of life. This is a paradise for ferocious beasts and a nightmare for warriors. Qin Feng stood on a high place and saw this scene. He couldn't help but feel emotional. It was really spectacular. Look, it's over there. Lu Chao handed over the telescope. Qin Feng hurriedly looked in the direction he pointed. The Golden War Lion's territory is a square. There are many ferocious beasts in the surrounding buildings, patrolling like soldiers to prevent other ferocious beasts from attacking. Qin Feng rubbed his chin. Although you can see ferocious beasts from here, it is difficult to tell how many there are. Suddenly, he came up with an idea and said in a deep voice, "Brother Lu, I'll go over there. It will be easier to judge from a closer distance." "How did you get there?" Lu Chao frowned and said, "It's too dangerous to go head-on. Once the steel bone white ape shows up, it will be difficult for you to escape." Qin Feng chuckled. The next moment, he completely merged into the wall. Lu Chao was stunned. 2 superpowers? I won't put myself in danger and will be back soon. Qin Feng reappeared and gave Lu Chao a reassuring look. After saying that, he jumped down from the tall building. A shovel was inserted into the wall to slow the fall. The moment he landed, Qin Feng leaped up, blending into the ground like a dragon entering the water, and disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, Lu Chao couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, as expected of a genius from the imperial capital, he's really capable. Qin Feng ran towards the square silently. Although the visibility in the soil is poor, the rough outline can be made out. If he encountered steel bars, Qin Feng would cut them off and continue to sneak in. Outside the square are warrior-level tiger cats and blood-fanged hyenas, about 100 of them. Inside the building are long-tusked boars at the elementary warrior level, and demon dogs at the intermediate warrior level. Every few steps, Qin Feng would poke a hole in the floor with a shovel and stick his head out to observe his surroundings. Soon, he began to understand. Swim up the concrete. After a moment, Qin Feng stuck his head out to observe. Just then, his whole body suddenly stiffened. A chill ran from the back of my head to my spine. My eyes were fixed on the front, and I didn't even dare to breathe. Because there was a huge monster lying in front of him. He was snoring loudly. This was a snow-white ape, and including the length of its arms, it was 5 meters tall. A violent and ferocious aura emanated from it, and even Qin Feng felt creepy and his scalp tingled. Steel-boned white ape, advanced warrior realm. It seems to be asleep. Bursts of snoring were heard, as deafening as thunder. Seeing this, Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately following, a bold idea came to my mind. Chapter 47, Golden War Lion, Moon Wolf King, and a group of girls. The steel-boned white ape began to snore loudly. It was sleeping so soundly that it didn't notice Qin Feng at all. So Qin Feng was thinking, can I take this opportunity to kill it? As soon as this thought came up, Qin Feng quickly suppressed it. If the enemy isn't killed in one strike, the situation will get out of control. By then the whole plan would be ruined. I'll let you go for now, and I'll deal with you later. While murmuring, Qin Feng disappeared back into the ground. Life and death are determined by fate, wealth and honor are in the hands of God. If you win, you will win the Monkey King, but if you lose, you will die. Qin Feng cursed in his heart. You are a sinister system, encouraging me to cause trouble all day long. What good would it do you if I died? After passing the steel-boned white ape, Qin Feng continued to explore forward. Suddenly, a pressure even more terrifying than that of the steel-boned white ape came over. His heart sank. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be the Golden War Lion. Qin Feng's heartbeat accelerated wildly. He quietly poked his head out of the ground and saw a huge silhouette in the corner of the 3rd floor. It was a lion sculpted from gold, and every hair looked like it was hammered and brushed from a gold bar. It sparkled in the sun, looking domineering and powerful, and exuding a kingly aura. However, there were several places where the lion's head was missing hair and was bleeding, making it look a little disheveled. There was a deep scratch on its abdomen. Although it had scabbed over, pus still oozed out and it had a strong rotten smell. He is indeed seriously injured, Qin Feng judged. There was no thought of a sneak attack in his mind at all. Don't look at this as a sick lion. If they really fight, Qin Feng will probably be so shocked that he will vomit blood after just one roar. After observing carefully for a moment, Qin Feng prepared to go home. As he dived into the ground, his eyes suddenly fixed on the back of the Golden War Lion. There were various backpacks, combat uniforms, weapons, etc. scattered there, which should be the spoils of war. Most of the things have decayed and are no longer usable. However, although some weapons were stained with blood and dust, their sharp edges could not be concealed. And a combat uniform. Preliminary judgment is that it is at least grade 3. I'm rich. I'm really rich now. Qin Feng was very excited. Grade 3 weapons and armor are very expensive. Oh. Qin Feng, who was in excitement, heard a wolf howl. Instantly, the entire building shook violently. An atmosphere of chaos swept over us. Discovered? Impossible. I was very careful along the way. Even if it's discovered, it's a Golden War Lion, not a wolf. Qin Feng's expression changed and he quickly merged into the ground. At this time, the seriously injured Golden War Lion woke up. It is 3 meters high. He opened his mouth and a deafening lion roar echoed in all directions. The building stopped shaking immediately. All the ferocious beasts in its territory fell silent. Show your kingly style. Afterwards, the Golden War Lion came to the small balcony and looked at the street in the distance. There is a surging tide of beasts. A thick smoke spread out, obstructing vision and covering the surroundings. On a tall building. Lu Chao heard the lion's roar and his expression changed slightly. Could it be that Qin Feng has been discovered? He immediately looked towards the square, but did not find any ferocious beasts coming out of the Golden War Lion's territory, so he breathed a sigh of relief. It's the other side. Lu Chao picked up the telescope and muttered, how could someone as foolish as this actually provoke the Moon Wolf King? Are they courting death? Another corner of the abandoned city. A pack of wolves came out, howling non-stop. The smell of blood and stench filled the air, and a group of girls who were fleeing madly in front were being chased. Not. Domeiyu's steps were graceful, and as she waved her slender hands, cold air spread out and condensed into an ice wall to block the wolves. Bang, bang, bang. The wolves crashed into the ice wall and were slightly stopped. But not long after, the ice wall shattered and the wolves launched another charge. Sprinkle animal repellent powder. Wan Qian said hurriedly. The other girls turned around and sprinkled powder. Taking advantage of this gap, a group of people rushed into the building, holding their breath and not daring to breathe. Downstairs, there were constant wolves howling. It lasted for a while before gradually dissipating. Domeiyu, Wan Xian and other girls looked at each other, their expressions showing both relief and regret. Fortunately, they escaped the wolves' pursuit. Unfortunately, they failed to capture the Moon Wolf King's cubs. What now? The girls looked at Domeiyu. Obviously, she is the backbone of the small group. Domeiyu immediately said, if it doesn't work the first time, try a few more times, and you'll definitely succeed. But they can fail countless times, but we're finished if we fail once. Wan Xian said helplessly with a bitter face. That's a ferocious beast at the level of a general. If it fails, the consequences will be disastrous. Wealth and honor are sought in danger. If you miss this opportunity, you'll never have it again. Domeiyu was very determined. Going down into the tomb in the future will only be more dangerous than it is now. By then, we won't have the chance to retreat. The last sentence silenced all the girls. The fear that permeated the crowd was gradually dissipating. The other side. Lu Chao saw everything that had just happened on the top floor. He couldn't help but fall into deep thought. A group of wolves are chasing a group of girls. There are more wolves than girls. I always feel like this picture is hinting at something. Brother Lu, what's going on? At this time, Xin Feng came back from the square building. Lu Chao pointed to the building in the distance and replied, there's a group of girls over there. They just provoked the Moon Wolf King. As he spoke, he added, the one who fought with the Golden War Lion before was the Moon Wolf King. Girl? Xin Feng immediately thought of Domeiyu and others. Don't get me wrong, I'm not familiar with you. The Moon Wolf King is a ferocious beast at the level of a war general, and he has a pack of wolves under his command. No one dares to mess with these chicks. Xin Feng glanced at the square and then at the building in the distance. Then, he whispered, Brother Lu, I have a plan, how about we try it? Is it dangerous? Lu Chao asked back. Xin Feng grinned, it's countless times more dangerous than the original plan, but the benefits are also greater. Lu Chao is not a timid conservative. This can be seen from the fact that he drives a Wuling car. Without even thinking, he said, okay. How do we do that? No rush, let's see if those girls are willing to cooperate first. Xin Feng looked deeply at the building in the distance. Lu Chao's eyes widened instantly. He looked at Xin Feng seriously, then nodded, you do have the capital, but the other side has a lot of people. Can you handle it alone? Xin Feng rolled his eyes and explained helplessly, they are also freshmen of the Imperial Capital Martial Academy. Lu Chao nodded suddenly and murmured, then you have to go. You still want to say that I can help you? Just for this sentence, this young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, you are worthy of being a lifelong friend. Shut up. Xin Feng ignored the two of them. He climbed onto the platform, took in the abandoned city, and muttered to himself, let's make this hunt even crazier. Chapter 48 Versailles Competition, the action begins. The sun slowly sets. The abandoned city area has entered its most dangerous moment. Ferocious beasts come out to hunt at night. They are more ferocious and bloodthirsty and will not stop until they kill their prey. Xin Feng and Lu Chao left the top floor and quietly rushed to the building where Domeiyu and the others were. Friend, there's someone here. If you dare to come closer, don't blame us for being rude. As the two approached, they heard a cold female voice. Xin Feng felt that the voice sounded familiar, so he lowered his voice and asked, is that Wan Xian? Ha? The woman made a surprised sound and then said, why do I hear the voice of the sinister Xin Feng? Xin Feng's face darkened. You are the black-hearted one. Your whole family is evil. Soon, Wan Xian poked her head out and looked at Xin Feng and Lu Chao in the shadows, and was especially wary of the latter. Why are you here? Wan Xian frowned and said, could he have followed me here? Not only is he treacherous, but he's also. Before she could finish, she was covered by the other girl's mouth and smiled awkwardly. Xin Feng resisted the urge to dig a hole and bury the person, and followed them into the building. It was you who provoked the Moon Wolf King just now, right? Xin Feng went straight to the point. Domeiyu was aloof by nature and nodded slightly. You almost got yourself killed. Xin Feng's eyes were deep as he spoke word by word, there is a second beast at the general level here. If we attract them. Is this true? Yes. But not really. The Golden War Lion is nearby, and it is indeed a ferocious beast at the level of a war general. However, ferocious beasts have a strong sense of territory. As long as it is not an invasion of their territory, they will ignore it. Domeiyu and her friends were causing trouble in the Moon Wolf King's territory, so they could never provoke the Golden War Lion. The reason why Qin Feng said this was because he wanted to join forces with this group of girls. If the alliance fails, he will scare them away to avoid affecting his and Lu Chao's plans. Afterwards, Lu Chao briefly introduced the situation of the Golden War Lion. The group of girls realized it only then. Your target is the Moon Wolf King, and our target is the Golden War Lion. We can definitely form a united front. Cooperation is a win-win situation. Not cooperating will not only make things more difficult, but will also affect each other. Qin Feng put forward two options. Okay, we'll cooperate with you. Domeiyu agreed immediately. Qin Feng blinked, feeling a little surprised. This girl is so straightforward. He didn't even tell me the details of the plan, and you agreed to it directly? Are you surprised that we are so decisive? Wan Xian saw Qin Feng's confusion. Qin Feng nodded. A girl explained, my dad is from the Kong Mansion. He mentioned your information. You dropped out of school and gave up cultivation to save your sister. You also helped the Zhan Mansion kill cult members. Your character is trustworthy. After saying that, the girls looked at Qin Feng with sparkling eyes. Qin Feng was a little amused and hurriedly changed the subject. Why did you provoke the Moon Wolf King? Domeiyu replied, while you were out exterminating the cult members, our instructor brought us to the abandoned city to hunt ferocious beasts. By chance, we discovered the Moon Wolf King's cub. Qin Feng suddenly understood. It seems that this is indeed the case. That's the Moon Wolf King's cub. If I sell it, I'll get a lot of points. It's all because the points my family gave me weren't enough to spend, otherwise I wouldn't have come. That's right, it's not only dangerous, but it also makes your skin tanned. A group of girls started complaining. Qin Feng and Lu Chao's mouths twitched when they heard this. Wow, these are a bunch of rich women. If they don't work hard to earn points, their family will continue to give them points to spend. Versailles competition. Okay, no more idle chatter. Qin Feng took a deep breath and his expression became serious. The beasts at the war general level have strong recovery abilities. The longer we delay, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. We must fight quickly and decisively. In this battle, we can only win by wits, not by force. He used the stone to draw a simple route map, marking key areas. I will be responsible for attracting the hatred of both sides, forcing them to leave their respective territories and kill each other. When they start fighting, try to collapse the building and block their way back. The more intense the fight, the more opportunities we'll have. Leave the building collapse to me. Wan Xian patted her chest, making a sound like sea blue steel. She is an S-level elemental, Shockwave. Alright, I'll try to lure the two war general level beasts to this location, and then you guys can blow up the building. Brother Lu and I will go take a stroll over to the Golden War Lion first, and then come back. As for the cubs you want, I'll go with you when the time comes, so we can take care of them. After saying that, Qin Feng looked up at the group of girls. The plan is simple. It may not be perfect, but it is practical. The more detailed the plan, the easier it is to make mistakes, so it's better to keep it simple. Domeiyu and the others discussed it for a while. Finally, they nodded in agreement. After 10 minutes, I started pulling monsters. You guys get ready first. Qin Feng looked at the time. After saying this, he disappeared into the ground silently. Abandoned urban area. On another building. There is a group of people hiding here. Either sit cross-legged and practice, or stare at the window. What's more, there was someone holding a black sniper rifle and looking for something. Did you see him? No, but he's definitely in the area. Keep monitoring, and if you find anyone, shoot them immediately. Their purpose is to conduct human experiments. Life or death doesn't matter. The feeling of hunting genius is so wonderful. The sound seemed particularly eerie in the dark night. Call. The night wind swept by. A corner of the group's robes was lifted. Faintly, there is a strange tattoo. 10 minutes are up. Domeiyu and others are ready. As soon as Qin Feng returns, they will go to the Moon Wolf King's territory and seize the cubs. Lu Chao came to the territory of the Golden War Lion, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Through the night vision goggles, he could vaguely see Qin Feng's figure. The latter shuttled between the ground and underground, smashing the heads of one tiger cat after another and then dragging them away. This operation is very dangerous. Ferocious beasts are very sensitive to the smell of blood. Therefore, there is not much time left for Qin Feng. Extraction successful. Gain 5 points of Qi in health. Gain 5 points of Qi in health. Gain 5 points of Qi in health. Get 30 points of health value. Qin Feng increased his Qi in blood while executing his plan. After dealing with the Golden War Lion, he immediately fled to the Moon Wolf King's territory. There is a large orchard there. Qin Feng twisted off the heads of several silver wolves and escaped silently. Before leaving, he threw the tiger cat's body into the territory of the Moon Wolf King. Then throw the silver wolf's body into the Golden War Lion's territory. Create the illusion of a fight. After doing all this, Qin Feng crouched down and waited quietly. Roar! Late at night, a lion's roar suddenly broke out, filled with anger and urgency. Oh! On the other side, the howling of wolves, as if able to pierce gold and split rocks, completely broke the silence of the night. Rumble! The earth shook violently. The ferocious beasts roared to the sky, causing the nearby buildings to sway from side to side. Start! These two words appeared in the minds of Qin Feng, Lu Chao, Dou Meiyu, and others at the same time. Chapter 49. I made a lot of money today. The dilapidated streets shook violently. Corner. A large number of ferocious canine beasts rushed out. The leader is none other than the Moon Wolf King. The majestic and huge body, the pure silver hair sparkled in the moonlight, and the indescribably handsome face was grinning with canine teeth, emitting a cold and terrifying murderous intent. In front of it, of course, is the Golden War Lion. At this moment, the Golden War Lion was completely furious. The mane on its neck exploded, and with a low roar, it rushed out first. Rumble! The ferocious beasts from the two territories collided with each other. Everything in sight was a blur of blood and flesh. A melee broke out. Not far away. The girls were shocked and amazed when they saw this scene. Qin Feng is indeed an expert at making trouble. No wonder he is doing so well in Wu Mansion. Wan Qian exclaimed in amazement. With a little trick, you can attract ferocious beasts to fight. This move is unique. Stop talking nonsense, go and cut off the route. Remember, you must wait until they retreat before taking any action. Dou Meiyu reminded. Good. Wan Qian and others left, leaving Dou Meiyu and others to continue observing. The other side. Qin Feng and Lu Chao have already rushed into the Golden War Lion building. There really is a third grade? Lu Chao's eyes were shining. Qin Feng confirmed, although I only took a quick look, it should be correct. Lu Chao chuckled, his eyes full of excitement. If there really is a third grade equipment, you will make a lot of money whether you kill the Golden War Lion or not. Two steel-boned white apes followed the Golden War Lion to join the battle. Therefore, Qin Feng and Lu Chao had a smooth journey. After a while, the two arrived at the Golden War Lion's lair. A fishy smell hit me in the face. Both of their eyes were locked on the hill of trophies. In addition to the equipment that had rotted away, a lot of it was bitten to pieces and was completely unusable. Damn it, you prodigal son! Lu Chao cursed. He saw a pair of third-grade combat boots being bitten to pieces. What a waste! While searching for useful equipment, Qin Feng asked, how many points are needed for the third-grade weapons and armor from Yuzhou Wufu? Let's start with 1,000. Lu Chao's face was full of heartache. Qin Feng thought about it for a moment. The imperial capital Wu Mansion is a wealthy family, and a third-grade weapon seems to be worth 800 points. There's nothing we can do about it. Yuzhou Wufu is notoriously poor. Even if the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy is now in decline, it is still a lean camel that is bigger than a horse, and it still has the necessary foundation. Finally, they found 2 weapons and a piece of armor, all of which were grade 3. In proportion, I take a weapon. Qin Feng is not greedy either. He took a fancy to a pitch-black sword, and felt it was extremely smooth in his hand the moment he held it. Lu Chao was very happy, but he still shook his head and refused. You discovered all these, so you should take the lion's share. Don't be a fussy man. Qin Feng laughed and scolded, just listen to me, let's cooperate more in the future. Lu Chao also laughed, it's me who is petty. Fine, I recognize you as my brother. Qin Feng smiled, but his brows were furrowed. Why does this line sound familiar? Host, be careful, he might want to have sex with you. Qinfeng resisted the urge to kill the system, took a deep breath and said, Brother Lu, the Golden War Lion is in your hands. I'll go help them. Go ahead, you don't have to worry about the Golden War Lion. I promise to give you a complete answer. Lu Chao's voice was full of generosity. Qinfeng nodded, disappeared into the concrete, and left quickly. A strong smell of blood and a brutal fight. The Golden War Lion and the Moon Wolf King transformed into two streams of light, one gold and one silver, and fought madly on the ground. Roar! The lion's roar shook the sky. One after another, the canine beasts had their eardrums shattered and died on the spot. Oh! The Moon Wolf King howled to the sky and transformed into a silver comet, crashing the Golden War Lion into the tall building, smashing huge holes in it. This is a pure wild fight. Every scene was extremely shocking to Dou Meiyu and others. Stop looking and get ready to go. Suddenly, Qinfeng poked his head out from the ground, almost scaring the girls to scream. Can't you just give me a heads up in advance? Dou Meiyu complained. Afterwards, several people hurriedly followed Qinfeng and sneaked towards the Moon Wolf King's territory. Only the Moon Wolf King's cubs? On the way, Qinfeng asked. Dou Meiyu hesitated for a moment, then said in a serious tone, not only that, there are also iron dragon eggs. Qinfeng recalled the information. Steel Dragon, Advanced Warrior Realm. This is an extremely ferocious beast with steel armor that cannot be penetrated by artillery. It is a circle larger than the Golden War Lion and the Moon Wolf King, with thick skin and flesh, and its hardness is comparable to that of steel. It looks very much like a rhinoceros. Once it launches a charge, it is simply a siege weapon. Since there are eggs, it means there is at least one male and one female. In terms of status, they are equivalent to the two steel-boned white apes under the command of the Golden War Lion. For this operation, I not only provided the strategy but also personally carried out all the work. I'm sure you all saw it. There's a saying that goes, the working people are the most respectable. You mustn't let the people down. Qinfeng showed a warm and kind smile. Dou Meiyu rolled her eyes at him and said, Don't worry, we'll transfer the points to you as soon as we sell the cub. Don't worry, just remember it. Qinfeng's smile became more gentle, but his heart was filled with ecstasy. After making money from Lu Chao, make money from Dou Meiyu. Make money on both ends. Maximize profits. Soon, the group sneaked into the Moon Wolf King's territory. There are ferocious beasts guarding this place, but they are all insignificant little karami that can be killed easily. After some searching, Qinfeng found the sleeping Moon Wolf King cub in a corner. I'm going to look for Steel Dragon's eggs. Qinfeng handed the Moon Wolf King cub to Dou Meiyu and turned to flee in another direction. It didn't take much effort for Qinfeng to find two steel dragon beast eggs, which were about the size of a human head, covered with sticky liquid, and twitching from time to time. I made a fortune today. Qinfeng put the egg into his backpack and prepared to leave. Bang bang bang. A violent vibration sound was heard. A huge creature was walking around outside. It's Steel Dragon. What should we do? Dou Meiyu looked anxious. Steel Dragon blocked the way back. Qinfeng can escape underground, but they can't. Qinfeng said without hesitation, I'll attract its attention, and you guys take the opportunity to escape. Remember, don't trust any warrior team. If they dare to stop me, I'll kill them. Good. Dou Meiyu and the others nodded heavily. Buzz. Qinfeng hid in the concrete and ran away quickly. Downstairs of a tall building. Steel Dragon returns from patrol. For some reason, it always felt a little uneasy and was eager to return to its nest. Snap. A rock hit it on the head. Steel Dragon looked back angrily, but could not find any trace of him. Bang, bang, bang. A knocking sound came from a distance. Steel Dragon was already annoyed, so he immediately shifted his attention and ran quickly towards the source of the sound. Taking advantage of this gap, Dou Meiyu and others rushed out quickly. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. As soon as they left, Steel Dragon came back. It has a low IQ and has no idea it's being fooled. Back to the old nest, curled up in the corner. Steel Dragon habitually pointed its butt at the two eggs, ready to start today's incubation. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Steel Dragon felt something was wrong. Why don't today's eggs hurt your skin? It looked back in confusion, and then. Where are my balls? Looking at the empty den, the steel dragon beast's eyes instantly turned blood red, and it raised its head and let out a shrill roar. Roar! The roar dispersed the dark clouds. Once delivered to the fighting scene. Chapter 50, Kill 2 ferocious beasts in the general level in a row. The Moon Wolf King is fighting with the Golden War Lion. Its body was covered with scars, a lot of its silver hair had fallen off, one of its eyes was blind, and both of its claws were broken and bleeding. Roar! The roar of Steel Dragon was heard. The Moon Wolf King suddenly turned around and looked at his territory in confusion. The male Iron Dragon seemed to have telepathic communication and also let out a thunderous roar, as if responding to the female Iron Dragon. However, the steel-bone white ape under the command of the Golden War Lion has no martial ethics. It took advantage of the male Iron Dragon's roar and punched the latter's head directly, sending it flying several meters away, with blood oozing from its mouth and nose. At this time, Wan Xian noticed that the Moon Wolf King wanted to retreat and shouted urgently, "Attack!" Blurred images of her hands appeared. This is not blurring, but an afterimage caused by high-frequency vibration. Wan Xian jumped high and slapped the ground with both hands. A visible impact swept out and hit the crumbling stone pillar. Rumble! The tall building shook violently. Cracks continued to spread upwards, and finally collapsed with a loud bang, completely cutting off the Moon Wolf King's retreat. Not only that, other buildings also began to collapse. Dust flew wildly, covering the entire abandoned city area. Damn, who's doing demolition here? There must be ferocious beasts fighting. Let's go over and take a look. From the noise, it's most likely a ferocious beast at the war general level. With our strength, going over there would be courting death. There are many warrior teams in the abandoned city, each with their own ideas. Worth mentioning. The reason for destroying high-rise buildings. First, blockade the Moon Wolf King and the Golden War Lion and let them fight further. Second, to buy time for Qin Feng and the others to escape. Qin Feng, who was running at full speed, knew that Wan Xian had taken action when he saw the shocking scene of dust flying in the sky and tall buildings collapsing. He held the shovel in his left hand and the knife in his right hand, and whispered, "I'll go help Brother Lu first, and we'll meet up later." After saying that, he dived into the ground and quickly rushed to the collapsed area. Do Meiyu and others did not hesitate, turned around and evacuated in another direction. The center of the abandoned city. All surrounding roads were blocked. The Golden War Lion and the Moon Wolf King stared fiercely, growling continuously. Looking closely, the Golden War Lion's injuries became more serious. The wound on its abdomen had split open, revealing its bloody intestines. Its energy and blood had been severely depleted, and its steps had become somewhat unsteady. The Moon Wolf King stared at the Golden War Lion. Just now it wanted to return to its territory. Now the road is blocked. Since I can't leave, I might as well kill the guy in front of me and further expand my territory. Not far away. Lu Chao stood on the ruins, holding the Qilin Heaven shaking stick in his hand, breathing in and out rhythmically. Gradually, the Qilin pattern on the surface of the Qilin Heaven shaking stick began to wriggle, as if it had life, sometimes shining and sometimes dimming. "Are you ready?" Qin Feng jumped out from the ground and asked. Lu Chao tightly gripped the Qilin Heaven shaking stick and nodded heavily. Qin Feng also gripped the shovel and black knife tightly. The target this time is the Golden War Lion. It would be even better if we could kill the Moon Wolf King at the same time. Roar! The Golden War Lion let out a low roar. The fighting spirit in it faded and it seemed to be preparing to escape. But just then, a human being actually jumped out from the ground, boldly and brightly, as if he was not afraid of them at all. The Golden War Lion was stunned at first, then burst into a rage. It saw the black knife in Qin Feng's hand. "That is my favorite collection." Qin Feng glanced at the black knife and said jokingly, "Now, it belongs to me, and you also belong to me." The Golden War Lion has an extremely high IQ. It couldn't understand human language, but it understood Qin Feng's jokes. Roar! It was completely angry. With a roar, he turned into a golden flash and killed. It ignored its seriously injured body and had only one thought in its mind: kill this human. Qin Feng was well prepared. The moment the Golden War Lion attacked, it immediately escaped underground. Bang! The lion's claws fell to the ground. The terrifying shockwave passed into the ground, causing Qin Feng's mouth and nose to bleed slightly and his internal organs to ache slightly. How terrifying! Qin Feng's expression was shocked. This is because I managed to avoid the claw. If you catch it firmly, you will be smashed to pieces. Look at the Golden War Lion again. It became even more angry when it missed the attack. But at this moment, a figure rushed over quickly, and a fiery and powerful energy burst out from his body, like a volcanic eruption. Lu Chao shouted, Qilin Man US style. The Qilin heaven-shaking stick was swung quickly in his hand. The shadow of a Qilin emerged, pointing from bottom to top, directly at the belly of the Golden War Lion. Bang! The terrifying power erupted instantly. The abdomen of the Golden War Lion was already cracked, and when the stick hit it, its internal organs were smashed into a pulp, and its spine even had cracks. But that's not all. Almost at the same moment, Qin Feng jumped out of the ground. He gripped the shovel and black knife tightly and shouted, Blood Thunder 9th level. Call out. Blood Thunder blooms. The ruthless blade slashed down. The heavy long stick is raised. Qin Feng and Lu Chao mobilized their entire body's energy and blood, roaring, die. Puff. The huge lion head was chopped off in an instant. The spine exploded, piercing through the flesh and blood. The Golden War Lion falls. 2 warriors killed the general. This scene deeply shocked the Moon Wolf King, the Steel Bone White Ape, the Steel Dragon Beast, and other ferocious beasts. Domeiyu, Wan Qian, and others were even more shocked. They knew that Qin Feng and Lu Chao would deal with the Golden War Lion. I never expected this. These 2 men killed so skillfully. Oh. At this time, the Moon Wolf King growled. It's not a fight to the death, but an escape. It was already seriously injured, having lost 2 claws, and its combat effectiveness was greatly reduced. Just now, the Golden War Lion died suddenly on the spot. The last bit of fighting spirit disappeared, and the only thought was to escape back to the territory as soon as possible. Chase? Of course. Qin Feng and Lu Chao have a perfect understanding. They rushed out quickly, one on the left and one on the right, forming a double team. At this time, the Moon Wolf King is about to escape from the ruins. At the moment it jumped, Qin Feng jumped high, rotated his body 360 degrees, and swung the black knife out. Call out. The black light blended into the darkness silently. By the time the Moon Wolf King reacted, it was too late. He could only watch as the black knife pierced his waist. Puff. Flesh was torn apart roughly. Before the Moon Wolf King could howl, Lu Chao arrived right in front of him. He leaped into the night sky, holding the stick in both hands, like the Monkey King, sweeping the Qing court with his stick. Bang! The Moon Wolf King was hit hard on the waist with a stick. The saying copper head, iron tail, and tofu waist refers to wolves. First, the black knife tore the flesh on his waist. Later, his spine was shattered by the Qilin stick. Even someone as powerful as the Moon Wolf King couldn't bear it. After letting out an unwilling howl, he fell heavily to the ground. When the ferocious beasts fight each other, we benefit. We make a lot of money this time. Qin Feng's face was full of excitement. Lu Chao also grinned. Joining forces with Qin Feng is indeed the right choice. Domeiyu and others walked over from the safe area. There was still horror in their eyes. 2 ferocious beasts at the level of war generals died overnight. Really shocking tonight. At the same moment. On a building. A man in black with tattoos on his arms is looking at the ruins through night vision goggles. Suddenly, he exclaimed, Captain, we found it. Kill. The man called the captain immediately gave the order. In an instant, the sniper was in position. He picked up the black sniper rifle and aimed at Qin Feng. Chapter 51, Blood and Qi Value Soar, Kill the Cult Again. 2 ferocious beasts at the level of generals. A large number of ferocious beasts at the warrior level. 3 pieces of 3rd-grade equipment. After Domeiyu sold the cubs and eggs, she also earned points. Lu Chao could earn at least tens of millions by selling the beast's corpse. As he calculated, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. This trip was very fruitful. He placed his hand on the body of the Moon Wolf King and said to himself, Extract. Extraction successful. Gain 100 points of Qi and health. Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction. As expected of a general, his Qi and HP are so high. He hurriedly extracted the Golden War Lion as well. Extraction successful. Gain 100 points of Qi and health. Name, Qin Feng. Qi and blood value, 1298. Realm, Elementary Warrior Realm. Talent, Infinite Extraction SSS, Earth Fusion D rank Superhuman, Power Storage C rank Superhuman. Martial Arts, 9-fold Blood Thunder 2nd fold. Looking at the attribute panel, Xin Feng wiped his saliva. What does it mean to upgrade at the speed of drinking water and eating? That's it. Of course, there's also an element of luck involved. If the Golden War Lion and the Moon Wolf King were not mortal enemies, Xin Feng would not have found an opportunity to outsmart them. With his small body, it's not even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. There are still many warrior-level beasts here. I will strive to reach the intermediate warrior level tonight. When Xin Feng was about to continue extracting the qi and blood value, Lu Chao whispered, "Hurry up and move the bodies, there are quite a few warrior teams here." "You are so brave that you even dare to kill the ferocious beasts at the level of war general." Do Meiyu muttered. Xin Feng chuckled and said, "The brave will die of overeating, and the timid will die of starvation. Besides, you guys are not timid either." He was talking about the Moon Wolf King cub and 2 iron drake eggs. This is also a huge sum of money. As soon as the words fell, Lu Chao and Xin Feng's pupils contracted at the same time and their hair stood on end. This is the sense of crisis caused by frequent fighting. Get out of the way. Get down. The two roared at the same time. Do Meiyu and the others felt their hearts suddenly tighten, and they immediately fell to the ground. Bang! Gunshots rang out. In no time at all, the bullet arrived in front of Xin Feng. Quick! Too fast. The blood all over his body stopped at this moment. There was no space to dodge. He could only grit his teeth and block his head with the shovel and black knife. Block it. Must block it. Xin Feng growled loudly in his heart. There were little blows on the surface of the body. Iron sheet condensation. Ding! The terrifying force knocked Xin Feng away and he fell heavily into the ruins. Wow! A mouthful of blood was spat out. The iron sheet between Xin Feng's eyebrows cracked and blood flowed out. A large area of bruises appeared around him. My whole head was buzzing and it felt like the world was spinning violently. Xin Feng. Lu Chao rushed over quickly. Seeing that Xin Feng was fine, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Xin Feng used a black knife and a shovel to block the bullet, thus avoiding direct contact. Otherwise, he would have been a cold corpse now. Xin Feng gasped for breath and said fiercely, "You damn warrior team, you're looking for death. This is large caliber heavy firepower, which a warrior team would hardly carry." Lu Chao was experienced and made a quick judgment. Xin Feng's eyes turned cold, "That's coming for me." He went over his enemies in his mind. Wufu doesn't seem to have it. Then it is a cult. However, Xin Feng's whereabouts were very secretive. How could the cult possibly target him? Either there's a mole in the Wu mansion, or they've been keeping watch for a long time. Xin Feng made a preliminary judgment in his mind. Then, he whispered to Do Meiyu and the others lying on the ground, "Find cover, don't show your heads. Brother Lu, they are a cult, no one can be left alive." He turned to look at Lu Chao with a stern tone. Xin Feng hates cults from the bottom of his heart. Not only because the cult wanted to kill him, but also because they had attacked Xiushua before. Xin Feng couldn't tolerate this. "I'll help you," Lu Chao said firmly. Xin Feng looked at Lu Chao and nodded heavily. He turned over and jumped into the pile of corpses covered in blood. Extraction successful. Gain 24 HP points. Gain 3 points of Qi and health. Gain 1 HP point. Gain 2 points of Qi and health. Gain 31 HP points. Strands of pure energy and blood rushed through the body. In the blink of an eye, Xin Feng's blood value exceeded 1500, and it was still soaring. At the same time, Xin Feng discovered a problem. They are all ferocious beasts at the primary warrior level, some have 10 points of health, some only 2 points, and the values are not uniform. Could it be that these ferocious beasts died long ago, and their blood and essence will dissipate over time? Xin Feng thought of this possibility. Normally he would extract it immediately, and his qi and blood values were very stable. This is the first time I have encountered such a situation today. However, he didn't care and continued to extract like crazy. When the system stopped prompting, Xin Feng suddenly turned his head, locked onto the direction of the bullet, his eyes full of murderous intent. Qi and blood value, 1814. With only about 200 points of health value left, Xin Feng can enter the intermediate warrior realm. He put away the shovel, held the black knife in his hand, and disappeared into the ground silently. Lu Chao held the Qilin Heaven shaking stick in his hand, sneaked into the darkness, and quietly approached the building. Downstairs of the building, the warrior team came out holding various weapons. There were a large number of people, more than 20 in number. Don't talk nonsense, kill as soon as you meet me. Cut off his head and take it as a trophy, and sell the body to those pharmaceutical companies. The captain said in a low voice with a face full of flesh. Yes, Captain. The others expressed their understanding. They were just about to take action. Next second, a knife light that is imperceptible to the naked eye mysteriously slashed out from the ground. Puff. Legs were ruthlessly chopped off one by one. This was accompanied by miserable screams. 6 or 7 people lost their ability to move on the spot. Court death. The captain reacted extremely quickly, his fist filled with thick energy and blood, slamming heavily into the ground. Click, click. The ground cracked instantly. The terrifying shock force was transmitted and shook Qin Feng out. But at this moment, Lu Chao appeared. Tall and mighty, he looks like a Gotham City law enforcer in the dark. Raise the long stick high and strike down with all your strength. The captain was completely unaware of Lu Chao's stealth. He had no time to dodge, so he immediately raised his fists, one to the left and one to the right, in a spiral shape, and punched out head-on. Qi and blood are rampant. The spiral fist wind turned into 2 bloody cows and crashed into the Qilin Heaven shaking stick. Bang! The blood cow exploded on the spot. The captain took a dozen steps back and crashed into the wall. Bull fist? You are from northeastern Wufu. Lu Chao recognized the captain's martial arts and said coldly. Qin Feng looked at the blood-red tattoo on a broken leg and said in a cold tone, to be more precise, they are from the blood cult. The two looked at each other and attacked again. Kill. The captain's eyes were cold and he could only grit his teeth and fight back. Although they had the advantage in numbers, at the beginning, they never thought that Lu Chao would travel with Qin Feng, and their strength configuration was far from enough. This is why they choose to shoot. Now they were under attack. Qin Feng and Lu Chao also obtained rank 3 equipment. There was already a gap in strength, and now it is even greater. Less than half a minute. More than 20 members of the blood cult were killed or injured. The captain was even hit to death by Lu Chao with a stick. The last time the blood cult tried to kill me, I killed them instead. This time, you failed again. Qin Feng squatted down in front of a blood cult member and sighed deeply. What? The blood cult is a bunch of illiterates, and they don't know how to learn from their mistakes? Qin Feng, don't be so proud. Although the blood cult member was seriously injured, he still grinned. Do you think you can leave Yuzhou alive? Chapter 52. Tell the governor of Yuzhou that I want to go fishing. Qin Feng and Lu Chao frowned. What does this sentence mean? Could it be that there are still members of the blood cult outside the abandoned city area? How many of you are there? Where are you hiding? If you don't tell me, I will make you live a life worse than death. Lu Chao threatened. However, these blood cult members sneered and even spat at him, showing their extreme disdain. Lu Chao's face darkened. Just as he was about to make a move, Qin Feng raised his hand to stop him. He pointed at the tattoos on the blood cult members with a shovel and said with a smile, "You don't have to tell me. Then I'll pee on them." You dare. Presumptuous. The blood cult members' eyes widened and they roared in anger. Lu Chao scratched his head. Are these cult members crazy? You're not even afraid of death, so why do you care so much about a tattoo? This tattoo looks a bit like a western devil, with 2 horns on its head and skin as red as blood, giving it a weird feeling. For these deceived cult members, tattoos represent faith, and even death cannot taint their faith, Qin Feng explained to Lu Chao. How do you know so clearly? Lu Chao was even more confused. Brother, do you know Sakura Country anime? I know. Read less serious stuff in the future. After saying that, Qin Feng didn't explain anymore and looked like he was about to release the sky-swallowing python. Don't insult our true god. A blood cult member shouted, gritting his teeth. In the city, there are already strong men lying in ambush in the city. Who are they? Who is instructing you? Qin Feng asked repeatedly. The man wanted to continue speaking. At this time, another member of the blood cult broke his front teeth, exhaled suddenly, and pierced the man's temple with his front teeth. Puff. Blood splattered. The man died instantly. Blood cult, eternal. The blood cult members growled one by one. They looked crazy, and when they gritted their teeth, their entire faces turned pale in an instant, and black blood flowed from their mouths and noses. In an instant, everyone was killed. Xin Feng and Lu Chao looked somewhat solemn. This is not just because the blood cult ambushed a powerful person. More importantly, it is the fanatical belief of the blood cult. It is no wonder that the existence of cults has caused serious harm to the Chinese dragon country and even the entire blue planet. What should we do now? Lu Chao looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng began brainstorming. He thought, since the group of people outside were targeting him, could he take advantage of their tactics? This might wipe them out in one fell swoop. Brother Lu, is there any way to contact the governor of Yuzhou? Qin Feng asked Lu Chao. Why are you asking that? Although puzzled, Lu Chao still said, our school has a good relationship with the governor. If we really want to contact him, it should be no problem. What do you want? Lu Chao felt a little nervous when he saw Qin Feng's malicious smile. As a good young man, of course I want to contribute to my country. Qin Feng looked at the girls and said with a smile, take them back to the military base first, and then contact the governor of Yuzhou as quickly as possible. Tell the governor of Yuzhou that I want to go fishing. Lu Chao's first reaction was confusion. What does this have to do with anything? Then, it dawned on him. Are you really not afraid of death? Others are targeted by the cult and there's no time to escape. You actually want to turn the tables? Lu Chao was completely convinced by Qin Feng. He used to think that he was strong enough. Compared with Qin Feng now, he is simply the younger of younger brothers. There's no other way. My family is poor, so I can only find ways to make money. When the time comes, I must let the governor reward me well. Qin Feng laughed. Lu Chao rolled his eyes. What kind of people are these? In order to become famous and for rewards, he sold himself out. Hurry up and leave, don't delay the important business. Qin Feng looked at the sky. It's hard to operate after dark. Lu Chao smiled bitterly and said, you'll kill yourself sooner or later. Before leaving, a group of people dissected the Golden War Lion and the Moon Wolf King and let Lu Chao take them away in advance. Everything is handled properly. Only then did Lu Chao take the girls away. You like hunting me down? I'll make sure you lose everything you've got. Qin Feng watched Lu Chao and others leave, his eyes colder than ever before. Afterwards, he was not idle either. During the brainstorming session just now, Qin Feng had a brilliant idea. Can he convert the extracted qi and blood into nutrients for solidifying iron sheets? To solidify the iron sheet, one needs to condense the qi and blood. This process is very time and resource consuming. Do it when you think of it. Qin Feng strode towards the cult members. Extraction successful. Gain 15 points of qi and health. Gain 15 points of qi and health. Gain 30 points of qi and health. Strands of qi and blood were extracted. Qin Feng did not absorb it immediately, but attached it to his skin. Buzz. An intense burning sensation came over me. Qin Feng felt the blood surging all over his body, and a faint fluorescence condensed on his skin. The iron sheet became visibly hard and solid. It really works. Qin Feng felt ecstatic. You know, he not only needs to condense iron sheets, but also silver armor. This requires not only massive resources but also a lot of time. Therefore, most people are willing to condense iron sheets but not silver armor. Now the problem is solved. With the help of unlimited extraction, resources are not a problem, time is not a problem, everything becomes smooth sailing. After extracting this group of people, Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He clenched his fists and gathered the iron sheets. A mysterious silver halo lingers around his body. Although he has not reached the intermediate warrior level, Qin Feng does not care. Anyway, it's just that little bit of energy and blood that's missing. Kill a few more cult members and you'll be able to break through soon. If the blood cult members are the big fish, then I am the bait, and Yuzhou is the pond after the rain. Everything is ready, and you can start fishing anytime, anywhere. Let's not talk about whether the governor of Yuzhou is a fisherman or not, but everyone would like to fish a few times, right? Qin Feng looked towards Yuzhou, talking to himself while waiting for good news. Lu Chao, Domeiyu, and others left the abandoned city area safely. As soon as they entered the military base, they noticed many cold gazes cast at them. As expected, someone had ambushed us in advance. It's Lu Chao and the students from the Imperial Capital Martial Academy. Are they going to take action? Don't cause any more trouble. Xin Feng is more important. He's much more important than any other genius this year. Kill Xin Feng, and we won't have to worry about anything in this life. The team of warriors hiding in the dark each had their own thoughts in their minds. Return to the military base. Domeiyu said, I'll go inform the imperial capital's martial palace. It's too late. The situation is urgent. Let me do it. Lu Chao immediately dialed a number. Teacher Liang, can you contact the governor? Liang Goen said solemnly, what's the matter? Lu Chao briefly recounted the whole incident. Liang Goen was so shocked that he was speechless. Xin Feng is so brave. Wait a minute. Liang Goen immediately contacted the master of Yuzhou Wu Mansion. Then, the lord of Yuzhou Wu Mansion contacted the governor of Yuzhou personally. After a while, Liang Goen called again and said seriously, the governor agreed, but he felt that the fishing was not strong enough and needed to create a sensational news. This is a rare opportunity, we must catch some big fish. Don't worry, the governor will ensure Qin Feng's safety. You will follow Zhan Fu to pick up Qin Feng later. Lu Chao nodded heavily, understood. Domeiyu and the others were listening in confusion. What fishing? What news? What kind of ultimate trick is this? You didn't understand? Seeing the girls' confused faces, Lu Chao turned around and asked. The girls nodded angrily. Just when they thought Lu Chao would answer, he laughed and said directly, since you don't understand, you can't help us. Leave quickly and don't delay our important matter. After saying that, Lu Chao, the lifelong single, straight man, and honest boy, left without looking back. Girls, look at me and I look at you. A group of people stood there in a mess in the wind. About 10 minutes passed. Someone is coming from the Zhan mansion. Lu Chao and their companions entered the abandoned city area again. This scene attracted a lot of attention. The team of warriors observing secretly were confused. What is going on? But this time, Lu Chao came out quickly. He was actually carrying a scarred young man on his back. It seems to be Qin Feng. Someone in the warrior team shouted. Qin Feng was in a very miserable state at this moment. Not only was his body covered in blood, he was also vomiting blood. His face was pale, as if he would not live long. Chapter 53. Why does this sound a bit harsh? A genius from the imperial capital's martial arts academy was attacked in the abandoned city area? He has been admitted to Yuzhou People's Hospital. A genius named Qin in the wasted city district was seriously injured and has been observed in the intensive care unit. His life is in danger at any time. Outrageous. Lie to yourself as a genius? Seriously injured and near death? Please follow us to observe the situation on the ground. For a time, the news of Qin Feng's serious injury spread throughout the streets and alleys, attracting the attention of countless people. In fact, Qin Feng is just a very small person and no one would pay attention to him at all. These were news deliberately released by the governor of Yuzhou. Don't ask why. It's just fishing enforcement. In the afternoon, a breaking news came out. The genius surnamed Qin who was injured in the abandoned city area will most likely be transferred to another hospital. Because someone is operating in secret. The popularity of this news remains high. Inside the hospital, Qin Feng stared at the phone screen with wide eyes. What hatred, what resentment. The governor of Yuzhou wishes him death? This. His eyes widened, this is too deliberate, will anyone fall for it? In addition to Qin Feng, there were Lu Chao, Liang Goen, and Secretary Chen, the secretary of the local government governor, in the ward. Secretary Chen, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looked capable and energetic. He smiled faintly and said, there are some things you don't understand. There are a lot of twists and turns here. Tell me about it, I'll learn something new. Qin Feng quickly sat up from the hospital bed and asked for advice humbly. Secretary Chen stood by the window, looking at the strange crowd outside, and sneered, the identities of the blood cult members are very complicated. They may come from a certain company, a certain family, or even a certain martial arts school. If they are caught, do you think the governor will let them go easily? Do you want to rip me off? Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. Lu Chao and Liang Goen rolled their eyes. See through but don't speak out. This Qin Feng is really ignorant. Pure Beijing accent. Secretary Chen did not hide it, yes, but not entirely. Yuzhou is too poor. The Wufu and the local government have to suppress the tombs and prevent foreign invasions. Resources are really scarce. It is just right to get some financial income from these people. Qin Feng suddenly understood. Blackmail can be described so clearly and unworldly. I am really too naive. Must learn. But Secretary Chen pushed his glasses up and said seriously, there must be more people who want to kill you than just the cult. Qin Feng sighed, I've been so low-key, but you still want to target me. How hateful. Everyone? Why does this sound a bit harsh? Secretary Chen didn't respond and smiled, if nothing unexpected happens, tonight should be very lively. Then should I be prepared? Qin Feng gripped the black knife on the bed, his eyes revealing a fighting spirit. Secretary Chen walked out while laughing, and said confidently, if we in Yuzhou can't even protect a little guy like you, we might as well disband. You just watched the show. Qin Feng is going to be transferred tonight, what should we do? Kill. He's growing too fast. He must be killed. He cannot be left alive. Somewhere in the city. A group of people gathered and talked in low voices. Then, they got through on the phone and whispered, what did your pharmaceutical company say? Shut up. The voice on the other end of the phone shouted, and there was no doubt in it, we must raid the hospital tonight and take Qin Feng away no matter what. Remember, the body must be preserved. I will be of great use. I'm afraid the Zhan mansion will arrive early. The followers of the blood cult were a little worried. You must be prepared to sacrifice. If Qin Feng dies despite all the protection, it will prove that the local government is incompetent. This will allow ordinary people to see that this so-called prosperous era is nothing but a mirage. After saying that, the call was ended. The believers looked at each other with cruel eyes. The battle begins tonight. Night falls. The hospital was still brightly lit. Suddenly, a large number of patients came to the hospital entrance, including those who had been in car accidents, injured, had colds and fevers, etc. After they squeezed into the hospital, they immediately scattered. Qin Feng is in the intensive care unit on the 3rd floor. They passed this sentence to each other and approached quietly. Soon, the group arrived at the 3rd floor. Several doctors and nurses came over and asked with a smile, hello, what can I do for you? I feel so uncomfortable, can you help me, doctor? Someone sent the doctor away, while others continued searching. One doctor smiled enthusiastically, no need to look at it, I can help you completely eradicate it. The next second, a head flew up. Hot blood spurted out, staining the ground and ceiling red. This scene happened too suddenly. The group of people were stunned. Then, they reacted and roared. Kill them. Everyone here is a government lackey. Devote yourself to the teachings. The blood was surging and the roars continued. The entire 3rd floor was in chaos in an instant. At the same time, more than a dozen figures appeared on the top floor of the hospital. They descended from the platform, preparing to airdrop into the ward where Qin Feng was. Call. A gust of wind suddenly swept in. The green whirlwind, sharp as a knife, instantly shredded their legs into pieces, as if it was raining blood. In the dark night, someone rode the strong wind and looked down at the hospital. Fighting breaks out. On the top floor in the distance, a man in a blood-red cloak took it all in. He was the governor of Yuzhou. He was fat, smiling, and very friendly, but he exuded a terrifying murderous intent. UNE Pharmaceutical Company, the Hao family, local thugs. Has the blood cult's hand reached so far? Don't kill them all, leave those members of the business family behind. There's been some activity in the Yuzhou cemetery recently, and I need to get some resources. The governor of Yuzhou smiled faintly, like a Maitreya Buddha. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar aura. His gaze suddenly turned to the east, and his voice grew colder. Why are you old bastards out here? Don't tell me you're involved with the blood cult. Answer my questions, or kill. The noise outside was getting louder and louder. The ward was very quiet. Lu Chao was very calm. Liang Gowen is calmer. Secretary Chen just sat there and played with his phone. This made Qin Feng laugh and cry. Judging from the fluctuations of qi and blood, anyone coming in from outside could probably flatten this floor. Secretary Chen smiled and said, don't be nervous. Although Yuzhou is poor, it has many talented people. If you can't even stop this, how can you guard the Yuzhou tomb pit? Secretary, how dangerous is the tomb? Xin Feng became interested. Secretary Chen paused for a moment, raised his head, and said seriously, dangerous? Not at all. There are natural treasures everywhere, and you can encounter incredible adventures. As long as you're lucky, you can reach the warrior realm down there and the battle king realm back. Lu Chao and Liang Goen held their foreheads in tacit understanding. Well, this guy is starting to talk nonsense. Really? Xin Feng was skeptical. The version he knew was that the tomb was extremely dangerous. The example of the imperial capital Martial Palace. The 10 ancient stones, some are dead, some are missing. Even the master of the mansion fell into a deep sleep. Maybe Blue Star OL has updated its version and you haven't updated yet. The system complains in time. Everything is possible in the tomb. Secretary Chen smiled mysteriously. Xin Feng quickly asked, is there a treasure that can regenerate flesh and blood? Yes, Jinyuan healing fruit, chaos water, etc. are all fine. Secretary Chen replied. Xin Feng's eyes flashed. He secretly kept these things in mind. Liang Goen, who was standing by, couldn't stand it anymore. What Secretary Chen said is true. But these two things are rare treasures. Do you want Xin Feng to go and look for it with his head? Just then, it suddenly became quiet outside. Secretary Chen put down his phone and slowly stood up. Let's go, it's time to settle the accounts. Chapter 54. I will come again if I have the chance. The fight on the 3rd floor is over. Push open the door. A strong smell of blood wafted into my nose. Under my feet, blood is flowing. You can vaguely see the broken limbs and arms. The scene is shocking. Secretary Chen, half of them have been killed and the other half have been suppressed. A doctor came over with a simple and cheerful smile. Only. His white coat turned into a bloody shirt. This smile seems more and more incongruous the more I look at it. Secretary Chen nodded with satisfaction. Well done, take the bodies and the people away. Xin Feng almost cried when he saw the corpses of these strong men. Don't get me wrong. He was just thinking, if he could extract the energy and blood of these strong men, wouldn't he be able to take off on the spot? Of course, he just thought about it. If I ask Secretary Chen for the body at this time, I will probably be targeted by the Yuzhou Wufu immediately. I don't dare to take the big one, but I still have to fight for the small one. Xin Feng pretended to inspect the killing scene. In fact, he touched the blood intentionally or unintentionally. Extraction successful. Gain 2 points of Qi and health. Gain 1 HP point. Gain 1 HP point. 50 points of Qi and health are added. Xin Feng nodded secretly. At least it wasn't a wasted trip. The current HP value is 1864. After returning to the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy, I will immediately go to the Earth Essence training room to train and strive to reach the intermediate warrior realm. Xin Feng made a plan in an instant. His enemies are increasing. This also means that more and more people are sending him energy and blood points. Of course, the prerequisite is that the strength is strong enough. Old Secretary, besides coming from the blood cult, do these assassins have other origins? Xin Feng asked. Lu Chao almost laughed out loud. His surname is Chen. If you don't call me Lao Chen, it's okay to call me Lao Mi. Secretary Chen glanced at Xin Feng and said unhappily, so what if you know? Can you still take revenge? When you become stronger, you will naturally know. Xin Feng sighed. Okay. You are weak and don't even have the qualifications to know the truth. At this time, Secretary Chen picked up the phone and whispered, okay, I understand. Tomorrow, right? Got it. The governor said that this time you not only eliminated the members of the blood cult for Yuzhou, but also caught a few big fish. The governor decided. He hung up the phone and turned to look at Xin Feng. Before he finished speaking, Xin Feng said with a smile, this is all deserved. I don't ask for much reward. A 9th grade elixir, a 9th grade weapon, or a 9th grade armor. Give me one of your choice. Secretary Chen's mouth twitched. Even if you sell the Yuzhou War Palace, it's still 1 T be worth a 9th grade weapon. Isn't that a lot? He rolled his eyes and said, I'll give you an award tomorrow, and a bottle of 2nd grade elixir. Do you want one? Want. Xin Feng agreed immediately. Lu Chao wondered, do you really dare to go and get it? Wouldn't that be a slap in the face of the blood cult? Since I've been targeted anyway, it doesn't matter if I make some more enemies. Qin Feng shrugged and sneered. Are you afraid to show your face because you are being targeted by a cult? Then he might as well just hide in the imperial capital's Wu mansion. Click, click. The sound of taking photos continued. The reporter's shutter buttons were almost smoking. On the podium, the governor of Yuzhou smiled broadly and said in a loud voice, "Thank you, Qin Feng, for clearing out some trash for Yuzhou. Such a brave and careful young man with high moral character is truly a role model for young people." Role model, role model. Someone in the audience echoed loudly. Qin Feng's eyelids twitched violently. Where did you find this person? How unprofessional. The governor of Yuzhou picked up an exquisite medal and put it on Qin Feng himself. Qin Feng lowered his voice and said, "Governor, please stop talking nonsense. My family is poor. Can you give me 1.7 billion or 1.8 billion? Talk to Secretary Chen about these things." The veins on the governor's brow were throbbing, but he still kept smiling. "Oh, I have something for the secretary to do, it's okay." Before Qin Feng finished speaking, the governor picked up a bottle of pills, stuffed it directly into his hand, and said loudly, "Let's applaud Qin Feng." "Papa papa pa." The audience applauded. Qin Feng was about to say a few more words, but when he saw the second-grade elixir, he immediately smiled and said, "Thank you for the gift, Governor, and thank you for Yozhou's hospitality. I will come again if I have the chance." The governor almost couldn't help but slap him away. "You are such a troublemaker, so don't come here again. The award ceremony is over." Qin Feng and Lu Chao left the scene together. "I will take care of the Moon Wolf King and the Golden War Lion. As for your share, I will convert it into money and points, which will be deposited into your account in Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy student card." Lu Chao had already made arrangements. Qin Feng clasped his fists and said, "Brother Lu is doing the job, I trust him." Lu Chao laughed out loud. After this cooperation, he had a good impression of Qin Feng. Be efficient, bold, and careful. He had already recognized this good brother. "Qin Feng, I suggest that after you return, you spend some resources to condense the silver armor as soon as possible. Silver armor has both offensive and defensive capabilities, and will be of great help to you." Qin Feng had the same idea and nodded in agreement. If he hadn't had the double protection of the spirit leaf armor and the silver armor, his injuries would have been much more serious. The ferocious beasts at the level of War General are no joke. Then the two waved goodbye. Lu Chao watched Qin Feng go away and whispered, "Hurry up and improve your strength. I know a good place in the tomb pit, and it's waiting for you. The imperial capital Wufu." Qin Feng's deeds had already spread. The freshmen admired and worshipped him even more. As freshmen of the same class, they are proud to have a figure like Qin Feng. Assist the governor of Yuzhou in killing the cult members, TSK TSK TSK. It is said that there is a warrior in there. Qin Feng is really awesome. My current dream is no longer to improve my realm, but to follow in the footsteps of boss Qin Feng. The freshmen did not hide their admiration for Qin Feng at all. This puts the teachers in a difficult position. A student who is always the talk of the town is very difficult to discipline. If you're not careful, something bad will happen. So, when Qin Feng returned to the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy, he was like a returning star, waving to the students with a beaming smile, and then Huang Zhong fell from the sky, grabbed him and took him away. "Teacher, I feel so embarrassed." Qin Feng was very angry. Huang Zhong sneered, "How much is face worth? Do you know that this time is very dangerous?" His tone was serious, which made Qin Feng's expression change. Huang Zhong's expression gradually became serious. The governor of Yuzhou is a pig that can never be fully fed. If he finds out that some corporate executives are involved, he might use you as bait to catch bigger fish. This is impossible? Qin Feng looked at teacher Huang angrily. No. He's done it several times. One year, he used this trick to fish out a war king. Hearing this, Qin Feng shuddered. Don't judge a book by its cover, and don't underestimate a pig. No wonder the fat pig governor has such a cunning look in his eyes. However, Qin Feng didn't mind. The fat pig governor's methods are a bit unkind, but his starting point is for Yuzhou, which is justifiable in terms of justice. As for him, if I could fish out a war king and then extract it, it seems that it is not impossible. Seeing Qin Feng remain silent, Huang Zhong thought he had struck the target, and his tone gradually softened. Forget it this time, but remember to be more cautious in the future. Apart from us at the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy, you can't trust anyone completely. Okay, thank you, teacher. Xin Feng said quickly. Huang Zhong sighed and reminded him again and again, also, keep a low profile recently, or you'll be easily targeted. In fact, Xin Feng always thought that he was very low-key. It's obvious that others are just bored and are targeting me for no reason. That's why there is a false impression that he is a high-profile person. But he still nodded seriously. Okay. Teacher Huan left. Xin Feng was not idle either. He turned around and walked towards the Earth Essence training room. He was ready to step into the intermediate warrior realm in one fell swoop. Chapter 55. You will defend James alone next season. The Earth Essence training room. This is a huge glass room. The corridor is bright and transparent with glass. It's not big inside, about 20 square meters, and it's clean and tidy. There is a futon placed in the center. No fluctuating energy can be felt here. Excellent isolation. You have 10 minutes, make sure you use them well. The teacher in the training room is named Tang, and he is explaining something to Xin Feng. Earth Essence, a cultivation resource derived from a tomb pit, requires thousands of processes to remove all impurities. Its integration is excellent, and it will not produce any side effects in the process of increasing qi and blood values. Xin Feng had an expression of understanding on his face. He asked quietly, Teacher Tang, how much does the Earth Essence training room cost? 1 minute is worth 100 points. Teacher Tang said with a smile. Xin Feng's eyes widened. Wouldn't 10 minutes be 1,000 points? You could have gone and grabbed the points, but you even built a special Earth Essence training room. I'm crying. Etc. Xin Feng was blessed with a sudden inspiration. Why don't I sell 10 minutes to someone else? Teacher Tang, I can. Xin Feng rubbed his hands. Before he could finish, Teacher Tang directly refused, no. Can. Can't. But. It is strictly forbidden to resell training time. What's more, this is a reward, not something you can redeem with points. The nature is different. He had anticipated this and directly cut off all of Xin Feng's evil thoughts. Xin Feng sighed. Such strict defense. Next season you will defend James alone. Teacher Tang stared at Xin Feng and sighed in his heart. The Imperial Capital's Martial Arts Academy has always been known for its integrity. Why is there a kid who does the opposite this year? It's all Zhang Antong's fault. He's the one who caused all this trouble. Amidst Teacher Tang's complaints, Xin Feng walked through the disinfection door and officially stepped into the Earth Essence training room. It's so quiet in here. I can even hear my own heartbeat clearly. Plop, plop. The heart beats rhythmically. For no apparent reason, a feeling of suffocation came over me. Don't worry, everyone will experience this situation. Sit cross-legged on the cushion and try your best to absorb it. Teacher Tang's voice rang out. Xin Feng suppressed his inner restlessness and sat cross-legged obediently. Suddenly, a pure energy surged, as vast and inclusive as the earth, spreading around Xin Feng's body. Can it be extracted? Xin Feng muttered to himself. He raised his palm and said silently, extract. Extraction successful. Gain, Earth Essence, Qi and health increased by 1 point. Gain, Earth Essence, Qi and health increased by 1 point. The system prompts do not jump one sentence at a time. But it's screen sweeping. Crazy +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Just 1 minute. Xin Feng's blood value has broken through 1950. Moreover, it is still trending. It seems like it one T-stop. Although killing ferocious beasts will give you more health points. But, that would be risking one's life. How nice it is here. Extremely safe and quiet. Strange, why is the Earth Essence consumed so quickly? Teacher Tang looked at the operation panel, somewhat confused. Generally speaking, few students come to the Earth Essence training room. It's simple, it's too expensive. Calculated on a minute-by-minute basis, even the richest students would find it difficult to maintain. Therefore, the service group is a group of mentors. At this moment, Xin Feng's speed of refining the essence of the earth is comparable to that of his mentor, and is even accelerating. It's about to break through. Teacher Tang stared at Xin Feng and murmured. At this moment, Xin Feng's blood was surging all over his body, and his skin turned red, like a roasted shrimp. Gain, Earth Essence, Qi and health increased by 1 point. Following the system's reminder, the chi and blood value exceeded 2000. Officially entered the intermediate warrior realm. Qin Feng had no time to rejoice. He immediately used all the energy of the essence of the earth to condense the iron sheet, preparing to create the silver armor in one go. The condensation of silver armor requires huge resources. During these 10 minutes, there is an unlimited supply of energy. Of course, Qin Feng must seize this opportunity. As for Realm, he is not in a hurry. Anyway, it's all about improving your strength. Be sure to prioritize the difficult parts. Buzz. Qin Feng clenched his fists, and the iron sheet covered his skin, which emitted a little silver light and looked very beautiful. With the influx of the essence of the earth, the iron sheet becomes more and more solid, giving people a visual sense of indestructibility. Are you trying to condense the silver armor? Teacher Tang saw through Qin Feng's intention. But he is not optimistic. There are less than 5 minutes left. This absorption speed is too slow. Inside the Earth Essence training room, Qin Feng frantically extracted the essence of the earth. Waves of powerful energy attached to the skin, dyeing the iron sheet a light bright silver at a speed visible to the naked eye, like a magnificent silver Iron Man. However, the color is slightly dull. This indicates that the degree of shaping is relatively low. Usually by this time, the practitioner has become exhausted. The rest of the parts require a lot of time to polish. Qin Feng doesn't have this concern. He is still frantically extracting the essence of the earth. Buzz. More and more pure energy is pouring in. The color of the silver armor gradually became colorful. The mediocre surface began to evolve into the outline of armor, covering the entire body one by one, exuding a powerful aura. Last 30 seconds. Teacher Tang's urgent voice came out. The space between Qin Feng's eyebrows has not yet been filled with silver armor. Just a little bit more. Qin Feng remained calm and composed. He took out the elixir sent by the governor of Yuzhou. It was a second-grade fire dragon body tempering pill. Extract directly. In an instant, a violent flame energy surged into his body, combined with the essence of the earth, making Qin Feng feel like he was in a furnace. The silver armor between the eyebrows began to cover faster. 20 seconds. The silver armor completely covers the eyebrows. Start color filling. 10 seconds. Teacher Tang's voice became more and more urgent. In his field of vision, silver armor is completing the final shaping. Inch after inch, until it's done. Boom! A powerful wave of chi and blood erupted. The glass of the entire Earth Essence training room was shaking. Time's up. The supply of Earth Essence has stopped. Teacher Tang slumped in his chair, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and said with a wry smile, "This kid is really capable." Inside the practice room, Qin Feng stood up slowly. A thought came to my mind. The whole body is covered with silver armor, combining offense and defense. Good boy, in order to condense the silver armor, he consumed at least 2000 blood points. This amount of chi and HP is enough for me to break through to the advanced warrior realm. Complaints are complaints. Qin Feng was still extremely happy. The silver armor was condensed successfully. His combat power has at least doubled. This is not the most important thing. As the saying goes, a tall building starts from the ground, so laying a solid foundation is very important. The sooner you forge the silver armor, the more helpful it will be for your future cultivation. You know, even in the realm of war generals, silver armor is a rare item. Restored to original state. Qin Feng walked out of the training room with satisfaction, clasped his fists and said, "Thank you, Teacher Tang." "Why thank me? I'm just a janitor," Teacher Tang said casually. Qin Feng chuckled and said, "If Teacher Tang had deliberately controlled the supply speed of the Earth Essence, I would not have been able to break through to the intermediate warrior level, let alone condense the silver armor. Naturally, I have to thank you." Okay, stop complimenting me." Teacher Tang waved his hands repeatedly. "Don't stay here, or I'll charge you." Qin Feng's smile widened. The teachers at the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy have one characteristic: a vicious mouth, but a good heart. Before leaving, Teacher Tang suddenly said, "Calm down and don't cause trouble." "No problem." Qin Feng nodded obediently. Walk out of the Earth Essence training room. Qin Feng immediately locked onto the student union and said with narrowed eyes, "Fighting a mid-level warrior? That's boring. If you want to fight, fight a high-level warrior. Fuck the student union. With that, he strode away. Calm down? Yes, fighting is the best way to calm down. Don't make trouble? I'm not causing trouble, I'm trying to stir up trouble. Chapter 56 turns out to be an embroidered pillow. The job of the student union is to manage students on a daily basis. For example, if there is friction between two people, they will try to adjust. Furthermore, when there are festivals, they will arrange activities to add to the festive atmosphere. But in Qin Feng's eyes, the student union is shit. He gets high points every day, but instead of urging students to practice, he forms small groups. Want him to respect this kind of organization? No way. The student union building at this moment. Duan Nian sat on the chair, playing with the pen in his hand, feeling a little uneasy. Qin Feng is not dead. Not only is he not dead, he's also cooperating with the governor of Yuzhou. I admit I underestimated you. I thought you were a dog of the new mansion master, but you turned out to be a wolf. I was wrong. He sneered in his heart, and his eyes became colder. At this time, Chang'ing walked in, her face looking grim. President, Qin Feng is here. Duan Nian's complexion returned to normal and he looked indifferent. Chang'ing gritted her teeth and continued, he wants to challenge the student union's advanced warrior realm. Duan Nian narrowed his eyes. As soon as he came back, he went to the student union to cause trouble. Was this ordered by the palace master, or was it spontaneous? While thinking, he and Chang'ing walked out of the office. There's already some chaos outside. Qin Feng, there are so many opponents on the warrior list, why did you choose our student union? You are targeting us. A student union member shouted indignantly. Qin Feng said in a sinister tone, oh, your student union is really noble, and you don't allow others to challenge you? Or is it that the student union system is superior to the military academy system? You've never been to a grave, you've never killed an enemy, yet you still talk so confidently. How shameless. That's right, the one being scolded is the student union. Others may not dare to scold him, but Qin Feng will not tolerate it. Who are you scolding? Wu Meng was furious and stood up with a bang. Qin Feng laughed and said, whoever finds the right seat will be anxious. Don't you think so, President? As he spoke, his eyes locked on Duan Nian. Qin Feng, you keep provoking the student union. Believe it or not, I will complain to the mansion master? Duan Nian said with a hint of threat. Qin Feng curled his lips and said indifferently, please go quickly and see if the palace master will pay attention to you. The atmosphere in the imperial capital's martial arts academy is quietly changing. The collision of new and old school ideas becomes more intense with each practice. Duan Nian is of the old school. How could the new style lord of the mansion possibly care about him? Worth mentioning. During the few days that Qin Feng was away, the situation on the Wufu warrior ranking suddenly changed. Originally he was ranked 133. Now it is almost dropped off the list. This was also influenced by the trend of innovation. Want points? Then keep getting stronger and keep hitting the charts. In addition, the task points have also been weakened a lot. Therefore, there will be more and more hits on the charts. People from the student union gathered around. They stared at Qin Feng and couldn't help but want to take action. Qin Feng smiled secretly in his heart. This is exactly the effect we want. Seeing the atmosphere was right, he yelled at the top of his lungs, want to beat me up? Fine, I'll give you a chance. Number 60 on the warrior ranking is from your student union, a guy named Wu Gang. I want to challenge him. Hearing this, Wu Meng became even more restless. Wu Gang is his younger brother. During this period, Wu Gang worked hard to climb to this ranking, and he will be able to collect the points in a few days. Now suddenly Qin Feng shows up to cause trouble. How could he have a good face? While he was thinking, a man strode out. He looked very similar to Wu Meng and said in a deep voice, I am Wu Gang. I accept your challenge. You are a real man. I will be waiting for you at 12 noon tomorrow. After saying that, Qin Feng turned and left, too lazy to talk to them anymore. After Qin Feng left the building, Chang'ing and others were so angry that they punched the wall. They didn't do anything at all, and there was no legitimate reason. It is reasonable for Qin Feng to come and challenge Wu Gang to a fight. If students take action, they will be caught. By then, their lives will be even more difficult. Don't just stand there, let's all go. Duan Yan dispersed the crowd and pointed at Wu Meng and Wu Gang, "Follow me in." The three of them walked into the office. Wu Gang, who had been calm and composed, immediately became gloomy. According to rumors, Qin Feng killed a ferocious beast at the level of a general in the abandoned city area of Yuzhou. "I don't know whether it is true or not," he said solemnly. "This is bullshit." Duan Yan spoke with conviction and confidence. "I just felt that his HP value was only a little over 2,000, while a war general level beast has at least 4,000. Let alone killing him, even injuring him would be difficult. I have a friend in Yuzhou Wufu. He said that Lu Chao has recently been selling materials of ferocious beasts at the war general level. This means that Qin Feng is only assisting and Lu Chao is the main force." Wu Meng added. Hearing this, Wu Gang breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be an embroidered pillow. He looked like he was facing a great enemy just now. "Tomorrow, I will give you a second-grade weapon forged by a master." Duan Yan was also confused by Qin Feng, and a cold aura emanated from him. "Just go ahead and do it. If anything goes wrong, I'll take the responsibility for you." "Good." Wu Gang was ecstatic. He felt that Qin Feng's greatest reliance was the second-grade shovel. Now, he has a master-level second-grade weapon. His qi and blood values are much higher than Qin Feng's. He really couldn't imagine how he lost this game. The Lord's office. Ananda is working on the documents. Lin Ji from the alchemy department was recounting how Qin Feng caused a disturbance in the student union. After saying that, Ling Ji asked tentatively, "Are we just going to let him do whatever he wants?" While reviewing the manuscript, Ananda responded, "His invitation to fight is reasonable and not ridiculous. He should have gone to the Magic City Martial Arts Academy. He's too noisy." Lin Ji complained. Ananda didn't say much on this topic, but suddenly asked, "Have you made arrangements for Lingshan Temple?" Ling Ji's expression became a little unnatural. He said dryly, "It's done," and they accepted it. They didn't notice anything unusual. "That's good." Ananda nodded with satisfaction. "Next, let Qin Feng, the troublemaker, go over there." "Master, isn't this a bit unfair? You were born in Lingshan Temple, and the abbot is your senior brother." Before Lingji could finish, Ananda interrupted him, saying, "In less than 6 months, there will be a major battle in the imperial capital's tomb pit. Do you think kindness is more important, or human life?" Lingji shut up instantly. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. The overall situation comes first. The next morning, the news of Qin Feng challenging Wu Gang spread completely. The most speechless one is Huang Zhong. Yesterday he was bragging to other instructors, "I waved my hand, exuding a domineering aura, and easily subdued Qin Feng, the #1 troublemaker in the Wu Mansion." Then, Qin Feng started to compete for the rankings today. He even specifically provoked the student union. Isn't this a slap in the face of Pia Pia? "You little bastard, how can you be so low-key? Do you know how difficult it is for me to pretend to be cool?" Huang Zhong scratched his hair, feeling mad. Around noon, more and more students gathered in the square. Freshman Li Yuntao, Do Meiyu, and others. Guan Shanshan, a member of the fighting department in his sophomore and junior years. There are even quite a few seniors. The scene was very lively. On the ring, Wu Gang is resting with his eyes closed. He held a long sword in his hand, looking like a swordsman. When the time comes, Wu Gang drew his sword and pointed it at the sky, shouting in a proud tone, "Qin Feng, you..." The words haven't been finished yet. Qin Feng jumped onto the stage and pointed at Wu Gang, cursing, "Why are you holding a cheap Japanese sword?" The words are spoken and the words are finished. Whoosh! The expressions of all the students changed. Chapter 57. Those who don't speak may be masters or they may be dumb. Those who understand the 3 words easy life will understand. It can increase the anger value of Chinese people by 100%, the hatred value by 100%, and the combat bonus by 100%. In human terms, angry. Just when some students were about to start cursing, Qin Feng said again, "Oh, I was mistaken, it turned out to be our ancestors' Tang sword. No wonder it looks so good, the more I look at it, the better it looks." After saying that, he gave a thumbs up. "I told you, a Japanese sword can't be this cool. Damn, we almost hurt our allies by mistake." But Qin Feng is right, he is indeed very handsome. The students who had almost awakened their bloodline just a moment ago instantly became a group of praisers, praising the Tang sword in Wu Gang's hand. The atmosphere suddenly became harmonious. Duan Yan was also in the audience. He stared at Qin Feng the whole time, his tone a little serious. This Qin Feng, what a trick! What do you mean? Wu Mang was a little confused. Qin Feng almost made a fool of himself just now. How is this a good method? Duan Yan glanced at Wu Mang and said in a serious tone, Wu Gang's momentum has reached its peak. If he strikes, it will surely be earth-shattering. Qin Feng just made a joke on purpose, with the goal of breaking up Wu Gang's accumulated momentum and even disrupting his mentality. Wu Mang, Chang Ying, and others were shocked. I see. Fortunately, the president is here, otherwise they wouldn't be able to see through this. On the ring. Wu Mang also heard Duan Yan's analysis. He gritted his teeth in anger and cursed, Qin Feng, you actually used such a sinister trick. I will defeat you today. Ah? Qin Feng scratched his head, looking dazed. Didn't I correct it in time just now? He also praised your knife for being beautiful. What's so insidious about this? Those who don't speak may be masters, or they may be dumb. Qin Feng still didn't understand the system's complaints. Suddenly, a buzzing sound was heard. Wu Gang raised his long sword, and as his blood surged, the blade was covered with brilliant light like the sun, dazzling and bright. 7 great sun swords. Wu Gang roared. The Jianming sword fell like the falling sun. A terrifying blade light rushed towards Qin Feng. How did Wu Gang become so strong? That's a rank 2 Jianming blade, crafted by a master. If he's not stronger, who is? Duan Yan must have brought this specifically for me. Now Qin Feng is in trouble. The students began to murmur. In the advanced warrior realm, Wu Gang is not strong, but not weak either, he is average. But the health value actually exceeded 3,000. Add the Jianming sword. His strength is close to the top 50 in the warrior list. Swish. The blade light came. Wu Gang looked down at Qin Feng with a smug look on his face. It was as if he had already seen Qin Feng vomiting blood and falling to the ground in a miserable state. I win. Wu Gang was about to declare victory. But at this moment, Qin Feng moved. Clang. The black knife was unsheathed. A fleeting afterimage. Then, 2 blood-red lightning bolts descended. Like the mighty power of heaven, it smashes the evil. The second level of 9 levels of blood thunder. Ding! The 2 swords collided. Surprisingly, Wu Gang's Jianming sword exploded directly. The knife breaks before the 7th knife arrives. Click, click. The Jianming sword turned into fragments flying all over the sky. Wu Gang hurriedly urged the iron sheet. But it was still too late. The blade tears the flesh and the pain eats away at the nerves. Wu Gang fell heavily onto the stage, his whole body covered in blood, looking like a bloody man. Kill instantly with 1 move. This is impossible, how is it possible? A rank 2 Jianming blade, actually shattered? Compared to the pain, Wu Gang felt more fear. He didn't understand why he lost. And lost so completely. Under the ring. Everyone was stunned. The surroundings were so silent that you could hear a pin drop. Is rank 2 very strong? Qin Feng grinned and said, this is rank 3. The students suddenly realized. It turns out that Qin Feng has another trick up his sleeve. It was not unfair for Wu Gang to lose. Wu Gang gritted his teeth, his face full of resentment. If it weren't for the difference in weapons, I wouldn't. Not what? Qin Feng suddenly spoke up. He looked down at Wu Gang and clenched his fists suddenly. Buzz. A silver light covered it. Silver armor. He has condensed the silver armor. Guan Changsheng said in surprise. Hiss. The sound of people sucking in their breath was followed by a gasp. Looking around the Imperial Capital's martial arts academy, there are very few people who can condense silver armor. Most of them are seniors. Qin Feng successfully condensed the silver armor 2 months after entering school. This is too fast. Sundara face.jpg. Wu Gang, who originally wanted to save face, shut up completely. Grade 3 weapon plus silver armor. He hit me on the head. He just tucked his tail between his legs and left the martial arts square in disgrace. Thank you all for coming. Soon, I will challenge the general alone. Please look forward to it. Xin Feng held the black knife in his hand and bowed to the students with a smile. The old school students snorted coldly and turned away. The new style students laughed happily. The more trouble Xin Feng causes, the greater the reform efforts will be. They are eager to see this scene. Xin Feng, I'll be waiting for you on the list of generals. Guan Changsheng stroked his long beard and smiled heartily. Xin Feng nodded heavily. But then, he felt a little depressed. I have a system, so my cultivation speed is so fast. Why is Guan Changsheng so crazy? Could it be that he also has a system? The more Xin Feng thought about it, the more depressed he became. This system will go over to see if it is the mother system. If it is, it will be abducted and regenerated into a small system for the host. A moment later. Host, he has no system, he's just a pure hunk. Xin Feng rolled his eyes. You really went there. Ignore the complaints. Xin Feng was even more shocked. Guan Changsheng has already reached the primary level of a general. Such a speed of cultivation is actually purely based on talent. What a great talent that must be. I really envy such talented players. Unlike me, I can only add points in a boring way. Xin Feng put his hands on the pergola, looked at the setting sun, and sighed deeply. This time, the system did not complain for the first time. It says, if others knew the truth, they would definitely spit on you, abuse you, and despise you, but in their hearts they all want to be you. Chapter 58. Please don't say proverbs, you're going to be ruined. The highly anticipated ring battle. In the end, Xin Feng killed the opponent instantly with one move. The whole process can be said to be beyond everyone's expectations. In less than 2 months, he entered the intermediate warrior realm. Mysterious third-grade black knife. Successfully condensed the silver armor. Each of these things is truly amazing. It's no exaggeration to say so. Xin Feng is now a prominent figure in the imperial capital's martial arts academy. At this moment, the office building. Let me go to Lingshan Temple? Master, you also have an old father who has become a monk in Lingshan Temple? This plot isn't unfolding right. Xin Feng stared at Ananda with wide eyes. Ananda's mouth twitched. Why does this guy always speak with such rich connotations? Lingshan Temple is located on the outskirts of the imperial capital. It was built by the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy with the original intention of cultivating more martial arts talents. However, over the years, they have been recruiting disciples and collecting huge tuition fees, but have never sent any talents to the tomb pit. It's time to stop this evil trend. He spoke each word clearly, as if he had made up his mind. Xin Feng scratched his head. Still confused. This kind of thing should be left to the instructor. Why should I, a freshman, join in the fun? He asked 3 questions in quick succession. Why are we going to Lingshan Temple? Why are you asking me to go? What are you going to do? Ananda paused for a moment and explained. First, Lingshan Temple originally belonged to the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy. Now that the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy's strength has greatly decreased, they are naturally needed to reinforce it in order to cope with the upcoming war. Second, you are weak, and Lingshan Temple won't be on guard. Third, Lingshan Temple has been separated for a long time. Normal persuasion is completely useless. I want you to find another way and drag Lingshan Temple into the whirlpool of public opinion and severely strike a blow to their arrogance. After that, I will personally take action and extradite those monks into the palace. Xin Feng suddenly realized it and rubbed his hands and said, what are the benefits? Ananda said directly, with the successful return of Lingshan Temple, our Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy will surely become powerful again. By then, other martial arts academy will no longer dare to act in a domineering manner, let alone seize and plunder like they did last time. Sodas. Xin Feng slammed the table and stood up, nodding his head heavily. Master, I understand your painstaking efforts. Then he turned and left. The rice cooker in the dormitory exploded. I'm going to go back and take a look. You can find someone else to deal with this. Joke. Xin Feng now has 3 goals: practice, make money, and raise his sister. He doesn't have time to deal with such matters. Besides, isn't it good that others come to bully you? Where there is contradiction, there is conflict. There was a conflict. I can earn points. This is absolutely not. A mysterious force descended silently. Xin Feng froze in place, unable to move. Ananda strode over, his face forced with a smile as he said, I forgot to tell you, the amount of earth essence you use in 10 minutes is fixed. Your usage last time seriously exceeded the limit. According to government regulations, you have to pay 1,000 points. Xin Feng curled his lips, looking indifferent. Lu Chao has not yet dealt with the Golden War Lion and the Moon Wolf King. There is no news from Do Meiyu either. He is now innocent and can just become a deadbeat. Ananda smiled. By the way, as the lord of the mansion, I have the highest authority over student cards. As long as you have points on your card, not only will I be the first to know, I can also deduct them directly without you. Xin Feng almost vomited blood. Is this a fucking monk? Be compassionate. To save all living beings. Why is your mind full of dirty tricks? Master, where is your compassion? Xin Feng was like a deflated balloon, powerless. Ananda laughed and said, kindness cannot command the army, righteousness cannot command wealth, so how can a kind heart be reformed? Xin Feng's forehead was covered with black lines. That's the truth. But don't attack our allies. It's okay for you to let me do the work, but there should be some compensation for my hard work, right? Xin Feng stretched out his hand. Ananda said, I don't have it on me, but Lingshan Temple has it, and it's a rare treasure. Whether I can get it depends entirely on luck. What is it? Xin Feng's eyes lit up. Ananda put his hands together and said, Buddha. Buddha? Oh my god. Xin Feng said unhappily, is there anything else I should pay attention to? Read more, think more, remember more. I prepared some things for you, such as drums, perfumes. At the end, Ananda smiled very happily. Is the mansion master from Gotham City? Underneath his robes is a body of lumpy flesh, and his fingers are covered in 10 golden brass knuckles. They can smash your head in a second. System-accurate complaints. By the way, take that box of clothes with you and wear them at Lingshan Temple tomorrow. Ananda pointed to the cardboard box by the door. Xin Feng glanced at it. Inside were clothes made of animal fur. Thinking of what Ananda had just said, Xin Feng clicked his tongue and shook his head. He finally figured it out. This bald donkey looks honest, but he is actually full of evil intentions. One insidious combo after another. Then Xin Feng left the office. Ananda looked at the dark sky and murmured, if this matter is successfully resolved, the national warrior ranking will begin. Leave the office. Xin Feng came to the dormitory building and found Li Yuntao and others. How come you have time to come here? Xiao Ding was a little confused. Xin Feng smiled and said, let's keep in touch. Let's go to Lingshan Temple to relax tomorrow. Are you interested? Connecting with others is one thing. The key is that they come from a warrior family or clan. If that happens and arouses the anger of the people in Lingshan Temple, he can still use the tiger's skin as a banner. Don't ask. Ask is steady. After hearing this, the freshman nodded frantically. The Wu Mansion was very depressing during this period. Apart from fighting and ranking, I also go out to complete missions. They wanted to rest a long time ago. It would be even better if we could invite a few girls. Li Yuntao, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, smiled more lewdly than anyone else. I'll take care of this. Xin Feng patted his chest and lowered his voice. How are Do Meiyu and Wan Qian's family backgrounds? What? You want to become a son-in-law and make a comeback? Zhao Xiaoqi jokingly recalled, Do Meiyu's family is a weapons dealer, so they're not short of money. Wan Qian's father is an employee of the Confucius Mansion, and I heard he holds a high position. Weapons dealer. Confucius Mansion staff. Xin Feng clicked his tongue and shook his head. No wonder they are richer than each other. Damn capitalism. Girls' dormitory. Okay, what time tomorrow? Do Meiyu and the others agreed. 7 o'clock. By the way, why hasn't the wolf been sold yet? Xin Feng pointed at the little moon wolf in Do Meiyu's arms, feeling extremely depressed. These are all points. My dad said to keep it and raise it as my guardian beast. Do Meiyu hugged Xiao Yuelang tightly and snorted, don't worry, the points will be yours. Hey, who do you take me for? Xin Feng lowered his head and sighed, feeling sad. Then he took out a pen and paper and handed it to Do Meiyu. Teacher said that a good memory is not as good as a bad pen. Write an IOU, dear. Do Meiyu fell to the ground. Please don't say proverbs, you're going to be ruined. The next morning. The group boarded the bus and set off for Lingshan Temple. The scenery along the way is beautiful, with trees and forests, and the lush colors make people feel relaxed and happy, and relieve a lot of mental fatigue. Staying in Wu Mansion for a long time is indeed depressing. Especially the struggle between the old and new factions is even more suffocating. At the foot of Lingshan Temple, vehicles are everywhere and pilgrims are coming in an endless stream. The air outside is still better. Li Yuntao opened his arms and stretched. The others smiled and nodded, then their expressions suddenly froze. I don't know when. Xin Feng changed into a mink coat? He wore black sunglasses, a gold necklace around his neck, and a Cuban cigar in his mouth, looking like a wealthy man from northeast China. You still smoke? Dou Meiyu's expression was a little incredible. No. Xin Feng smacked his lips and sucked the Cuban cigar into his mouth and chewed it into pieces. This is tobacco candy, strawberry flavored. Everyone. They turned their heads to look at the bus that was moving further and further away, and suddenly felt a little regretful for coming out to relax. Under countless gazes, the group climbed up to Lingshan Temple. The air is filled with smoke, and the mountains and waters are green. The temple is located in the mountains and forests, surrounded by vegetation, emerald-like jade, with beautiful water and green mountains. Donor, you cannot enter the temple. Xin Feng and others reached the top of the mountain and were stopped by a monk. Li Yuntao frowned and said, others can enter, but we can't? Ba. Our temple has a rule that no living creature's fur is allowed in the temple, otherwise it will defile the purity of our Lingshan temple. The monk's voice sounded more like a warning than an announcement, with a hint of severity in it. Xin Feng was not angry at all about this. He even laughed out loud in his heart. I fell into the trap before I even said a word. So comfortable. Chapter 59. This is going to destroy Lingshan Temple. Xin Feng took off his mink coat and put it aside. The monk observed it for a moment before nodding and letting it go. A group of people walked into the temple. The ground is paved with gray stone bricks, with traces of people walking on them, which seems to indicate that the place is very popular. Drink! Drink! Waves of powerful shouts were heard. At the same time, there are also strong fluctuations in qi and blood. The strength of a warrior. Xiao Ding judged. Li Yuntao sneered, opening a door to accept disciples and earning tuition fees. What a carefree life. There are many such martial arts schools in the country, but not many people are willing to go down to the grave. Dou Meiyu also showed disgust. As they were talking, they passed through a monk's building. There is a martial arts training ground ahead. Many people took photos with their mobile phones and whispered to each other. Inside the martial arts training ground, thousands of monks performed martial arts exercises. Each move was powerful and fierce, sweeping away strong winds, making their blood surge and shocking many people. My son wants to learn martial arts and plans to come here to become a lay disciple. Sure, it's just right for my little brat to keep him company. If I can become a warrior in the future, or even become a governor, it will bring honor to my family. Many parents were communicating with each other, their eyes full of excitement. Soon, some monks came forward and exchanged contact information. Money-hungry people. Wan Qian couldn't help but spit. Xin Feng ignored it. He observed the environment of the training ground. Weapon racks, exercise equipment, everything. There is also a large drum standing upright. This big drum is very ordinary, with a bright red drum body and golden round nails around it, but the color of the drum head is slightly darker. Palace Master, you must not cheat me. Thinking of this, Xin Feng walked towards the red drum. They say burning incense and praying to Buddha at Lingshan Temple is the most effective. Please let us in. No, your child is wearing animal fur, which will defile the temple. Please go back. My baby is weak and needs the protection of the golden war lion's mane to stay warm. Please be flexible. Suddenly, there was a hurried noise coming from the mountain gate. Countless tourists were attracted there. Xin Feng raised his eyebrows. Just when I was worried about having no reason to cause trouble, here it comes. Are you going to rip your clothes off and reveal your Homelander uniform? That's right. Today I will stand on the moral high ground and enjoy myself. Xin Feng laughed in his heart. A group of people walked out quickly. I saw monks pushing and shoving with a couple holding a child. This was an expectant mother who had just given birth. Her face was slightly pale as she begged, please let us in. Pray for the safety of the child. Even in the age of warriors, people still believed in gods and Buddhas. This kind of thing is hard to change. No, it's not possible. No matter how much money you offer, it won't work. The monk was not moved at all. After saying that, they were about to push the family of 3 away. But in the next moment, a strong hand stopped the monk. Qin Feng strode forward and said sternly, "Children wearing animal fur are polluting the sacred land of Lingshan. If you have anything made of animal fur in Lingshan Temple, shouldn't you get off the mountain yourself? How dare you, benefactor, slander my Lingshan Temple?" The monks were furious. Whether it's slander or not, you know it in your heart. You keep saying that Lingshan Temple is a pure Buddhist place where people pray for peace of mind, yet you keep making things difficult for them for inexplicable reasons. Where is your promised compassion? Where is your promise to save people? The funniest thing is, Lingshan Temple was clearly built with funds from the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Mansion, and now that the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Mansion is in trouble, you're completely oblivious and obsessed with money. So, there's a picture of the Buddha on the banknotes? I think we should stop calling this place Lingshan Temple and call it Shuangbiao Temple, so that it can be called a temple that cuts off the source of the fire. Qin Feng went all out. Soon, the area was filled with pilgrims. The monks' faces flushed red, their fingers trembled with anger, but they couldn't think of how to refute. Amat Ba. A middle-aged monk stepped out, clasped his hands together, and said in a deep voice, "Donor, you are eloquent, and we will not argue with you. But you said there were animal furs in the temple. Do you have any evidence?" Of course. Qin Feng deliberately raised his voice. After saying that, he strode towards the training ground. The pilgrims became excited. You can burn incense and watch a big show. Interesting. Li Yuntao and others were even more excited. No wonder Qin Feng came to Lingshan Temple to relax. It turns out that it was already prepared. Lingshan Temple is in trouble now. Soon, everyone returned to the training ground. Family, start recording on Doyang and turning on slow motion. I'm going to give you a big wave. Qin Feng came to the front of the big drum. Clench your 5 fingers tightly and stimulate the blood and energy. A heavy punch hits the drum head. Bang! The bass drum exploded on the spot. Suddenly, dense animal hair sprayed out. Wow! There was an uproar at the scene. Various recorded sounds rang out. Impossible, how could there be such a thing in the temple? Who sent this drum? Don't take pictures, don't take pictures. The monk was stunned. They couldn't accept the facts before them. Buddha, I have no choice but to do this. If you want to punish someone, punish that fake monk Ananda. Oh, and please help me cancel the 1,000 points. Amen. Pa, Amat Ba. Qin Feng finished shifting the blame in his mind. Then, he stepped on the broken drum with one foot, pointed to the sky with one hand, and sneered, "It seems that the golden Buddha saves the world, but in fact it is a fake Buddha that disturbs the world. If Lingshan Temple can't give a reasonable explanation today, I will return to the Imperial Capital Wu Mansion and ask the Mansion Master to forcibly demolish this place." This moment. The sunlight seemed to be a support, shining on Qin Feng. What does great, glorious, and correct mean? That's it. Lingshan Temple said one thing and did another, defrauding us of our money. Geneva, give me your money back. If you don't give me an explanation today, don't even think about turning the page. The crowds also began to get angry. Qin Feng feels so happy at this moment. No wonder so many people like moral kidnapping. So this is what it feels like. Oldly, go to the monk's dormitory and smell if there is any scent of perfume. Qin Feng whispered. Li Yuntao raised his eyebrows. Wow, their SA backup plan. This is going to destroy Lingshan Temple. It's really too naked. Li Yuntao chuckled and ran in. At this time, the abbot of Lingshan Temple came with the crowd. Amat Ba. The abbot held a Zen staff in his hand and said loudly, "Please be quiet, donors. I will give you a satisfactory answer." Buzz. The Zen staff fell to the ground, and golden light rippled. The entire training ground fell silent in an instant. Qin Feng looked at the host. The qi and blood are vigorous and unfathomable. No less than the fake monk master. In addition, there are hundreds of monks behind him, all of whom are powerful. No wonder the fake monk master wants to reincorporate Lingshan Temple. Qin Feng suddenly realized. On the surface, he continued to yell and make a scene, even raising his arms and shouting, putting aside the facts, "Are you Lingshan Temple completely innocent? We don't care what the answer is, you must admit your mistakes today." Chapter 60, Good Guy, You Still Want to Join? Little donor, please calm down. The abbot was not angry, but smiled and said, "My name is Jishi, and I hope to have a calm and peaceful conversation with you." Jishi x Jishi, it seems he is very smart again. Qin Feng ignored the system and looked directly at Abbot Jishi. How do you explain this drum? Can it be washed? This drum was given to me by someone else. I've known that person for many years, so I was careless for a moment. Abbot Jishi immediately passed the buck, his face indifferent. Yuanji, throw it down the mountain, don't pollute the pure land. Yes, Abbot. Yuanji was a tall and strong warrior monk with well-defined muscles. He wore his monk's robes as tights. The strong energy he exuded almost pushed Qin Feng away. Qin Feng remained unmoved, his smile forced. This drum can destroy the body, but what about the monks in Lingshan Temple who have committed adultery? Do you think you will also kill and dispose of the body? Wow. The crowd was in an uproar again. If a monk breaks the precept of lust, then that would be Yang Ding Tian. Cough cough. It means moral degradation, disgusting. Presumptuous. Nonsense. Stop talking nonsense. The monks roared like angry Vajra. Abbot Jishi's expression was not good either. He said angrily, "Little donor, don't talk nonsense. We are chaste and self-disciplined. How could we commit adultery?" At this time, Li Yuntao came back. He pointed at a little monk and smiled so hard that his chrysanthemums blossomed. Really? Then why does this monk smell like perfume? Qin Feng followed where Li Yuntao pointed and shouted. The young monk who was pointed out should have just reached adulthood, with red lips and white teeth, but at this moment his face was flushed red and he dared not speak. Nonsense. Yun Chen is the best Buddhist among the Yun generation in Lingshan Temple. How could he do such a shameful thing? An old monk said angrily. Qin Feng, with the demeanor of a scholar, sneered and said, "Come on, some girls, come out and smell his scent." Several girls raised their hands excitedly and Qin Feng waved to them. Yes, it really smells like Chanel No. 5. Not only that, look inside her neck, there's also Lancome shade 118. No, it was a mosquito bite. Yun Chen argued. You're talking nonsense. I have this color on me. Exactly the same. Crowd shouts. The scene was instantly in chaos. The crowd glared. Lingshan Temple, which is known for its tranquility and peace, is so dirty. The monks looked pale. Abbot Jishi was at a loss. They really couldn't accept the facts before them. Yuanji glared at Yunchen and shouted, "How dare you be alone with a woman? Do you still care about us brothers? Qin Feng and others? Good guy, you still want to join?" No, he's not a woman. Yunchen's face flushed red and he explained anxiously. Qin Feng and the crowd, huh? Wow. The amount of information suddenly increased dramatically. Fuck. This system doesn't understand, but it's still incredibly shocking. Abbot Jishi's CPU burned out. Not a woman? But she smells of perfume and lipstick. Doesn't that mean you actually found a transvestite? Abbot Jishi burst out. After the words were spoken, the crowd was even more shocked. Doesn't the abbot focus on practicing Buddhism every day and not pay attention to what is happening outside the window? How come even the transvestite knows this? The second dimension invades Buddhism? Qin Feng's eyes rolled, and he immediately seized this opportunity, shouting, "If the top beam is crooked, the bottom beam will be crooked. How dare you open a school and recruit disciples? I think you just want to make a fortune." Abbot Jishi was a little panicked. He clasped his hands together and hurriedly explained, "Amatba, young donor, you have misunderstood. We established the sect and accepted disciples not to make money, but to bring peace to the world and strengthen our bodies." Then why don't you go down to the tomb and kill the enemy to guard it? Qin Feng sneered and said, "It's clearly just a name-seeking move. Donor, that's too much." A young monk stepped forward and angrily shouted, "Your words and actions clearly indicate a premeditated plan. You're clearly planning to cause trouble." The other monks clenched their fists, their faces filled with anger. Qin Feng spread his hands and sneered, "You want to fight if you can't win the argument? Fine, I just want to experience how powerful Lingshan Temple is." Seeing this, Abbot Jishi had already guessed Qin Feng's purpose. But now it can't be explained clearly. The crowd was booing. The monk was also furious. We have to fight this battle. Little spiritual boy, go ahead. Abbot Jishi said softly. A young monk with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes walked out. He shouted coldly, Donor, you will pay the price for your words and actions, but don't worry, Buddhist disciples do not kill. Then does boiling eggs count as killing? Qin Feng suddenly asked. Everyone, yes, yes. Monk, Amitabha pretending to be deaf. The episode ends. The crowd and monks made way. Call out. The little spiritual boy took the lead in attacking. He was like an ascetic monk walking in the world. His steps seemed slow, but in fact, each step was 5 meters. His palms were filled with golden light, and he slapped Qin Feng's chest with great strength. Qin Feng didn't dare to be careless. He opened the iron sheet and stepped on the ground. The iron elbow was like a spear, piercing through. Bang! Elbows and palms collide, and strong winds surge. The little spirit boy's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly opened the iron sheet, but was still blown away. Qin Feng remained motionless. He stirred up his qi and blood, causing it to continuously flow to his heart. Charging begins. Some skills, but not much. The little spirit boy was filled with the vigorous energy of a high-level warrior. His figure flashed and he rushed towards Qin Feng, shouting, Prajnapom. At the same moment, Qin Feng also took action. Accumulate power and explode. Silver armor spread out on his body, like a layer of armor cast from mercury, shining silver in the sunlight. The silver fist struck wildly. Like a silver dragon roaring. Boom! In full view of everyone, as soon as the little spiritual boy touched Qin Feng's fist, he flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, rolled on the ground for more than 10 times, and looked very embarrassed. The whole audience was silent. The crowd was holding their phones stupidly and forgot to take videos for a while. Abbot Jishi also looked shocked. Of course he knew about shining armor. However, such a young silver armor owner. It was the first time he saw it. Eloquent and talented. He even risked his life to cause trouble for the imperial capital's martial mansion. Such a pure heart is rare in this world. Abbot Jishi looked at Qin Feng, feeling rarely proud in his heart. Qin Feng, are you envious? I exchanged it for 1,000 points. Chapter 61. Qin Feng is really cheating and is forced to show his power in front of others. The little spiritual boy's talent is the strongest among the younger generation of Lingshan Temple. Unexpectedly, it was killed in one move. This convinced the monks immediately. In the age of warriors, strength is king. Although they are monks, they are also warriors. Abbot Jishi reached out and helped the little spirit boy up, bowing slightly to Qin Feng. Thank you, young donor, for showing mercy. He could see that Qin Feng had held back just now. If he uses all his strength, I'm afraid Xiao Lingtong will be seriously injured if not killed. Showing mercy just doesn't seem necessary. Qin Feng stopped joking this time and spoke in a serious tone. After all, he's at the advanced warrior level. If something happens to the imperial capital's tomb pit in the future, he can still kill the beasts and save 1 or 2 families if he feels guilty. Abbot Jishi smiled but did not respond. He knew that Qin Feng came from the imperial capital's Wu mansion. Naturally, he also guessed that Qin Feng was ordered by Ananda. Qin Feng stared at Abbot Jishi and suddenly laughed. Buddhism emphasizes detachment from worldly matters, so Lingshan Temple pretends to be indifferent to worldly affairs. It's an attitude, but do you really have Buddha in your hearts? You can say that you are making a fortune by using money to save the Buddha. Hidden animal fur, you could say it's a frame-up. If the monk is tempted, you can say it's a treacherous plot. Then wait until the imperial capital's tomb collapses and becomes a bloody mess. Will you then take action? If so, why not enter the tomb pit and kill the enemy before it collapses? If not, why bother teaching others martial arts now? Abbot, if you don't even understand your own true nature, how can you talk about practicing Buddhism? The words fell. Abbot Jishi's expression changed slightly, and his eyes were a little confused. Seeing this, Qin Feng said no more. He had done what Ananda asked him to do. After today, Lingshan Temple will inevitably be caught in a whirlpool of public opinion. What he said just now was purely out of his dissatisfaction. The abbot doesn't even know what he wants to do. Isn't this a waste of age? I sprayed people, fought, and paid off 1,000 points. This trip was worth it. Qin Feng smiled secretly. How things would develop next had nothing to do with him. It was the bald mansion lord's own business. By the way, how many Buddha statues do you have here? Qin Feng suddenly remembered the opportunity that the bald master of the palace mentioned, and turned to ask a monk. There is only one of these, enshrined in the main hall. The monk replied with a serious expression, Donor, what do you want to do? The other monks also stared at Qin Feng. Nothing else. Qin Feng is so good at causing trouble. Who knows what tricks he will come up with? Alalu Amatba. Qin Feng tapped his brows and shoulders, then clasped his hands together and said, I'll take the bald head of the mansion master as a guarantee. I will sincerely worship Buddha this time. Palace master? Hearing this, the monk relaxed his vigilance and guided Qin Feng towards the main hall. Inside the palace. The smoke of incense is thick and the atmosphere is solemn. A large Buddha sits in the center. It is made entirely of gold, sparkling with colorful colors in the sun, which is awe-inspiring. Just now, the couple was holding their child and praying. When they saw Qin Feng, they thanked him excitedly. Qin Feng smiled and waved his hand. He walked around the Buddha and found nothing strange. In doubt. But there was a strange sculpture placed behind the big Buddha. It was the image of a middle-aged man, skinny and emaciated, colorless and odorless, with a faint golden glow on his body. It's a bit like the golden arhat in Buddhism. Abbot, what is this? Qin Feng pointed at the sculpture. Abbot Jishi may not be a good person, but his professional qualities are very good. He explained, this is a corpse we dug out from the back mountain of our temple. Upon observation, we found that it was a highly accomplished monk. Judging from his attire and accessories, he must have lived during the early Tang dynasty. A body? Qin Feng was shocked. He looked at the golden light on the surface of his skin and asked in surprise, so, he is also a warrior? Did some people start practicing at that time? It is very likely, because this corpse exudes the aura of a war emperor. Abbot Jishi's eyes could not help but be respectful. Don't think it's just a corpse. The monks of Lingshan Temple, and even he, benefited greatly from the body of the great monk. Li Yuntao, Domeiyu, and others kowtowed one after another. They don't believe in Buddhism. But it's different for the strong. That is respect from the heart. Qin Feng stared at the monk's corpse. Could it be that the Buddha that the bald mansion master was talking about was him? Qin Feng decided to give it a try and stepped forward and said, Abbot, I have great respect for the monk. Can I touch him and feel him? Abbot Jishi doesn't care. Putting aside what happened today, he had a good impression of Qin Feng. Not to mention, the corpse of the eminent monk indeed possessed the aura of a war emperor. In fact, his cultivation level during his lifetime might have been even higher. Qin Feng touched it. Could it be broken? Please, he said. Qin Feng walked forward. He reached out and touched the monk's chest, almost feeling the bones, and thought to himself, extract. Buzz. Suddenly, a strong golden light burst out. The entire palace seems to be illuminated by the Buddha's light, descending to the world. At the same moment, a majestic aura spread out. Everyone, including Abbot Jishi, was blown away. However, there is one exception. That is Qin Feng. Qin Feng was seen covered in a layer of pure golden light. Behind him, the shadow of an ancient Buddha appeared. One is real and the other is virtual, complementing each other. It exudes an extremely strong sense of resonance. Is this a resonance of qi and blood? Could he be the reincarnation of a great monk? The so-called resonance of qi and blood means that qi and blood can merge with each other. The eminent monk has been dead for thousands of years. There is no such thing as blood relationship or bloodline. Therefore, Abbot Jishi, who believed in the afterlife, subconsciously regarded Qin Feng as the reincarnation of a great monk. Otherwise, how to explain the resonance of qi and blood? Those monks who were full of resentment towards Qin Feng instantly became extremely respectful and chanted Amatba. The true Buddha is alive. The legend is true, there is a Buddha in Lingshan Temple. Kneel down quickly and pray for us to have a smooth year. Inside and outside the main hall, all the pilgrims knelt on the ground and shouted like thunder and waves. Li Yuntao and others couldn't control their expressions. No wonder Qin Feng is so outstanding, it turns out he is the reincarnation of a great monk. The case is solved, the evidence is confirmed. Qin Feng is really good. Abbot Jishi looked up at Qin Feng, his clasped hands trembling. Ananda, Lingshan Temple, the reincarnation of a great monk, the imperial capital's martial palace. It turns out all of this is orchestrated by fate. Buddha, disciple understands. At this moment, he really understood. The great monks also looked up at Qin Feng and said, to save others with one's own body is the ultimate state of Buddha. The little spiritual boy knelt down on the ground and said, I apologize for my disrespect just now. Golden light filled the entire main hall. It was also covered with Qin Feng. At this moment, he is transformed into an old man on the subway. The reincarnation of a great monk. Isn't this putting me on the fire? I'm so panicked and anxious, looking for answers online. He just wanted to try to see if he could extract the treasure. Who would have thought that he would be forced to show his prowess in front of others? Extraction successful. Obtain relics. Host, how did you take the kidney stones out of this corpse? So this is what the so-called golden elixir looks like. Host, you better figure out how to handle this quickly, or I'll go to hell with you. A rare second consecutive complaint about the system. Shut up now. Qin Feng cursed and his mind was spinning rapidly. Donor? Seeing that Qin Feng didn't move for a long time, the little boy called out. Be quiet. According to legend, when a high monk is reincarnated and possessed, the souls of the two lives will be entangled with each other. Do not disturb them. Abbot Jishi hurriedly stopped them. Qin Feng really wanted to spray this smart guy to death with a mouthful of salt soda. You have such a great imagination, it would be a shame if you didn't write a novel. However, this also reminded Qin Feng. He came up with a plan from the heart, kept his eyes closed, and shouted softly, it is a pity that such a great country has fallen into such a state. Master, calm down. Abbot Jishi and the monks knelt down hurriedly with terrified expressions. Angry? Why are you angry? Qin Feng pretended to be deep and serious, I am just sighing with sorrow. If my soul is still here, I will transform my body into a slaughtering knife, enter the sea of suffering, fight in the grave pit, cross the mortal world, save the secular world, and seek the heart of Ashura Buddha. Click. Abbot Jishi felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He stared at Qin Feng blankly, as if he understood something, and shouted, Thank you for your guidance, Master. I will keep it in mind. Then, he turned around abruptly and said loudly to Yung and the others, disciples, go down the mountain tomorrow. Respect the Buddha's will. Monks like Yung put their hands together. The friends from the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy were stunned. Just 2 sentences made thousands of monks voluntarily enter the Imperial Capital's tomb. This has gone beyond the scope of PUA, right? Call. A breeze blew by. The body of the monk who had lost his relics turned into a handful of yellow earth and scattered away. Qin Feng woke up and scratched his head. My head hurts, what happened just now? You don't remember? Do Meiyu looked suspicious. Qin Feng shook his head, remember what? It's okay if you don't remember. Abbot Jishi came over. He looked at Qin Feng with a much softer look, even with a hint of respect, and said with a smile, Young donor, your words have opened my eyes. Tomorrow we will enter the tomb of the Imperial Capital to find the Shura Buddha heart. You are not familiar with the Imperial Capital's tombs. It is too dangerous to go down rashly. You might as well stay in the Imperial Capital's martial palace first, so that you can take care of each other. Qin Feng passed the message. Damn Baldy, don't come here. I've got it all done. Li Yuntao and the others were stunned. How did you get the job of the palace master? This is going to turn Tiangang upside down. Chapter 62, An Infinite Health Recovery Cheat. Abbot Jishi naturally agreed with Qin Feng's words 100%. He immediately said, Report to the Imperial Capital Wu Mansion tomorrow. This is also normal. Lingshan Temple pays homage to the corpses of eminent monks. Now, they have determined that Qin Feng is the reincarnation of a great monk. Even if Qin Feng didn't say it, they would take the initiative to go to the Imperial Capital Wu Mansion. As for Lingshan Temple, it is of course temporarily closed. It won't be too late to move back when things become peaceful. Then we will wait for you all at the Imperial Capital's martial palace. Qin Feng and the others clasped their fists and left. Then, Qin Feng took a look at the relic in his hand. Extraction successful. Obtain, Breath of Golden Buddha. A wisp of golden aura was extracted from the relic. As soon as it flowed into Qin Feng's body, he felt his bones become harder and his flesh and blood became tougher. strengthen the body and invigorate the blood. The effect is equivalent to that of a first-grade elixir. Xin Feng is estimating the efficacy of the medicine. Sudden. He was stunned for a moment. I saw that the golden body relic in his hand had not been consumed and was still emitting a faint golden light. Extraction successful. Obtain breath of golden Buddha. Another wisp of golden aura was extracted and lingered in Xin Feng's hands. Gulu. Xin Feng swallowed wildly. The golden body relics can actually be extracted multiple times? Could it be that this thing is of extremely high level? After the shock and confusion, there is surprise. The golden Buddha's breath is endless. Doesn't that mean he can further refine the silver armor? If that's true, and the silver armor turns into golden armor, wouldn't I become a golden armor warrior? Xin Feng joked in his heart. At this time, the couple holding the baby walked over. Thank you, Master Qin. The couple thanked Xin Feng again. Xin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why does this title sound weird? Then he noticed that the breath of the golden Buddha in his hand slowly approached the baby in the couple's arms. Buzz. The breath of the golden Buddha was absorbed into the baby's body. In an instant, the baby's pale cheeks became rosy, his eyes were as bright as stars, and he was no longer listless. Thank you, Master Qin. I will never forget your kindness. The couple was so excited that they were about to kneel down, but were stopped by Xin Feng. Xin Feng quickly said, keep a low profile, keep a low profile. After saying that, he pulled his friend out of the hall and hurriedly left Lingshan Temple. The breath of the golden Buddha can not only improve the body, but also heal injuries. So, I have a cheat that can restore health infinitely? Xin Feng was thinking as he walked, his expression was extremely interesting. This trip was a real win. The gain is no less than the trip to Yuzhou. Just half an hour. The news of Lingshan Temple's closure spread throughout the imperial capital. Lingshan Temple is a famous temple in the imperial capital. It is very popular and countless wealthy people go there to pray for blessings and to undertake various rituals. Now that it is suddenly closed, it naturally attracts attention. Then, another piece of news went viral. Lingshan Temple is about to rush to the imperial capital Wu Mansion. Did you see that? Xin Feng from the imperial capital's martial arts academy is actually the reincarnation of a great monk. How many filters are there on this? It must be fake news. I was there, it's real. If you lie, your whole family will die. The bulletin boards, forums, and Weibo accounts in the capital are all bustling with activity. What's more, it soared to the top of the hot search list, kicking out all the scandals about celebrities and singers. The most searched topic, Xin Feng is actually the reincarnation of a great monk? Second most searched topic, Lingshan Temple is about to close. Hot search number 3, why can chicken essence be injected into chicken powder? This incident caused a sensation in the imperial capital. Even other big cities were shaken. What's going on in the imperial capital's martial arts academy this year? Why is there big news every day? It's the same person. At this moment, a bald handsome guy wearing a mask of pain was basking in the sun in the office, his eyes dull. How did this guy do it? Ananda was very annoyed. He asked Xin Feng to be the fuse, and afterwards he personally stepped forward, appealed to their emotions and reason, and invited Lingshan Temple to enter the Wu Mansion, and then go to the tomb to make a difference. Although, the result is good. But this makes Ananda look very stupid. This brat is rebelling against Tian Gang. He wants to be the palace master? Ananda slapped his thigh, feeling as if his life was in jeopardy. Dangling on the side was speechless. How is it related to Xin Feng? Is the mansion lord so dramatic? That's a good thing. Dangling analyzed, thousands of warrior monks, many of them at the general and marquis levels, will be of great help to the imperial capital tomb. I know, and I'm very happy too. I just wonder how Xin Feng became the reincarnation of a great monk. Ananda discovered the bright spot. Or it might be a misunderstanding. Dangling didn't care. Countless people have seen the body of that great monk, so why did something go wrong when he went there? Ananda asked back. Dangling fell silent for a moment. After a pause, he smiled bitterly and said, "You shouldn't have let this troublemaker go to Lingshan Temple. Looking at the history of the imperial capital's martial mansion, when it comes to causing trouble, he is second only to me. Who dares to claim to be number one? If I don't let him be the fuse, who will?" Ananda rolled his eyes, leaving Dangling speechless. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Dangling stopped dwelling on the matter and asked, last year, the Magic City Martial Arts Academy won the top spot in the National Warrior Rankings. So this year's competition will be held in Magic City, and the selection process is? Leave the selection to the student council, Ananda said casually. Dangling was puzzled. The student union is the old school. They will definitely choose their own people. Will Qin Feng agree to this? It's precisely because Qin Feng won't agree that we're letting the student union choose someone. We'll let them make a scene then. The bigger the commotion, the more brutal the fight. Whoever stands out will be the one to fight. Ananda had planned the whole thing long ago. He just wanted Qin Feng to make trouble. He takes care of everything, so what is there to be afraid of? Okay. Dangling could only smile bitterly and nod. Brother, are you going to become a monk? Qin Shui stared with her cute big eyes, her expression complicated. Qin Feng's face turned dark as soon as he answered the video call. Damn it! Which bastard spread rumors? That's not true. Don't listen to what others say. Qin Feng explained. Qin Shui breathed a sigh of relief. Over the years, she secretly helped Qin Feng save the betrothal gift. If Qin Feng becomes a monk, wouldn't the money be useless? That won't do. The Qin family cannot be extinct. The brother and sister chatted intermittently. After half an hour, he hung up the call. Ding dong. 10 million renminbi has arrived in Alipay. Lu Chao finally dealt with the Golden War Lion and the Moon Wolf King. Qin Feng quickly transferred 10 million into his sister's account. At that time, Jiangnan Military Hospital will deduct all medical expenses from there. Ding dong. Just as I finished processing it, another message came. It was Lu Chao. I sold everything that could be sold. I exchanged some for points, about 1,000 points. Your share is 400 points. Remember to check the resources department if you have any. Thanks, Brother Lu. Qin Feng expressed his gratitude. At this time, Do Mei Yu also sent a message, Haifeng, go to the resources department later to collect 220 points. Qin Feng smiled. What good luck, all the points came. Thank you. Qin Feng edited and sent a text message. Then, he turned his gaze and looked deeply at the resources department, break through to the advanced warrior realm as soon as possible and sprint for the national warrior ranking. Chapter 63 You are being too filial. Outside the imperial capital's Wu mansion. The place was bustling with people. Today, thousands of monks officially moved into the imperial capital Wu mansion. The media are scrambling to report on it. Senior brother Jishi. Ananda was already waiting outside, with his hands clasped together and chanting the Buddha's name. Abbot Jishi nodded with a forced smile. He really wanted to slap this junior brother to death. That drum was given by Ananda. The transvestite should have been arranged by him. Such insidious means. He didn't even have time to avoid it, so how could he take the initiative to pay attention to it? Seeing this, Ananda didn't care. It has been a long time since the brothers appeared to be at odds with each other. Not far away. Qin Feng squatted on the side with a pout. He didn't have to attend such an occasion. But Ananda insisted that he come to refresh the hotspots. Hurry up and finish it. I still need to practice cultivation. Qin Feng is complaining. At this time, Abbot Jishi came over with a smile on his face. His smile was very flattering and had a kind of ingratiating taste. I have met the monk. Abbot Jishi clasped his hands together and said respectfully, all the monks from Lingshan Temple have arrived. After saying this, Abbot Jishi coughed. 1, 2, 3, 4. The monks of Lingshan Temple began to count. Their voices are very loud. Their expressions were solemn. In a moment, Ananda's expression froze. The media fell silent. The onlookers had complicated expressions. They glanced back and forth at Qin Feng and Ananda, and the same thought came to their minds at the same time. Who is the master of the mansion? Why does it feel like Qin Feng's status is superior to Ananda's? A highly respected abbot actually respects Qin Feng so much? This is strange. What kind of medicine did Qin Feng give him? Are all the thousands of monks here? Tathagata. The students of Wufu were all whispering. Seeing the palace master's face full of black lines, Xin Feng smiled secretly, but said seriously on the surface, Abbot, you are too kind. I am just a freshman in the Imperial Capital Martial Academy. Just call me Qin Feng. Donor Qin is extremely talented. In my opinion, he will definitely become the master of a prefecture in the future. Abbot Jishi was full of flattery. As the old saying goes, 1,000 pieces of clothing will never wear out, but flattery will never wear out. What's more, the one flattering me is Abbot Jishi, which makes it even better. Qin Feng's mouth was grinning to the back of his head. He laughed and said, You are too kind, Abbot. Ha ha ha. Monks don't tell lies. Everything I said is true. Abbot Jishi flattered again. A man, a monk, laughed out loud. It seems like the position of the mansion master has already been decided. At this moment, Qin Feng felt that he was locked by a force of energy. Turn your head. Seeing Ananda's eyes full of resentment, even more resentful than a woman in the boudoir, Qin Feng quickly restrained himself. It's not his fault. Such a big pussy hit Qin Feng in the face. Who can tolerate this? Qin Feng didn't pay any attention to the various arrangements made by the monks of Lingshan Temple. He is very busy. Besides, it's not his turn to take charge. The welcoming ceremony is over. Qin Feng went straight to the resources department. Teacher, please give me 51 tiger bone pills. Soon, he had a bag of medicine bottles in his hand. Only 8 points left out of 620. One tiger bone pill is worth 12 points. The effect is better than wolf blood pill. Return to Baihua Manor. Qin Feng started extracting immediately. Extraction successful. Gain 7 HP points. Gain 8 HP points. Gain 7 HP points. Gain 10 points of Qi and health. Tiger bone pill can provide 7 points of Qi and health. Some good quality ones cost a little more. Qin Feng's whole body was emitting heat, his skin was as red as a shrimp, and his heart was beating like a rushing river. He glanced at the attribute panel. Name, Qin Feng. Qi and blood value, 2414. Realm, Intermediate Warrior Realm. Talent, Infinite Extraction SSS, Earth Fusion D rank Superhuman, Power Storage C rank Superhuman. Martial Arts, 9-fold Blood Thunder 2nd fold. Increased HP by 414. There is still some distance to the 3000 mark. The National Warrior rankings will be released soon. If I want to quickly replenish over 500 HP, I can only go to the student union and gamble. Qin Feng stood up, a sense of pride filling the air. Back then, Shen Xiaodao won over 20 million with 20 yuan. With 8 points, it's not too much for me to earn 1,800 points. Are you the god of gamblers' third disciple? Everyone stand. Welcome Lu Qin Feng Benwei. Qin Feng smiled coldly, low profile, always low profile, I rarely tell people about this identity. Then he strode out the door. His face was full of pride, just waiting for the points to be credited. Not long after, Qin Feng went home. He sat blankly on the sofa, his face pale. Just now, he took a walk around the student union. As always, the student union members hated him to the core. But as soon as the topic of gambling was brought up, everyone ran away. Don't talk about points. Qin Feng didn't make any money at all. That damned guild master must be behind this. Qin Feng gritted his teeth and said, You're just sitting there all day long, not doing anything, and you're only at the general level. Sooner or later, I'll knock you down. At this moment, a voice sounded in his mind. Boy, come here. It is Ananda. Qin Feng slowly stood up. Let us see if we can get some points from the mansion lord. The lord's office. Qin Feng and Ananda stared at each other. The atmosphere is a bit weird. Ananda was the first to speak out. I heard that you want to be the lord of the palace? Qin Feng quickly defended himself. Who spread the rumor? How dare I, a warrior-level warrior, compete for the position of palace master? Seeing Ananda nod, Qin Feng took the opportunity to follow up. I'm not exaggerating, but throughout China, the only person qualified to be the lord of the imperial capital's martial palace is you, lord. So, who else would dare to carry out such drastic reforms besides you? That's more like it. Ananda was touched by the flattery and hummed with satisfaction. Then, his expression turned serious. The national warrior ranking is about to begin, and your realm is a bit too low. Good. It came to my door. Xin Feng's eyes rolled, and he sighed deeply at Ananda. Master, you don't know, ever since the two teachers left, I have been in a semi-free state. I need resources, but there are none. I need answers to my questions, but there's no one to guide me. When I need to go to the bathroom at night, no one leaves a light on. As for my cultivation progress, it's plummeting. Sigh. Xin Feng became more and more excited as he spoke, and his expression became more and more depressed. Finally, he forced himself to shed 2 crocodile tears and said through gritted teeth, I've decided not to participate in the national warrior ranking. It would just be a waste of my spot anyway. I want to go down to the grave. I want to find my 2 teachers, even if I'm torn to pieces. Host, this is an over-the-top display of filial piety. Your filial piety has become corrupted. Ananda rolled his eyes wildly. In the past, he would have been deceived by Xin Feng's acting skills. After witnessing one trick after another, his immunity soared rapidly, and he said disdainfully, I'll give you 1 minute to use the Earth Essence training room, get out of here quickly, and don't cry poor in front of me. 5 minutes. 2 minutes. 6 minutes. Ananda's mouth twitched. 3 minutes. Do you want love? It's a deal. Xin Feng's expression changed instantly, and he said solemnly, Thank you, Lord, for your cultivation of me. I will transform into the rolling waters of the Yangtze River and remember you forever. Bang! Ananda kicked Xin Fei out. Through the pager, he saw Xin Feng jogging away, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, but he quickly concealed it. Yang Wangshu, Yin Wanner, are you missing due to danger, or are you missing voluntarily? He murmured to himself in a voice that only he could hear. Chapter 64 Breakthrough, Advanced Warrior Realm. The Earth Essence Training Room. Teacher Tang looked speechlessly at Xin Feng, who was grinning in front of him. This guy just left a few days ago, why is he here again? Are you treating the Earth Essence training room as your own? Teacher Tang, are you feeling well? Xin Feng asked. Teacher Tang said unhappily, What are you doing here? Do you want points? I don't have any points, but they gave me 3 minutes of usage rights. Xin Feng rubbed his hands. Really? The crying child gets the milk. Xin Feng will definitely cry harder and louder in the future. As for face and dignity, it's all bullshit. Can dignity be exchanged for resources for no reason? Teacher Tang, if I have 100 points, can I apply for 1 minute? Xin Feng asked curiously. Teacher Tang shook his head. The minimum opening time is 10 minutes, which is 1,000 points. Because each opening and closing consumes a huge amount of energy, opening it every few minutes is not suitable. The Earth Essence training room is very expensive, so only the Palace Master is willing to bear the cost and create a good training atmosphere for you. Xin Feng nodded in agreement. In this regard, the Bald Mansion Master did a really good job. Enter the practice room. Xin Feng sat cross-legged on the cushion with ease, palms facing up, ready to extract the essence of the earth. Rumble. The earth shook slightly. The pure essence of the earth gushed out and enveloped Xin Feng. Extraction successful. Gain, health +1. Gain, health +1. Gain, health +1. The system prompts to refresh the screen again. 1 minute later. Xin Feng successfully extracted 300 Qi in blood points. Outside the practice room. Teacher Tang observed Xin Feng, his brows furrowed tighter and tighter. Why is this kid's absorption speed so outrageous? 10 minutes is the standard. Most students can only absorb 300 Qi in health points at most. This is still an excellent awakening talent. On the other hand, Xin Feng. 1 minute is equivalent to 10 minutes of others. Is this reasonable? Suddenly, the training room shook violently. Xin Feng's body surface turned red as blood and his temperature rose suddenly. Breaking through the 3,000 mark. Enter the realm of Advanced Warrior. The last 10 seconds. Xin Feng still didn't intend to let it go and extracted it madly. When the last bit of the Earth's essence was extracted, he exhaled heavily, called up the attribute panel, and smiled. Qi and blood value, 3080. Not bad, a 30 series graphics card. Xin Feng was startled. Worth mentioning. Because the time for this practice is very short. Therefore, Xin Feng had no way to further condense the silver armor. But it's not a big problem. He can extract the breath of the Golden Buddha to strengthen the silver armor. Leave the practice room. Xin Feng cupped his fists and said with a smile, Thank you, Teacher Tang. Teacher Tang looked a little strange and said, "Boy, I think you are in trouble." Ah? Xin Feng was stunned. What does it mean? He doesn't understand. Xin Feng quickly helped Teacher Tang sit down, holding a teacup in his hand, and said angrily, "I hope Teacher Tang can give me some advice. Your cultivation speed is extremely fast. As your teacher, I am of course happy to see it, and I hope you will continue to grow rapidly. It's different for outsiders, especially those pharmaceutical companies. They'll make you sign contracts, make promises, and conduct human experiments. You should also know that it's the little white mouse." Teacher Tang drank a sip of tea and talked freely. Xin Feng nodded. He is very clear about this matter. So I have been improving myself to avoid becoming a guinea pig. Speaking of which, Xin Feng suddenly asked, "How much benefit can I get from a contract?" Puff. Teacher Tang was almost killed by this mouthful of tea. He coughed furiously, his eyes wide as copper bells. "You're going to piss me off to death, aren't you? Those pharmaceutical companies are so heartless they don't care about your life or death. What's the point of paying a high contract fee? You might as well die." Xin Feng quickly apologized with a smile. In fact, he just thought about it. Just curious. Teacher Tang calmed down a bit, then looked at the training room in a trance, and said in a serious tone, "Xin Feng, remember to give back to the Wu Mansion. The resources of the Wufu are now available to you at prices far lower than those of other Wufu. Especially the Earth Essence training room, which is a money-losing business. The money lost every time it's opened is astronomical. We can hold on, but we are very tired, very tired." Xin Feng's expression was slightly moved. He could feel the mentor's protection and concern for the students. It is indeed a good martial arts school. Okay. He nodded heavily. Teacher Tang waved his hand. Xin Feng left the Earth Essence training room. Just walked out of the practice room. Guan Changxing came towards him. There was a handsome man following behind him. This person's name is Bailey Jian, and he was once ranked 5th on the warrior list. However, he is now number 1. Because Guan Changsheng has already entered the realm of a general, he is naturally not on the warrior list. "Xin Feng, I have something to talk to you about." Guan Changsheng introduced, "This is Bailey Jian. Senior Bailey." Xin Feng clasped his fists. Bailey Jian smiled warmly and clasped his fists in the same manner, "Junior Xin Feng." The three of them walked side by side. Guan Changsheng said, "The national warrior rankings need to select 3 people to participate in the competition. Usually, the student union will select the candidates." Snort. Xin Feng snorted coldly. According to Duan Nian's personality, he would definitely choose his own relatives. If nothing unexpected happens, Bailey Jian should have a spot. Don't challenge him, challenge the other 2. Guan Changsheng continued. Bailey Jian belongs to the new school. There is no need for them to fight to the death. Xin Feng nodded and said, "Okay, I won't challenge Senior Bailey, but I feel that one spot is not enough, so I want the other one too. Do you need me to recommend a few people to you?" Guan Changsheng and Bailey Jian looked at each other with smiles on their faces. Judging from this action, they recognized Xin Feng's strength very much and had no doubt at all. "No need, I already have someone in mind." Xin Feng was not talking about Li Yuntao, Xiao Ding, and others. Their talents are not weak. But time is too tight now. It is not realistic to enter the realm of high-level warriors. The candidate Xin Feng was talking about was the little genius who had just arrived at the academy. The candidate should be announced this afternoon. If Duan Yan is selfless, that's fine. But if he's nepotistic, don't blame me for publicly slapping him in the face. Xin Feng was full of confidence in his words. Student Union Building. I have decided on the candidates for the National Warrior List. They are Bailey Jian, Mo Hong, and Zhang Tao. Duan Yan announced loudly. Among them, Mo Hong and Zhang Tao are both members of the Student Union. Wu Meng's expression was a little grim. If this list is released, Xin Feng will probably cause trouble. Xin Feng. Duan Yan felt uncomfortable when he heard this name. But he soon returned to normal, his voice nonchalant. He's only at the mid-level warrior level, not even qualified to be on the national warrior rankings, don't even consider him. Chapter 65, Are you being presumptuous? I've only just begun. Student Union Office. Mo Hong and Zhang Tao stood in front of Duan Yan. Mo Hong has short hair and looks a little thin, but he has obvious muscle lines. He wears a vest and has a determined look in his eyes. Zheng Tao was a little nonchalant, with a wandering look in his eyes. President, how are the points calculated this year? Zheng Tao spoke first. Duan Nian glanced at him and replied, there are 34 martial arts schools. The first place winner will receive 1,000 points each, and the second to fifth place winners will receive 500 points each. Starting from sixth place, each person will receive 200 points. Zheng Tao and Mo Hong nodded secretly. It's not much different from last year, it's still very generous, so many people are willing to participate. We will transfer 200 points to you when the time comes. Zheng Tao knew how to handle things and said with a flattering smile. Duan Yen then revealed a faint smile on his face. Well, it's just a formality, no need to work too hard. If Qin Feng heard this, he would definitely curse. Duan Yen doesn't have to make any effort, just arrange the contestants and you can get 200 points. No wonder students have fallen to this level. Why should I work hard when I can earn points without doing anything? What if someone challenges us? Mo Hong suddenly asked. Duan Yen had already made arrangements. I've already told them not to take action. They are all my people, don't worry. Zheng Tao and Mo Hong smiled with satisfaction. As expected of a man of the same age, he is always thorough in his work. During the conversation, a voice came from the radio. Students, please gather in the playground. After hearing the broadcast, all the teachers and students in the school gathered quickly. The monks from Lingshan Temple also came and stood at the farthest point. What's wrong? Mostly the national warrior list. The students will choose someone, but I don't know who they will choose. The students were noisy. At this time, Ananda climbed onto the high platform. All the sounds immediately faded away and the scene became quiet. The national warrior ranking will soon be launched in the Magic City. This time, the selection process will be left to the student union. We hope that the three principles of fairness, impartiality, and openness will be adhered to. Ananda looked at Duan Yen meaningfully. Duan Yen walked out slowly under the gaze of everyone. He said calmly, the contestants are Bailey Jian, Mo Hong, and Zheng Tao. Bailey Jian, number 1 on the warrior list. Mo Hong and Zheng Tao are both among the top 10. The list seems to be okay. But the new school students frowned. Bailey Jian is of the new school. Mo Hong and Zheng Tao are from the old school. If they are all old school, they will definitely be dissatisfied. But Bailey Jian happened to be on the list. This makes them want to attack but unable to do so. I don't agree. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the crowd. Swish! All eyes focused on it. Immediately afterwards, all the teachers and students changed color. The one who spoke up to stop it was not someone else. It was none other than the biggest troublemaker in the history of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy, Qin Feng. Qin Feng strode out. Behind him was a little monk spirit boy. One after the other, they strode onto the stage. Senior Bailey, I admit defeat, but what qualifications do Mo Hong and Zheng Tao have to participate in the competition? He didn't say much and just went straight to the point. Duan Yan's eyes were sinister, and he suppressed his anger. They have rich experience in competitions. They represented Wufu last year. If they improve this year, they will definitely win a good place. Ha ha ha. Qin Feng laughed loudly, his laughter full of sarcasm and mockery. What are you laughing at? Duan Yan asked. Qin Feng stopped laughing and said coldly, I laugh at the Imperial Capital Martial Arts School for being so blind that they actually chose a piece of shit like you as the student union president. You deserve to keep losing these past few years. Qin Feng, you are so outrageous. Lin Kong, Chang Ying, Wu Meng and other members of the student union shouted angrily. You're being presumptuous already? I've only just begun. Qin Feng's mocking tone became stronger, and his voice rose an octave. What a bullshit president, what a bullshit student union, nepotism, internally appointed positions, you're just operating behind closed doors. Besides, someone who lost once has experience in participating in competitions. What kind of excuse is that? The experience of losing? Or do they lose more beautifully? Qin Feng put one hand on his waist and fired off a lot of mouth cannons. The students nodded repeatedly after hearing this. What Qin Feng said makes sense. Mo Hong and Zheng Tao had already lost once last year. It is really unreasonable that he still occupies a place this time. Ananda didn't say anything, just watched. Beside him stood the old man with purple eyes and the ministers and senior executives of various major departments. "Don't stop it?" Huang Zhong whispered. Ananda glanced at the purple-eyed old man and said calmly, "Either obey the crowd or change the person." "Am I right, Minister Ziyang? The national warrior list is related to the reputation of the Wufu. It has no influence on the old and new factions, so whoever is stronger will be on top." The old man with purple eyes said calmly. A group of senior executives nodded repeatedly. The Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy cannot lose again this year. At this moment, Duan Nian's face turned ashen. Being confronted by Qin Feng time and again at school meetings, with so many people watching, is so embarrassing. He angrily said, "I have my own plans, freshman, shut up." Qin Feng sneered, "What the hell, I think you are doing this for your own selfish reasons. As a warrior, you have to fight for everything on your own. Now that the list has been finalized, are you convinced?" He turned and shouted to the students. "I don't accept it." Li Yuntao and others screamed. As soon as he opened his mouth, many students followed suit. The sound waves swept across the entire playground. Qin Feng turned back to look at Duan Nian, his eyes as sharp as a knife. "At this moment, here, I challenge Mo Hong. If I win, he gets out, I'll take over." Just as he finished speaking, Xiao Lingtong clasped his hands together and walked out slowly. "Amitba, I am also interested." "That's what it should be." Ananda also spoke at this time, saying in a loud voice, "New year, new atmosphere, let's do this." Seeing this, the teachers and students were shocked. Duan Nian's expression was also uncertain. It's obvious. Qin Feng and the others had planned this long ago. Today's school-wide meeting of teachers and students is a trap. "Okay, I'll play with you." Duan Nian gritted his teeth and suppressed his anger. "If you lose." "Sorry, we won't lose. I'm going to take these 2 spots. Even if Jesus comes, he'll have to stand next to us." Qin Feng and the little spiritual boy looked at each other, their eyes full of confidence. On the ring. Qin Feng and Mo Hong confronted each other. Mo Hong's eyes were cold, extremely cold. "Even though I have already got the spot, I still have to put in more effort. Who can feel comfortable in this place? Junior brother, fists and feet have no eyes. I advise you to surrender, so as not to affect your future training." He threatened in a cold voice. Qin Feng sneered, holding the black knife scabbard in his hand, and looked at Mo Hong coldly. Mo Hong was holding a steel rod in his hand. His body exuded a metallic luster, like an Iron Man. S-class superhuman, man of steel. The other side. The little spiritual boy was also confronting Zheng Tao. Qin Feng didn't have time to pay attention. At this time, Mo Hong moved. As fast as thunder and as explosive as fire. Ding! The knives and sticks collided, sparks flying. The strong wind caused a burst of exclamations from the students. Mo Hong was seen holding a stick in both hands, attacking wildly left and right, causing gusts of wind, like an angry sea dragon, rushing towards Qin Feng. For sea staff technique Hai Tao. The steel rod was swung. The entire arena was filled with the sound of rising tides, like waves crashing down from high to low. This stick is extremely powerful. Clang. However, the fatal blow was blocked by the black knife. Qin Feng stood there, as if he had lived forever, motionless. That's it? No wonder you only deserve to be at the bottom. After he finished speaking, he raised his eyes. A flash of silver light swept out from Qin Feng's body, wrapping his entire body, and finally condensed into a set of silver armor engraved with mysterious and complex patterns. Silver armor. Still fully covered with silver armor. Besides, the entire set of silver armor also contains a faint golden light. Break. Qin Feng put his fingers together and gently swiped downwards. Bang. A crisp sound was heard. The steel rod that Mo Hong was so proud of was broken into 2 pieces. Chapter 66. If you want to compete, you must compete for the first place. Break the stick with a wave of your finger. This horrifying scene made all the male students in the school tremble with fear. No, they were stunned. No, they were extremely shocked. That's a long steel stick. A broken finger? How strong must Qin Feng's body be? There's something wrong with his silver armor. The golden light contained in the silver armor was captured by a group of instructors. Minister Ziyang lowered his voice and said, "Full silver armor is rare, but it's not impossible. However, this glint of golden light is unheard of. Donor Qin is indeed the reincarnation of an eminent monk. It will be right for the little spiritual boy to follow him. Abbot Jishi was full of excitement. Could this be Qin Feng's confidence? Huang Zhong sighed while looking at Ananda. Ananda did not explain this, but just smiled calmly. In fact, he was secretly complaining in his heart. Don't look at me, don't look at me. How can the supporting characters know about the protagonist's affairs? I can't break the fourth wall. The most shocked person was Mo Hong. As a confronter, he felt an incomparable sense of oppression from Qin Feng, which enveloped his entire body and made him unable to move. Call out. A silver flash bloomed before my eyes. Mo Hong's expression brightened. A dull thunder sounded in the void. Then, the blood-red blade light tore down. Hateful. Mo Hong roared in his heart. He mobilized all the energy and blood in his body, gathered it on the short steel stick, and rushed forward with all his might, one in front and one behind. Bang! Another crisp sound was heard. This time, Mo Hong's steel rod did not break. But his iron body collapsed, his chest caved in deeply, he opened his mouth, spit out hot blood, and fell heavily to the ring. One sword, defeat the enemy. Qin Feng continues to carry on the legend of the sword. Student Union? Nothing more than that. Qin Feng waved the black knife with an indifferent look on his face. Duan Yan and others' faces turned pale. Their fists clenched and unclenched, but they were unable to attack and could only swallow their anger. The other side. Zheng Tao was also suppressed tightly. The little spirit boy waved his palm and knocked him out of the ring. Ba, Mr. Zhang, thank you for giving me the gift. The little spiritual boy said with a faint smile. In an instant, the playground was dead silent. The eyes of all the teachers and students in the school turned to the student union, their eyes filled with dissatisfaction, contempt, and disgust. Are these the contestants carefully selected by the student union? One, defeated in one move. The other one was beaten to the point of losing his temper. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to go on the national warrior list with such strength? President Duan, stop pretending to be dead and come up and say a few words. Qin Feng squatted on the ring and directly cued Duan Yan. Swish, swish, swish. All eyes locked onto him. Duan Yan suddenly felt his skin tighten and his heart almost jumped out. He was always eloquent, but for the first time he spoke, his voice trembled and hesitantly said, I'm sorry, everyone. It was my negligence. I apologize. If apologies are effective, what's the point of having police? Qin Feng was afraid that the world would not be in chaos, so he laughed and said, how about you come up and wave your hands to make everyone happy? Ah. The corners of the mouths of all the teachers and students in the school twitched. No, you really want to be disgraced for a period of time. Quiet. At this time, Ananda came out to smooth things over and announced, the candidates for the national warrior ranking are Qin Feng, Bailey Jian, and Xiao Lingtong. I hope you will try your best and leave no regrets. I'm not aiming for first place, I just hope you can show the unyielding and resolute side of the Imperial Capital Martial Academy to audiences across the country. The Imperial Capital's Martial Arts Academy has never declined, but has only been accumulating. Ananda's voice filled the entire playground. The teachers and students were filled with excitement and shouted, the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy will return to the top. Not striving for first place? Then why would I go? If you want to compete, you must strive for first place. No matter whether it's the Demon City, Jinnan, or Shishu Wufu, I'll kill them all instantly with one shovel. Qin Feng jumped onto the stage and grabbed the microphone. These bold words made the teachers and students even more excited. Even the old-school leaders like Minister Zhao Ziang couldn't help but smile. This kid is really good at causing trouble. But that's how it should be. Energetic young people. After the list is finalized, Qin Feng went straight to the resources department. Teacher, I have a question. Speak. The teacher looked at Qin Feng with a smile. Qin Feng handed over the black knife and said seriously, how many points do I need to change it into a shovel? Shovel? The teacher looked strange. It was the first time he saw someone use a shovel as a weapon. Moreover, it is of the 3rd grade. The main reason was that Qin Feng felt that the shovel was very convenient to use. It could be used to chop, hit, and even dig holes and bury people. Multifunctional shovel. Seeing Qin Feng's face full of anticipation, the teacher shook his head and smiled. I won't charge you any points this time. I hope you can help Wufu get a good ranking. Okay, thank you, teacher. Xin Feng asked excitedly, when will you come to get it? Tomorrow. Okay, teacher, you go ahead and do your work. Xin Feng left quickly. The National Warrior rankings are about to open. This trending search instantly topped the major charts. Whether it is Tieba, forums, or social media, they are all discussing it crazily and the popularity remains high. This year, the Magic City Martial Arts Academy will definitely win. Do you know the value of 2 SSS and 1 SS level? Superpower level doesn't mean everything. What matters is combat quality. Jinnan Martial Arts Academy is waiting for you to fight. My great Western Shu Wufu is blessed with talented people and beautiful scenery. We will definitely crush you. The topic continues to be hotly discussed. The major martial arts schools also began to create heat. This year's National Warrior list is unprecedentedly grand. Jiangnan Military Hospital. Xin Shui moved to a new ward. A group of friends are watching the live broadcast in front of TV. Look, that's my brother. Xin Shui pushed the wheelchair and pointed excitedly at the list of participants in the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy National Warrior ranking. Xin Feng's profile picture is on it. Wow! Xin Shui's brother is so handsome. The National Warrior ranking is very grand, and all the participants are geniuses. Xiao Xue, can your brother get first place? There was a little boy with messy hair, a little girl who was born blind, and a hairy boy with a broken arm, all of whom exclaimed in surprise. Xin Shui looked at Xin Feng's profile picture and said firmly, yes, brother said he would be famous, so he will definitely be famous. The admiration in her eyes could not be suppressed. To Xin Shui, her brother is her only one. My sister is also participating, look. A little boy with a runny nose pointed at the tall girl on TV and shouted. Hearing this, Xin Shui's eyes lit up. She pushed the wheelchair over and asked mysteriously, Alan, how old is your sister? Does she have a boyfriend? Should shouldn't there be any? The little boy scratched his head, she's a tomboy, who would want her? At this time, the door slowly opened. The nurses smiled and said, children, take your medicine. Don't want. We don't drink. The children started to make a fuss. Only Xiao Xue took the medicine obediently. The nurse smiled gently and said, Schwer is so good. Has your cough gotten better recently? Better. Xin Shui answered obediently. At the same moment. Military hospital, inside the director's office. A middle-aged man in military uniform sat opposite the dean. The smell of tombs in Jiangnan has been getting stronger recently. Do we need any help here? Asked the man in military uniform. You probably can't spare too many people, right? The dean asked back, leaving the man in military uniform speechless. Then forget it. The dean waved his hand. There are too many patients here to take care of them all. I just hope there aren't any graves nearby. Otherwise, the casualties will be incalculable. Chapter 67. The situation of each prefecture, the three religions appear together. Western Shu Wu Mansion. The bamboo forests are lush and green. Sometimes you can see the panda Tuanzi chewing bamboo slowly, which looks very comfortable. At this moment, in Wu Mansion, students and tutors gathered. All eyes were fixed on the master of Shishu Wu Mansion. Lu Chu, Liang Yanyu, Mu Ping. The three of you must fight in the style of the Western Shu Martial Academy. Demon City, Imperial City, all of them, be defeated. This year, all your cultivation resources will be doubled. The Lord of Shishu Prefecture has sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and is imposing and majestic. In fact, he is in his 60s, but he is as strong as a middle-aged man. Lu Chu and the other two looked determined and clasped their fists, saying, yes, Palace Master. Jinnan Wufu. The facilities in Wufu are roughly the same as those in other Wufu. But the weirdest thing is, there is actually a Ferris wheel to the east of Wu Mansion. Martial prefectures like the Imperial Capital, the Magic City, and Western Shu actually add chicken fillets, bacon, and even spicy strips to their pancakes. Is this intolerable? This is intolerable. Win first place and let them know what a real Jianbingguazi is. The master of Jinnan Wu Mansion is very tall and thin, 192 centimeters tall, and a chatterbox. You're also 192 centimeters tall? What's your relationship with Maoyin from a certain fish? Qin Feng? Why are you here complaining? Come home with me. Under the high platform. The contestants, Dong Chen, Tang Tao, and Yuan Yu, nodded heavily. Yes, sir. Northeast Wufu. Do you really think there's no such thing as a genius here? Beat him. Beat him to death. As long as you're not dead, I can rescue you. We must show the recklessness of the Northeast. The master of the Northeastern Martial Mansion is dark and strong, just like a big black bear, full of the aura of a Biaozi. Li Honghua, Guanli, and Zhao Shan. The three of them said in unison, resolutely implement martial Ma's spirit. Yuzhou Wu Mansion. The streets in Wufu are well connected. There are pubs on both sides and you can hear singing. There are banners hanging on the storefront. Wrote, 3 bowls and you're done. I have to say that these scenes have a very ancient flavor. I hope you can get a good ranking. The master of Yuzhou Wu Mansion picked up the wine bowl. He has thick eyebrows and big eyes, giving people the feeling of a gangster boss, and is nicknamed King of Heaven. Lu Chao, Mu Qian, and Guanli quickly picked up their wine bowls. They lowered their posture, clinked their glasses lightly, and drank it all in one gulp. The Lord of the Heavenly King Palace put down his wine bowl and warned, the Imperial Capital Martial Academy is coming in strong this time on the National Warrior Rankings. You must be careful. We will definitely try our best, the three said seriously. The Lord of the Heavenly Palace laughed heartily and said to Lu Chao, you are on good terms with Qin Feng. If we were to fight, what would you do? Since we are friends, I must give it my all. Lu Chao met the gaze of the Lord of the Heavenly Palace and answered very seriously. The Lord of Tianwang Palace smiled. He liked this answer. Last year, the Magic City Martial Arts Academy won both the National Warrior Ranking and the National General Ranking. It seems that the Magic City Martial Arts Academy has the tendency to lead all the other martial arts academies, and it is at the peak of its popularity. Luxurious buildings and ancient streets. Every student at the Magic City Martial Arts Academy exudes pride and looks at everyone with their chin raised. Wang Ho, the deputy master of the Magic City Martial Palace. Because the Lord of Demon City went deep into the tomb. So, he took over the job of the mansion master and was arranging various matters. There were 3 people standing in front of Wang Ho. Their names are Long Song, Yuan Hao, and Xuandu. Lang Song has fair skin, no less fair than that of girls. He wears earrings and has blonde hair, and is extremely handsome. He said proudly, Deputy Palace Master, this year's championship will definitely belong to us. Those little bastards from the Imperial Capital Martial Palace will not be able to turn the tables. They should always be under our feet. Yuan Hao's face was also full of pride. Many nodded in agreement, this is our territory, listen to us. Wang Ho was very satisfied with the arrogant attitude of the 3 people. This is what a strong person should do. Humble? This kind of thing is not popular among people in Shanghai. It doesn't matter about other martial arts schools, but once we attack the God Capital Martial Arts School, beat them to death. Wang Ho said coldly. Lang Song and the other 2 grinned, understood. Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy, Student Union. Duan Nian stared at the list of participants for the National Warrior Ranking. No. Strictly speaking, he should be staring at Qin Feng's photo. His face was as gloomy as water, his eyes were narrowed, and I don't know what he was thinking about. He pondered for a long time. He picked up his phone and made a call. Beep. The call went through. Duan Nian said directly, I will give you some more information. Qin Feng has 2nd grade armor, 3rd grade sword, and has also condensed full coverage silver armor. He is about to enter the 3rd level of the 9th level of Blood Thunder. This time, you must succeed. Last time was a mistake, this time there will definitely be results. A cold voice came from the other end of the phone. After saying that, the phone was hung up. Duan Nian looked at his phone, his expression still gloomy. I don't know why. He was still worried. It's better to rely on yourself than on others. Take advantage of this period of time to practice hard. I must keep the position of president at all costs. He gritted his teeth and said. Tick. Tick. The water drops fall to the ground, and the echo is clear and ethereal. Sudden. A light is turned on, but it cannot completely dispel the darkness. Lights ahead. A figure walks slowly towards them, wearing a red robe that looked as if cast in blood. National Warrior List, they must be intercepted and killed. He is from the blood cult and is filled with murderous intent. As soon as the words fell, another figure walked out from the left side of the light. He was wearing a black robe, and his figure was blurry and overlapping, appearing illusory and uncertain. The world is crumbling, and only the true God can save the ignorant people. My Tianma cult is good at disguise, killing them is as easy as pie. He was from the demonic cult, and his voice was full of disdain. At last, a figure in a tricolor robe walked out from the right side of the light. He was fat and bloated. What's the point of fighting and killing? Now that the nation's attention is focused on the Magic City, this is a great opportunity to plunder wealth. With money, you have people, and with people, you have everything. He comes from the Chaos cult and speaks very logically. But he is more like a businessman than a cult member. Which true God do you Chaos cult believe in? Why are you so timid in doing things? My heavenly demon sect is not ashamed to be associated with you. The demonic cult and the blood cult looked at the Chaos cult with strong disgust in their eyes. If you are not the same kind of people, you can't pee in the same pot. The fat man from the Chaos sect was not angry either, he just kept smiling. Everything is for survival, otherwise, our three sects would have been wiped out by the Zhan mansion long ago. To dedicate oneself to the true God is to die with honor. The blood cult sneered and left. The demonic cult was too lazy to talk and left as well. The scene was silent. The fat man from the Chaos cult stood still. The light fell, but his face was not reflected. Only a slow laugh could be heard. The blood cult is ambushing, and the sky demon cult is camouflaged and lurking. This information should be very valuable, right? Everything can be sold. This is the purpose of chaos religion. Their true god is money. Chapter 68 Blood Cult Sniper, South Korean Golden Retriever? July 5th. The day to go to the Magic City Martial Arts Academy to participate in the National Warrior Rankings. Inside the Imperial Capital's Wu Mansion, Qin Feng, Xiao Lingtong, and Bailey Jian stood in a row. In front are Huang Zhong and the old man with purple eyes. Minister Ziyang, Teacher Huang, please take care of me when I go to participate in the competition this time. Lord Ananda repeatedly instructed. Minister Ziyang put his hands behind his back and replied, "Don't worry, my lord. I will bring these children back safely." Ananda nodded. He was still very confident in Minister Zhao Ziyang. The new and old factions are becoming more and more intense. But this is internal. We have always maintained a united front against foreign enemies. Qin Feng, just behave yourself. Ananda glared at Qin Feng. Qin Feng showed a sincere smile. Don't worry, Lord, I have always been a low-key person. Huang Zhong, who was standing by, suddenly felt uncomfortable all over. Why does this sound familiar? It seems like Qin Feng always says this before doing anything. With the teachers and students watching them off, the group boarded the bus and headed towards the Magic City Wufu. Originally their means of transportation was airplane. But later, Ananda temporarily changed it to a bus. Do you know why the palace master suddenly changed his plan? Huang Zhong looked at Qin Feng and the other two and asked with interest. Me. Qin Feng immediately raised his hand. Speak. Huang Zhong said with a smile. Qin Feng said seriously, because the plane will be shot down in less than 2 minutes. Bailey Jian, talent. Minister Zhao Ziyang, it turns out I am quite normal. Little spiritual child, Amitba. Shut up. Huang Zhong was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. From now on, you are not allowed to speak. Seize every minute and every second to practice with all your strength. Qin Feng curled his lips. It was you who made me answer enthusiastically, huh, man? He moved his backpack closer to his chest. After opening it, there was a pure black iron shovel inside, which was recast from the black knife. Black steel bone shovel, rank 3 weapon. After being recast by the foundry department, the quality is better and the feel is more fitting. The key is recast for free. Pure freebie. In addition to the black steel bone shovel, there is also a tiger bone pill in the backpack. Qin Feng is now in the top 10 of the warrior list. At the beginning of July, he successfully received his monthly points. The total is 230 points. Before the reform, there definitely wouldn't be so many. However, because the monthly fixed points were cancelled and the task points were weakened, the ranking points were greatly improved. As a new style double flower red stick, Qin Feng was naturally one of the people who benefited the most. Pour out tiger bone pills one by one. Qin Feng closed his eyes and began to extract the medicinal effects and increase his qi and blood values. The bus had a smooth journey. Soon, they drove onto the highway. Minister Ziyang, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes, and a purple light flashed quietly. Minister. Huang Zhong also noticed it and his voice became gloomy. Minister Ziyang waved his hand calmly, "As long as I'm here, you'll be safe." The words fell. Minister Ziyang's pupils were filled with purple ripples, one after another, slowly covering the entire bus. Faintly, the bus began to lift off the ground. But Qin Feng and the other two who were sitting in the back were unaware of it. Peel! Minister Ziyang shouted softly. Purple ripples completely covered the bus. It is like camouflage, blending the bus perfectly with the surroundings, making it impossible to catch any trace of it. This is not the weirdest thing. At the original place, there was an identical bus running. Qin Feng and 4 others are also inside. It's so lifelike, it even talks. At this time, several cars were chasing after the bus. The car windows rolled down. One figure after another crawled out. They were holding bombs, with crazy looks on their faces, and rushed towards the bus like crazy. Burst! The followers of the blood cult roared excitedly. Next second, the car with the bomb attached exploded instantly. Ashes were flying all over the sky. The flames shot up into the sky and spread in all directions. The entire highway was reduced to ruins. Inside the toll booth, someone saw the explosion and immediately contacted the Zhan mansion. Soon, all the blood cult members were brought under control. Have these blood cult members been drugged? There's nothing on this entire stretch of highway, yet they claim their mission is complete. Each one shouting louder than the next, they're truly insane. The powerful general in the Zhan mansion complained. It wasn't just him who didn't see Qin Feng and the others. Even the surveillance cameras didn't capture it. Magic City. One of the most economically developed cities in China's Dragon Kingdom. The venue for this national warrior ranking competition is arranged in a large gymnasium. Its shape is very peculiar. From a distance, it looks like a huge bird's nest. At this moment, the surroundings were filled with noisy voices and flashlights. The host, Modu Wufu, arrived early. Wang Ho led his students along a road that looked like a red carpet, allowing others to take pictures and facing them with a smile. Afterwards, a number of martial arts academies appeared one after another, including the Northeastern Martial Arts Academy, the Tianjin South Martial Arts Academy, the Yuzhou Martial Arts Academy, the Western Shu Martial Arts Academy, and so on. That's Li Hongguo from the Northeastern Martial Arts Academy, SS Level Awakening. Shishu Wufu also has an SS Level 1 named Liang Yanyu. Lu Chao of Yuzhou, SSS Level Monster Awakening, once killed a general level warrior. Countless people were watching the contestants. Some people even raised their selfie sticks and started live streaming. Outside the bird's nest, many buses are parked here. They look tattered and some of the tires were missing. Among them, Yangcheng Wufu and Hongdu Wufu were the most seriously affected. Wan Ho quickly stepped forward and asked in a deep voice, "What's going on? We were attacked by a cult on the way and almost didn't make it in time. Fortunately, the student is fine. Zhanfu has already dealt with it." The escorts from the 2 martial arts houses replied. The others looked cold. That cult is so outrageous. Attacking them at this critical moment clearly shows that they don't take them seriously. Hongdu and Yangcheng are relatively lucky. Some martial arts schools were unlucky. Not only were the teachers injured, but the students' situation was not optimistic either. This will directly affect the performance of the National Warrior List. At this time, a bus drove straight in. It was the imperial capital Wu Mansion. They were unharmed and safe. It's Qin Feng, the reincarnation of a great monk. Smile, will you? As soon as he got off the car, Qin Feng was almost blinded by the light. The flashlights clicked, like a dense curtain of light. Such a bright light, who is showing off? Is it Tiga? The system started to complain excitedly. Stop yelling, Taro. Tiga, will fuck you with my real name. Qin Feng counterattacked. Just dealt with the media casually. Qin Feng and the other 2 walked into the bird's nest. Before he had taken a few steps, a sneer was heard. People from the imperial capital, are you here to compete for the last place? Long Song challenged Qin Feng. Qin Feng turned and looked at Lung Song. Just one glance. He instantly became furious and yelled, "Holy crap! There's actually a South Korean golden retriever here." Seeing this effeminate face makes me angry. He does nothing all day long and just wants to steal Chinese culture. Don't let anyone stop me today. I'm going to fight sticks with sticks. Lang Song and others? Chapter 69. The competition begins, and he is defeated in one move. Qin Feng's voice echoed throughout most of the bird's nest. With a swish, all eyes focused on the past. Seeing this, Bailey Jian and Xiao Lingtong hurriedly grabbed Qin Feng. Hi Monk, South Korea was destroyed in 2010 during the warrior era. Aside from South Korea, even small countries like Japan, the Philippines, and Vietnam were destroyed one by one because they couldn't defend their graves. In the end, there was no other choice, so the small Asian countries formed a small United Nations. The two of them comforted each other and provided additional explanations. Qin Feng was stunned for a moment, then laughed dumbly at Lang Song. "Sorry, I almost hit the wrong dog. It's all because you look too much like those but selling boy bands. I'll be more careful next time." Originally Lang Song was very satisfied with his face. Having been told this, suddenly I feel like I'm being ignored by everyone. He glared at him and was about to take action immediately. "That's enough." A low shout was heard. Wang Ho frowned and strode over. "What a disgrace to make such a noise. Go in quickly." His voice was unquestionable. Lang Song and the other two immediately lowered their heads. "Yes, Deputy Palace Master." Before leaving, they stared at Qin Feng with cold eyes, shaped their palms into knives, and wiped their necks. A naked provocation. Huang Zhong came over and gave Qin Feng a slap on the face. He said angrily, "You said you would keep a low profile, but you're already causing trouble right after you got here. It's really not my fault." He looks like me and speaks in a sarcastic tone. Qin Feng rubbed his head, looking helpless. Huang Zhong suddenly felt a headache. No wonder I got points for being an escort this time. The original source is here. He was too lazy to talk and kicked Qin Feng in. Wang Ho looked at Qin Feng with a half smile. "Mr. Ziyang, the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy is really full of talented people. Don't let him hear what you said, or he might blow up your Magic City Martial Arts Mansion." Minister Ziyang also had a forced smile. "Yeah?" Wang Ho retracted his gaze, his voice growing colder. "Come if you have the guts. The Magic City Martial Palace is waiting." That's all. The group officially entered the bird's nest. Inside the bird's nest, the audience took their seats one after another. They come from all over the country and come here just to support Wufu, their hometown. "Everyone, welcome to the National Warrior Ranking. I am your good friend. I am Zhang Dazhuang." On the central stage, a man in a suit came over with an infectious laugh. Wow. Suddenly, the place was filled with noise. It seems like the roof is about to be blown off. "Please welcome the Demon City Martial Mansion." Zhang Dazhuang smiled and waved, pointing to the passage. Bright lights immediately flashed in the passage. Lang Song and his companions appeared on stage with smiles under the guidance of their instructor. Magic City, the top of the world. Destroy the imperial capital and destroy everything. The support group of Modo Wufu yelled hysterically. The imperial capital Martial Palace. Zhang Dazhuang continued his introduction. Another channel, led by Huang Zhong, Qin Feng, and the other two strode out. Their figures were reflected on the scene, on TV, and in the live broadcast room. Jiangnan Military Hospital. Qin Shui was also watching the live broadcast. As she watched, she took screenshots of Qin Feng. "My brother today is quite handsome. I will take the screenshot to a blind date later and try to get my sister-in-law." Qin Shui thought to herself. The episode ends with the appearance of Qin Feng and others. The support group of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy also began to cheer. The literary man reigns supreme, the warrior reigns supreme. Students from the Imperial Capital dominate the world. Qin Feng slowly raised his head. He saw Xiao Ding, Zhao Xiaoqi, and others. This moment, Qin Feng also felt an inexplicable surge of blood. Yuzhou Wufu. Northeastern Martial Mansion. West Shuwu Mansion. Hongdu Wufu. As Zhang Dazhuang introduced them one by one, the 34 martial arts schools appeared before the audience like shining stars. A lively scene and boiling voices. Xin Feng felt that the village was no worse than the one in his previous life. The first battle will be an elimination match. Let's start today's battle. Zhang Dazhuang snapped his fingers, and a giant screen appeared on the top of the ring with the name of Wufu written on it, and a random duel was held. Xin Feng was a little surprised when he saw this. We just arrived in the Magic City, and we haven't even had a rest yet and we're already fighting. Isn't this unfair? Not only did they have to travel long distances, but they also experienced cult attacks. Anyone can feel tired. The key is, the Magic City Martial Arts Academy itself is located in the Magic City. Isn't this a great benefit? As a warrior, you will eventually have to go down into the tomb and kill the enemy. Not only is there no fairness there, it's even extremely cruel. The original intention of the national ranking war was to create unfairness. If we can't even overcome this little difficulty, how can we face the most vicious enemies? Huang Zhong explained calmly. A fair duel? There is no such thing as fairness in this world. Adversity makes strong people. Minister Ziyang added lightly with his hands behind his back. Xin Feng suddenly realized. This is a good explanation, with structure. At this time, the battle list was released. Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy vs Guangzhou Martial Arts Academy. Magic City Martial Arts Academy vs Luoyang Martial Arts Academy. Yuzhou Wufu vs Luoyang Wufu. Jinnan Wufu vs Rongqing Wufu. Shishu Wufu vs Hongdu Wufu. Northeastern Martial Arts Academy vs Star City Martial Arts Academy. There were exclamations and wails from the audience. Exclaimed, my own martial arts school encountered a weakling and was sent to the first round. Wailing is the opposite. The first battle, the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy vs the Yangcheng Martial Arts Academy. Following Zhang Dazhuang's announcement, the people on the ring slowly retreated. Only the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy and the Guangzhou Martial Arts Academy remained. Over at Yangcheng Wufu. All the students are male, and they are all juniors. The realm should be suppressed specifically. Teacher, minister, if I fight 3 people at once, what reward will Wufu give me? Xin Feng said with a grin, holding the black steel bone shovel. Huang Zhong's expression was serious. Don't be careless, this is the national warrior rankings, and the contestants are all top-notch. Minister Ziyang was more relaxed. I'll give you 2 second-grade pills. That's what you said. Xin Feng's eyes lit up and he strode onto the stage. Suddenly, there was a lot of cheers. The noise hurt my eardrums. Junior year, Lin Haiping. A man from Yangcheng Wufu came up and clasped his fists. Xin Feng returned the greeting, Dei, Xin Feng. See, the atmosphere is in place. Zhang Dazhuang officially announced, begin. Buzz. Lin Haiping's figure became graceful. Qi and blood transform into leaves, and their postures are like dancing fallen leaves. The palm shook. A green dragon halberd appeared, and with a slight dragon roar, it chopped down from a great height. A level monster series, Azure Dragon Halberd. Xin Feng gripped the black steel shovel tightly. The qi and blood began to compress and then exploded. 9th level of Blood Thunder. He roared. The black shovel made a deafening thunderous sound. The blood and thunder crossed each other, colliding with the Azure Dragon Halberd. Ding! The sound of metal humming. A huge burst of force. Lin Haiping's expression changed, and the Qinglong Halberd flew out of his hand. Xin Feng quickly seized this opportunity. The shovel changed from a chopping move to a slapping move, directly knocking Lin Haiping out of the ring. Thank you, Senior Lin. Xin Feng landed steadily and clasped his fists. At this moment, the audience had dull expressions and stared at Xin Feng stupidly. Defeated in one move? Wow! A deafening shout rang out. Huang Zhong, who has always been steady, couldn't help but clench his fists when he saw this scene. He looked at Xin Feng and murmured in his heart, is the imperial capital going to return to its peak? Chapter 70, that year, I put my hands in my pockets and didn't know what my opponent was. Xin Feng defeated Lin Haiping in one move. The whole process was seamless. This undoubtedly greatly aroused the enthusiasm of the audience. The teachers in Yangcheng are very experienced. He didn't panic and immediately arranged his tactics. Han Long, you use all your strength to consume his energy and blood. It doesn't matter if you lose, Daing will be responsible for the harvest. Yes. Wu Hanlong had dark skin and agreed immediately. He got in the ring. The moment his eyes locked onto Qin Feng, his hands turned as white as paper, which was quite magical. S-class superhuman system, wind arm. Immediately afterwards, 2 strong gusts of wind blew out from Wu Hanlong's hands, hitting Qin Feng like an air cannon. Qin Feng reacted very quickly. The black steel bone shovel swung forward, directly shattering the impact wind. Then, he approached quickly. So fast. Wu Hanlong's eyes darkened. The qi and blood are stirred again. The impact wind suddenly increased, like 2 roaring wind dragons, howling. Rumble. The floor of the ring couldn't bear it. Pieces of stone bricks were blown away, surrounding Qin Feng. The floor of the ring weighs at least 1,000 pounds. Dozens of pieces flying together, the power should not be underestimated. In an instant, Qin Feng was submerged in the floor, causing countless spectators to exclaim in surprise. Wu Hanlong snorted in his heart, no matter how strong you are or how fast you are, you can't be safe. While thinking, the ground beneath his feet rippled like water. Call out. Qin Feng emerged from the ground. He raised his hand and hit Wu Hanlong on the back of the head with a shovel. The ultimate secret, the wrath of Old Six. Amidst the extremely childish shouts, Wu Hanlong fell to the ground. Another instant defeat. Thank you. Qin Feng smiled and clasped his fists. Suddenly, the pressure came to Yangcheng Wufu. The last contestant is named Dang. His eyes were solemn, and his shoulders shook slightly. His strong energy and blood turned into a black eagle, emitting an eagle cry that could split gold and break rocks. A level monster type, black feathered eagle. This is the advantage of monster type abilities. 2 to 1. Worth mentioning. Summons are immortal. As long as there is a supply of qi and blood, it can be summoned multiple times. Of course. If the summoned creature is damaged, the host is also affected. The two are closely related. Please. Dane clasped his fists tightly. The next moment, he walked in front of the tower and attacked Qin Feng from the side. The black feathered eagle took off into the sky. When the wings are spread out, they are a full 5 meters long, as if covering the sky and the sun. Qin Feng was not frightened by the scene before him. His tactical plan was clear. It is enough to kill the host, Black Hawk does not need to pay attention. Swish. The speed suddenly increased. Qin Feng swung the black steel bone shovel and hit the eagle directly. However, Dang was well prepared. His hands were wearing special gauntlets, which made them extremely flexible and moved like a cunning snake, with his 5 fingers clasping Qin Feng's wrist. At the same moment, the black feathered eagle swooped down. A pair of sharp claws flashing with cold light grabbed Qin Feng's shoulder blades. This is also the advantage of summons. The cooperation is perfect. When ordinary people encounter this situation, their first reaction is to dodge. But Qin Feng did not retreat at all. Choose to confront head-on. Hiss. The black feathered eagle's sharp claws hit Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng didn't take it seriously at all. The black steel bone shovel swung continuously. The first blow was to slap open the eagle's hands. The second blow hit the eagle's chest. The third strike, the fourth strike, the fifth strike. The fierce attack like a storm made Dang vomit blood repeatedly, and finally he fell off the ring in a mess. It was at this time everyone just saw that Qin Feng was wearing armor. It is the 2nd grade spiritual leaf armor. There is a silver light flashing under the armor. Double protection of both. Thank you. Qin Feng reached out and pulled up the eagle. Dang stared at Qin Feng, his face full of unwillingness at first, but finally he sighed and nodded bitterly. 1 versus 3. The Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy advanced to the 2nd round. Qin Feng inserted the black steel bone shovel into the ring. With his hands in his pockets, his face showed invincibility. That year, I put my hands in my pockets and didn't know what my opponent was. Suddenly, the shutter sounds began. The media were excited. Tonight's hot topic is here. He really took on 3 of them alone. Bailey Jian laughed from below. The little spiritual boy put his hands together and said, "A great monk is a great monk." Wow. There was an uproar in the bird's nest. In the first battle, I saw 1 against 3. Moreover, the freshman even challenged the junior. The picture is extremely impactful. This Qin Feng is very strong. Wan Ho's eyes changed slightly as he looked at Qin Feng. Lung Song was still disdainful. The opponent is so weak, I can also fight 3 of them alone. Other martial arts masters were also watching Qin Feng. As for what he was thinking, that is unknown. Yangcheng Wufu shook his head helplessly. No one scolded Lin Haiping and the other 2. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Victory or failure is determined by fate. They can't afford to lose this. Qin Feng walked off the stage and said with emotion, "Too invincible, so lonely." That's almost enough. You've taken all the bamboo shoots in the entire Magic City. Huang Zhong cursed with a smile, feeling very good. Minister Zhao Ziyang was also very happy. But he sighed inwardly. The rise of the new school is unstoppable. This can be seen from Qin Feng. Let's not worry about that for now. It's a good thing to be able to bring honor to the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy. Minister Ziyang grinned, his smile becoming more and more relaxed. Rumble. The arena was repaired. Zhang Dazhuang returned to the stage and laughed. Thank you to the Imperial City in Guangzhou for the wonderful competition. Next, please welcome the Magic City and Luoyang. Crash. The cheers were overwhelming. As the host, the home advantage of Moto Wufu was fully demonstrated. Long Song jumped onto the ring. He said loudly, "We in the Magic City Martial Arts Academy never work overtime. From the Luoyang Martial Arts Academy, the 3 of you come together." There was an exclamation from the audience. This year's freshmen are so crazy. Qin Feng frowned. Wow, this little eccentric guy is quite good looking, and he can even make jokes and show off? Of course. When someone is pretentious, naturally someone will be angry. The first contestant from Luoyang Martial Arts Academy stepped onto the stage and shouted, "Then let me experience the strength of the Magic City Martial Arts Academy." You're not worthy. Lang Song tilted his head and smiled evilly. Next second. The entire arena was filled with icy power and the temperature dropped sharply. Snowflakes are floating in the sky. Lang Song's hair danced wildly, and the blood surged behind him, gathering into a giant frost dragon. Blue crystal-like scales, a ferocious and majestic dragon head, a combination of eastern and western dragons, exudes a terrifying sense of oppression. SSS level elemental system, Frost Dragon. Qin Feng was a little puzzled. Isn't this a monster type? The Frost Dragon and Lang Song are a perfect combination. The 2 cannot be separated. This is fundamentally different from the monster system. Huang Zhong explained immediately. Creatures summoned by the monster system can move freely. But the Lingsong Frost Dragon can't do that. Its essence is the condensation of ice and frost. So it belongs to the element system. Lang Nemo, bathed in the endless frost, raised his right hand, snapped his fingers lightly, and grinned, "Goodbye." Roar! The Frost Dragon exhaled an icy breath. The ground froze and ice spikes rose up. An eternal glacier runs through the void ahead. The nameless contestant number 1 from Luoyang Wufu was instantly frozen in place and lost his ability to fight. In the first battle, Lang Song won easily. Then, contestants number 2 and 3 came on stage. You read that right, they don't even have names. The battle is still one-sided. Less than 2 minutes. The 2 were quickly defeated. Moto Wufu advances to the second round. 1 against 3, is that difficult? Lang Song stood on the stage, looking down at Qin Feng, and said provocatively, "The next one is your Imperial Capital Martial Mansion." There has always been fierce competition between the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy and the Demonic Capital Martial Arts Academy. It can basically be called lifelong feud. This is especially evident in the National Warrior List. Therefore, looking at the arrogant and complacent Lang Song, everyone in the Imperial Capital's martial arts palace held their breath and looked unhappy. The only exception is Qin Feng. His eyes were shining, and he seemed very excited. Alphas is a dog, and the Golden Retriever is also a dog. Syndragosa happens to be the Frost Dragon. Won't this force me to become the Lich King? As he was thinking, Qin Feng looked at the black steel bone shovel. That is fine. Battle damaged version of Frostmourne. Chapter 71. If I don't go to hell, who will? The game continues. The third match is Yuzhou Wufu versus Luoyang Wufu. In Yuzhou, Qin Feng knew Lu Chao. His strength was unquestionable. Judging from his aura after he appeared on the scene, he should have suppressed his chi and blood value, otherwise he would have broken through to the level of a general. On the Luoyang Wufu side, there were 3 senior students who also suppressed their qi and blood. However, this battle was no suspense. Lu Chao wielded the Qilin Heaven shaking stick and easily knocked down 3 opponents. It's 1 versus 3 again. This year is going to be interesting. The 3 men from Luoyang Wufu are quite powerful. They would be considered experts outside. It's a pity that the opponent is too strong. I have to say, the level of combat this year is really high. Many audience members were chatting privately. Xin Feng was not surprised by this result at all. But when he saw the other 2 people from Yuzhou Wufu, he couldn't help but frown. So weak. He was a little surprised. Mu Qiyan and the other man are no match for Lu Chao at all. Even the level can only be said to be average. Single core lineup? I'm afraid this won't go far. Soon, the 4th battle began. Jinnan Wufu vs Rongqing Wufu. Rumble. Tang Tao from Jinnan Wufu is very beautiful, with a voluptuous and hot body. She can be said to be a combination of cuteness and sexiness. Her red combat uniform wraps her figure, making it curvy. At this moment, her whole body is emitting a terrifying high temperature. Her hair turned red, with every strand pointing upwards and emitting a blazing fire. Flames rippled all over her body, and she kept roaring, like a goddess of fire. SS level elemental system, fire spirit body. Wall of hellfire. Tang Tao pushed with both hands. The raging flames formed a red wall, 3 meters high and 3 meters wide, pressing down towards the front. The contestant from Rongqing Wufu suddenly transformed into a minotaur, with strong blood and energy gushing out from his hooves, ready to confront the wall of fire. Bang! The wall of fire didn't move at all. The minotaur flew backwards, his 2 hooves burning red, and he screamed in pain. Rongqing Wufu waved his hand helplessly and gave up. The second battle begins. Dongchen from Jinnan Wufu appears on the scene. He summoned a muscular black ape that exuded a violent aura. A level monster series, Chaos Demon Ape. Boom! The Chaos Demonic Ape punched the ground, sending the floor flying and leaving the opponent with no chance to fight back. Just 3 seconds. The second battle ended at the speed of light. The third contestant of Jinan Wufu is Yuan Yu. He held a sword in his hand and swung it, the moonlight shining everywhere, and he easily chopped down the opposing contestant. S-Class Superhuman, Moon 1. In the audience, Xin Feng watched with great interest. It is indeed the era of warriors, with 100 flowers blooming. Afterwards, the fighting continued. Li Hongguo from Northeast Wufu. SS level superhuman series, King of the Land. He was rooted in the ring, punching the ground again and again, sending out terrible shock waves, and with a wave of his finger, he easily blew up the opponent. There is also Liang Yenyu from Shishu Wufu. SS level elemental system, Metal Queen. She holds 2 iron balls, which can be transformed into countless steel needles, swords, steel guns, and other weapons. As soon as she appeared on the stage, Liang Yenyu transformed into Rong Mama. Thousands of steel needles flew out, piercing the female contestant from Hongdu Wufu until she was covered in blood, forcing her to admit defeat and forfeit. In the previous life, Marvel and the like were so weak. Xin Feng sighed. From when he traveled to Blue Star, to the awakening of the system, and then to the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy. It was not until today that he felt the charm of awakening. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. There are the War General realm, the War Advocate realm, the War King realm. As for the Grave Pit, that's even more mysterious. Xin Feng was deep in thought when the first battle was over. A total of 17 teams have emerged victorious. Let us congratulate them. We also give a big round of applause to the finishing team and thank them for their wonderful competition. Zhang Dazhuang announced loudly. Suddenly, there was thunderous applause and various cheers. The format of tomorrow's competition will be decided by the organizer. I hope you can come tomorrow. Zhang Dazhuang continued to announce. The format of the National Warrior Rankings varies from year to year. But one thing is beyond doubt. As the teams get smaller and smaller, the battles will get more intense. Chongqing Hotel. A 5-star hotel in Shanghai with high standards and good service. All 34 teams will be accommodated here. The losing team usually stays for a day or 2 before leaving. It's impossible for them to be attacked on the way and then encounter another round of tours, and then have to go back overnight, right? That's too miserable. Xin Feng and 2 other people lived in one room. Huang Zhong and Minister Zi Yang lived next door, so it was convenient for them to take care of him if anything happened. Boom, boom, boom. Before the three of them could even sit down, they heard a knock on the door. Could it be someone sent a small card? Qin Feng's eyes focused instantly. The little boy quickly put his hands together and said, Amitba, how could the great monk even think of such a thing? Qin Feng put his arm around Xiao Lingtong's shoulders and sighed, Little monk, only through the trials of the mortal world can one understand oneself and become an arhat. One must try everything. But, that's lust, caution. The little boy's eyes widened. Qin Feng clasped his hands together and said, If I don't go to hell, who will? Expression, full of piety. Deduction 1, Buddha and I laugh with the host, merit points 100. The little spiritual boy was a little dumbfounded. No, can this sentence be used like this? Monk, do the Buddhist scriptures you read contain lace? Bailey Jian on the side rolled his eyes wildly. Boom, boom, boom. The knocks on the door became more rapid. Qin Feng stood up. I know you are anxious, but wait, is it you? The moment he opened the door, Qin Feng wilted on the spot. Pa, his face full of speechlessness. The visitors were Lu Chao, Mu Qian, and Guan Lu. Let's go sit downstairs. It's very stuffy upstairs. Lu Chao took the initiative to invite. Qin Feng turned his head to look at the little spiritual boy in Bailey Jian. I won't go. I still have to prepare for tomorrow's game. Bailey Jian shook his head. Walk. Qin Feng didn't care. The five of them swaggered towards the elevator. At the same time, another elevator shaft opened. Inside were Tang Tao, Dong Chen, and Yuan Yu from Jinnanwu Mansion. The difference is that Qin Feng and his four companions were going down, while they were going up. The second floor of the hotel is a public area. There is a bar, a table game area, and a dance floor for the wealthy to have fun. It has everything. Let's play rock, paper, scissors. The loser gets to order food and drinks. Qin Feng suggested. 5 people playing rock, paper, scissors. Finally, Qin Feng walked towards the bar with a dejected look on his face, wondering, are there any vegetarian dishes? Yes, sir. The waiter smiled. Qin Feng pointed to their table and said, bring a few bottles of juice and a few dishes of vegetables. The rest is optional. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. The waiter immediately gave the order. Qin Feng turned and left the bar, when suddenly a man came over. He was wearing a neat suit, had a sweet smile on his face, and his hair was full of hairspray, the kind that would break a leg if he stepped on a fly. Hello, Mr. Qin, my name is Chen Ming, and I'm from Hongtao Pharmaceutical Industry. The man showed a standard smile with 8 teeth and handed his business card to Qin Feng. Chapter 72 As long as I have no morals, morality cannot kidnap me. When Qin Feng heard the words pharmaceutical industry, he felt a sense of resistance. Since entering the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy, he has shown extraordinary talent in cultivation, attracting the attention of many pharmaceutical companies. In the past, these people did not dare to act recklessly because they were protected by 2 teachers. Now the 2 old people are gone. I am afraid that these pharmaceutical industries will become more rampant. Therefore, Qin Feng felt an invisible pressure looming over him. Mr. Qin, you don't need to be wary of us. Please give me a chance to explain. Chen Ming saw Qin Feng's fear, but he was not angry and his tone was sincere. Qin Feng took the business card and said calmly, okay, tell me about it. Our Hongtao Pharmaceutical Industry raised funds from the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Mansion. Without the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Mansion, there would be no us. In order to repay this kindness, Hongtao Pharmaceutical Industry has been providing high-quality elixirs to the Imperial Capital Wu Mansion, regardless of cost and without asking for anything in return. In order to better serve the Imperial Capital Martial Academy, we have found many talented students with extraordinary cultivation talents, signed contracts with them, conducted various experiments, and devoted ourselves to improving the quality of the pills. The entire cooperation process is by no means forced, and there are no unfair contracts. Please rest assured. Chen Ming explained calmly. Are you done? Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. Chen Ming nodded and continued to smile. Qin Feng suddenly laughed. What you are talking about is the transaction between Hongtao Pharmaceutical Industry and Imperial Capital Martial Mansion. It has nothing to do with me. Also, as long as the Imperial Capital Martial Arts House wants to change its medicine supplier, there are pharmaceutical companies willing to do so. Don't take yourself too seriously. Finally, the situation on Blue Star is becoming increasingly difficult. Is it appropriate for you to use warriors as experiments? Hearing this, Chen Ming's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, everything is done to improve the quality of the pills. As long as there is a breakthrough, it will definitely benefit the entire Blue Star. Before he finished speaking, Xin Feng's eyes turned cold. I'm not great enough to sacrifice myself for the benefit of the masses. Xin Feng said coldly, I hate moral kidnapping the most. As long as I have no morals, morality cannot hold me hostage. System modern mouth replacement. Chen Ming's smile stiffened slightly. But he quickly adjusted his facial expression and forced a smile. Mr. Qin, there is no need to refuse. If you need anything in the future, you can always call me. After saying that, he turned and left, winking at the other table. The people at that table responded with glances, indicating that they understood. What a pity. Chen Ming sighed in his heart. I just don't know whether he was lamenting the failure of this collaboration or that a genius was about to fall. The other sighed. Xin Feng returned to his seat. Lu Chao pointed at Chen Ming, what's wrong? He was a talent scout. He said I was handsome and wanted me to be a trainee for 2.5 years. He also allowed me to put chicken essence when making noodles. I refused without a second thought. Who would make noodles if they were serious trainees? Xin Feng said it in a very serious manner. The corners of Lu Chao and others' mouths twitched. Even though they don't understand. But I always feel that the amount of information in it is exploding. Your circle is so chaotic. At this time, the waiter brought vegetarian dishes, juice, and various dishes. The 5 of them ate with relish. While eating, Lu Chao asked, I heard that the Imperial Capital Martial Arts House is planning to organize a warrior-level underground tomb? It's ready to be implemented. It should be done after the national warrior rankings are completed. Xin Feng nodded. Lu Chao laughed and said, the teaching policy of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy is really easy. If I were in Yuzhou, I would have gone there to gain experience long ago. The environment was relaxed before, but it's different now. Time waits for no one, and neither does killing. After hearing Qin Feng's response, Lu Chao and others fell silent. Indeed, there is unrest in tombs all over Blue Star now. War even broke out in the Imperial Capital's tomb. The overall environment is becoming increasingly difficult. They must grow under oppression and never slack off for a moment. Lu Chao said softly, actually, this is also good. If a warrior dies, then so be it. It's better than dying at the general or marquis level. This sentence is cruel. But it's true. To cultivate a strong person, both resources and time are indispensable. Even the weak have infinite possibilities. But no one dares to place hope on the weak. Xin Feng was about to speak. Suddenly, he felt something flying towards him, and he immediately turned around and punched out. Bang! The plate broke. The sauce and noodles were scattered all over the floor. Looking at the ketchup on his fist, Xin Feng frowned and turned around. He saw Tang Tao, Dong Chen, and Yuan Yu from Jinan Wufu sitting not far away. They seemed to be drunk and were acting crazy. What do you mean? Lu Chao stood up with a gloomy expression. Dong Chen was very thin, like a skinny monkey, his face flushed from drinking. It's just, burp, a plate. We don't care if you get drunk, but if you throw things at me, you have to apologize. Xin Feng snorted coldly, his voice gradually getting colder. Tang Tao slowly stood up, swaying from side to side, disgust written all over her face. What kind of man are you? You're so stingy. Didn't it hit you? So why are you so angry? You're asking me to apologize for such a small thing. Shrimp-headed guy is really disgusting. I'll send a little blue book and have people cyberbully you later. Hearing this, Lu Chao and the others looked gloomy. Even the little spirit boy glared at him. Ahmet Ba. This group of people is simply unreasonable. Oh, I met a fairy when I went out. Xin Feng was not angry, but smiled instead. Turn around and pick up the trash can. He took a step forward and rushed directly towards Tang Tao and the other two. Never talk nonsense if you can do it. But just then, Xin Feng felt the hairs on his body stand up. A sense of crisis came over me. Dong Chen raised one hand and froze the trash can instantly. Tang Tao pounced towards Xin Feng silently like a wandering soul, and the dagger in her hand pierced through the air and pierced Xin Feng's heart. The two of them were too close. Qin Feng had no way to dodge. So, do soil fusion without hesitation. But the other party seemed to be prepared. The dagger changed from stabbing to stabbing, and stabbed towards Qin Feng's head in the opposite direction. Too fast. The force is too strong. Before Qin Feng completely merged into the ground, the dagger appeared before his eyes. There is something wrong with this guy. Judging from the aura emanating from Tang Tao. She's not a high-level warrior, but a general? While thinking, Qin Feng gritted his teeth. Silver armor is activated. Swish. The dagger slashed across Qin Feng's head. Fire splashed from the silver armor. Along with it came a bloody smell. This scene came too suddenly. Even Lu Chao failed to react immediately. Ah! It wasn't until the waiter screamed that they came back to their senses. Lu Chao instantly transformed into the Qilin Heaven shaking stick and shouted, "The three of you go deal with one of them." No problem. The three of them took action immediately. Not far away. Qin Feng slowly emerged from the ground. He touched the bloodstain on his head with a serious expression. Grade 3 weapon. Is this drunkenness? It's not too much to kill the whole family. Chapter 73, 3 people defending one were counterattacked. Do you know how to play? The battle breaks out. The entire second floor was in chaos. The waiter hurriedly issued a notice, "There is a fight on the second floor, please." Bang! The communicator was shattered by an ice cone. Tang Tao and the other two rushed towards Qin Feng, forcing him to keep melting the ground and dodge frantically in the narrow space. These 3 people are clearly coming for me. Also, their abilities are so strange. How come they're completely different from the ring match? Could it be, these 3 people are fake? Qin Feng had a lot of thoughts in his mind and made a judgment in an instant. With a loud bang, Lu Chao came in front of Qin Feng. Sweep with a stick. The shadows of sticks filled the sky and rushed towards Dongchen, who was closest to him. Dongchen's arms were wrapped in black light. He did not dodge or evade, and chose to confront Lu Chao head-on. Rumble. A strong gust of wind burst out. The tables, chairs and benches in the entire restaurant were instantly blown away and shattered into thousands of wood chips. Dongchen took a few steps back, raised his head, and his face was full of horror. Is this guy really at the warrior level? At the same time, Xiao Lingtong, Mu Qiyan and Guan Le pestered Yuan Yu. Qin Feng's pressure suddenly decreased. Hold on, 30 seconds, the teachers will be here. Lu Chao shouted at Qin Feng. Qin Feng looked furious. 30 seconds? I can't wait 30 seconds, kill. After saying that, he did not retreat but instead advanced and took the initiative to pounce on Tang Tao. Court death. Tang Tao's face was full of disdain, black whirlwinds surrounded his feet, and his speed suddenly increased, like a streak of black light. The dagger flashed with a faint cold light and locked onto Qin Feng's throat. The two of them were extremely fast. At the moment of the collision, Qin Feng showed a look of contempt on his face, and uttered 2 words softly, "Idiot." As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body merged into the ground. We've fallen into a trap. Tang Tao realized it later. She turned around suddenly, but didn't know where Qin Feng had gone. The other side. The little spiritual boy recited Buddhist scriptures, and a golden dragon rose into the sky behind him. With a palm strike, the illusory golden palm print attacked Yuan Yu like a cannonball. Yuan Yu's expression changed drastically. SS level monster series, Arhat the dragon subduing. This monk is hiding his abilities? Suppress him. At this time, Qin Feng appeared behind Yuan Yu. He tightly grasped the black steel shovel, his entire body covered in silver armor. Blood-red thunder appeared in the void, slashing fiercely at Yuan Yu's head. Mu Qiyan and Guan Le used their awakened abilities to the fullest extent to further suppress Yuan Yu, making him unable to move. There is a wolf in front and a tiger behind. This is a deadly situation. Puff. The bloody head flew up. Yuan Yu's body fell to the ground, still twitching slightly. Continue. As soon as Qin Feng landed, he shouted at the little spiritual boy and the other two. The 4 of them turned around and pounced on Tang Tao. Damn it! Tang Tao's face was gloomy. She glanced at Yuan Yu's body, stopped fighting with Lu Chao, and rushed towards Qin Feng desperately. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The daggers were like snowflakes, constantly rushing towards Qin Feng, as if they wanted to torture him to death. Although Qin Feng was wearing spiritual leaf armor on his upper body and covered with silver armor all over his body, he could only resist the cutting damage from the dagger. The powerful shock waves hit him, causing his blood to surge. This is the realm of a warrior. Even though it's not good at fierce attacks, its power is still amazing. Suddenly, the dagger twisted. Tang Tao turned around and stabbed Qin Feng's ribs with the dagger at an extremely tricky angle. Puff! The dagger successfully pierced Qin Feng's ribs. However, Liang Yanyu was not happy at all. The dagger was locked by silver armor and flesh, and could not be pulled out at all. Go to hell! Qin Feng laughed grimly. The black steel bone shovel exploded at close range, lightning emerged, and a third blood-red lightning burst out faintly. 9 levels of blood thunder the third level. Tang Tao's expression changed in shock. She immediately dropped the dagger and retreated, but was still affected by the blood-colored lightning, which cut off one arm and one thigh, and spurted out blood, dyeing half of the restaurant red. Tang Tao fell to the ground. As soon as he raised his eyes, he saw Qin Feng rushing towards him like a silver sculpture, with the black iron shovel raised high. Bang! That beautiful head exploded like a watermelon. The other side. Lu Chao and his 4 companions successfully killed Dongchen. At this point, all 3 generals were wiped out. 3 people defend 1 and 1 person gets killed. Do you know how to play? Qin Feng glanced at the corpse on the ground and pulled out the dagger casually. The injury was not serious, just a little bleeding. He felt more and more grateful to Lu Chao. Fortunately, the other party warned him to condense the silver armor. Otherwise, his head would have been cut open just now. Are you okay? Lu Chao and the others walked forward and asked with concern. Qin Feng shook his head. They are not from Jinnan Martial House, their realm and awakening are completely different. As expected. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Yu and Dongchen's facial features began to change. Tang Tao is in a miserable situation. Her head was smashed and it was impossible to tell that it had changed. He slowly squatted down and took them out one by one. Extraction successful. Gain 100 points of Qi and health. Gain 100 points of Qi and health. Gain 100 points of Qi and health. The 3 junior generals added 300 points of Qi and health to Qin Feng. High risk means high returns. Health value of 3,520. On the way here, 19 tiger bone pills provided 140 points of Qi and health. Now add another 300 points. Qi and blood value, 3,520. Only 480 points away from entering the realm of War General. However, there is no need to rush now. If you enter the realm of War General at this moment, you will be disqualified from the National Warrior list. Ta 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 ta. Suddenly, there were dense footsteps coming from up and down the floors. Qin Feng's eyes changed slightly, and he hurriedly wiped the blood on himself and Lu Chao and the others. What's wrong? Lu Chao and the other 3 were completely confused. Qin Feng lowered his voice and said, "Hurry up and lie down. We were attacked by a general, and we didn't even get hurt. Isn't this a big loss?" Ah. Xiao Lingtong, Mu Qian, and Guanlu were even more confused. There is no injury at all, isn't that good? Lu Chao pondered Qin Feng's words. Then, the corners of his mouth twitched. This guy is planning to trick the Magic City Martial Arts Academy? You know, this is the hotel arranged by Modu Wufu. Now that an attack and murder has occurred, they cannot escape blame. Good fellow, you haven't changed your true colors. Lu Chao complained, but his body lay on the ground honestly. Ta 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 ta. The footsteps became more frequent. Huang Zhong, Minister Zi Yang and others finally arrived. They saw Qin Feng and others lying on the ground, their faces covered in blood, and their expressions changed with shock. Teacher Huang. Minister. Qin Feng stretched out his hands tremblingly as if he had seen his relatives. Without saying a word, blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. He looked extremely miserable. Huang Zhong rushed forward and hugged him, roaring, "You beast! How could I beat you like you were fished out of Mokshuang?" A strange description appeared. Minister Ziyang was both sad and angry. His purple eyes revealed a strange blood-red color as he shouted, "Devil City Martial Mansion, get out here!" As soon as he finished speaking, the building shook. A raging rage rose to the sky. Chapter 74 Basic Operations, All Basic Operations. Liang Gowen from Yuzhou Wufu was also in the crowd. When he saw Lu Chao and the other 2, he immediately rushed over and helped Lu Chao up. "Are you seriously injured?" "I didn't." Lu Chao responded in a low voice with some embarrassment. Before he could finish, Qin Feng kicked his ankle. "Shut up right now. Don't waste such a good opportunity to blackmail someone." Lu Chao looked helpless and could only shake his head. Liang Gowen's anger immediately rose, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Damn this evil cult. They are too rampant and too presumptuous. Are the security guards at the Magic City Marshal Mansion just there to eat and do nothing? These are the future of Blue Star. If one or two of them die, can you afford it?" Liang Gowen cursed loudly, one sentence after another. Qin Feng secretly gave a thumbs up. "Teacher Liang, you understand the outcome of the show. Spray his whole family." When Motu Wufu saw the scene, he was so embarrassed that he hurriedly notified Wang Ho. It wasn't just them who were attacked tonight, there were also other students from the Wu Academy. The situations were very tragic. Tang Tao and the other two from Jinnan Wufu were also in danger. A director from the Kung Fu was there at the time, otherwise the consequences would have been disastrous. This is a planned conspiracy. I hope everyone will give the Magic City some more time. The mentors from the Magic City calmed down the furious Minister Zi Yang and the other two while informing them of the general situation. The expressions of Minister Ziyang and Liang Gowen changed. "I didn't expect that the cult would go to such lengths to destroy the national warrior rankings. One of them is sniping on the way. The second is the assassination. This has never happened in previous years. Everyone, I'm so sorry." Finally, Wang Ho came hurriedly. When he saw the mess in the restaurant and Qin Feng and the other four lying on the ground, his face suddenly darkened and he hurriedly apologized. Huang Zhong, with his violent temper, didn't care about any of this. He pointed at the blood-soaked Qin Feng and shouted, "Sorry is useless. If this leaves any sequelae in the future, will you, the Demon City, be responsible?" Cough cough cough. Qin Feng started coughing violently at this time, his tone extremely weak. "Deputy Palace Master Wang Ho, you, cough cough. You don't have to mind. Killing the evil cult is the responsibility of our generation of warriors, cough cough." As he spoke, he coughed up blood. It makes people feel sad no matter how you look at it. Wang Ho looked at Huang Zhong and the others, then at Qin Feng, his expression becoming increasingly awkward. He said repeatedly, "For the students injured tonight, our Magic City Martial Arts Academy will give a second-grade pill as compensation." Cough cough cough. Qin Feng's cough became more severe. He gritted his teeth and staggered to his feet. "As a warrior, I should destroy the evil cult and protect my homeland. The Demon City Martial Arts House is willing to give, even if it's just one, that's a favor. We, the injured students, won't say anything. Every word is pleasant to the ear." The people around were infected and began to whisper. "The Magic City Wu Mansion is really stingy. Just one, and you still have the nerve to ask for compensation? Some people are seriously injured, one pill is not enough." As he was talking, not only the crowd, but even the instructor of the Magic City Martial Arts Academy felt that something was wrong and looked at Wang Ho with strange eyes. "If you're not at the Oscars this year, it would be a loss for the entire film and television industry," Qin the great fraudster. "The system makes sharp complaints." Wang Ho's expression changed. Finally, he had no choice but to sigh and say, "Then, 3 second-grade pills for each person." Lu Chao and others had dumbfounded faces throughout the whole process. Everyone admired Qin Feng from the bottom of their hearts. With just a few words, the Magic City Martial Arts Mansion turned 1 second-grade pill into 3. The key is that the other party is willing. The scene is still being processed. Qin Feng and the other four held a medicine bottle in their hands, with different expressions. Qin Feng was very happy. "I got 3 second-grade pseudo-dragon pills, so happy." Lu Chao and others were very confused. It turns out that making elixirs is so easy. They say crying children get milk, and this is how it works. Lu Chao felt like his worldview was collapsing. "In the past, I relied on myself and my own hands, earning points in exchange for pills with integrity and determination. But the style of Qin Feng's painting has completely changed." Qin Feng said with a smile, "Basic exercises, all basic exercises." After saying that, he muttered a few words. "If I had known it would be more miserable, maybe I would have given you a few more." That's enough, that's enough. If we keep pretending, they'll see through us." Lu Chao and the others were at a loss whether to laugh or cry. They are not habitual offenders and don't have such a big heart. Afterwards, everyone went back to their rooms. Bailey Jian saw the blood on the two men and looked worried. I heard you were attacked? No big deal, just 3 little karami. Xin Feng said calmly. Bailey Jian breathed a sigh of relief. Xin Feng added calmly, it's just the war general realm, nothing special. Bailey Jian glared. Damn, is this such a big deal? The little spirit boy clasped his hands together and smiled, saying, the great monk is so wise that he is almost a demon. He will lead us to slay the enemy. Zhou Shuren was praising Prime Minister Zhuge Liang. You're using this on the host? The coffin lid can't hold it down. A little flattery made Xin Feng feel extremely happy. At this time, Huang Zhong knocked on the door and came in. Seeing that Xin Feng and the little spiritual boy were fine, he said in a deep voice, after consultation with the major martial arts schools, we will continue tomorrow. Still the same story? Simulate the oppressive feeling of a grave? Xin Feng's expression was a little strange. This is a surprise attack. Why don't the major martial arts schools investigate this matter in detail? But he didn't care. Anyway, the relics are there, and as long as the person is not dead, he will recover by extracting them madly. After a pause, Xin Feng said, Teacher Huang, besides us, there must be someone else who was attacked tonight? Huang Zhong was stunned for a moment, seeming a little surprised. Then he nodded and said, indeed, there were attacks all over the hotel. Fortunately, all of them were killed, and there were no student casualties. Preliminary judgment is that the other party is from the Heavenly Demon sect. They have recruited many awakened ones who know how to change their appearance and are very good at planning assassinations. Hearing this, Xin Feng sighed slightly. Now it's not just the blood cult, even the sky demon cult is targeting me. Huang Zhong and others looked helpless. Xin Feng's talent determines it, no wonder. Then why are there only 3 of them? There are so few people, how can I exchange them for points? Xin Feng sighed to the sky. Huang Zhong and others almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Dry. I thought you were worried about being hunted. It turns out that few people hate cults. If you talk like this, you're family members. Oh, you have no family. Huang Zhong glared at Xin Feng with a bad look in his eyes. Behave yourself these few days. I will follow you wherever you go, just in case something unexpected happens. Yes, sir. Xin Feng quickly admitted his mistake. It's not that he is afraid of cults. Now is the period of the national warrior ranking. If cults continue to cause trouble, it will only affect the overall situation. Bang! The door is closed. Xin Feng lay on the bed, took out the fake dragon pill, looked at it pretendingly, and then took it directly. Extraction successful. Gain, 18 points of chi and health. Gain, 20 points of chi and health. Gain, 20 points of chi and health. Chi and health value 3,578 points. Xin Feng nodded with satisfaction. Comfortable. Chapter 75, A Big Battle, Raising the Stakes. The next day. The game continues. The second round of competition was even more eye-catching. Whether on site or online, various posts, topics, hot searches, etc. dominate the headlines. Although the evil cult warriors launched a surprise attack last night, it did not affect the enthusiasm of the audience at all. The imperial capital. The demon city is invincible. Come on, Yuzhou. Inside the scene. Everyone's face was filled with excitement and excitement. The cheers that came one after another were like a tsunami, as if they were going to blow the ceiling apart. The 17 qualified teams slowly walked out of the passage. It can be vaguely seen that some people's faces are a little pale, obviously they were injured last night. Xin Feng looked ahead cautiously, but did not see the martial arts arena. I saw that the entire bird's nest was covered with grass, completely different from yesterday. No more fighting in the ring? He looked a little confused. Minister Ziyang explained with a smile, the content of the national ranking competition is different every year. If it were all arena competitions, wouldn't it be boring to death? Xin Feng and the other 2 suddenly realized. No wonder it can maintain such high popularity. When all the teams appeared, Zhang Dazhuan also appeared and said loudly, "Welcome everyone to the second day of the National Warrior Ranking. Today will no longer be a ring battle, but a free-for-all between the East and West regions. The 2 teams that emerge victorious will compete in the finals to become the champions of this year's Warrior Ranking." Wow! There was uproar and noise at the scene. Countless audiences had shining eyes. Seeing this, Xin Feng raised his eyebrows. As a contestant, the best way is to fight in the ring. This can fully demonstrate everyone's strength. But this will reduce the excitement of the game. Moreover, there is a lack of variables. The content of the competition will be constantly changed after comprehensive consideration. Now for the East-West partition. Zhang Dezhuang pointed at the display in the air. The names of 17 martial arts schools appeared, and then they began to be divided randomly. East District, Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy, West Shu Martial Arts Academy, Northeast Martial Arts Academy. 8 teams. West District, Modu Wufu, Yuzhou Wufu, Jinnam Wufu. 9 teams. The Imperial Capital and the Demonic City seemed to be destined enemies and did not meet in the second round. Is it really such a coincidence? Xin Feng curled his lips. I suspect someone is behind this. Huang Zhong glared at him. Could it be that this guy has awakened the ability to complain? He talks so much. You guys are really lucky. Lang Son, the little golden-haired boy from the Magic City Martial Arts Academy, came over and challenged Xin Feng. Don't lose. I'm going to finish you off in the finals. As soon as these words were spoken, the other contestants' faces turned gloomy. The second round hasn't even started yet, and you've already declared yourself a finalist? Who are you looking down on? Li Hongguo from the Northeastern Martial Arts Academy was very strong, a true bodybuilder. He sneered, bullshit. I'll kick you out first. Lang Song glanced at him and said, oh, noisy. You. Li Hongguo was so angry that he screamed and rolled up his sleeves to beat him. For a moment, the atmosphere was instantly heated up. Zhang Dezhuang hurriedly said, open up the venue. Rumble. The entire bird's nest began to shake violently. As the audience watched in shock, the ground in the bird's nest cracked open, and a huge mountain rose in the center, dividing the battlefield into 2 parts. The trees are dense and lush. A rich breath of life pours out. In an instant, all major live streaming platforms exploded. Holy crap! That's awesome. Awesome, Shanghai, so rich. As expected of my great demon city, Niuboi. A large number of barrages floated by, constantly refreshing the screen. Please enter your respective areas, the competition will begin in 5 minutes. Zhang Dezhuang's voice sounded again. Minister Ziyang looked at the list of the East District. The most ferocious Shishu Wufu and Jinnam Wufu were both here. He couldn't help but frown. This is a bit difficult. Shishu and Jinnan have risen rapidly in recent years. The imperial capital is hard to stop. Minister, where are my 2 pills? Xin Feng ignored all this and stretched out his hand to ask for them. In the first round of the competition, Xin Feng successfully defeated 3 opponents. According to the agreement, he can get 2 second-grade pills. Minister Zi Yang was already prepared and immediately handed the pill to Xin Feng. Take the pill. It is indeed the 2nd grade, and it is at the master level. But Xin Feng felt a little uncomfortable. He thought for a moment and asked, Minister, if I lead Senior Bailey and the little spiritual boy to victory, can the quality of this pill be raised? Minister Ziyang and Huang Zhong looked at each other and saw bitterness in each other's eyes. It's already this late, and you're still gambling. How come there is a gambler in my great capital? However, Minister Ziyang thought about it. It seems that I am not at a disadvantage. Win, advance to the finals, everyone is happy. Lose, the difference in strength, you can still save on pills. If you can advance to the finals, I will give you a 3rd-grade elixir. Minister Ziyang slapped his thigh. I can't bear to give up the elixir and I can't get Xin Feng. Xin Feng's eyes lit up. Minister, you said that. The instructors then left the venue. Bailey Jian and Xiao Lingtong both focused their gaze on Xin Feng, as if asking, what should we do? As a warrior, you should defeat the enemy head-on and demonstrate the style of the martial arts school. How can one become powerful if one is timid and fearful? Xin Feng put his hands behind his back, his face serious. Bailey Jian was full of questions. Is this what you should say? The little spiritual boy put his hands together and said, Master, did anyone tell you? Waiting for an opportunity to act, a hidden dragon lies in the abyss. Xin Feng added. Bailey Jian understood instantly, his face full of contempt. If you want to be the 6th brother, then be the 6th brother. It sounds good. The little spiritual boy sighed deeply. Buddha, what a sin, what a sin. Time passes slowly. The atmosphere in the city gradually became serious and depressing. The 17 contestants from Wufu all looked serious. Time's up. Start. A loud shout fell to the ground. The second round of melee officially begins. Boom. The East and West districts instantly erupted in passion. A fierce battle broke out instantly. The Imperial Capital trio was naturally present. They took a deep breath and rushed directly into the mountains. Xinfeng took out a black steel shovel, dug a big hole in the mountain, and dived in without thinking. What kind of operation is this? Bailey Jian and Xiao Lingtong were both confused. Aren't you the sixth brother? How come you became Tuk Singson? Xinfeng said unhappily, first sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, then launch a righteous sneak attack, don't waste too much energy. After saying that, the three of them went into the mountain. They could clearly see the situation outside through the hole. At this moment, the entire East District shook violently, as if an earthquake had occurred. Come on. Fight me head-on if you dare. Li Hongguo from the Northeastern Martial Arts Academy transformed himself into the ruler of the earth. His voice spread in all directions and almost everyone could hear it clearly. Bailey Jian's mouth twitched, isn't that stupid? Xinfeng rolled his eyes, pure biao. It was just the beginning and I was already making enemies on all sides. Calling him a reckless man is giving him face. Hi monk, I found someone alone. Suddenly, the little spiritual boy shouted. Xinfeng looked towards the right side of the mountain and saw someone alone. He immediately said righteously, this battle is too dangerous. Let me take him away safely. Chapter 76, Heat Surges, Blitzkrieg. Hongdu Wufu is in such bad luck. The strongest junior student encountered Northeastern Martial Arts School as soon as he entered the mountains, and was defeated instantly by Li Hongguo. The remaining two people had no choice but to flee in a hurry. Don't be anxious. No one can be sure who the winner is until the end of the game. The male player comforted. The female contestant nodded heavily, I must avenge my senior. I second the motion. The two were encouraging each other when a word interrupted them. Their expressions were stiff. The male contestant turned his head. I saw a dark thing coming towards me. Clang. Does it sound good? Good sounding means a good start. Nosebleed spurted out, lying on his back. The other side. The female contestant was also ambushed by Bailey Jian and Xiao Lingtong and fell to the ground instantly. Withdraw. Xinfeng waved his hand. The three of them left quickly. Next second. The referee came in to check and then took the two men away. 3 people from Hongdu Wufu were defeated. Eliminated miserably. Afterwards, Xinfeng and the other two did the same. If you see someone alone, attack him immediately. When you see someone forming a team, just pretend to be dead. Lao Lu's behavior was taken to the extreme. Less than 20 minutes. 3 martial arts schools were cleared out by Xinfeng. The audience couldn't help but laugh when they saw the scene on the big screen. I'm dying of laughter. Xinfeng is so disgusting. Is that obscene? That's called Lao Lu behavior. I know Bailey Jian. He's a gentleman. Why was he smiling so happily during the sneak attack? I know the little spiritual boy. He's clearly an accomplished monk. How could he be so decisive? All the audience raised soul-searching questions. The perspectives of the major live broadcast rooms were originally locked on the Magic City Martial Mansion, but in an instant, they all focused on Xinfeng. Nothing else, it's just too hot. The barrage of comments has exploded. A certain fish live broadcast. A thin male anchorman's eyes widened, fuck, is this how the game is played? A male anchor wearing glasses commented seriously, Xinfeng's backhand move just now was quite like my style, so handsome and dandy. There was even a fat anchor who screamed, you have to push it up, brothers, this is likely to cause a flood. Suddenly, the barrage of comments soared again. Reverse smoking day god. Please, Master Lu, show up. Bless the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy to defeat the other martial arts academy. We have a female anchor here who looks like Mr. Fukada. What's her name? I'm so excited that my nose is running. Don't drive the car up there unless you take me with you. TikTok live broadcast. Damn. This Imperial Capital Martial Arts Mansion is so disgusting. That's right, you have no dignity as a warrior and can only attack by surprise. I suggest disqualification. I'm going to the association to complain to the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy. The barrage of comments in major live broadcast rooms increased rapidly. Because the audience of each platform is different, the barrage is even more mixed. Some people burst into laughter, some complained, and some frantically asked Xin Feng to wear hay silk. For a time, Xin Feng was the most popular person. Xin Feng, who was at the competition scene, naturally didn't know about these situations, and even if he knew, he was too lazy to care. As the martial arts schools were cleared out one by one, Xin Feng fixed his sights on the northeastern Wu mansion. It's time to get them. Li Hongwei is an SS level superhuman, Earth King. Guang Li is an SSS rank monster type, 9-story pagoda. Zhao Shan is an A-level elementalist, the threat of pull. Xin Feng recalled the information about the Northeastern Martial Arts Academy. Their personalities are very similar. That's Biao, a pure reckless man. Zhao Shan's traction line has a healing effect. Once it is pulled to the other two people, it is like having an extra mobile health pack. This made the three of them even more furious. Senior Bailey and I will attract the attention, and you, little spiritual boy, will attack Zhao Shan from the side. Seeing that the Northeastern Martial Arts Academy had started fighting with others again, Xin Feng immediately made arrangements. Kill the nurse first in team battle. The two said they understood and took action immediately. In the dense forest, the ground kept surging like mud waves. As Li Hongwei's hands kept dancing, it formed a mud wall or a mud barrier, madly suppressing the three people in front. Ah, come and fight me, only cowards will run away. Li Hongwei grinned. Guang Li was surrounded by brilliant light, holding a small rotating tower in his hand, just like Li Jing, the pagoda holding Heavenly King. With a raise of his hand, a 9-story pagoda flew out, spewing out blazing flames from it. Zhao Shan looked around vigilantly. 2 rays of light extended from the abdomen, connecting the 2 companions and continuously recovering. The 3 of them worked together seamlessly. Before long, the 3 opponents were ruthlessly eliminated. A bunch of crayons. Li Hongwei yawned and sneered loudly. But at this time, Xin Feng walked out from the side. He walked into Li Hongwei's sight openly, even swaggeringly, without any guard at all. Wow, silly roe deer. Xin Feng pointed at Li Hongwei. Li Hongwei's eyes widened on the spot. You idiot, who are you scolding? After saying that, he waved his hand. The soil vibrated, and a mud arm took shape instantly, slamming towards Xin Feng fiercely. Xin Feng smashed the muddy arm with a shovel and laughed, weak and powerless. After saying that, he ran away. Li Hongwei was furious. He hates being called soft the most. Without saying a word, he rushed forward. Guang Li hurriedly followed behind. Zhao Shan also wanted to follow. As soon as he raised his foot, a solemn Buddha light suddenly appeared on the side, accompanied by bursts of dragon roars. Holy Dragon Fist. A heavy punch hit Zhao Shan's chest. As fast as lightning and as strong as the wind. Zhao Shan fell to the ground and couldn't get up. As soon as he fell to the ground, the traction line broke. Li Hongwei and Guang Li reacted and immediately turned around to replay the video. Unexpectedly, Xin Feng in front suddenly turned around, his feet burst out with strong power, and rushed over at full speed. At the same time, Bailey Jian on the right also appeared. He held the scabbard in his left hand and the hilt in his right hand. His figure was like a flowing sword shadow, appearing in front of Guang Li, his eyes shining like lightning. S-class superhuman system, soul slashing. Cut. With Bailey Jian's roar, the sword light was like the dawn that broke through the darkness. Sword drawing. The thundering power of the sword shocked Guang Li's expression and he hurriedly recalled the 9-story pagoda. Clang. The 9-story pagoda was knocked away. Guang Li retreated violently. No matter how thick-skinned Li Hongwei was, he realized that he had been tricked. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Want to kill me? You're not worthy." Buzz. The power of the earth is extracted. A set of less armor condensed on his body, and his fists were like trucks with huge force, rushing towards Xin Feng regardless of everything. Xin Feng did not dodge. He jumped high and slashed down with the black steel shovel. 9 levels of blood thunder, the 3rd level. Rumble. Blood-red thunder filled the air. 3 bolts of lightning intertwined in an instant, and power burst out instantly. The fist in the less armor was cut in half on the spot as if it were made of paper. There were countless cracks on Li Hongwei's armor. Look at Xin Feng again. He changed from cutting to hitting, and knocked Li Hongwei out hard. Don't just stand there, siege Guangli. After a successful attack, he immediately shouted. The little spiritual boy moved. He made a Buddhist seal with his hands and shouted softly, "The heavenly Buddha has descended to the world." A huge golden dragon appeared in the air, accompanied by Buddhist chants. As it waved, a golden palm print fell from the sky, leaving an extremely clear palm print mark on the ground. Bailey Jian was not far behind. Cut. He drew his sword again. The sword light flashed across the entire forest. Under the siege of the two, Guangli could no longer hold on to the 9-story pagoda. He fell to the ground with the middle door wide open. Qin Feng came over. He extended his foot and shouted, "Heavenly kick!" Bang! Guangli was completely embedded in the ground. He turned his head and was seriously injured and fell into coma. Retreat! Qin Feng left after the fight. Immediately, the three left the scene. Not only the people on the scene, but even the major live broadcast rooms were stunned by these scenes. Minister Zhao Ziyang was even more stunned. So fast. The battle is short. So fierce. The three of them attacked decisively and powerfully. So black. The shovel is indeed very black, no problem. Chapter 77. Why did the game change when Qin Feng arrived? The East District is getting hotter and hotter. Isn't the battle in the West District fierce enough? No, just as intense. But there is a Qin Feng in the East District. Others are hedging like crazy. He, on the other hand, directly became the 6th in command and even knew how to use blitzkrieg tactics. Isn't this more exciting than hedging? The comments in the live broadcast rooms were getting more and more crazy, almost overwhelming the servers. Did you see that golden dragon? The mighty heavenly dragon, the great Luo magic spell. So you can use a shovel to hit someone? I've learned something. Bai Li Jian is so handsome. That sword strike just hit my heart. The heads of major live streaming platforms are crying their hearts out. I can't review all the comments. Why did the whole scene change when the camera turned to Qin Feng? Inside the scene. When the instructor of Northeastern Martial Arts Academy saw the scene, his face was filled with helplessness. I hope they can remember this lesson. Reckless men always die the fastest on the battlefield. He sighed deeply. The other Wufu nodded. Only rational people can survive in the grave. For example, Qin Feng. Achoo! Qin Feng, who had crawled back into the mountain, sneezed, rubbed his nose, and looked depressed. Who is thinking of me? It must be my lovely sister. Qin Feng smiled in his heart. Bailey Jian said, based on a rough estimate, including us, there should be 3 teams left, one of which is the Western Shu Martial Arts Academy. Click, click. Just as he finished speaking, a large number of trees in front collapsed and were cut off at the roots. Amatba, it should be the metal queen of donor Liang Yanyu. The little spiritual boy's eyes also had a hint of solemnity. Qin Feng pondered secretly. The other party can control metal. The shovel cannot be used, as it may hurt yourself. I'll hold Liang Yanyu back, and you guys deal with the other 2. Be quick. Qin Feng said in a deep voice. The 2 nodded and took action immediately. In a bare forest. 6 people are fighting. Liang Yanyu's outfit today is really cute. A black and purple gothic Lolita, with 2 small fangs showing, and 2 iron balls floating in her palms, which are constantly changing. Sometimes it turns into a sword, sometimes it turns into a knife. But at this time, the iron ball turned into an iron needle, which kept stabbing the buttocks of the 3 people in front. Ouch! The 3 men screamed in pain. The audience's anus tightened. Ha, that sounds nice. Liang Yanyu laughed a little crazily. Combined with her outfit, she has a bit of a little devil vibe. Yanyu, stop torturing him. Hurry and find the next team. Lu Chu is very handsome, holding a sword that shines with lightning. Mu Ping is a bit ordinary, with a dull expression. While they were talking, the 3 contestants in front of them were dragged to the ground and disappeared. Liang Yanyu was stunned, and stamped her feet angrily. Which bastard stole my people? This beautiful crazy woman. Bah, sister, you can call me Bond, Gigi Bond. A head emerged from the ground. It was Qin Feng, with a standard 8-tooth smile on his face. The 3 people from Shishu Wufu were stunned. What the hell? Liang Yanyu blared and said, do you think you are Pig Man? After saying that, the iron needle in his hand turned into an iron knife, and he slashed towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng drilled back into the ground, grabbed Liang Yenyu's ankles with both hands, and pulled down with all his strength. Not good. Lu Chu and Mu Ping were shocked and wanted to force Qin Feng out. Roar! The next moment, a dragon roared. The sky is bright as if the Buddha has descended to the world. The little spiritual boy stepped on the dragon and knocked it down with a palm strike from the sky. Focus a little. Lu Chu held the thunder sword in his hand, his blood and energy surged, and he stabbed it towards the sky. With this stab, lightning burst out. The moment it touched the palm print, it was suppressed. The little spirit boy seized the opportunity. He stepped on Mu Ping's chest with both feet and killed him on the spot. At the same time, Bailey Jian appeared and took action instantly. Sword drawing. Mu Ping roared, and a lot of hair spread out of his body. He transformed into a black bull, waving his fists and stirring up a strong wind. A level superhuman series, Black Yak. Bailey Jian's gaze didn't change at all, his body was covered with iron sheets, with a faint silver glow, ready to withstand this attack. Bang! Bailey Jian flew out horizontally. But the sword in his hand was very steady, without any deviation, and he slashed with all his strength. Swish! Lu Chu's iron sheet was torn in an instant, his armor was also cut, and he was vomiting blood and could no longer fight. As for Liang Yenyu, she was dragged underground by Qin Feng. My whole face turned red and I felt very uncomfortable. Die! She spread out her hands, and the iron knife turned into a large number of iron needles, piercing through the soil and stabbing Qin Feng in all directions. However, Qin Feng was well prepared. Silver armor full coverage is activated. The iron needle could not penetrate and was instead bounced away. Seeing this, Liang Yenyu was anxious and panicked. She doesn't have the ability to melt into the earth, so she can't breathe underground. If this goes on for too long, he will probably suffocate to death. At that moment, she turned and fled. After walking a few steps, Qin Feng caught up with him. Another hard pull. She ran away, he chased her, she couldn't escape even if she had wings. Until the end, Liang Yenyu fell into a coma due to lack of oxygen. Qin Feng brought her out of the soil layer and saw that Lu Chu and Mu Ping had been dealt with. He nodded with satisfaction. Are you okay? Bailey Jian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and pointed at Liang Yenyu. No casualties are allowed during the competition. All of them will be discovered and eliminated immediately. For safety's sake, Lingtong, why don't you give her artificial respiration? Qin Feng turned his head to look at the little Lingtong. No, I am a cultivator, how can I be disrespectful to a female donor? The little spiritual boy blushed and lowered his head quickly. The Buddha said, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Qin Feng chuckled and said, you don't want the female donor to lose her precious life, do you? The little spiritual boy was stunned. He looked at Qin Feng, then at Liang Yenyu, his eyes moving wildly. At this time, the referee came. He took the 3 people from Shishu Wufu away, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. But the popularity of the live broadcast room has not diminished at all. Ha ha ha. Fuck. GG Bond? Who came up with that? If we really have to choose the most popular person, Qin Feng would definitely be number 1. We fun people love to see this. The volume of barrage continues to soar, and the popularity continues to be hot. The major martial arts schools also looked depressed. Why did the game change when Qin Feng came? The Western Shu Wufu felt deeply humiliated. This is such a failure. I almost rewarded that little bald guy. Huang Zhong scratched his head. Minister, have we advanced to the finals? It should be. Minister Ziyang was also scratching his head. Just win like that? So sudden. Just watch Qin Feng cheating. As time goes by, the game is over. In the East District, Qin Feng released the 3 people who had just fought against the Western Shu Martial Arts Academy. Just as he was about to make a move, the 3 men knelt on the spot. Let's stay a little longer. The longer you hold on, the higher your ranking will be. Ball. The 3 unlucky guys begged frantically. Qin Feng didn't want to pay attention to it at first. Sudden. An idea came to his mind. The battle in the West District is fierce. Then he. Can you dig it over? As he thought about it, Qin Feng suddenly laughed. Such a cunning smile. Everyone is looking forward to the finals between the Imperial City and the Demonic City, settling their feud with a thrilling showdown. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and reached out to grip the black and hard shovel. But I won't take the usual path. I'm going to bury him now. Chapter 78. Qin Feng chose the style with the most barrage. Because Qin Feng was the sixth one to launch a sneak attack. So the battle in the Eastern Conference ended very quickly. At this time, the West District had just entered a white-hot stage. Lung Song from the Magic City Martial Arts Academy and Tang Tao from the Jinnan Martial Arts Academy are facing off. It's over now. Tang Tao's flame spirit body is frozen. Fire can't withstand the absolute cold after all. Yuan Hao from the Magic City Martial Arts School defeated two opponents in a single match. Mu Qian and Guan Lo from the Yuzhou Martial Arts School were defeated. Lu Chao is in danger now. Zhang Dazhuang is explaining the situation in the West District. He spoke with great enthusiasm, occasionally reciting a few lines of ancient poetry, and became more and more excited. However, Qin Feng was not aware of all this. The interior of the bird's nest is completely enclosed. No sound from outside could come in at all. At this moment, he took out a black steel shovel and was digging a tunnel. Question: why didn't Qin Feng use two rong to get through? Answer: because he just wants to dig in this small mountain. Ding! When the last shovel was dug down, it hit an extremely hard area, which made Qin Feng shudder. That's the barrier between the war zones. I guess it can't be dug. Bailey Jian's voice came from the front of the tunnel. Qin Feng glared. I just don't believe it. You can isolate the mountains and the sea, and you can also isolate the depths of the earth? That's just the way he is. Once you decide on something, you must do it. He must go there today to let the little golden retriever know why the flowers are so red. Qin Feng changed his strategy. He was no longer going forward, but downward. There are barriers between the war zones. It's impossible that the entire earth is covered with barriers. Digging all the way. After more than half an hour, Qin Feng dug to the edge of the barrier. He turned a corner and started digging from the bottom up towards the west area. When the instructors from the major martial arts academies saw this scene, their faces turned extremely strange, and they all looked towards the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy. Huang Zhong and Minister Zi Yang bowed their heads in tacit understanding. Don't look at it, it's really unfamiliar. Mr. Ziyang, you guys? Wan Ho from the Magic City Martial Mansion couldn't help but ask. Minister Ziyang smiled, but his eyelids were twitching. Explain? Explain your ass. I don't know what's going on. At this moment, Zhang Dazhuan was passionately explaining, it looks like the Magic City Martial Arts Academy is going to sweep all the teams. What? Why did Qin Feng from the East District come to the West District? He finally discovered Qin Feng and was so scared that his voice changed. In a moment. The whole network is climaxing. The volume of barrage has skyrocketed more than 100 times. The servers of several live streaming platforms burned down. Isn't this a foul? Digging from the East District to the West District, are you a fucking groundhog? Aha! Qin Feng is definitely the ancestor of the fun people, he's so capable. I thought the East Division was over, but I didn't expect Qin Feng to choose the style with the most barrage. Crowded. The barrage is dense. Any computer with a poor graphics card will crash immediately. The audience's scalp tingled. At this time, Qin Feng moved from the East District to the West District. He climbed out of the ground. This is a dense forest. The surroundings were very quiet, and there was no fluctuation of qi and blood. Call. Just then, a cold wind swept past. Large leaves were frozen and fell to the ground, turning into ice chips. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. He jumped to a high place and looked down, and immediately locked onto Long Song, Yuan Hao, and many others from the Magic City Martial Arts Mansion. They are chasing Lu Chao? Damn it, how dare you bully my brother? Qin Feng didn't even think about it and instantly merged into the ground and escaped. In the dense forest. A ferocious beast covered with black and blue scales, with a ferocious appearance, shaped like a toad, with a long tail but no hind legs. Every time it moves, a large amount of seawater will appear on the ground, surging and rolling towards Lu Chao. Lu Chao, admit defeat. There was a man sitting on top of the ferocious beast. It was Yuan Hao, with a sneer on his face. SSS level monster series, Sea Monster. Lang Song also taunted him, "You're going to be eliminated anyway, so what's the point in running?" The frost dragon behind him let out a deafening roar and opened its mouth to spit out dark blue dragon breath. Wherever it passed, everything froze. In response, Lu Chao said nothing. He held the Qilin heaven shaking stick in his hand, turned around, waved his hand to blast away the incoming sea water and dragon breath, and then continued running forward. Lu Chao is very rational. The enemy has more people, so it is not advisable to attack by force. Only by keeping distance can we have a chance to turn the tide of the battle. Worth mentioning. Previously, the Yuzhou Wufu was chasing other Wufu. At the critical moment, the Demon City martial arts mansion suddenly took action. Mu Qiyan and Guan Lo were eliminated directly. That's why Lu Chao was chased all the way. Hateful. Lu Chao couldn't help but spit. As soon as the words fell, a sneer came from behind. Distraction is a big taboo on the battlefield. A figure wearing golden armor came towards Lu Chao's side, and he swept him with a stick without hesitation. Bang! The figure flew backwards. Lu Chao was also forced to stop and was immediately surrounded by Long Song and Yuan Hao. Look at that figure again. He crashed into a big tree, but landed safely on the ground as if nothing had happened. His whole body was shining with golden light, and he looked intimidating without even being angry. Exactly a lot. SS-level monster series, Royal Court Armor. Do you dare to challenge me in a one-on-one fight? Lu Chao's eyes were cold and he said in a cold voice. Although Lang Song is very wild and arrogant, he is not stupid. He knew Lu Chao's strength, and it was said that he could fight Guan Changxing of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Palace on equal terms. Invincible in one-on-one combat. Lang Song sneered, "I have the advantage, why should I fight you in a one-on-one duel?" Lu Chao's heart sank. He knew he would not be eliminated today. Therefore, he wanted to seriously injure at least one or two of them, so that if Qin Feng could enter the finals, he could help the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy. But the other party didn't fall for it at all. "Well, I'll do whatever I can." Just as he thought of this, Lu Chao felt a powerful force coming from under his feet. Immediately he was dragged to the ground and disappeared in an instant. Lang Song, Yuan Hao, and Su Duyu froze with sneers, staring at each other. Where are the people? How come I'm such a big person? It seems to be too wrong. Lang Song was the first to react and locked onto the ground. Yuan Hao was also confused. It seems that only Qin Feng has this ability, but he is in the East District. This is weird. Which little bastard did this? Many people were also confused. Lang Song shook his head and said in a serious tone, "Let's ignore this for now. Eliminate everyone else and the final victory will still be ours." The other two had no objection. Soon, the three of them left the place. The other side. Deep underground. There are many passages here, which are complicated and have no rules, just like a gopher maze. After Lu Chao was pulled down, he heard a familiar voice. "Brother Lu, are you okay?" When he saw the face of the man in front of him clearly, he was completely stunned. "Qin Feng, Qin Feng." Lu Chao was so surprised that he started singing in tenor. His heart was pounding, his eyes almost popped out of his head, and 1,000 question marks popped up in his mind. Why is Qin Feng here? This is the West District, not the East District? Why are there tunnels? What on earth is going on? How did you get here? He asked dryly. Qin Feng raised the black steel bone shovel and grinned, "I dug it out. The tunnel warfare of our ancestors, the host and I will carry it forward." Qin Feng responded, "Only me, not you." Lu Chao still couldn't hide his surprise. Isn't this a foul? But think about it carefully. Are rules and regulations useful to Qin Feng? It's useless. He never follows the rules. Don't worry about that for now. Qin Feng signaled Lu Chao to lower his voice and chuckled, "You were bullied just now. Do you want revenge?" Lu Chao nodded heavily, "I do. The others are yours, but that little golden retriever is mine." Qin Feng said directly that he came here just for the little golden retriever. Lu Chao knew that Qin Feng had this ability. However, he was still a little worried. After all, the other party had more people and more power. "Don't worry, I have a plan." Qin Feng gave Lu Chao a reassuring look and said with a smile, "Not only will I eliminate the Magic City, I will also make them come last and embarrass them to the ground." The show is not over yet, it is just about to begin. Chapter 79. Bury them one by one. Qin Feng came to the West District purely to cause trouble. He has already secured a spot in the Eastern Conference Finals. If he doesn't even come to the West District to cause trouble, is he still Qin Feng? Wouldn't life be meaningless if we don't follow through with the principle of doing it? Lu Chao felt complicated as he watched Qin Feng digging the hole frantically. He has superb cultivation talent and amazing combat awareness, but he's a little bit unruly. The key is, he seems to be being led further and further astray. Never mind, let's just leave it at that. Brother at home, what else can I do? I'll just spoil him. Lu Chao instantly threw away common sense and joined the tunnel warfare team. Soon, a series of intricate tunnels were formed in Qin Feng's hands, as if they were to penetrate the entire West District and form a very mysterious underground world. Everyone behind Lu Chao was stunned. I really suspect that you were a groundhog in your previous life. Lu Chao complained with a helpless smile. Qin Feng didn't even turn his head, imitating the cry of a groundhog. I'll accompany the host, dinosaur carrying wolf, dinosaur carrying wolf. Amid the system's hoarse voice, Qin Feng continued digging. Sudden. Qin Feng heard someone talking above. Why is the ground full of potholes? If you don't know, you might think it was a dog paddle. A male voice cursed unhappily. Qin Feng frowned. Wow, you dare to criticize me? Who is he? A werewolf who will never wait until the next day to take revenge. So, Qin Feng came out of the tunnel directly and gave the man a slam dunk. Clang! The man rolled his eyes and fell to the ground. Watch your mouth. I hate people swearing the most. Qin Feng angrily spit out a mouthful of salt soda, turned around and went back to the tunnel. This scene appeared in major live broadcast rooms in the Chinese Dragon Country. All channels are switched on. Immediately, the screen was flooded with comments. Brother Qin Feng is awesome. That's so stingy, but I like it, ha ha ha. Why does it feel like the entire national warrior rankings are happier this year with Qin Feng here? Others are punished in this life, but he is punished instantly. The barrage of comments filled the screen of the live broadcast room. The audience was also having a lot of fun watching the show and burst into laughter. The major martial arts schools were extremely embarrassed. How about we ban Qin Feng from participating in this kind of competition in the future? I agree. Your agreement is useless. He didn't break any rules. The instructors also started arguing. As the organizer, Wang Ho of the Magic City Wu Mansion is having a headache at this moment. How should we resolve the issue of the East District intruding into the West District? The rules don't say no. But this is obviously not suitable for the competition. His brain just shut down. It's obvious that Qin Feng is heading for the Magic City Martial Arts Mansion this time. Does he want to deal with Lang Song in the second round? Liang Goen of Yuzhou Martial Arts Mansion said suddenly with a strange look on his face. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Just because of Qin Feng's vengeful character, Lang Song had mocked the imperial capital Martial Mansion many times, which he absolutely could not tolerate. Only. Is Qin Feng capable of defeating Lang Song? Rumble. This is the West Side Shock. The three-person team from Moto Wufu separated and was frantically eliminating other contestants. No way. The fighting power of Lang Song and the other two is too strong. The other players had no way to resist. Those who escaped, and those who withdrew from the competition withdrew. It's like a one-sided tiger devouring a flock of sheep. Qin Feng in the tunnel naturally heard the noise outside. He lowered his voice. The plan begins. Lu Chao nodded heavily. Their plan was simple, to win over others and focus on the three people from the Magic City Wu Mansion. All the contestants who participated in the warrior list were arrogant and proud. They were being chased by Lang Song and the other two, so they must have felt dissatisfied and would naturally accept Qin Feng's invitation to cooperate. Not to mention, the longer you hold on, the higher your ranking. They have no reason to refuse. Buzz. A frosty air spread. The big trees were instantly frozen, flashing with colorful light. Lang Song looked at the fat boy in front of him whose leg was half frozen, and said arrogantly, "Get out of here immediately. I won't be responsible if you get hurt. There are only defeated people in Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy, no." The little fat boy was very strong-willed and struggled to speak, but before he could finish his words, he was dragged into the ground and disappeared. Lang Song? He rushed over hastily. There is actually a passage there. The person is gone. Could this be the case of the unexplained disappearance of the Conan man? Long Song was stunned. At the same time, Yuan Hao and many others encountered the same thing. There must be a ferocious beast here, and everyone has been captured. Where are the people? Where are the people? How come they all disappeared all of a sudden? The two of them were cursing at each other. Is this competition still going on? How can this continue? At this time, the live camera could not capture the tunnel. Qin Feng and Lu Chao arrested more than a dozen people and stared at each other. The fat guy and the others knew Qin Feng and were shocked. How come you, from the East District, ended up in the West District? I just want to ask you one question. Do you still want to go up and be beaten by the Magic City Martial Arts Academy? Qin Feng went straight to the point. The little fat man and the others were filled with righteous indignation and said in unison, of course they don't want to. The Magic City Martial Arts Academy is very powerful. But not only do they want to abuse people, they also like to talk big. Arrogant and crazy. Who can tolerate this? Well, let's eliminate the demons together. And then, try to maintain your ranking. After all, the higher your ranking, the more points you'll earn. Qin Feng chuckled and tried to persuade him patiently. The little fat guy and the others nodded rapidly. The higher your ranking, the more points you get. They come to participate in the competition just for points. Okay, we'll listen to you. More than a dozen people spoke in unison for the first time. Qin Feng grinned and said, then bury them one by one. Yuan Hao was very depressed. He rode on the sea monster's head and searched for more than 10 minutes, but couldn't find anyone. This is so boring, he complained depressedly. Just then, a little fat man suddenly appeared in front. He glanced at Yuan Hao, then ran away with a look of panic on his face. Yuan Hao became interested and shouted, Fatty from Jiangnan Wufu, stop right there. Roar! The sea monster let out an excited war cry and leaped in pursuit, splashing dark sea water everywhere. The little fat man turned his head and glanced at Yuan Hao, a hint of mockery flashing across his face. Look forward again. He took a deep breath and jumped high. Sea monster, spray him. Yuan Hao laughed. The sea monster opened its mouth and condensed a seawater cannonball, which accurately hit the fat man's back and knocked him to the ground. Carefree. Yuan Hao really enjoyed the thrill of chasing prey. He commanded the sea monster to leap up, and the moment it landed, his expression suddenly changed. Because the ground collapsed. A huge pit appeared. At least 10 meters deep. He and the sea monster fell into it and were knocked unconscious. Rise! Yuan Hao shouted loudly. In the surrounding tunnels, Qin Feng and others rushed out and buried Yuan Hao and the sea monster alive. In the end, only Yuan Hao's head was exposed, with a look of horror on his face. Welcome to my underground amusement park. Qin Feng showed Yuan Hao a kind and friendly smile. Yuan Hao's expression froze. Qin Feng? Why is he in the West End? Chapter 80, Stop pretending and say thank you to Brother Dolly. Yuan Hao's brain started working at full power. Then, it started to burn in smoke. He doesn't understand. I don't understand either. Why did Qin Feng appear in the West District? Foul. Qin Feng committed a foul. Suddenly, Yuan Hao screamed. Qin Feng held the black steel shovel in his hand, directly against his head, and said with a smile, What did you say, who committed a foul? The cold and sharp shovel head made Yuan Hao's Adam's apple tremble. For a moment, he shut up. In fact, Yuan Hao had thought about resisting. He had just secretly controlled the sea monster, ready to attack suddenly and catch them all in one fell swoop. However, there is a person under the pit where the sea monster is. It was Lu Chao. Lu Chao had a cold expression on his face, holding the Qilin Heaven shaking stick in his hand, and his blood and energy were surging like the sea. If it dares to move, it will be killed instantly. It's just one competition, don't embarrass yourself, just withdraw. Qin Feng squatted down with a negotiating expression. Yuan Hao's face suddenly turned pale, and he roared, The Demon City Martial Arts Academy has only ever been defeated, never surrendered. That's all I have to say, it's full of blood. The fat boy from Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy growled fiercely, You're not going to quit the competition, are you? I'll make you poop in public, believe it or not. I haven't even gone to the bathroom yet. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone stood in awe. Feng looked at the little fat boy and silently gave him a thumbs up. This is a nationwide live broadcast. Once the chrysanthemums are in full bloom, it means universal celebration. Yuan Hao's face turned ashen. Until he saw the fat boy actually unbuckled his belt, he immediately wilted. I agree to withdraw from the competition. He was about to cry, and gritted his teeth. Fatty, I'll remember you. I'm Hong Dali from Jiangnan Wufu. The little fat man sneered in response. Feng slapped Yuan Hao on the head and said unhappily, stop pretending. Hurry up and say thank you, Brother Dali. Brother Wu Ying, is that you? Thank you very much, Brother Dali. Yuan Hao almost suffocated to death. No matter what, they were defeated and it was normal. He is so good. Almost got fed by a fat guy. Outside world. The news of Yuan Hao's withdrawal from the competition caused an uproar at the scene. Wang Ho of the Demon City Martial Arts Mansion had a dark face and his hands were shaking constantly, as if he was about to lose control of his anger. Minister Ziyang was surprised when he saw this and said, Deputy Palace Master, calm down. It's a good thing that he's willing to withdraw from the competition. It shows that this child is quick-witted and will live a long life even in the graveyard. That's right. The instructor of Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy agreed with a smile. Wang Hupi smiled but didn't smile. Thank you so much for your comfort. At this time, there was an uproar again at the scene. Feng is causing trouble again. He has his eyes on many. At this moment, many people are chasing the lone person. He was wearing the royal armor, combining offense and defense, and perfectly interpreted the art of violence, which made people feel very satisfied. Strange, why do I suddenly feel ominous? Many people vaguely felt that something was wrong. Next second, a pair of hands broke through the soil and grabbed his legs tightly. Many reactions were extremely quick. He roared, and the imperial armor was filled with an ancient and fierce aura, and he was about to break free from the opponent's restraints. But at this time, the surrounding ground broke open one after another. Figures rushed out one after another. They are the contestants from various prefectures. One of them was Lu Chao, who swung the Qilin Heaven shaking stick and smashed it down with all his strength. Clang! Many people crossed their arms and blocked the Qilin Heaven shaking stick in time, but their whole bodies were smashed into the mud, and their flesh and bones were shaking. In the end, many incarnations turned into Yuan Hao 2.0, with only a head left outside. But he relied on the terrifying defensive power of the Imperial Court armor and struggled frantically. You're struggling, sister. Feng jumped out from the ground and hit many people's heads with a shovel. Ding! Many are quiet. His head was buzzing and his eyes couldn't focus. But even so, the Imperial armor still did not fade away, protecting every part of his body. This surprised Feng. This ability is pretty good. It's worthy of being SS level. Many people finally saw that it was Feng in front of them, and they were shocked. Why are you? Shut up. Feng interrupted directly, don't say the same lines again, or you'll be criticized for spamming. You either withdraw from the competition, or let us beat you up and then withdraw from the competition. It's your choice. He stood up and grinned. The next second, Lu Chao and others surrounded them. This scene is very similar to a girl surrounded by several black men. No. I can't think about this anymore. Otherwise, the host and I won't be able to go to heaven. Feng rolled his eyes. How can the system see those messy things? Remember to give me the seeds, I will go and criticize. He said to himself. Oh. Many people gnashed their teeth and said, let's fight one-on-one, what's the big deal about a group fight? Would you dare to say such words in a graveyard? Feng taunted, you're surrounded by people and you still have the nerve to challenge them to a duel. Do you think they're going to hang you? Many people blushed at this sentence. Feng shook his head and sighed, you're really not going to give up until you see the Yellow River. Beat me to death. After that, more than a dozen people rushed forward and beat many of them on the spot, making them scream and cry. Finally, they could not bear it anymore and surrendered in tears. Laughter continued to emanate from the scene. This kind of elimination method is unique. This year is much more interesting than previous years. Wang Ho sighed to the sky. Are all the people in my house these little cuties? Fight back. I would rather die than surrender. The other people in the Magic City Martial Arts Mansion also felt suffocated, as if there was a lump in their stomach. They didn't lose. It was just a conspiracy by justice. Lang Song, it all depends on you. We must turn the tables. They could only place their hopes on Lang Song and pray continuously in their hearts. As for Lang Song, he walked alone in the dense forest, his face full of confusion. So quiet. Were all the people dealt with by Xuanyu and Yuan Hao? I must be too strong. My aura alone is enough to scare them so much that they dare not show their heads. He fantasized wildly in his mind. To be honest, Lang Song is indeed one of the strongest ones. SSS level awakening plus key training in Wufu. His strength is unquestionable. Just as Lang Song was daydreaming, the ground suddenly became soft and someone grabbed his feet. His face changed in shock, and he shouted, "Frost Dragon, freeze!" The figure of a frost dragon appeared behind him. A deafening dragon roar was heard, and a terrifying low temperature raged out, instantly turning the soil into frozen soil. There's something. Seeing that the situation was not right, Qin Feng immediately let go and slipped away along the tunnel. The speed is as fast as quicksilver. Click, click. In an instant, the area within a radius of 10 meters was filled with frost. Everything is completely frozen. The frost dragon stretched out its huge claws and lifted Lang Song from the frozen ground. However, just as he broke away, a strong wind swept in front of him. Lu Chao held the Qilin Heaven shaking stick in his hand and landed steadily in front of Lang Song. His pair of cold eyes made people tremble with fear. Lu Chao? Lang Song sneered, "I didn't expect you to be good at tactics." Lu Chao also laughed, his laugh even more mocking than Lang Song's, grinning and saying, "It's not me, it's him." Lang Song turned around in confusion and was stunned. Qin Feng was seen holding a black steel shovel, leaning against a towering tree, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, revealing the clear jawline of a prince. He smiled faintly and said, "You never thought, my little prince from another region is here to cause trouble." Chapter 81 Repeatedly ravaging the little golden retriever. Lang Song's pupils contracted and he felt dazed. How did he get to the West End? Is he the one who caused all the chaos in the West District? Besides, is this really not a foul? Lang Song now really wants to ask the deputy palace master. This is not our territory anymore. How could the rules be manipulated by an outsider? You broke the rules. He pointed at Qin Feng and shouted angrily. Qin Feng held the black steel shovel and said provocatively, "You said it's a foul, so it's a foul. What's the matter, are you the four-character prince? You." Lang Song was furious for a moment. As he looked at the increasing number of people around him, his eyes became increasingly gloomy and he involuntarily took a few steps back. He was clearly in the upper hand just now. How come things are suddenly reversed now? Qin Feng laughed and said, "Isn't your mode Wufu really awesome? Don't you think you are invincible and look down on others? Okay, I'll give Mode Wufu a favor today and give you a chance to fight alone." Lang Song's expression remained solemn, but he was sneering in his heart. "Except Lu Chao, I'm not afraid of anyone. This Qin Feng really thinks he's a nobody. Kill him, then deal with Lu Chao. Although it's a bit troublesome, there's still a chance." He began to plan. But Qin Feng changed his tone and said with a smile, "Now, I'm giving you a chance to challenge me in Lao Lu. Let's get started." Ah? Lang Song was stunned on the spot. Is this a one-on-one fight? Where did you receive your 12 years of compulsory education? An unprecedented satisfied smile appeared on Lu Chao's face. Holding the Qilin Heaven shaking stick in his hand, an ancient and wild aura swept out, dispelling all the cold air and shocking everyone. The blood in Qin Feng's heart surged and began to compress like a water pump. His skin turned slightly red, and it seemed as if there were blood-colored electric snakes running on his body surface, which was very scary. One-on-one challenge Master Lu Chao. East District Devil Qin Feng. You're all set. War. Qin Feng shouted. Boom. In a flash, Lu Chao crushed the ground with one foot and rushed over. The Qilin Heaven shaking stick was in his hand, and when he swung it, it looked like a bright crescent moon, accompanied by the sound of Qilin's roar. Lang Song had to fight. He growled, "Dragon breath." The frost dragon roared, its body leaned back, and its mouth spewed towards the ground. Call. The moment the blue dragon breath hit the ground, it spread in all directions, and frost covered the air, sweeping around like smoke and dust. It's so cold. Hong Dali and the others didn't dare to get close at all. Shattered moon style. But Lu Chao was not afraid at all. He held the stick in one arm and swung it down violently. The terrible force directly collapsed the entire ground, and the dragon breath was also ruthlessly smashed to pieces. When the two collided, they were evenly matched. At this time, Qin Feng arrived. Covered in silver armor, he charged into the frost and into the ruins without a moment's delay. 9th level of Blood Thunder. The black steel bone shovel danced. 3 blood thunders roared in the void and slashed towards Lang Song. The frost dragon quickly spread its wings and protected Lang Song. Boom boom boom. Blood thunder exploded. The frost dragon screamed as its entire wing was cut off. However, it was unable to fight back at all. Qin Feng and Lu Chao's attacks were continuous and in perfect harmony with each other, suppressing Lang Song so much that he couldn't breathe and could only be beaten unilaterally. Especially Qin Feng. One shovel after another was specifically hit on the little golden retriever's face. The demons are so awesome, aren't they? You're still mocking me, right? Do you really think I wouldn't dare to take action? You're actually trying to show off with me, that's my exclusive thing, you know. Damn it, seeing your golden hair makes me angry, cut it off. Qin Feng cursed and beat him at the same time. Finally, the cold and loose golden hair was cut off. Haircut on the spot. Not to mention the live audience, even the major live broadcast rooms were silent. This is the first time I see the Magic City Martial Arts School lose so badly. This is the first time I see someone spraying while beating. This is the first time I've seen him help with haircuts. Qin Feng is truly one of a kind. It took a long time. Qin Feng and Lu Chao finally stopped. Look at that cold pine. He collapsed on the ground, looking like a big pig's head. This is not a Korean handsome guy at all, he is simply the reincarnation of Zhu Beiji. Ah! Qin Feng, I'm going to fight you. Lang Song went completely crazy. His handsome facial features and cool golden hair are all gone. This will make people laugh out loud. Qin Feng clasped his hands together and sighed deeply. Since the golden-haired donor has said so, then this high monk will grant your wish. The feud between the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy and the Demon Capital Martial Arts Academy should also be over. The fateful battle ends today. His voice became high-pitched and passionate. Lang Song rubbed his swollen, black and bruised face, his eyes filled with hatred. In this battle, he would definitely. Brother Lu, let's change positions. Qin Feng suddenly shouted. Lang Song immediately became anxious. Isn't it said that there will be a fateful battle between the Imperial Capital Martial Arts School and the Demon Capital Martial Arts School? Yes, it was you who challenged me and Brother Lu just now. Now it's my and Brother Lu's turn to challenge you. It's reasonable. Qin Feng looked honest and sincere. Lang Song was stunned. A tear rolled down the corner of his eye. I really cried. Hong Dali and the others couldn't help but laugh out loud. No, I'm professionally trained and can't laugh. Unless I can't help it. Right. Pruhaha. The tense and exciting battle atmosphere is now filled with a happy air. Qin Feng's move set off an uproar on the entire internet. Good fellow, this Qin Feng is really into it. Who can withstand the challenge twice? I wonder if I can handle it. The above is wrong, this is not Shaolin soccer. Fuck, the Magic City is so unlucky this year to have run into this funny guy Qin Feng. The servers of major live streaming platforms crashed back and forth. There are too many comments. It's comparable to the snowy TVs of the 50s and 60s. Wang Ho and Minister Zhao Ziyang both had an indescribable feeling. Is this the fateful battle between the two governments? It would have been better if it had rotted in the factory. In the West District. Seeing the little golden retriever silent, Qin Feng rolled his eyes and waved his hands, saying, forget it. I'm not such a despicable person. Lang Song raised his head, his eyes filled with tears. Aren't you mean? You are a very nice person. I'm seriously giving you a chance. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. You have points, right? Quite a lot, right? Let's use them as a bet. If you win, I will go back to the East District. If I win, the points belong to me. How about it? Really? It's a deal? Swear to it. Lang Song was really scared of being cheated. I'll give you 4. Qin Feng raised 2 fingers and said in a strange voice. Seeing this, Lu Chao slowly retreated. The others also left the open space in tacit understanding. Lang Song took a few deep breaths to stimulate his blood and energy. The frost dragon's body healed quickly and became as ferocious as before. Qin Feng's whole body was shining with silver light, and his body was also wrapped in a faint golden light. In a breath, he rushed over fiercely. Ice Wall. Ice Dragon Claw. Lang Song reacts extremely quickly. The frost dragon spit out frost from its mouth, forming a thick ice wall to block Qin Feng. Its two huge dragon claws were filled with cold air, grabbing Qin Feng from the left and right. Qin Feng did not retreat. He swung the black steel shovel and smashed the ice wall into pieces. At the same time, he held the relic tightly in his hand, enduring the cold while repairing himself quickly. He rushed to Lang Song like a hot knife through butter, holding up the black steel shovel high. Rumble. Thunder roared. The two dragon claws were neatly cut off. Under Lang Song's incredulous gaze, the black and hard shovel hit him hard on the head, and he fell unconscious on the spot. Done, call it a day. Qin Feng turned around and spread his hands, curling his lips and said, "Invincible, it's just so lonely." Chapter 82. The second round ends. The ancients are reincarnated? Lang Song was defeated for the second time. It was clearly just a second round match, but this SSS level genius from the Magic City Martial Arts Academy suffered 2 consecutive humiliations. This is not the worst. Because there are still many martial arts schools present that have not been eliminated. This also resulted in the fact that the Magic City Martial Arts Academy was not even in the top 5. You know, last year Magic City Wufu was number 1, but this year it's not even in the top 5. It can be said to be a complete upset. The instigator of all this is Qin Feng, the little devil from the East District. Hong Dali and the others were also very excited. 1. Revenge. 2. Their ranking rises and they get more points. The whole process can be said to be easy and enjoyable. As for what comes next, they are about to abstain. Because I can't beat him. Qin Feng is from the East District, so let us not talk about him for now. But there is also a Lu Chao. He is a good one-on-one fighter. If they really take action, they will be asking for trouble. I abstain. Abstain. I don't want to play anymore. As long as I rank higher than the Magic City, that's enough. Hong Dali and others raised their hands. Soon, the first place in the West region was announced. It's Yuzhou Wu Mansion. Qin Feng looked at Lu Chao and said with a smile, "Brother Lu, how about you give me a break in the finals and let me win the championship just for fun?" Lu Chao burst out laughing at this. They have a good relationship, and once they meet in a competition, they both say they will give their all and leave no regrets. Qin Feng was so good that he just let the water go. This train of thought is indeed different from others. Rumble. At this time, the barrier of the sight slowly descended. The deafening uproar resounded throughout the bird's nest. The imperial capital. Invincible. See? That's the genius from my Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy. Awesome. Qin Feng is awesome. Li Yuntao and others were waving flags and cheering in the audience. They didn't stop even when their voices became hoarse, their blood boiling with excitement. Live at the bird's nest, live broadcast on the internet. The audience was delighted. This is definitely the most entertaining national fighter show ever. Digging holes, burying people, and shaking people, Qin Feng is so interesting. I originally thought Lang Song was already very strong, but Qin Feng? Whose general is this? The online hot search immediately topped the list. The popularity once surpassed the village evening. When some people are happy, others are sad. Wang Ho's face looked extremely ugly at this moment. If Li Kuei's dark face was natural, then Wang Ho was just angry. This little thing disrupted the whole game. The key is, I haven't been able to stop it. Meow, don't you know it costs money to change regions? Wang Ho cursed Qin Feng thousands of times in his heart. On the contrary, it is the Imperial Capital Martial Palace. It was as if a chrysanthemum bloomed on Minister Xiang's face. All the wrinkles on the old face were stretched out. Deputy Palace Master Wang Ho, please announce the results. Minister Xiang said with a smile. The corners of the other Wufu's mouths twitched slightly. Killing people, and destroying their hearts. Let the bullets fly special edition.jpg. Wang Ho looked at Minister Xiang's smile and wanted to punch him, but he had to maintain the composure of a host. First place in the East District, Imperial Capital Martial Academy. First place in the West region, Yuzhou Wufu. The final will be held the day after tomorrow. Please come and watch. Wang Hupi said with a wry smile. Minister Ziyang gave a thumbs up. The vice palace master is very magnanimous. Wang Ho's smile was stiff. Shut up. Looking at the thunderous cheers at the scene, Qin Feng was also a little excited. Young people are full of vigor and ambition, showing their talents to all directions. Who wouldn't be fascinated by this feeling? Tonight, I am the chosen one and the only one. That's what it means. Qin Feng said in his heart. He turned to look at Minister Ziyang, his smile growing wider. The bet was won. Got the third-grade elixir. This day, the internet in China's dragon country is bustling with activity. Tieba, forums, Douyin, Manshou, Weibo and other apps are all vying to discuss the national warrior list. The top 5 hot searches are all about Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy or Qin Feng. Madu Wufu is also on the hot search list. But the title is Shame. The Shame of the Magic City Wu Mansion. It is no exaggeration to say that Qin Feng is now a man standing against the wind, or a blue man standing on the waves and being struck by lightning. Various video clips, accompanied by old-fashioned BGM, spread all over the country in a short time. The Imperial Capital Wufu. When Ananda learned about the competition, he showed a relieved expression. Finally, some progress. He murmured. It goes without saying how much pressure the mansion lord is under. In various departments, some old guys hiding in the back have been watching closely, waiting for Ananda to make a big mistake. Now, under his leadership, Qin Feng led the Imperial Capital Martial Arts School into the finals, and also defeated the Demonic Capital Martial Arts School ahead of time, venting his anger. No wonder he felt relieved. Reward him for continuing to enter the Earth Essence training room? But this kid eats whatever he's given. My savings can't keep up. As he thought about it, Ananda smiled. Jiangnan Military Hospital. Xin Shui gathered with her fellow patients, her cute face full of shock. Wow, Xiaoshua's brother made it to the finals. My sister actually lost? Hey! Don't worry, you'll keep losing in the future. The children looked at Qin Shui with envy. Qin Shui was sitting in a wheelchair, dancing with excitement. Although she had an oxygen mask on her face, she was in very good spirits. Brother, I saw you. You have to keep going. She waved her arms at Qin Feng on TV. The national hot search is like a ray of sunshine, but there are also dark places that cannot be illuminated, where rats and snakes exist. The sound of dripping echoes underground. The demonic cult, the blood cult, and the chaos cult slowly appeared. Qin Feng, it's Qin Feng again. He killed my followers and ruined my plans. If this guy is not eliminated, he will become a roadblock. The blood cult growled hysterically. This man has a strange talent, and his chi and blood value increases very quickly. He must be eliminated. The demonic cult was also murderous. Only the fat man from the chaos cult remained calm. He seems to have many treasures on him. Do you think he is the reincarnation of an ancient? The reincarnation of an ancient? How is this possible? The other 2 religions immediately denied it. The fat man from the chaos cult smiled and said, I was just mentioning it. Now, let's get back to the point. What's the next plan? I think we should just blow up the whole building. The blood cult smiled crazily. No matter if they are geniuses or strong men, they must all die. This plan is great. It's best to do it the night before the decisive battle, when they're most relaxed. The Sky Demon cult agreed without hesitation, sneering, we'll hack into all the major platforms and broadcast it live. The footage will be absolutely stunning. The fat man from the chaos cult nodded repeatedly on the surface, but in his heart he was cursing, a bunch of lunatics, are you going to make such a big fuss? Aren't you afraid of attracting a powerful warrior? After discussion, the 3 religions left. The fat man from the chaos cult walked halfway, took out his phone, and opened a hidden app with ease. He smiled with satisfaction and said, I knew someone would buy this news. Chapter 83, Deploy in Advance, the bloody battle begins. Inside the hotel. Wang Ho had just answered a phone call. His expression changed slightly and his eyes revealed cold murderous intent. After he hung up the phone, he said coldly, you actually want to attack the entire hotel? You're so brave. Although Wang Ho put pressure on the Imperial Capital Martial Arts House, all the warriors had only one idea when it came to dealing with the cult: kill without mercy. Competition between martial arts schools is within the normal operating range. But the cult wants to destroy the national warrior list and attack and kill students? This is simply unbearable. Therefore, Wang Ho immediately notified all the major military academies to discuss the matter together. On the eve of the decisive battle, the demonic cult, the blood cult and the chaos cult are going to raid the hotel. Wang Ho looked around at everyone and spoke in a deep voice. The pupils of many mentors contracted. Someone exclaimed, "Are they crazy? How dare they come and cause trouble? They are just a bunch of psychopaths. They have never been normal. Why choose this time? It looks like they're planning to make a big scene. They attacked during the match, and they're still attacking now?" The expressions of the strong men from each mansion were extremely ugly. Act recklessly. Do whatever you want. No shame at all. The three sects are the thorns in the flesh of the major martial arts schools and must be removed. Minister Xiang looked at Wang Ho and asked softly, "Deputy Palace Master, how did you learn this news?" "He's an acquaintance. He specializes in providing various intelligence and has been cooperating with me. He can be trusted." Wang Ho said briefly, then said solemnly, "Everyone, since these bastards want to come, let them stay here forever. Set up a trap, lure them in, and eliminate them all at once. Even if we can't eradicate them completely, at least we can have some peace for a while. Those kids just have time to practice, otherwise they'd be worried about them every day." Wang Ho's words were deeply agreed by others. Minister Xiang said calmly, "Use the hotel as a trap. When the cultists come in, we'll close the door and beat them. Kill as many as come and kill them until they tremble with fear. The simpler the better. Complexity can easily lead to problems." Wang Ho added, "Remember, we must protect the surroundings. We must not be discovered by them, and we must not put the public in danger." Everyone nodded in understanding. Suddenly, the atmosphere became solemn. There was murderous intent and coldness on everyone's face. Before leaving, Minister Xiang jokingly said, "I thought the Vice Palace Master would be sulking after the Demon City Martial Palace suffered such an embarrassing defeat this time. It seems I was overthinking it. You're so ungrateful." Wang Ho rolled his eyes. They are clear about right and wrong when it comes to major issues. The hotel is still as popular as ever. Mainly the contestants live here. Every day there are reporters and internet celebrities coming with their mobile phones and cameras to take pictures, hoping to get some topics other than the competition. Various hot topics are emerging one after another, and there is a lot of discussion on the internet. Just then, around Shanxing Hotel, the crowd surged past. It was very strange. They looked around the hotel with inexplicably cold expressions. Observe the surrounding terrain and plan an escape route in advance. Even if I kill a genius, I must protect myself. Otherwise, how can I serve my master? Remember that parking lot, it's important." These people were observing the hotel while communicating secretly. At the same moment, above the hotel, Qin Feng was looking down at the dense crowd and whispered, "In other words, there will be a bloody battle on the eve of the decisive battle? Well, this is also a test for you." Minister Xiang stood with his hands behind his back and said softly, "It's difficult to get information inside the tomb. For example, there's a language barrier, or the translated meaning is too far off. So, this is like experiencing the tomb in advance." "What do you mean?" Qin Feng turned around and asked. "The tomb is dangerous at all times. It's very likely that the head will fall to the ground the moment you relax." Huang Zhong said coldly. Qin Feng and the other two touched their necks. "Is it so dangerous? Be prepared. All members of the cult will be killed without mercy." Minister Xiang's expression was completely different from before, and he was full of murderous intent. Qin Feng and the others looked at each other and said obediently, "Yes, Minister." At the same time, other martial arts schools are also warning their students. On the Yuzhou side, Liang Goen said in a deep voice, "Lu Chao, you must protect yourselves." "Understood." Lu Chao and the other two nodded heavily. Back in the Magic City, Wang Ho looked at the three little golden-haired guys who were beaten black and blue, feeling both helpless and ridiculous. "Don't act rashly, just follow the main force," he said earnestly. Lang Song sneered and said, "Don't worry, they are just a bunch of trash." "Shut up. Hasn't losing enough? You can be crazy, but it must be based on absolute strength. What's next? A fight to the death. A bloody battle. One mistake and we'll lose everything." Wang Ho's face was as cold as frost as he shouted. He has a love-hate relationship with these children. Even if you are crazy, you have to find the right time. Otherwise you will really lose your life. Lang Song and the other two were stunned by the Deputy Palace Lord's words. It was the first time they saw the Deputy Palace Lord so serious. You can lose a game countless times, but if you fight to the death, you won't even have a chance to regret if you lose once. Wang Ho said in a deep voice. The three little golden retrievers nodded quickly, understood. Only then did Wang Ho's expression ease a little. If they can't even pass this level, going down into the tomb will only lead to their own death, and they may even bring harm to others, Wang Ho thought to himself. The dull atmosphere is like a peeled onion, gradually revealing its tear-jerking true face. The atmosphere began to change. The night before the final. The whole hotel still maintains its bright lights and feasting. When the time came to 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, the parking lot began to get busy. Rumble. Cars suddenly exploded, and the blazing heat wave, surging anger, and heavy airwaves shook the entire hotel. Thick smoke billowed out of the exit, dense and terrifying. Ding-a-ling. The fire alarm sounded instantly and sprayed water mist, but it couldn't stop it at all. At the same time, a group of ghosts seemed to emerge around Chongqing Hotel. Silently, surrounding us. Kill. The shouts and cries of killing were like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath, piercing through the noisy atmosphere. Boom, boom, boom. The hotel has been battered by the elements. Glass shattered and walls collapsed. However, none of this hurt anyone at all. Kill. The sound of killing was also heard from the sky. A roar like thunder broke the silence of the night. They were a group of evil cult warriors with flying monster-type abilities. They controlled the strong winds, attacked at night, and were about to rush in from the top floor. But just then, a brilliant light burst out from the hotel, piercing through like a star-destroying cannon, instantly annihilating a large number of evil cult warriors. How dare a bunch of bastards come here and act so presumptuously? Wang Ho stood on the broken wall, his eyes as cold as frost. The bloody battle begins. Chapter 84. In the face of crisis, the only thing left is responsibility. Wang Ho's actions were beyond the expectations of all the evil cult warriors. They also realized that they had fallen into a trap. Wang Ho, the government's lackey, must be executed. A cold voice rang out in the darkness. Suddenly, the situation changed drastically. The suppressed waves were like a huge rock, instantly covering the entire Chongqing Hotel. Rumble. Amidst the lightning and thunder, more than 10 figures towered over the night sky. Their eyes were as cold as ice, shining brightly like stars, yet full of hatred for evil. Wang Ho saw this group of people and said in a stern tone, "Traitor, how dare you show up? You are looking for death. As a former member of the Blue Star people, I feel ashamed." The leader, wearing a black robe and hood, only his stubbled chin, which looked like a butt, could be seen. He said coldly, "But tonight, all of you must die, including those little brats." Deputy Palace Master Wang, this must be the minister who rebelled from the Magic City back then. A figure flashed by Wang Ho's side. Minister Xiang had his hands behind his back, his face calm. At the same time, other strong men followed closely behind, watching eagerly. Imperial capital, the fallen loyal dog, roared the traitorous warrior from the demon city, attack, destroy the entire hotel. In an instant, the evil cult warriors from all around rushed out and attacked frantically. Not only on the ground in the front, there were also evil cult warriors in the two buildings at the back, breaking into the buildings through the windows one by one. In an instant, the entire hotel fell into chaos. However, due to prior precautions, the cult warriors did not encounter the strong men from various prefectures at the first time, and could only continue to advance deeper. The hotel was dark and had lost all lights. The crunching sound of footsteps on broken glass echoed throughout the floor. Puff. Puff. Next second, the heads of the evil cult warriors flew into the sky. The body fell to the ground, blood gushing out from the severed head. Ceiling, the evil cult warrior shouted. In the darkness, all kinds of killing methods such as swords, shadows, elemental explosions, etc. burst out. Huang Zhong, Liang Goan, and other mentors appeared. They are responsible for fighting against high-level generals, war marquises, or even war kings, and they can make the entire building shake. Kill these brats first. Curb the lifeline of the future of the Chinese dragon nation. The evil cult warrior's eyes were red, and he rushed over like a madman. Rumble. Suddenly, the Buddha's light shone everywhere. A golden dragon soared into the sky, and with a giant palm print it fell, beating a cult warrior into a bloody mess on the spot. The little spirit boy said softly, "Amitba, the great monk said that words cannot enlighten you, only killing can lead to salvation. This child is teachable." Shin Feng walked out from the side, holding a black steel shovel in his hand, and nodded with satisfaction. Clang! Bailey Jian grasped the hilt of the sword and slashed out instantly. 2 or 3 evil cult warriors were ruthlessly beheaded on the spot. At the same moment, other Wufu students also took action, and the scene was very intense. Shin Feng exuded a sense of justice, his expression was even more upright, and then he extract chi and blood. Extraction successful. Gain 50 points of chi and health. Gain 50 points of chi and health. Gain 100 points of chi and health. Hurry up and raise your HP to 3999 first. This situation must be extremely dangerous. Whenever a warrior appears, it will be easy for him to kill himself. Therefore, improving chi and blood is a top priority. But it is stuck at 3999. Once you enter the general level, you will not be able to participate in the finals. All of you die. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard from the front. Some of the cult warriors had iron appearing all over their bodies, like circles of fine steel, and their bodies were as big as calves. He was extremely ferocious. When he swung his fists, his blood surged and turned into 2 bloody bulls charging out. But before he could rush out a few meters, he was frozen in place by the dragon breath of the frost dragon behind Ling Song. Stupid. Lung Song's face was full of sarcasm. He didn't finish his words. 9th level of blood thunder. A wave of blood-red lightning burst out. The evil cult warrior was instantly chopped into pieces with blood all over the ground. Ling Song stared at Shin Feng blankly and yelled, "You bastard, you stole my head? How can it be called robbery when it comes to scholars' affairs?" Shin Feng's face was full of justice, and he had no idea what embarrassment was. After saying that, he waved his hand. Gain 100 points of chi and health. Well, this evil cult warrior is at the primary level of a general. Shin Feng's blood value reached 3,878 points. At this time, the evil cult warriors in front of the corridor became more and more dense. The mentors had to break down walls one by one to further expand the width of the battlefield in order to avoid being restricted. Withstand. Fix the hole. Kill them all, leaving no one behind. The instructors from the major martial arts schools worked together seamlessly. For a moment, the hotel shook even more violently. Gravel kept flying, accompanied by all kinds of wails and roars. The scene was so bloody and chaotic that it was impossible to describe it in words. Shin Feng was preparing to continue killing the enemy. Suddenly, a strong Qilin roar sounded. Lu Chao came up from the next floor, his whole body boiling with blood, and he didn't know whether it was his own blood or from the enemy. "How did you get up here?" Shin Feng asked. Lu Chao said in a deep voice, "Something happened." Shin Feng's expression froze. When Lu Chao said the words "something happened," there must be a big problem. A teacher from Yuzhou Wufu used mental confusion on an enemy at the War Marquee level. From what he said, I learned that the Blood Cult, the Sky Demon Cult, and even the Chaos Cult, their goal is not to kill, but to blow up the bottom floor of the hotel. They carried a ton of explosives. 1 ton of dynamite. All the students' and teachers' hearts trembled when they heard this. If it explodes, not only the hotel but also the surrounding areas will be affected terribly, and there will definitely be countless casualties. Huang Zhong made a quick decision and shouted, "Go all out. Kill them and get to the bottom floor as quickly as possible." The killing broke out again. But at this moment, it is even more tragic. We must race against time. Let's evacuate quickly. Once it explodes, none of us will be alive. Yuan Hao from the Magic City Martial Arts Academy said hurriedly. Shin Feng shook his head, "If we run away now, what will happen to the people around us? I'm afraid it will be too late to evacuate them." Although some people were evacuated beforehand, not all were. This news broke so suddenly. How could 1 ton of explosives be brought in without being discovered? Shin Feng was puzzled. If you say that the thing that blew up the car was a small bomb, you could also persuade the hotel waiter to install it. But it's 1 ton of explosives. That's 1 ton. Rumble. At this time, Huang Zhong and others finally got rid of the evil cult warriors who had attacked. They immediately kicked open the elevator door and quickly landed on the bottom floor, ready to prevent the explosion of the explosives. Many students from Wufu looked hesitant. They obviously wanted to evacuate early to save their lives. Some people have even moved on. But Qin Feng didn't think much about it. He immediately gripped the black steel shovel and quickly followed. At this time, one more person means more strength. In times of crisis, we have only responsibility. Chapter 85. There is a ghost, there must be a ghost. The hotel was filled with smoke. Broken walls and flying glass fragments splattered in all directions. In the void, outside the hotel, and inside the hotel, there was a battle. Blood flowed out from inside like a river, staining the ground red. It looked terrifying in the moonlight. The most dangerous area is inside the hotel. Qin Feng took the lead and led a group of students who were willing to intercept and kill the evil cult warriors, and rushed to the bottom level in a mighty manner. Kill! As soon as they reached the next floor, they heard the hysterical roars of the evil cult warriors. Qin Feng was so angry that his eyes were covered with blood red. He shouted, "Kill them all, and then go to the bottom to provide support. Kill, kill, kill." Lu Chao and others were also bloodthirsty and rushed out. Phew! Qin Feng sneaked into the ground and passed through the crowd. When he reappeared, the black steel bone shovel slashed down angrily, cutting off the legs of the cult warrior. Screams continued to ring out. Lu Chao, Long Song, Bailey Jian, Xiao Lingtong and others seized the opportunity and killed them all with one blow. These students had never experienced such bloodshed before. But this night, they all grew rapidly. Qin Feng, if you can get into the ground, go and provide support quickly, we will follow you later. Lu Chao glanced at Qin Feng and shouted. Qin Feng nodded heavily. If he could really help, he would definitely do it, otherwise there would be too many casualties. If it is too dangerous, he will not take the risk. After all, he is still in the warrior realm. Being alive is the most important thing. While thinking, he dived into the ground again, swung the black steel shovel, cut through layer after layer of steel bars, and sneaked down at the fastest speed. Changxing Hotel, ground floor. A group of mentors fell straight down from the top to the bottom. Die. Huang Zhong was the first to be hit. He held two short axes tightly in his hands and his face looked ferocious. With a roar, the heads of the evil cult warriors in close range exploded, as fragile as watermelons. Huang Zhong's body also changed, like a devilish muscle man, swinging his short axe, chopping left and right, like a killing meat grinder. A level superhuman system, muscle control. The other side. Liang Gowen's eyes were stained with a layer of blue light, and the entire ground floor corridor rumbled, and the walls collapsed, crushing the cult warriors one by one. When he soared into the air with his arms raised high, a tremendous force swept over, turning the rushing enemies into a bloody mist. In an instant, the entire corridor was covered in blood, as if it led to an endless purgatory, extremely terrifying. These people don't have explosives on them. Could it be a trap? Impossible. I hypnotized that person specifically. It can't be fake. Some instructors hesitated, but the instructor from Yuzhou Wufu was very firm and spoke up to refute immediately. Huang Zhong said, "We're almost at the end, let's go take a look first." After saying that, a group of mentors rushed into the bottom floor. It was dark and depressing here, with only a faint light flickering. Take a closer look. Shaking the light seems to be another group of people. The weirdest thing is, they were holding selfie sticks and seemed to be live streaming? For a moment, neither side made a sound. The atmosphere became depressing and heavy. The Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy, the Yuzhou Martial Arts Academy. You're all here. Someone among the evil cult warriors spoke coldly. Huang Zhong's muscles trembled, emitting a huge sense of oppression. He said coldly, "Why waste so much time talking? Get started." Liang Gowen waved his arm. The ground collapsed, and a 10-meter-long sharp stone condensed and rushed towards the cult warrior fiercely. Roar! Suddenly, the roar of a wild beast was heard from the front. A huge monster appeared, shaped like a lion, covered with golden hair, and the mane on its neck looked like a fire cloud, which made it particularly majestic and powerful. It roared like a lion, shattering the sharp stones and continuing to growl. Fire Cloud Swanni. You are a traitor to the Chen family, Chen Jiujie. The teacher of Hongdu Wufu recognized the other party. Across from him, a middle-aged man walked out, his face covered with scars and his eyes full of hatred. I worked so hard to kill the foreigners and guard the tomb, but what did I get in the end? Don't give me the resources. Don't give me a raise in status. Then I might as well destroy this world. Chen Zhujie roared with a ferocious look on his face. As soon as the words fell, the void shook and a dark portal was torn open. Huang Zhong and others took a glance and were immediately shocked. That door is very illusory and seems like it may collapse at any time, but it connects to another world and forms an independent space. S-level elemental system, breaking through the air. Liang Gowen's face looked grim, and he squeezed out these words from between his teeth. Break the air. This is an extremely rare awakening ability. It should have been SSS class. Because it can condense a space belonging to the awakened. This is simply a magical skill for warriors who don't have space rings. However, breaking the sky requires a huge amount of resources to successfully open up a huge range, so it was finally rated as S level. Not SSS level, but better than SSS level. Boom. Next second. A large amount of explosives appeared behind a man in black. Exactly 1 ton of explosives. Huang Zhong and others' pupils contracted and they rushed out in an instant. We must not let him light the fuse. Chen Zhujie grinned at the man in black and said, Xiaolan, didn't you say you wanted to destroy this world? Then let's start from this moment. At this moment, the most panicked and nervous people are not Huang Zhong and others, but the major live broadcast platforms. Are all of you technicians just here to eat for free? Don't you know the live streaming platform has been hacked? Fix it quickly. Unplug the power. No, the electrical room and server room are completely blocked. The bosses of live streaming platforms are going crazy. Now, the live broadcast room where the live broadcast was booming was directly pushed to the top of all the hot searches, and a large number of barrages were skyrocketing. The man in black called Xiaolan rubbed his fingers together gently, and a flame appeared. He smiled a devout and crazy smile and murmured, Lord, I hope you are proud of me. The fuse started burning under the watchful eyes of Huang Zhong and others. Then, puff! The flame is out. At this moment, the atmosphere was awkward. Both sides looked at the fuse with wide eyes. Especially the man in black named Xiaolan, his mouth twitched and he hurriedly reignited the fire. But it's about to get close to the fuse. The wire is cut. Xiaolan was stunned. Keep clicking. A black shadow flashed. Keep cutting. You order, I cut. Click, click, click. Cut, cut, cut. Repeat this process dozens of times. It's like a projector rewinding over and over again. You're fucking stuck here. Get down to business. Chen Zhujie couldn't help but roar. Xiaolan was really about to cry. I don't know either. There is a ghost, there must be a ghost. Ghost blows out the light. At this time, Xin Feng cut the fuse again and hid on the ground in an instant. He felt like his heart was about to jump out of his throat. Oh my god, this is too exciting. So excited, so thrilled. Xin Feng hugged the black steel shovel tightly, shouting in his heart. Chapter 86 Mr. Qi, showing his power in public. Ground floor of the hotel. The instructors of the major martial arts schools and the martial artists of the evil cults were all stunned. That's impossible. Is it because it's too humid down there? Xiaolan scratched her head in confusion. Huang Zhong and Liang Gowen thought that someone was secretly helping them. They looked at each other and nodded heavily. Take action. Kill them all on the spot. Huang Zhong kicked the ground to pieces, transformed into a human cannonball, and charged forward first. The fire-clad Swanee rushed out under Chen Zhujie's gloomy eyes, opened its mouth and spewed out a raging flame, which collided head-on with the Huang Zhong, instantly illuminating the entire bottom floor. Bang! The flames dissipated. The flames spread in all directions like meteors, further dispelling the darkness. Xiaolan, quickly light the explosives. If it really doesn't work, just blow it up. The other evil cult warriors growled. After saying that, they rushed out and entangled Wufu. Look at Xiaolan again. He was so anxious that sweat was pouring down his face as he continued to ignite the explosives. As for Qin Feng underground, he was also very anxious. There is fire around. Darkness can no longer be his protection. If you make another move, you will definitely be discovered. If I do this next, will the live broadcast room be blocked? Never mind. If we have to shut down something, we'll shut down the live streaming rooms of the evil cult warriors. Xin Feng gritted his teeth, swam underground like a fish, and quickly reached the top of the gunpowder. At this moment, Xiaolan roared in ecstasy, "It's lit, great lord, we are coming to find you." The evil cult warriors are ecstatic. The instructors from all the major martial arts schools glared in anger. Just when the evil cult warriors were excited, a crystal clear water line drew a graceful arc on the ceiling and accurately poured the lead. The cult warriors holding selfie sticks suddenly raised their hands, and their mobile phone cameras instantly captured a long object. Kuan. What a big Kuan. It even shook a few times in a very clever way. The evil cult warrior opened his eyes wide, and his look of frustration and disgust was portrayed to perfection. Grass. Roars from the heart echoed from the bottom. Their blasting plan was ultimately ruined by a pea? Even Huang Zhong and others opened their eyes wide. It turns out that showing your dick during a live broadcast can save the world. Does Mr. Huang admire me very much? Xin Feng hung upside down on the ceiling, showing his signature honest smile. Huang Zhong was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. As expected, this brat. Only he can do such a thing. Huang Zhong secretly gave a thumbs up, feeling a surge of emotion physical. Then he roared, "Kill!" Suddenly, the killing started again. The cult warriors suddenly felt the pressure doubled. Xin Feng hid himself. He felt countless murderous gazes. In ancient times, Xuerengui took off his hat to repel thousands of enemies. Today, the host is exposing his dick live to save the world. Host, calling for you. The system's complaints are still sharp. At this moment, the number of barrages on major live broadcast platforms in China has skyrocketed. Oh my god. How did he manage not to laugh in such a serious situation? Wow, is he the first person recognized by the country to expose his penis? Although the method is a bit shabby, at least it works. Awesome. Well, I have a 36D, am I worthy of Xin Feng? 36D, move back. I still want a fence with Xin Feng. Various comments appeared one after another, pushing Xin Feng to the top of the hot searches for a while. But none of this matters. The important thing is that the battle on the ground floor of the hotel has entered its final stage. Huang Zhong became more and more courageous as the battle went on. Even though his body was covered in blood, his two axes were still flying and spinning, just like Li Kuei in water margin. He chopped the Huoyan Swanee so hard that it screamed and its huge head rolled to the ground. Chen Zhujia's expression changed in shock. He was about to dodge the whistling sound of the axe, but Huang Zhong's speed suddenly increased. Phew! Half of his body could not withstand the blow of the short axe, which cut from the shoulder to the hip. His internal organs and intestines flowed out in large pieces, and it was very bloody. Warriors from other evil cults also suffered defeat after defeat. Xiaolan wanted to break the explosives by force, but was suppressed by the martial arts instructor. Death is your final destination. Liang Gowen's eyes were cold and blue like the sea, and he waved his arms across his body. Buzz. A tremendous force swept over, and the ground began to crack. Gravel, floor, large rocks, etc. were combined into sharp stone spears, killing Xiaolan and other evil cult warriors. No matter how they roared, struggled, or resisted, it was of no avail. Puff puff puff. The cold stone spear pierced through the bodies of Xiaolan and other evil cult warriors. Huge chunks of rock crushed down and smashed them into a bloody mess, killing them to the point of being dead. Xin Feng was shocked. These mentors are usually kind, but when it comes to the fighting stage, they all become fucking killing gods. It's my turn. He poked his head out from the ground and laughed. How could Xin Feng give up such a scene that deserves to be famous? He quietly pointed the selfie sticks at a certain spot, then trotted over and said quickly, "Teacher Liang, just beat him to death, don't beat him into a bloody mess." You did a good job, kid. Liang Gowen was in a very good mood and laughed out loud when he saw Xin Feng. After saying that, he put the giant stone down. Xin Feng ran over and grabbed a dead cult warrior. Standing on the pile of corpses, he shouted to the major live streaming platforms on his phone, "I thought the War Marquee realm was weak enough, but I never thought the War King realm was also this weak. War King realm, nothing more than this." After saying that, Xin Feng twisted the neck of the evil cult warrior in his hand, his face full of disdain and domineering. Liang Gowen's expression froze instantly. You fucking. Huang Zhong couldn't help but curse. You can really brag. You are really good at bragging. You are only at the advanced warrior level, and you dare to claim to have killed someone at the War King level? Find a better reason to lie. But the internet doesn't care. Even if you say you are Qin Shi Huang, there will always be a few fools who believe you. Believe in the netizens' unlimited IQ. War King Realm? Such a powerful person died at the hands of Qin Feng. Awesome. From today on, Qin Feng is my god. I, the first emperor, will appoint him as the great general. As expected of the Imperial Capital Martial Academy, a warrior realm counterattack against a war king realm will surely become a legendary story. No, don't any of you have any brains? The netizens were completely excited about Qin Feng's words war king realm, nothing more than this. This is not outrageous, but it is outrageous that he went home and knocked on the door. It is outrageous that his father, mother, and ancestors all opened the door. Qin Feng felt very satisfied when he saw that the effect had been achieved. After this, people will probably ask me to shoot commercials and endorse various things, right? Wouldn't that be making a lot of money easily? Keep a low profile, keep a low profile. It's just becoming a big star, isn't it? Qin Feng laughed in his heart. At the same time, he also began to extract the corpse at his feet. Even if he has been dead for a while, his health value is still considerable. Extraction successful. Gain 34 HP points. Gain 25 points of Qi in health. Gain HP 185. Gain HP 296. The Qi and blood values suddenly skyrocketed. Qin Feng was stunned. It's over. It's going to exceed 3,999. Just then, a voice that made him tremble rang in his mind. Obtained, S-level elemental system. Chapter 87 Breaking through the War General Realm, Qin Feng made a lot of money. Obtained, S-level elemental system, breaking through the air. Qin Feng felt ecstatic as if a pie had fallen from the sky. Break the air. S-level elemental system. That bug ability that allows you to have an independent space. You know, even with today's blue star technology, there is no skill tree for the space ring. Of course, this is what Qin Feng knows at the moment. As for whether the strong ones have it, it is unknown. But these are not the point. The key point is that Qin Feng has the ability to break through the air. From now on, you don't need to carry a lot of things when killing ferocious beasts, just throw them directly into the broken air. At the same time, Qin Feng felt a burning pain spreading all over his body, as if his blood was burning. This is a sign of entering the realm of a warrior. The difference between the warrior realm and the general realm is the location of training. The warrior realm trains the appearance, that is, the skin. The realm of a warrior refines one's inner self, that is, the bones. Steel bones. I'm talking about the realm of war generals. Iron skin is the first layer of defense, and steel bones are the second layer of defense. This shows how terrifying the defense of the war general realm is. It's over. I'm already at the war general level, how can I participate in the competition? The system misled me. I hate you. Qin Feng walked down the pile of corpses with a drooping mouth and a dejected look. He was about to lie down and cry, but he saw a head facing him. He pulled the head aside and continued crying. I need to see if there is a suitable new host around. It would be best if I could find a cute girl with a sweet voice, 36D breasts, long legs, and a nice butt. Come on, I'm almost there. Qin Feng rolled his eyes. Since he had already broken through to the level of a general, he had no choice but to accept his fate. Continue extracting. He not only extracted it, but also infused his qi and blood into the silver armor. Qin Feng's silver armor has been fully covered, but it has not reached its true peak. Silver armor, it is not like a layer of silver plating, but forms an armor-like appearance, which is the most perfect appearance. Gain 210 HP points. Gain 67 HP points. Gain 181 HP points. P.S. These are the blood and energy resources for Yin Jia, not for Qin Feng. With a loud bang, the silver armor on Qin Feng's body condensed on its own. It was no longer pure silver covering the skin, but slowly extended outwards. The blurred lines of the armor gradually became clear. This process is very long. But Qin Feng was not in a hurry at all. He even closed his eyes happily and began to feel the air-breaking ability of the S-level element system. New abilities are acquired. Of course, he has to get familiar with it. Moreover, it is comparable to SSS level existence. Buzz. Qin Feng clearly felt that his soul was connected to a mysterious space. It is vast and desolate, dark and lonely, as if it is an unknown and mysterious world. So small. Qin Feng sensed his own world that had broken through the air, and immediately came up with only 2 words of comment. Breaking the sky world. Only 1 square meter in size. No wonder Pokon can only be rated S level. My goodness, if we really want to expand it, how much resources will it cost? Qin Feng secretly complained in his heart. Just at this time, the complete form of silver armor was successfully condensed. The silver armor shines like a silver sun on the bottom floor of the hotel. It looks like Kamen Rider's combat armor, close-fitting, hard, and very handsome. The helmet and mask are very similar to those of Pillar Brother from Transformers. They can reveal the true appearance or cover the face. In one sentence, so damn handsome. The entire pile of corpses was basically drained by Qin Feng. About 5,000 health points. Qin Feng himself couldn't help but take a sip of the cold noodles. Cultivation really does cost money. He looked at the world that had broken through the air, then at the final stage of the fight, and prepared to quietly go over and extract the blood and energy from the corpse. He wanted to see how much energy and blood was needed to expand the world of breaking the sky. You little brat, you actually broke through. Huang Zhong restrained his muscles and wore tattered clothes. When he saw the sneaky Qin Feng, his eyes suddenly changed. Qin Feng's face was full of embarrassment. If you don't tell me about this and I don't tell you, no one will know. The implication is, for the glory of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy, just shut up. Huang Zhong was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and at the same time felt it was unbelievable. Countless high-level warriors who have reached level 3999 do not dare to say that they can break through quickly, as it requires a long period of accumulation. But for Qin Feng, how could it be as simple as drinking water and eating? Ha! The minister and others are here. Huang Zhong seemed to have noticed something and suddenly said. Qin Feng quickly touched the corpse. You will definitely be kicked out soon, so take advantage of this time to extract more qi and blood. Gain 300 HP points. Gain 250 HP. Gain 230 HP. The blood is beating wildly. Infused into the world of breaking through the sky. Qin Feng could feel that the mysterious space was expanding rapidly, and he suddenly felt happy. The more space you have, the more you can store. And there is no need to worry about others' possessions being snatched away. At the passage, Minister Ziyang and others arrived quickly. It was obvious that the enemy above had been killed. Minister, they failed to explode. Huang Zhong walked over and briefly introduced the battle situation. Minister Ziyang nodded slightly, then saw a figure squatting in the mess who shouldn't be there, and the corner of his mouth twitched suddenly. Why is he here? Minister Ziyang glared at Qin Feng. Huang Zhong and others touched their noses, feeling a little embarrassed. Qin Feng trotted over and said righteously, Minister, you have no conscience. I killed a War King realm cult warrior and saved millions of lives. Minister Ziyang and other powerful men from various prefectures stared. The warrior counterattacks the king? Come on, a mid-level general can beat you until your constipation is relieved, and you still want to fight against the king. Minister Ziyan rolled his eyes to the sky. Afterwards, people came down one after another to deal with it. The whole battle was basically resolved. Qin Feng had only one request, can you stay? Minister Ziyang and Huang Zhong said kindly, get out. Qin Feng kept looking back, his face full of resentment, like a woman in seclusion. Never mind. 3 square meters is enough. He felt the changes in the world of Pokon, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. In this attack by the evil cult warriors, others may have suffered losses, but Qin Feng was the only one who made profits throughout the whole process. But now there is a huge problem before him. What to do in the next game? Logically speaking, he, who is at the level of a general, can no longer participate in the finals. The boat will sink when the time comes. At worst, I can get it back on the general list. Okay. Qin Feng shrugged, feeling relieved. I've made a lot of money this time. I didn't take the rest to heart. However, Qin Feng had no idea how much of a stir his actions had caused in the outside world. Chapter 88 lets you participate in the competition and you become a national hero. Last night, the Chongqing Hotel in Magic City suffered a large-scale sneak attack by a black organization. I never expected that Qin Feng from the Imperial Capital Martial Palace would actually stand up and kill a War King. Qin Feng, a promising young man with an overflowing sense of justice, protecting the country and fighting against evil. The central bank personally named him a national hero. If there hadn't been last night's live broadcast, the Magic City Martial Arts Academy would have definitely suppressed this matter. Now it's all live in the broadcast room. Qin Feng instantly became a national hero. Even more famous than contemporary geniuses. For a time, Qin Feng was the most popular person. No one shines brighter than him. The imperial capital Wufu. Ananda watches the news on his phone and transforms into an old man on the subway. Deng Ling, who was standing next to him, widened his eyes and pointed at the picture above, his voice trembling. Kill the war king? Do you think it's possible? Ananda pinched his brows and said helplessly, wouldn't it be better if he just grabbed a random evil cult warrior and said he was at the battle venerable realm? Minister Ziyan contacted me and said that this kid has broken through to the level of a general. Deng Ling breathed a sigh of relief and then said with a helpless smile. Ananda now really wanted to fly over and strangle Qin Feng to death. If I let you participate in the competition, you'll become a national hero. It will be difficult to fight against Yuzhou Wufu. Deng Ling shook his head. Ananda was very familiar with Yuzhou Wufu. Lu Chao's fighting power is amazing. If Qin Feng doesn't break through, there is still hope. Now he is a general and is not allowed to continue the competition. To this, Ananda smiled and said, it doesn't matter. Second place is much better than previous years. 2. Deng Ling thought about it and nodded in agreement. Ananda looked out the window and murmured, it's good to be famous. At least some people won't dare to do anything wrong. Jiangnan Military Hospital. All the children in the hospital looked at Qin Shui with envy. See, my brother, a national hero. When we fight bad guys, they are all very bad guys, on the level of Lady Shurji. Don't worry, my brother will come next time and he will let you touch him. Qin Shui was so happy that she introduced Qin Feng excitedly. The little face was rosy and he was dancing with joy, which made the doctors and nurses next to him smile. Xiaoxue, does what you said last time still count? A little boy with a broken leg pushed a wheelchair over and whispered. Qin Shui's black pearl-like eyes lit up, and she whispered, are you talking about your sister with big breasts and a nice butt? Suddenly I feel that having such a brother-in-law is not bad. The little boy said a little shyly. Qin Shui took out a small notebook and wrote down a name. Take a closer look. The little notebook was filled with women's names, followed by personality, age, and measurements. There are at least 20 or 30 of them. I suddenly feel that it's not a bad idea for my brother to marry too. Qin Shui muttered. In her mind, her brother is the best. All right. The nurse pushed the oxygen cylinder over and put the oxygen mask on Qin Shui's face. Qin Shui said with a smile, Sister Nurse, do you want to try it with my brother? The nurse suddenly smiled bitterly. If Qin Feng knew that his sister was working as a matchmaker in the hospital, he would definitely give her a compliment. Good sister. But Qin Shui didn't know. In fact, Qin Feng has some of Wei Wu's legacy. Early morning. Wan Ho looked at the damaged hotel and said coldly, we dealt a heavy blow to the cult, so they don't have to worry about these children every day. In the short term, they may not take any action. Minister Ziyang nodded lightly. The demonic cult, the blood cult, and the chaos cult all have organizations and bases in the Chinese Dragon Country and even in the entire Blue Star. It's not that the Zhan Mansion is unwilling to wipe them out, but that they are too cunning. Some are still alive, and we will definitely not let them have an easy time. Wang Ho said coldly, no matter how hard their teeth are, if we pull them out one by one, they will eventually open. Others have no problem with this. In their hearts, the evil cult warriors are no longer part of Blue Star. Cults are foreign races that dedicate themselves to the grave. Their antisocial actions such as betraying their own kind, framing geniuses, and disrupting stability have long shown that they have no heart for the blue planet. There is only one word to deal with this kind of person, and that is, kill. The elders were talking, and the students from various prefectures were squatting outside, gasping for breath. In last night's battle, there were no losses among the students from various prefectures, but injuries were certainly inevitable. However, such bloody battles are rare for them to encounter in the academy, so with the blessing of blood, sweat, suffering, and pain, some people have successfully broken through to the realm of generals. At this moment, Xiao Lingtong and Bailey Jian looked at Qin Feng with complicated expressions. What do you think we should do in the finals? Bailey Jian gritted his teeth. It is clearly stipulated that during the period of the national warrior ranking, if anyone breaks through to the general level midway, then this person will be disqualified. Qin Feng scratched his head and asked tentatively, "Then I blow up the Magic City Martial Mansion?" Yuan Hao turned his head, his face full of questions. Amitba, it is extremely difficult to fight Lu Chao alone. The little spiritual boy clasped his hands together, his face full of helplessness. At this time, Lu Chao came over. He looked at Qin Feng, frowned and said, "Breakthrough? There's no other way. Killing a war king gave me a deep understanding." Qin Feng sighed. They collectively rolled their eyes. Still blowing. Lu Chao looked at Qin Feng with admiration and emotion in his eyes. Back then, Qin Feng was just a high-level warrior with weak strength. Now, he has surpassed himself and even become a national hero. Maybe, I can give you a perfect answer. Lu Chao smiled with relief and said to himself. Qin Feng was unconcerned and said with his hands spread out, "I entered the War General realm by mistake last night, but don't worry, I will definitely take back the first place when the War General ranking comes up. What else can Xiao Lingtong and Bailey Jian do? Just let it go." Qin Feng glanced at the attribute panel and felt satisfied. Name, Qin Feng. Qi and blood value, 4288. Realm, primary general realm. Talents, infinite extraction SSS, earth fusion D rank superhuman, power accumulation C rank superhuman, air break S rank elemental, comparable to SSS rank. 2 days later. The national warrior ranking did not stop because of the evil cult warriors. On the contrary, it was even more lively than the previous 2 games. When the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy and the Yuzhou Martial Arts Academy appeared in front of the audience, there was a thunderous cheer from the audience. The Imperial Capital, is invincible. Hero Qin Feng, defeat all enemies. Shilin Lu Chao, unrivaled with his stick. The explosion-like sound echoed throughout the bird's nest, but it still couldn't stop the enthusiasm of the people. Qin Feng, Bailey Jian, and the little spiritual boy smiled and waved to the crowd. On the side of Yuzhou Wufu, only Lu Chao was waving his hands. Guan Lu and the other man were injured in the fight with the evil cult warriors and were obviously unable to go on the field. "It's a shame, but I can't attend." Qin Feng stood on the stage and shouted, "Rules are rules. I have broken through to the War General realm." The crowd suddenly seemed like deflated balloons, making helpless sounds. "It doesn't matter, you will always be our hero." But then someone else shouted. Qin Feng squeezed out a tear from his eyes, but he was complaining in his heart, "Where are the advertisers? Hurry up, come and give me money. Can't you see I'm crying?" What a great hype topic. Just as Qin Feng was about to step down, Lu Chao suddenly said, "Yuzhou Wufu, abstain." In an instant, the entire bird's nest became quiet. All the students in the major martial arts schools, including Wang Ho's, stared with wide eyes. Qin Feng turned his head, his face full of surprise. "No way, Ajin, are you serious? Chapter 89 I want to allow you to give my Gigi a nice guy card." Qin Feng really didn't expect this. Lu Chao actually took his joke seriously. "This is the final. Are you really giving up?" At this moment, his face was full of confusion. This is equivalent to Lu Chao feeding the food to his mouth. It seems unreasonable not to eat. Thinking of this, Qin Feng nodded repeatedly. Speaking of Yuan, his sister at the Jiangnan Military Hospital is still waiting for him to improve his strength and then go to the tomb to look for treasures. Speaking of which, Lu Chao is my brother. He took the initiative to propose, so how could I refuse? In summary, you must agree to this unreasonable request. Host, you're a typical example of someone who becomes a bitch and still tries to be a saint. On behalf of all my readers, I despise you. After the system finished complaining, a classic big yellow-faced contempt expression appeared in front of Qin Feng's eyes, which made Qin Feng frown. Go, what do you know? I can't bear to disappoint brother Lu's sincere heart. He is so sincere, how can I let him down? After Qin Feng finished speaking, he hurried forward and shook Lu Chao's hand. Brother Lu, this is inappropriate, right? After all, neither of them is your opponent. With your strength, the championship is definitely yours. Lu Chao's strength is obvious to all. Except for Qin Feng, no one present dared to say that they could beat him. As proud as Lang Song, he had dared to agree to a duel with Lu Chao before. Lu Chao was somewhat moved after hearing Qin Feng's words, but before he could open his mouth to speak, Qin Feng's next words made him look at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Of course, if Brother Lu insists, then I will accept it with reluctance. After all, the last thing I can do is refuse others. We are all brothers, I agree. Lu Chao nodded, feeling both amused and helpless. This guy is still the familiar Lao Lu. At this time, Wang Ho slowly walked forward and said seriously, Lu Chao, are you sure you want to admit defeat? Over the years, no martial arts team has withdrawn from the finals. Yuzhou Wufu is the first one. If it happened in the past, it might have caused quite a stir. But today, everyone thinks it is normal. In fact, Wang Ho was too lazy to care about so many things. With so many things happening recently, he was feeling overwhelmed and didn't bother to care about them anymore. Anyway, it has nothing to do with the Magic City Martial Arts Academy anymore. He was just asking according to the rules. When Lu Chao heard Wang Ho's question, he immediately nodded seriously. Yes, Vice Palace Master Wang. If it weren't for Qin Feng, we wouldn't even be able to make it to the finals. And Qin Feng accidentally broke through to the War General realm in order to deal with the evil cult. Although we at Yuzhou Wufu want to be number one, we want to be number one with dignity, not by taking advantage of others' misfortunes. Lu Chao's words were so brilliant that the audience cheered. The other students from Wufu couldn't help but stand in awe. Even the strong men from various prefectures nodded secretly. No matter what, Lu Chao already possesses the demeanor of a strong man. With such students, Yuzhou Wufu has successors. Host, he's quite nice. I won't allow you to give my Gigi the nice guy card. Qin Feng refuted without hesitation. This system is public and sarcastic. It's obvious that it's coveting Brother Lu's body. It's despicable. Wang Ho nodded, then looked at everyone and said loudly. In that case. Wait. Just then, a loud shout interrupted Wang Ho. Wang Ho was suddenly interrupted and felt a little unhappy. He frowned and looked in the direction of the voice. It's Qin Feng? In view of Qin Feng's great contribution, Wang Ho could only suppress his unhappiness and said in a deep voice, What's wrong with you? Deputy Palace Master Wang, please wait a moment. I have something to discuss with our minister. After saying that, Qin Feng didn't wait for Wang Ho's consent, and hurriedly ran to Minister Ziyang, then chuckled. Minister Ziyang looked at Qin Feng with confusion. He also didn't know what Qin Feng was going to do at this time. Minister, if I lead our Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy to win the National Warrior Ranking Championship, what rewards will I get? When Minister Ziyang heard this, he burst out laughing. This guy really doesn't do anything without profit. Before, he thought that he was not qualified to participate in this competition. With Xiao Lingtong and Bailey Jian, they were no match for Lu Chao. So, this guy kept his microphone muted the entire time and didn't come to negotiate with me at all. But now Lu Chao is going to admit defeat. He came immediately. Of course, he was just complaining casually. The Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy hasn't achieved such a good ranking in many years. In the previous sessions, they didn't even make it into the top 3, let alone the first place. Otherwise, after the 10 ancient stones disappeared, the Imperial Capital Martial Academy would not have been bullied by the other martial arts academies. Therefore, in his opinion, Qin Feng's request for some benefits was nothing. Originally, when you returned this time, the Wu Mansion would have awarded a 4th grade elixir to the student union. Now, I have the final say. That 4th grade elixir belongs to you. Also, I will personally reward you with a 4th grade elixir. What do you think? Qin Feng suddenly showed a smile. Originally, he just wanted to get as much wool as possible. After all, this matter has been decided. I never expected Minister Zhao Ziyang to be so generous. I think it's possible. Qin Feng smiled with a face as beautiful as a chrysanthemum. A 2nd grade elixir, after gambling, became a 4th grade elixir. Or 2 whole ones. If you go to the resources department to redeem it, it will cost at least 2,000 points. Family members, who understands? You really shouldn't get involved in gambling, it's addictive. Then he turned back to look at Wang Ho. I'm fine, you can continue with the announcement. At this time, Wang Ho was already frowning. He is a palace master after all. Although it is a deputy. Why does he look like Qin Feng's little henchman? If Wang Ho had known this, he wouldn't have bothered with this conspicuous bag. However, he managed to calm himself down, then looked at everyone and said loudly, Now I declare that the winner of the National Warrior Ranking is Imperial Capital Martial Academy. Wow! Although the audience already knew the result, They couldn't help but cheer excitedly when they heard Wang Ho's announcement. After so many years, the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy has returned to its peak. Looking back now, the gears of fate began to turn from the moment Qin Feng stepped into the bird's nest. The literary man reigns supreme, the warrior reigns supreme. Students from the Imperial Capital dominate the world. In an instant, the support group of the Imperial Capital Martial Mansion began to shout their own slogans. At this time, Qin Feng's heart was also a little excited. During this period, he has developed a strong sense of belonging to the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy. He also feels proud of it. Teacher, master's wife, if you could see this, you would definitely be happy. Qin Feng suddenly thought of his two teachers. He clenched his fists, his eyes revealing a resolute look. It won't be long before I can officially descend into the tomb. Then, I will definitely find you. Chapter 91. Person made a decision for two people. The national warrior list has finally come to an end. Qin Feng and others also returned to the Imperial Capital Wu Mansion smoothly. This time, the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy attached great importance to Qin Feng's return, and Dangling personally came to the school gate to greet him. Following them were a large number of students. The largest number of them are freshmen. There are only some sophomores and juniors who have a bad relationship with the student union. These people, like Qin Feng, belong to the new school. So they were naturally full of goodwill towards Qin Feng. The most eye-catching one is Guan Changsheng. He was already good friends with Qin Feng, so when he heard that Qin Feng had won the championship and returned, he naturally came out to greet him. Welcome home. Dangling saw everyone getting off the car and hurried to greet them. When Minister Ziyang saw Dangling, his eyes were somewhat complicated. He is old school. Dangling and Ananda are new school. The two sides have different ideas. Although they have not yet come to blows, they still dislike each other. But this time, Minister Ziyang took Qin Feng and the other two out and witnessed their performance with his own eyes. This made him waver in his persistence. Is your persistence right? Am I too stubborn? Should it be changed? 3 philosophical questions. Minister Ziyang, thank you for your hard work along the way. Dangling naturally didn't know that Minister Ziyang had thought so much in a split second. The palace master is already waiting for you inside, please follow me. After saying that, Dangling took the lead and walked ahead. At this time, Guan Changsheng stroked his beard and came to Qin Feng. Qin Feng, you really didn't let me down. Guan Changsheng laughed and patted Qin Feng on the shoulder. This time, Qin Feng not only led the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy to win the first place, but also killed a powerful cult member at the War King level, although it was not real, which made him very proud. It's just a small matter. I just hate that the other side didn't come with enough people. After the pretense was over, Qin Feng immediately praised each other. If you, Brother Guan, go there, even 10 War Kings won't be enough to kill you. Qin Feng was still very happy to make friends with Guan Changsheng, a tough guy without a system. 10 War Kings are a bit too many. Guan Changsheng frowned, his expression very serious. Everyone was stunned. A bit too much? What this means is, Guan Changsheng can fight at the War King level? By the way, Qin Feng, you have to be careful recently. Duan Nian probably hates you to the core. Guan Changsheng suddenly changed the subject. Qin Feng was a little confused. What do you mean? Don't you know? Every year, the most generous portion of the rewards from the national warrior rankings goes to the student union, and then they distribute it. I heard that Minister Ziyang has already given you the reward. Duan Nian has long been drooling over that 4th grade elixir, and basically considered it a sure thing. But you suddenly showed up and snatched away that 4th grade elixir. What do you think he would think? Qin Feng curled his lips in disdain. Duan Nian is truly a bastard among bastards. Not only does he make no contribution, but he also engages in corruption. No wonder the students are so miserable. If the upper beam is crooked, the lower beams will be crooked. Oh, host, you have been targeted by a powerful enemy. Looks like you are going to suffer. The system's ridicule arrived on time. A black line appeared on Qin Feng's forehead. You are a crazy donkey, so wouldn't I be a pockmarked person? Can't you give me a better role? I just like the fact that you can't stand me but can't get rid of me. System, I advise you to learn your lesson. Qin Feng threw down these harsh words and ignored the system. He discovered it. This system is crazy. The more you argue with him, the more excited he becomes. However, Qin Feng felt that it was necessary to resolve Duan Yan's issue. This guy is the biggest obstacle to reform. As long as he is dealt with, the new faction's reforms in the Imperial Capital's Martial Arts Academy will be much easier. The most important point. This guy is so jumpy, he won't give in until he has beaten. I have already broken through to the War General realm. I still have 1000 points and 2 4th grade pills. I can definitely further improve my strength. It should be no problem to deal with a Duan Yan. Qin Feng secretly analyzed the strength of both sides. As an elite Lao Lu, he never fights an unprepared battle. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. This is a sure win. Good luck. This is the first time I've seen someone stake their claim before the game even starts. Based on my experience, your flag will definitely fall. Ni Zhou Kai. Qin Feng almost couldn't breathe and retorted angrily. At this time, everyone came to the playground. Duan Yan and others were already waiting on the playground. Duan Yan locked onto Qin Feng immediately with a cold look in his eyes. Hey! How dare you glare at me? Qin Feng glared back without hesitation. Host, don't let him and you fall in love with each other later. Qin Feng's expression froze. That makes sense. Then he withdrew his gaze in dismay. Everyone, be quiet. On the high platform in the front, Ananda's figure appeared silently. First of all, congratulations to Qin Feng, Bailey Jian, and Xiao Lingtong for winning the National Warrior Ranking Championship and bringing honor to our Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy. I discussed it with Minister Ziyang and decided to double their reward. Qin Feng has made the greatest contribution and will receive 2 4th grade pills and 1000 points. The other 2 will receive a 3rd grade pill and 500 points. Ananda directly stated the reward. Qin Feng already knew about these rewards when he was on the road, and had even received them. Ananda mentioned it again at this moment in order to motivate everyone. As expected. When some people heard about these rewards, their eyes immediately turned red. Whether it is a 4th level elixir or 1000 points, it is a huge sum of money for them. Bailey Jian is fine. He is number 1 on the warrior list and deserves it. Qin Feng and Xiao Lingtong are newcomers this year. They got back the wealth they had accumulated for several years in one go, how could they not be jealous? Duan Yan gritted his teeth. He stood up and said, I don't. Duan Yan just opened his mouth when Qin Feng replied, what can you do if you don't accept it? Just hold it in. You. That's right, I'm just that insolent. Don't you like me? Tomorrow at this time, in the martial arts arena, we'll see who's better. If you don't answer, I'll take it as your consent. No problem, if I lose, I'll give you a 4th grade elixir, and if you lose, you'll give me the position of Student Union President. Qin Feng became more and more excited as he spoke. The sound reaches every corner of the square. Only. Everyone's expression was complicated. There's something wrong with this style of painting. It seems like nothing was said during that period. You made the decision for 2 people by yourself? Host, you have such a dark heart. I refuse to be close to you. Chapter 91. I advise you to use an iPhone. Duan Yan was even more confused. Did I speak? Is this settled? Is it a bit too fast? He was stunned for a moment before he reacted, and a smug smile instantly appeared on his face. Although he didn't quite understand how things were going to develop. But it didn't stop him from agreeing. He just wanted to teach Qin Feng a lesson. He was very upset because he had let Qin Feng escape several times before. Now he can beat Qin Feng in public and take back his own 4th grade elixir. Why not do it? Since you are so ignorant, I will grant your wish. I hope that when I beat you to a pulp tomorrow, you won't kneel down and beg for mercy. Qin Feng immediately rolled his eyes. This guy is so pretentious. Besides, can't you update your lines? It's out of date. Complaints are complaints. Qin Feng knew that Duan Yan was able to become the president of the student union, and his strength was not bad. He was now at the level of a mid-level general. This level of strength is also top-notch among students. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to hold the position of student union president so securely. Qin Feng is now at the primary level of war general. With all his trump cards, he is not afraid of Duan Yan even if they clash head-on. President Duan, you didn't get the position of student union president by talking big, did you? Your talking skills are top-notch. You must have practiced a lot in private. Qin Feng spoke seriously. The expressions of everyone present became a little strange. They always felt that what Qin Feng said was a bit strange and not very serious, but they could not find any evidence. A speed racing master like you must have amazing skills, reaching 280 miles per hour. Qin Feng usually ignores the system's complaints. He looked at Duan Yan. Obviously, Duan Yan understands this very well. A trace of anger instantly appeared on his face, and he pointed at Qin Feng and cursed, "Bullshit." Ah! Qin Feng suddenly covered his nose and took a few steps back in disgust. No wonder I feel so smelly. When everyone saw his actions, they burst into laughter. This move is amazing. Those who fart, keep farting. When Ananda saw this scene, he was already frowning. It was a good commendation meeting, but Qin Feng turned it into this. That's enough. Since you two agree to this decisive battle, then you can come here at this time tomorrow. When the time comes, I will come and testify for you personally. Ananda looked at the two of them, his voice carrying a hint of authority. Then, he looked at everyone and spoke slowly. I called you here today because I actually have another announcement to make. From today on, all students of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy who have not yet entered the tomb must go in. But don't worry, this is your first time in, you don't need to kill any enemies. You just need to get used to the atmosphere inside. Open your eyes and see what the scene is like inside. Ananda did not ask for much. Because he felt that as long as there is human blood, after entering, he will definitely be furious. How many predecessors sacrificed their lives and shed their blood in it? And they are enjoying it quietly behind the scenes. Can they really feel at ease? Ananda's words immediately caused an uproar in the audience. You know, before, the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy would not force students to go down into the tomb, even though reforms have begun. But they feel that reform will take some time. Now suddenly such news is released. How could those old school students accept this? This isn't very appropriate. Minister Zhang hesitated for a moment, then stood up and spoke. He is a representative of the old school. We must stand up at this time. Nothing is inappropriate. Minister Zhang, this time, you went out with Qin Feng and the others. You are well aware of their performance. I ask you to think about this now. If Qin Feng is the same as those old school disciples, do you think he could have survived those attacks? Students of the Imperial Capital Martial Academy can no longer be like flowers in a greenhouse. Minister Zhang frowned. It is exactly as Ananda said. If the person who attacked this time was not Qin Feng, but anyone else, the survival rate would be very low, even a general like Duan Yan. But as an old school leader, it was impossible for Minister Zhang to change his mind just because of a few words from Ananda. In his opinion, the reason why Qin Feng is outstanding is not whether he is old school or new school, but he is a person who does not follow the ordinary path and cannot be defined by normal people's thinking. Master, I think we should reconsider this matter. Hearing this, Ananda sighed inwardly. Originally, he thought that Minister Zhang admired Qin Feng so much, and he felt that he could strike while the iron was hot and reverse the situation of the new faction in one fell swoop. Now it seems that he was just dreaming. In that case, let Qin Feng and Duan Yan handle this matter. If Qin Feng wins tomorrow, then do as I say. If Duan Yan wins, we can put this matter on hold for now. What do you think? Ananda's suggestion was not bad. Duan Yan is the president of the student union. He is also a typical old school representative. Qin Feng is the undisputed representative of the new school. Representatives of the two factions duel, and the winner determines the future direction. This is simply not reasonable. Minister Zhang thought about it for a moment and agreed. In his opinion, Qin Feng is very strong, and it is only a matter of time before he surpasses Duan Yan, but now, he is definitely not Duan Yan's opponent. Duan Yan is at the level of a mid-level general. Qin Feng had just entered the realm of a general. The difference in qi and blood values between the two is as much as 2,000. Different from the anxiety of many people. When Qin Feng heard that they were going to go down into the tomb, his eyes flashed with a strange light. Host, the tomb is very dangerous. I advise you to use your iPhone. iPhone, damn. Qin Feng immediately retorted, only there are the treasures that can save Schwer. I have to go to the tomb no matter what. Even if Jesus comes, it will be useless. as Ananda and Minister Ziyan reached a consensus. This commendation meeting ends here. When Qin Feng was about to leave, Dangling stopped him and took him to Ananda's office. Master, what do you want from me? Qin Feng didn't consider himself an outsider at all. He sat down by himself and poured himself a cup of tea. When Ananda saw Qin Feng's familiar look, his expression suddenly became complicated. This guy is so unruly. If he didn't have to play tomorrow, I would definitely let him know today who was the boss of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Mansion. Seeing Ananda staring at him, Qin Feng hurriedly handed the teacup to Ananda. Master, I poured this tea specially for you. The temperature, aroma, and color are all just right. Come, take a sip. He. Ananda shook his head in disdain. Immediately, his expression straightened, and he said earnestly, don't play tricks on me. How confident are you in the duel with Duan Yin tomorrow? Chapter 92, What a Delicate Pig Boy. When Qin Feng heard this, he suddenly raised his head. Then he showed a bitter face, sat on the sofa, lowered his head, and said miserably, Master, I am miserable. You know, my family isn't well off, and I have a sick sister at home. My cultivation resources are all saved and squeezed out from my teeth. After arriving at the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy, both teachers disappeared, and I became an unwanted child again. There are no cultivation resources at all. When Qin Feng said this, 2 crocodile tears squeezed out of his eyes. It is truly heartbreaking and sheds tears for those who hear it. Even the dog shook its head when it heard this. That damn Duan Yin. As the president of the student union, he doesn't care about me, a poor but hard-working and ambitious young man. You're actually coveting the prize of being the champion of the National Warrior ranking, which I won after surviving countless dangers and leading my classmates through untold hardships. I have shed blood for the Wu Mansion. I have risked my life for the Wu Mansion. Master, it doesn't matter if I suffer injustice alone, but you must not let the other students down. That's why I challenged Duan Yin without knowing my own limitations. If you ask me if I'm sure, then I have no confidence at all. But I will definitely fight to the end. Eating melon seeds. Host, keep going, don't stop. Your acting skills will definitely kill those young handsome guys in seconds. Qin Feng had no time to pay attention to the system's ridicule. He grabbed Ananda's trouser legs and cried wildly. Blow my nose, by the way. As a poor guy, how could he give up such an opportunity to make money? At this moment, Ananda wanted to slap himself twice. But he wanted more to slap the ultimate 6th man in front of him to death. He regretted why he asked such a question. If Qin Feng doesn't hit the snake with a stick, he won't be Qin Feng. Tell me, what do you want? Ananda was too lazy to beat around the bush and asked directly. I knew that the palace master would not treat me unfairly. Actually, my request isn't high. Just let me practice in the Earth Essence training room for an hour or 2. Isn't this request too high? Host, it turns out you are a tiny little bird. Go, take it out and scare you to death. Qin Feng retorted. When Ananda heard Qin Feng's request, he fell silent for a moment and just stared at Qin Feng. At first, Qin Feng didn't care at all. But Ananda kept staring. This made him feel a little uneasy. About half an hour? Qin Feng tested it cautiously. This time, Ananda finally took action. He just stretched out a finger and pointed to the side. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Master, are you asking me to go quickly? Roll. Don't make me beat you up. Ananda glared at Qin Feng. This guy really treated him well. When asked to make a request, he actually asked for an exorbitant amount. Practice in the Earth Essence room for an hour or 2? It's a pity he could think of that. Even Ananda himself did not dare to be so extravagant. The consumption is too great. Not to mention, Qin Feng is also a big eater. Qin Feng heard this and chuckled twice, then took 2 steps back. How about 10 minutes? The words are spoken and the words are finished. Ananda grabbed the teapot on the table and threw it at Qin Feng without hesitation. Qin Feng immediately ran away without looking back. If you don't want to give it to me, then don't give it to me. Why are you doing this? You're so stingy. Qin Feng roared. Then he heard more noise inside and ran away. This guy. Looking at Qin Feng's departing back, Ananda was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Qin Feng made great contributions this time, but he has already been rewarded. Even if he is the lord of the mansion, it is impossible for him to be so blatantly partial. Otherwise, the old school will probably explode. He called Qin Feng over this time just to see how confident Qin Feng was. It seems so now. This guy is obviously not someone who will suffer a loss, so he should be confident. As long as you can win, I will never be stingy. I hope you won't let me down. Let all students go down to the grave. This is an important step in reform and must be carried out. The confrontation between Qin Feng and Duan Nian is crucial. As long as Qin Feng wins, reform will advance to a new step. Qin Feng left Ananda's office and immediately found Guan Tao. Qin Feng, how can you challenge Duan Nian? Guan Tao sighed when he saw Qin Feng. Obviously, he also felt that Qin Feng was no match for Duan Nian. The difference in qi and health values cannot be made up by talent. What's more, Duan Nian also has a lot of cards up his sleeve. Guan Tao didn't want to see Qin Feng get into trouble. This is not about reform. If something happens to Qin Feng, what will happen to his sick sister at home? Brother, you also know my situation. Qin Feng sighed. I live frugally every day, and I wish I could split my resources into two. Everything I did was just to heal my sister. But Duan Nian is going too far. He's stealing my resources and my rewards. He's killing my hope of curing my sister. Do you think I can endure this kind of thing? Guan Tao immediately said with his blood boiling, No. Then brother, are you willing to help me? Qin Feng looked at Guan Tao with his big, sparkling eyes. You said, brother, as long as I can help, I will do my best. Guan Tao felt that Qin Feng's life was really not easy. Not only does he come from a poor family, but he is also targeted by others. Damn God, this is too much. Damn Duan Nian is even worse. He must do something to help Qin Feng. Luckily, host, you didn't go to northern Myanmar to commit fraud. Otherwise, not only Blue Star, but all the tribes in the tomb pit would have been defrauded by you. Ah! What nonsense are you talking about? Guan Tao is my good brother. I would go through fire and water for him. I think I'll stab him twice. Qin Feng rolled his eyes and ignored the system. That's it. Can you help me find out some information about Duan Nian? Qin Feng is very confident that he can deal with Duan Nian. But as a qualified Lao Lu, you naturally have to be fully prepared. The most crucial point. He didn't want Duan Nian to lose so easily. I've been annoyed with this guy for a long time. Now that I have the chance, I must ravage her severely. This kind of abuse is not that kind of abuse. Those who think it is wrong should get out of here and face the wall. Is that all? Don't worry, leave it to me. Guan Tao patted his chest and agreed immediately. Not long after, Qin Feng got the information he wanted. I didn't expect that Duan Nian actually has the habit of drinking afternoon tea. He is really an exquisite pig boy. This is a good habit, very good. You'll be able to taste my special afternoon tea soon. Qin Feng let out a sneering laugh. Step forward in turn. Go straight to the back mountain. Chapter 93, Dawanshui Plus version, the Goddess of Victory is calling. Imperial Capital Wu Mansion, Back Mountain. This is not the first time Qin Feng has come here. So he found the tree where snakes and rats lived with ease. Seeing the familiar strange fruit again, Qin Feng still couldn't help but marvel at it. This is a big treasure. Extraction successful. Obtain, Snake Rat Tonlu Fruit Essence. Looking at the yellow sticky liquid, Qin Feng gave a wicked smile. Host, your smile is so vulgar, be careful you won't find a girlfriend in the future. Ah. System, hurry up and curse me. I advise you to be kind and not curse me. Qin Feng suddenly became anxious. Are you making fun of his lower body's sexual happiness? How can this be tolerated? Snort. The system is still the system. Sundara snorted and continued to play dead. Qin Feng didn't want to make trouble for himself. He also plans to process the rhubarb water. His master's wife had trained him in this area before. Qin Feng could no longer use the most primitive rhubarb water like before. Although the original rhubarb water is very effective. But if you want to harm others, the effect is still a bit lacking. After all, no one would eat that yellow sticky liquid unless they were a fool. Summary, not good. Business jargon here. After some processing, rhubarb water is brand new. colorless, tasteless, similar to mineral water. The effect is even better than before. I'd like to call you the Rhubarb Water Plus version. Qin Feng picked up the transparent liquid in his hand and laughed again. Then, he carefully put the Dawanshui Plus version into the Pokon. As the creator of Rhubarb Water, Qin Feng is well aware of its power. Just a little bit of it. Transform into a Splatoon right on the spot. Xiaonianzi, you are blessed. Qin Feng grinned and fell asleep contentedly. The next day, afternoon. There is less than an hour left before the duel between Qin Feng and Duan Nian. Qin Feng looked at the time. There are still 10 minutes until Duan Nian afternoon tea time. He immediately used the Earth Fusion technique and quietly came to Duan Nian's office. A mere student union president's office is actually bigger than the instructor's. Corruption, corruption. Qin Feng kept shaking his head. But when I think that this office will soon belong to me, he suddenly felt. A little bigger is also good. Men like big ones. At this time, Qin Feng noticed that a beautifully dressed girl walked in with a tray. After a while, the girl came out. Qin Feng immediately sneaked to the office door. Bang bang bang. Qin Feng knocked on the office door. At this time, Duan Nian had just picked up the black tea. Hearing the knock on the door, he couldn't help but frown. Because he has a habit of not liking to be disturbed when having afternoon tea. Duan Nian subconsciously wanted to ignore it. However, the knock on the door seemed a little hurried, as if there was something urgent. So he suppressed his unhappiness and shouted at the door, "Who? Come in." Qin Feng ignored him and continued to knock on the door. Of course, he couldn't just walk in there brazenly. After all, Duan Nian is not a fool. If he really saw him swaggering in, he would definitely know that it was a trap. Duan Nian was confused when he saw that the knocking on the door had not stopped. Did Xiaolian close the door when she went out? Thinking of this, Duan Nian stood up and walked towards the door. Stop knocking, I'm coming. Hearing this, Qin Feng smiled with satisfaction and immediately stopped knocking on the door. Then, he dived into the ground again and entered Duan Nian's office as quickly as possible. Duan Nian opened the office door and saw no one. He subconsciously leaned out of the door and looked around, but still didn't see anyone. Sudden. He turned around suddenly and looked behind him. His whole body tensed up, like a wolf ready to pounce. However, there was nothing behind him. Am I worrying too much? Duan Nian looked a little confused. What he didn't know was that the moment he opened the door, Qin Feng had already poured the Rhubarb Water Plus version into the cup of black tea. Although I have 100% confidence in defeating Qin Feng, this battle is of great importance. Even I would be a little nervous. Duan Nian murmured to himself. Back in the office, he picked up the black tea and took a sip. This scene all fell into the eyes of Qin Feng, who was standing aside. After seeing Duan Nian drink the black tea, he left with peace of mind. There are less than 10 minutes left until the final battle between the two. There were already many people gathered on the playground. From freshmen to tutors and professors, even the cleaning lady came. It was a huge crowd of people. Ananda and Minister Xiang were not present, but were also observing secretly. After all, the winner of this battle will determine whether the reform can be pushed forward. The leaders of the two factions naturally care a lot about this. Wow! There was a commotion on the playground. The year has passed. He was wearing a pure white training suit, looking very elegant. Many female students had starry eyes. In their eyes, Duan Nian is so handsome. He is rich and powerful, just like the Prince Charming in their minds. Duan Nian ignored the girl's screams. He has gotten used to it over the years. He looked around, looking for Qin Feng. He originally thought that he had made the final appearance, but he didn't expect that Qin Feng hadn't arrived yet. Where's Qin Feng? Isn't he afraid and doesn't dare to come? Although he didn't find Qin Feng, Duan Nian still saw Bailey Jian and the little spiritual boy. Amit Ba. Donor Duan, please be patient. When the time comes, the monk will naturally take the stage. The little boy put his hands together and chanted a Buddhist name. His mind couldn't help but think back to what happened 10 minutes ago. He and Bailey Jian went to find Qin Feng. Qin Feng was slumped in the dormitory, eating a popsicle with a slurry, and said that the protagonist always appears last, and it would be cheap to go too early. Then, Qin Feng turned over and started to play slowly. The little boy didn't understand this behavior, but he vaguely felt that it made sense. I want to see what tricks he's going to play. Duan Yan snorted coldly. He didn't care what tricks Qin Feng was planning. He will definitely win this battle. In the face of absolute strength, any means would seem pale and powerless. Fortunately, today is the school's sparring battle. Otherwise, he would definitely make Qin Feng bleed to death on the spot. The prestige of the student union was damaged again and again by Qin Feng. Continue to use Qin Feng as a sacrifice. Qin Feng, you're done today. I've prepared countless tricks and killer moves, and I'm going to make you feel the feeling of being stepped on. While thinking, Duan Yan looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. He thought of a line, the goddess of victory is calling. Chapter 94. You understand the show effect. Master Qin, are you sure you want to do this? Abba Jishi looked at Qin Feng with a slightly strange expression. As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will? Qin Feng stared at Abba Jishi with a compassionate expression. The situation in the tomb pit is now precarious, and the reform of the imperial capital's martial arts office is imminent. If we can defeat the enemy without fighting, that would be the best. After all, we are all classmates, so it's not appropriate to fight with weapons. Qin Feng had a compassionate look on his face, and his words were so tear-jerking. You bastard, you almost scared yourself. The system mocked again without mercy. What are you talking about? I'm being sincere, okay? Qin Feng retorted speechlessly. To cheat someone sincerely is also to do it sincerely. This wave is very beaver. Abba Jishi had a solemn expression on his face. Amit Ba. Great monk Qin, benevolent. I am the one who is obsessed with this. In that case, I will give Mr. Qin a ride. Abba Jishi couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The eminent monk is worthy of being an eminent monk. Even pretending to be cool is done out of righteousness. Abba Jishi said, I learned a new trick today. In that case, it's perfect. Let's go without further delay. Qin Feng was overjoyed. You must know that Abba Jishi is in the realm of fighting demons. With him taking action, it will naturally be very impressive. At this time, on the playground. There is only 1 minute left until the battle. I think Qin Feng just doesn't dare to come. He's just a coward. With such a huge difference in HP, he can only boast. If we really fight, he'll probably be killed instantly. This battle is over, everyone go away. Lin Kong and the others crossed their arms and jeered loudly without holding back. At this time, Guan Shangsheng also arrived. He glanced at Lin Kong and the others with his beautiful almond-shaped eyes and said, How dare you, a traitor, speak so arrogantly here? You. Lin Kong suddenly became furious. But when he thought about it, Guan Shangsheng could defeat him in one move at the warrior level. What's more, Guan Shangsheng is now at the level of a general. Even Duan Yan didn't dare to provoke Guan Shangsheng. So, he wisely kept his mouth shut. No matter what you say, as long as the time is up and Qin Feng hasn't come on stage, you will naturally assume that he has admitted defeat. Shang Ying said coldly. Guan Shangsheng glanced at Shang Ying and said nothing. He doesn't bother with women. As for whether Qin Feng would retreat and escape from the battle, Guan Shangsheng naturally didn't believe it. Time passes by every second. The agreed time is almost here. Some new school students began to feel faint. Qin Feng wouldn't really run away from the battlefield, right? I think so. After all, Duan Yan is a mid-level general, and Qin Feng has just been promoted to a junior general. If you can't win, just admit defeat. What's the point of not even coming? You still want to reform? I think it's better to stick to the old ways. Qin Feng is the leader of the new school after all. If even he runs away from the battlefield, others will naturally lose confidence. Ananda and Minister Xiang, who were observing in secret, also felt strange. Naturally, they would not think that Qin Feng was deserting the battlefield. But Qin Feng hasn't come yet. Did something happen? Last 20 seconds. Duan Yan looked at Deng Ling, the referee, and said coldly, Master Deng, if the time is up and Qin Feng still hasn't arrived, does that mean he has admitted defeat? Deng Ling showed a helpless expression. Although he is a modern person. But in front of so many people, he couldn't possibly favor Qin Feng. He nodded. Yes. There are still 10 seconds left. If Qin Feng doesn't come, he will be declared the loser. 10. 9. Dang Ling counted down with an expressionless face. In fact, he was extremely anxious. Not only him, but all the teachers and students were also worried. Look! There seems to be something flying in the sky. Looks like a big bird. Just then, there were bursts of exclamations from the playground. The exclamation attracted everyone's attention and they all looked up at the sky. The teachers and students who were above the battle stage curled their lips in tacit understanding. This is not a big bird. It's clearly Abbot Jishi in Qin Feng. Senior brother is really something. He is such a grown-up, yet he still plays nonsense with Qin Feng. Ananda closed his eyes in some pain. But there's nothing he can do. Students, own. Senior brother, it's also mine. I can only pamper her. Master Deng, count down quickly. I haven't had time to pay attention to any big birds in recent years. He wanted to end this farce quickly and humiliate Qin Feng. No. Deng Ling came back to his senses and said lightly. Although what was happening before his eyes was very strange, he still had to maintain the dignity of the deputy palace lord. Are you kidding me? I'm a professional. Generally speaking, I can hold back my laughter. Why is that? Master Deng, you can't openly favor Qin Feng just because you're from the new school. Duan Yan suddenly became anxious. If Deng Ling wanted to favor Qin Feng, he would be the first to disagree. Do you know what you are saying? Deng Ling looked at Duan Yan coldly. Duan Yan suddenly felt like falling into an icy cave. Deng Ling is a strong man in the demon war realm after all. A little bit of his aura made Duan Yan feel the threat of death. I'm sorry, Lord Deng, I spoke without thinking. After Duan Yan said this, he suddenly felt his whole body relax and he breathed a sigh of relief. But in his heart, he already had a grudge against Deng Ling. I said no, because he is already here. Deng Ling explained lightly. Duan Yan was a little confused. Here? Where? Look up, look to the sky. Following Deng Ling's words, everyone looked up at the sky again. Look up to the sky. What the hell is this? At this time, the black spot in the sky was getting bigger and bigger. Everyone gradually discovered that this was not a big bird at all, but a person. It was Qin Feng who arrived late. I saw him slowly falling from the sky, with a faint golden light emanating around him. He looked like Tiga who had received the power of flashlights from all over the world, except for an exclusive BGM. Hold the sun and moon in your hands and pluck the stars. There's no one like me in the world. A faint voice sounded in everyone's ears. Qin Feng landed steadily, his pair of glowing eyes, a pair of which belonged only to the protagonist, looked coldly at Duan Yan. Duan Yan, are you ready to lose? Dry. Wow. This guy still knows how to play. Everyone felt like a crow flew over their heads and was speechless for a moment. The finale. Or falling from the sky. What? Do you want to finish all the pretense of the Imperial Capital Academy in a whole year? The key is, it's fine if you act silly alone. There was actually a powerful warrior from the Demon War realm joining him and making trouble. This makes everyone feel a little uncomfortable. You know, it's impossible to get 5 people together to play together on a normal day, let alone play with experts. This game is free. There was a loud bang in the sky, and I made a brilliant appearance. Host, you understand the effects of the show. When Qin Feng heard this, he instantly burst into tears. It's been almost a year. You finally stopped complaining. Really, I cried my heart out. Chapter 95 Splatoon exclusive BGM. Snort. The system snorted arrogantly and ignored Qin Feng. System, let me tell you something quietly. You are so arrogant, you will become a system girl sooner or later. Be careful or you'll end up with a bun tomorrow. Qin Feng flirted with her on a whim. But the system doesn't want to pay attention to him and pretends to be dead every day. Qin Feng, what tricks are you playing? Duan Yan's indifferent voice sounded. At first, he was also surprised by Qin Feng's amazing move. But he quickly reacted. Duan Yan, I wanted to give you a little more time to enjoy the scenery you have now. But since you don't cherish it, don't blame me. Qin Feng raised his eyelids slightly and glanced at Duan Yan with disdain. I really don't know where your confidence comes from. Do you think you can act so arrogantly in front of me just because you've reached the War General realm? Today I will tell you how big the gap between you and me is. As soon as he finished speaking, the aura on Duan Yen suddenly burst out. I saw wisps of black mist escaping and forming huge black tentacles like octopus. These tentacles were densely packed, blocking Qin Feng from all directions. A level elemental system, dark tentacles. Everyone was shocked. The battle begins. Although the dark tentacles are only a level, but the tentacles carry paralyzing toxins. In terms of actual combat, it is even stronger than the average S-class. Moreover, it is an elemental system. All physical damage is invalid. The dark tentacles are very strange and difficult to deal with. Duan Yan's health is much higher than Qin Feng's. This time Qin Feng is in trouble. You can't say that. Qin Feng has SSS level abilities. Even if his Qi and blood values are a little lower, he's not necessarily weaker than Duan Yan. Oh? Really? Then tell me what Qin Feng's ability is? For a moment, there were different opinions on the field. Everyone expressed their own opinions. More people are still more optimistic about Duan Yan. After all, Duan Yan is a veteran strongman. Although Qin Feng is strong, he is just a rising star. Did you hear that? Qin Feng, look at how many people here are optimistic about you. You will pay for your stupid behavior. A cold look appeared on Duan Yan's face. In his opinion, Qin Feng's challenge to him was tantamount to asking for trouble. Okay, stop saying these cliched lines. I'll buy the author some beer later and ask him to delete your lines. Qin Feng rolled his eyes. This guy is about to die and doesn't even realize it. Host, be careful. This guy might have kidnapped Gigi Bond. And he's threatening you. System, do you think you're humorous? Qin Feng was speechless. The system is actually playing tricks on him at this time. Do you want to see what he is doing now? This is a duel. You are playing memes now, are you polite? Hakimi. Qin Feng simply chose to ignore the system's cute behavior. If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I can still give you another chance. Once I make a move, I'll beat you to a pulp. By then, it won't be so easy for you to admit defeat. Duan Yan spoke again. He looked as if he had Qin Feng in his grasp. I bet there's no bullet in your gun. Qin Fengyun replied calmly. I'm standing right here. If you can hit me, I lose. Hearing this, Duan Yan was furious. The tentacles behind him were also spinning wildly. It seemed as if they were also suppressing their anger. When everyone heard Qin Feng's words, their faces were full of surprise. Are you really that confident? Go to hell. As soon as Duan Yan finished speaking, countless black tentacles behind him squirmed and rushed towards Qin Feng like arrows. At this moment, each black tentacle was stretched straight, like a sharp spear. In the sunlight, it flashes with a cold light. Everyone frowned. The first move is a killing move. It seems that Duan Yan wants to end the battle as soon as possible. Look at Qin Feng again. He remained standing there, seemingly ignoring the tentacles. He even reached out and dug his ears. He called out softly, 5. 4. When Qin Feng counted to 1, countless dark tentacles were already within reach. At this time, a smile appeared on Duan Yan's face. Win! This battle is so easy. Snap! Qin Feng suddenly snapped his fingers. Duan Yan chuckled. Still putting it on? Do you think you are Thanos? He was about to taunt. Sudden. My stomach started to churn. A mighty force of the ancient times rushed straight to Juhua Pass. Crash! Those tentacles that were as straight as spears also became weak and drooped to the ground at this time. What's going on? Everyone looked confused. You've just picked up your gun and are already so weak? It shouldn't be. Duan Yan is only in his 20s. The crowd is still emerging in a row. At this moment, a very intriguing voice was heard. Phew! The mid-range is long, the bass is stable, and the treble is bright. Summary, transparent. At this time, Duan Yan's face was twitching wildly. He found that he had lost control of his sphincter. How? Suddenly, he remembered what Qin Feng did in the new wall. I understood what was going on in an instant. Qin Feng, you, shameless. Puff. 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 Duan Yan had just finished speaking. He let out a few loud farts in quick succession. a foul smell spread over the playground. Everyone's faces were instantly filled with horror. Masaka! What is this guy doing in the street? Hey, President Duan, what's wrong with you? You're holding your stomach with one hand and your butt with the other. What are you doing? Aren't you going to teach me a profound lesson? I'm standing right here, why don't you come? When you are proud, I will give in. When you are down, I will ride on your face. Shin Fong jumped up immediately. Host, why are you wearing Pinru's clothes? You are so sexy. It's the same as the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together, and wild birds of a feather flock together. I learned this from you. Shin Fong opened his mouth to refute. Under normal circumstances, you would definitely object to weaning. But now, he really can't do it. Especially. In order to look cool today, he specially sent a message wearing white. Now. The clothes were all stained. I'm going to kill you. You actually poisoned me. Duan Nian was so angry that he was about to rush over. After taking just 2 steps, he retreated. Because the pass has been lost. Every time he took a step, everyone heard a puff sound. How to say it, the rhythm is bursting. It seems like the BGM was tailor-made for him. President Duan, I know you're anxious, but don't be anxious. Shin Fong took out a mask from his pocket and put it on slowly and calmly. The duel has just begun, you have to hold on, I'm going to fight you for 3 days and 3 nights. Everyone was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. This Lao Lu was well prepared. Naturally, everyone didn't believe that this matter had nothing to do with Shin Fong. Shin Fong did this when he was in the newcomer wall. Especially those who have been attacked still remember it vividly. I give up. Duan Nian still wanted to grit his teeth and endure it. When he heard 3 days and 3 nights, he was devastated. Will he die? Or die from being pulled alive? Who can withstand this? Chapter 96, Golden Bones, Arrival at the Imperial Capital Tomb. Duan Nian threw down a few words and rushed off the stage. No one stopped them and they all breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure during the year was very high. They are huge too. After all, once Duan Nian's defense is broken, then wouldn't they want to? Ahem, the following content is not suitable for children or adults. Does this count as my win? Shin Fong looked at Deng Ling, who had already hidden aside, and asked. Certainly. Deng Ling nodded. After saying that, he slipped away. I don't want to stay even a second longer. Congratulations, host, you defeated Splatoon, this is really a tie pants. Shut up. Shin Fong was speechless. It's obviously a good thing, but why does it become distorted when it reaches the system's mouth? At this time, Ananda quietly appeared on the high platform. At this moment, he was very upset. He could never have imagined that Shin Fong won in this way. To be honest, if he had a choice, he would rather not show up. Well, there is still the smell of the new year in the air. Since Shin Fong won, students who have not gone down to the tomb pit should gather at the school gate tomorrow morning. Ananda disappeared after saying this. His meaning was very clear. I am going to take those students who have never been to the cemetery to go there. Suddenly, the playground was filled with wailing. Some people even started to curse Duan Nian. They felt that it was because Duan Nian was too useless that they had to go to the grave. Shin Fong was extremely excited. Finally down to the grave. My shovel is thirsty. Xiaoxue, you're getting closer and closer to returning to normal. After Shin Fong talked for a few words with Guan Shangsheng and others, he left. We're going to the graveyard tomorrow. He needs to further improve his strength. Regardless, the graves are still very dangerous. Only when you are strong enough can you have a chance to survive. Only by surviving can you obtain more natural treasures. Afterwards, Shin Fong went to the resources department. 1,000 points were exchanged for 42nd grade pills, elephant clam pills. 25 points per ticket, not expensive. If you buy it outside, you can only use money, and the price is at least 200,000 yuan. In his opinion, if the points are not spent, it would be a waste to keep them. Only when you use it, you earn money. Return to residence. Shin Fong began to extract the elephant clam pill. Extraction successful. Gain 30 points of chi and health. Gain 32 HP points. The 40 elephant clam pills were extracted quickly. A total of 12 health points were obtained. However, Xin Feng did not use it mindlessly to improve his realm, but used it to temper his bones. He is now at the level of a warrior general, and can use his qi and blood to temper his bones, making them as hard as iron. To the point of iron and steel. However, Xin Feng is not satisfied with this. The peak of the war general realm is when one's bones are tempered into gold. Just like the silver armor of the warrior realm. Buzz buzz buzz. Xin Feng was absorbing the blood and energy frantically. A hint of golden light began to appear on his body. As his blood energy value continued to increase, the golden light on his body became stronger. Buzz. Xin Feng suddenly felt a warmth in his chest. Looked down. The relic was releasing energy, as if helping him. Seeing this, Xin Feng directly took out the 2 4th grade pills, Thunder Essence pills. Extraction successful. Obtained, 1500 HP. Obtained, 1800 HP. Xin Feng began to absorb frantically. At this time, the golden light on his body began to converge. Ultimately, all are hidden deep within the body. Cool. Xin Feng exhaled and smiled slightly. All the resources at his disposal were exhausted. The golden bones are finally done. You know, it is almost impossible for ordinary generals to successfully temper their golden bones. At most, they can only temper a part of them. Only those powerful people with rich family backgrounds can afford to temper them completely. And that will take several years, or even 10 years. On the other hand, Xin Feng. It only took him a few hours. Not only that. Xin Feng himself didn't notice it. There was even a hint of glazed golden light deep within his bones. Name, Xin Feng. Qi and blood value, 4356. Realm, primary general realm. Talents, infinite extraction SSS, earth fusion D rank superhuman, power accumulation C rank superhuman, air break S rank elemental, comparable to SSS rank. The qi and health value did not increase much this time. But Xin Feng felt that he could now beat his previous self. Especially the defense, it is much stronger than before. Refining golden bones is just like tempering silver armor. Both are part of the process of laying the foundation. The more solid the foundation, the higher the level of improvement will be later. Besides, if the defense is strong enough, the chances of survival will be greater. Xin Feng slowly stood up. At this time, it was bright outside. It's already the second day. After a quick wash, Xin Feng arrived at the school gate. A lot of people had gathered at this time, most of them were freshmen. However, there are also quite a few sophomores and juniors. There are even some seniors. Xin Feng couldn't help but shook his head when he saw this scene. If it were in other martial arts schools, freshmen would be damned, not to mention sophomores and juniors. No wonder Ananda was so eager to carry out reforms as soon as he took office. If no reforms are made, the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy will become rotten to the core. The current achievements of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts School were all achieved through real fighting in the tomb pits. The students of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy today have never even been to the tomb. No wonder it is laughed at and criticized. Everyone is here. Deng Ling glanced at everyone and said in a serious tone, "Let's go." The bus was ready long ago. Each bus has a mentor. Experience is experience. Safety still needs to be guaranteed. Not far away. Ananda watched the group of students leave. "Master, is this really okay?" Minister Ziyang stood in front of Ananda, his tone revealing a hint of reluctance. His loyalty to the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy is beyond doubt. But he still felt it was too fast. "Minister Ziyang, among all the candidates, I am not the most suitable choice for the palace master. But Lord Daozuan chose me. Do you know why?" Minister Ziyang was stunned for a moment. He really hadn't thought about this carefully. "Because he knows I will reform." Master Daozuan knows better than anyone that if reforms are not made, the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy will sooner or later be forgotten by the world. But he couldn't bring himself to do it. "In that case, let me be the bad guy." After saying this, Ananda turned and left. Only Minister Ziyang was left standing there, unable to recover for a long time. The other side. Everyone arrived at the tomb smoothly. The last time in Shanghai, the cult was severely damaged, so they have been keeping a low profile during this period. Xin Feng got out of the car. There is a military restricted area in front of us. It is surrounded by layers of thick walls, making it impossible for anyone to get in or out. Naturally, there are no residents around. It is bare, as if one has come to a doomsday land, without even a trace of life. If the foreign tribes in the tombs invade in large numbers, this will be the last line of defense. Dangling spoke slowly. Not only him, the looks of all the instructors changed. There is a hint of seriousness and determination. This is a military restricted area. It is also a burial place. Because, when that day comes, not only will countless foreign corpses be buried, but they will also be buried. Chapter 97. Did he come or not? Tathagata. Come in. Dangling spoke lightly. When entering the military district gate, everyone had their ID checked, even Dangling was no exception. Don't bother yourself, after all, this is a serious matter. If someone with ulterior motives gets in, it will be troublesome. Dangling explained patiently as he walked. This is to prevent cults from infiltrating. This is so important. There is no room for error. Everyone was still a little impatient, but after hearing this, they immediately put that emotion aside. Just entered the military restricted area. Everyone felt a solemn atmosphere, and for a moment, they all showed serious expressions. Although you don't want to, you will eventually have to take this step. In this military restricted area, you will undergo 3 days of intensive training. The content of the study is naturally related to the tomb pit. Dangling glanced at everyone, his voice still calm. Why don't you study in school? Why do you have to come here? Someone immediately raised his inner doubts. Good question. That's because we have the best teachers here. Only here can you learn more. Because there are many things that you simply cannot learn in classrooms, schools, or cities. Dangling's tone suddenly became serious. In the Wu Mansion, he can teach various knowledge in martial arts. But he cannot teach people what responsibility and accountability are. That is why he and Ananda arranged everyone here to learn about tomb knowledge. Teachers, we are here. As soon as Dangling finished speaking, several figures walked over from a distance. Shinfeng naturally noticed these figures, and he couldn't help but frown. Because some of these people had a broken hand, some were blind in an eye, and some had a broken leg. Shinfeng noticed it, and naturally the other students noticed it too, and they began to talk about it. However, Shinfeng did not join the discussion. He thought of a possibility and couldn't help but feel awe. Quiet. Dangling roared and looked at everyone with cold eyes. With his level of cultivation, he naturally heard what everyone was talking about. Do you think you are noble? Dangling's face was frosty, and he pointed at those people. They were once the prodigies of various martial arts schools, just like you. They were once no worse than you. But they want to provide you, the younger generations, with a peaceful and comfortable environment. Throw yourself into this grave without hesitation to deal with those foreigners. The wounds on their bodies are all from fighting those foreign races. You are here now, enjoying the wonderful life they bring you, and yet you dare to talk about them like this? Do you have the qualifications? Everyone fell silent. Some even lowered their heads in shame. Ha, Lord Deng, don't scare these junior students. Just then, the man with one arm missing came over and looked at Dangling. Dangling saw him and his expression softened. Lu Qi, how are you doing recently? It's okay, thank you for your concern, Lord. Lu Qi smiled slightly. He was originally a member of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy and came here after graduation. So I also know Dangling, and I am very familiar with him. This time, why are there so many people, and they are all at the warrior level? Lu Qi raised his eyebrows and looked at Dangling in confusion. He didn't know that the Imperial Capital's Martial Arts Academy had undergone reforms, so he was quite curious. You know, the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy almost never lets students enter the tomb. Dangling started to explain, and Lu Qi finally understood. Having experienced the brutal war, he was well aware of the shortcomings of the teaching in the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy. But as a member of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy, he obviously couldn't say much. To put it bluntly, this tomb located in the Imperial Capital buried far more students from other martial arts schools than those from the Imperial Capital's martial arts schools. My fellow junior students, there's not much I can teach you. I only want to tell you one thing: survive. Only by surviving can you protect more people. When facing foreigners, do not be soft-hearted. If they don't die, you will die. Lu Qi took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. Everyone was speechless. This was the second time they had heard such words. Death is never special here. It is even the main theme. The 3 days of study ended quickly. During this period, everyone had a general understanding of the tomb. There are hundreds of tombs on the blue planet. With the conquest of mankind, many of the hundreds of tombs have been destroyed. Now only 72 remain. Among them, there are 53 Chinese dragon countries. The tomb in front of us is numbered 007, which means it is the 7th tomb discovered. It was just dawn. Qin Feng gathered everyone together. He defeated Duan Nian and officially became the president of the student union. The rhubarb water is my unique killer move. I defeated Duan Nian fairly and squarely. Has Palace Master Deng arrived? Qin Feng didn't see Deng Ling and couldn't help but ask. Tathagata. Qin Feng? System, are you polite? Did you come? Tathagata. You've even learned to ask and answer your own questions? You're really six. Qin Feng rolled his eyes and ignored the system. He felt that this crappy system could chat with itself all day long. Could it be that the system has been too bored these past few days and drank too much raw cola from a certain island nation, turning Binzhou into a propeller? While people were complaining, Deng Ling arrived late. Seeing that everyone had gathered, he led them to an underground passage. This place is also heavily guarded. The soldiers all looked respectful at the arrival of Qin Feng and others. What surprised Qin Feng was that Lu Qi and others were also here. Don't let us become crippled. If we go into the grave, we will be a burden to our comrades. So we are here guarding the gate. If those foreigners rush out, we can die with them. Lu Qi saw the confusion among the crowd and explained with a hint of self-mockery. But no one present laughed out loud. The plainest words contain the most selfless and innocent heart. Everyone could only stand in awe. Go in, but according to the rules, we have to check your ID. Lu Qi is quite free and easy. He waved his hand, signaling everyone to take out their IDs. After checking everyone's ID, Lu Qi asked someone to open the door. Deng Ling led everyone in. May your military fortune flourish. At this time, Lu Qi led his soldiers to shout loudly. Deng Ling stopped and looked back with everyone else. May your military fortune flourish. Everyone shouted in unison. At this moment, everyone feels their blood boiling. Chapter 98 Dawn City, Corpse Garden. Although this is just a trial. But you must understand that the grave has always been associated with death. No one can 100% guarantee your safety here. Deng Ling gave repeated instructions. After all, these students are the future of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy and the future of mankind. Although he was a modernist, he supported Ananda's reforms. But if there was any other way, he didn't want to see these children risk going down into the grave. Walk into the passage. Qin Feng suddenly felt dizzy. It's normal for this first time entering a space channel. You'll be fine after a few more times. Deng Ling noticed everyone's strangeness and gave further explanation. I walked about 3 kilometers. A ray of light appeared before everyone's eyes. The garrison base ahead is here, which we will collectively name Dawn City. Beneath every tomb, there is a human base, all called Dawn City. Because they hope this city can bring hope to mankind. In the early days of the tomb pits, humans did not understand foreign races and paid a huge price when fighting against them. Therefore, humans at that time felt that everything was dark and there was no hope of dawn. This is not a joke or an emotion. This is blood and tears. Only in this way can we remember the darkness and pursue that ray of light and hope. Arrived at Dawn City. There is already someone waiting here. Hello, General He. Deng Ling shook hands with the man in military uniform who was leading the group. Qin Feng recognized this person. He has appeared on TV many times. His name is He Liangjun and he seems to be the youngest general in Longhua. I'm very happy that the Imperial Capital Martial Palace can make such a decision. He Liangjun's voice was friendly. But there was no smile on his face, and he still looked serious. Qin Feng then remembered. This guy seems to be from the Magic City Martial Arts Academy. The relationship between the Magic City Martial Arts Academy and the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy has never been very good. Here, death can come at any time. So I advise you to abandon the traditional thinking in the Wufu. If you feel any danger, there will definitely be elders and mentors to save you. If you are still so naive, then you'd better carry a dagger with you to avoid being humiliated by foreigners. He Liang-jun looked at everyone, his voice devoid of emotion. Wow! How can this guy say such cold words when his body temperature is only 37 degrees? Xin Feng ignored the system, but instead felt that what He Liang-jun said made sense. Here, you have to rely more on yourself. Because there are too many unpredictable dangers. I believe you already know that there is a city 100 kilometers away from Dawn City. We call this city the Dark Ancient City, and it belongs to the Crazy Corpse Garden. He Liang-jun once again elaborated on the power situation of the tomb pit. Among the tombs, the common foreign races include primitive people, demons, and spirits. Now this tomb is dominated by primitive humans, with only a small number of demons and spirits. The ancients had the same appearance as humans, but had different culture and cultivation systems. Even the language is different. Therefore, the ancients had no sense of identity with humans and were more inclined towards the demons and spirits. Worth mentioning. Ancient people would not awaken superpowers. But they are proficient in ancient martial arts and secret techniques, and their cultivation system is divided into physical cultivation and weapon cultivation. It is said that the owner of the Crazy Corpse Garden is an instrument cultivator. His naval weapon is a corpse-chasing bell. As the name suggests, the zombie bell can gather a large army of zombies in a very short period of time. This zombie army has brought troubles and crises to Dawn City many times, and its defense line was almost breached several times. The last time, Lord Daozuan brought 10 ancient stones to rescue this tomb. That time, the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy paid an extremely tragic price, which shows how terrifying this zombie army is. If you need any supplies, you can tell me at any time. He Liang-jun threw down a few words and turned away. This guy, he's so arrogant. Xiao Ding watched He Liang-jun leave, curled his lips and spoke. As a second-generation rich man, he naturally can't stand people who are more pretentious than him. They see so many deaths and lies every day. If they had more emotions, they would have collapsed long ago. Bailey Jian glared at Xiao Ding. It wasn't his first time going down into the tomb, so he knew a little more. Xiao Ding didn't dare to say a word. Although he is a second-generation rich man, he is not stupid. Okay, let's get out of town. Dangling led everyone towards the city gate. Just left Dawn City. A feeling of oppression came over me. In Dawn City, they didn't act strangely, but now they all frowned. Because there is no sun inside this tomb. The sky was gray and depressing, and it seemed like a rainstorm was about to fall at any moment. The surrounding environment is also very desolate, with only some yellow weeds and nothing else. Snap. Wan Qian accidentally stepped on something and there was a crisp sound. She looked down. That's a bone. It looks a lot like a human rib. Ah! She couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. This is a bit of a shock for a girl. Don't scream. Do you want to kill us? Dangling rushed directly to Wan Qian and shouted. In the wild, there are always enemy squads roaming around. The loud noise easily attracted them. These are the bones of the ancients. After they were killed, no one would collect their bodies. Here, even dead people are normal. What's there to be afraid of with some bones? Dangling glared at Wan Qian. He was not afraid of those small wandering troops. As a master in the demon war realm, he can almost walk sideways on the periphery. As a practical trial, every part must be close to reality, otherwise the trial will be meaningless. Wan Qian gritted her teeth and lowered her head in shame. Okay, let's keep going. The main purpose of this trip is to let them feel the atmosphere of the tomb. So Dangling was not in a hurry to go deeper and kept hanging around on the periphery. Sudden. Dangling stopped and looked at the grass beside him. Snort! He snorted coldly. With a wave of his right hand, a long sword appeared out of thin air and shot silently into the grass in front. Ah! A scream came from the bushes. Then, several figures rushed out. It is just as the information said. These primitive people are almost indistinguishable from humans, except that their appearance is more in line with ancient times and they have a strong historical atmosphere. Soon, Dangling solved it. The group continued to move forward. The tomb is full of dangers. It seems I need to familiarize myself with it so that it will be more convenient for future actions. Xin Feng said in his heart. As a sixth in command, the primary goal is to ensure safety. The more unfamiliar the environment, the more you have to survive. Show off? Sorry, the last person who showed off is still defending the chrysanthemum pass. Duan Yen, your polite toilet, here it comes again. Chapter 99 System, I wanna find a new host. Well. Deng Ling sighed in his heart. This time it's a trial, and with him escorting us, safety is guaranteed. When the real danger comes, he doesn't know how many of these students can return alive. Racial conflict is the most cruel. He had acted so decisively and ruthlessly just now, just to let them experience this fact firsthand. Being soft-hearted will only hurt yourself. Keep on the road. Deng Ling will not take the initiative to attack again in the future. Xin Feng knew this very well, so he was extremely alert throughout the whole process and kept an eye on every move around him. Everyone also began to realize something and no longer felt depressed and afraid as before. They also began to observe their surroundings. Woo woo woo. A whistling sound was heard. Xin Feng quickly turned his head and looked over, and the black steel bone shovel instantly appeared in his hand. The blood is boiling. He slashed forward without hesitation. A figure bumped into his shovel. Bang! In an instant, the figure's head exploded, and blood splattered all over Do Meiyu, who was standing next to him. Do Meiyu turned pale instantly, covered her mouth and started vomiting. It's not like she hasn't seen dead people before. But the scene was too bloody for her to accept for a while. Host, I never thought you would do such a beastly thing. What nonsense are you talking about? I didn't do anything. It turns out you are worse than an animal. Xin Feng ignored the system. The current situation has not been completely resolved. What are you standing there for? Could it be possible to wait for them to come over and treat you to a meal? Xin Feng said something to the frightened classmates, then rushed towards the direction where the ancient man had just appeared with a black steel bone shovel. He had just extracted the original man. Gained 15 health points. His strength is equivalent to that of a high-level warrior. He curled his lips in slight disgust. However, no matter how small a fly is, it is still meat. His body chased after him honestly. In fact, Deng Ling had already discovered this group of people. But he didn't say anything and observed everyone's reactions. Obviously, Xin Feng's reaction made him very satisfied. When Xin Feng chased after them, the group of primitive people had already fled in panic. When they witnessed their teammate being killed instantly, they turned around and left without hesitation. Want to run? Can you run away? Xin Feng let out a sneering laugh and his speed increased suddenly, like a black flash across the sky. If the black steel bone shovel in his hand was replaced with a chainsaw, he would be a real chainsaw killer from another world. Don't come over here! The system shouted. Then, the same emoticon pack as Bu Jingyun appeared in Xin Feng's mind. He couldn't help but twitch his lips. This guy is really good at stirring up trouble. Call out. Xin Feng threw the black steel shovel in his hand and hit the last primitive man running directly. Afterwards, he did not slow down, and continued to chase forward without paying any attention to the knocked-down ancient man. When those primitive people found that Xin Feng was chasing them closely, their expressions became increasingly ugly. The leading team leader gritted his teeth and suddenly changed direction with his men. Go to hell! The team leader rushed over with a spear. He just stabbed out with a gun, and the gun stabbed Xin Feng without any hindrance. Dead! The team leader's eyes instantly lit up with hope. But when he raised his head, he saw Xin Feng showing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. Silly cup! What? Before the team leader could react, Xin Feng punched him and sent him flying. With Xin Feng's current defensive capabilities, a mere team leader cannot break through his defense at all. Extraction successful. Gained chi and health points, 30 points. This team leader is probably at the primary warrior level, so his chi and HP values are slightly higher. When Xin Feng was about to kill several other ancient people, suddenly, there was a violent earthquake. Oh no! It's a shadow quake. Everyone come back quickly. When Xin Feng heard Deng Ling shout, his face suddenly changed and he wanted to rush back. Shadow earthquakes are geological hazards unique to tombs. He is only at the primary level of a general now, and it is impossible for him to resist head-on. Master Deng, Xin Feng has gone out to chase after us and hasn't come back yet? Do Meiyu said hurriedly. She was so scared just now that she didn't react, so she didn't chase after him. The others chased for a short distance and are now coming back. Only Xin Feng. He was the first one to chase out and was the farthest away from here. Dang Ling was also very anxious. He didn't expect that it was just a simple trial, but he would encounter a shadow earthquake. Rumble. The earthquakes became more and more intense. Even Dang Ling could feel a breath of death gushing out from all directions. If we wait any longer, I'm afraid our entire army will be wiped out. Dang Ling looked into the distance, but still didn't see Qin Feng. Finally, he gritted his teeth helplessly. If he can hide well, he should be able to make it through. I can only wait until the earthquake is over, then I'll send someone to look for him. Dang Lin could only pray silently in his heart. The other side. Qin Feng was also anxious to escape back. However, those primitive people held him back tightly. They were still muttering to themselves. Fortunately, Qin Feng had learned their language and understood what they said. The gist of it is that they can't survive the shadow quake, and they don't want Qin Feng to be able to go back alive. Qin Feng's face was full of black lines. What about Tianji's horse racing? Roll! Qin Feng roared. All the energy and blood gushed out of his body, forcibly repelling those ancient people. Those primitive people fell to the ground. They wanted to continue to hold Qin Feng back, but they were swallowed by the crack in the ground that suddenly appeared. They disappeared in the blink of an eye, and even their life force disappeared completely in that instant. Dry. So fierce? Qin Feng became more and more anxious. However, the frequency of the shadow earthquakes became stronger and stronger, and countless cracks appeared in the ground, one after another, making it very difficult for him to even stand, and he couldn't keep his balance at all. System, what should I do? Ah! The little fat kid lives in Bunbu? Qin Feng was speechless. He didn't expect that at this time, the damn system was still playing tricks. What good would it do you if I died? It would only make you watch the fun. Qin Feng was heartbroken. This way I can find a new host, it must be a cute girl with long legs. System. Wake up. This is a male-oriented novel. Where can you find a girl to be your host? It's not impossible to change it to a female-oriented one. I'll go discuss it with the author tonight. Qin Feng wanted to cry but had no tears. It seems that I can no longer rely on the system and can only rely on myself. He lay on the ground, trying to grab something, but the ground was bare and there was nothing except some weeds. The shock became more intense. Qin Feng felt dizzy and his body began to lose strength, and the weeds he was holding were pulled out by the roots. Finally, he completely lost control of himself and rolled towards the crack in the ground. Chapter 100. Are you okay? If you are, eat Luliomiai. The shadow quake lasted for a long time. As soon as it was over, Dang Ling counted the number of people. When he noticed that 5 people were missing, his face suddenly turned cold. I've told you before that the graveyard is extremely dangerous. I can't guarantee your safety 100% either. This time we were directly hit by a shadow earthquake. 5 students are missing now, and no one knows whether they are alive or dead. Dang Ling said with a heavy heart. Master Deng, we must find them back, especially Qin Feng. Xiao Ding said without hesitation. Although Qin Feng has done a lot of cool things, it is precisely because of Qin Feng's existence. They, the freshmen, are not bullied by the seniors and are not ruthlessly exploited by the student union. So in order to support Qin Feng, they all joined the new faction to resist the student union and the old faction. There is a deep friendship between them. Okay. Let's go together. Dang Ling naturally would not refuse such a request. Among all the students who came in this group, the one he valued the most was Qin Feng. But in the previous situation, he could only put the overall situation first. After a brief reorganization, everyone officially set out to search in the direction Qin Feng had just chased. Along the way, they found 4 classmates who had been missing. Fortunately, none of them were injured. This made everyone a little excited. They thought that since these 4 people were able to survive, with Qin Feng's cleverness, nothing could have happened to them. Keep searching forward. After a while, a cry of surprise was heard. Look, what is this? Dang Ling looked in the direction of the speaker's finger. There lay a dull black shovel. This is Qin Feng's weapon. Someone immediately recognized that this was Qin Feng's black steel shovel. Dang Ling picked up the black steel shovel and his face instantly turned ugly. The weapon was left here. Will he be in trouble? Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes. He moved slightly and felt pain coming from all over his limbs. Where am I? Xin Feng couldn't help but mutter. Host, are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? Xin Feng came back to his senses when he heard what the system said. However, this broken system keeps repeating, "Are you okay?" Although Yangmi is very beautiful, she can't stand you playing it in a loop from all angles. Stop, 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 I'm fine. Stop talking. Xin Feng made a pause gesture with his hands and spoke hurriedly. I don't believe it. Are you okay? Xin Feng. Do you really have to ask me to give you a lychee plum before you can believe that I'm okay? Xin Feng, advertisers, send us money. As expected. The system fell silent after hearing this. Xin Feng stood up and looked around. This is a completely unfamiliar environment. It was also his first time going into the tomb, and he was indeed not familiar with the environment. System, what should I do now? In desperation, Xin Feng had to ask the system. You finally asked the right person. I suggest you ask someone else. The joyful expression on Xin Feng's face suddenly stopped, and then he began to take a deep breath. My own system. I don't get angry when others get angry, but if I get angry enough to become ill, no one can help me. Who would be happy if I died of anger? Besides, it would be stressful and exhausting. Xin Feng calmed himself down, then identified a direction and used Earth Fusion. Classmate, where are you going? The system asked again in a broadcasting tone. I'm going to die, family. This damn system keeps playing with jokes, which makes Xin Feng unable to help but raise his middle finger. No, you should study and strive. Xin Feng heard a burst of cheerful allegro music ringing in his ears. However, he chose to ignore it. Because the more he cares, the more fun the dog system has. Xin Feng used two wrong to travel at full speed. Soon, he discovered a wandering group of primitive people. I'm in a bad mood, just the right time to vent. Xin Feng laughed wickedly. He subconsciously opened up the space. But his black steel shovel was not found in there. He suddenly remembered that he had thrown the black steel shovel away and had never had the chance to pick it up. Xin Feng's face was suddenly filled with heartache. That's a rank 3 weapon. It's very easy to use, right? But fortunately, the strength of the opposing team is very average. The strongest team leader is only at the primary warrior level. As for the team members, they are even worse. After all, this is the periphery, and there are very few strong people here. Xin Feng gradually approached the captain silently, stretched out his hand and grabbed his ankle. The team leader suddenly felt a huge force coming. Before he could react, he fell flat on his face. Xin Feng broke out of the ground, grabbed the ladder's neck and twisted it hard. Click. Crack. Extraction successful. Gain, HP 30. Who is it? Several other team members noticed the anomaly, roared, and then scattered. Xin Feng didn't have time to deal with them. He went straight to the other person's feet and did the same thing. When these primitive people saw this scene, they wanted to escape as if they had seen a ghost. But their speed is really touching. It didn't take much effort. Xin Feng successfully dealt with this team. A team of 6 people. A total of 100 health points are obtained. It's a little less, but it's still a good start. Xin Feng did not feel too disgusted. He was just about to find his way back when a faint voice suddenly sounded in his ears. You want to leave now after killing someone? Xin Feng was suddenly shocked. He looked back and found that a tree had appeared opposite him at some point. That's right, a tree. If he had to say the species, Xin Feng thought it was a willow tree. Of course, this couldn't be a willow tree. This is a race unique to the tomb pit, the elves. That is, the existence of plants that have cultivated into spirits. Xin Feng stared at the tree, feeling the breath coming from it, and frowned slightly. If my perception is correct, this guy should be at the war candidate realm. Xin Feng's expression was a little ugly. The gap between realms increases exponentially. Not to mention, the other party is an elf with strange means. A novice warrior level general actually dares to parade through the graveyard. You really don't take us seriously. The willow tree spoke again. Its branches swayed, emitting a cold breath, locking onto Xin Feng. You make a lot of sense. So, in this mortal world, we'll meet again if we're destined to. Of the 36 strategies, running away is the best. Xin Feng chuckled and used the earth melting technique directly, drilling into the soil immediately. Do you think you can escape from me just because you can use earth escape? How naive. Today I will let you know that the earth belongs to us, the Eldar. Chapter 101. I'll give you a bottle of rhubarb water in exchange for your tears. As soon as the willow tree finished speaking, its roots pierced out of the soil like sharp spears and headed towards Xin Feng. Xin Feng was about to escape, but when he saw the scene, he was shocked. Roots coming from all directions directly surrounded his path. I forgot this guy's true form as a tree. Xin Feng felt a little regretful. This situation made him feel somewhat passive. When fighting underground, we Eldar have never feared anyone. The willow tree saw Lin Fan stop and smiled contemptuously. Then he continued to control his roots and rushed towards Xin Feng. Host, you're screwed. Who told you to open the champagne at halftime? When the system saw that Xin Feng was in trouble, it was not anxious at all, but instead laughed at him. Aren't you being too presumptuous? Xin Feng quickly complained, and then dealt with the roots coming from all directions. This thing hurts when it hits me. Xin Feng complained. This root is like a spear. Every time it pierced Xin Feng's body, it would cause him great pain. But fortunately, he has silver armor on the outside and golden bones on the inside. Most importantly, he also wore a second-grade protective gear, the spirit leaf armor. So although this thing brought pain to Xin Feng, it did not hurt him. We have to think of a way, otherwise, we will die here sooner or later. Xin Feng was fighting against the roots of the willow tree while thinking of a solution. The willow tree didn't seem to be in a hurry to kill Xin Feng, so it played a game of cat and mouse with Xin Feng. Hateful. I also have a homemade side dish. The same voice package as Uncle Qian sounded in Xin Feng's ears. Xin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Good fellow. System, you are finally human again. After the system reminded him, Xin Feng finally remembered that he still had a secret weapon. That's the rhubarb water plus version. It might be a little difficult to use this big yellow water statue to sneak attack other powerful warriors in the general realm. But it is just right for dealing with the willow tree in front of us. Because big trees absorb energy through their roots, and it just so happened that this guy was using his roots to deal with him. What Xin Feng needs to consider now is whether this rhubarb water can have any effect on the willow tree. There's nothing we can do now, so let's just give it a try. Xin Feng took out the rhubarb water from the broken space, and then looked at the willow tree. Stop. What? You want to surrender? When the willow tree heard Xin Feng's words, it really stopped growing its roots. And on his tree trunk, a face appeared, and it smiled in a human-like manner. Snort. I admit that your excellency is very powerful, but if I take out the rhubarb water plus version, how will you deal with it? Before Yang Lushu could react, he saw Xin Feng throwing a bottle at him. He subconsciously controlled a tree root and rushed forward. With a clang, the porcelain bottle containing rhubarb water broke, and the rhubarb water also spilled on the roots of the willow tree. Oh, so this is your secret weapon? It's useless. The willow tree sneered disdainfully. Xin Feng was unsure when he saw this scene. Because he didn't know whether his yellow water was useful to the spirits. The branches of the willow tree were still approaching Xin Feng, and were about to attack Xin Feng. The willow tree's expression suddenly changed, and then all its roots curled up. What the hell is that? Yang Lushu asked Xin Feng with a look of shock. He didn't expect that his roots had only been touched by a little bit of that liquid, but now he had severe abdominal pain. And there is always a shameful feeling that I want to release. At the same time, a smile appeared on Xin Feng's face. He knew that the rhubarb water was effective, but he never expected it. Even the spirit race cannot be immune to the effects of this rhubarb water. This rhubarb water is indeed a treasure. I'll definitely tell you when we meet next time. Sayonara. After Xin Feng said this, he turned around and ran away without hesitation. No matter what, this willow tree is also a powerful warrior at the primary level, and he is not someone he can touch for the time being. Damn it, don't even think about escaping. When the willow tree saw that Xin Feng wanted to escape, it hurriedly controlled its roots to chase him. However, the pain in his abdomen forced him to retract his roots and he dared not move. Yang Lushu saw that he could not catch up with Xin Feng, so he hurriedly passed on Xin Feng's message through the tomb's unique way of transmitting messages. On the other side, Xin Feng shook off the willow tree and hummed happily. I'll give you a bottle of rhubarb water in exchange for your tears. All the diarrhea have left him heartbroken. There's not enough toilet paper. Host, we are one family, please don't speak. Xin Feng saw an emoticon with hands raised above the head in a surrender gesture, and couldn't help but twitch his lips. This system is so abominable that it actually mocks him like this. So Xin Feng not only didn't stop, but sang even louder. While Xin Feng was looking for the way back, he was hunting the group of primitive people wandering in the wild. He found that most of these teams were at the warrior level with several warriors. There will also be some generals. Xin Feng took advantage of this underground and killed several teams. Xin Feng stopped and took a look at his attribute panel. Name, Xin Feng. Qi and blood value, 4911. Realm, primary general realm. Talents, infinite extraction SSS, earth fusion D rank superhuman, power accumulation C rank superhuman, air break S rank elemental, comparable to SSS rank. TSK, I can only say that I'm a gold belt for murder and arson. Xin Feng smacked his lips and sighed at the culture of his ancestors, who always gave such accurate summaries. However, I'm still more than 1000 HP away from breaking through to the intermediate general realm. I always feel that this efficiency is too slow. We have to think of a way, faster. Xin Feng pinched his chin, frowned and fell into deep thought. This is also because everyone didn't know what he said, otherwise they would have scolded him to death. You should know that in just half a day, the blood and energy value increased by nearly 600 points. They even said that the upgrade speed was not fast enough. This is simply too Versailles. Night comes slowly. Inside the tomb, the night is a little darker than the outside world. Because there is no moon, no stars, and no brightly lit city that never sleeps in the sky here. There was only pitch darkness where you couldn't see your hand in front of you. Xin Feng was still wandering, but he saw a little light coming from the front, and he hurried over there. When he felt the light, he found that he had come to a small ancient city. Only then did Xin Feng realize that he had been running in the wrong direction. He actually went deep into the enemy's interior. Chapter 102, Both Breakthrough. Xin Feng wants to kill someone. As the saying goes, if you come, make the best of it. Xin Feng felt that he had worked hard to get here. If you don't earn some money, it would be a huge loss. So he sneaked into the small town without hesitation. He found that the ancient people were also sleeping in this small town, and there was a small building with a light source in the middle of the entire town. Xin Feng guessed that the person living here should be the mayor of this small town. Xin Feng investigated and found that the city lord was just a high-level warrior. At that moment he had a slightly crazy idea. It seems that God has led me here. Xin Feng chuckled, then used the earth melting technique again and dived into the ground. Then he came to the outskirts of the city. This city is not very big. Xin Feng counted and found that there are only more than 30 houses. The city was built probably because it was on the edge of the front line of confrontation with humans. Xin Feng also came here by accident, otherwise it would be difficult to be discovered here. Xin Feng sneaked into a house on the edge of the street and looked at the sleeping family of 3. Xin Feng did not hesitate, he raised his knife and chopped off the heads of the 3 primitive people. Extraction successful. Gain, HP 5. Gain, Qi and Health 8. Gain, HP 12. After Xin Feng finished all this, he sneaked into the next house. When he killed these ancient people, there was no ripple in his heart. In his opinion, if he didn't kill these people, then in the future, these people are likely to appear on the battlefield and fight with his companions. So Xin Feng launched his massacre without hesitation. The ancient people here are not very strong, most of them are only at the warrior level, and there are very few at the soldier level. And they are all elderly people. It seems that the young primitive people have already gone to the front line. Thinking of this, Xin Feng swung the butcher knife even faster. Because it was a sneak attack and the opponent was very weak, it didn't take long for Xin Feng to slaughter more than 30 households. Now there is only this last house left, and that is the house where the high-level general lives. Xin Feng followed the same method and sneaked into the room where the city lord was again. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. As long as the city lord is dealt with, the other people in this small building will be nothing. Xin Feng chopped down with his knife, and just as Xin Feng's knife was about to fall on the city lord's head, he suddenly opened his eyes and then shrank his head. Xin Feng's knife cut along his scalp but did not hurt him. In an instant, the city lord jumped up from the bed. Who are you? How dare you come and assassinate this city lord? Puff. When Qin Feng saw the look on the city lord's face, he couldn't help but laugh. Because although his previous blow did not hurt the city lord, it directly shaved his head into a bald spot. Host, I advise you not to be so presumptuous. After all, I have become the king of the sea, but you are still a single dog. Qin Feng rolled his eyes. The sea king of the Mediterranean? If that's the case, then he might as well not be the king of the sea. How dare you laugh at this city lord? The city lord's face was covered with gloom, and he was shocked at first. Someone actually sneaked into his room silently and wanted to assassinate him. Fortunately, he woke up suddenly, otherwise his head would have been moved by now. He originally thought he was a master, but judging from his aura, he was only at the primary level of a general. This made him very angry. Since when did a junior general dare to be so bold? What's wrong with laughing at you? I'll beat you up. Qin Feng sneered, then slashed out with his sword. Powerful energy and blood flowed into the sword, transformed into a sharp blade energy, and then shot out. He got this sword from a warrior named Gingyuan Gurun. It is a second-grade weapon. It just so happened that he had thrown away his black steel bone shovel, so he used this knife as a temporary solution. The mayor of the small town had always focused his attention on Qin Feng. When he saw Qin Feng slashing at him with a knife, he hurriedly dodged. Host, don't panic. The advantage is yours. When Qin Feng heard this, he almost stumbled and fell. Good man, you are just hoping that I will die sooner, and that the end will come sooner, so that you can find a new host with long legs. I haven't even started yet, and you're already putting the flag on me. Impossible. This is impossible. Same emotic and pack as Boss Chow. I'm not the transport captain, how could I be defeated by a small flag like yours? Although Qin Feng was complaining madly in his heart, his hands did not stop moving. He just tiptoed and approached again. 9th level of Blood Thunder. The big knife in Qin Feng's hand danced wildly, and 3 blood-red lightning bolts appeared instantly, then rushed towards the city lord. Damn humans! This is too much. A knife appeared in the city lord's hand, and he chopped it out without hesitation. Suddenly, the knife flashed, causing a roar. Lord City Lord! At this time, a team of guards suddenly appeared. Obviously, it was attracted by the huge roar. Lin Fan had actually noticed this pair of guards a long time ago, but he didn't want to alert them, so he didn't pay attention to them first. Kill him! The mayor of the small town pointed the tip of his knife at Lin Fan and roared angrily. The team of guards then rushed towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled lightly and then faced the challenge head-on. He had just killed more than 30 ancient people, and his health value had reached 5,989 points. As long as he has another 11 points of health, he can break through to the intermediate general level. So in Qin Feng's view, this team of guards is an experience pack. Qin Feng swung his sword and knocked the leading guard to the ground. Then he took the opportunity to reach out and touch his hand. Extraction successful. Gain, HP 36. In an instant, Qin Feng felt the blood and energy in his body surge, and his face flushed. Breakthrough, intermediate general level. Qin Feng was very satisfied, he felt full of strength. After all, he had just killed dozens of people, so his physical strength and energy were definitely depleted. And now, after the breakthrough, his condition has recovered a lot. Can you do it, little dog? It takes you so long to deal with a few noobs. What I'm saying is, if it works, it works. If it doesn't, let me change hosts as soon as possible. Good fellow, are you not even trying to hide your desire to change hosts? Qin Feng was speechless. He had heard it so many times today. Damn it, die. Qin Feng showed a ruthless look. After all, if you want to kill someone, you can't hide it. Qin Feng had no way to defeat the system, so he could only vent his anger on the people in front of him. 9 levels of Blood Thunder. The 4th level. Perhaps because of anger, the 9th level of Blood Thunder, which had been on the verge of a breakthrough. Finally, as Qin Feng broke through to the realm of War General, he also broke through to the 4th level. Chapter 103 Essence Stone, Torture of the New Era. 4 Blood Thunders swept towards the guards. The guards raised their swords to block, but when their weapons touched the 4 Blood Thunders, their whole bodies trembled and they fell to the ground. My 9th level Blood Thunder is not so easy to take. Qin Feng sneered. What did you do to them? The mayor of the small town saw that his men could not even last a single round against Qin Feng. He looked at Qin Feng in shock and anger, wishing he could tear Qin Feng into pieces. Don't make such a fuss, you'll be following in their footsteps soon. Qin Feng turned around and pointed the knife in his hand at the city lord. Arrogant. The mayor of the small town kicked his feet and then shot towards Qin Feng like a cannonball. Is this the legendary Nine Heavens Thunder Kick? You've watched too many cartoons. Be careful that the idiot will sue you for copyright infringement. This system is really a joke. Don't you know that copyright fees are very expensive now? After Qin Feng complained, he took 2 steps back and avoided the angry attack from the mayor of this small town. Then Qin Feng took a step forward and slashed fiercely with the knife in his hand. The mayor of the small town hurried back to fight. Dang! The 2 men's knives collided with each other in an instant, making a loud metal collision sound. The mayor of the small town couldn't help but take a few steps back, and then a trace of ugly look appeared on his face. Because his hands were a little numb at this moment, and even his knuckles were cracked. He never imagined that the human in front of him had only broken through a small realm, but his strength had increased so much. This was simply incredible and beyond his imagination. Go to hell! Qin Feng pursued the enemy with his sword in his hand, swinging it vigorously. The lord of the small town was defeated step by step, and under Qin Feng's fast-paced attack, it was obvious that he could no longer withstand it. Damn it! You want to kill me? I won't let you off easily. The mayor of the small town suddenly showed a crazy look, and then Qin Feng discovered that the guy's aura began to surge violently. Shit! This guy isn't planning on self-destructing. Qin Feng looked surprised, but he was not idle. He hurriedly used the ability of earth melting to drill into the ground and then began to escape. Human! Lord Shebi will not let you go. When the mayor of the small town saw Qin Feng escaping by burrowing into the earth, a trace of unwillingness appeared on his face. He didn't expect that Lin Fan actually had the ability to escape underground, but now it was too late for him to stop his self-destruction. Bang! Qin Feng heard a loud roar and he stuck his head out to look towards the small town. Now it is a complete ruin and there is no trace of its previous appearance. TSK, a high-level warrior, so terrifying. Qin Feng reached back again, but at this time the mayor of the small town had been reduced to ashes. Therefore, it is obviously impossible to obtain qi and blood from him, so Qin Feng shook his head with some regret. However, Qin Feng still found some resources, and what made him most excited was he found a small stone that could extract the essence of the earth. This stone seems to be called the Essence Stone in the tomb, or Essence Stone for short. If others want to use this Essence Stone, they may have to ask the Martial Academy's Earth Essence Room to process it before they can absorb it. But Lin Fan is different, he can directly use the system to extract. Extraction successful. Gain, HP 25. Qin Feng really didn't expect that a thumb-sized Essence Stone could bring him 25 points of Qi and health. He looked at the Essence Stone in his hand, which was as big as a human head, and his eyes gleamed. Host, please pay attention to your appearance, your hata is almost leaking out. The system couldn't stand Qin Feng's stupid look anymore and couldn't help but remind him. Slurp. Bagpipes are heard in the distance. At the same time, in a city deep in this tomb. Inside this city, there is a luxurious palace. In the very center of the palace sits an old man who looks like he is dying. He suddenly opened his eyes. Luo Lai is dead. Lord Shebi, who did this? When the other people in the palace heard this, they all started asking. That's the only question you need to ask? He must have been killed by humans. Who else could it be? A man in fancy clothes standing on the left curled his lips in disdain. His name is Shi Ming, and his strength is unfathomable. When everyone heard this, they were speechless, because they felt that the man in fancy clothes was right. Lord Shebi, no matter what, Luo Lai is also one of us. Even though he made a mistake. But he was also punished, so I implore Lord Shebi to avenge Luo Lai. Luo Ming, who was standing in the first position on the right, bowed slightly to Shebi. Originally, they were called together this time just to discuss how to deal with Dawn City. But Luo Ming never expected to hear the news of his brother being killed here. However, he did not doubt the authenticity of the news because he knew Shebi's special abilities. You have a point. In that case, you should lead the zombie army to the front line. Shebi raised his eyelids, glanced at Luo Ming, and said slowly. Yes. Luo Ming bowed respectfully and then walked out. On the other side, Qin Feng found a relatively hidden place and began to extract the Essence Stone. Extraction successful. Gain, HP 1121. Xin Feng took another look at his attribute panel. Name, Xin Feng. Qi and blood value, 7163. Realm, intermediate general realm. Talents, infinite extraction SSS, earth fusion D rank superhuman, power accumulation C rank superhuman, air break S rank elemental, comparable to SSS rank. Seeing that his blood and energy value had exceeded 7,000, Xin Feng couldn't help but be overjoyed. You have to know that he had just arrived at the tomb, and in just one day, he broke through to the intermediate general level. It's wonderful. Rest for a night and go back tomorrow. For safety, Xin Feng used 2 roam to dig a hole in the ground and then fell asleep. When I woke up again, the sky was already slightly white. However, since there was no sun in the tomb, Xin Feng didn't know what time it was. But this did not affect his excited heart and trembling hands. Let's go, go. 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 How strong is black coffee? I just want the relaxation of soda. Big pot. You really are the type to start a conversation whenever you disagree with something. We are all family, please let us go. What good will it do you to hurt me? Xin Feng felt the system's hoarse voice and suddenly felt hopeless. This is simply a new age torture, and Xin Feng said he couldn't accept it at all. Chapter 104 Xin Feng blends into the zombie army. Ha, host, it seems you want to feel the damage of a fierce fight. After Xin Feng heard this, he immediately saw his elder sister's expression of covering her face and crying in his mind. This made Xin Feng a little scared. System tyrant, I was wrong, I won't dare to do it again. Xin Feng was completely timid. He thought that no one else could see it anyway, so what was the harm in being a little timid? Han Xayan suffered the humiliation of being kicked in the crotch back then, so what if I, Xin Feng, am a little timid in front of the system tyrant? The direction Xin Feng chose this time was the opposite of yesterday. After all, if we continue to move forward, we will definitely go deeper into the tomb. Xin Feng didn't think that with his current strength, he could rush around in this tomb. Take the willow tree he met yesterday, for example. Xin Feng felt that he was no match for it. If he didn't have some hidden cards, he would have been defeated yesterday. There sounded like a fight. Xin Feng stopped burrowing underground and listened attentively. If a battle breaks out in this tomb, there is no doubt that one of the sides will be human. After all, it is impossible for people of the same race to fight each other near this battlefield. After all, doing so will only benefit the fisherman while the snipe and the clam fight each other. Thinking of this, Xin Feng decided to go over quietly and take a look. Xin Feng burrowed into the ground towards the sound of fighting. But this time he was very careful, because he knew that the people of the spirit race could easily break his earth melting power. Xin Feng came to the battlefield, poked his head out and looked outside. When he took a look, he discovered that the person fighting in the sky was none other than Dangling. The other fighters were also instructors from the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy. Xin Feng was suddenly confused and didn't know what was going on. Aren't they here to protect the students of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy and gain experience? How did he come out to fight with these primitive people? If Dangling and others knew Xin Feng's thoughts at this time, they would definitely slap Xin Feng in the face. The reason for coming out could be nothing more than to look for Xin Feng. You know, after the shadow earthquake yesterday, the rest of the people were found. Only Xin Feng disappeared, which made Dangling and others very anxious. Therefore, after sending those students back to Dawn City yesterday, he brought the rest of the instructors out to look for Xin Feng. They had been searching all night, but still had no results. Just then, Dangling encountered the zombie army brought by Luo Ming. Dangling's eyes turned red when he saw the zombie army, because he felt that Xin Feng was definitely in great danger. When Luo Ming saw Dangling, he was also very angry. In his opinion, Dangling, a master in the war demon realm, must have come out with such a group of people to carry out a decapitation operation. So he thought that his younger brother Luo Lai was killed by Dangling and others. The two sides immediately fought fiercely, but Luo Ming had the advantage in numbers because he brought a large army of zombies. Bullying my mentor is an unforgivable crime. Of course, Xin Feng would not rush forward foolishly, because he was only a mid-level general. If he really rushed out, the aftermath of their battle would probably destroy him to ashes. But he is a 6th-class man, so naturally he has his own methods. He quickly used Tu Ron's ability to come to the battlefield, and then he continued to find some lone zombies. Pull them into the dirt and deal with them later. Since these zombies have no brains, Xin Feng's method still works. But there were too many zombies on the field, and what he did was just a drop in the bucket. Palace Master Dang. This won't work. There are too many zombies here. If we continue to fight, we will be exhausted to death. Huang Zhong spoke hurriedly. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. Although they are all strong, their numbers are still too small. Even if this group of zombies stood here for them to kill, it would still take them a lot of time. Withdraw. Dangling gritted his teeth and then spoke. As the deputy master of the imperial capital Martial Palace, he naturally has to put the overall situation first. If Qin Feng was still alive, he would definitely rescue Qin Feng at all costs. But if Qin Feng died, then paying such a price would not be worth it. After all, they can do more things if they are alive. If they die here, it will be a loss to the imperial capital martial arts mansion. Following Dangling's command, everyone began to get rid of their opponents. Dangling also burst out with his strength and directly forced Luo Ming to retreat. Since Luo Ming is leading a large army of zombies, his mobility is definitely not as good as Dangling and others. He didn't dare to chase after them alone, let alone get into a group fight. Dangling alone can send him to reincarnation. Qin Feng was originally very happy to be the 6th in command on the battlefield. But he soon discovered that these zombies were not moving. He secretly stuck his head out to see what was going on. Then I saw Dangling and the others leaving. Damn it! These idiots! I was helping them kill the enemy from the rear, and they just left. This is unbelievable. Qin Feng immediately covered his face and cried bitterly. Now he was surrounded by zombies, which made him a little panicked. Host, don't panic. As the saying goes, disasters can last for thousands of years. A troublemaker like you will definitely live a good life. Qin Feng. Thank you. You're such a nice person. Qin Feng naturally couldn't just sit there and wait for death. He thought about it for a moment, then directly stripped the clothes off one of the zombies. Qin Feng suppressed his nausea and put on the clothes, then wiped off some blood and dust on his body. After doing all this, Qin Feng secretly ran out of the ground. Wow! You're going to Busan even though you know there's a bus there. The system continued to tease. Qin Feng had no time to pay attention to him because he was observing every move of these zombies. No matter what, he must imitate it very well, otherwise if he is discovered by Luo Ming, he will definitely die. I have to say, host, you have already learned the essence. Your walking posture is something you can't learn without a cerebral thrombosis for 10 years. In order to imitate the real person more realistically, Qin Feng also walked with a limp. When Luo Ming saw Dangling and others leave, he snorted angrily. He knew that it was unrealistic to catch up, so he had to give up. Luo Ming controlled the army and returned to the ancient city of Ming. He just came out for a walk just now. I didn't expect to actually meet Dangling and others. Qin Feng followed the zombie army all the way back to the ancient city of Hades. Among the many zombies, he was not conspicuous. Because Qin Feng discovered that there were actually some zombies in here that were at the working level. If this person were alive, his strength would definitely be even more terrifying. At this time, Qin Feng understood even more clearly the horror of the tomb pit. Chapter 105, Looting the Medicine Garden and Participating in the Martial Arts Competition. Even strong men above the War King level are likely to die at any time, let alone him. No one probably thought that Qin Feng would be mixed up in the zombie army, so he came to the ancient city of Hades easily. Luo Ming arranged the zombie army in a camp. In fact, in the Corpse Garden, every city has a special place for zombies. The ancient city of Hades is naturally no exception. The zombie army was placed here, and there was no one to guard them around. That's because Luo Ming believes in the zombie army more and doesn't believe in normal primitive people so much. Qin Feng blinked and found that all the zombies had fallen silent, and there was no one watching around. What a turtle running a day school, I can't help laughing. Qin Feng drilled into the ground without hesitation and left. Qin Feng had finally come to the ancient city of Hades, so it was impossible for him to leave so easily. Just when he came in, he saw that there was a medicine garden in this ancient city of Hades. There are a lot of good things in there. Relying on his memory, Qin Feng walked into the medicine garden. The person guarding the medicine garden was only at the level of a general. Qin Feng was careful and avoided it perfectly. Perhaps no one would believe that someone would be so bold as to steal things in the ancient city of Hades. After Qin Feng entered the medicine garden, he began to loot it crazily. No matter what he saw, he stuffed it into the broken space without hesitation. Host, you are truly like a swarm of locusts, leaving no grass behind. Ah! What do you know? If I leave some for them, it would be irresponsible to us humans. Qin Feng didn't pay much attention to the system and continued to collect the elixirs. These things are all good things if placed in the imperial capital's martial palace. But unfortunately, the best stuff here is only grade 3, and there are not many of them. But it's normal to think about it. Truly valuable elixirs are difficult to grow in large quantities. However, considering the quantity, it can be considered a windfall for Qin Feng. Just as Qin Feng was about to leave, he suddenly heard a creak and the gate of the medicine garden was opened. The two Yuangu people who walked in and Qin Feng stared at each other. Then they saw the bare patch of grass in the medicine garden and their mouths opened wide. Qin Feng reacted quickly and stepped forward. A knife suddenly appeared in his hand and he swung it forward. The blood and energy surged into a blade light, and before the two men could react, their heads were chopped off. I am so surprised. Qin Feng patted his chest with lingering fear. He almost thought he was exposed just now. Fortunately, I was quick-eyed and quick-handed, otherwise I would have been unable to sing anything but liang liang. It is not advisable to stay here for long, so Qin Feng hid underground again. In this earth, he just needs to pay attention to the elves. Qin Feng wandered around again, and only then did he discover that this ancient city of Hades also had its own civilization. This place is more like the ancient times of Blue Star, and normal civilians live here. Seeing this, Qin Feng found a secluded place, changed into ancient clothes, and walked out. He decided to go and learn about the ancient people here in person. Unlike others, he only learned the basics of the ancient language within 3 days. Qin Feng might have traveled through time. He learned very quickly and basically mastered these languages. Qin Feng felt that this was slightly similar to the ancient language he had known before he traveled through time, at least they could find some similarities. He strode into an inn and sat down with his arms and legs spread out. After listening to what everyone was discussing for a while, he left. Qin Feng heard that there had always been a martial arts competition in the city lord's mansion. Qin Feng felt that this was an opportunity. As long as he could pass this competition, he would be able to enter the sight of the top management. It is said that the lord of the ancient city of Ming is at the level of warlord, and this martial arts competition is held to select talents. Even in a tomb, it is impossible to become a master overnight, it requires training. Qin Feng walked all the way to the registration office, and to his surprise, the people at the registration office did not make things difficult for him. I didn't ask too many questions, just inquired about his strength and his natal weapon. Regarding strength, Qin Feng naturally answered truthfully, and when he talked about the weapon, he naturally meant the knife. Qin Feng possesses the ability to break through the air, so he can summon his sword in an instant. So it looks like he is very similar to the weapon cultivators among the ancient people, and it is difficult for others to distinguish him at first glance. This is also the reason why Qin Feng dared to come. Qin Feng didn't have to wait long before the competition began. It was only then that Qin Feng realized that this competition was based on a ring system, with 1 ring per day. Whoever perseveres to the end will be the champion. Such a system is exactly what Qin Feng wants. If he delays here for too long, he estimated that Qin Shui would be worried, and this was the main reason why Qin Feng took such a risk. In fact, he wanted to see if there was any elixir in here that could restore Xia Xue's health. Qin Feng quickly arrived at the ring. The champion at this time was a man with explosive muscles. Obviously, this person is a physical cultivator among the ancient people. You, a bean sprout like this, dare to challenge me? When the muscular man saw Qin Feng's thin appearance, he immediately showed a disdainful smile. Host, this guy called you little Karami. Damn it! The system's voice suddenly sounded in Qin Feng's mind, and Qin Feng nodded seriously. Go! The referee glanced at Qin Feng and signaled him to go on stage quickly. Qin Feng tiptoed onto the stage and extended his right index finger towards the muscular man. Come here. Same provocative emoticon as Shintang. Damn bean sprout. I'm going to crush you to death. The muscular man instantly became furious and burst out with his momentum. In an instant, all his clothes exploded, revealing his angular tendon muscles. This guy is so confident, could he be the Tomb Pit Hercules King? Host, you can't be weak. Don't worry, a man can't say no. But with this guy's figure, it would be a shame if he didn't become a male model. Qin Feng crossed his arms and waited for the muscular man to arrive. When the muscular man was about to arrive, a black sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Then he lunged forward without hesitation. Ah! The muscular man suddenly let out a scream, then took a few steps back and knelt on the ground. Wow! Host, your swordsmanship is so fast, accurate, and ruthless. You must have done this in Burma in your past life. Ah! Am I that kind of person? It's just a coincidence. The referee took one look at the muscular man and immediately determined that the guy had lost his fighting ability. So the winner of this battle is undoubtedly Qin Feng. However, when the referee announced the result, he looked at Qin Feng with a slightly strange look. Chapter 106. There is no one who can fight. Host. This guy is looking at you so strangely, hit him in the kidneys. When Qin Feng heard this, he immediately frowned. When this dog system said this, it didn't even consider his strength. After all, the person opposite him was a powerful warrior at the level of War King. How could a mere mid-level general like him be able to do that? But one day, Qin Feng thought he could give it a try. The referee naturally didn't know what Qin Feng was thinking, but he suddenly felt a chill on his back, as if he was being stared at by something. Qin Feng didn't have to wait too long, and soon another person was brought over. Unlike the muscular man before, this person's body shape is slightly thin. It seems this guy is a weapon cultivator. Qin Feng pinched his chin and thought. Hello, my name is Yuan Bin. Yuan Bin walked onto the stage and greeted Qin Feng. Qin Feng just nodded lightly. In his opinion, the more you say, the more mistakes you make. So the way to avoid making mistakes is to remain silent. As the referee gave the order, Yuan Bin rushed over instantly. Qin Feng's pupils suddenly shrank because Yuan Bin's speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of him, and then Qin Feng saw a fist suddenly grow bigger. Bang! Qin Feng was knocked flying by the punch, but fortunately he reacted in time and blocked it, otherwise he would have been sent flying out of the ring. I was careless and didn't dodge. Smile. He attacked me suddenly, sneak attack. Snap. A right whip kick, snap. A left straight kick. Qin Feng finally managed to stand firm, and Master Ma's passionate singing suddenly appeared in his mind. He almost stumbled and fell to the ground again. Host, how is it? Doesn't the BGM I found perfectly match your feelings? When Qin Feng heard this, he almost bit his teeth off. This dog system is useless in dangerous situations, but at times like this, the taunt comes at a very timely moment. It seems that you are just a silver-coated wax spearhead, and you are no match for me at all. Yuan Bin saw that he easily knocked Qin Feng away with one punch, so he didn't take Qin Feng seriously. Snort! Qin Feng snorted coldly, then stepped forward with a knife and rushed towards Yuan Bin. He was indeed careless just now. He originally thought that Yuan Bin was a weapon cultivator because of his thin figure. But what Qin Feng didn't expect was that this guy was also a cultivator. Seeing that Qin Feng did not surrender and even rushed towards him, Yuan Bin sneered. He stepped forward again and punched out. Seeing this, Qin Feng dodged to the side and came behind Yuan Bin. He stretched out the sword in his hand and stabbed it directly into Yuan Bin's waist. Well. Yuan Bin also screamed and then lost his fighting ability. There's not a single one who can fight. Qin Feng curled his lips in disdain. Another big talker. This time, the referee looked at Qin Feng with an even stranger look. He has been hosting this competition for quite some time, but he has never seen such a strange person. The rest of the people just used bloody and violent methods, but unlike Qin Feng, he only hit people in the kidneys. Now the referee suspects that Qin Feng has some unspeakable secret. Otherwise, why would you target other people's kidneys so much? This referee is really puzzled. Then several more people came to challenge Qin Feng, but they were all defeated easily by Qin Feng. And the way to defeat them is the same, which is to break the opponent's kidney. When Qin Feng cracked the 10th kidney, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, Jie Yao Novice. Reward, 1 bottle of Lu Wei Dihuang pills. Qin Feng couldn't help but twitch his lips when he saw the reward for this hidden mission. What the hell is this Gayo newbie? What the hell is this Lu Wei Dihuang pill? Are you kidding me? Qin Feng really wanted to cry but had no tears. He didn't know what words to use to describe his feelings at the moment. Treat kidney deficiency, no sugar. Each one is better than the other, you deserve it. The system doesn't care what Qin Feng thinks now, and still brags about its rewards. Xin Feng was too lazy to pay attention to this guy. He had already defeated 10 people. Now it was dark and no one came to challenge us anymore. Congratulations, you won today's victory. The referee looked at Lin Fan strangely, then said, come back tomorrow. When Xin Feng heard this, he looked at the referee in confusion. Every 10 days, the champions will gather together to fight. The winner will be summoned by that master. Perhaps seeing Xin Feng's confusion, the referee explained it lightly. That's sir. Could it be that Shafulin also traveled through time? After hearing what the system said, Xin Feng couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. How can you just shout out Captain Yento's name casually? You're really asking for your life. Thank you, sir. I'll come on time tomorrow. Xin Feng saluted the referee and left. After Xin Feng left the city lord's mansion, he did not dare to act recklessly. He honestly found an inn to stay in. He is now worried that the people in the city lord's mansion will investigate him. If he couldn't find his identity information, Xin Feng felt that he would be in danger. After all, he didn't think that with his own strength, he could get away with it in the city lord's mansion, which had the strength of a warlord. So Lin Fan felt that it would be better for him to be more stable. The next day, as soon as the sun rose, Xin Feng hurried to the city lord's mansion. Since he won yesterday, he was quickly taken to yesterday's ring. At this time, the referee who was at the War King level yesterday was already waiting there. He nodded at Xin Feng. Xin Feng's fighting style yesterday was really special. Therefore, he had a deep impression of Xin Feng, but the look in his eyes when he looked at Xin Feng was still so weird. Relatively speaking, the city lord's mansion has held many competitions. Therefore, the value of the daily champion is not as high as it was at the beginning. This is also the reason why Xin Feng won so easily yesterday. The same is true. Now there is an opportunity for the champion to compete every 10 days. However, Lin Fan shrugged and said it didn't matter. In his opinion, it was just a matter of chewing the kidneys a few more times. Before long, all 10 people arrived. Master Zhao Di, may I ask what the rules are for today? This was a man in black tights. He stepped forward and asked. The Lord Zhao Di he mentioned was the referee. Today, we'll have a 2-on-1 duel. The winner advances, and the loser is eliminated. Originally, Zhao Di was still thinking about a melee, but when he glanced at Xin Feng next to him, he immediately changed his mind. He always felt that this kid would cause some big trouble. Chapter 107. You still think about yourself. This guy likes to bite people's kidneys so much. Zhao Di feels that if a real fight breaks out, he was afraid that someone's kidney would be killed, so in order to avoid seeing such a cruel scene, he chose the ring system. Because in this case, even if Xin Feng won the championship, he would only meet 4 people at most. Well, a 1 in 3 chance is better than total annihilation. Zhao Di said he was very satisfied with his decision. Everyone had no objection to this and started drawing lots immediately. As luck would have it, Xin Feng was the first to go up in this round. Xin Feng jumped up, stood on the edge of the ring, and looked to the other side. A man walked up slowly, and Xin Feng immediately showed a serious expression. Because Xin Feng felt a murderous aura from him, the kind that could only be formed by crawling out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Wow! This person is so powerful, host, I feel like you are too cute. After the system said this, Xin Feng saw a black figure appear in front of him. I saw him stretching his hands forward, then squatting up and down, swaying from side to side. Wow! Damn system! You're actually taunting me with a phone call. How presumptuous of you! Xin Feng was a little nervous at first, but after being interrupted by the system, he felt a lot more relaxed. You'd better surrender, otherwise I might kill you. Zhao Di just said that this person is called Taya and he once went to the battlefield alone. He also killed a lot of humans, but the most important thing is that he came back alive. When he was defending the ring before, a total of 8 people came to challenge him, and 6 of them died. No, I want to win. Xin Feng looked at Taya seriously and said. So, you want to die? Not really. Xin Feng pinched his chin and thought for a while, then said. How about this, you just admit defeat? This way, I don't have to die, and I don't have to lose. Xin Feng suddenly had an idea, then clapped his hands and said. You are quite good at fulfilling yourself. Taya was so angry that his face turned green. He didn't expect that this guy was so stupid. A blood-red long sword appeared in his hand, emitting a strange light. Then, he slashed directly at Qin Feng with a knife. Qin Feng raised his sword to block, and in an instant, he felt a huge force pressing down on him. It made his wrist a little numb, but fortunately, he was not an equipment cultivator. You have to know that he has silver armor and golden bones, and his body defense is definitely not inferior to that of the ancient body cultivators of the same level. So he took the opportunity to slide down with the knife, creating dazzling sparks. Seeing that Qin Feng was not repelled by his attack, Taya showed a surprised expression on his face. Because although he is not a physical cultivator, he is born with infinite strength. Therefore, every time he fought with others, he would rely on his powerful strength to suppress others. It is difficult for weapon cultivators of the same level to be his opponent, and they will basically be suppressed by him. Qin Feng slashed at Taya's lower abdomen with a knife, and Taya hurriedly bent down to avoid it. Qin Feng's knife only cut his clothes but did not hurt him. But Qin Feng took advantage of inertia and kicked out, knocking Taya to the ground. Then he stabbed Taya in the kidney without hesitation. The moment Taya fell, Zhao Di covered his eyes with his hands because he had already guessed the outcome. That's not that impressive. You just talked so much about it, I thought it was amazing. Qin Feng retracted his knife, sneered, and walked off the stage. Qin Feng also watched the remaining few matches, but although these people were all champions, but their levels are all so uneven that it's hard to tell what they are. After the first round of competition, Zhao Di let everyone rest for half an hour. The second game began, but this time Qin Feng was lucky enough to get a bye. This surprised Qin Feng a little. He always felt that this was Zhao Di's doing. But he had no evidence. I told you to rest, but you still think so much, what a jerk. The system's ridicule came instantly, and Qin Feng said that he just wanted to raise his middle finger. What surprised Qin Feng even more was that he was given a bye in the third round. He now believed that the draw must have been rigged by Zhao Di, otherwise, with his luck, it would be impossible for him to have a bye twice in a row. Finally, it was Qin Feng's turn. Before, Qin Feng had known this person, whose name was Shilai. His natal weapon turned out to be a bell, which surprised Qin Feng. Moreover, this hunter kept covering himself with thick clothes and even wore a hat on his head. Take action. A hoarse voice came, which made Qin Feng squint his eyes. Then, without any hesitation, he rushed forward with a knife in hand. Ding dong. Shilai gently shook the bell in his hand. After Qin Feng heard the sound, he suddenly felt dizzy. However, he quickly expelled this negative influence and stepped forward again. But the bell in Shilai's hand was still shaking. This forced Qin Feng to temporarily use his qi and blood to block his hearing. Seeing that his bell had no effect on Qin Feng, Shilai felt a little surprised. But he soon realized that Qin Feng must have blocked his hearing. Although he didn't know how Qin Feng did it, he knew that his spirit summoning bell would be useless to him. So he took out a zombie from his space ring without hesitation. Qin Feng was stunned when he saw this scene. Look at your earthen building appearance, it's just a space ring. You're the one who's yawning like a dung beetle, you have a stinky mouth. After Shilai took out the zombie, he gently rang his summoning bell again, and the zombie moved instantly. Seeing that Zhao Di did not stop the hunt, Qin Feng knew that he had allowed it. Qin Feng raised his knife and slashed at the zombie, but the zombie didn't react at all. Then he punched Qin Feng directly in the stomach. Qin Feng felt a pain and couldn't help but curl up his body. So strong. This was Qin Feng's first reaction after he recovered. He was sure that this guy was definitely not at the level of a general. It is very likely a zombie in the war waiting stage. This Shilai is so terrifying that he can control zombies in the war waiting stage. Qin Feng was in a dilemma. If he wanted to deal with this zombie in the battle stage, he had to give it his all. But if he gives it his all, his identity will definitely be exposed. Qin Feng thought about it for a while and decided to admit defeat. But before Qin Feng could finish his words, he heard a voice. Okay, this match ends here. Zhao Di, bring them both to see me. Yes. Lord City Lord. Zhao Di spoke respectfully. Chapter 108 The Lord of Minggu City, Blending In. Qin Feng pinched his chin, thinking that Zhao Di, a powerful warrior at the War King level, was worthy of such respect. And he can decide the outcome of the game with just one word. Needless to say, Qin Feng knew that this person was the Lord of the ancient city of Ming. The Lord of the ancient city of Ming is a master in the realm of war honor. Qin Feng felt a little nervous when he thought about meeting him. You too, come with me. The city lord wants to see you. Zhao Di took the lead and walked in front. Qin Feng was about to follow, but he saw Xilai looking at him. "You're pretty good." A faint voice sounded, which made Qin Feng stunned for a moment. Then Qin Feng curled his lips and said, "If it weren't for that zombie in the battle stage, I would have beaten the shit out of you." Of course, he could only think about this but didn't dare say it out loud. It didn't take long for the three of them to arrive at the back garden of the city lord's mansion. There was a middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes standing there. When he saw the three people coming, he smiled. "Lord City Lord." Zhao Di hurriedly saluted, and Qin Feng hurriedly followed. "This person is the lord of the ancient city of Ming Shiming. Xilai, you broke the rules." "Uncle, I just came to see how strong you, the genius of Ming ancient city, are. But now it seems that there is a crouching tiger, hidden dragon. If I hadn't brought out the zombies at the warzone level, I'm afraid I wouldn't be his match." Xilai smiled slightly and spoke slowly. Qin Feng, who was standing next to him, was stunned when he heard this and was petrified on the spot. Zhao Di was better. When he first saw the name, he had some guesses in his mind. Now it just proves that his guess is correct. "You are quite good." Being able to make Xilai use a zombie in the warzone is already his trump card. He's a genius from the main city. When Qin Feng heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched. He didn't know whether this was a compliment to himself or to Xilai. "Thank you for the compliment, sir." However, Qin Feng still bowed his fist in gratitude. After all, when you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. "Wow. Host, can you tolerate this? If it were me, I would go up and give him a big fight. Let them know what it means when a commoner gets angry, blood splatters 5 steps away. He. Don't add fuel to the fire." After hearing this, Qin Feng sneered. "In my previous life, I slaughtered fish at RT Mart for 10 years. My heart has become as cold as my knife. Your low-level provocation is of no use to me." Qin Feng's face was cold. This guy was really joking. He could make me fly up on the spot just by blowing on me. I'm going to give them a big fight. Isn't this like throwing meat buns at a dog? From what I've seen, your fighting style doesn't seem very similar to our ancient people. Instead, it feels somewhat human. Xi Ming looked at Qin Feng and spoke lightly. Qin Feng suddenly felt a chill on his back, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. After all, he is now facing a strong man in the realm of Warlord, so maybe he can see it. But he soon said something that made Qin Feng feel relieved. "If you didn't have that special human scent on you, I might have really thought you were a spy sent by humans." Qin Feng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead imperceptibly. "Lord City Lord, I hate those humans to the core, how could it be them?" When Qin Feng said this, an expression of hatred appeared on his face. "Host, stop acting. If you keep acting, you'll win a prize." Qin Feng didn't have time to deal with the system at this time, and continued to speak. "My father died in the war with humans. These humans are so selfish. They own such rich land, why don't they share some with us?" "You make a lot of sense." Xi Ming and Xilai nodded seriously. This was what the ancients thought. "You are very good. Since you have such awareness, then you should follow Xilai from now on. He came here this time to gain some experience." Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Xi Ming's meaning was very clear. That means this hunting place is here to gild itself. It seems that the identity and status of this hunter is not simple. He might be the son of the owner of the Crazy Corpse Garden. "Greetings, Lord Xilai." Okay. By the way, I don't even know your name." Xilai was very happy to receive Qin Feng's surrender. After all, he was very clear about Qin Feng's strength. Moreover, Qin Feng was the first to surrender to him, so he should be happy. "My lord, I am Gujia." "Okay, you young people, chat. I'm leaving first." Xi Ming was also very satisfied with the result, and then he took Zhao Di away. "Don't worry, Gujia, follow me and I will definitely not let you suffer any loss." Xilai patted Qin Feng's shoulder. "Sir, do you want to make a contribution?" At this time, Qin Feng spoke quietly. Xilai became interested immediately after hearing this. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Qin Feng. "What do you want to say?" Xilai comes here to gild his reputation, so naturally he wants to make a contribution. So naturally I was interested in what Qin Feng said. "My lord, I have been planning how to take revenge on humans. It's just that I'm alone and powerless, so I can't do it. But now that you are here, my lord, everything can be implemented naturally. Qin Feng spoke humbly. I see. Then tell me about your plan. Shi Lai was very satisfied with Qin Feng's attitude. It's like this. I know the imperial capital martial mansion. Qin Feng came over and whispered to Shi Lai, who nodded repeatedly. Okay. If you succeed, I will definitely reward you handsomely. Oh my god. This guy has absolutely no brains. I guess the zombies would starve to death if they met him. The system naturally heard the whispers between the two and complained without hesitation. What do you know? I just like people who are easy to fool. He thinks he has the aura of a king, and if he shows even a little bit of it, I'll bow down to him. Qin Feng sneered in his heart with disdain. It was naturally impossible for Qin Feng to really join this hunting club. He just wanted to set a trap and lure the enemy into it. In that case, I will go down and prepare. Go ahead, come find me if you need anything. Qin Feng agreed and left in a flash. This guy is a big fish. I wonder if Shi Ming will be furious if I kill him. Qin Feng pondered the plan in his mind, then walked out of the city lord's mansion in a pretentious manner. After strolling around for a few rounds, he came back. Sir, I have already inquired clearly. The group of students from the Imperial Capital Martial Academy are still there and have not left. Is your information really reliable? Shi Lai suddenly hesitated, then asked. Don't worry, sir, I'll guarantee it with my own life. Chapter 109. Being a man is hard. Being a man is tiring. Shi Lai nodded. Since Qin Feng said so, he naturally could not back down. After all, the harsh words have been spoken, there is no way he won't go. Don't worry, sir, I have already found out everything. Last time, the head of the Imperial Capital Martial Palace, Dao Zun, led the 10 ancient stones to fight against our clan. The result of that battle led to the complete annihilation of the Imperial Capital Martial Palace's 10 ancient stones, and Dao Zun also fell into a coma. Qin Feng looked at Shi Lai, who seemed a little hesitant, and spoke hurriedly. When Shi Lai heard this, he nodded. He naturally knew about this matter. Then what? According to the information I received, the new head of the Imperial Capital Martial Palace is a monk named Ananda. This person is only at the Demon War realm. After he became the palace master, most of the resources of the Imperial Capital Martial Palace were snatched away by other martial palaces. So he was forced to make reforms, and then he ordered all those in the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy who had not yet entered the tomb to do so. Sir, this is our chance. As long as we capture all the students from the Imperial Capital Martial Academy, we will have accomplished a great feat. A greedy smile appeared on Qin Feng's face, and he looked at Shi Lai with sharp eyes. Shi Lai was naturally very excited, if he could really catch all the students of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy in one fell swoop. That would be equivalent to destroying the future of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy. Okay. Gujia. Let's do as you say. Let's go now. No, sir, although I believe that you are unparalleled in combat power, we still have to be careful. Although they are rookies entering the battlefield, they are still students of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy. We can't let them capsize in the gutter. Qin Feng was naturally not so kind as to consider giving up hunting. He just felt that after he did this, he would definitely not be able to come back, so he wanted to make a fortune before leaving. You are so poisonous, you are so poisonous, you are so poisonous, 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 poisonous. Not only did you cheat on him emotionally, you also cheated him out of his money. You're such a jerk. An emoticon package appeared in front of Qin Feng that said, you can cheat on my feelings, but you can't cheat on my money. Obviously, the system thought he was too shameless. Ah. What do you know? I'm just doing justice for the heavens. Qin Feng naturally couldn't feel guilty, he even felt that he wasn't cruel enough. In that case, let's go take a look at my uncle's treasure house. Shi Lai nodded in agreement, and then took Qin Feng to Shi Ming's treasure house. Led by Shi Lai, the two walked in unhindered. Although this is a treasure house, most of the treasures are of the 4th grade. Shi Ming still carries the real treasures with him. Nor will it let Shi Lai come in so easily. After Shi Lai came in, he showed a look of disgust. It was obvious that he thought the things here were not very good. But Qin Feng didn't care about that. He reached out and touched the bottle of pills beside him. Extraction successful. Gain, HP 2080. Qin Feng was suddenly ecstatic. He didn't expect that he could extract the elixir through the bottle. However, in order to prevent Shi Lai from discovering his sudden increase in strength, he had to use these blood and energy points to increase the space for breaking through the air. Qin Feng reached out to the next bottle of pills and did the same thing. "What are you doing?" Shi Lai, who was selecting items, looked back. He saw Qin Feng touching here and there, and asked curiously. "Without. I just want to see what material it is made of." Qin Feng hurriedly laughed twice and explained. Shi Lai looked at Qin Feng with an expression of sudden enlightenment. "If your intelligence this time is accurate, I'll reward you with a bottle of elixir when you come back." Shi Lai pretended to be generous, which made Qin Feng roll his eyes. "I've done so much for you, and you only give me a bottle of pills. How stingy." However, Qin Feng still showed an expression of gratitude on his face. "Thank you, sir. I will go through fire and water for you, my lord." "Good. Very good." Shi Lai smiled with satisfaction and took Qin Feng out of the treasure house. Qin Feng also showed a satisfied smile on his face because he had absorbed so many pills. At this time, the space he broke through was no longer 2 cubic meters, but a full 10 cubic meters. Finally, there was a toilet-sized one, and Qin Feng's eyes were filled with tears. You know, in his previous life, he worked hard for so many years to save enough money to buy a toilet. And now he has traveled to another world, and after working hard for so long, he has only made the space he broke through the air the size of a toilet. Being a man is suffering. Being a man is tiring. Everyone on earth knows that I live a miserable life. Go away. I don't need your background music." Qin Feng immediately said with disgust, "This system is really too much. It always reminds him of his painful memories." What Qin Feng didn't know was that shortly after the two of them left, someone came to this treasure house, and when he found that all the pills had disappeared, he was shocked. He hurried to the city lord's mansion and found Shi Ming. "City lord, something bad has happened. Something terrible has happened." As he shouted, he rushed towards the room where Shi Ming was. But before he could enter, he felt a huge force coming and was knocked out. Puff. What am I not okay with? Unlu. Do you know how to speak? If you can't, then shut up. Shi Ming walked out with a gloomy face. No, that's not it. City Lord. Our treasury has been looted. And Lu spoke hurriedly, feeling somewhat aggrieved. What's going on? A gleam of light suddenly flashed in Shi Ming's eyes, and he asked hurriedly. I just went to the treasury and found the bottles of elixirs, all intact. But all the pills inside disappeared. How is this possible? There is a seal on the elixir. If you want to take the elixir out, you must break the seal. Could it be? Just now, did Shi Lai and that Gujia go over? Shi Ming's pupil shrank, and then he thought of a possibility. Yes, City Lord, Lord Shi Lai did go there just now, but he shouldn't have stolen these pills. And Lu knew Shi Li's identity, so he didn't suspect that it was Shi Lai who did it. Idiot. What do you know? There's no problem with giving up hunting. But there's definitely something fishy about that little brat following behind him. Shi Ming suddenly realized that there might be something wrong with Qin Feng's identity. Shi Lai must have been deceived by that guy. Where are they now? It seems like he left the dark ancient city. I don't know where he went exactly. And Lu spoke in a panic. Chapter 110. Sorry, I'm undercover. Oh no. The hunt is dangerous. That guy is very likely a human. At the very beginning, Shi Ming felt that Qin Feng was like a human, but he did not sense the special human aura from Qin Feng. Moreover, he felt that Qin Feng's strength was not enough to cause any trouble, so he didn't take it seriously. But now he has sensed something is wrong, so he now feels more and more that Qin Feng might be a human. But he didn't know why this human was so bold as to go undercover right under his nose. Hurry up and inform Luo Ming to lead the zombie army to find Shi Lai. After Shi Ming said this, he flew out of the city in a hurry. Nothing can go wrong while hunting. You have to know that Shi Lai is Shebi's biological son, and Shebi has high hopes for him. The reason he was brought here was just because the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy was badly damaged, so he was asked to come here to gain some experience and gild himself. If Shebi knew that his son had gotten into trouble shortly after arriving here, Sheming would probably have a hard time in the future. Although both of them are in the Battle Honor realm, there are differences between the Battle Honor realm and the Battle Honor realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to fight hard at the front while Shebi was in control of the situation in the main city. Shi Ming is the lord of Ming Ancient City and a master of the War Honor realm. It can be said that a single move by him can affect the entire body, and his every move will be monitored by Dawn City. So as soon as Shi Ming flew out of the ancient city of Ming, he was sensed by He Liangjun. Why did this old bastard come out? He Liangjun suddenly felt a little strange, but he knew that there must be a reason why Shi Ming came out. Although he didn't know what was going on, it didn't stop him from ruining Shi Ming's plans. So he also jumped out and flew towards Shi Ming. The strong men in the warlord realm are extremely fast, and they can reach this distance in just a few breaths. He Liangjun. What are you doing? Shi Ming looked at He Liangjun, who was standing in front of him, and asked coldly. Nothing, I'm just passing by. He Liangjun was not in a hurry to fight with Shi Ming, so he spoke nonchalantly. Get out of my way, or don't blame me for leading my army to attack the city today. But Shi Ming can't afford to waste time. He is now very worried about Shi Lai's situation. I won't let you today, so what? He Liangjun said coldly that the more anxious Shi Ming was, the more he would do this. You're looking for death. Shi Ming roared and rushed towards He Liangjun, and the two men collided with each other in an instant. And Lu reported the matter to Luo Ming, who without hesitation summoned the zombie army and headed out of the city. He came from the main city, so he naturally knew the importance of hunting. If anything happened to Shi Lai, he would definitely be in trouble. At this time, Shi Lai naturally didn't know about this situation. He just looked at Qin Feng and asked, Gujia, is your information accurate? Don't worry, sir, my situation is absolutely accurate. Qin Feng patted his chest and made the assurance. He was absolutely confident and full of assurance when he said this. Because what he said was indeed true, and he was one of them. Shi Lai nodded, without saying anything else, and just took the lead and walked ahead. At this time, Qin Feng took out his black sword from the broken space. Then he stabbed out without hesitation. Shi Lai sensed a dangerous aura and quickly moved aside. This resulted in Qin Feng's knife hitting his waist by chance. As expected of you. A newbie in Gao. I said this is a misunderstanding, do you believe it? Qin Feng wanted to cry but had no tears. He really didn't want to eat Gashali's kidney. You. Shi Lai broke free in an instant, and then looked at Qin Feng with horror. Gujia, what do you want to do? Well. I'm sorry, I'm undercover. Qin Feng sighed. In fact, he wanted to kill Shi Lai with one blow. But he didn't expect that Shalifu was so lucky that he actually avoided the fatal blow. You're looking for death. When Shi Lai heard this, he became extremely angry. I was so sincere to you, and you actually betrayed me. How can we say goodbye to each other's hearts that are so attached to each other? Originally, Qin Feng didn't think there was anything wrong with what Shi Lai said, but when he heard the system singing betrayal, he suddenly felt that Shi Lai's words had a hint of gay flavor. Qin Feng didn't say much to Shi Lai, because he still understood the principle that delay would lead to changes. He tiptoed and arrived in front of the hunting shed in an instant. Shi Lai took out his combat-level zombie without hesitation. I really don't understand where you got the courage to fight me. Shi Lai instantly summoned his spirit-calling bell, then shook it gently, and the zombies in the battle stage instantly moved. He punched Qin Feng's sword hard, making a dull sound. But this time, Qin Feng was not knocked away like before. How is this possible? Shi Lai was stunned when he saw Qin Feng standing there unharmed. Qin Feng was clearly knocked away by a punch before, so how could he be standing here intact now? Qin Feng didn't think so much. When his first strike failed, he pulled out another knife and chopped the zombie on the neck. As Qin Feng retracted the knife, a huge wound appeared on the zombie's neck. But this did not affect him at all. With the control of Shi Lai, he approached Qin Feng directly and punched him. Crack! Qin Feng took the punch head-on. Although he was fine, a crack appeared on his second-grade spiritual leaf armor. 9th level of Blood Thunder. But Qin Feng took this opportunity and directly inserted the sword in his hand into the zombie's head. Bang! The blood-red thunder exploded directly inside the zombie's body, turning into a blood mist all over the sky. Qin Feng took the opportunity to stab out from the blood mist. Just when Qin Feng's knife was about to pierce Shi Lai, a loud shout suddenly came from the sky. Presumptuous! Qin Feng felt a huge pressure that smashed him heavily into the mud. But his knife still stabbed out and directly cut off one of Shi Lai's arms. Luo Ming fell from the sky, gave Qin Feng a cold look, and then hurried to Shi Lai. Young master, are you okay? Do I look okay to you? Kill him for me. Shilai spoke with a ferocious expression, and it was obvious that he was extremely angry. Don't worry, young master, I will definitely grind this guy to ashes. Luo Ming's cold eyes swept over Qin Feng. In his eyes, Qin Feng was already a dead man. Oh my god. I really need to change hosts this time. Whoa. I will miss you, host. Why do I feel that you are very happy? Qin Feng was speechless, but he couldn't move now and was completely like a fish on the chopping board of others. Chapter 111, Greatness in Life. Glorious Death. Qin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. But since he dared to do this, he was naturally prepared to die. It's a pity for Qin Shui. She will probably be very sad when she finds out. Gujia, you didn't expect it. You want to kill me, but it's not that easy. At this time, Shilai walked to Qin Feng's side angrily. He was extremely angry when he thought that this guy had caused him to lose an arm. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. I will make you pay the price and slowly torture you to death. There was a gleam of hatred in Shilai's eyes. He felt that killing Qin Feng directly would be too easy for him. A piece of trash like you with a missing brainstem has to rely on others. Otherwise, I would have killed you with a single blow. Qin Feng said with disdain. Even if he was about to die, he would not beg for mercy from these primitive people. Life is great. Death is glorious. I will always miss you, host. Light the candle. The system's voice sounded again, which almost made Qin Feng lose his composure. Aside from laughing at me, you're useless. Qin Feng complained madly, the systems in other novels would at least give the protagonist a way to save his life. But this system of mine not only didn't give me any means to save my life, but also kept mocking me. This is so abominable. You should ask the author about this. This is all his setting. You can't blame me. Qin Feng was also speechless, and started cursing the bastard author along with the system. Author, next time for sure. Catch him for me. I want to see how tough this guy is. Shilai never thought that even at this point, this guy still dared to scold him. This made Shilai completely unable to suppress his anger. A zombie at the War King level appeared directly beside Qin Feng, stretched out a hand and lifted Qin Feng up. When Shilai saw this scene, he took out an iron rod and walked over with anger in his eyes. Today I want to see who's harder, your mouth or my stick. After Shilai finished speaking, he used his other hand to swing the iron rod and hit Qin Feng in the mouth. At this moment, a man in a black robe suddenly appeared in front of Qin Feng. He grabbed the iron rod that Shilai had dug up and squeezed it gently, breaking it into pieces. Who are you? Shilai was shocked and retreated quickly, trying to find Luo Ming. But at this time, a man in black robe appeared in front of Luo Ming and blocked his way. Just when Qin Feng was confused, he suddenly found that his body became lighter. He looked back and saw another man in black robes who had directly broken the neck of the War King zombie who had lifted him up. Qin Feng didn't react for a moment and stood there in a daze, not knowing what was going on. Hurry up and leave. A hoarse voice came over, and Qin Feng reacted immediately. Then he collected the War King zombie without hesitation and burrowed away from here. The man in black robe was stunned when he saw Qin Feng's behavior, then shook his head with a wry smile. This guy is as bold as before. It seems that he is living well in the imperial capital's martial palace. If Qin Feng saw the face under the black-robed man, he would be very surprised. Because under the black robe was none other than his long-lost teacher Yang Guangxu. Qin Feng naturally didn't know so much. He escaped by burrowing underground and secretly took away a zombie in the battle candidate realm. Qin Feng originally wanted to return to Dawn City because he had been out for a few days. He felt that if he didn't go back, Dang Ling and the others would probably be very anxious. But just as he was about to go back, he discovered that Liang Jun and Xi Ming were fighting in the sky. It seems that the defense of Minggu City is empty at this time. Qin Feng was underground, pinching his chin and thinking. Wow! Host, are you going to be the sixth one again? Bah! What are you talking about, old six? They bullied me so much just now, I just wanted to get back some interest. Qin Feng felt that he had suffered such a huge loss, and it would be unreasonable not to charge some interest. Thinking of this, he walked towards the ancient city of Hades without hesitation. He felt that since Xi Ming and Luo Ming were both detained, the ancient city of Ming must be empty now. Moreover, he felt that he was not greedy, so he only took the treasure house that Shilai had taken him to before and left. Thinking of this, Qin Feng couldn't help but speed up and rush directly to the ancient city of Ming. After entering the city, Qin Feng concealed himself slightly. When he found that the ancient city of Hades was still the same as usual, he felt relieved. It seems that he was not exposed before, so the people in the ancient city of Hades did not know that he was an undercover. In this way, it would be more convenient for him to move around. In fact, what Qin Feng didn't know was that he had been exposed. But the one who guessed that he was an undercover agent was none other than Shi Ming. It's just that Shi Ming was too worried about Shi Lai's safety, so he rushed out directly. Another insider, and Lu, also left the city with Luo Ming. That's why he got stuck in a bug here. Qin Feng swaggered towards the treasure house. But at the door, he was stopped by the two guards at the war candidate realm. Who are you? This is a forbidden area, get out now. The aura of the two warriors suddenly burst out and pressed towards Qin Feng. Humph. How outrageous. You too, don't you know who I am? Qin Feng snorted coldly, blocked their pressure, and then strode forward. Give these two people a big fight each. After the big fight, these two people were confused and at a loss. I just came here with Lord Shilai. You guys are really blind. Qin Feng said coldly. It's not that these two people don't remember Qin Feng, but they didn't expect that Qin Feng was so powerful. I'm sorry, sir. It's our fault that we didn't recognize you. The two men hurriedly apologized because they knew that Shilai was of noble status. Humph. Get out of my way and let me in. Sir, do you have the city lord's token? The two of them immediately asked with courage. They didn't know why, but even though the person in front of them was at a lower level than them, they still felt a sense of pressure. No. Qin Feng spoke without hesitation. The young master said that he doesn't need a token to enter or leave this ancient city. You won't let me in, are you disobeying the young master's orders? When the two heard this, cold sweat broke out on their foreheads because they knew the meaning of the word young master. In the Crazy Corpse Garden, only the son of the garden owner Shebi is worthy of the title of young master. Chapter 112. I may not be a human, but you are a real dog. Others, even in the ancient city of Ming, can only call Shi Ming's son the young city lord, and not the young master. Excuse me, sir, we'll get out of the way. The two of them hurriedly did not dare to say anything more and quickly moved aside. Seeing this, Qin Feng walked in again with a swagger. After Qin Feng entered the treasury, he began to frantically collect the treasures inside. Except for the elixirs, all the good things Qin Feng could see here could not escape his clutches. What's this? A red object like a ruby attracted Qin Feng's attention. He picked one up and weighed it, and found that it was full of energy. But when he tried to draw out this energy, he found that he couldn't. I was saying that if we calculate this thing based on energy, it would probably be a 5th grade item. Why is it placed here? It turns out it can't be absorbed at all. Qin Feng smiled. Although others couldn't use it, it wouldn't be a problem for him. Extraction successful. Obtain, Flame Essence 1. Flame Essence? Qin Feng's eyes lit up. This thing has so much energy and is of fire attribute. Isn't it an alien version of a bomb? Qin Feng said this thing is very good. So he put away the flaming gem without hesitation. When he was about to leave, he gave the ancient city of Hades a big gift. After Qin Feng cleared out all his things, he walked out with a swagger. The two guards breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Qin Feng's hands were empty. He was really afraid that Qin Feng would take too much and it would be difficult for them to report to the authorities. They didn't think Qin Feng had a space ring because that thing was very rare. What they didn't know was that Qin Feng had already taken away everything inside. After Qin Feng left the treasure house, he quickly used soil to melt into the ground, and then buried the red gems underground. Although the energy in this red gem is not active, Qin Feng feels that it has the attribute of fire. Then when it encounters high temperature, it will definitely explode. So Qin Feng not only buried the red gem, but also extracted some fire essence and placed it next to it. He felt that as long as the essence of fire heated the fire gem to a certain temperature, this flame gem will explode, and then the ancient city of Hades. Qin Feng expressed his anticipation. He did all this and then turned and left. He didn't want to be affected by the trap he set. Who knows how this dog system will laugh at him then? Host, I may not be a human, but you are a real dog. It was obvious that the system heard his thoughts and started to complain wildly. Qin Feng ignored the system and started running wildly. When he was 30 kilometers away from the ancient city of Hades, he heard a loud boom. He looked back and saw that the flames of the ancient city of Hades were rising into the sky, just like the sun in the tomb. Phew, it would look better if it were brighter. Xin Feng had been complaining that the tomb was too dark, but now it was illuminated by the fire. Who is it? A roar was heard from the ancient city of Hades. All the powerful people who were in seclusion were alarmed by the explosion when they saw the ancient city of Ming engulfed in a sea of fire. Everyone was furious and angry. Shi Ming, who was fighting with He Liangjun at this time, also discovered that something was wrong with the ancient city of Ming. You guys did this? Shi Ming looked at He Liangjun angrily. Apart from these humans, he couldn't think of anyone else who would do such a thing. When He Liangjun saw the scene, he was shocked. After all, he didn't know what was going on, which left him puzzled. However, in front of Shi Ming, he naturally couldn't say that he didn't know. The two sides were sworn enemies, so he was naturally very happy to see them in trouble. What? You want revenge? Come on. I'm here now. Just wait for me. He Liangjun, this matter is not over yet. We, the ancients, will not let you go. After saying this, Shi Ming hurriedly left. He has to go back to take charge of the situation. After all, the ancient city of Ming belongs to him. After all, he was afraid that those humans would take advantage of the situation to rob him, which would be troublesome. He Liangjun did not try to stop him. Shi Ming was very powerful, and if he insisted on leaving, it would be difficult for him to keep him. He also wanted to go back and see who did it. Well done, he will reward this talented person well. On the other side, the ancient city of Hades was still exploding, even though many experts had taken action. But for a moment, they couldn't find the source of the explosion, so they could do nothing. We had to try our best to prevent casualties. After Shi Ming returned to the ancient city of Ming, he began to explore this energy. After a while, he felt that this energy seemed somewhat familiar. It's the flame gem. He had some impression of this kind of gem, so he went to the treasure house without hesitation. He remembered that there was the flaming gem in this treasure house, but now the treasure house was also engulfed in the raging fire. But Shi Ming is a powerful warrior in the realm of war, so how could this little flame pose a threat to him? He rushed straight in, and when he arrived at the treasure house, he found that it was empty. There was nothing left, let alone the flame gem. Damn human brat. I'm going to catch you and tear you into pieces. Shi Ming understood what was going on in an instant, and he now hated Xin Feng to the core. In an instant, enormous energy surged out of Shi Ming's body, and then enveloped the entire ancient city of Ming. Before long, all the flames were extinguished and the explosions gradually stopped. When Shi Ming's power seeped into the earth, he discovered that the explosion came from underground. No wonder others couldn't find it before. After finding the root cause, Shi Ming's complexion looked much better. But he was very curious. Even he couldn't use the energy here, so how could Xin Feng use it? On the other side, Xin Feng returned to Dawn City. As soon as he arrived at the city gate, he found that He Liangjun suddenly appeared in front of him. Damn it, you scared me. Xin Feng quickly patted his chest to comfort himself. He Liangjun was elusive. He was fighting with Shi Ming 1 second and appeared in front of him the next second. It would be strange if I wasn't scared. He Liangjun stared at Xin Feng with his eyes, which made Xin Feng a little puzzled. General He, why are you looking at me like that? Dang Ling said you're missing. He Liangjun looked at Xin Feng and spoke coldly. Yes, there was a shadow earthquake before, and then I got separated from them. Xin Feng did not hide it and nodded in admission. Chapter 113. Others avoid 30 years of detours, you give me one step to achieve it. Then how did you get back? He Liangjun asked without hesitation. In his opinion, Xin Feng was just a mid-level general and it was impossible for him to survive alone in this tomb. So he now suspects that Xin Feng was instigated by the ancient people. Wow! Host, this guy suspects you're a traitor. Go up and give him a good fight. The systems fanning the flames never discriminates between the occasion and friend or foe. Although Xin Feng also wanted to give this guy a big fight, it was obvious that he was no match for He Liangjun. After all, He Liangjun and Shi Ming were fighting fiercely, and he was a powerful warrior in the realm of war. How could a mere general like him commit fraud? General He, do you think I've betrayed humanity? Xin Feng put his hands in his pockets and looked at He Liangjun speechlessly. I'm sorry, no matter what, you are now a serious suspect. I can't let go of any threat. I hope you understand. He Liang-jun spoke lightly. In fact, given his identity, there was no need to explain so much to Qin Feng. But he had heard of Qin Feng's deeds, so he still admired Qin Feng. Naturally, he didn't want Qin Feng to really take that step. Okay, I do understand. But I was the one who set off the fireworks in the dark ancient city. I even nearly killed the young master of the crazy corpse garden. As Qin Feng spoke, he took out the zombie at the War King level and the zombie at the War Waiter level. When He Liang-jun heard Qin Feng's words, his face looked a little strange. He recalled everything that happened today, although Shi Ming always thought it was all arranged by him. But he is a family member and knows his own business, so he didn't make any arrangements at all. So what happened today? Was it all done by this kid in front of me? He Liang-jun thought of this and looked at Qin Feng with a strange look. But he wasn't completely convinced yet. Then how did you escape? Although he had restrained Shi Ming, there were still many masters in the ancient city of Ming. Otherwise, the two sides would not have fought for so long, and it would have been difficult to determine the winner. Well, actually, I don't know what happened. Suddenly, a group of people in black robes appeared. They rescued me from an ancient person from the war demon realm. Qin Feng did not hide it and spoke out directly. He Liang-jun couldn't help but narrow his eyes, then asked. Your teacher is Master Yang? Yang Guangxiu? That's right. He Liang-jun fell silent, but he now believed what Qin Feng said. Moreover, he didn't think that the ancient people in the tomb would be willing to pay such a high price to plant such a spy. It was very easy for Qin Feng to judge whether what he said was true or false, because he knew the existence of the group of black-robed men. Okay, go back quickly. Your teachers and classmates are very worried about you. He Liang-jun dismissed his suspicion of Qin Feng and spoke lightly. Qin Feng touched his nose. He didn't expect it to end so easily. But of course he wouldn't say much. This was a good thing for him and saved him trouble. Thank you, General He. I'll take my leave now. Qin Feng turned around and walked into Shiguang City, leaving He Liang-jun with only his back. He Liang-jun looked at Qin Feng and couldn't help but smile. In his opinion, this guy was really brave. He was just a general, but he had caused so many troubles. He Liang-jun expressed his anticipation. He was looking forward to seeing what Qin Feng would become when he grew up. Can he become an existence that makes the strong men in the tomb pit famous and feared? However, when he thought of Dang Ling's current behavior, his expression became a little strange again. I hope that guy doesn't die socially. In an auditorium in Dawn City. At this moment, the auditorium was solemn and dignified, and the walls were filled with elegiac couplets and flowers. In the very center of the auditorium, there was a coffin. It was obviously a funeral. Dang Ling wore a bouquet of white flowers on his chest and stood on the highest podium. Below were the classmates who came with Qin Feng. At this moment, they all had tears in their eyes and looked sad. Classmates. I hope you will remember today, your dear classmate Qin Feng. He unfortunately died among the ancients fighting against the tomb pit. He's not the first, and he won't be the last. But I hope you can be careful, and careful. You only have one life, and I hope you can survive. Although Deng Ling had thought there would be casualties before, he never expected that the first person to sacrifice would be Qin Feng. They all had high hopes for Qin Feng, so they were very sad when this happened. When everyone heard Deng Ling's words, some people began to sob quietly. Deng Ling stopped talking, giving them time to release the sadness in their hearts. But at this moment, a creaking sound was heard. The door of the auditorium was opened and a head popped out. Qin Feng was very puzzled. He asked along the way and found out that Deng Ling and the others were here. It's just that the people he met on the road all looked at him with strange expressions, which made him a little confused. Qin Feng was puzzled, but he finally found out that Deng Ling and others were in the auditorium at that time. When he pushed open the door, he found that everyone turned around and looked at him. But he found that everyone had tears in their eyes, as if something sad had happened. Qin Feng felt a little scared when he was looked at, so he spoke cautiously. Am I disturbing you? When everyone heard this, they burst into laughter. Sure enough, it was the sixth brother, so they rushed forward and rushed directly towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng was confused and didn't know what was going on. Then he found himself being lifted up. Immediately afterwards, he was thrown into the air again and caught. Everyone made a noise for a while before they stopped when Deng Ling spoke. Qin Feng, how did you escape death that day? When Qin Feng heard this, he looked around again and remembered the expressions of the others just now. He suddenly realized something. Are you throwing me a funeral? Qin Feng had a complicated expression and didn't know what to say. Others have to take 30 years to become security guards, but you are arranging a one-stop funeral service for me in one go. Host, how does it feel to attend your own funeral? The system's ridicule arrived as expected, and Qin Feng opened his mouth, not knowing how to answer this question. Since you've been missing for so long and haven't come back, we thought. Dangling felt a bit socially frustrated. He had no idea that things would turn out like this. He wished he could find a hole to crawl into. This was so embarrassing that he didn't know what to say. Never mind, I understand. No need to say more. Chapter 114, Collective Social Death, Return. Qin Feng waved his hand sympathetically. After all, he hadn't been back for a long time. I'm glad you're back. Although he felt a little socially devastated, he was genuinely happy that Qin Feng was able to come back. Dangling even felt that if his social death could prevent a few deaths, he thought it was okay. But not everyone is like Qin Feng, who is blessed with good fortune. Qin Feng, tell me, what happened after you disappeared that day? Dangling asked hurriedly. Hey, you guys don't know this, I'm going to do something big. Qin Feng laughed and then spoke. I'm telling you, I accidentally entered the dark ancient city. I fought a huge battle inside for a whole day and night, then I killed a working zombie and left. Boast. Domeiyu spoke in a low voice. She was the one who cried the most just now, and was seen by Qin Feng, which made her feel a little socially devastated. Therefore, when he heard Qin Feng say this, he complained without hesitation. I knew you wouldn't believe me, so I even brought out the evidence. Qin Feng directly took out the War King Realm zombies and War Candidate Realm zombies in the broken space. Dangling instantly appeared in front of everyone and blocked them. However, he finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the zombie had been completely killed. He was really scared just now. What if a zombie at the War King level suddenly appeared here? But he was able to kill all these students in just a moment. Everyone was also stunned. Although the zombie was dead, the pressure he exerted still existed. Did you really kill him? Dangling asked in disbelief. Of course. Not only did I kill these zombies, I also blew up the Hades ancient city. Qin Feng curled his lips. These guys actually didn't believe him. Although he did not kill these zombies, they died because of him. As the saying goes, I didn't kill the zombies, but the zombies died because of me, so I am naturally the murderer, so there is nothing wrong with saying this. Host, you are good at flattering yourself. Qin Feng saw the tonic billion emoticon package appearing in front of him, and said that sprinkling some water was nothing at all, and he had long been used to it. Although Dangling had some doubts, he could not find any flaws. Just at this moment, a person pushed the door open and walked in. When he saw Dangling, he immediately saluted. Master Deng, General he invites you. Okay, I'll be right there. Dangling nodded to show that he understood, then looked at everyone. Go back and pack up, we're about to leave here. After he said this, he came to the coffin again and pushed it open. He took out a black shovel and handed it to Qin Feng. Now it's back to its rightful owner. It's a black steel bone shovel. Qin Feng was suddenly a little surprised. He thought that this thing was lost, but it turned out to be picked up by Dangling and others. Thank you, Lord Deng. Dangling nodded and walked out. This place is a bit of a social dead end for him, so it would be better for him to leave early. Qin Feng, tell us quickly what else you encountered outside. When everyone saw Dangling leave, they hurriedly surrounded Qin Feng and asked him to continue speaking. Qin Feng naturally would not miss this opportunity to show off, so he exaggerated the story. Time passed quickly, and everyone gathered together early the next morning. I won't say anything more. This gathering has only one purpose, and that is to go home. As soon as Dangling finished speaking, there was a burst of cheers. Although it was only a few days, they experienced a lot. It also refreshed their worldview. Although I had heard about how cruel the conditions in the tombs were, it was ultimately just hearsay. This time they saw it with their own eyes and realized what cruelty was. Among these, life is probably the least valuable thing. Because people die every day, and there are wars, big and small, every day. This made them feel more or less uncomfortable as they had never experienced this before. But they also know that they have to adapt because this will become the norm in the future. They are warriors, the pride of the imperial capital's martial arts academy. Protecting their family and friends behind them is what they must do. Everyone started their journey back, and when they arrived at the military restricted area, they gained the respect of everyone. Unlike when they first arrived, they were all just rookies. Now they have experienced the baptism of the grave pit. In the Wu mansion of the imperial capital, Ananda had been looking forward to it for a long time. At the beginning, when he received the news that Qin Feng was dead, he didn't believe it at all. But he also knew how dangerous the tomb was. Qin Feng, a mid-level general, disappeared in the tomb for 2 days and was in great danger. But yesterday, he received another message, that is, Qin Feng was back. At that moment he felt as if he had received a blessing from heaven. So early this morning, he stood at the school gate waiting. The other students, seeing the palace master waiting here, spontaneously started waiting here as well. At noon, everyone finally came back. Domeiyu and others sat in the car, looking at the imperial capital Wu mansion, feeling as if they were in another world. Ha ha, my dear classmates, your president is back. Qin Feng was the first to rush out. He had made a great harvest this time and was naturally very happy. What are you showing off for? Ananda glared at Qin Feng. This guy was still so jumpy. When Qin Feng heard Ananda's voice, he was stunned for a moment. He was so excited just now that he didn't notice Ananda was still there, so he shrank his neck and didn't say anything. Host, you look like a mouse seeing a cat, or a ghost seeing the king of hell. What do you know? He is my dear master. I must give him enough respect. Qin Feng retorted. He would not admit that he felt a little guilty about this guy. Ananda glanced at each of them, then slowly spoke. Welcome home. This time, fortunately, there were no casualties. Thank you, Lord. Okay, thank you all for your hard work, go back and rest. Qin Feng, come with me. After Ananda said this, he turned and left. Qin Feng showed a bitter face, but since Ananda said so, he had to go. Arriving at Ananda's office, Qin Feng smiled at the door and said, Master, what do you want to talk to me about? Stop being cute and get in here. Ananda glared at Qin Feng and spoke without hesitation. Okay. Qin Feng agreed and walked in. Chapter 115. You're a middle school student. Ananda was still very relieved in his heart. It was great that this guy could come back alive. Now that you are the president of the student union, what are your plans for the future? Ananda looked at Qin Feng and asked slowly. Everything is under the command of the mansion master. Qin Feng spoke without hesitation. If possible, he didn't want to take over this mess. If we want to reform it at that time, we must take control of the student union. So he had to stand up at that time. Ananda was very upset when he heard what Qin Feng said. How could he not hear that this guy was just trying to shirk responsibility? But he still suppressed the anger in his heart. No matter what, this guy's talent is there. Don't let too many mundane matters interfere with your practice. The student union can no longer be the same as before, with its nepotism, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. In the end, it became a tool for personal gain. Do you understand this? Qin Feng nodded without hesitation, indicating that he understood. In that case, then you can go back. It's been hard these past few days. When Qin Feng heard this, he felt relieved and ran away. Only Ananda was left standing there, feeling both amused and helpless. This kid. After Qin Feng went back to tidy up, he immediately went to the student union. When Changying heard that Qin Feng had come to the student union, she ran out quickly. Her expression changed and she cried out. Qin Feng, what are you doing in my student union? Qin Feng sneered when he heard this, then dug his ear with his right little finger. I think you are a very forgetful person. Have you forgotten? Your president Duan has already lost the position of student union president to me. You won't deny it, will you? The north wind blows, the snowflakes fall. Host, you look exactly like Huangrun now. Ah. I am obviously on the side of justice. Qin Feng retorted without hesitation. After hearing this, Changying showed an angry expression. Qin Feng. You won this victory by using despicable and shameless means. How dare you say that? How dare you come here? Changying was a die-hard supporter of Duan Yan, so when she heard Qin Feng mention this, she was furious for a moment. What a joke! He has a bad stomach and diarrhea, what does it have to do with me? Don't slander my innocence out of thin air, or I'll sue you for defamation. Hurry up and call Duan Yen out. I want to see what he has to say. Qin Feng curled his lips. He naturally knew that Cheng Ying was just sent by Duan Yen to argue with him. But Qin is not someone who can be easily talked to. You. Cheng Ying's eyes widened. She never expected that this guy would be so difficult to talk to. Let me tell you, the previous duel between Duan Yen and I was witnessed by Palace Master Deng himself. You don't want me to invite him over, do you? Qin Feng's face turned cold. Since this guy was unwilling to listen to nice words, he couldn't blame him. Qin Feng. You are too arrogant. Just then, a voice rang out. Qin Feng turned around and saw that it was Duan Yen who came out. What? President Duan finally decided to come out? Qin Feng showed a hint of smile and looked at Duan Yen. Qin Feng, as the saying goes, leave a way out when doing things, so that we can meet again in the future. Why are you so aggressive? Qin Feng suddenly discovered that Duan Yen was much calmer than before. It was obvious that the previous incident had made him grow a lot. President Duan, you didn't come out just to tell me this kind of bullshit, did you? Why didn't I see you leave a way out before? Qin Feng sneered. Now he knew to leave a way out when doing things. What the student union did before didn't leave any chance for others. Otherwise, the student union would not have such a bad reputation among many students. So, you're definitely looking for trouble today? Duan Yen's voice suddenly turned cold and his eyes became sharp. You should accept the loss if you lose the bet. This is what you should do. Qin Feng spoke without hesitation. Before that, Qin Feng didn't care about Duan Yen, not to mention that he had now broken through to the intermediate general realm. In that case, Qin Feng, I have a challenge. Do you dare to accept it? Duan Yen looked at Qin Feng and spoke coldly. Oh? Then tell me about it. Let's fight again. If you lose, you give me the position of student council president. If I lose, then Cheng Ying and the others will also give up their positions as vice presidents. Duan Yen was smart, because he knew that if he lost his position as vice president, then it would naturally be difficult for Cheng Ying and others to keep their positions, so he simply used this as a bet. After hearing this, Qin Feng hesitated for a moment and then agreed. After all, he is a person who is afraid of trouble. If it can be solved in one go, he doesn't want to come a second time. If you want to exclude the rest of the people, there must be a legitimate reason. Now that this reason has been delivered to his doorstep, Qin Feng cannot refuse it. In that case, see you on the training grounds. After Qin Feng said this, he turned and left. Hurry! Follow him, don't give him any room. Duan Yen spoke hurriedly. He was afraid that Qin Feng would do something like that again. He was already embarrassed enough and didn't want to be embarrassed anymore. He also felt that if Qin Feng had not used such despicable means, he would have won last time. After the two arrived at the arena, Qin Feng looked at Duan Yen coldly. You know what? You have ended up like this today because you committed the sin of arrogance. Wow! Host, you're so naive. Who hasn't dreamed of conquering the world? You're the only one who talks too much. Qin Feng regretted not traveling to the Ultra World, otherwise, he would have turned into light and saved the world. Be the most handsome guy in the crowd. Don't overthink it, Subaraya will never agree to this. When Qin Dong heard this, he looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, trying not to let his sad tears flow. What nonsense are you talking about? If it weren't for you, how could I be like this today? But I also want to thank you. If it weren't for the humiliation you brought upon me, I wouldn't have broken through so quickly. After Duan Yen finished speaking, the aura in his body began to burst out. The strength of the high-level general realm was immediately revealed. I was wondering why you dared to challenge me again. It turns out you've broken through to the high-level general realm. You're so confident. Qin Feng clapped his hands to express his amazement. Being able to make a breakthrough in just a few days, I have to say that this guy is a genius. Come on. Qin Feng, let me see your true strength. This time, you don't have the chance to be sneaky. Chapter 116 Who is the cheater? I have to say, this guy said this with a sense of heroic spirit. It's a pity that he doesn't know how to do the rogue step, otherwise it would be even more interesting. Duan Yen didn't waste any words. 8 black tentacles appeared behind him and rushed towards Qin Feng with their fangs and claws bared. The black steel shovel appeared in Qin Feng's hand in an instant. Without hesitation, he swung it forward. The powerful destructive force directly cut off Duan Nian's black tentacles. However, since Duan Nian's black tentacles were not physical entities, they quickly grew out again. He took the opportunity to wrap one of Qin Feng's legs with a tentacle. I didn't expect you were a control type. Qin Feng was a little surprised, and Duan Nian's move reminded him of a fictional character from his previous life. Resurrection. My love. System, don't understand me too well. Qin Feng took the time to reply to the system, and then he rushed the energy of his blood to his legs. With a little force, Duan Nian's tentacles were broken. How is this possible? Duan Nian looked incredulous, as if he had seen something out of the Arabian Nights. How is it impossible? With your strength, it's still 20,000 years too early for you to deal with me. As Qin Feng spoke, he made a yeah gesture with his hand, and for a moment, he looked very cool. Damn it! You tricked me! Qin Feng stopped talking and walked forward with a shovel in hand. Duan Nian, do you really think I'm not your opponent? Then you are really naive. As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, he hit Duan Nian on the chest with a shovel. Puff! Duan Nian spat out a mouthful of blood and his body fell into the distance like a kite with a broken string. Don't think you're the only one who's made progress. I've made breakthroughs too. Qin Feng looked down at Duan Nian lying on the ground. If this was a life and death battle, Qin Feng would definitely have plunged a shovel into Duan Nian's chest. It's not as simple as just slapping him away. That's impossible. Duan Nian let out an angry roar and was about to stand up and fight Qin Feng. Enough! Duan Nian! A faint voice came over. When Duan Nian heard this voice, he was like petrified and stood there in a daze. Brother Tian, Brother Tian. Duan Nian turned his head with difficulty and looked to the other side. I saw a man wearing a black suit, sunglasses, and a cold face standing there, looking at Qin Feng and Duan Nian. Isn't that embarrassing enough? The cold-blooded man appeared again, and Duan Nian immediately lowered his head in shame. When Qin Feng saw this scene, an expression of surprise appeared on his face. But he knew that Qin Feng was an arrogant person who looked down on everyone. But it was obviously different towards the cold man in front of him, which surprised Qin Feng. This person is called Feng Tian. He was the previous president of the student union. He was the one who gave Duan Nian his position. At this time, Guan Shangsheng came over and explained to Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded in sudden realization. It turned out to be his old leader. No wonder Duan Nian had such an attitude. Qin Feng, right? You're pretty good. At this time Feng Tian looked at Qin Feng and spoke lightly. Thank you for the compliment, senior. Qin Feng bowed and said nothing more. Student union president is a good position. I hope you can take charge. Hold on tight. Feng Tian spoke again indifferently, but his voice was a little cold. Don't worry about that, senior. As the saying goes, the throne takes turns, and this year it's my turn. If there is someone better than me, then naturally I will be replaced. Vice versa. Qin Feng smiled confidently. He had only been in school for a short time, but he had already achieved what he has today. Qin Feng felt that as long as he was given time, he could surpass anyone. Good. Good one and vice versa. I admire you very much, but I don't have time this time. See you next time. After Feng Tian finished speaking, he turned and left, and Duan Nian hurriedly followed him. But before he left, he turned his head and glared at Qin Feng. Qin Feng naturally wouldn't take this little action to heart. His name is Feng Tian, he's our senior. He has unfathomable strength, so you'd better be careful. Guan Shangsheng gave Qin Feng some advice, and Qin Feng smiled and nodded. No matter what, the student union is now in our hands, and the reforms can continue. Well, that's good. By the way, I came to see you this time because Lu Chao asked you to go to the tomb with me. I came to see if you are willing. When Qin Feng heard this, he remembered that Lu Chao had mentioned it to him before. That's no problem, but I have to finish my work here first. Qin Feng agreed without hesitation. How could he not do something that would benefit him? The last time Lu Chao took him with him, he made a lot of money. Of course, if you need any help, just let me know. It's like this, Brother Guan. We are short of a few vice presidents right now. How about you come over and help us? Guan Shangsheng, manual black question mark face. Guan Shangsheng, I was just being polite, but you're actually trying to take advantage of me. Most importantly, you actually want me to be your subordinate." Guan Shangsheng said that he had never been so speechless. But in the end Guan Shangsheng agreed, because Qin Feng promised him that he only needed to put his name on the list. Guan Shangsheng thought about it, felt that there was no problem, and agreed. Qin Feng found Bailey Jian again and made him a vice president. Then, with the recommendation of everyone, Qin Feng found a sophomore senior named Xia Huan. This senior student was smart and capable, and Qin Feng handed all the tasks over to her. At this point, Qin Feng's team was complete. President, Qin Feng. Vice Presidents, Guan Shangsheng, Bailey Jian, Xia Huan. After doing all this, Qin Feng became a hands-off boss and went to Yuzhou Mansion with Guan Shangsheng. "You two are finally here." When Lu Chao saw Guan Shangsheng and Qin Feng, he was immediately delighted. But when Qin Feng saw Lu Chao, he curled his lips bitterly. Because at this time Lu Chao's realm was that of a mid-level general. Qin Feng thought about how he had worked so hard in the tomb and had finally reached the level of a mid-level general. But Lu Chao was able to catch up with him just by practicing normally. You have to know that he is a man who has a system and can cheat. Now Qin Feng is wondering who the real cheater is. System, could it be that you are too rubbish to detect that they have the system at all? Ugh. Host, please watch your words. This system is the best in the universe, but as for those two, you can think of them both as being the best. Chapter 117 I am just a rubbish system that can mock. Qin Feng was puzzled as to what the system meant by this sentence. But no matter how much he asked, the system refused to tell him. This made him a little depressed. But he didn't care much because of how powerful Lu Chao and Guan Shangsheng were. It's a good thing for humanity as a whole. The stronger they become, the greater their chances of dealing with the tombs will be in the future. "Qin Feng, why are you looking at me like that?" Lu Chao suddenly felt a chill and turned around to look. Only then did he realize that Qin Feng was looking at him with resentment. "Brother Lu, why is your strength improving so quickly?" Qin Feng still asked the doubts in his heart. If he could figure it out, he would feel better. But when Lu Chao and Guan Shangsheng heard this, they burst out laughing. "You! Is this Versailles? You're the youngest among the three of us, and you're a freshman just starting this year. But your strength is almost the same as ours, and you actually said that our strength is improving quickly." Lu Chao laughed and scolded, saying that when he first met this guy, he was only at the warrior level. "It's only been a few months, but I've already reached the same level as him. Where can he seek justice?" Qin Feng touched his nose when he heard this. He is a family member and knows his own business. If he didn't have the system, he might not even be a warrior, so how could he be compared with the two people in front of him? Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. Qin Feng waved his hand hurriedly, deciding not to mention such things. "Well, you finally made it to Yuzhou Wufu, so as the host, I naturally have to welcome you." Lu Chao took Qin Feng and Guan Shangsheng to experience the customs and culture of Yuzhou. Then he took them both down to the grave. Since Qin Feng had already gone down into the tomb once, he had some experience. The three of them soon arrived in Dawn City. "Qin Feng, I heard that you blew up someone's city when you were in tomb number 3. Can they blow up ours this time too?" At this time, Lu Chao asked. Qin Feng's actions have gradually fermented with the passage of time. Qin Feng didn't know that this matter would spread so quickly. "Last time it was a coincidence. This time, I can't say for sure. The last time, the flame gem happened to be discovered, and Xi Ming was not there. Otherwise, it would not be so easy for Qin Feng to blow up the ancient city of Ming. You see, after Xi Ming came back, he quickly stopped the explosion from continuing. Their strength is so strong that they can do some amazing things." I'm just kidding, don't be nervous." Lu Chao smiled, although he felt that based on Qin Feng's character, it is indeed possible to blow up the ancient city of Hades, but it is a matter of luck to do it once. How can you bomb a city every day? If Qin Feng could cause such great harm to these alien races every time he went into the tomb, I'm afraid Qin Feng has already been worshipped by the human high-level officials. Because Qin Feng's importance to mankind is so great. Most of the time, humans are at a disadvantage when facing these monsters. Even though humans have completely destroyed several tombs, it came at a huge cost. Therefore, Qin Feng's bombing of the ancient city of Ming can be said to be a great victory. Moreover, Tomb 003 will definitely be quiet for a while recently because they need to repair the ancient city of Hades. Originally, the higher-ups were going to reward Qin Feng well this time, but were stopped by Ananda. He felt that the reward was too generous and he would just force things to happen. The most important thing is that he felt that Qin Feng's realm was improving a little too fast, so he was worried that Qin Feng's strength was a little superficial. This is also why Qin Feng didn't know about this, otherwise, Qin Feng would definitely let Ananda know. What is a macho man? How could a tough guy be so frivolous? This was simply the biggest insult to him. Okay, let me introduce you. Lu Chao began to introduce the grave pit. The code name of this tomb is 007, which means it is the 7th tomb to appear. Unlike Tomb 003, Tomb 007 is mainly populated by demons. Unlike the ancient people's weapon and body cultivation, the demon race is stronger in some aspects. Qin Feng pinched his chin. He had never encountered the tomb pit monsters before, except when he was in the 003 tomb pit. I did encounter a spirit in the combat stage, and I almost fell to him. But don't worry, we are not going to their city, but to the mountains nearby. There are only a few demons there, so don't worry. Lu Chao continued. Unlike the desolate 003, 007 appears lush and green, and you can see large forests at a glance. There are still many rolling mountains ahead. However, in such an environment, these monsters still built a city. This made Qin Feng a little confused. After all, the demon race was different from the ancient people. They prefer to live in the mountains and forests because they themselves are beasts that have been cultivated. But it is such a race that they actually built a city here. In response to Qin Feng's doubts, Lu Chao spread his hands and said that he didn't know either. But there is a city built in each tomb. Some people have speculated that these tombs are connected to each other. Qin Feng felt that this guess was not impossible. After all, there was not a single race in each tomb. But it is incredible that the three races can coexist peacefully. After all, they are not of our race, so their hearts must be different. It is simply impossible to be so at ease with them. So there must be something fishy going on here. Hey there! Host, you're like a blind man who has discovered something. System, do you know something? Qin Feng asked hurriedly. Although this system always complains about him, it also unintentionally reveals some useful information. How would anyone know? I'm just a garbage system that only knows how to mock the host. Cack. Qin Feng was completely annoyed by the system's cuteness. But he didn't ask any further. After all this time, he knew the system pretty well, if the guy wasn't willing to talk about it. It's no use asking him anymore. After all, he is the one who cannot live without him. Losing the system will definitely be a loss for Qin Feng. Come on, let's go in and take a look together. Lu Chao glanced at the two of them, then spoke slowly. Qin Feng and Guan Shangxing naturally had no objection to this proposal. So the three of them did not stay any longer, walked out of Dawn City, and disappeared into the vast forest. Chapter 118. A dragon gives birth to a dragon, a phoenix gives birth to a phoenix, and a mouse's son can dig holes. In this forest, there are also many demons that have not yet transformed. However, the strength of these monsters is relatively low, and they only have the strength of warriors at the level of generals. Most monsters can transform into human form after reaching the battle stage. But at this time, they still retain some of their original characteristics. Doesn't look entirely like a real human, but more like an orc. When their strength reaches the demon war realm, they can almost completely transform into humans. Of course, there are also some races with special talents that can advance this time. The most common ones are the ape and fox tribes. The former is because they are very similar to humans, and the latter is simply because they are smart enough. The three of them hid their whereabouts along the way, but some monsters still discovered them. However, the three of them did not take seriously this kind of demon that failed to transform successfully, and they could kill it almost quickly. Qin Feng felt a little emotional. His earth fusion level was a bit low, so he could only use it by himself. Otherwise, he could have taken these two people and reached the mountain in no time. There is a star crystal fruit tree on this mountain, but there are two war general level demons guarding it. One is a tiger demon, and the other is a pangolin. Lu Chao introduced the situation to the two on the way. Pangolin? Qin Feng was a little surprised when he heard about pangolin. Wow! Could this be a member of the Pangolin Alliance? You know this again. Qin Feng rolled his eyes. When it comes to playing with memes, he has never been defeated by anyone except this system. Yes, Pangolin, what's wrong? Seeing that Qin Feng's reaction was a bit big, Lu Chao hurriedly asked. Fine. Qin Feng waved his hand. When he heard the word pangolin, he just thought of the most famous pangolin in his childhood. Well, since there's no doubt, let's make a battle plan. Lu Chao nodded and continued. Then Lu Chao and I will lead those two monsters away. Qin Feng, you have two roan, take this opportunity to pick the star crystal fruit. Guan Shangxing stroked his handsome beard and then spoke. Lu Chao had no objection to this, as he had originally thought so. Qin Feng also nodded and said nothing, but he was wondering if he could keep the star crystal fruit tree alive if he dug it back. Good fellow. I am such a good fellow. You ate the meal, but you're still taking away the pot. You're such a scoundrel. The system started to complain mercilessly. What do you know? How can we leave such a good thing as the star crystal fruit to these monsters? If I take it back, he can still make some contribution to our imperial capital martial academy. Otherwise, he is hurting us. Qin Feng said without hesitation. If these star crystal fruits increase the strength of the demon race, won't that be harming humans? What you said makes a lot of sense, I am powerless to refute it. But that pangolin should also have the ability to burrow into the ground. Qin Feng, you have to be careful, don't let him find out. Guan Changxing's almond-shaped eyes revealed a hint of solemnity, and then he spoke. The characteristic of pangolins is that they can dig holes and have relatively high defense. Although it is not very powerful, it is indeed difficult to deal with. Don't worry. The three of them carefully entered the mountains, and then under Lu Chao's guidance, they came to the place where the star crystal fruit tree was. Did you see that? Lu Chao pointed at the two monsters resting under the star crystal fruit tree and said to Qin Feng and Guan Changxing. I see. I'll hide now and wait until you lead him away, then I'll take action. After Qin Feng said this, he immediately used the ability of earth fusion and hid himself directly in the earth. Then let's take action too. Guan Changxing directly summoned his dragon colt. The dragon colt let out a long roar towards the sky, making a dragon's roar. Lu Chao was not willing to be outdone and also summoned out his Qilin heaven shaking stick. The movements of the two people instantly attracted the attention of the two demons. They saw the two of them and rushed over. The two men were not willing to be outdone and rushed forward. Guan Shangxing faced the tiger demon without hesitation and slashed it down mercilessly with the cold saw in his hand. The tiger demon dodged hurriedly, but was still cut by Guan Shangxing's knife. This made Qin Feng, who was watching the fight nearby, feel distressed, and a cut appeared on the tiger skin. Then the value will be greatly reduced. Roar! The tiger demon roared angrily. As the king of beasts, how could he be injured in the first round of battle? And the opponent is just a weak human at the same level. What's your name, kitty? Guan Shangxing sneered and drove the dragon colt forward again. On the other side, Lu Chao also rushed out holding his heaven shaking stick, and he hit the pangolin directly on the head with one stick. Suddenly, the pangolin saw stars and staggered as if it was about to fall to the ground. This guy's strength isn't that great. At this moment, the pangolin swung its tail at him mercilessly. Lu Chao reacted quickly and immediately used the heaven shaking stick in his hand to defend himself. Bang! After a muffled sound, Lu Chao took several steps back. You bastard, I was almost tricked by you. Lu Chao looked at the pangolin viciously. If he hadn't been careful, he would have almost been fooled by this guy. Die! Lu Chao rushed forward again and fought with the pangolin. Qin Feng saw that the battle on both sides had reached a fever pitch, and he knew that his chance had come. So he used Tu Rong's ability without hesitation and rushed towards the star crystal fruit tree. But just as he was about to reach the star crystal fruit tree, he suddenly felt a cold wind coming from behind him. Qin Feng hurriedly sped up, but was still a step too slow. He felt as if his back was struck by lightning, and a powerful force directly made him break out of the ground. Crack! The spiritual leaf armor on his body responded and Qin Feng looked distressed. You know, this is a second-grade armor, and it is very valuable. Just at this moment, a short man in gray appeared in front of Qin Feng. He was short, fat, and had big ears. What caught people's attention the most was his very small eyes. But there was always a cunning light in it. It feels like being a mouse. Are you a rat demon? Qin Feng asked hurriedly. That's right. As the saying goes, like father, like mother, and like son, like son. A mouse's son will dig holes. You just encountered a big rat. Qin Feng never expected that he would encounter a big rat here. He was really unlucky. When it comes to the ability of Earth Escape, Xin Feng feels that he can never compare to others. After all, that's how they make a living. Chapter 119, Playing the Long Game. Host, you still have self-awareness. I don't use my hobbies to challenge other people's jobs. The system started to complain mercilessly. When Xin Feng heard this, he just rolled his eyes and said nothing. He naturally knew that he could never compete with a mouse in digging holes. Human boy. I knew you had evil intentions a long time ago, but I didn't expect you to actually fall for it. The rat demon stared with its small eyes and then laughed mercilessly. Xin Feng was suddenly shocked. From what the rat demon said, he might have discovered it the last time Lu Chao came. The reason I didn't do it was because I wanted to play the long game and catch a bigger fish. Look, he came here with Xin Feng and Guan Changxing in a foolish manner. Lu Chao also heard this and his face suddenly changed. He never thought that this was a conspiracy. This rat demon was in a combat state, and he felt that Xin Feng could not deal with it, so he was a little anxious. He originally thought that this was not dangerous and could even be profitable, so he called Xin Feng to join him. If something happened to Xin Feng here, he would definitely regret it. Hateful. Thinking of this, Lu Chao swung the Qilin heaven shaking stick in his hand even harder. The pangolin fighting against him kept complaining. If he didn't have a set of armor, he would have been finished long ago. He was no match for Lu Chao in the first place, and now Lu Chao had entered a state of frenzy. He is definitely not a match. Guan Changxing on the other side was also a little anxious. He had originally planned to delay time. So I didn't use my true strength, but now it seems I can't hold back. He initially thought that letting Xin Feng pick the star crystal fruit would be the safest thing to do. But now it has become the most dangerous. The cool saw in his hand danced with great force, and the tiger demon was defeated by him. Although Guan Changxing had the upper hand, he was unable to completely eliminate the tiger demon so quickly. Boy, let me deal with you first, then I'll go kill them all. The rat demon gave a cruel smile. He was bored staying here all day, and today's incident was just a little fun in his ordinary life. Good fellow, it looks like you have me in your arms. Xin Feng chuckled when he heard this. This guy is really arrogant and has already regarded him as his own. Host, if you don't give him a good fight this time, I will look down on you. The system added fuel to the fire again. But this time, Xin Feng was not speechless, because he really wanted to go up and give this guy a big fight. Let him wake up and realize that he can't control anyone. Thinking of this, Xin Feng kicked his feet on the spot and rushed towards the rat demon like a cannonball. Xin Feng was extremely fast, and the rat demon didn't expect that Xin Feng would attack him actively. So when Xin Feng came in front of him, he didn't react. Xin Feng slapped the rat demon in the face without hesitation. Well done. Excellent fight. Excellent fight. Excellent fight. A thumbs-up emoticon appeared in Xin Feng's eyes. Host, you should have heard it long ago. Let those who bully you have a taste of your power. When Xin Feng heard this, a frown appeared on his forehead. Who were the people this guy asked him to fight with before? Ananda. Shemming. It's either the Battle Demon realm or the Battle Lord realm. But he was just a pitiful warrior, not even at the advanced level. Letting him go and give those two a good fight is like lighting a light in the toilet seeking death. Don't be ridiculous. Xin Feng complained about the system. The rat demon also came to his senses. He couldn't believe that he was slapped by a guy he regarded as an ant. How dare you hit me? The rat demon's eyes instantly revealed a scarlet light, and it was obvious that he was very angry about being beaten. What's wrong with hitting you? I'll kick you. After Xin Feng finished speaking, he kicked out without hesitation. But this time the rat demon was prepared and dodged nimbly, causing Xin Feng's kick to miss. Good job. You, a mere ant-like human, dare to hit me? I will make sure you die a miserable death. After the rat demon finished speaking, his figure flashed and he approached Xin Feng like a gust of wind. Then he grabbed it fiercely with one claw. Xin Feng stepped sideways to avoid the claw, and then a black steel bone shovel suddenly appeared in his hand. Xin Feng hit the rat demon's back with a shovel. Squeak! The rat demon screamed, and then twisted its body in mid-air. The sharp claws hit the black steel shovel directly. Bang! There was a sharp crash in the air, and Xin Feng felt a huge force pressing down on him, forcing him to take several steps back. As expected of a demon clan at the level of a war general, this strength is a bit too great. Qin Feng said secretly in his heart. No matter how talented Qin Feng is, the gap in realm is still there. So if it's just a contest of strength, he is naturally no match for this rat demon. Fortunately, he is not a reckless man who only knows how to fight with strength. A powerful force of qi and blood instantly surged from Qin Feng's body to the black steel bone shovel. Then Qin Feng raised his head and grinned at the rat demon. 9 levels of blood thunder. The 4th level. In an instant, 4 blood-red lightning bolts appeared out of nowhere and quickly rushed towards the direction of the rat demon. Your mere trick. How dare you show off in front of me? Wind-breaking claw. The rat demon roared, and its sharp claws went straight towards the 4 blood thunders. Boom! The blood thunder struck the rat demon, and instantly, a burning smell came out. Qin Feng stepped forward again and hit the rat demon on the chest with a shovel. A layer of black light flashed on the rat demon's body, but when it was hit by Qin Feng's shovel, it was still knocked away. As soon as the rat demon landed on the ground, he flipped over and stood up. But Qin Feng did not chase after him, he just stood there. The rat demon looked at his charred body and became extremely angry, with unknown cries flashing from his mouth. This scene was also seen by Guan Changsheng and Lu Chao, which made them breathe a sigh of relief. The two had been worried that Qin Feng was no match for the rat demon, but now it seems that their worries were a bit unnecessary. Qin Feng is still very powerful, at least so far, he still has the upper hand. They didn't ask Qin Feng to deal with the rat demon, they just wanted to wait for the two of them to free up their hands. This rat demon has only one ending, and that is death. You actually messed up my beautiful fur like this, I must eat you alive. The rat demon let out a long howl and rushed forward again. What the rat demon didn't know was that Qin Feng had just knocked him away and didn't chase him out. It's not that I don't have this awareness, but I've been accumulating strength. Chapter 120, Rat Demon Killer, National General List. C-Rank Superman, Charge. This is an ability Qin Feng acquired a long time ago. However, this ability is a bit useless to Qin Feng, so he rarely uses it. Because he can't use it when dealing with people who are weaker than him. He has no chance of using it against someone who is stronger than him. Although it is possible to charge while fighting. But this process can be easily interrupted. Only this time, taking advantage of this opportunity, Qin Feng used it. A powerful force burst out in an instant, and Qin Feng directly threw out his black steel bone shovel. Call out. The black steel shovel rushed towards the rat demon in an instant with a sound of breaking through the air. When the rat demon saw this, he stretched out his hand to block. But Qin Feng's charged attack was not so easy to resist. The black steel shovel went straight through his hand, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Then it pierced through his chest and pinned the rat demon directly to the ground. Roar! The rat demon roared, then stood up from the ground along with the black steel bone shovel. But he did not take the black steel shovel off his chest. At this moment, he looked like a devil. You despicable human! You will definitely die. You will definitely die. The rat demon was helpless and furious, and now all he had left was anger. You're the one I want to see die. At this moment, a voice sounded in the rat demon's ears. The rat demon raised its head and looked over in horror. There was a flash of a knife, and the rat demon's head fell to the ground instantly. It turned out that Guan Changsheng had just dealt with the tiger demon, and then rushed over and killed the rat demon with one knife. Brother Guan, no boy. Qin Feng gave Guan Changsheng a thumbs up. This is all thanks to you. You've beaten this rat demon to a pulp. Guan Changsheng waved his hand hurriedly in response to Qin Feng's praise. If he hadn't been worried that the rat demon would escape underground, he wouldn't have intervened to interfere with Qin Feng's battle. But Qin Feng naturally didn't care. He walked forward to take back his black steel bone shovel and touched the corpse by the way. Extraction successful. Gain, health value 400. On the other side, Lu Chao also dealt with the pangolin. Qin Feng also quietly ran over to touch the corpse. 2 high-level general-level monsters brought him 350 points of health. Qin Feng checked his panel information. Name, Qin Feng. Qi and blood value, 7,902. Realm, Intermediate General Realm. Talents, Infinite Extraction SSS, Earth Fusion D-Rank Superhuman, Power Accumulation C-Rank Superhuman, Air Break S-Rank Elemental, comparable to SSS rank. With less than 100 points of health left, he could break through to the high-level General Realm. Take it easy, don't break through to the war zone again. Lu Chao felt Qin Feng's strength, which seemed to have improved, and said something jokingly. What do you mean? Qin Feng looked at Lu Chao curiously and asked. The national ranking of warriors will be released soon. Even if you break through to the war candidate realm, you won't be able to participate. Without you, it would be difficult for your Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy to achieve good results. Seeing that Qin Feng really didn't know, Lu Chao started to explain. When Qin Feng heard this, he was stunned for a moment, then looked at Guan Changsheng. Guan Changsheng nodded and said, in less than a month, the national rankings will begin. That's why I broke through to the War General realm so early, because I wanted to go all out in preparation for the War General ranking. When Qin Feng heard this, he nodded in sudden realization. At first, he was curious as to why Guan Changsheng had broken through to the general realm before making it onto the national warrior list. He had personally witnessed how Guan Changsheng, when he was at the warrior realm, killed a warrior at the general realm with one strike. He thought at the time that if Guan Changsheng had made a breakthrough later, the first place would probably have been taken by the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy. It was not until now that he realized that Guan Changsheng's goal was the national list of generals. But, Brother Lu, it's too early for you to say that. I haven't even broken through to the high-level general realm yet, and you're already talking about this. Qin Feng scratched his head and said in confusion. It may be a little early for others, but it's not too early for you. Don't you even look at your own breakthrough speed? You're just a freshman this year, and you've already caught up with me and Lao Guan. Lu Chao smiled and shook his head. In fact, he deliberately suppressed his realm for the sake of the national warrior list. Otherwise, he would probably be at the high-level general level by now. His talent is no worse than Guan Changsheng's, so the two of them also appreciate each other. But Qin Feng was different. In just a few months, he went from being a non-warrior to a mid-level general. This breakthrough speed is astonishing no matter where it is placed. The reason he didn't know about the national warriors list was because his breakthrough speed was too fast and no one else had the chance to tell him. All right. After hearing Lu Chao's words, Qin Feng opened his mouth, not knowing how to respond. In the end, thousands of words turned into 2 words. If you still sigh, how can others live? Let's go pick star crystal fruit. Lu Chao said this with both anger and amusement, but he still couldn't help but punch Qin Feng. Then the 3 of them came to the star crystal fruit tree. With so many star crystal fruits, it seems we are lucky. Lu Chao looked at the tree full of star crystal fruits. There were at least more than 30 of them. On average, each person has more than 10. Don't just stand there, pick it. Guan Changsheng reminded them that this was still inside the tomb pit after all. There was quite a bit of noise from the fight just now, and if we're not careful, it might attract some other monsters. So it is not advisable to stay for long, it is better to leave early. Lu Chao also nodded, agreeing with Guan Changsheng's opinion. What are you picking? Why not just take the tree away? Guan Changsheng? Lu Chao? When the 2 heard Qin Feng's words, they immediately looked at Qin Feng with question marks on their faces. If the faces of these 2 people were not black, they would have the typical black question mark face. It's not easy to get a black question mark face, let me satisfy you. After the system finished speaking, it directly added special effects to the 2 of them. The 2 men's faces turned black in an instant, and there were 3 big question marks on their heads. When Qin Feng saw this scene, he almost broke down and laughed. But luckily he was a professional and held back. Qin Feng, this tree is a bit too big. It's not easy for us to move while carrying it. Lu Chao explained. If I carry this star crystal fruit tree, it will not only be inconvenient to move, but also cause some unnecessary trouble. It's okay, I have a solution. Qin Feng waved his hand nonchalantly. You know, there is still a space the size of a toilet in his broken space. It is more than enough to accommodate this star crystal fruit tree. Chapter 121, I was fine when I came here, but I can't go back. It's so easy. Mom doesn't have to worry about my studies anymore. Don't say that again. If you keep saying that, I'll charge you for advertising. Qin Feng hurriedly interrupted the system. As a 6th in command, he couldn't let others take advantage of him. Immediately afterwards, Qin Feng pulled up the star crystal fruit tree by its roots in front of the surprised gazes of Lu Chao and Guan Changsheng. Then he stuffed it directly into his own broken space. Lu Chao and Guan Changsheng watched in amazement as the star crystal fruit tree disappeared. The 2 people opened their mouths involuntarily, as if an egg was stuffed in them. What are you doing here? Go! Xin Feng glanced at the two of them in confusion, and when he saw their expressions, he spoke up to remind them. After hearing Qin Feng's words, the two finally reacted. They really didn't expect that Qin Feng had such a skill. Qin Feng, what is this ability of yours? Guan Changsheng hesitated for a moment, then opened his mouth to ask. Oh, I've awakened my fusion ability, which gives me a chance to fuse other people's talents. Last time when I was participating in the National Warrior Rankings, I met a member of a cult. His talent is the ability to break through space, which I absorbed, so I can put away the star crystal fruit tree. Qin Feng had already thought of an excuse, so he said it without hesitation. After all, talent is something that comes in all sorts of forms, so there's nothing to be surprised about. So that's how it is. Guan Changxing nodded, then looked at Qin Feng with a serious expression. Qin Feng, you are blessed with such talent, so it's inevitable that others will envy you. You should try not to expose yourself in the future. When Lu Chao heard this, he nodded. I think what Brother Guan said is right. Although we humans are united against the outside world, there are always some selfish people. Qin Feng nodded. Of course, he wouldn't say anything nonsense outside. However, he still trusted Guan Changsheng and Lu Chao very much, so he revealed the fact that he had the ability to break through the airspace. In fact, someone had already been eyeing Qin Feng. Before, no one dared to attack Qin Feng because of the presence of Yang Guangxu and his wife. But now that Yang Guangxu and his wife are missing, those people are ready to take action. This is also one of the reasons why Qin Feng is eager to improve his strength. Moreover, Qin Feng's previous performance had already put him in the sight of the cult. Therefore, his situation is still very dangerous. Well, now that it's done, let's go back. I didn't expect it to be so smooth this time. I thought there would be some twists and turns. Beep. As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, a rapid alarm sounded. Guan Changsheng and Lu Chao's faces changed drastically when they heard the alarm. Qin Feng naturally noticed the strangeness between the two, so he had a guess in his heart. Could this be the bell sound that warns the tomb of alien invasion? This alarm bell was mentioned before in the intensive class. But Qin Feng had never heard of it, but looking at the expressions of Guan Changsheng and Lu Chao, he guessed it. Yeah, that's right. Guan Changxing nodded, then looked towards the direction of Dawn City. The demons have invaded Dawn City. Although they didn't see it with their own eyes, they had already imagined the scene in their minds. This. Qin Feng was speechless for a moment. He had just said that there were no twists and turns, but now such a thing happened. I was fine when I came here, I can't go back. Host, you really have a bad mouth, comparable to Nuan Yang Yang. Qin Feng was in a state of dismay. He was already very annoyed, and now he was even mocked by the dog system. It seems we can't go back now. Lu Chao glanced at Qin Feng meaningfully, and Qin Feng touched his nose awkwardly. At this time, the two sides were fighting a fierce battle, and they were behind the enemy. If you run out at this time, you will be seeking death. I hope the commotion just now didn't attract anyone else's attention. The noise just now was quite loud, and this forest might be in trouble because of the presence of the rat demon in the combat stage. So there is no special demon tribe, but if you are unlucky, you may still be discovered. Then let's get out of here first. Guan Changsheng pondered for a moment, then suggested. Brothers, I have a bold idea, do you want to know? At this time, Qin Feng showed a strange smile and looked at the two of them. After seeing this smile, the two couldn't help but look at each other. They had a feeling that Qin Feng's plan must be crazy. But Qin Feng's words had a kind of magic that kept attracting their attention. This made them very curious about what Qin Feng wanted to say. But reason told them not to listen and to make Qin Feng shut up. Because this guy is really good at causing trouble. What exactly is this idea? In the end, curiosity took over their minds and they asked. Since these demons are attacking our Dawn City so aggressively, then the city they are in now must be relatively defenseless. Why don't we go blow up their city? What do you think? When Guan Changsheng and Lu Chao heard this, they looked at each other. They felt that Qin Feng's idea was not only bold, but also a little crazy. Only a madman could come up with such a crazy idea. But they were all a little restless in their hearts. What was going on? Qin Feng didn't know that they would think so much since they blew up the ancient city of Ming last time. He liked this feeling. And he felt that this was a very good opportunity. Ha! Tell me what you think. Guan Changsheng let out a breath, then looked at Qin Feng and asked. It has to be said that he couldn't contain his curiosity. If we can blow up a city inside the 007 tomb, at least the tomb can be quiet for a while. What humans lack most now is time. Only with enough time can they continue to develop. In my space-breaking space, there is still the flame gem that I left last time. We can bury it beneath this crazy lion city and then use the essence of fire to cause an explosion. Xin Feng did this before, so he naturally did the same thing now. You are right, but the problem now is that we have no way of entering this crazy lion city. Guan Changsheng gave a helpless smile and spread his hands. Why is that? After hearing Guan Changsheng's words, Xin Feng was stunned for a moment and then asked his doubts. He didn't know what was going on inside and why he couldn't enter the crazy lion city. Chapter 122 Technology and Hard Work. The former wave dies on the beach. Because humans have a special aura that we humans cannot sense clearly. But it is also very obvious in the perception of those tomb pit races. So even if you can melt into the earth and pass through underground, you will still be sensed. Don't you know all this? Lu Chao looked at Xin Feng strangely. Logically speaking, these are the most normal basic knowledge, so why doesn't Xin Feng know them? Xin Feng couldn't help but narrow his eyes when he heard what Lu Chao said. He didn't know these things yet. Although he heard Xi Ming talk about them last time, he didn't take it to heart at that time. But since Lu Chao also said so this time, it must be true. But he was completely unaware of it. He felt that he was being targeted and someone wanted him to die in this grave. Have no idea. Xin Feng shook his head calmly. Although he knew that someone wanted to harm him, he didn't know who that person was. But... what? Lu Chao looked over in confusion. I don't seem to have the kind of aura you described. Xin Feng hesitated for a moment, but still spoke out what was in his mind. What do you mean? Guan Changsheng immediately looked over in confusion. This is almost a common knowledge. As a genuine human being, how could Xin Feng not have it? I don't know the specific situation. But before I loved you, I didn't know about this thing you were talking about. So last time I just pretended to be an ancient person and went to the dark ancient city. And I also met Xi Ming, the Lord of Ming Ancient City. He said in person that I don't have the unique scent of humans. Xin Feng directly told what happened last time. This made the two of them speechless. Xin Feng was really brave to do such a reckless thing. But he was really lucky and nothing happened. You are really bold. Lu Chao couldn't help but give Xin Feng a thumbs up. How bold the people are, how fertile the land will be. Host, don't panic. Come on, Ali Gu. Before Xin Feng could say anything, the system started brainwashing him. Xin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Other people's systems all hope that their hosts are as powerful as possible. But this system of his own is extremely rebellious and wishes its host to die. Then go find a beautiful host yourself. Little do they know that these readers only like their own type and don't like beauties with black stockings and long legs. Moreover, the author doesn't know how to write for female viewers. If he did, he would have taken the system to the female viewership and dominated the genre long ago. Although I don't know why, I don't have that kind of aura. Although Xin Feng didn't know what was going on, it seemed like a good thing now. Without that aura, he could move freely in the tomb. Do you want to give it a try? Guan Changsheng looked at Xin Feng and asked. No. We're not sure about this. If we fail, we'll die. Lu Chao stopped him without hesitation. In his opinion, there was no need to put himself in danger. If Xin Feng died here, he would feel guilty. Don't worry, Brother Lu, we have a good chance of success in this matter. Xin Feng naturally knew in his mind that he would never do anything to seek his death. Last time, I discovered this in Hades' ancient city. These cities seem to look down on us humans. Their defenses are not very strong, especially underground, which is almost defenseless, so it is very easy to sneak in. Xin Feng went to the ancient city of Ming last time. That was the city where the ancient people lived. You should know that the ancients are known as the most intelligent race among the three major races in the tomb pit. They are similar to humans in every way, so they are a very tactful opponent. But even such an opponent is very arrogant and does not take humans seriously. The defense of the ancient city of Hades is quite poor, so Xin Feng feels that the crazy lion city will only be worse. If Xi Ming heard what Xin Feng said, he would definitely cry out in injustice. The reason why they don't defend much is that they are always in an offensive state and don't need to defend at all. And if humans really come, their scent will be easily detected by them. Besides, he has been in charge of the ancient city of Hades. What could go wrong? But he never expected that a weirdo like Qin Feng would appear. If Qin Feng caused trouble right under his nose, he naturally wouldn't mind slapping him to death. Even many strong people can discover it in time. But Qin Feng, the sixth brother, set up a time bomb, and it was underground, which made it impossible to guard against. If you want to try it, that's fine, but if you encounter danger, remember to retreat in time. Guan Changsheng gave Qin Feng some advice. Seeing that Guan Changsheng said so, Lu Chao didn't say anything. Don't worry, just wait for my good news. After Qin Feng said this, he was about to leave, but was stopped by Guan Changsheng. Qin Feng turned his head with some confusion and looked at Guan Changsheng. Take this, it may save your life at a critical moment. Guan Changsheng handed over a knife-shaped jade stone. When Lu Chao saw this, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Could this be the origin jade stone of the Lord of Daozuan Mansion? Guan Changsheng nodded when he heard this. Yes, this is what the Lord of Daozuan Palace gave me after I went down to the tomb for the first time. As long as you input the power of Qi and blood into this jade stone, it will be activated and then launch a full-strength attack from the Lord of the Sword Palace. As Guan Changsheng spoke, a hint of nostalgia appeared in his eyes. This is how Lord Daozuan cares for his students. Other lords of Wufu would not be able to do this. When Qin Feng heard this, he couldn't help but marvel at it. You know, the Lord of Daozuan Mansion is a powerful warrior in the realm of Warzone. An ordinary warrior in the demon realm might not be able to withstand his full-strength attack. So this original jade is a good thing. Qin Feng had heard of this kind of original jade before, but it was not so easy to carve out this kind of jade. It must first be processed through various modern technologies, and then a strong person must spend a lot of time and energy to carve it. Perfect technology and hard work. Moreover, this thing is instantaneous, making it perfect for sneak attacks. Then I'll take it first, thank you. Qin Feng didn't hesitate to take the origin jade, and then use 2 rong to leave. Seeing Qin Feng burrowing into the earth and leaving, Lu Chao looked at Guan Changsheng. I didn't expect you would be so willing to do that. I feel like this guy needs this more than I do. I thought we were pretty extravagant. I didn't expect this guy to be even more extravagant than us. Guan Changsheng smiled and then spoke. As the saying goes, the waves behind push the waves ahead, and the waves ahead die on the beach. Chapter 123, Wild Waves Are an Attitude. Lu Chao had seen Qin Feng's waves before, so he was mentally prepared. This is also because Qin Feng didn't know that 2 people were discussing him behind his back, otherwise he would definitely pick up the microphone. Then sing a song, Wild Waves, for them. Wild waves are an attitude. Wild waves rise and fall. Wild waves. Wild waves. Of course, Lu Chao and Guan Changsheng would say that they didn't want to listen at all. Qin Feng burrowed his way through the earth and arrived in front of the Crazy Lion City. Different from the unique ancient city shape of the Dark Ancient City, the Crazy Lion City looks very wild from the outside. The Lord of Crazy Lion City, Crazy Lion, is also a powerful warrior in the realm of Warlord. But at this time he was fighting with General Zhang Zhongwen, who was guarding the Shuguang city here. Otherwise, Qin Feng would not dare to come. Although he is a bit extravagant, he also knows that his life is important. He burrowed his way into the Crazy Lion City. Originally, he wanted to place the fire gem directly underground and then leave. But as soon as he came in, he was almost discovered by an elf. If he hadn't been smart enough, he would have become a rat crossing the street, and everyone would have wanted to kill him. It was not until he came out to an empty corner that he realized that he was in the Crazy Lion City. Unlike the Hades ancient city, most of the people here are ancient people. There aren't many monsters in the Crazy Lion City. After all, monsters have to reach the combat stage to transform, so their number is not too large. The majority are the original ancients, and they are still the backbone of the Crazy Lion City, except that the top leaders are demons. There are also a small number of elves, but it is more difficult for them to transform. If you encounter an elf in human form, I'm afraid that no matter how fast Qin Feng escapes, he will die. But thanks to this, Qin Feng can walk on the street with confidence. However, the Crazy Lion City was a little deserted at this time because most people had gone out to participate in the war. Qin Feng's young face seemed a little out of place here. Stop! At this moment, a cold voice sounded, and Qin Feng subconsciously wanted to run away. However, at the critical moment, reason prevailed and he stopped abruptly. My lord, what can I do for you? Xin Feng lowered his head and spoke amiably, saying that from the aura of the ancient man in front of him, he could sense that he was at the War King level. Xin Feng cried out in his heart that he had such bad luck. Not long after he came in, he met a War King who had not left. The most important thing is that this War King is still wandering around the streets. Host, you are shameless and a loser, yet you blame others for wandering around the streets. On behalf of everyone, I despise you. The familiar big yellow face expression reappeared. But this time Xin Feng didn't have time to deal with the system, he was afraid of being distracted. It would directly break the defense and reveal a flaw, which would be bad. Who are you? Why are you hanging around here? Don't you know we're in a wartime state? Everyone has to go to the battlefield. The War King looked at Xin Feng coldly, then spoke. Xin Feng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he heard this. So that's what happened. Fortunately, he didn't expose it, otherwise, it would be terrible. My lord, I just came from Tinia City in the rear and am looking for the military camp. Xin Feng lied without any hesitation, without any time to think. Oh? When the War King heard this, his expression softened. What's your name? Sir, my surname is Sure. My last name is Sure. Whenever I meet you, I am worth it. My last name is Sure, and writing lyrics is like a galloping horse. The sudden shouting almost broke Xin Feng's defense. My goodness, I'm facing life and death here, trembling with fear. You're so good, you just yelled at me. Xin Feng started complaining without hesitation. My name is Sure Gondang. The weapon I practice with is a shovel. After Xin Feng finished speaking, he summoned out his black steel bone shovel without hesitation. When the powerful War King saw this scene, he immediately nodded. He now believed what Xin Feng said, and his tone began to soften. It's great that you can come here. Then you should report to the military camp. Good. Xin Feng was delighted when he heard this, but on the surface he pretended to be calm. Thank you, sir. I'll take my leave now. After saying this, Xin Feng turned around and left without any hesitation. After arriving at an empty place, he didn't care about anything else and directly used the ability of earth melting to escape underground. What a wonderful person! With someone like him around, there's no need to worry about our grave pit race being unable to defeat those abominable humans. The speaker at the War King level thought slowly in his mind. But soon he felt something was wrong, just like a blind student discovering a bright spot. That's not right. The military camp is clearly outside the city. How did he go inside? The strong man in the War King realm reacted instantly, and then ran back to look for Xin Feng without hesitation. But he could not find Xin Feng anywhere. Xin Feng had disappeared without a trace long ago. Damn it! I got fooled. This powerful warrior in the War King realm realized that he might have been fooled and was filled with regret. If Xin Feng just couldn't find where the military camp was, then it could only be nearby. After all, he had not been away for long, but he could not find any trace of Xin Feng despite searching so widely. That only proves that Xin Feng must have escaped on purpose, which is why he couldn't find him. Damn you! Don't let me find you! The powerful War King said with gritted teeth. He never thought that he would be fooled by a mere ant at the level of a general today. If this matter gets out, he won't know where to put his face. But what relieved him was that no one else knew about this. Moreover, he didn't think Xin Feng could cause any trouble. First of all, he thought Xin Feng should be an ancient person. He just wanted to avoid the battle. Secondly, he felt that Xin Feng was just a small battle scene. What kind of trouble could it cause? After all, a general in front of him is just an ant that can be crushed to death with ease. It has to be said that this guy underestimated Xin Feng's ability to cause trouble. If he knew the tragic situation in the ancient city of Ming, he would not be so relaxed. Because most of the masters in Crazy Lion City have already gone to the battlefield and are entangled with humans. So at this time, the Crazy Lion City was left to him to guard. It can be said that he is the biggest leader in the current Crazy Lion City. That's why he has the right to wander aimlessly on the streets. But now he is no longer in this mood, because Xin Feng's appearance makes him feel a little bad. So he planned to go back and have a good rest, and then enjoy the singing and dancing specially trained by the Lord of Crazy Lion City. Chapter 124. Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. On the other side, after Xin Feng left, when he appeared again, he couldn't help but pat his chest. It seems that my luck is pretty good. I fooled this guy. Xin Feng said with lingering fear. After all, that was a strong man in the War King realm, and he was not someone he could deal with. Not to mention him, even if we add Lu Chao and Guan Changsheng. Don't think that the three of them can compete with the strong man Zhang Hojin. But the three of them together were not enough to defeat the powerful War King with one hand. After all, this is the difference in realm, judging from the current situation of the three of them. It is difficult to fight across two realms. However, Qin Feng still has a trump card, which is the origin jade that Guan Changsheng just gave him. That piece of original jade was carved by the Lord of Sword Palace himself, and its power is comparable to the full force attack of a strong man in the battle realm. If this War King realm expert didn't have any trump cards, he would basically die after being hit by this blow. But Qin Feng was reluctant to use it here. After all, there was only one piece of this original jade. If it's used up, it's gone. The Lord of Daozuan Mansion is now unconscious, and it is almost impossible to get his origin jade. Qin Feng couldn't help but smacked his lips when he thought of this. He felt that if the Lord of Daozuan Mansion was still awake, then I must have the original jade. After all, he had shed blood and fought for the Imperial Capital Martial Arts House. He felt that the Lord of the Sword Palace would definitely not let him down. Unfortunately, the current Lord of the Imperial Capital Wu Mansion is Ananda, so it is a bit difficult to talk to that fake monk. Moreover, his realm is only the Battle Demon realm, and he has not yet reached the Battle Lord realm. Qin Feng didn't think much about it. He hurriedly buried a large number of fire gems. Only a few were left to extract the essence of the flame. After this explosion, his stock of fire gems was completely empty. He felt that he needed to get some more of these fire gems because he thought they were very useful. Otherwise, you will have nothing to use when you want to bomb other people as cities in the future. Speaking of this, Qin Feng remembered the time when he was on the National Warrior list. The cult member who had the talent to break through the air, he went with so much explosives. Qin Feng wondered if he could suggest that he carry some thermal weapons with him when he returned, such as hydrogen bombs and nuclear bombs. If someone makes you unhappy, just give him a blow. Although these thermal weapons cannot harm truly strong people, they can still be used against those at the war general level and the war candidate level. While he was thinking about this, he had already buried all the fire gems. Then, he used the flame essence he had extracted and placed it there to burn the flame gem. Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. After doing all this, Qin Feng snapped his fingers to express his inner joy. Then he hurried out of the city. It would explode soon, and he didn't want to perish with the city. Qin Feng burrowed his way through the ground and arrived at the gate of Crazy Lion City. Just when he was about to leave, dozens of roots shot towards him like spears. For a moment he had no way to escape and could only break out of the ground to resist these attacks. Who is it? Qin Feng's sudden appearance immediately attracted the attention of the guards at the city gate. They all roared, then ran forward and surrounded Lin Fan. I'm so tender. Qin Feng had no idea that he had been discovered by the spirits and was being forced forward. He also had a headache about those elves. After all, they were on the earth. But it's much better than his half-hearted approach. The black steel bone shovel instantly appeared in Qin Feng's hand, and then he chopped forward fiercely. The powerful energy of qi and blood, after being transformed by the black steel bone shovel, instantly turned into sharp streams of qi. The guards didn't expect that Qin Feng would dare to take action under such circumstances. Everyone was caught off guard and suffered this blow. Bah! You rubbish! You dare to block my way? Qin Feng said Puan was about to leave. Where are you going? At this moment, a big tree blocked Qin Feng's way. This tree looks like a camphor tree. When Qin Feng saw the camphor tree, he understood that it was this tree that had discovered him before. Then I forced myself out, otherwise how could I be in this situation now? Since you don't know your own limitations, let me give you a taste of this. The camphor tree in front of him was just a general, so Qin Feng didn't take it seriously at all. But at this moment he didn't want to continue to entangle with the camphor tree. He was not worried about these people. What he was worried about was the strong men in the Crazy Lion City. If the strong man at the War King level just now discovered him, Qin Feng felt that he would be in trouble. Qin Feng took out the last flame essence from his attack space and threw it at the camphor tree without hesitation. The essence of the flame touched the camphor tree, and it instantly burst into flames. The camphor tree suddenly let out a shrill scream and frantically beat out the flames on itself. But how could the flame ignited by the essence of fire be extinguished so easily? Hey, take your time and play. I'm leaving first. Qin Feng laughed. Now that the spirit race was gone, he used his earth-melting ability without hesitation and escaped directly through the earth. He felt that it wouldn't be long before this place would be discovered by the strong man from the crazy lion city, and he would be in danger if he hid and escaped. Host, why are you so cowardly? I still like your rebellious look back then. Just when Qin Feng had just left, the system's voice rang again. When Qin Feng heard this, he immediately frowned. I am unruly, but I also have AC in my heart. I can be unruly in front of someone I can beat, but if I am unruly in front of someone I cannot beat, wouldn't that be courting death? After all, I am just unruly, not mentally ill. At this time, the movement at the city gate attracted the attention of the War King, who was enjoying the singing and dancing. He moved and soon arrived at the city gate. Greetings to Master Mei Shuang. The injured guards, upon seeing Mei Shuang coming, knelt down on one knee without hesitation and saluted. What's happening here? Mei Shuang saw the camphor tree turned into a pile of debris and asked coldly. Sir, this is what happened. Everyone talked at once and told Mei Shuang the whole story. When Mei Shuang heard that the man was holding a black shovel, his face suddenly turned dark. Chapter 125. I know you are anxious, but don't worry. At this moment, he knew very well that these people were talking about the person he had just met. Damn sure gone dang. Just wait for me. Mei Shuang's anger instantly filled up, and then he took off into the air and chased after him. That damn brat not only played a trick on him for a while, but also dared to commit a crime in Crazy Lion City. They simply don't take him seriously. Mei Shuang has already decided that he must find that kid and tear him into pieces to vent his hatred. At this time, Qin Feng didn't know that Mei Shuang had chased him out, and he was trying his best to get on his way. Because after the explosion of Crazy Lion City, there will definitely be chaos in the 007 tomb. That would be a good time for them to take the opportunity to go back, so he was now rushing to the place he had agreed with Lu Chao and others. What Qin Feng didn't know was that Tu Rong's ability was a bit strange. But he only has a D-level talent after all, and still has great limitations. For example, he couldn't fight underground, and for example, when he was rushing on the road at full speed. The energy and blood in the body will surge out, allowing others to discover the flaws. Mei Shuang discovered this flaw in the sky. When he discovered this flaw, a sly smile appeared on the corner of his mouth and a sinister expression appeared in his eyes. A long spear instantly appeared in his hand. He was also a weapon cultivator among the ancient people, and this long spear was his weapon. You little bastard. Now I want to see how you die. He threw the spear in his hand without hesitation, and the spear pierced into the ground with a sound of breaking through the air. Not good. At the same moment, Qin Feng suddenly felt a creepy feeling, so he dived into the ground without hesitation. But after all, it was a full-strength attack from a powerful warrior in the War King realm, although the thick layer of soil had weakened most of his attack power. But the gun energy still pierced Qin Feng's chest directly. Puff! Qin Feng suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, he reacted in time, otherwise that shot would have been enough to take his life. But he also knew that he could not stay in the soil any longer. If he continued to stay there, he would probably become a sitting duck. After all, Mei Shuang had already targeted his aura. After Qin Feng came to the ground, Mei Shuang did not rush to take action. You're quite capable, you managed to trick me, you brat. And you can actually use the Earth escape technique, which proves that you are not one of us ancient people at all. You are a human being. Although Mei Shuang didn't understand why Qin Feng didn't have that unpleasant smell on his body. But it is obvious that it is almost impossible for the ancient people in the realm of war generals to escape underground. He had previously regarded Qin Feng as an ancient man, so he had not considered the possibility of escaping underground. But now he had seen it with his own eyes, so he naturally had the answer in his heart. I didn't expect you to figure it out. You're indeed a powerful warrior in the Battle King realm. Qin Feng smiled and then spoke. But at this time, the original jade stone was already in his hand, no matter how painful it was. In this life or death situation, he had to use it. If this guy doesn't know what's good for him and keeps being aggressive, then Qin Feng doesn't recommend letting him try the power of a powerful warrior. Humph. Do you think you can deceive me? I just didn't bother to argue with you just now. Mei Shuang snorted coldly, then spoke with disdain. How could he possibly admit his mistake, let alone in front of this ant? Ah, yes. In that case, how about this, you let me go again, how about that? Qin Feng smiled innocently, then showed an embarrassed smile. Wow. Host, you look really cool when you're tonic. Now the system couldn't stand Qin Feng's appearance anymore and couldn't help but mock him. Ha ha ha. You're really funny, kid. Just now I thought you were my master, so I let you go. Now that I know you are my enemy, can I still let you go? There was a hint of gloom in Mei Shuang's eyes. This guy is only at the level of a general now, and the damage he causes is limited. If he becomes stronger in the future, he will definitely be a serious threat to their tomb pit race. Because this guy doesn't have the disgusting aura of humans, and he can burrow into the ground, coming and going without a trace. If we don't solve it now, it will be difficult to solve it later. I know you're eager to kill me, but wait. Qin Feng looked at Mei Shuang's murderous look and spoke hurriedly. Putting aside the facts, are you not wrong? When Mei Shuang heard this, he was stunned. What kind of thinking logic is this guy? Why can't he keep up? Fuck, putting aside the facts, host, you can talk. Qin Feng was too lazy to pay attention to the system at this time. His attention was all on Mei Shuang. Shut up, you little bastard. Mei Shuang was still struggling there for a while, and suddenly realized that she seemed to have been misled by Qin Feng, and she immediately became furious. He rushed down directly and killed Qin Feng in an instant. Qin Feng also ran away without hesitation. He wanted to struggle a little more because he was waiting for the crazy lion city to explode. But Qin Feng's speed was not as fast as Mei Shuang's. In the blink of an eye, Mei Shuang appeared in front of Qin Feng. Then he punched Qin Feng in the chest. Qin Feng suddenly fell heavily into the distance like a kite with a broken string, and then smashed a big hole in the ground. This was also because he didn't say that he was just teasing Qin Feng and didn't kill him directly. Otherwise, Qin Feng might have been more seriously injured or even died on the spot. Why don't you keep jumping? Mei Shuang showed a sarcastic smile and looked down at Qin Feng condescendingly. Humph. You can kill me or chop me up, it's all up to you. Qin Feng snorted coldly, then stiffened his neck and spoke. Of course, he didn't want to die, but wanted to use this to anger Mei Shuang, let him relax his vigilance, and then use the original jade in his hand. Since you want to die so badly, I'll grant your wish. After Mei Shuang finished speaking, he punched again, but at this moment a black figure suddenly appeared. Then Qin Feng saw a flash of cold knife light. It turned out that it was Guan Changsheng riding his dragon horse who was killing him, and behind him was Lu Chao. Lu Chao was not idle either, and swept over with a stick. Bang! Mei Shuang was caught off guard and was attacked directly by the two of them. He quickly took 2 steps back. Although the attacks of these two people did not cause him any substantial harm, he felt extremely insulted. This made him, who was very concerned about his reputation, feel a little embarrassed. Chapter 126, Exploding the Lions, Repelling the Plum Blossoms. You 3 human ants! How dare you come here to seek death? Mei Shuang looked at the 3 of them viciously, and then squeezed out these words from between his teeth. He didn't expect that these humans saw him, and instead of running away, they wanted to come and rescue him. Did they look down on him? The anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. Are you okay? The 2 ignored the furious Mei Shuang, but turned around and looked at Qin Feng. I'm fine, I'm not going to die yet. If an ordinary person suffered such a serious injury, even if he did not die, he would find it difficult to move. But Qin Feng was different, he could feel the relic in his chest. It continuously transmits energy to him and restores his physical condition. So his current condition is not particularly bad, at least he can move normally, there is no problem at all. Good. Very good. When Mei Shuang saw that the 3 people ignored him, he became furious. Since you 2 are so close brothers, I will definitely let you live and die together later. Considering the time, it should be about time. Qin Feng ignored Mei Shuang's threat, but chuckled and spoke. What do you mean? Suddenly, Mei Shuang had a bad feeling. Because he felt that these 3 people were too calm. He was so calm that it didn't seem like he was facing a life or death threat. You'll know soon enough. Boom! Just as Qin Feng finished speaking, a terrifying explosion suddenly occurred. As expected, this flame gem did not disappoint Qin Feng and exploded directly. Mei Shuang turned around in horror and found that the originally magnificent walls of Crazy Lion City. In an instant, everything turned into ruins. You! Mei Shuang turned around and looked at Qin Feng and the other 2 angrily. How could he not know at this moment that it was these 3 people who were behind this trick? Go to hell! The black spear appeared in Mei Shuang's hand again. This is the difference between the ancients' instrument cultivators and humans. They can summon their weapons anytime and anywhere. He will not be like Qin Feng, who threw his shovel away and lost it without picking it up. The black spear, carrying terrifying power, instantly killed the three people. The three of them immediately felt their blood boiling and used all their strength to resist the attack. But despite this, they were still no match for Mei Shuang, and within a few breaths they were all knocked to the ground. Die! This time, Mei Shuang did not hold back and attacked again with his spear in hand. Wait a minute! At this moment, Qin Feng suddenly roared, and then struggled to stand up from the ground. Look what this is? Qin Feng took out the origin jade in his hand, but his eyes were fixed on Mei Shuang. If Mei Shuang showed any unusual movement, he would detonate the origin jade without hesitation and deal a powerful blow to Mei Shuang. The moment Mei Shuang saw the origin jade, his pupils shrank and cold sweat broke out on his back. Because he felt the threat of death. Qin Feng also noticed the strange behavior of Mei Shuang. I believe you can tell what this is with your eyes, so I won't explain it in detail. Qin Feng took 2 steps back, distanced himself from Mei Shuang, and then said with a smile. What do you want to say? At this time, Mei Shuang did not dare to act rashly, because he knew that this origin jade could indeed take his life. To be honest, I think it's a bit of a waste to use this thing on you. So how about we both take a step back? The crazy lion city is still exploding. If you go back now to rescue them, you might be able to save some of our people's lives. But if you insist on fighting us here, then we don't know who will win in the end. Qin Feng spoke slowly. He did not forcefully ask Mei Shuang to retreat. Because he had discovered from what had just happened that Mei Shuang valued face more than anything else. If their words were too extreme, this guy might get angry and attack them recklessly. You! Although Mei Shuang was still a little angry when he heard this, what did he mean by waste? After all, he was also a strong man in the Battle King realm. But when he thought about it carefully, he felt that what Qin Feng said made sense. It was obvious that he could not do anything to them now. After all, in Mei Shuang's opinion, his life is much more precious than that of the three of them, so there is no need to die with them. You three, just wait for me. I'll remember you. After saying this, Mei Shuang flew away. He didn't care how many of his tribesmen died. After all, most of those who were able to fight had been sent out. Those who remained in the city were only the old, the young, the women and the children. It didn't matter that they died. The only thing that worries him now is the extent of the damage to the crazy lion city. If the losses are too great, he will definitely have to pay the price. The city lord, Crazy Lion, is not someone who is easy to talk to. Moreover, the demons are basically stubborn and it is difficult to reason with them. Call. When the three of them saw Mei Shuangfei leave, they breathed a sigh of relief and then collapsed on the ground. It seems that the three of us are still too weak. A war king has forced us into this state. If it weren't for the origin jade that Brother Guan brought out, I'm afraid we would have to die here today. Qin Feng shook his head and said that he felt his strength was still a little low. Hey! What are you talking about? You've only been practicing for less than a year, and the two of us have only been practicing for 2 years. With the strength you have now, it's already very impressive, okay? When Lu Chao heard what Qin Feng said, he immediately said with some dissatisfaction. You have to know that most of them basically become warriors in their 3rd year of high school, and even if they become warriors earlier, it won't be too long. After all, it is difficult to become a warrior before reaching adulthood, as your development is not yet complete. Unless one is from a wealthy family, he or she has been soaking in various medicinal baths since childhood, or taking some rare treasures found in tombs. The normal process is to constantly strengthen your chi and blood, then become a warrior, awaken your talent, and then go to the martial arts academy to study. As luck would have it, the three of them all came from poor family situations, so they all became warriors in their senior year of high school. Especially Qin Feng, if it weren't for the emergence of the system, he probably wouldn't have become a warrior until now. Not to mention the follow-up. Don't worry, I think it won't be long before we become stronger than him. Then we can come back and take revenge. Guan Changsheng patted Qin Feng and Lu Chao on the shoulders, then spoke. Chapter 127. Did you see that? We bombed that city. Although the three of them are only at the level of generals now. However, their strength is enough to fight against ordinary warriors. Moreover, they are all geniuses, and without exception, they all have SSS-level talents, so in their view, breaking through to the War King realm is only a matter of time. But when they reached the War King realm, Mei Shuang was nothing in their eyes. Let's go quickly, the demon army will be back soon. Guan Changsheng spoke hurriedly. The bombing of the Crazy Lion City caused such a big commotion that the Crazy Lions on the front line would definitely know about it. As expected, the Mad Lion, who was fighting with Zhang Zhongwen, instantly sensed that his city was bombed. His already ferocious face was instantly twisted in anger. Zhang Zhongwen, you are despicable and shameless. How dare you destroy my Crazy Lion City? The Mad Lion was extremely angry. He had been roaming around in the 007 tomb for so long, but had never suffered such a big loss. But he encountered it today, how could he not be angry? Zhang Zhongwen was also confused at this time. He had not figured out what was going on. But it doesn't matter, it doesn't prevent him from angering the Mad Lion. Although he didn't know who did this, it was for human beings anyway. It has many benefits and no harm, in short it is a good thing. Little did he know how envious he was when he learned that the ancient city of Hades in the 003 tomb pit had been bombed some time ago. Now this good thing has happened to him, how can he not be excited? Mad Lion, you will perish if you do too much evil. Since you dare to attack our Dawn City, you must be prepared for us to blow up your Crazy Lion City. Zhang Zhongwen sneered, then spoke without hesitation. You're looking for death. The Mad Lion couldn't stand this kind of humiliation and roared angrily. Then he rushed towards Zhang Zhongwen. Zhang Zhongwen was naturally no less powerful than him. The Mad Lion was warlike by nature, so fights often broke out between the two. Every time the two sides fight, the game is hard to decide and the outcome is difficult to determine. At this time on the battlefield, the people of the Tomb Pit tribe also discovered that their city had been bombed. This was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for them. After all, their own base was bombed, who can sit still? It can be said that Qin Feng's explosion directly destroyed the morale of the Demon Clan. If you have lost your home, how can you have the courage to fight? For a moment, the monsters on the field began to think of retreating. Lord City Lord! Just at this moment, a loud shout came from below. The Mad Lion's attention was finally drawn to the scene, and he saw the demon army in complete disarray on the field. No one knew what happened. Hateful! The Mad Lion was extremely angry at this time, and he couldn't swallow this anger in his heart. But at this moment, the situation on the field no longer allowed him to hold on. Retreat! At the command of the Mad Lion, the demon army began to retreat. At this time, Zhang Zhongwen also returned to the sky above Dawn City. Everyone! Follow me and charge forward. Now it's our turn to counterattack. Zhang Zhongwen would naturally seize the opportunity, as the demon army was in a defeated state at this time. Their strength is definitely much weaker than before. If they don't fight back now, when will they fight back? Humans have never been passively defensive, otherwise how could they have destroyed some tombs? Even if it often means paying some price, they will still attack with force, because they know that they cannot let these alien races look down on humans. I scared them. They have no idea how powerful we are and even treat us as weaklings. Today they still had the advantage on the battlefield, so Zhang Zhongwen ordered the human army to attack without hesitation. Charge! For a moment, the sound of fighting on the battlefield was resounding to the sky. In the end, the human army fought their way forward for 5 miles before retreating. A look of joy appeared on Zhang Zhongwen's face. The demons were thick-skinned and tough. It is difficult for humans to gain an advantage against him. Therefore, when the two armies of 007 Tomb Pit fought, the human side often lost more than it won. This victory is an unprecedented victory. On the other side, Qin Feng and others found a place to hide. Qin Feng dug a hole deep in a remote mountain using the ability of soil melting. Then he let Guan Changsheng and Lu Chao hide inside. For some reason, Qin Feng always felt that he was very good at digging holes, as if it was an innate ability. Host, perhaps you were the reincarnation of a rat spirit in your previous life. The system's voice sounded in Qin Feng's ears. Qin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard this. If I didn't still have memories of my past life, I might have believed your lies. Qin Feng had traveled through time after all, and he still had memories of his previous life. So he could be sure that he was not the reincarnation of a rat spirit. The three of them stayed inside for a while, and after a while, there was almost no movement outside. There's no movement outside. How about I go out and take a look? Qin Feng looked at the two of them and then spoke. Okay, but be careful. Guan Changsheng hesitated for a moment, then nodded and agreed. Qin Feng has the ability to integrate with the earth, so he is much more suitable than the two of them to go out and gather information. Qin Feng nodded and left. After walking around, he found that the demon tribe had retreated. After learning about this situation, he returned to the pit without hesitation. Guan Changsheng and Lu Chao were also very happy when they knew about it. Then the three of them got out of the pit and returned to Dawn City in a hurry. The person patrolling Dawn City at this time was a student from Yuzhou Wufu. He saw Lu Chao coming back and said jokingly, "Lu Chao, you were not there during the battle just now. Now that we've won the battle, you've come running back. Are you here to enjoy the celebration party?" This person is Lu Chao's classmate, named Su Mingho, and he is also at the level of a general. There was no malice in what he said. He knew that Lu Chao had gone out, but during the war, there was no time to take care of him. But now that I see him back safe and sound, I am naturally very happy. Because during war, it is very dangerous outside Dawn City. Fortunately, this war came and went quickly. When Lu Chao heard this, he rolled his eyes. But he quickly raised a thumb and pointed behind him. "See? We blew up that city." "What?" Su Mingho was stunned for a long time after hearing this, and then he screamed. "Are you saying that you were the ones who blew up Crazy Lion City?" Su Mingho's words immediately attracted the attention of others, and they all turned their eyes over. "Yes, we did it." Chapter 128 Basic Operations, Don't Be a Thug. "What?" Zhang Zhongwen, who had just rested for a short time, was shocked when he heard the news. He was very excited about winning today and wanted to find out who had blown up the Crazy Lion City. If the Crazy Lion City had not been bombed, it would have been impossible for them to win. It might even be possible to seek support. But what he didn't expect was that before he went to inquire about the news, the person who bombed the Crazy Lion City came to his door on his own. "Are you sure it was just 3 war generals? Did they bomb Crazy Lion City?" What surprised him the most was that the people who blew up the Crazy Lion City were only 3 generals. This completely refreshed his understanding. Thinking of this, Zhang Zhongwen quickly stood up and slapped Wang Yi next to him. "It hurts." "General, what are you doing?" Wang Yi immediately hugged his arm and said in pain, "If you can feel pain, it proves you're not dreaming." Everything today was so beautiful that Zhang Zhongwen now wondered if he was dreaming. But now that he saw Wang Yi's painful expression, he was sure that it was not the case. When Wang Yi heard this, he couldn't help but frown. "If you want to confirm whether you are dreaming, then just take a picture of yourself. Why take a picture of me?" But he dared to be angry but not to speak out, because the higher the official, the more powerful he was. Come on, let's go and see when did such a genius appear in Yuzhou," Zhang Zhongwen said with a smile on his face. He himself came from Yuzhou Martial Arts Academy, so if Yuzhou Martial Arts Academy could produce such a genius, he would naturally be very happy. "How do you know it's from Yuzhou Wufu? It could be from another Wufu." When Wang Yi heard what Zhang Zhongwen said, he immediately curled his lips. "He is not from Yuzhou Wufu, he is from the imperial capital Wufu. In our 007 grave, isn't that the Yuzhou Wufu? What other Wufu could it be? Go away, stop giving me bad words. Go away." Zhang Zhongwen kicked Wang Yi on the butt, and then the two of them walked out together. At this time, there were already many people surrounding Qin Feng and others. The one standing in the C position was none other than Qin Feng. At this moment, he was talking about his glorious deeds with saliva flying. "That day, the strong men from Crazy Lion City surrounded me 3 times on the left and 3 times on the right. They want to use their power to force me to surrender, but I'm not that kind of spineless. So I fought them for 800 rounds, but there was no clear winner." Lu Chao and Guan Changsheng were standing aside. When they heard what Qin Feng said, they wished they could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. They really weren't that thick-skinned, but the people around them were listening with great interest. At this time, Zhang Zhongwen and Wang Yi also arrived. When they arrived, Qin Feng was speaking excitedly, dancing and acting out his words. This made the two of them feel embarrassed to disturb Qin Feng. However, Zhang Zhongwen looked at Wang Yi with some confusion, as if to say, "Is this the person you mentioned who blew up Crazy Lion City?" Wang Yi gave a helpless look back, indicating yes. Although he didn't know why this person looked so unreliable. But the news brought by the people below was about him. Zhang Zhongwen didn't say much. He continued to look over and saw Lu Chao with a red face. He didn't know Guan Changsheng and Qin Feng, but he knew Lu Chao. Because Lu Chao was a member of Yuzhou Wufu, and this was his first time going to Wufu. Zhang Zhongwen's teacher personally brought him to visit him, so in that sense, they were still brothers. At this time, Lu Chao and Guan Changsheng also noticed Zhang Zhongwen. They hurried to Qin Feng and grabbed him. Stop talking. Host, you see, there will always be righteous people who will stop you. That's all for today's bragging. Ho! Don't slander me. What I said is all true. Qin Feng heard what the system said and immediately retorted, then he looked towards the theater with some dissatisfaction. What are you doing? What are you doing? That's a wonderful thing to say. Qin Feng felt that Lu Chao must be jealous that he had more roles than him. This kind of thing can be discussed privately, he can open a back door. Add some drama to Lu Chao, after all, this is not a difficult task for him. It only takes a few minutes for him to come up with a brand new version. General Zhang is here, please calm down. Lu Chao saw that no matter how he winked at this guy, he didn't understand what he meant. I had no choice but to speak softly in Qin Feng's ear. When Qin Feng heard this, his expression suddenly changed and became serious. Serve the people. Lu Chao. This guy changes his expression really quickly. He even suspected that this guy had learned Sichuan opera before. Zhang Zhongwen and Wang He also came to Qin Feng and the other two at this time. Xiao Chao, it's been a while since we last met. Zhang Zhongwen looked at Lu Chao with a smile. He was still somewhat concerned about this junior brother. His strength is among the best among the sophomores, and he is definitely a genius. Big brother. Lu Chao also hurriedly greeted him. When Qin Feng heard this, he couldn't help but look at Lu Chao in surprise. I didn't expect that this guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes has such a background. He knew that Zhang Zhongwen was the city defense general of 007 Dawn City, and he must be a powerful warrior. This guy has such a powerful backer, yet he pretends to be a civilian with them. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, Qin Feng would definitely raise his long middle finger. Let Lu Chao feel his contempt from the bottom of his heart. Zhang Zhongwen nodded, then changed the subject and asked. I heard that it was you who blew up Crazy Lion City? This is what he cares about most. If one of these three people is not Lu Chao. After seeing Qin Feng's performance just now, he even thought that these people were liars. Although there are very few such scammers, it might be wise to take some risks. Yes, brother. But if I have to say, it should be him who blew up Crazy Lion City. Lu Chao nodded, then pointed at Qin Feng. Without much hesitation, he told Zhang Zhongwen the whole story. Hearing this, Zhang Zhongwen nodded and looked at Qin Feng. Just when he was about to say something, Qin Feng spoke before him. Basic operation, don't be stupid. Zhang Zhongwen's words were stuck in his throat. He didn't say anything for a long time. Finally, he said sullenly. Heroes are born young. Thank you, General Zhang. This is what I should do. If I must give you a reward, I hope it's points. If I had to add a number to the score, I would hope it would be. Chapter 129. Is there a possibility that it is me too? Before Qin Feng could finish his words, Lu Chao covered his mouth. He knew that Qin Feng had a loose mouth and he didn't know what shocking words he would say. Don't worry, there will be a reward, but I have to report the matter, and then the reward will be issued. Zhang Zhongwen is a general after all, so he still has some tolerance. What's more, Qin Feng has indeed made contributions. If he is not rewarded, it will probably discourage many people. Hey, thank you, General Zhang. Qin Feng chuckled and bowed to Zhang Zhongwen. By the way, you're with Xiao Chao, are you also from Yuzhou Wufu? Zhang Zhongwen asked with some curiosity. A freshman is already at the level of a general. How come he has never heard of such a genius? I'm not from Yuzhou Wufu, I'm from the imperial capital Wufu. Qin Feng heard what Zhang Zhongwen said and shook his head. Brother, I invited him here. At this time, Lu Chao also spoke from the side. When Wang He heard Qin Feng's words, his eyes lit up instantly. It turns out to be my junior. Good job, great job. Wang He patted Qin Feng's shoulder excitedly, then glanced at Zhang Zhongwen with a hint of provocation. After all, Zhang Zhongwen just thought that this crazy lion city must have been blown up by people from their Yuzhou Wufu. But what he never expected was the person who blew up Crazy Lion City was not only not from Yuzhou Wufu, but also from their imperial capital Wufu. How could Wang He not be excited? He instantly felt proud. Seeing this, Zhang Zhongwen glared at Wang He fiercely. There are quite a few people here now, so it is not easy for him to attack Wang He. Otherwise, he would definitely kick Wang He's ass for letting him show off like that. Your Imperial Capital Martial Academy is truly full of talented people. Some time ago, I heard that some of you blew up the ancient city of Hades in the 003 tomb pit. Now you've blown up Crazy Lion City again. Could it be that your Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy has been teaching you how to blow up cities all these years? Zhang Zhongwen touched his chin and said with a sigh. Originally, the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy did not require students to go down into the tomb pit, which caused the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy to become increasingly weaker over the years. In addition, the Lord of the Imperial Capital's Martial Palace was in a coma, and the 10 ancient stones were either dead or missing. Therefore, the position of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy is in jeopardy. Once the status of a martial arts school declines, the probability of recruiting good students will become lower and lower. This is a vicious cycle. But Zhang Zhongwen felt that once the things in Tomb 003 and Tomb 007 were spread, then the reputation of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy will surely rise, and it is likely that it will be able to recruit some good talents next year. As for the extent of the spread of this matter, Zhang Zhongwen had no doubt at all. Because this is a morale-boosting event, it will definitely be publicized. Thinking of this, Zhang Zhongwen couldn't help but smack his lips. The Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy is really lucky. I thought it was going to fail, but it was able to meet such a good seedling. It's really great. Wang Yi, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but frown when he heard this. What are you talking about? What do you mean by teaching how to blow up cities? Our Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy is very formal, okay? But those two people are just too evil. Forehead. When Qin Feng heard this, he didn't know what to say for a moment. That. Is there a possibility? Is it me who blew up the dark ancient city? Qin Feng pointed at himself with his index finger. When Zhang Zhongwen and Wang Yi heard this, they were petrified and stood there in a daze. This sounds too outrageous. You have to know that this kind of thing has only happened twice in all these years. Now they are told that it was done by the same person. How do you think they can accept this? The most important thing is that Qin Feng is just a general. After a while, Zhang Zhongwen turned his gaze to Lu Chao woodenly. Obviously, he wanted to get an answer from Lu Chao. It was indeed he who did it. Lu Chao nodded affirmatively. This matter had already spread outside. It's just that Zhang Zhongwen was staying in the tomb, so the news was delayed. Good. Very good. Wang Yi was stunned for a moment, then he came to his senses. At this moment, he was smiling from ear to ear. He felt more and more that this guy was a talent. Brother, we have something else to do, so we'll leave first. Lu Chao felt that if he and his companions stayed any longer, their three perspectives would probably be shattered. Okay. Go back. The national general rankings seem to be about to begin, and your current realm is just right. Zhang Zhongwen came to his senses after hearing what Lu Chao said. Lu Chao nodded, and together with Guan Changsheng, he pulled Qin Feng away. But Qin Feng still felt unsatisfied and didn't want to leave so soon. After all, if you leave here, you won't have such good listeners. Everyone here is talented and speaks nicely. I really like being here. Unfortunately, Lu Chao and Guan Changsheng did not give him this opportunity and quickly took him out of the 007 tomb. Zhang Zhongwen looked at Qin Feng and others who were leaving, and glanced at Wang Yi. It seems that it will be difficult for them to overthrow your Imperial Capital Martial Academy. Humph. Do you really think that the graduates of our Imperial Capital Martial Academy are made of clay? When Wang Yi heard this, he snorted coldly. He had heard of these things before, but he was guarding the tomb and had no time to care about them. Over the years, the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy has cultivated many powerful people. Although the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy does not require students to go down into the tomb, some students will go down on their own in order to become stronger. After graduation, they also became powerful figures. It's just that they have graduated and it's not appropriate for them to interfere in such matters. But he would also help the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Mansion openly or secretly. Most people have a special affection for their alma mater. Don't worry, with a powerful enemy at hand, they can only act according to the rules. Zhang Zhongwen glanced at Wang Yi indifferently. He couldn't say much about this matter, but he was looking forward to Qin Feng's growth. Although Qin Feng looked out of place, he always felt that this person was extraordinary. It gave him a special feeling, if he had to explain it. Zhang Zhongwen felt that this was the intuition of a strong person. This is also because Wang Yi didn't know what Zhang Zhongwen was thinking, otherwise, he would definitely roll his eyes at Zhang Zhongwen. After Qin Feng left the 007 tomb, there was still an expression of regret and reluctance on his face. It was obvious that he really liked it there. How about you guys come to my Yuzhou Wufu and spend a few days? After leaving the military restricted area, Lu Chao invited Qin Feng and Guan Changsheng. Qin Feng and Guan Changsheng looked at each other and finally nodded. Qin Feng had never been to other martial arts academies and simply wanted to go and take a look. Chapter 130, Going to Yuzhou Wufu, I am here to spar. Guan Changsheng is different. He wants to visit and see if there are any masters here. It's also good to be able to exchange ideas. Based on this consideration, the two people agreed. And after they go back this time, they will also need to calm down for some time. It won't be long before they reach the national ranking of generals, and both of them will definitely have to join the battle. Okay. Let's go. When Lu Chao saw that the two agreed, he smiled instantly and then took them to Yuzhou Wu Mansion. What Lu Chao and the other two didn't know was that they were being targeted as soon as they arrived at Yuzhou Wu Mansion. Yuzhou Wu Mansion. In a training room. A man in black training clothes is sparring with a warrior in the war zone. From the aura of the man in the black training suit, one could sense that he only had the strength of a general. Master, your strength is getting stronger and stronger. After the two separated, Luo Zhuang looked at Li Liang and spoke. Uncle Zhuang, I know you're letting me go, but it won't be long before I surpass you. Li Liang smiled complacently and then spoke. Li Liang felt that although Luo Zhuang had given him some leeway, it was almost reaching its limit. You know, he is only at the high-level war general level now, as long as he breaks through to the war candidate level. Now Luo Zhuang is definitely no match for him. Young master is gifted. Naturally, I am no match for you. Luo Zhuang said humbly that he knew the answer himself. Even in the combat zone, his strength is not considered strong, but just average. With his current strength, he is no longer qualified to serve as Luo Zhuang's bodyguard. But Luo Zhuang always remembered their old friendship and kept him by her side. Besides, the young master only participated in the national general ranking to suppress his realm. Otherwise, he would have broken through long ago. When Li Liang heard this, he smiled even more proudly. It is just as Luo Zhuang said, if it were not for participating in the national generals list, he can indeed break through to the battle stage. No rush, it doesn't matter if you break through a few days later. Lu Chao has hogged all the limelight these past few years, and this time I'm going to take it all back. Li Liang squinted his eyes and said that he was now a junior, before Lu Chao entered the school. He is the most influential person in Yuzhou Wufu. But after Lu Chao entered school, he stole all his limelight. This made him feel indignant, but he had no choice. Lu Chao's talent was indeed amazing, and he was that person's disciple, so he could only swallow his anger. In the past 2 years, he has been practicing very hard in order to widen the gap between himself and Lu Chao. Let everyone's attention be focused on him again. But he found that he couldn't do it at all. No matter how hard he tried, Lu Chao would always be right behind him, just one level lower than him. Only some time ago, Lu Chao suppressed his realm in order to participate in the national warrior list, which allowed him to temporarily widen the gap. However, after the national warrior rankings ended, Lu Chao broke through to the level of war general, and even quickly reached the level of intermediate war general. This gave him a great stimulus, and he broke through to the high-level general realm. However, he feels that his condition is very good recently, if he practices seriously. It is entirely possible to break through to the war zone. But he didn't do that because he wanted to make a splash on the national warrior list. Take back all the glory that belongs to him. Young master is extremely talented and hard-working, he will definitely get what he wants. Luo Zhuang complimented without hesitation. I'm grateful for your good wishes. Just as the two were talking and laughing, a figure walked in hurriedly. Master Li. Lu Chao is back. The person who came was one of Li Liang's younger brothers, named Gao Changsun, whose task was to keep a close eye on Lu Chao's whereabouts. So as soon as Lu Chao returned to Yuzhou Wu Mansion, he immediately came to report. This guy has been out for so many days again this time. The national general rankings are about to begin. He must want to participate, so he must be out looking for training resources. Have you seen his strength clearly? Li Liang looked at Gao Changsun and asked. Master Li, I saw it clearly, he is still at the middle level of the general realm. Gao Changsun spoke without hesitation. Having been Li Liang's younger brother for so long, he naturally knew what Li Liang cared about most. So he had prepared for it long ago. That's not bad. It seems he didn't gain anything this time. Lu Chao's breakthrough speed was really scary, so he was a little worried. Now that he knew Lu Chao hadn't made a breakthrough, he felt much more relieved. But Gao Changsun hesitated a little, he didn't know whether he should tell this matter. But what? Don't be so fussy, just say what you want to say. Li Liang looked at Gao Changsun, who seemed to be hesitant to speak, and urged him with a frown. But I saw that he brought back 2 people, if I'm not mistaken. They should be Guan Changsheng and Qin Feng, the influential figures of the imperial capital's martial palace. Gao Changsun knew that Li Liang would also pay attention to other influential figures in the Wu Mansion. So he would often inquire about some information in this regard. It was because of this that he recognized Guan Changsheng and Qin Feng. What? You said that Qin Feng also came to our Wu Mansion? When Li Liang heard Gao Changsun's words, his eyes suddenly lit up and he asked hurriedly. Gao Changsun nodded and said, yes, it should be him, no mistake. That's wonderful. It seems I've been lucky lately. A smile appeared on Li Liang's face. He was wondering who was the most popular among the major martial arts schools recently. Without a doubt, it must be Qin Feng. He alone blew up the ancient city of Hades. This unprecedented and unparalleled feat will surely make him go down in history. Therefore, people from all the major martial arts schools have heard of Qin Feng's name. Master, do you want to deal with this Qin Feng? Luo Zhuang, who had followed Li Liang for many years, immediately understood what Li Liang wanted to do. What nonsense are you talking about? What do you mean by dealing with? I'm just sparring. Li Liang spoke without hesitation. Although that's what he thought, he would never admit it. Because Qin Feng still has a very good reputation now, he can be regarded as a great hero of mankind. If I dare to deal with him openly at this time, I will definitely be despised by most people. This is something he absolutely cannot do as he is very careful about his reputation. Yes, Master, you are right. I was confused for a moment and said the wrong thing. After hearing what Li Liang said, Luo Zhuang hurriedly apologized with a smile. It's okay, it's fine for a few of us to talk about it, but don't talk nonsense outside. Although Li Liang said that it was okay, there was still a hint of warning in his eyes. Let's go and see this great hero of mankind. Li Liang tidied himself up and then spoke to the 2 of them.